After an unexpected car accident, my celebrity wife, whom I had been secretly married to for 3 years, could hear my inner thoughts, but I was unaware of it. I, Lu Jiaxing, and Qiana have just survived a multi-vehicle collision, and the secret of our 3-year secret marriage has become a trending topic. The entire internet is criticizing her for being kept by a sugar daddy, saying that she ruined her career by marrying into a wealthy family. And even her injuries, her face, and the compensation she received have become bargaining chips for strangers to watch and ridicule. But when the ward door was pushed open, Lu Jiaxing, the husband she had been treating like a stranger for 3 years, actually rushed back from the United States. The moment Qiana met his gaze, a sentence suddenly rang in her ears. How did she get so thin? She glanced sharply at Jinjia, whose lips hadn't moved, but her worry returned. Another full examination was needed, and Xiao Lu had also been hospitalized. Anna Chi finally realized that what she was hearing was not an illusion, but the voices of others. She soon discovered that secrets only reached her ears when their eyes met. Before she could even grasp his abilities, Lu Jiaxing's English phone call exposed his lie. The cooperation with the United States hadn't ended prematurely at all. He had returned specifically for this purpose. But why this man had returned, why he was staying by her bedside, she still couldn't hear the answer. After the examination, the ward door was pushed open again. Her parents, whom she hadn't seen for many years, stood in the doorway. Her father's face was cold and hard, and her mother was carrying a thermos. Qiana subconsciously shrank back, like someone who had finally escaped from a cage, only to be cornered again by the shadows of the past. Her father immediately began to criticize her, blaming her for being an actress, for not informing her of her marriage, and for refusing to back down even after her car accident and hospitalization. Her mother brought over a astragalus chicken soup, saying it was specially made for her. But Qiana felt nauseous just smelling it, because she had said many times that she didn't like it at all. She finally refused to be arranged for anymore, but her parents advised her to retire from the entertainment industry while her secret marriage was exposed, live off Lu Jiaxing, and have a child as soon as possible. Qiana coldly told them that this marriage was just a contract, and that she had always believed that the person Lu Jiaxing could not let go of was Shi Yu, who had already passed away. Her father said feelings could be cultivated, and children would make the family whole. Qiana retorted, "Do we have to raise children into obedient puppets?" It took her so many years to escape that family, and now she would rather walk alone than go back to be anyone's appendage. Jinjia's timely arrival interrupted the argument. Qiana returned the thermos, simply saying she needed to rest. After closing the door, she remained silent for a long time, then sat up straight and decided to participate in a stand-up comedy show. Since everyone wanted to define her life for her, she would personally stand on stage and say what was right. The secret marriage scandal ruined many jobs, and the role of the female warrior she wanted to play was taken by Cheng Siyue. Her assistant, Xiao Lu, even resigned and returned to her hometown to start a business. Qiana didn't try to stop her. She only wished her to live the life she wanted. She lost a lot, but for the first time, she decided to take the power of choice back into her own hands. On the day of her discharge, reporters waited near her apartment, so Qiana had to stay in a hotel. Lu Jiaxing personally drove to pick her up, fastened her seatbelt, and remained almost restrained in silence the whole way. She didn't want to be in the headlines with him again, but when she looked at him, she heard his suppressed worry. Upon arriving at the hotel, Qiana noticed water droplets on the bathroom mirror and the curtains were rubbing unnaturally. A strange man suddenly blocked the doorway, calling her Little Anna. She kicked him, locked the bathroom door, and despite her trembling fingers, immediately dialed Lu Jiaxing's number. The person outside kicked the door frantically, demanding to know why she could marry someone else, but not him. Lu Jiaxing arrived with security and pinned the person to the ground. When Qiana stepped out of the bathroom, she looked directly at the stalker for the first time and heard the filth and malice emanating from his mind for the first time. Those vicious words poured into her ears like dirty water, but Qiana didn't break down. She demanded that security accompany her to the police station to make a big scene. Lu Jiaxing asked her if she didn't want to be in the headlines, and she calmly replied, "Since I can't avoid it, I won't." At the police station, Jinjia arrived with her new assistant. Jiang Kan was so nervous she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet, but Anna deliberately said she could read minds, telling her not to lie. Jiang Kan took it as a joke, but inwardly she was worried about what to do next, something Anna overheard perfectly. She sent Jiang Kan the addresses of Chunshanju and the hotel directly, asking her to pick up her luggage first and then take her to Lu Jiaxing's house. Jiang Kan was stunned. Anna had only said that she was already married and it would be safer for her to stay there during this time. Jianjia had a terrible headache but could only accept this alternative. News of Anna's arrest at the police station quickly spread online. Some accused her of creating a media frenzy, while others condemned the horrific behavior of obsessive fans. The debate escalated. Jiang Kan took a detour through the back alley of Zifeng High School, and Anna, smelling the aroma of egg pancakes, suddenly told him to stop and join the last group of students. She watched the proprietress make pancakes, fry dough sticks, and spread sweet and spicy sauce, and whispered that she had never eaten this before. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat it, but rather that from childhood to adulthood, she had never had the right to choose what she ate, what she did, or who she liked. Students in blue and white school uniforms poured out of the alleyway, and Anna recalled the rain under the wisteria trellis. Those recitations, falling petals, and laughter all remained from many years ago. Now, only she remembered them. She didn't cry. She simply bought an egg pancake, as if to make up for a belated freedom she had felt back then. Spring Mountain residence had been tidied up spotlessly by the housekeeper, yet it was as empty as if no one had ever lived there. Anna dragged her luggage inside, as if she were entering Lu Jiaxing's glamorous yet unfamiliar shell. She sat on the carpet, straightening her clothes. When a wad of tissue paper covered in writing slipped out of her pocket, it was the first draft of her stand-up comedy routine. Late at night, Lu Jiaxing finished his meeting and saw that Anna was trending on social media again. He didn't understand why everyone was so eager to convict her when she was clearly the victim. He registered an inconspicuous Weibo account, only following Anna, and then deleted the messages of concern he had written. Just as he was about to return to Spring Mountain residence, his grandmother suddenly called, saying she couldn't breathe. Lu Jiaxing's expression changed instantly, and he asked where she was. His grandmother, however, slowly told him that she was at Spring Mountain residence, sitting with Anna, and urged him to come home immediately. After taking a shower, Anna went downstairs to pick up her light meal delivery and saw Lu Jiaxing's grandmother, Shangfeng. The old woman spoke in a soft Wu dialect and was slightly hunched over, but as soon as she entered, she stared at the cold steak and bland salad on Anna's plate, convinced that Lu Jiaxing had starved his wife to thinness. When her grandmother asked Lu Jiaxing if he had liked her since high school, Anna almost choked on her water. She knew the marriage was just an agreement and had always believed that Lu Jiaxing's heart belonged to Shiryu. But her grandmother wouldn't listen to any explanations, only scolding her grandson for being so busy that he neglected his family. That unconditional favoritism, regardless of right or wrong, suddenly brought tears to Anna's eyes. She hadn't been protected like this in a long time, and finally, she couldn't help but hug her grandmother. The old woman patted her back, saying she was a good child. Anna buried her face even deeper, for the first time not wanting to immediately push away this warmth. Grandma took out her old, worn-out phone and asked Anna to teach her how to use short videos. The homepage, however, was flooded with rumors of a car accident, a secret marriage, and being kept by a sugar daddy. The vulgar language didn't even spare Lu Jiaxing. Grandma was so angry her chest tightened. She took off her reading glasses and used handwriting input to fight the haters on behalf of her granddaughter-in-law. When Lu Jiaxing rushed back to Chunshan residence, the rain had just stopped. He saw Anna hand him a tissue, and he also saw his grandmother still angry on her behalf. That night, for the first time, the three of them sat under the same lamp like a real family. But both Anna and Lu Jiaxing knew that there were still too many secrets between them. Grandma refused to go back and insisted on forcing the two of them into the master bedroom. The room was as spacious as a show home, but Anna felt completely unfamiliar with it. Lu Jiaxing had just finished showering and changed into his pajamas, his wet hair still damp. The two of them sat in silence across the large bed. Even their breathing seemed unusually clear. Chiana lay down with her back to him, while Lu Jiaxing leaned against the headboard reading. Only when her breathing became steady did he put down his reader, recalling a photo of her back taken with an old camera, a short-haired girl wearing a red hair clip, standing in the light of midsummer after the wisteria had faded. He closed his eyes, but didn't dare touch the person beside him. The next day, Chiana smelled the aroma of wontons as she went downstairs. Lu Jiaxing and her grandmother were both wearing aprons. One was wrapping wontons, and the other was chopping scallions. The hot soup warmed her stomach, and she felt comforted, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Her grandmother then brought over soy milk, but she said she couldn't stand the smell of soybeans. The old woman didn't ask any further questions and simply handed it to Lu Jiaxing. Jiang brought new pajamas, but also bad news. The production team claimed they had already sent the talk show script, but neither she nor Jianjia had received anything in their email inboxes. Chiana searched through all 3 email accounts, confirming that someone wanted to embarrass her on stage. She didn't get angry, but simply asked Jiang to book the earliest flight to Yanjing for the next day. When a flight was delayed, a passenger yelled at a flight attendant. Chiana took off her sunglasses, calmly ordered a coconut juice, and helped the passenger out of the situation. Someone took a picture of her profile, and online speculation quickly spread that she was trying to make a comeback through stand-up comedy. But she knew that what truly awaited her was a pre-planned act of humiliation. When Lu Jiaxing arrived at the company, he learned from assistant Lin that Chiana had already flown to Yanjing. He showed no outward reaction, but upon returning to Chunshanju, he found a note on a napkin. "President Lu, I've gone to Yanjing." It wasn't that anyone had kept it from him. He simply discovered it too late. He put away his white pajamas on the balcony and suddenly remembered seeing Chiana's excellent essay in the corridor when he first arrived at Zifang High School. On a snowy day, he read the line, "If the mountain will not come to me, then I will go to the mountain." And he still remembered it clearly to this day. Upon arriving in Yanjing, Lu Jiaxing still had to attend a banquet he couldn't refuse. Someone mentioned Chiana, saying that she was almost blacklisted back then, and it was only when Lu Jiaxing signed a performance-based agreement during the most difficult time of his business that she was pulled back from the brink of disaster. Mr. Lu, however, drunkenly advised him to let Chiana retire from the entertainment industry as soon as possible and live off Lu Jiaxing's money. He had a cigar in his mouth, and his contempt for her was undisguised. In the end, he deliberately blew all the smoke at Lu Jiaxing, making it clear that he was provoking him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Dashao Entertainment, Chiana took off her mask and drank an iced Americano to refresh herself. Jiang stared at the time with worry. The planner was nowhere to be seen, and outside the window, Beijing was shrouded in a gray haze of sand and dust, like an embarrassing situation that had been brewing for a long time. Zhang Lei finally pushed open the door and came in, his hat brim and mask covering half his face. As soon as he sat down, Chiana heard his thoughts. It turned out that this man was surprised that she was even more beautiful in person than on camera, and the missing email made her even more vigilant. Several screenwriters handed over a printed copy, but Chiana frowned after only reading a few pages. The entire draft exploited her status as a female celebrity, filled with puns and low-brow jokes. It wasn't stand-up comedy at all, but rather someone trying to embarrass her in public. She bluntly said the script was boring. The writers explained that there were too many restrictions, and there was a lot of content they couldn't write or dared not touch. But Chiana said that stand-up comedy is like dancing in shackles, but those shackles shouldn't be an excuse for not creating good work. She distributed her prepared opening draft to everyone, determined to make a splash. The draft delves into family, work, and the plight of women, with humor laced with satire. The screenwriters, who had initially been dismissive of her, gradually abandoned their contempt and began to carefully read each page. Her secret marriage and her experience with her high school classmate were also discussed. Chiana agreed to include them in the jokes, but asked that they not be deliberately attention-grabbing. She scanned through everyone's thoughts, but still couldn't find the person who intercepted the email, so she could only leave with a coffee, intending to go to the dressing room for some fresh air. As soon as the door opened, Chiana bumped into Yu Manchua. The other woman had a similar build to her, but her aura was as cold as a knife. She complained about the coffee and cake that had been delivered, and then vented her anger on Jiang Kan, who had spoken up for her tone becoming increasingly harsh. Chiana stood directly in front of Jiang Kan, pointing out that Yu Manshua had intercepted the manuscript and then insulted her assistant. Yu Manshua sneered and demanded evidence. Chiana admitted she didn't have any, but instead produced a recording pen, demanding that Jiang Kan apologize immediately or she would hand over the recording. Yu Manshua gritted her teeth and brought up old grievances, convinced that Chiana had stolen her acting application years ago, causing her to lose her chance to turn her career around and be relegated to being a stand-in. It wasn't until Zhang Lei arrived that she reluctantly lowered her head and apologized, but her eyes were still filled with resentment. She grabbed the recorder, intending to delete the content, but accidentally pressed play. There was no evidence of insults, only the female screenwriter praising Chiana's opening design. Yu Manshua then realized that Chiana hadn't recorded anything at all. She had simply used bluff to force her to back down. Zhang Lei put his arm around Yu Manshua's waist, and she immediately pretended that they had just been chatting. Chiana politely shook hands with the two of them, and after they left, Jiang Kan pressed her about the email. Chiana first said it was mind-reading, then confessed that she had been bluffing her earlier. But it was indeed Chiana who had someone take that actor's application. That casting director was infamous. Her best friend from when she first entered the industry suffered from depression because of him and is still hospitalized. Yu Manshua thought she had missed her chance, unaware that that path had already come with a price. Jiang Kan felt sorry for her, but Chiana just said to let it go. As they walked out of the elevator, she reminded Jiang Kan that her side of the story was only one side of the story, and not to blindly believe that she was completely right just because she stood up for someone. Jiang Kan, however, said earnestly that she still wanted to believe Chiana. Her round eyes showed no hesitation. Her inner thoughts matched her words perfectly. Chiana was caught off guard and struck a chord. She remained silent for a long time before finally putting on sunglasses and returning to her hotel. On an afternoon when she had no work, she sat cross-legged on the sofa eating noodles with soybean paste, shoving all the soybeans she disliked into Jiang Kan's bowl. Jiang Kan casually noted down her dietary restrictions. Tofu was okay, but dried tofu, soy milk, soybeans, mung beans, and astragalus root were all off limits. After hearing about today's conflict, Jianjia felt a headache coming on. She knew that Chiana understood the consequences of causing trouble, yet she always stood up for her at crucial moments. She told Jiang Kan to keep an eye on people and not to let herself be wronged. Jiang Kan felt much more at ease after hanging up the phone. As soon as Chiana finished eating her noodles, she screamed when she stepped on the electronic scale. Jiang Kan reminded her that it was just normal weight fluctuation, but she insisted that she had been too idle lately, so she immediately tied her hair up in a ponytail, put on a baseball cap, and decided to go out for a bike ride to clear her head. The TV was showing Chung Siue's new variety show. She was wearing a strawberry headband and smiling as she promoted The Great Dream of Jianghu, which was about to wrap up filming. Jiang Kan knew that the role was supposed to be played by Chiana. Before the car accident, she had even practiced martial arts for a whole month. Chiana didn't complain, only saying that she and Chung Siue were close in age and had similar acting styles, and were once called twin flowers. Later, fans forced the two to become rivals, and the war of words intensified, but they themselves almost never really fought each other. She waved the shared bike away and rode off into the wind. Jiang Kan looked at the hour-and-a-half journey on the map and suspected she wasn't actually going to the Forbidden City. Chiana, however, said that she often rode her bike like this in high school, and the wind made her feel lighter. No one recognized the disheveled Chiana along the way. She rode to the Forbidden City, parked her bike, bought a ticket, and entered. Her sunglasses were covered in sand, and her makeup was smudged by sweat. Holding the bottled water she was endorsing, she sat on the stone steps and suddenly realized that the image on the packaging was far less authentic than it appeared now. As she tilted her head back to drink water, Lu Jiaxing suddenly called out to her. Chiana choked and coughed. When she looked up, she saw him standing in the shadows of the main hall, followed by Assistant Lin, General Manager Huang, and a group of team-building employees. The scene made her want to disappear on the spot. Lu Jiaxing calmly introduced her to everyone as his wife. Qiana could only awkwardly greet her, her eyes pleading for his help. Lu Jiaxing seemed oblivious, letting the employees go on tour first, then took out tissues and stood in front of her. Qiana thought he was telling her to wipe her sweat, until Lu Jiaxing pointed out the water stains on her shoulder, at which point she awkwardly lowered her head. The next second, Lu Jiaxing took off his suit jacket and stood in front of her, shielding her from the view of others and also hiding her most disheveled side. Only the sound of the wind remained amidst the red walls and green tiles. Qiana dried her clothes, then looked up and saw that Lu Jiaxing's earlobes were red, so she deliberately teased him for managing to match his gold and silver glasses. Lu Jiaxing didn't reply, but only asked if she needed another tissue. Qiana said the tissue couldn't be secured, so Lu Jiaxing took a clean white paperclip from his pocket. She tucked the tissue inside her clothes and casually called him Doryman. As she turned around, he reached out and brushed a begonia flower from her hair. The red walls reflected the pink shadows of the flowers, and Lu Jiaxing said the wisteria would bloom in a few days. Qiana, however, thought of the person walking away from under the wisteria trellis, Shiyu weakly calling her Mengli. Less than a month until May 27th, the smile on her face slowly faded. They caught up with the team-building group. Qiana looked at the phoenix crown and pearls through the glass, listening intently to the explanation. Lu Jiaxing remembered the palace museum calendar and museum fridge magnets she had sent to her grandmother, realizing that she always made time to visit museums whenever she went to a new city. Passing through the western six palaces, the high walls and narrow passageways felt oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Qiana looked at the small patch of light in the bedroom and said that they were only here for a day, but those who had lived here might have been trapped for a lifetime. Lu Jiaxing didn't refute her, but simply walked quietly with her. After the team-building activity ended, Qiana wanted to leave on a shared bike, but found that all the bikes had already been ridden. She stood there in a daze when Lu Jiaxing sent her a message asking if she wanted to have dinner together, and then said he could give her a ride, adding as if afraid she would refuse, "It's not a problem." Qiana, however, took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat, letting Lu Jiaxing sit in her car for the first time. She was a little rusty at first, but then drove more and more steadily, only saying that she hadn't touched a steering wheel in a long time and wanted to regain her sense of control. As night fell over Gulu, she opened the window and asked him what he wanted to eat. The two went to a Russian restaurant in Zizaman and ordered braised beef, creamy mixed vegetables, and borscht. The waiter then brought out a bottle of wine, saying it was left behind by Qiana and another woman in 2017. Her expression darkened, and she ordered the wine to be decanted and brought over. The bottle of wine wasn't expensive, but it was the best gift Gu Qingqing could offer back then. They met through acting, and Qingqing had celebrated her birthday here. Qiana drank slowly, but the wine gradually tore her memories apart. Lu Jiaxing could only hold her wrist, making her drink the soup first. The official talk show script arrived at that moment. Qiana stared at the screen, her gaze growing increasingly unfocused. On the way back to the hotel, she refused to even fasten her seatbelt, repeatedly grabbing Lu Jiaxing's hand and saying she didn't like it. Lu Jiaxing pressed her to tell him who she didn't like, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. Fueled by alcohol, she confessed that she didn't like herself. She felt she couldn't do anything right, and was so terrible that she was annoying. Lu Jiaxing assumed she was just frustrated with her career, so he took her out of the car to get some fresh air. But to his surprise, Qiana stepped onto the curb and suddenly seemed to have found a new stage. She rested her fist on her chin, pretending to hold a microphone, and introduced herself as a washed-up actress, Qiana. She joked that people always think female celebrities earn money easily, and complained that actresses are always asked how they balance family and work after marriage, while male actors are never asked the same question. She spoke more and more fluently, her rhythm, though slightly intoxicated, sharp yet clear, delivering one punchline after another. Lu Jiaxing, who knew nothing about stand-up comedy, was completely captivated by her. Finally, she put down the invisible microphone, bowed deeply, and Lu Jiaxing, standing in the night breeze, applauded her. Qiana took off his silver-rimmed glasses and put them on her own face, smiling as she asked why there were no stars. Lu Jiaxing looked up at the night sky swallowed by city lights and said, "Of course you can't see them from here." But she still wanted to walk forward, as if she wanted to reach the ends of the earth and find the stars one by one. The next second, she missed a step, and Lu Jiaxing rushed over to catch her. Wild grass sprouted from the gap, and the night wind ruffled her hair. He held her firmly, gently stroking the top of her head with his hand, and whispered, "Will you be happier if I take you to see the stars?" The streetlights illuminated the steps. Lu Jiaxing gently pulled Anna into his arms, cupping her burning face in his hands and removing her large glasses. Her stomach churned, yet she instinctively leaned against his warm chest. As night deepened, an elderly man returning from walking his bird passed by, glanced at the two of them a few times, and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Lu Jiaxing didn't care at all, only tightening his grip on Anna's hand and saying he would take her to see a real starry sky. Just then, medicine and warm water were delivered to the car. The delivery man, speaking with a familiar local accent, couldn't help but glance at the luxury car again. Lu Jiaxing casually said it was a company car, then opened the passenger door and carefully helped her inside. He asked her if she wanted to take her medicine first. Anna lifted half of her face from his embrace and gently shook her head. She felt cold all over and her head was spinning badly, as if the night wind was blowing the effects of the alcohol slowly into her bones. Lu Jiaxing didn't press her, but simply looked up at the dark sky. He suddenly wanted to take her to see the stars, but after finding out the best stargazing spot nearby, he discovered it would take a full 2 hours to drive there. The car smoothly drove through the dead of night in Yanjing, but Anna was tormented even more by the winding mountain road. Outside the window, only the headlights pierced the darkness. The mountain road spiraled upwards, seemingly without end. By the time they reached the mountaintop, she was so sleepy she was half asleep, her breathing so light it was almost inaudible. Lu Jiaxing turned on the heater to make sure she wouldn't catch a cold before getting out of the car alone and facing the biting wind at the summit. Down the mountain, it was still spring night, but on the mountaintop, it felt like winter had arrived early. Lu Jiaxing propped up Jimu's soon-to-be-released new phone on the railing and activated the night mode exposure, just to preserve this starry sea free of stray light for her. 1 second, 3 seconds, 9 seconds, and finally, the screen displayed a sky full of stars. Those stars were distant yet bright, completely different from the city's neon lights. Lu Jiaxing remained silent for a long time, then turned around, went back to his car, and posted the photo on Weibo. Anna was fast asleep in the leather seat. Lu Jiaxing wanted to wake her, but he held back. He told himself there was plenty of time, then slowly opened the sunroof, letting the starlight into the car. She groggily opened her eyes, gazing at the twinkling night sky above, and whispered, "Will the stars suddenly fall down?" Lu Jiaxing smiled and said, "The stars won't fall. They'll always be there." Anna was silent for a moment, then asked if people become stars in the sky after they die. Lu Jiaxing didn't answer immediately, until she whispered that sure you would also become a star, then he said yes. She lowered her head, her fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, and softly asked, "Which one is you?" Tears lingered in her eyes for a long time before finally sliding down her cheeks silently, like a fleeting shooting star streaking across the night sky. Lu Jiaxing handed her a tissue, his voice so low it was almost carried away by the wind, saying that everything would be all right. Anna folded the tissue into a heart shape, looked up, and asked him if it was true, and he nodded earnestly again. The next second, she suddenly pushed open the car door and got out, and a blast of cold air rushed into the car. Lu Jiaxing grabbed his suit jacket and chased after her, draping it over her shoulders and shielding her from the sharp chill of the mountaintop with his body. Anna looked up at the starry sky, raising her hand as if to touch those unreachable lights. She said she had too little connection with this world. She had no one to care about, and no one to care about her. The reservoir not far away reflected the scattered stars, and withered leaves fell into the water, creating ripples. Anna let the wind tousle her hair and whispered that if she suddenly disappeared, probably no one would care. Lu Jiaxing, standing behind her, suddenly spoke up, saying he would care. Anna turned around abruptly, and under the starlight, their eyes met. The entire mountain seemed to be filled only with the howling wind. He didn't say anything more, but Chiana clearly heard another voice. Because she liked him, she cared. Those words hidden in her heart made her heart race uncontrollably, and her stomach felt like it was being tossed about by countless butterflies. Chiana asked him in a daze what he had just said, but Lu Jiaxing didn't know that she had heard his thoughts. He paused for a moment and said that it was too cold and he should take her back to rest. She grabbed his arm, stubbornly insisting he say it again. Lu Jiaxing repeated that he would take her home, but Chiana shook her head, pointed to his heart, and gently tapped his chest with her knuckles. Lu Jiaxing looked down at her, still not understanding what she wanted to ask. He just felt that once she sobered up, she might forget everything from tonight, so he returned to the driver's seat, preparing to take her down the mountain. Just then, the Bluetooth beeped, and Assistant Lin sent an urgent message. An illegal forum was spreading pornographic rumors that Chiana had encountered a perverted, illegitimate child in a hotel and was maliciously dragging Lu Jiaxing and Jimu Technology into it. Lu Jiaxing's eyes turned completely cold after just one glance at the obscene content. He asked if he could report it immediately, and Assistant Lin said the process had already started, but there was no way he could wait for the results in the middle of the night. At 5 a.m, Chiana was awakened by the excruciating pain of a hangover. She only remembered drinking the wine that Gu Qingqing had handed her, and everything that happened after that was a blur, except that she vaguely felt that someone had confessed their feelings to her. There were medicine and warm water on the bedside table. She stopped worrying about whether that memory was real or not, opened the medicine box, and swallowed the pills. The churning in her stomach slowly subsided, but the word, like, in her heart just wouldn't go away. At the same time, the anonymous pornographic forum suddenly crashed completely. Lu Jiaxing took off his glasses, closed his laptop, and, for the first time in a long time, personally erased all traces as a hacker, the blue code illuminating his cold and indifferent profile. The data on the screen kept fading, and the posts slandering Chiana were completely erased. The man stared at the last line of code, his mechanical watch pointing to 5:20 a.m., his eyes filled with barely suppressed coldness. Chiana sat in front of the large vanity mirror, clutching the iced Americano Jiangkan had bought. A moisturizing face mask was on her face. She kept her eyes closed and didn't speak, as if waiting for a long-sealed stage door to reopen. Jiangkan remained uneasy, worried that Yu Manshua might take the opportunity to cause trouble, and suggested changing dressing rooms. Chiana, however, shook her head and calmly removed her face mask. The closer the recording got, the clearer her long-dormant excitement became. After the car accident, she stayed away from the camera for too long and hadn't stood in the center of a formal stage for a long time. But now, the suppressed expectation in her heart is slowly surging up, as if reminding her that she hasn't really left. Jiangkan was just muttering about why the person hadn't arrived yet when the door was pushed open. Yu Manshua, wearing a green knitted sweater with a work apron over it, walked in carrying a makeup case. The layers of tools laid out looked like a silent contest. She sneered as she tucked her curly hair back, asking Chiana how she dared to let her touch her. Chiana looked at her through the mirror and simply replied, "Your technique has always been excellent." This honest remark caught Yu Manshua off guard. She stubbornly insisted that it was true, but today she didn't have any extravagant manicures to back it up, and even her usual sharp aggression was somewhat weakened, leaving only an awkward refusal to back down. Chiana recalled that when they first met, Yu Manshua was her makeup artist. Later, she had a falling out with her team, but because of her similar appearance, she was spotted by a director and accidentally entered the stunt double industry. Being a stunt double was tough and undignified, but Yu Manshua gritted her teeth and endured it. Chiana admired her a lot back then, often bringing snacks to the set and stuffing them into Yu Manshua's hands after work, truly treating her as a friend. But the more similar their backs are, the easier it is for resentment to fester. Extras often mistook Yu Manshua for Chiana, and she began to repeatedly ask herself, since the two look so alike, why can't it be her standing in the spotlight? Later, an important audition opportunity fell into Chiana's hands, and Yu Manshua became convinced that she had been stolen from her. Years of pent-up jealousy finally exploded, and and she blamed all her disappointment on this former friend. Yu Manchua looked down at Chiana's face and said disdainfully that this was the hardest face to do makeup on. Chiana closed her eyes and smiled, replying that the prettier the person, the harder they were to work with, and that she should take it as a compliment. Yu Manchua scolded her for being narcissistic, but her hands quickly got to work. She used a light orange shade to cover her dark circles, then mixed a concealer according to her skin tone, and blended it out little by little with her fingertips, making the base makeup look like it was naturally grown on her skin. The forehead, cheeks, and chin were lightly highlighted, while a light gray-brown contour lowered the cheekbones. The eye sockets, under-eye bags, and bridge of the nose were redefined to create depth. The facial features remained unchanged, yet they seemed to be re-illuminated by the camera's favor. Jiang leaned closer to the mirror and froze. Before him was still Chiana, but with a few strokes of Yu Manchua's brush, her originally cool face instantly gained a sharp edge, as if she were born to stand under the spotlight, firmly locked in by every camera lens. Chiana held her iced Americano and silently recited the final draft, while Yu Manchua didn't waste any words. Her thin eyeliner drew out a cold and sharp edge, her red lips pressed out a retro texture, and then she added some small glitter, instantly giving her face an aggressive look and an irresistible stage presence. Jiang stared in disbelief, then whispered a compliment on her beauty. Yu Manchua immediately raised her chin, retorting that she hadn't even looked at who had done her makeup. Though her words remained sharp, her actions were unusually patient, clearly indicating she didn't want Chiana to suffer a humiliating defeat tonight. After the makeup session was finished, Chiana said, "Thank you sincerely." Yu Manchua seemed to have been burned. She took off her apron and was about to leave, but was gently pulled back by her. The dressing room instantly fell silent. Jiang even held her breath, afraid that the two would start arguing again. Chiana didn't explain the past anymore, only asking her one question. In her heart, was she the one who stole everything? Yu Manchua remained silent for a long time, until the door was about to close, before finally saying, "Good luck," and leaving as if fleeing. The words of encouragement were so soft they were almost inaudible, yet they seemed to tear open a rift in years of animosity. Chiana stared at the closed door, not following. She suddenly understood that some people, even those who had become enemies, had once been the friends she was most reluctant to lose. Before going on stage, Chiana stood backstage, clenching her hands. There was only a standing microphone in the center of the stage. The simpler the setup, the more challenging it was for the performer. She wore a black, slit dress, a pearl necklace dangling from her collarbone. When the spotlight shone down, all eyes in the audience were on her. She walked to the microphone, closed her eyes for a second, and then introduced herself as Chiana, the once famous actress in everyone's eyes. Her first sentence was self-deprecating, preemptively seizing the point that everyone wanted to attack her for. She said her haters call her the lucky koi of the entertainment industry because, despite not having formal acting training, she acted in a film directed by Wang Ming. Since everyone calls her that, she can only regretfully announce that this lucky koi is now stuck in a pot and has officially become a salted fish. The audience burst into laughter, and the live chat exploded with comments. Chiana didn't rush to play the victim. She simply went along with the topic, saying that people always think female celebrities can easily make money because they're good-looking, but she didn't intend to explain. She'd rather just quietly remain in everyone's imagination. She said that when she was a child, she was most afraid of her parents' phrase, "It's all for your own good." What she ate, what she studied, what she did, everything was meticulously planned out for her. She thought that escaping to the United States would bring her freedom, but standing in front of the supermarket shelves, she was almost brought to tears by the exchange rate and prices. The international students laughed first, followed by a moment of silence from the entire audience. Chiana then shifted the topic to actresses, noting that they were always asked how they balanced career and family after marriage, but male actors were almost never asked this question. Didn't they have families? As soon as she posed that question, applause and laughter erupted. She then brought up the rumors of her and Chung Siwe being rivals, saying that the outside world always portrayed the two women as mortal enemies, but in reality, they weren't even that close. The only real pressure they faced was competition among peers. She turned her secret marriage, unemployment, haters, and controversies into jokes, and finally said that she, like a lucky koi fish, had already settled down completely. At the moment of her bow, the applause from the audience lasted for a long time. For the first time, Chi-Anna transformed all her embarrassment into the loudest applause through her own efforts. Zhang Lei then took the stage, displaying a seasoned rhythm and a steady presence. Next up was screenwriter Qi Xian, known for her twin ponytails. She addressed female appearance anxiety, jokingly suggesting that women's hair, makeup, and clothing combined create an almost countless face. Qi Xian, following up on the popular joke, added that she would never be a virtuous wife because it's bad luck. Rather than helping others rise to prominence, she'd rather earn 10,000 taels of gold herself. There was a moment of silence, followed by laughter and applause that practically lifted the roof off. Chi-Anna also pressed the laugh button. Meanwhile, after Cheng Siyue removed her ancient costume hairstyle, she came across a clip of Chi-Anna's talk show. She had only clicked on it casually at first, but the more she watched, the more serious she became, and finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. After watching it, she only muttered to herself, "Chi-Anna is actually quite interesting." Her phone rang immediately. It was a video call from Fu Tingxian. Cheng Siyue instantly put on a soft smile, deliberately adjusting the camera angle to make her appear more vulnerable. Fu Tingxian said he was going to attend the Jimu new product launch and asked when she would return to Yanjing. She then casually mentioned that she missed him very much. Cheng Siyue had absolutely no interest in tech products, but she still hung up the video call and opened Jimu's live stream. Since Fu Tingxian was there, she had to appear sufficiently concerned. In the video, Lu Jiaxing and Fu Tingxian appeared one after the other, one gentle and restrained, the other nonchalant and assertive, instantly igniting a flurry of comments. The Jimu launch event didn't drag on for long, immediately showcasing how the smart assistant could take over lighting, door locks, appliances, and cleaning systems. Everyone could see that Jimu wasn't just selling phones this time, but rather aiming to bring a complete smart living experience into every user's home. The entire venue erupted in cheers after the new flagship phone was unveiled. But no one noticed that the first photo in the album of the test unit in Lu Jiaxing's hand wasn't a product image, but rather the starry sky from that night. He kept that photo as if it were a secret no one knew. After recording the show, Chi-Anna returned to her hotel and removed her heavy makeup. Jiang Kan mentioned that Lu Jiaxing had personally driven her back the previous night. She couldn't help but send him a message asking where the two of them had gone after dinner. She thought he wouldn't reply since he was at the press conference, but he replied almost instantly. Lu Jiaxing replied with only 2 words, "Look at the stars." Chi-Anna stared blankly at the screen, her mind blank. The next second, he sent her a photo of a sky full of stars, as if to testify to what happened last night. She almost downloaded and saved it, but her heart was pounding more and more wildly. She intended to end the conversation with an emoji, but mistakenly sent a little person holding a heart. The time to retract the emoji had already passed, and just as Chi-Anna was about to explain, Lu Jiaxing replied with the exact same emoji, only the heart was facing the opposite direction, as if responding to her through the screen. Chi-Anna pressed her temples, reassuring herself that he probably didn't understand, and then fled the chat window. Little did she know, Lu Jiaxing stared at that emoji for a long time, eventually saving it to his favorite emojis, like secretly hiding a precious little thing. The show's ratings exploded unexpectedly after airing. Chi-Anna's talk show segment, her secret marriage topic, and Cheng Siyue's name were all edited into trending topics, reigniting the fan wars between the two sides. The greater the controversy, the higher the show's popularity. Even advertisers started increasing their spending on the second episode. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zhang Lei invited a new guest, but Chi-Anna never expected to meet Yi Qingshan. This former youngest student in the acting class had now joined a drama troupe. During intermission, he handed her chocolate, smiling and calling her sisterly, his eyes still brimming with youthful energy. When Chi-Anna asked about his performance in The White Snake, Yi Qingshan took off his knitted hat, revealing his shaved head, and said that he had ruthlessly shaved his head to play Fa Hai. Chi-Anna laughed and praised his performance, saying it had gone viral and promised to see his performance in a couple of days. When the recording ended, Lu Jiaxing messaged her again, asking if she wanted to have dinner together the next night. Qiana replied that she couldn't tomorrow, as she had already made plans with someone else. Afraid of being too cold to refuse, she added a cat facepalm emoji, as if leaving herself some room to maneuver. Lu Jiaxing stared at the white cat, as if he could already see Qiana herself making the same expression. He didn't press her about who she had arranged to meet, but remained silent for a moment, quietly saving that little cat's expression, as if secretly hiding a bit of her cuteness into his life. The chill of spring has receded, and the weather in Yanjing has finally cleared up. Qiana, wearing a mask, walked into the flower shop. The transparent freezer was crammed with fresh flowers, as if locking the entire spring inside glass. The shop owner was arranging fern leaves when she looked up and recognized her, stopping in her tracks. She asked quietly if she was Qiana, saying she had just finished watching the stand-up comedy awards and was so engrossed that she had nervously crumpled the hem of her apron. Anna Chi pulled down her mask to thank her, then looked at the rows of wrapping paper. She wanted to choose a bouquet of flowers suitable for visiting someone in the hospital, but was afraid of choosing the wrong meaning, so she could only ask the shop owner to put together a gentle and light bouquet for her. The shop owner picked out a few pink tulips that hadn't yet bloomed, saying they had a light fragrance and a long blooming period, making them perfect for giving to patients. Qiana touched the soft petals and immediately decided on this bouquet. It wasn't as vibrant as roses, nor did it have the hospital ward feel of lilies, but it was quiet and bright, like someone still striving to grow upwards. The boy helping out at the shop pricked his hand on a rose thorn. The shop owner tenderly put a band-aid on his hand and proudly mentioned that the boy had just been admitted to Yenching University. Qiana smiled and praised him, then posed for a photo with the siblings, holding a packaged tulip. The light pink floral paper folded over craft paper looked like a small piece of spring being held close to one's heart. The bouquet of flowers was quickly brought to Anding Hospital. Gu Qingqing, wearing a hospital gown and holding a clay doll, was taken aback when she saw Qiana. Qiana simply said that she happened to be working in Yanjing and had stopped by to see her, her tone as light as if it were an ordinary visit. Gu Qingqing stared at the tulips for a long time. The faint floral scent reminded her of the freesia perfume she used to love, and also reminded her that she hadn't touched anything she liked in a long time. Qiana didn't ask any questions, but simply peeled an orange and handed it to her, chatting with her about the recently aired talk show awards. Gu Qingqing said the show was very funny, so Qiana took out her favorite slightly spicy Huangshan sesame seed cake from her bag. Her mouth had become tasteless after taking medicine for so long, and the aroma of sesame seeds, preserved vegetables, and meat from the sesame seed cake instantly whetted her appetite. Gu Qingqing ate 2 in a row, and the oppressive atmosphere in the ward finally eased a little. Qiana laughed at her for being able to eat 6 pills in one go when they were roommates, and Gu Qingqing laughed at herself for being fat, blaming it all on her mouth. But then the alarm clock for her medicine suddenly went off, and she skillfully pulled out the pillbox. Qiana poured her some warm water, and looking at her once vibrant and lively friend, now so thin and frail, her nose couldn't help but sting with tears. She stepped forward and hugged Gu Qingqing, whispering that she had gone to the Moscow restaurant and drunk the bottle of wine Gu Qingqing had left behind years ago. Gu Qingqing's hand, which was patting Gu Qingqing's back, suddenly stopped. Qiana asked, "Why can't the best days be held on to? Why is life always full of unpredictable events that we don't have time to say goodbye to?" Gu Qingqing remained silent for a long time before saying that it was precisely because pain existed that beauty was worth holding on to desperately. During her most difficult times, she had also thought of giving up, but it was her mother who protected her time and time again, and Qiana who kept calling and sending gifts, that prevented her from truly letting go. She finally understood that people can get through the darkness not because they are strong enough, but because there is always someone clumsily but persistently pulling you along. Qiana stayed with her until the afternoon, showing her more photos of the guest house Lu Rui had sent. The courtyard by Irai Lake was bathed in sunlight, with shadows of trees and the sea breeze, like another world. Gu Qingqing looked at the photo with a hint of envy, saying that even if it was hard work, At least she was doing what she wanted to do. Chiana braided her hair into a fishtail braid and then asked her what she wanted to do most. Gu Qingqing lowered her head and ate the noodles her mother had made, finally only saying that she didn't know, those 3 words sounding heavier than a sigh. After leaving the hospital, Chiana bought a string of candied hawthorns, took a picture, and posted it on her Weibo side account. Looking at the mothers pushing strollers, the white-collar workers hurrying along the street, and the sanitation workers sweeping the streets, she suddenly remembered that when she first became an actress, she wanted to experience more different lives. When the green light came on, Jinjia called, saying that the script for the first 15 episodes had been sent to her email. It was a palace drama, and they were missing a villainous empress. Chiana had just agreed to read it first when Jinjia added, Cheng Siyue had already been cast as the female lead, and this role was clearly meant for her to play a supporting role to the other actress. Jiang Can's expression darkened after reviewing Fu's Entertainment's information. Fu's managed a large number of marketing accounts and entertainment bloggers. The role offered seemed like an opportunity, but there were clearly more ulterior motives behind it. Chiana, however, opened the script, wanting to first assess whether this opportunity was worth taking. The outline gets increasingly ruthless as it goes on. The female lead is a modern person who transmigrates into a harem novel, possessing a system that makes everyone revolve around her. But Chiana is going to play the true female lead of the original book, a woman who rises from an ordinary concubine to become empress. After the transmigrated female protagonist appeared, everything that originally belonged to the empress was forcibly taken away. The young emperor fell in love with someone else, and her parents were exiled and died mysteriously and tragically. She was forced step by step into darkness from her gentle and aloof self, and finally died with resentment. The vicious empress was just a shell. Hidden inside was the most ruthless storyline of revenge. Jiang Can felt that the Fu family was taking advantage of her lack of acting opportunities, using a villainous second female lead to promote Cheng Siyue. Chiana, however, said that what she lacked wasn't popularity from variety shows, but rather a role that could solidify her position in the industry. Fu Tingxin's willingness to invest money to rewrite the script proved that this project was worth the gamble. She realized that the Fu family held a large amount of content assets. With the great dream of Jianghu just becoming a hit, new projects were already being launched. Jiang Can became increasingly angry, feeling that they had first stolen her leading role and then made her a stepping stone for Cheng Siyue. Chiana, however, only said that they should seize the opportunity first and settle the score later. Not long after, Fu's Entertainment received a reply from her confirming her acceptance of the role. Fu Tingxin merely raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and his secretary immediately handed him new information. Several film and television companies were interested in purchasing the IPs that Fu's Entertainment was holding onto. The total inventory consisted of 114 IPs, enough to ignite another round of competition in the content market. Fu's Entertainment, backed by the Fu Group, has no shortage of money and resources. Fu Tingxin bought up a large number of IPs at low prices back then, but deliberately kept them undeveloped. Now that the great dream of Jianghu has become incredibly popular, various companies are flocking to it because of the potential profits, so he has his secretary screen projects, keeping the best ones in his hands. The remaining IPs will be sold after Cheng Siyue's new drama finishes airing and the market buzz picks up again. By then, the copyrights originally acquired at a low price can easily be multiplied 2 or 3 times. What others see as blockbusters, opportunities, and dreams are, in Fu Tingxin's hands, just a string of numbers that can be sold and cashed out at any time. Backstage at the local TV station, the host was getting her hair done with her eyes closed when the makeup artist suddenly peeked out and said she'd seen Lu Jiaxing, who was even more handsome in person than on the live stream. The dressing room erupted in excitement, and staff quickly reminded her not to swoon, as today's interviewee was none other than Mr. Lu, the CEO of Jimu Technology. On the other side, Lu Jiaxing glanced down at his mechanical watch. The second hand on the light green dial ticked forward. After Assistant Lin left, he stood up and straightened his cuffs. The cameras and live broadcast lights simultaneously illuminated the screen, and the recording of the program Best People officially began. After the host introduced the guests, the camera cut to Lu Jiaxing. His white shirt and black trousers, combined with his clean and restrained demeanor, instantly drew a flood of comments on the screen. She first asked him why he entered the tech industry, to which Lu Jiaxing replied that he had loved numbers and code since high school. He later earned double degrees in computer science and information management, working his way up from the software industry in Shenzhen to become a consultant for overseas companies. What truly changed him was a book called Fire in the Valley. The entrepreneurs in the book made him realize that technology shouldn't just be about working for others. It could also become your own brand. His first entrepreneurial venture wasn't glamorous. He and his partners developed encryption and antivirus software, facing fierce market competition that left them with almost no room to breathe. They didn't make much money, and the project ultimately failed. However, those days gave him his first taste of the true thrill of entrepreneurship. Those around him immediately inquired about the rumors that his grandmother had been scammed out of money by counterfeit phones and asked if that was why he decided to make domestic mobile phones. Lu Jiaxing laughed and denied it, saying that what truly motivated them was never a coincidence. He, along with Mr. Su, Mr. Huang, and their group of partners who had experienced setbacks, simply wanted to create a Chinese technology brand. So they set their sights on the mobile phone market, launched the Ximu Generation 1, and fiercely entered a market previously dominated by overseas brands with lower prices and a better user experience. The first generation of Ximu quickly became a bestseller, convincing them for the first time that good products would eventually be recognized by users. However, even more pointed questions soon followed. Some people online said that Ximu's low-end phones were very low class and couldn't compare to big international brands at all. Lu Jiaxing didn't shy away from the issue. Instead, he calmly stated that high-end and low-end simply target different demographics. The fact that Ximu can be compared to established overseas brands already demonstrates that they've entered the game. All that's left is to keep moving forward. When the host asked what constitutes a good phone, his answer was simpler: buy the one that best suits your budget. Technology should serve life, not create anxiety, and certainly not force ordinary people to be held hostage by products for the sake of appearances. When the QA session began, Lu Jiaxing pulled out the first card from the box. If you could go back to high school, what would you most want to do? After a few seconds of silence, he said, confess to someone. The director, who had been daydreaming, immediately sat up straight. The camera zoomed in instantly, revealing Lu Jiaxing's slightly red earlobes. His gaze lowered, as if recalling a name he had kept hidden for many years. The live chat went completely out of control because everyone knew that he and Qiana had been students at the same high school. The second question came from a fan of the Xingli CP, Xingli and Qiana pairing, asking if he would participate in a couples variety show with Qiana. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and said that he was not opposed to it, but it would depend on Qiana's work schedule, casually handing over the decision to her. The third question asked him what superpower he most wanted to have. Lu Jiaxing smiled and said mind reading. Being able to hear what others were really thinking would be very interesting. But no one knew that this answer seemed like a test from afar. After the interview, Lu Jiaxing shook hands with each of the staff members and left. General Manager Huang was already waiting for him outside. The two of them had to rush to a physical store in Yanjing. Only after getting into the car did Lu Jiaxing realize that almost all the questions he had asked revolved around Qiana. That store wasn't in a bustling commercial district, nor was it in the city center. It was Ximu's first physical store in the world. To outsiders, it was ordinary and unremarkable, but to Lu Jiaxing and his friends, it was the place where all their ambitions and dreams truly began. In the store, an elderly woman said her phone suddenly wouldn't turn on, and she wanted to get a new one. After checking it, the clerk found that the system was just stuck, and it worked fine after being restarted. The woman was so grateful that she tried to give the young man the sweet potatoes in her bag. On the other side, a male office worker rushed over during his lunch break, just to pre-order the new phone that had just been unveiled at the launch event. Lu Jiaxing stood on the second floor, his hands gripping the escalator, quietly watching as the elderly and young people were connected by the same small shop. He suddenly turned to Mr. Huang and asked, "What makes a good mobile phone?" For elderly women sat around the mahjong table, the tiles clattering loudly. On the table, they were vying for points. Underneath, they were competing to see who had the most confidence. In the end, Shang Feng won again, smiling and saying she was too kind, but the other women's faces were filled with resentment. Grandma Nyo pushed the cards away, implying that Shang Feng, who always won, should let others win. Grandma Zhao immediately changed the subject, praising Lu Jiaxing for recently appearing on television and noting his apparent talent even as a child. Shang Feng simply smiled faintly, unwilling to use her child as a bargaining chip for showing off at the card table. She decided to take everyone to the food street, scanned a QR code on her phone, and generously ordered 4 servings of stinky tofu. A talk show was playing on the stall's TV when Granny Zhao suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Isn't that Shang Feng's granddaughter-in-law?" Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Shang Feng looked up and recognized Qiana, her tone softening involuntarily. She said that Qiana had gone to work in Yanjing and had even asked a girl surnamed Jian to help her change her phone. Her old friends praised her repeatedly, and just as the steaming hot stinky tofu was served, Shang Feng remembered something more important. Ignoring the scalding hot tofu, she immediately dialed Anna Chi's number. Her grandmother first thanked the girl surnamed Jian, then mentioned that Anna Chi always sent things, and even the museum refrigerator magnets had been snatched up by the neighbor's children. Though she complained, her words were full of pride. Chiana smiled and said she would send more if the child liked it. But the play was about to start, so she had to hang up. Her grandmother pressed her to tell her what she was watching, and she said it was The Legend of the White Snake. Shang Feng laughed even harder, saying that this play should be performed in Hangzhou, as the broken bridge was almost broken by tourists. After hanging up the phone, Chiana put it on silent. 3 chimes later, ancient music mixed with the sound of wooden fish filled the theater. A monk in a gray-yellow robe walked past the audience, and a thin mist rose up, as if everyone had been dragged into that 1,000-year-old story. In the center of the stage, Yi Qingshan, with his back to the audience, slowly bowed, his every move as steady as the real Fa-hai. Chiana gradually forgot who the person on stage was, only feeling that the familiar story of the white snake was being performed so cruelly and painfully, with layers of love and hate pressing down on the audience, making it hard for them to breathe. As the curtain fell, the applause nearly lifted the theater. The cast and crew rushed to the front of the stage hand in hand for a curtain call, while Chiana, sitting in the very front row, clapped until her palms were warm. Her appreciation was genuine, without a hint of formality. She was simply grateful that this group of people had truly brought the story to life. The backstage area was already packed with fans. Chiana waited until Yi Qingshan finished wiping his sweat before handing him the flowers. She simply said he had performed very well, but Yi Qingshan's eyes lit up immediately. He said this was his first stage play, and she happened to be sitting in the very front row. Chiana asked if the tour would include Hangzhou, thinking that her grandmother should also see this version of The Legend of the White Snake. Yi Qingshan said that Shanghai was already booked, but there was still no news about Hangzhou. He then took off his long robe as Fa-hai, changed back into a light green sweatshirt and jeans, and became a clean-cut, youthful boy again. The two drove their own cars and eventually pulled into a hot pot restaurant at the entrance of the alley. The shop was small and inconspicuous, but it was packed with customers at night, with only the window seats facing the street left. As soon as the hot pot was placed on the table, the steam immediately filled the glass, also fading some of the awkwardness between them. Chiana picked up some sliced beef, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in her mouth. The meat was so tender that she barely needed to chew, and she couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. Yi Qingshan laughed, and said that next time he would take her to the north to eat the freshest beef and mutton. Having just finished a whole performance, he had already finished 2 plates of mutton in the blink of an eye. Chiana asked him if he had to rush to the next event. He nodded, but suddenly put down his chopsticks and scratched his head. His hesitant expression told her at a glance that he had something on his mind. She smiled and told him to speak directly, and Yi Qingshan's expression immediately became serious. He stared at Chiana and earnestly said thank you. Even more surprisingly, she heard the voice in his heart that perfectly matched the words he uttered. This inexperienced young man had no ulterior motives. He had truly kept that gratitude buried deep in his heart for many years. Yi Qingshan said that during his most difficult time, it was Qiana who lent him 50,000 yuan, which saved him. Without that money, he might have returned to the north to herd sheep long ago and would never have been able to perform on stage again. Qiana, however, said that the money had long been paid back and that he had worked hard to get into the drama troupe on his own. Yet Yi Qingshan stubbornly called her his benefactor, saying he was willing to treat her as his sister for life. Qiana agreed softly, but for the first time, she realized what it was like to have a younger brother. She had only felt sorry for the child at first, never expecting him to turn his help into his own future. She urged him to continue eating meat, happy for Yi Qingshan, and happy for everyone who had weathered the storm. Yi Qingshan chuckled foolishly, a stark contrast to the cold and stern Fa Hai on stage. But this seemingly warm dinner was unexpectedly interrupted by someone else. At the same time, Lu Jiaxing sat in the back of the van, taking off his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Outside the window, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by. He suddenly saw Qiana handing something to the man opposite her, with a rare relaxed smile on her face. Lu Jiaxing put his glasses back on, confirming that the person was indeed Yi Qingshan. The two were standing on the street chatting and laughing, a scene that should have been ordinary, yet it made his jaw tighten little by little. That nameless jealousy came quickly and fiercely, as if someone had forcibly smashed open the door to his heart that he had suppressed for many years. At midnight, Lu Jiaxing had already boarded a flight leaving Yanjing. Outside the window, the city lights resembled a galaxy fallen to the ground. He lay back in his reclined seat, but the image of Qiana and Yi Qingshan laughing and talking side by side kept flashing through his mind, and his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Such late nights and flights suddenly transported him back many years. Back then, he had just made a name for himself in Shenzhen's computer industry when he was headhunted by an American company with a high salary. Several layovers left him exhausted, yet he remained glued to a copy of Fire in the Valley, refusing to close his eyes. He went to the United States simply because that's where the industry's pinnacle is. Soon, he became the most hard-working Chinese engineer in his Silicon Valley cubicle, his life consisting solely of code, meetings, and projects. His beautiful and enthusiastic female colleague, Gloria, often invited him to dinner on weekends, which he mostly politely declined, though it wasn't that he was unmoved. What truly prevented him from getting close to others was that he always held on to someone in his heart. One day, he found a piece of code from high school in an old folder unrelated to work. It was a pixelated game he had secretly made before graduation, and it was also the graduation gift he had prepared for Qiana. That crude game held the final level, and also the unspoken feelings he harbored. He had intended to wait until Qiana completed the game before letting her discover the answer. But before he could give her the gift, she hurriedly went to America, leaving Lu Jiaxing under the wisteria trellis, clutching the old code. He then devoted all his time to studying and working, and quickly rose to become a senior executive in the company. But the predictable nature of his life made him increasingly weary. He pulled out Fire in the Valley from the bottom of his bedside table, quit his high-paying job, and started his first business with his partners. They made encryption software and antivirus products, thinking they could create their own legend. Reality, however, poured cold water on everything. Established companies launched superior products first, and their small company quietly died in the winter, not even surviving until the following spring. The night his startup failed, Lu Jiaxing agreed to go drinking with Gloria. The whiskey burned his throat, the rose-flavored ice ball swirled in his glass, and Gloria took off his glasses. In their drunken stupor, they drew closer. Snowflakes drifted outside, and they kissed in the snow, looking perfectly matched, as if destined for each other. But Lu Jiaxing's heart was always elsewhere. Until the bar door was pushed open by the wind and snow, he looked up and saw a Chinese girl in a beige coat. In that instant, Gloria was still talking, but the whole bar seemed to be muted, and all he could hear was the frantic pounding of his chest. Qiana had shed her girlish naivete and become even more beautiful, more like the unattainable person in his memory. Lu Jiaxing put his glasses back on and almost instinctively stood up, thinking he was finally one step away from that belated old dream. only to see her walking towards a silver-haired man. She took his hand, their fingers intertwined. The colorful bubble that had lingered in Lu Jiaxing's heart for years burst silently on the spot, and the effects of the alcohol instantly wore off. It turned out that all the distance he had traveled, all the effort he had put in, had been for someone else who was already holding someone else's hand. That night, Gloria, draped in a black fur coat, got into the car he had called. Before getting out, she asked if he wanted to come upstairs. He shook his head again and said sorry once more. Back in his apartment, he woke himself up with cold water, rummaged through his old boxes, and finally found the pixelated game, its graphics long outdated. There was no fire in the fireplace, and only old wallpaper left by the landlady covered the walls. In the dead of night, as freezing rain pounded against the windows, Lu Jiaxing suddenly remembered the snow in Wuzhou and the hot wontons his grandmother used to bring him. But before the memories could fade, the plane had already passed through the downpour and landed heavily at Shaoshan Airport. Lin Wei whispered a reminder that they had arrived. Lu Jiaxing took off his blindfold, squinting from the cabin lights, then opened his umbrella and stepped into the rain. His black suit looked even heavier in the night, raindrops covering his glasses. He only said 3 words, "Finally home." The rain in Hangzhou was getting heavier and heavier, but the temperature was rising day by day. In the underground parking garage of Jimu headquarters, Wang Xishuan was dropping Li Sihui off at the subway station. As soon as she opened the car door, she hesitated, seriously asking herself whether she should sit in the front or the back, as if afraid of stepping on some unseen rule. Wang Shi told her to sit in the passenger seat and not treat him like a real driver. Li Sihui replied that people online say married men shouldn't let other women sit in the front. Wang Shi was amused and just urged her to fasten her seatbelt so he wouldn't be late making soup for his wife when he got home. Li Sihui then discovered that Wang Shi, who was usually so stubborn, could actually cook. Wang Shi confessed that his wife was from Guangdong and loved soup, so he had specially learned to cook. She was speechless at this unexpected display of affection and could only look down at her phone to distract herself. Just then, she came across a short interview video of Lu Jiaxing. The man in the video said he would confess his feelings to someone, his tone calm, but a rare shyness lingered in his ears. The next second, Lu Jiaxing's black van drove past, and Li Sihui quickly turned off the screen, but couldn't suppress her smile. Wang Shi casually asked her if she liked CEO Lu. Li Sihui immediately denied it, saying that she admired Lu Jiaxing, but she actually shipped him and Qiana. She earnestly explained that their CP name was Xing Li, which sounded like luggage, and the number of people on their fan page had recently increased several times over. She even proudly admitted that she was an administrator of the Xingli Supertopic and held a significant position within it. Wang Shi was completely bewildered but didn't tease her further. Before getting out of the car, Li Sihui suddenly said that she wasn't as capable as President Lu, nor as beautiful as Qiana, but she was still very satisfied with herself as she was. She opened her folding umbrella and rushed into the rain, quickly disappearing at the subway entrance. Wang Shi watched her retreating figure and muttered, "That silly girl is too serious." Meanwhile, Lu Jiaxing and Lin Wei were also stuck in rush-hour traffic. The entire city seemed to be blocked by the torrential rain, and the traffic could only move forward little by little. Shang Feng called, immediately scolding Lu Jiaxing for staying up so late again. He quickly admitted his mistake without the slightest impatience. On the other end of the line, several grandmothers were bustling about in the small kitchen, shrimp, tomato sauce, and birthday dishes piled high on the counter, making it as lively as a New Year's celebration. Lu Jiaxing was half an hour late. Upon entering, he hugged Shang Feng and earnestly wished her a happy birthday. Lin Wei, after presenting her gift, intended to leave, but Shang Feng pressed her down to the dining table. With a simple, "I'll do as I say here," Shang Feng made Lin Wei obediently sit down, while Lu Jiaxing turned and went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. The gift box was opened, revealing top-grade cordyceps inside. Shang Feng complained that he was wasting money, but she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Lin Wei explained that it was for her tonic, and Granny Zhao also urged the birthday girl not to rush. As Lu Jiaxing's squirrel-shaped mandarin fish had already been placed on the table, its aroma instantly overpowering the sound of the rain. The round table was quickly filled with jiangxia dishes, and Lin Wei poured corn juice for the elders. Shang Feng then took out the birthday cake that Chi Anna had ordered from the refrigerator, and the candlelight flickered into everyone's eyes. But Lu Jiaxing's gaze suddenly stopped on Shang Feng's brand new cloud gray Ultra phone. Shang Feng waved her phone, smiling smugly, saying it was a gift from Xiao Qi, and that girls are always so thoughtful. The smoke from the phone died down. Lin Wei then explained for Lu Jiaxing that he had also prepared a new phone, but intended to take it out later. It turned out to be the same model and color as the original. Grandma Zhao chuckled, saying the two young people seemed to have planned it all along. Shang Feng looked at the two phones with increasing delight. Lu Jiaxing, however, pressed Chi Anna about when she bought them. Upon learning that she remembered her grandmother's old phone right after the press conference, and had even asked someone to transfer all the data, he fell silent for a long time. He suddenly realized that Chi Anna always took care of everyone in the little things, but the only exception was him and his wife. They rarely had a proper conversation. Shang Feng saw through his thoughts and seriously reminded him that Chi Anna hadn't even been able to have a wedding because of her lung cancer surgery back then. Now that their secret marriage has been exposed, Chi Anna's career will be the first to be affected. Shang Feng told Lu Jiaxing to treat her like a precious gem and stop focusing solely on work. Lu Jiaxing nodded quietly, only realizing at this moment that she had already shouldered too much for him in that hastily started marriage. Shang Feng immediately made a video call. As soon as Chi Anna answered, she gently wished her a happy birthday. Upon learning that she had rushed to the film set after finishing her trip to Yanjing, Shang Feng felt sorry for her and asked Lu Jiaxing if he could visit the set. Chi Anna smiled and said that now that they were public, the timing was right, so of course he could come. She also invited her grandmother to visit the film set, but Shang Feng waved her hand, saying she didn't want to join in the fun with young people and asked Lu Jiaxing to go in her place. In the shot, Chi Anna was wearing a navy blue off-the-shoulder top with light makeup, but her collarbones were so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Lu Jiaxing was dragged into the shot by his grandmother. Chi Anna noticed his slight surprise, but first congratulated him on the successful launch of Jimu. Lu Jiaxing said in a low voice that he actually had other wishes. She seemed to be teasing him, asking if he wanted to hear someone's innermost thoughts, or if he wanted to confess to his first love, clearly having already seen that interview. Lu Jiaxing's eyes brightened slightly, but before he could explain, Chi Anna announced that the script reading was about to begin. She apologized to his grandmother on his behalf and then hung up the video call. The unspoken words remained in the silence after the screen went out, like a wisp of lingering smoke. After dinner, Lu Jiaxing stood in the kitchen washing dishes. Warm water rinsed the dishes, and he squeezed out the nearly empty dish soap little by little. In the living room, several elderly women chatted about mahjong, reminiscing about the past, and also about their peaceful lives now. Lu Jiaxing knew from a young age how difficult it was for his maternal grandmother to raise him. His maternal grandfather passed away early, and after his parents divorced, he was sent to that old house on Wujiang Road. On the nights when he was most seriously ill, it was his maternal grandmother who held him all night and comforted him, saying that the pain would fly away. As a boy, he would do his homework to the sounds of Suzhou storytelling and ballad singing in Wuzhou. Whenever he looked up, he would see his grandmother wearing reading glasses and embroidering. She embroidered the scenery of Jiangnan stitch by stitch, and she also supported his incomplete childhood with half a lifetime of hard work. Therefore, Lu Jiaxing never dared to forget her suffering. Before leaving, Lin Wei reminded him that Shang Feng was right, and he should take the initiative. Lu Jiaxing simply replied with an okay, but for the first time, he had an answer in his heart. After the meal, the grandmothers left, and the house became quiet. Shang Feng walked into the inner room alone and stopped in front of the Buddhist shrine. She gazed at her late husband's old memorial tablet, lit an incense stick, and said it was her birthday. She told him that Jiaxing was back, her old friends were there, and that Chi Anna and her daughter had both called. She spent her days playing cards and shopping, living a carefree life, and that he didn't need to worry about her at all. But in the end, Shang Feng's eyes still reddened. She had just suddenly missed him, realizing how short life is, yet how many people she misses. Wisps of smoke rose in circles, like ripples on water after rain, and like those bygone years that can never be returned to. Lu Jiaxing stood at the door, seeing his grandmother's hunched back and a black and white photograph of his grandfather, whom he had never met. Only at this moment did he truly understand why his grandmother always urged him to pursue Qiana. She was simply afraid that he would let the person he most wanted to see become a lifelong regret. On the other side, the private hot spring was hidden deep in the flowers and trees. Fu Tingshan had just finished bathing and sat down by the pool to call Cheng Siyue over. Cheng Siyue pretended not to hear him and only swam over slowly when he called her full name. The next second, she suddenly pulled him into the water, splashing water everywhere. Fu Tingshan hugged her from behind, his smile carrying a sense of pressure. Cheng Siyue was still angry because he had taken 2 more days off for her without her consent. He had promised not to affect the crew's work, but he still acted first and asked for permission later, completely disregarding her situation as the female lead. Fu Tingshan didn't think a single reading session was a big deal, but Cheng Siyue knew that if everyone else was present except the female lead, it would only make her seem like a diva. In the end, he compromised, allowing her to appear on the last day and even arranging for a film crew to shoot behind-the-scenes footage before she reluctantly stopped pursuing the matter. The argument was swallowed up by the hot spring water, and the night quickly swallowed up the anger. The next day, Cheng Siyue changed into a light blue kimono and sat at a low Japanese table eating wagyu beef. Fu Tingshan asked her what she was looking at, and she looked down and said it was photos of the script readings sent by Qiana. The two had exchanged WeChat contacts because of the earring incident at the party, and Cheng Siyue initially thought it was just a casual acquaintance. But the more she looked at it, the more uneasy she felt. She wanted to compete with Qiana fairly and squarely, but she didn't want Fu Tingshan to use the time of Qiana's car accident to hype up the news of her secret marriage and turn everything into a scheme for capital. Fu Tingshan, however, didn't think he was wrong. The secret marriage was real, and spreading it was just a business operation. He said it was all for Cheng Siyue's good, but as she stared at the photo of the reading party on her WeChat moments, her heart churned like sukiyaki, and for the first time, she doubted whether the woman she had been given was truly innocent. In the photo, all the actors are sitting around discussing their scripts, except for Cheng Siyue, whose seat is being read aloud by her assistant, Xiao Zhu. The screenwriter isn't angry and is simply proceeding according to the script. However, the male lead, Yu Kai, is leaning back lazily in his chair, listening to his assistant rehearse with him, clearly somewhat impatient. In the first episode, there were no scenes featuring Qiana, and she listened quietly to the entire performance. In the second episode, when it was the second female lead's turn, she only uttered a single sentence, "I take my leave." Yet her pronunciation and emotion were clean and precise, carrying an inherent classical charm. The screenwriter couldn't help but look up, making a serious impression on this actress sitting in the corner for the first time. Her script was densely packed, with every line of the second female lead marked in pink, accompanied by notes indicating feelings of helplessness and loneliness. This character lost her mother at a young age and was not born of the principal wife, suffering neglect from childhood. Qiana's aloof temperament only made her vulnerability appear more sharp. Yu Kai glanced at Qiana, their eyes meeting. He was famous for creating on-screen couples, and almost instinctively judged that this person was difficult to control. Qiana paused slightly while taking notes, and immediately saw through the calculation in his eyes, but said nothing. After the reading session, Qiana returned to the hotel to review the plot. The original text on her bedside table was covered with pins of different colors. Jiang brought 2 dinners, and he happily ate fried chicken and spicy noodles, while Qiana could only watch over the low-fat salad, as if she was being tortured in advance. Jiang asked her if she would get tired of eating like this every day. Of course, Qiana would, but she had to be thin for period dramas, and the character had to be slender. As she drank the unpalatable vegetable juice, she suddenly asked Jiang what kind of person the second female lead in the original novel was. Jiang was pitiful in the beginning, but later became so hateful that you wanted to grind your teeth in hatred. Qiana, however, felt that she was simply unwilling to accept her fate, unwilling to be pushed around by destiny, unwilling to end her life so hastily. In the original work, she was treated as a vicious tool, but in the adaptation, she finally had the opportunity to become a real person. When talking about her role, Chiana's eyes lit up dramatically, as if she had dissected that person and then carefully placed her inside her own heart. Jiankan saw her so engrossed for the first time and finally understood that Chiana wasn't playing the second female lead, but rather fighting for a chance to speak for the misunderstood character. On the last day of the reading session, Chung Siue finally appeared, and Yu Kai immediately clung to her side. Chung Siue appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly extremely annoyed. The camera panned across the interaction between the male and female leads, and also across Chiana, who was hunched over her script in the corner, creating a stark contrast between the two women's states. Next, we read the final confrontation between the female lead and the second female lead. Chung Siue recited the line about handing over the poison wine, her voice sweet, but she wasn't fully immersed in the role yet. Chiana didn't look at the script. She only used a mournful question to tighten the atmosphere, and the next second her emotions shifted, every word like a knife. She questioned those people about who had killed them, revealing the cruelest truth. She had done countless good deeds that no one remembered, yet she was branded an unforgivable villain for making just one mistake. Driven into the emotional frenzy, Chung Siue finally caught up in the performance, but was also stunned by the outburst. Anna Chi finally blurted out that the female lead wasn't the original her at all. The secret struck like a thunderbolt, and the second female lead snatched the poisoned wine and drank it all. In the script, the female lead was left only with the word shock, and the large blank space made everyone hold their breath, no one daring to speak first. Chiana suggested that the female lead should perhaps lend her a hand at this moment, because she needed to find out how the other person knew her identity. The screenwriter nodded in agreement. Chung Siue looked at her pages full of notes, then at her own almost blank script, and felt embarrassed for the first time. Chung Siue pressed the female lead about whether more lines should be added, but the screenwriter looked at Chiana instead. Chiana thought for a moment and said that expressions and movements would be better, and leaving room for interpretation would allow the audience to imagine. Chung Siue fell silent after hearing this, finally admitting that she hadn't done nearly enough research on the character. Yu Kai was practically invisible in this scene, only able to casually cross his legs and let his gaze wander back and forth between the two. The film crew left after completing their task, but Chiana stayed until the very end, repeatedly memorizing her lines until she knew every single one so well that she could recite them even with her eyes closed. At the end of the meal, Yu Kai invited Chung Siue to dinner, but she declined. The last time she dined with him, paparazzi photographed them, and her Weibo was besieged by CP fans. She didn't want to cause any more trouble. As she reached the door, she suddenly asked about Chiana's former assistant, Lu Rui, clearly still remembering the earrings. Chiana said that Lu Rui had returned to her hometown to start a business after the car accident, and then got into Jiangkan's car with an umbrella. Tomorrow is the start of filming, and after returning to her hotel, she still went to the gym to train. In the quiet weight room, she wore headphones and used the elliptical machine, trying to expel all her distracting thoughts from her body. A WeChat message popped up. It was Lu Jiaxing asking if the reading session was over. Chiana replied that filming would start tomorrow. Lately, he'd been sharing pictures of the moon after get-off work, exquisite meals, and subtle acts of care. This perfectly balanced gentleness was almost irresistible. But she dared not believe it anymore. Lu Jiaxing's love was like Pandora's box. She had tried to open it a little, only to see that photo and then believe that he liked Shiryu. So even his protectiveness at the dinner table seemed to her only to be for Shiryu, and she had no choice but to close her heart again. Chiana had just finished her training when she saw Chung Siue walk in. Unsure whether to greet her, she simply went to the exercise ball area to stretch. Chung Siue also spread out her yoga mat to warm up, and the two practiced separately across the mirrored wall, creating an atmosphere even more awkward than she had imagined. Chung Siue suddenly turned pale, clutching her lower abdomen and saying it hurt. Chiana initially thought she was just feeling unwell, but then turned back with warm water. Chung Siue's fingers trembled with pain, and she half knelt on the mat. Chiana immediately helped her up and asked if she could go to the toilet. Upon reaching the women's restroom, Chiana handed her a sanitary napkin, saying she would wait outside. But as time ticked by, there was still no movement from inside. Growing increasingly anxious as she stared at the time on her wristband, she finally disregarded the stares of those around her and rushed in to knock on the door. When the cubicle door opened, Chung Siue was in so much pain she could barely stand, her eyes filled with tears and her legs trembling. Chiana was initially annoyed, but seeing her like this, she suppressed all her emotions and could only call Jiang Can to have the car moved to the nearest location. She bent down with her back to Chung Siue and called for her to get on. Chung Siue hesitated for a few seconds before putting her hand on her shoulder. Chiana grabbed her calf and steadily carried her across the parking lot. This former adversary was, for the first time, led away from her most embarrassing moment by her. Seeing that the woman's face was deathly pale, Jiang Can didn't ask any questions and immediately drove to the hospital. Throughout the registration, examinations, and moving the gurney, Chiana stayed by her side the whole time. The ultrasound results came back. The doctor said it was a ruptured corpus luteum, and surgery wasn't necessary for the time being, but she needed pain relief and observation. Chung Siue was in so much pain she could barely speak, while Jiang Can was stifled by the doctor's calm tone. Chiana first contacted Xiao Zhu to explain the situation, then stayed by the bedside waiting for the medication to take effect. When Xiao Zhu arrived, she thanked her repeatedly, mentioning the sponsored earrings that had almost been lost at the party. Jiang Can was taken aback and pressed for details about the earring. Chung Siue slowly explained that it had been found and returned by Chiana's assistant. Jiang Can looked at Chiana, but she showed no sign of taking credit. She simply pulled up the blanket that had slipped down for Chung Siue, and then prepared to lead Jiang Can away. Chung Siue watched her retreating figure and whispered a thank you. Chiana was exhausted from all the commotion and sat in the car, staring blankly at the crimson sunset. Jiang Can was worried that they'd been photographed right after leaving the hospital, and the media would write all sorts of nonsense tomorrow. But Chiana suddenly asked, "Are celebrities really worth that much money?" Jiang Can said that as long as you have money, why think too much? Chiana, however, looked at the horizon and said that she probably wasn't worth it. That extra income compared to ordinary people might not be a reward, but rather a compensation for freedom, privacy, misunderstanding, and being watched, forcing people to learn to bear it. Chung Siue lay in her hospital bed, her abdomen still aching slightly, but her mind was only on the opening ceremony the next day. The film had just begun, and she didn't want to miss the first day, nor did she want people to think that she got the lead role through connections and couldn't even be professional enough. She didn't tell Fu Tingxian. She knew that man's temper all too well. If he knew she was in the hospital, he would force her to take leave and even interfere with the production crew's arrangements. Legend of Fu Yao was originally a project of Fu's Entertainment, and one word from him was enough to change everyone's schedule. Chung Siue opened Weibo and saw that the official Weibo account had already released the character stills and behind-the-scenes footage. In the 9-grid photo collage, each character was meticulously crafted with a significant investment of money. The costumes, headdresses, and makeup were all top-notch. The comment section quickly went viral, with casual viewers urging for the show to air and fans praising her as the center of attention. Xiaozhu sat down by the bed and asked how she was feeling. Chung Siue, however, was only concerned about whether the news of her hospitalization had reached Fu Tingxian's ears. She only breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a negative answer. That night passed quickly. She forced herself to finish the discharge procedures and rushed back to the hotel to meet up with the film crew. The next day, the actors went to get their makeup and hair done. Yukai came over and noticed her pale face. He pretended to be concerned, but it was really just a test. He said he heard she had worked while sick in the hospital the night before, which was really dedicated. Chung Siue didn't want to play along and just said lightly that she was fine. Chiana was also sitting in the dressing room. Only her hair was left to style. She had gotten up too early, and her body hadn't fully recovered from the car accident. Even drinking her iced Americano made her shiver slightly. Seeing Chung Siue's pale face, she still took the initiative to ask if she hadn't slept well last night. Chung Siue said she was only holding on thanks to painkillers. The moment their eyes met, it felt like they were backstage at a gala years ago. each being led by their assistants through their long dresses towards different stages. Chiana suddenly heard the "thank you" in her heart, and the white straw in her hand paused. She was used to hearing other people's hidden thoughts, yet she still often wondered why she alone possessed this ability. If everyone's thoughts could be heard, would there be fewer lies, or would people's hearts simply become more unbearable? When the hairstylist accidentally pulled on her scalp while fixing the hair accessory, Chiana hissed softly. The stylist hurriedly apologized, saying that the style was too difficult to fix, but Yukai, who was bored, casually mocked her, saying that if her skills were bad, she shouldn't make excuses, and the air instantly turned cold. To avoid further embarrassment, Chiana gently patted the hairstylist's hand. Just then, Gu Qingqing, who hadn't contacted her in a long time, sent a video. When the screen lit up, the previously pale face looked much more vibrant than before, startling Chiana at first. Chiana noticed the background wasn't a hospital, so she asked Gu Qingqing if she had already gone home. Gu Qingqing smiled and said that the doctor thought her condition was stable recently and allowed her to be discharged for a while. She didn't want to be cooped up in the ward anymore, so she secretly came out for a trip and asked Chiana to guess where she had gone. Chiana deliberately guessed Fengqing, and Gu Qingqing immediately snapped her fingers. The next second, Lu Rui also squeezed into the frame, a little tanned, with short, neat hair and a bright smile behind her black-rimmed glasses. Only then did Chiana realize that they had actually moved into her little courtyard in Fengqing. Lu Rui said the renovation was completed so quickly thanks to her parents' tireless help after returning to their hometown, and the courtyard will soon be ready for trial operation. Gu Qingqing said she didn't know what to do until her mother handed her a cup of milk tea with pure aroma, which suddenly made her want to go out for a walk. She used to feel trapped, wanting to go to Wine City, but lacking the courage to even take that first step. But this time, she finally understood that if she truly wanted to go, she could reach anywhere. She still hasn't found her direction, but has decided to first learn to make herself happy. Looking at the screen, Chiana simply said, "As long as you're happy." She wanted to hug Gu Qingqing through the camera and hear her true feelings at that moment. Jiang tapped on the table to remind her to leave, and only then did she hang up the video call. For the first time, she felt a complete sense of relief for Gu Qingqing's progress. She suddenly understood that one doesn't need to find the answer immediately. As long as one is willing to step out of the current situation, wherever one goes deserves to be blessed. That rare clear sky eventually fell into the wind of Arai Lake and melted into the gentle moonlight under the night sky of Tsongshan Mountain. The day chosen by the master coincided with the end of the reading session, and the bus carried the entire crew to the foot of Yong'an Mountain. The area was covered with dense bamboo forests, and the mountain scenery was clear and bright. Because of its auspicious name, it was often chosen by film crews as the first place to hold a blessing ceremony and start filming. Assistant Jiang was visiting for the first time and kept taking pictures through the car window. In the distance, incense burners, altars, and red carpets were already set up, and a banner reading "Soaring to the Heavens" fluttered in the wind. Yukai sighed that the date was chosen perfectly. The weather was sunny and not hot, truly like an auspicious start. The second male lead, Du Jingwen, stood to the side, completely different from Yukai's flamboyance. He didn't say much, still holding the script in his hand, his dark silk and gold-threaded costume highlighting his calm demeanor. After getting out of the car, the main cast stepped onto the red carpet one by one, each receiving incense and respectfully bowing in all four directions. After the host introduced the production company, director, and various departments, the incense-burning ceremony officially began. The director first placed the incense sticks into the burner. On the altar were fruits, rice cakes, and roast suckling pig, all in a festive red hue. Chiana followed Yukai forward, but because the incense sticks were too thin, her movements were a moment too slow. A speck of warm incense ash suddenly landed on the back of her hand. Just as she was about to brush it away, a senior member of the camera crew smiled and said that incense ash on the hand was a sign of good fortune. Chiana put her hands together and softly replied, "Okay." When the wind blew, the speck of ash disappeared as if it had never existed. After the blessing ceremony, the director lifted the camera cover from the red velvet cloth and the entire crew shouted, "Auspicious start." The main cast posed for a group photo in their costumes. Yukai held up a peace sign alone, but no one responded, so he had to pull Du Jingwen into the frame. Chung Siyue's face was pale, and her smile was noticeably more forced than usual. After the ceremony, staff distributed red envelopes. Chiana accepted the red envelope with gold patterns with both hands, inside which were 2 brand new red banknotes. Assistant Jiang was surprised that she was really rich. The screenwriter laughed and said that she had only heard of empty checks, not empty red envelopes, which amused everyone. Official photos quickly went viral online. Some praised Yukai for looking good in photos, while others said Chung Siyue wasn't in good shape. Still others stared at Chiana's profile as she burned incense, saying that she looked as beautiful as someone who had stepped out of an old painting, standing amidst the fireworks in her ancient costume. On the first day of filming, the lead actors immediately began shooting. As soon as the clapperboard sounded, the first scene, first shot, first take officially began, but it jumped directly to the middle and later part of the story. The actors had to take on high-intensity emotions as soon as they joined the crew, and everyone's true nature was quickly revealed on camera. The first scene shows the second male lead rescuing the female lead in a bamboo forest. Chung Siyue flees in a disheveled state, carrying an old bundle, with stuntmen in pursuit. 3 arrows pierce through the forest. Du Jingwen dons bronze armor, rides his horse, draws his bow, and fires all 3 arrows simultaneously, his heroic aura instantly dominating the scene. Chung Siyue's abdominal pain hadn't subsided, so she could only half bend over and try to hold on. The director yelled "cut" several times, saying her expression was off and her lines were disjointed. Du Jingwen didn't complain at all, cooperating with her to retake the scene time and time again, half supporting her as she moved around, and actually managed to keep up with the scene better than many people expected. Yukai hid under a parasol, having his assistant reapply sunscreen, secretly relieved that it wasn't his turn for this scene. The director noticed Chung Siyue's mistake and didn't scold her further, only allowing her to get one take. After filming, she was drenched in cold sweat, but still swallowed painkillers and refused to rest. The second scene shifts to the male lead discovering the second female lead's true colors and completely breaking ties with her. Yukai's accent has always been a weakness. When he uttered his grief-stricken lines, even the makeup artist next to him almost couldn't help but laugh. The camera then pans to Chiana, and all the noise falls silent at that moment. Her hair hung low, a silver sword pressed against her neck, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. Chiana gazed at the person opposite her, her voice trembling with sobs, yet her lines remained clear and restrained, uttering only one sentence. "You've simply changed your heart." The air in the room instantly tightened under her weight. The day after the opening ceremony, before the morning mist had even cleared at the hotel entrance, the atmosphere was already bustling with light boards and camera shutters. As soon as Yukai appeared, female fans immediately leaned over the railing and called out to him. He smiled and blew kisses, and the red heart-shaped light boards were particularly eye-catching in the mist. The paparazzi had already set up their long lenses and were ready to snap photos as soon as Chung Siyue appeared. Chiana, sporting her new hairstyle, had her assistant Jiang holding an umbrella for her. Just as she was about to get into the car, there was a gentle knock on the window. A blushing girl stood nervously in the rain, clutching a letter. Chiana lowered the car window, took the letter with both hands, and earnestly said she would read it carefully, also reminding the girl to be careful on her way home. After the window rolled back up, the girl was still waving from where she was. Chiana read the letter word by word, then carefully folded it and put it back in the envelope, without being perfunctory in the slightest. Assistant Jiang said there would be fan support on the 13th. Chiana first confirmed the number of attendees, then asked for the milk tea to be paid for from her own personal account, and even prepared for the crew members as well. She also instructed them to clarify the schedule beforehand, so that the fans wouldn't come for nothing, and that the filming schedule and other people's work wouldn't be disrupted. Just before leaving, she suddenly asked if she could buy a bouquet of wisteria nearby. Assistant Jiang said the florist hadn't stocked any and asked if she could have something else, but Chiana answered decisively. Wisteria was the only option. She closed her eyes and didn't explain further, as if she were pressing a certain name and past memories back into her heart. These past few days, Chiana and Du Jingwen have been filming indoor scenes in Group B. The director felt the original lighting was too harsh, so he temporarily switched to candlelight, instantly softening the scene. The damp floor reflected starlight, and the pale blue curtains were pulled back by delicate hands. Every frame on the monitor looked like an ancient painting. The director reminded Du Jingwen that unrequited love isn't about expressing it directly. It's about conveying emotions through the eyes, leaving only a sense of unease and bitterness. When it was Chiana's turn, it was a tea-making scene. She held the tea whisk, whisking the tea with quick, steady movements, the thick tea foam clinging tightly to the rim of the cup. A breeze lifted the sheer curtains, and she walked to the window, her expression gradually hardening. The makeup artist praised her skillful tea-making, but Chiana simply said she learned from videos. During the break, she shared snacks with the staff, and the lighting technician complimented her on the delicious beef jerky. She said it was sent by a friend from northern China and that she could also buy it online. She handed Du Jingwen a soda cracker. Du Jingwen took it but didn't eat it immediately. He simply put it quietly in his palm. The afternoon sun shone on the script, and neither of them spoke of the unspoken understanding between them, like spring slowly transitioning into the approaching summer. Before long, Assistant Jiang and the production assistants brought milk tea to the rest area. A whiteboard read, "Soaring to great heights, Chiana is treating the entire cast and crew to milk tea, wishing everyone a successful workday." Soon, everyone on set had a cup, and the sweet aroma warmed the atmosphere completely. Still in her costume, Chiana walked to the support food truck carrying milk tea prepared for her fans. The white food truck was decorated with light purple posters featuring chibi-style figures of the characters she had played. Several girls in denim overalls saw her and immediately called her sister with tears in their eyes. She smiled and handed over the milk tea. She recognized two of the faces many times before. Fans presented large bouquets of flowers, their colors rich yet harmonious, like a Monet garden up close. Assistant Zhang also distributed green gift bags containing delicately scented crystal aromatherapy gift boxes. Ice cream was displayed on the food cart, and Chiana's eyes lit up. The girl enthusiastically introduced the chocolate, strawberry, and orange flavors. As she was seriously debating how many scoops to choose, someone suddenly nudged her arm and asked if she knew who the person walking towards her was. Anna Chi turned her head. The afternoon sun was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes for a moment. A man in a light gray suit approached against the light, carrying a large bouquet of purple flowers. The cold light reflected from his silver-rimmed glasses obscured his expression, yet Anna was inexplicably convinced that they must be wisteria flowers. He approached step by step, the wisteria in his arms swaying gently in the wind. Chiana leaned against the support food truck, her heart suddenly racing. When those eyes, hidden behind silver-rimmed glasses, finally opened, he walked towards her, carrying the scent of wisteria blossoms that had been there for years. Chiana stood frozen, clutching the wisteria blossoms, until Lu Jia walked closer, and his face became clear behind his silver-rimmed glasses. Only then did she ask him why he had come today. She had thought he would at least wait until she finished filming, since Group B's production was progressing quickly, and she, as the second female lead, would likely be the first to leave the set. Lu Jiaxing simply said he didn't have much to do and wanted to come see her, then handed her the whole bunch of wisteria. Chiana lowered her head and smelled it. The fragrance was faint, yet it reminded her of the days she spent memorizing vocabulary under the flower trellis in high school. Back then, she would always look up, trying to guess the scent of the flowers, but she could never reach them. Now, the wisteria was delivered to her in person. Assistant Zhang happened to be returning when she witnessed this scene and couldn't help but marvel at how the two of them could even think of the same type of flowers. But she didn't know that there are countless kinds of flowers, but the one that truly stays in one's heart is only this one bouquet. When Lu Jiaxing first saw Chiana in period costume, his compliment was awkward. He only said it was very unique. Chiana thanked him politely and reminded him that she would be working late that night and didn't need to stay until the end. Lu Jiaxing, however, said that he had arrived at the perfect time, and then they each grabbed an ice cream and walked back to the set side by side. The director of Team B really liked Chi-Anna and Du Jingwen. Both were obedient and never dragged out the scene. The director praised Du Jingwen for his quick wit, and Du Jingwen smiled, which was rare for him. Chi-Anna, however, sensed that the director's enthusiasm was a bit too much, so she could only suppress her doubts and continue to hold the script and wait for the next scene. In the scene, she carries a lantern into the back room, takes out poison powder from her bosom, and poisons the room, her expression calm as if she were already used to the darkness. After pushing open the door, the maid asks her what she is doing carrying a lantern in the middle of the night. She looks up at the moon, and when she looks back, the lamplight and moonlight make her look like a fleeting shadow. The director immediately cheered, and Lu Jiaxing, sitting beside her, never took his eyes off her. Not long after, Chung Siyue and Yu Kai came over from Group A for a visit. Yu Kai took binoculars to find someone to film on the wall, only to discover that the distant trees were full of people, their shocked expressions clearly captured on camera. Chung Siyue first thanked Chi-Anna for the hospital visit, then asked if filming was nearing its end. She then looked at Lu Jiaxing, politely confirming his identity, and brought up the Jimu press conference. Lu Jiaxing wasn't good at small talk, so he only gave a brief response. The director called for a scene change, and the group quickly dispersed. Inside the RV, Chi-Anna put down her script and advised Lu Jiaxing to go back to the hotel if he was tired. Lu Jiaxing, however, sat closer, saying he wasn't tired and even found watching her act very interesting. He brought up the phrase, "An actor is a vessel for a character," saying he had always wanted to know how she entered another person's life. These words surprised Chi-Anna. In the past, they were both busy with their own lives, and their communication as a couple was so rare that they were like strangers. After the car accident, however, Lu Jiaxing began to get closer to her, but she still couldn't help but bring up the news of their secret marriage and illegitimate child, worrying that people would only remember those labels in the future and would never see the role she played again. Lu Jiaxing looked at her script, which was covered in markings, and solemnly apologized for how the marriage had affected her career. Chi-Anna, however, said that he had been protecting her, and that she had proposed the marriage herself. Lu Jiaxing fell silent. Only the rustling of pages filled the car, and neither of them uttered the deeper words. He could tell she hadn't truly recovered from the car accident, but he didn't dare advise her to rest. Acting was her dream, just as important as his work in technology. So he changed the subject, asking what the next scene was. Chi-Anna handed him the script, saying it was a dance and a confession scene, with a lot of lines, and she needed to get into character beforehand. Lu Jiaxing offered to help her rehearse her lines. The moment she uttered, "Did you really do those things?" Chi-Anna's voice and eyes completely changed. She declared that she could have whatever she wanted, and that she didn't care if the world collapsed. Now that her secret had been exposed, what could the other party do to her? She suddenly leaned closer, lifting his chin with her fingertips, pressing him for why he wouldn't tell on her. Lu Jiaxing recited from the script, "Because I like you," his voice flustered yet perfectly fitting the character. But the next second, he looked at her again, repeating in a lower, steady voice, "I really like you." Chi-Anna was still immersed in her role, only reminding him that there was one more line. Lu Jiaxing removed his hand from under the line and recited, "Beauty captivates the soul, joy resides by her side." As soon as he finished speaking, the RV suddenly lurched forward and skidded, and Chi-Anna was thrown into his arms by the inertia, the sound of his heartbeat filling her ears. Lu Jiaxing grabbed her wrist to shield her from the swaying, but didn't cross the line. Jiang Kan checked and said the wheels were stuck in the mud. Lu Jiaxing immediately got out to check and found the car stopped at the back of the line, not blocking anyone, but stuck firmly in the mud pit, and he couldn't find any help in a short time. Anna searched the car thoroughly but only found a tow rope and a yellow children's sand shovel. Lu Jiaxing didn't laugh when he saw the toy. He took it and started cleaning the mud and water around the tires. He casually asked if Alex was her aunt's child in America. Anna hadn't expected him to remember that. After the mud and water were mostly cleared away, Lu Jiaxing tied the scrap planks near the front wheels and then instructed Jiang Kan to shift into reverse and slowly accelerate. Since Chiana was in her costume and couldn't close the door easily, he closed it for her. The wheels pressed against the planks, and the car slowly reversed, finally managing to escape the mud pit. After the car came to a stop, Chiana got out and saw Lu Jiaxing squatting by the mud, dismantling wooden planks. His hands were covered in mud, and his white shirt was splattered with dirt. The way he was working with his head down was still like the silent and reliable person she remembered, but this time, a strange flutter rose in her heart. Lu Jiaxing turned around and saw her watching. He tried to wipe his face, but found his hands were covered in mud, so he could only urge her to get in the car quickly. Back in the RV, he washed his hands while reminiscing about the past. The year Hummingbird started, he braved freezing rain to meet investors, and his vehicle got stuck in the mud. It was Lao Pei who taught him how to use planks to get out. Chiana asked if the investment had been received. Lu Jiaxing said no. That's how entrepreneurship is. You have to try even if you can't see hope. After hearing this, she suddenly understood that those who truly break through adversity are not those who saw hope, but those who never stopped moving forward. Seeing his stained shirt, Chiana said she would give him a new one. Lu Jiaxing asked if this counted as a gift, and she nodded before hurriedly getting out of the car. Even though she was only a little late, she was still 10 minutes late. The director reminded her to be punctual, but she didn't explain and only apologized quietly. This was a solo dance in the Riverside Pavilion. Due to the varying distances of the cameras, she had to perform the dance again and again. Night mist rose from the river, and Chiana, dressed in white, raised her wrist and lowered her eyes. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, as light as moonlight falling to earth, or like a wisp of mist that might dissipate at any moment. Lu Jiaxing took off his glasses and stood by the monitor watching her. The camera lens was beautiful enough, but it couldn't replace the heart-fluttering feeling he witnessed with his own eyes. But when Chiana bent over, his brows suddenly furrowed. Everyone was looking at how beautiful she was, but he remembered that her injuries hadn't healed yet. Assistant Jiang explained in a low voice that Chiana had been wearing a waist brace the whole time and was still practicing her dance repeatedly after work. The final long shot might be res hot with a stunt double, but she would never back down as long as she could do it herself. Lu Jiaxing put his glasses back on, but he couldn't hide the heartache in his eyes. During a break in filming, Lu Jiao walked to the edge of the grass, where several fireflies slowly rose from the darkness. Their eerie green lights flickered on and off, like faint signals in the night. He reached out his hand, but the fireflies avoided his palm, cautiously refusing to stay. When Chiana finished work, Jiangqin was carrying her floor-length white dress. She looked up and saw fireflies flitting about in the grass, like stars scattered in the night. Lu Jiaxing looked at her and said there were so many fireflies here. She softly replied that it was rare to see them in the city anymore. Tiny specks of light floated in the mist among the river and water plants. Lu Jiaxing saw Chiana standing in the sparse firefly light, the starlight seeming to have fallen into her dress. The two then returned to their car and went to their respective rooms. The next day, Chiana, who rarely had breakfast at the buffet, took extra food to replenish her energy. She noticed that Lu Jiaxing only had a little food on his plate and couldn't help but ask him why he ate so little. Lu Jiaxing said he couldn't eat much in the morning and told her to eat more because he had to start work later. Just as he finished speaking, Lao Pei called, jokingly asking if he was visiting his wife at the film studio. Old Pei returned to China ahead of schedule, stopping in Hangzhou on his way. Even over the phone, he couldn't resist joking about Mrs. Lu, who was trending online. Lu Jiaxing's earlobes turned slightly red, but he earnestly said that Brother Pei was his benefactor. Old Pei laughed and told him to spend time with his wife, promising to see her again in Hangzhou, before hanging up. When Lu Jiaxing returned to the dining table, Chiana had already gone to get her hair and makeup done, leaving only the message to contact Assistant Jiang if anything came up. Today's scenes were mostly dialogue-heavy, and she sat in a chair using her script to shield herself from the sun, silently memorizing her lines. Meanwhile, the director of Group A frowned, reminding Cheng Siyue that her acting was too over the top. Cheng Siyue has decent resources and can pass muster in period dramas, but her long-term commitment to filming has honed her acting into a fixed routine. When she encounters a more talented co-star, her weaknesses are magnified. At this moment, Yukai finds a chubby rabbit in the corner and idly poking its droopy ears. The stagehand said the rabbit was left over from the previous show and would most likely be disposed of. Yukai, however, complained that raising rabbits was too much trouble and even joked that spicy rabbit meat was more to his liking. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chi-Anna's script slipped from her hand, and her face instantly turned pale. This scene, without separate A and B groups, was a rare large-scale group scene. Chi-Anna stood quietly to the side of the crowd, her figure as slender as jade, yet captivating all who looked at her. On the other side, Yukai again went astray, and even went back to explain his shooting method to the director. The director's face froze. He almost wanted to shove the megaphone into his head and film it himself. Even before Legend of Fuyao aired, leaked photos flooded the internet. Some praised Chi-Anna's amazing dancing, while others mocked Ching Siue for missing the script reading. Chi-Anna and Du Jingwen then realized that Group A's slow pace wasn't due to meticulous preparation, but rather to utter chaos. After being picked up by assistant Jiang and taken to the film set, Lu Jiaxing dealt with emails while watching Chi-Anna film. He should have gone home long ago, but he lingered. Just as he looked down at his tablet, a fluffy white shadow suddenly brushed against his sock. It was the little rabbit he had left behind. The little rabbit's ears drooped, and its red eyes were full of panic. Lu Jiaxing reached out to touch it, his movements clumsy. Chi-Anna came over after filming and reminded him that this would make the rabbit uncomfortable. She then squatted down and held out her fist, letting the little guy get used to her scent first. She didn't rush to hug it, but gently soothed it by stroking its fur. The film crew was too noisy, and the rabbit, which had been trembling, slowly calmed down under her touch. Lu Jiaxing imitated her actions and asked if she had ever raised rabbits before. Chi-Anna lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement, without explaining further. The little rabbit actually nuzzled against Lu Jiaxing's hand. Lu Jiaxing looked at it, then at Chi-Anna, and asked her if she wanted to keep it. Hearing that the rabbit might be abandoned, Chi-Anna hesitated visibly, but she didn't let go of the warm, white fur. Finally, she looked up and asked herself if she was really okay with it. Lu Jiaxing answered steadily, saying it was okay. The next second, he gently placed the little rabbit in her arms. The little guy didn't struggle, but just curled up in a ball amidst the noise, its tail trembling slightly. Chi-Anna held it, a complex expression on her face, like something lost and found, or something finally mended. That evening, Lu Jiaxing personally delivered the rabbit back to the hotel. Assistant Lin called to confirm the itinerary for the next night, and upon hearing a faint grinding sound on the phone, initially thought it was a mouse. Lu Jiaxing immediately explained that it was the crew's rabbit, and then asked him to look up information on rabbit breeding. Assistant Lin felt that his boss's pursuit of his wife was becoming increasingly absurd. The little rabbit turned to bite the mud-stained white shirt, so Lu Jiaxing picked it up and simply wrapped it in the shirt before driving off to buy a cage and rabbit food. Looking at the ordinary-looking rabbit food, he was full of doubt, but still stuffed everything he could buy into the trunk, as if he'd taken on a new task even more difficult than the project itself. The film set continued to operate as usual. Yukai said his throat was itchy, and Ching Siue also felt uncomfortable, but neither of them took it seriously, assuming it was just the change of seasons and the dry weather. Little did they know that this minor discomfort would soon cause a new stir on set. That night, it was Chi-Anna's turn to film her final scene. It had just rained in the mountains, and the temperature was much lower than a few days ago, so Du Jingwen had to wear a sweatshirt over his costume. But Chi-Anna's scene required her to soak in a mountain spring, and her thin gauze dress sank as soon as it got wet, and the chill seeped into her bones little by little. The first take was bearable, but by the second take, her hair was completely soaked, and her body temperature was constantly dropping. The director of Team B kept calling for retakes for the underwater shots, and the large towels Jiang and brought were soaked one after another. When the cameraman was checking the footage, he suddenly looked up and said that it looked like it was starting to rain again. As the drizzle fell into the mountain spring, Chi-Anna, still wearing her thin theatrical costume, went into the water again. Her nose was red from the cold, and she slapped the surface of the water with her fingers before diving down once more, only to emerge halfway above the surface again. She was like a fish trapped in the cold night, still waiting to reach the shore one last time. Chapter 41. The storm is brewing. A mountain rain is imminent. The sky is damp and the ground is wet, seemingly marking the beginning of summer in the Jiangnan region. It's okay now. The director of Group B finally nodded. Chiana only came out of the spring when she heard the word cut, and Assistant Jiang immediately wrapped her in a large towel. She pressed and wiped herself with a small towel to absorb the excess moisture. The costume felt a little cool against her skin. Drink some hot water. Jiang had prepared ginger tea well in advance. Chiana hugged the thermos and took small sips. Happy wrap-up. Teacher Chi, a staff member, presented flowers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Chiana replied with a smile. The tension that had been building up inside her finally dissipated, and she let out a long sigh of relief, as if her whole body had relaxed. A wrap-up cake was placed on the table, prepared by the staff of Team B. Her hair on her forehead had dried considerably, but she was still soaking wet. She dutifully picked up a knife, cut the cake, and then distributed it to everyone. Du Jingwen, who was usually quiet, came over. He was sheltering from the rain in the shed, holding a cake in his hand, and said to her, Teacher Chi, it was a pleasure working with you. I hope we can have the opportunity to work together again in the future. Du Jingwen rubbed the hem of his costume with his fingers, his eyes crinkling, his expression sincere. Yes, there will be opportunities. Chiana reached out and shook hands with him. By the way, I feel like the director seems to have a special feeling towards you. Chiana subtly reminded him. Du Jingwen smiled and said in a low voice, He is my senior. We have known each other before. Don't tell anyone, okay? The man winked and made a shushing gesture with his finger. It seems I misunderstood. Chiana's expression relaxed. You're very different from what I imagined, Du Jingwen said, gazing at the fine rain. He is a very good person and a very good actor. Chiana lowered her head, her eyes stinging, and then she let out a long sneeze. Sister Anna, let's go back. Assistant Jiang drove her home. Raindrops flew obliquely, clinging to the car window glass. After removing her makeup and changing into casual clothes, Chiana opened WeChat to ask Lu Jiaxing where he was. Mr. Lu, are you almost there? I have 10 minutes left. I'm here, take your time. Good. She sniffed, feeling that her nasal cavity was also wet, perhaps because she had been soaking in water all afternoon. By the way, I wanted to ask where you bought the wisteria bouquet. Lu Jiaxing sent me the address of a flower shop in Hangzhou. Thanks. Chiana sent another happy kitten emoji. Lu Jiaxing sent another video of the little rabbit, and Chiana clicked play. The little white rabbit hopped around, then came close to the screen, sniffing from left to right, looking very curious. The little rabbit's white fur looked beautiful. Lu Jiaxing reached out and fed it some rabbit food. It tilted its head first, and then slowly chewed it. The three-lobed mouth looks very rhythmic when chewing, and you can occasionally see the pink little tongue. What name do you want? Lu Jiaxing sent a message. Xiaobai. Chiana replied quickly. Okay. President Lu was as sparing with words as ever. They arranged to meet at a nearby private restaurant. Lu Jiaxing sat alone in the private room, idly flipping through the menu. Chiana was wearing a white mask, a black t-shirt, and jeans, looking like a female college student. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chiana took off her mask, looking a little apologetic. President Lu. Assistant Jiang nodded in greeting, his tone more formal. Assistant Jiang and Anna Chi sat down together. Having eaten too many boxed meals from the film crew, she was looking forward to eating out. The waitress came in to take our order. She seemed used to seeing celebrities dining in private rooms and didn't show anything unusual. What special dishes do you have lately? Anna Chi asked, flipping through the menu. Zhezi tofu, with its sour and spicy flavor, is perfect for hot weather and is a hidden gem not on the menu. The waiter earnestly recommended. Okay, and also steamed chicken in a clay pot, pumpkin with salted egg yolk, pickled fish, and donyang noodles, Chiana ordered. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? She asked President Lu and Assistant Jiang. This steamed bun with braised pork seems to be a popular order, Jiang said, pointing to the page with the signature dishes. These steamed buns are homemade with fermented rice wine. They're delicious, the waiter said with a smile. Where's President Lu? Chiana asked Lu Jiaxing again. I think that's enough. Let's leave it at that for now. Lu Jiaxing closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. Anna couldn't help but sneeze, so she stood up and bent down to get a napkin from the table. Achoo, she sneezed 2 or 3 times in a row. The staff came to check the menu and gave us a complimentary pitcher of corn juice. They were just about to leave when Lu Jiaxing said, "Hello, do you have hot water and blankets?" "We have hot water, but it seems we don't have blankets. I'll turn up the air conditioning in the private room for you. It's been raining these past 2 days and the temperature has suddenly dropped, so it's easy to catch a cold." "Thank you." Lu Jiaxing felt a lot of goodwill towards this seemingly ordinary local restaurant. The restaurant served food slowly, and the presentation of each dish wasn't particularly exquisite or attractive, but they were all delicious and had a wonderful wok aroma. This tofu with pickled mustard greens is so refreshing. I've never had it before. Assistant Jiang picked up several pieces in a row. It seems to be made from some kind of wild fruit powder. Chiana found it chewy and smooth, with a subtle coolness in its mouth. It's certainly suitable for summer, but it's still a bit chilly today. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and opened the lid of the earthenware pot. Chiana felt a little dizzy. She scooped up a spoonful of spicy fish soup, but it didn't make her sweat at all. Her throat was a little dry and itchy, and it got worse after eating spicy food. She kept wiping her nose with a napkin. "Do you have a cold?" Lu Jiaxing handed her a tissue. "Did you spend too much time in the water this afternoon?" Assistant Jiang squeezed his boss's hand, feeling that it was a little warm. "It's okay, don't worry." Chiana's face was a little red, probably because the private room was too stuffy. During filming, Anna ate a diet of weight loss meals. When she finally got to eat such delicious food, she always wanted to have a few more bites. Her chopsticks kept moving, but she quickly finished eating. This feeling of fullness is even similar to the emptiness that comes from having no appetite. "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Jiaxing asked when she put down her chopsticks. I'm full." She propped her head up with one hand, looking at the food on the table with no appetite, and even felt a little nauseous. She sat there quietly, curled up in a small ball. At first, Lu Jiaxing just thought she seemed listless. He followed Anna out after she went out to pay the bill alone. Her steps were unsteady, as if she were floating. The man took her hand and found that even without the air conditioning in the private room, her hand was still warm, even a little hot. "What's wrong?" Chiana's eyes were half closed, perhaps because she was sleepy after eating. Her lips were very red, and her eyes were watery. She seemed quite confused. Lu Jiaxing reached out and touched her forehead. It was burning hot. He frowned and replied, "You have a fever." "Really?" Chiana touched her forehead with the back of her warm hand, unable to detect any temperature difference between the two. Confused, she stood on tiptoe, tilted her head back, and touched the other person's forehead with her own. "Lu Jiaxing, you're so cold." Chapter 42, Wisteria Dream. The two were very close, with Lu Jiaxing almost embracing the other's entire body. "You're too hot," Mr. Lu said helplessly. "Hello. The payment has been completed here," the male server said cautiously, looking at the couple embracing. "Okay, thank you," Lu Jiaxing replied, taking off his coat and covering the other person with it. Chiana swayed and hung on the man, her limbs aching for no reason. This fever was really unpleasant. "I'll take you to the hospital," Lu Jiaxing decided immediately. "I don't want to go to the hospital." Chiana's breath was all on the man's neck. "Be good." The man's voice was slightly coaxing. "You're disobedient." Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible grievance. Assistant Jiang came out of the private room. She looked at the scene in front of her and thought the two were flirting. She hesitated whether to leave. "Assistant Jiang, she has a fever. Let's go to the hospital." Lu Jiaxing helped her up. "Okay." Jiang can realize that he must have caught a chill in the afternoon. "Lu Jiaxing." Chiana's voice suddenly became loud, as if she were arguing. "I'm not going to the hospital, so what right do you have to order my assistant around?" Chiana felt that the scene in front of her was a little blurry, but her eyesight was perfectly good. Lu Jiaxing paused. He knew he shouldn't argue with the patient, but he was still a little unhappy. Her head started to ache, as if someone was hitting her with a hammer. Seeing this situation, Assistant Jiang was in a dilemma. "I'm sorry." It was Lu Jiaxing who apologized. The man remained standing there, his white shirt slightly wrinkled from being gripped by the other man, and his tone remained as steady as ever. However, the last syllable no longer rose in pitch, and Jiang can manage to discern a hint of grievance in it. "Let's go back to the hotel first, okay?" President Liu asked in a completely consultative tone. Anna Chi fell silent. Her head was spinning, as if the whole world was turning around. "The flu is pretty bad right now. Several crew members have taken leave. I'll go back to the hotel first. Ordering medicine through food delivery is very convenient." Jiang grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave. Lu Jiaxing helped Qiana into the car, and it started raining again outside. The rain seemed to be getting heavier, and the humidity in the air suddenly soared. The atmosphere inside the car was silent. Jiang couldn't help but speak up. "Sister Anna didn't do it on purpose, she just—" Lu Jiaxing, unusually, interrupted the other person, saying, "I know, she's always been like this." Jiang sensed a hint of melancholy in those words, but she kept her eyes on the road ahead and focused on driving. After a long silence, President Liu spoke again. "I'm sorry." This apology was directed at Assistant Jiang for interrupting. The car was quiet. The sound of the windshield wipers whirred through the air like a pendulum clock. Qiana sat in her seat, feeling dazed. She seemed to be staring at the windshield wipers, or perhaps just spacing out. The three of them arrived at the hotel quickly, and Lu Jiaxing half-carried Qiana onto the elevator. The man's shoulders and back were damp, and raindrops slid down the surface of his shiny leather shoes. Assistant Jiang, with his head down, held a long-handled umbrella and pressed the button to select the floor. Inside the elevator, it was so quiet that it seemed as if only the sound of breathing and the silent rolling of rain could be heard. Assistant Lin's phone call broke the eerie silence. He asked, "Mr. Liu, are you on your way back?" "Lin Wei, please cancel my work for tomorrow and the day after." Lu Jiaxing's voice was indifferent. "President Liu?" Lin Wei and Jiang Can's surprised voices rang out almost simultaneously, but in different spaces. "Mr. Liu, I can talk to Anna here." Assistant Jiang touched the tip of her nose, unsure whether she should continue. As President Liu stepped out of the elevator, his movements were subtle, tinged with a degree of caution. "Has something happened?" Assistant Lin rarely encountered President Liu in such a situation. Lu Jiaxing didn't know what to say, so he simply said, "If you have something to discuss with Lao Pei, I'll call you again." "Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Lin." President Liu's voice was filled with a deep sense of exhaustion. "Oh, okay, of course," Lin Wei replied somewhat mechanically. Why is it that when CEO Liu is pursuing his wife, he's always the one who has to work overtime? Lin Da's special assistant was a little stunned. He turned his head to look at the sudden rain outside the floor-to-ceiling window and fell into thought. Lu Jiaxing helped Qiana to bed. The phone on the bedside table rang. The medicine delivered by takeout had arrived. Assistant Jiang made Qiana take her medicine and watched as she obediently opened her mouth wide, only to feel nauseous the next second. Ugh! With her remaining consciousness, Qiana pushed Jiang Can's hand away and ran towards the bathroom. Qiana lay on the edge of the sink, her fingers gripping the basin so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was trembling all over, feeling hot and cold all at once, and her stomach was churning. A sour feeling surged from her stomach to her esophagus, and then gushed out of her mouth, causing her to vomit uncontrollably. Lu Jiaxing walked into the bathroom, gently patted the other person's back, and remained unfazed by the unpleasant smell. The man reached out and turned on the tap, letting the water wash away the vomit. Qiana's face turned from red to white, her brows furrowed tightly, and she felt waves of cramping in her stomach. Ugh! She started vomiting again, and her stomach felt uncomfortable as well. Lu Jiaxing's expression turned somewhat grim. He should have insisted on taking her to the hospital. "Qiana," he called her name. Anna Chi seemed to have vomited everything in her stomach, and she lay sprawled on the water platform, unable to stand, her limbs completely unresponsive. "Mr. Liu, should Anna drink some of the electrolyte water you ordered? She's vomiting so much she's almost bringing up bile." Assistant Jiang said with a look of concern. Lu Jiaxing picked up Qiana and put her on the bed. Assistant Jiang tucked the blanket in and touched Qiana's forehead. It was still very hot. He wondered what it would be like at night. "President Liu, the filming schedule was very tight this time. We spent so much time in the water this afternoon, even in the rain, before we finally wrapped up filming. When people relax all of a sudden, they are more likely to get sick. He first heated the electrolyte water, then poured a little on the back of his hand to test the temperature before giving it to the other person to drink. Vomiting can easily lead to electrolyte imbalance, and plain boiled water is unlikely to replenish both fluids and lost electrolytes. Lu Jiaxing turned around and fed the other person small sips of water. What do you want to say? Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses. Anna was dizzy, but she was still quite cooperative. Mr. Lu, since you like Anna so much, why not give her a simple job that doesn't require so much hard work? Jiang Can's voice trailed off. Then he added, seemingly trying to cover his tracks, did I say too much? Lu Jiaxing paused, looking at Anna's thin face, unsure how to answer Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang scratched his face and handed President Lu a fever reducer. Anna Chi took the fever reducer, and her face was scrunched up. Jiang Can walked to her side and noticed that the wisteria flowers on the bedside table were a bit dry, so he wanted to take them away. But she grabbed Jiang Can's hand from the bed and said, don't take my flowers. Those are my flowers. Anna Chi's voice was slurred as she fell ill. Lu Jiaxing watched her movements, feeling a mix of emotions. She always seemed to control her emotions so easily. The fragrance of wisteria blossoms is a dream that lingers for years. Chapter 43. The phone rings again. Outside the window, wind and rain raged, and the curtains were mostly drawn, letting in only a sliver of light. Lu Jiaxing took her temperature with an ear thermometer. As expected, there was a rapid beeping sound, and the square screen showed 38.8 degrees Celsius. Assistant Jiang tore off a fever-reducing patch and placed it on Anna's forehead. You've had a long day, go and rest. I'll stay with her tonight, Lu Jiaxing said calmly. Assistant Jiang left the hotel room. The wisteria vines by the bedside drooped their heads. The man reached out and touched the bent branches, and purple petals fell down in a flurry. He touched the fever-reducing patch that wasn't cold and replaced it with another one. On the bed, Anna's eyes were closed, but her eyeballs were rolling rapidly under her eyelids. Half asleep, she caught a faint scent of wisteria blossoms and was transported to a bizarre and fantastical past. Anna, your overall score dropped 1 place in this monthly exam. Did your parents give you extra tutoring? The homeroom teacher pointed to the grade ranking list and said earnestly. The high school girl nodded. She had a short ponytail and a youthful, innocent face. Let me see. Your essay score is really good. I wish you could do this well on math problems too. The math teacher sighed softly. She was wearing a blue and white school uniform, her fingers twisted together, looking a little embarrassed. Anna is somewhat unbalanced in her studies. She has always excelled in humanities subjects, but her science subjects are remarkably average in comparison. Her English was also good this time, almost perfect in listening. She can improve her math with a little extra help. The English teacher took a sip of herbal tea and then added insult to injury for the math teacher. Anna came out of the teacher's office, and Shiryu was standing at the door waiting for her. Didn't get too many criticisms? Shiryu leaned against the wall, a slight smile on her face. Shiyu's hair is very short, just the most common bob hairstyle from her school days, but it doesn't detract from her beauty at all. Anna shook her head, took her best friend's arm, and they walked back to the classroom together. They were classmates, but more importantly, they were good friends. The two were like twin flowers, inseparable. After history class, everyone went off to have free time, while Anna was wiping the blackboard. The marks on the blackboard were difficult to remove with just a sponge eraser, so Anna took a damp cloth and started wiping. In the corridor, some boys took off their school uniform jackets and tied them around their waists, walking past with their arms around their friends' shoulders. Their eyes swept across the classroom almost imperceptibly. They were watching Anna as she wiped the blackboard. Anna. It seemed to be a boy from the next class calling her. The boy tried to say something more, but another friend covered his mouth and patted his butt. Several high school boys laughed and slipped away, leaving only a faint echo in the empty corridor. The restlessness of adolescence is often a mixture of shyness and boldness. How boring. Shiyu emptied the trash from the dustpan into the trash can. Let's go to Yuanming bookstore after school, Shiryu suggested. No, my parents won't let me go, Anna said, sounding somewhat troubled. Sigh. It doesn't work again. Sure, you sighed. Shiyu washed her hands, applied some hand cream, and then took out a red heart-shaped hair clip from her school bag and clipped it to the side of her hair. Then come to my house to do your homework. Sure, you offered. Her hair was very black, her skin was fair and translucent, and the red hair clip made her look much more refined. Chiana frowned and decided to act first and inform her later, even though she was sure she would be scolded. Yay! Shiryu was so happy to receive the affirmative reply that she wanted to spin around in circles. The hair clip is upside down. Chiana reached out and adjusted the position of the hair clip for her. Really? Then wouldn't the heart turn into a pointy bottom? Shiryu laughed, looking exceptionally cheerful and charming. The red heart-shaped hair clip, made of frosted acrylic, was very eye-catching when clipped in the hair and once became a symbol of Shigure. When the female classmates saw it, those who thought it looked good followed suit, but the styles they chose were much smaller and less eye-catching. The school bell rang, and countless students poured out of the school gate and through the alleyway. At this time, the egg pancake stall at the entrance is doing the best business, with the proprietress standing in front of the griddle, busy for 1 or 2 hours without stopping. The two of them carried their school bags and walked through the wisteria trellis. The lush green foliage forms a canopy, making this Shiyu's favorite spot at school. Some of the students who stayed behind to correct their work were chatting while holding their notebooks, and the wind carried their conversation to the two of them. A transfer student came to class 6. It seems like he's not from around here, the girl said in a clear, crisp voice. What's your name? Another voice asked, sounding somewhat muffled. His name is Lu Jiaxing, Jia as in commendation, Xing as in action, and he's not bad looking either. The girl tossed her long, loose hair. You're such a fangirl. The girl pouted. The name is quite nice, Anichi commented. What? Shiryu tilted her head to look at her. Good words and deeds are a wonderful expectation, Chiana explained. Your name sounds too formal, but I still prefer it. Is it because your mother dreamed of koi fish? Shiryu walked out of the alley. She turned around, waved to Anichi, and said, Wait for me to buy an egg pancake. The alley was narrow, and the daylight was gradually fading. The wind blew and the clouds moved, but the sky remained still. Before Chiana could answer, her mother had not dreamed of koi fish, a name that came from a top scholar during the Southern Song dynasty. She didn't like the name. If she could, she would rather be a free little fish. A family photo, perhaps? The proprietress asked Shiryu with a smile. Shiryu took out her allowance and carefully took out a brand new banknote. Your hair clip is so pretty. The proprietress was not old, but she got married early. Looking at the young students, she always felt a little envious. Thank you. Shiryu smiled and took the egg pancake. Shiyu's home is very close to the school, and the two of them walked to their apartment building. Chiana changed her shoes and entered the room. Looking at the small but cozy 2-bedroom apartment, she wished she could have a house like that herself. Ideally, there would be no one else around, just her alone. Can I make a phone call? Anichi asked. Sure, do you want some ice cream? Shiryu opened the refrigerator, looking very generous, as if he was offering whatever he wanted. Chiana clenched her fists but still dialed the phone home. Her mother answered quickly. Hello? Who is this? The mother's tone was indescribably gentle and polite. It's me, Mom. Chiana paused for a moment, a little nervous. Where are you? Why aren't you home yet? What time is it? Her mother's tone changed, becoming the familiar one she knew. I'm at Chiyu's house. I want to play for a while, and then come back. I'll be back soon. Chiana's voice trailed off. You were already here before you called me. You're getting more and more rude. The mother hung up the phone. Anichi listened to the long beep and didn't know what to do. The next second, just as Anichi was hesitating whether to make another call, the landline rang again. She had a feeling it was her mother. Why is the phone ringing again? Shiryu walked over with the other person's favorite orange-flavored popsicle. Chapter 44, A Young Girl's Thoughts. The ringing of the phone struck her heart like a death warrant ignited by a will-o'-the-wisp, burning everything in its path. Seeing that Anichi was in a daze, Shiryu answered the phone without thinking. Before she could even utter a sound, she heard a hysterical voice on the other end of the phone. Come home right now, and throw that rabbit of yours away. It's filthy and stinky, do you hear me? The woman's voice was loud, filled with a malicious resentment. Shiryu was stunned. She pushed away Chi-Anna's hand that was reaching for the receiver and stood in front of her in a protective posture. Auntie, I'm Shiyu, Anna's friend. She's at my house now. She's happy and safe. Shiyu's expression was very serious, and although he spoke in a childlike tone, it gave me a strange sense of security. Mrs. Chi remained silent for a while, then casually said, "Sorry, tell her to go home quickly," and hung up the phone. What did Mom say? Chi-Anna's intuition told her that it couldn't have been anything good. You eat the popsicle first, it's going to melt. Sure, you handed the orange popsicle to the other person. Chi-Anna took it, but didn't eat it. She stared intently at the other person, like a little puppy. It's really going to melt, you idiot. Sure, you grabbed 3 napkins and placed them on the other person's school uniform pants. Chi-Anna then took a small lick of the popsicle. It tasted sweet like orange soda. She tilted her head and looked at Shiryu. Okay. Auntie is urging you to go back, and Shiryu suddenly stammered. Shiryu's eyes darted around as she continued. She wants you to get rid of Xiao Bai, but you can keep him here with me. My parents aren't home much anyway. Anna Chi had been looking down when she heard that Shiyu was willing to take in the little rabbit. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with tiny lights. Thank you. Words always seem pale and powerless, failing to express her feelings at this moment. Then teach me English. Look how terrible my clothes test scores are. Shiryu tugged at Chi-Anna's school uniform jacket, changing the subject. Anna Chi diligently tutored Shiyu on her English homework, patiently explaining the subtle differences between the English options. Look, both of these options are actually fine, but look at the context. Shiyu capped the red pen, stretched, and solemnly announced, "The closed test is the hardest. We were memorizing English together under the wisteria trellis, so how come you're better than me?" Shiryu touched her red heart-shaped hair clip. Maybe it's because my aunt always speaks English to me when she calls, so my language sense is a little better than yours. You can also improve by watching more English movies and TV shows. Chi-Anna didn't think the other person was praising her. Instead, she seriously tried to find the reason. Silly girl, I'm praising how amazing you are. Shiryu made her point even clearer. Is it your cool aunt in America? Shiryu opened her Chinese homework, preparing to borrow some reading comprehension questions from the other person. Anichi nodded and said, "Actually, I haven't seen my aunt for a long time either. It seems like she's never gotten married." Just as Shiryu was about to turn the corner of Chi-Anna's book, a hand covered it, and a person said with a smile, "Do it yourself. Don't be lazy." "You're such a cheapskate," Shiryu pouted. "Don't your parents let you visit your aunt?" Shiryu asked, tilting her head. Anichi nodded and said, "Mom thinks my aunt is a disreputable woman who doesn't do proper work and spends her time having fun in America. She thinks I'll be corrupted by her. What era are we living in? They just want to keep you by their side. To be honest, my parents don't care about me, but your parents are too controlling. They're really each at their own extremes." "Shiyu, would you like to leave home?" Anichi asked out of the blue. Shiryu looked at the empty house, where only her own traces remained. She never felt like she had a home. She took off the red heart-shaped hair clip and whispered, "It feels like I haven't had a home for a long time." That red hair clip was a gift from Shigyu's mother when she went to Hong Kong, and it has been carefully preserved ever since. "My parents are with me, but I don't want to stay with them. Am I being willful?" Chi-Anna lowered her head. "No, Anna, you can leave and go after what you want." Shiyu hugged her, clutching the red heart-shaped hair clip tightly in her hand. "Where to?" Chi-Anna felt a sense of uncertainty and melancholy. "America, the American dream." Shiryu even threw in some English. "You little Anna, you can swim across the Pacific Ocean too." Shiryu tapped the other person's head with a black pen. "But carp are freshwater fish," Chi-Anna said, somewhat insistently. "It's a metaphor." Shiryu took advantage of the other person's inattention, flipped open the other person's Chinese homework, and began to borrow from it. "I don't know what I want to do either. It seems like I've never had a choice." Chi-Anna snatched back her homework. "Yes, it will." Shiryu seemed optimistic. "Really?" Chi-Anna looked up at the ceiling, feeling as if fate was just giving her a false promise. Chi-Anna bid farewell to Shiryu, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and watched the door slowly close. Shiryu put the egg pancake into the microwave to heat it up. As she listened to the sound of the machine working, she imagined that her family was making dinner for her. She calculated the time it would take for Chiana to come downstairs, then walked to the window and waved to her. In her dreams, Shigeru is always a young boy. Anachi dragged her feet as she returned home. The mother sat on the piano bench, glanced at herself, and said nothing. It was very quiet, unusually quiet. The house is very clean, practically spotless, all thanks to Mrs. Chi, a housewife. Mom, I'm home. Chiana put down her backpack, washed her hands, and walked to the coffee table. There were a dozen or so cherries and a handful of cashews on top, clearly meant for her to eat after school. Her parents had strict control over her diet, including what she ate, how much she ate, and even how long it took her to finish eating. She remembered one time when she had mouth ulcers, and it hurt whenever she opened her mouth, so she ate very slowly. Her parents finished all the dishes, leaving her with only a little white rice. She could only eat the white rice while listening to her parents scolding. Once you leave home, no one will wait for you. The father rolled his eyes at you. But there's no one waiting for me at home. She wanted to argue, but took a deep breath and continued eating her rice while covering her mouth. The cherries weren't sweet, but they weren't very sour either. Chiana obediently finished them. Then she tilted her head back, tossed a nut into her mouth, and chewed it. Mrs. Chi stood up from the stool and said coldly, "Did you eat this for me? You don't know how to eat slowly and carefully, and girls don't have any table manners when they eat." Mother Chi started again. Knowing that her preemptive action had angered her mother, Chiana immediately stood up and obediently listened to her scolding. She was raised like this, like a puppy locked in a cage, which created a pathetic conditioned reflex. Have you finished your homework? All you do is stay in your room all day. Her mother snatched her school bag away. Your teacher said you did very poorly on the math test. It seems that the mother can only ever see her own shortcomings. When Anna returned to her room, she finally noticed something was wrong with the house. Little White has disappeared. Chapter 45, As Low as Dust. Xiaobai is a very ordinary white rabbit. Anna found it while taking a walk in the neighborhood. It might have been dropped by another child. It was a homeless little rabbit. She once secretly brought Xiaobai to school, stroked its soft ears and thought for a long time, but still brought it home. Chi's mother always wanted to get rid of it. She hated all furry animals, which meant parasites and bacteria. Xiaobai was very timid and didn't learn to use the toilet in a designated spot at first, which made the floor at home dirty. Anna looked through its grass nest, but the cage was empty. Little White, Little White. Chiana even knelt on the floor to see if it had run under the bed. She suddenly had a bad feeling, so she went to ask her mother, "Mommy, where's Xiaobai?" She frowned, on the verge of tears. "What, Little White?" Chi's mother put on a beige apron. "Your rabbit. I was cleaning while I was waiting for you, and it ran out by itself." Chi's mother's voice was calm and composed. "That's my rabbit." Chiana suddenly felt like crying, although she wasn't sure if Xiaobai thought so too. Rabbits are so dirty and smelly, it just ran away on its own. What more do you want? Mrs. Chi put down the kitchen knife in her hand and asked with a sidelong glance. Chiana put on her coat and was about to go out to find Xiaobai when her mother grabbed her. "What are you doing? It's lunchtime. Your father finally came back from his business trip." Chi's mother's expression turned sour as she grabbed her daughter's arm. Anna Chi continued to struggle, and just as the two were locked in a stalemate, they heard the sound of her father unlocking the door. The sound of the key turning was clear and smooth. The man opened the door, dropped the leather bag from his shoulder, and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. "What's wrong? You didn't make tea today?" Mr. Chi leaned back and casually placed a small soft pillow behind his back. "It's all because your daughter kept asking for rabbits." After washing her hands, Mrs. Chi poured some tea from the tea canister into her teacup. When steeped in boiling water, the dry tea leaves unfurl instantly. "What rabbits? How old are you? You're always hanging around these things. Do you even have your mind on your studies?" Mr. Chi took the teacup his wife handed him. "Little White, the rabbit is missing. I need to go out and look for it." Chiana was very insistent this time. "You said we could leave Xiaobai at her house if you don't like rabbits, but now it's gone." Her voice trembled with tears. She was genuinely worried. "That was just a rabbit." Chi's father didn't understand at all. "That wasn't just a rabbit, it was," Anna's voice trailed off, and she bit her lower lip tightly. "Let's eat first." He thought his tone was very polite. "But, it's getting dark soon, and it will be even harder to find it later. Chiana stood in the entryway, as if she was about to push open the door at any moment. I made chicken stew with astragalus root today, so don't go out, you won't be able to find it. Mother Chi began to smooth things over. This was her least favorite food. The beany taste of astragalus made her want to vomit, yet she had been forced to eat it many times over the years. I don't like chicken stewed with astragalus, Chiana said again, even though no one paid any attention to her words. Sometimes, she wonders if she is just an NPC in this family, only able to trigger related events according to her parents' instructions. What are you saying? You think you're all grown up now? Mr. Chi put down the scalding hot teacup and slammed it heavily onto the glass coffee table. The aroma of green tea is mellow and far-reaching, radiating a scalding green hue, and it splashes onto the glass panel, still steaming. What do you like, Chiana? I'm asking you, what do you like? You have no manners. Chi's father frowned and swept the newspaper off the coffee table. Don't you like anything in this house? What's so bad about this house that you dislike it so much? Mother Chi brought out the dishes, and she felt a sharp pain in her heart. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. Is that not allowed? Chiana blinked, her eyes welling up with tears. Chiana's nails dug into her palms, her jaw trembling uncontrollably. She said, I don't like astragalus. I don't like soybeans or mung beans. I don't like this taste. Why can't I? Why does everything have to be about studying? I've tried so hard, but I just can't do well in math. Is that not okay? I've been very obedient, but why? Why do you still do this? I don't like you. She covered her face with her hands, as if even tears were proof of her vulnerability that shouldn't exist. Her shoulders trembled, tears streaming through her fingers, and she slowly moved her hand away. Glistening tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and one by one, they slid down her cheeks. Chi's father took a deep breath and stood up. He was much taller than Chiana, and his shadow covered his daughter's body. The man opened the door and pushed his still crying daughter out. Okay, then go find the rabbit. The tone was almost gentle. She was first delighted, then puzzled, and the door closed without warning. Chiana stood at the door, sniffing, when the motion sensor lights in the hallway suddenly went out. In the darkness, she heard the sound of the door being locked from the inside. Then came the parents' endless, relentless arguments. Look at you. You've spoiled her rotten. You stay home all day. Can't you even manage this little thing? Chi's father felt that his authority as a father and as a husband had been challenged. In this family, he should be the undisputed ruler. This little world should bow down to him, the only man in the family. The rabbit ran away, and you blame me for that? Have you ever cared about this family? Is she my daughter alone? Mother Chi felt wronged. She didn't understand why she received this in return for all she had given. Outside the door, Chiana closed her eyes. She felt dizzy and unable to move, as if she had been frozen in place by some kind of magic spell. She knocked on the door, and although the person inside could clearly hear her, no one answered. She felt abandoned. Stop arguing. Her voice was soft, and she swallowed the tears that fell, which tasted salty, like a walking corpse, or like someone who has lost their 3 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only a puppet body that can be pulled on strings. Stop arguing. I won't look for the rabbit anymore. I'll be good. Chiana lowered her head, tears falling to the ground and leaving a small circular mark. The motion-activated lights in the hallway turned on, casting a warm, yellow glow that seemed cozy, but no one knew that beneath the surface lay a sense of desolation. Chiana looked downstairs and seemed to see a little white rabbit, bathed in an orange-yellow halo, hopping back. Have you calmed down? Chi's father's face remained as stern as ever, like that of a ruthless official who had the final say. Chiana nodded, her head bowed as low as it could go, as if she were buried in the dust. Is chapter 46 a newbie? What's going on? Asked the neighbor, an older man carrying groceries upstairs. It's nothing, the kids are just playing around. Chi's mother came closer, putting on a friendly smile. Mr. Chi pulled his daughter inside and said to her, Take off your school uniform and put on clean home clothes. Anna Chi watched the couple standing at the door chatting idly with their neighbor, looking so relaxed and friendly, it was truly ironic. That's good. What are you cooking at your house? It smells so good, the neighbor uncle asked. Astragalus stewed chicken is good for replenishing chi, said Mother Chi with some pride. Wow, this is great stuff. You're really taking good care of your child, the neighbor exclaimed. My grandson wanted fried chicken, so I went to the market and bought some. I can never seem to get it right when I fry it at home, the neighbor said, shaking the things he was carrying as he went upstairs. The aroma of fried food wafted into the Chi family's entryway. The couple exchanged a glance and then sat down at the dining table. Hurry up, don't keep people waiting, it's impolite. Chi's mother served her a full bowl of rice. None of the dishes on the table were her favorites. Fortunately, Chiana was used to it. She always felt that if she didn't like a certain food, it would be difficult to get all the nutrition from it. This feeling of resentment and unwillingness hung over her like a dark cloud. Eat quickly. Mr. Chi scooped a large spoonful of astragalus chicken soup for her. Anna Chi ate a little bit. The chicken soup had a layer of oil floating on it, like some kind of eutrophication phenomenon in water bodies. Drink the soup. Mr. Chi tapped the rim of his daughter's bowl with his chopsticks. Anna Chi picked up the bowl and forced herself to finish the soup. I'm going back to my room, she said after tidying up her dishes. Just as she was about to close the door, Chi's mother's voice rang out. Don't close the door. Why do you keep the door closed all day? Let some air out. Anna Chi gripped the doorknob and rubbed it for a while, but didn't close the door. She sat on the bay window sill, outside which were rows and rows of stainless steel security frames. The neighborhood is very safe, with property management patrolling almost 24 hours a day. She had never heard of any thieves. These security windows felt more like a trap for her. The night breeze was cool, and she could only have a moment to herself after her parents had washed up and gone to bed. She sat on the soft bed, tears falling silently. Was she crying for herself, or for that innocent little rabbit? Years later, even Chiana herself didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps, crying doesn't need any reason at all. Her tears were so many, like a river bursting its banks, flowing to the ends of the earth, and soaking the soft pillow. Anna Chi got up and opened the last page of her history textbook. It was a world map centered on China. Her fingers slowly slid from China's coastal cities to the right, across the Pacific Ocean, to the distant United States. She closed the book, drew back the curtains, and saw the moon hanging high in the sky, a sight that reminded her of the beauty of the moon even from afar. Mr. and Mrs. Chi still remember that their daughter developed a fever that morning for some reason. She was delirious with fever and kept calling out Xiaobai. Standing in the hospital corridor, Chi's father couldn't understand what was so special about a rabbit. In his view, it was just an ordinary little white rabbit with red eyes, the kind of rabbit you wouldn't even notice if you put it in 1,000 rabbits. The man had another big fight with his wife. He was a little tired and missed his carefree and independent single life in the past. Chiana was originally the name he wanted to give to his son, but he would never mistreat his daughter either. But so many years have passed. From a babbling toddler to a graceful young woman. He suddenly realized that the child was loving him less and loving him more and more. Is it hatred? Men can't figure it out, and men will never figure it out. In a daze, Chiana stood on the dividing line between the past and the present, her tears transcending time. Every night is a good time to cry yourself to sleep. Warm fingers wiped away her tears. Who was that? Unbeknownst to her, someone was beside her, watching her cry in her dream. Lu Jiaxing, who had taken off his glasses and was leaning against the headboard, was awakened by a sob. He first felt her forehead, and seeing that her temperature had finally gone down, he smiled with relief, fearing that her fever might get worse in the middle of the night. Chiana lay on the hotel bed, her face still a little red, but better than before. Her head didn't hurt as much after taking fever-reducing medicine. Her eyes were closed, yet a single tear still streamed down her face, and a few tears even welled up in her eye sockets, like a spring. The sobbing was muffled, so Lu Jiaxing leaned in to listen, his ear very close to the other person's lips. Xiaoba, is he talking in his sleep? Or did you have some kind of nightmare? Lu Jiaxing took 2 napkins and wiped the thin layer of sweat from her face. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. The woman seemed to be frowning. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her tones sounded aggrieved. Lu Jiaxing stood up, went to his hotel room, and brought the little rabbit over. The little rabbit was fast asleep when it saw Lu Jiaxing disturbing it. It was about to take a bite, but then it seemed to remember that Lu Jiaxing was its long-term meal ticket, so it didn't bite. Sorry to disturb your rest. Lu Jiaxing imitated Qiana's actions and gently stroked the little rabbit's back. She seems to need you a lot, though I don't know why. Lu Jiaxing's tone was gentle, as peaceful as the first ray of light in a bright spring day. He yawned, and a wisp of mist rose onto his silver-rimmed glasses. The man wiped the rabbit's 4 feet with an alcohol wipe. Little White seemed to know that its mission was important and cooperated very well without kicking. Good boy, girl. Lu Jiaxing patted the rabbit's ears as a form of praise. The rabbit turned its head and stared at Qiana, who seemed to be radiating heat. It tried to escape, but was caught and pulled back by the merciless giant hand. Just as Mr. Lu thought he had misunderstood her needs, Anna Chi called out Xiaobai even more clearly. The woman opened her eyes halfway and saw a little rabbit through a misty, tearful haze. With the same red eyes, the same long, drooping ears, and the same soft, snow-white fur, it was a little rabbit. Qiana felt very hot. She reached out from under the covers and touched the rabbit in her hallucination. Its ears are so soft. This illusion is almost too real. Little White, she was calling it. The little rabbit looked around warily, then slowly approached Qiana's face. Its 3-lobed mouth moved, making a sound similar to a chirp. Little White, she called out again. The little white rabbit tilted its head and looked at the strange human with its red eyes. Xiaobai, you're back, aren't you? Qiana's tone was relaxed, as if she had already overcome countless obstacles. Chirp. The little white rabbit's ear got wet with the tears that had slid down the other's cheek, like rain. She leaned against the headboard, her head still heavy. Her gaze finally fell on Lu Jiaxing, who was sitting restrainedly at the foot of the bed, wearing glasses and holding a small bag of rabbit food in his hand. Their eyes met, and she could hear what President Lu was thinking. What did she dream about? Chapter 47, Gentle Husband. She picked up the little rabbit, placed it against her chest, lowered her head, and used its ear to wipe away the tears on her face. Lu Jiaxing found her behavior somewhat adorable. The little rabbit broke free from her grasp and hopped to the foot of the bed. Lu Jiaxing shook the rabbit food and took out 1 or 2 pieces, placing them in his palm. Little rabbit, eat up. President Lu lowered his eyes, exuding the gentle charm of a husband. Little White first used its front paws to wipe its face and ears, seemingly complaining about Qiana's behavior, or perhaps simply cleaning itself. Its 3-lobed mouth moved slightly as it chewed on the rabbit pellets, seemingly quite satisfied with this overtime pay. Are you feeling better? Lu Jiaxing hugged the little rabbit to his arms. Yes, I'm still a little dizzy, Qiana answered honestly. The man, carrying the rabbit, came to her bedside. Qiana reached out and touched the rabbit's little tail, her smile faint and distant. What do you want to eat? Make sure you throw up everything you ate, Lu Jiaxing asked. Anna Chi focused on petting the rabbit, then hugged it to her chest. Little White, you're back. That's great. Qiana stroked its ears, as if talking to the little rabbit, but more like talking to herself. Lu Jiaxing looked at Qiana with a hint of heartache on his face, but didn't rush to ask any more questions. She touched her stomach. It was empty and flat. It was better not to mention it, because now that she did, she was actually quite hungry. But now all the shops outside are closed, and there probably isn't any takeout available either. Qiana scratched her face. Aren't you going back to Hangzhou today? Won't this interfere with your plans? Qiana reached for the wall lamp on the bedside table. The bronze wall lamp cast a yellowish light that fell on Lu Jiaxing's face, like the retro lighting often used in movies and TV dramas. He said, I don't mind if you delay a little longer. Qiana was a little suspicious that Lu Jiaxing might be possessed by something today. She continued the previous topic and said, I think I still have some instant noodles in my suitcase. Do you want to eat some too? There are also some braised eggs. Eating braised eggs with instant noodles makes me feel like I'm not in a hotel, but on a green train. You're still sick. Wouldn't instant noodles be too much of a problem? The man's tone was very tactful. Non-fried instant noodles can use less seasoning packet, making them very light. She licked her lips as she thought of instant noodles. After a busy night, Lu Jiaxing was also a little hungry. Then after you finish your noodles, take a fever reducer. His tone was somewhat like he was bargaining. Okay. Qiana was genuinely tempted. Lu Jiaxing found a pot, boiled water first, and then cooked the noodles. Chiana got out of bed, put on a long coat, and looked at Lu Jiaxing's back as he cooked noodles, feeling a strange sense of warmth. Do you prefer your noodles softer or firmer? President Lu turned around and saw Anna Chi right behind him. Make it a little softer, but not too hard, like instant noodles. She seemed to be stating an obvious point. Lu Jiaxing tore open the packet. Mr. Lu hadn't changed out of his pajamas. He was still wearing the full suit he'd worn during the day. The man took off his coat, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, revealing a few veins on his arms. She sat on the sofa and randomly turned on a channel. She was used to watching something while eating, so she wouldn't feel too lonely. Thank you all so much for your support of Soaring to the Heavens. We will work hard to bring you great works. Cheng Siyue's signature sweet smile shone brightly on the screen. The persistent entertainment reporter asked, someone saw you and Fu Tingshan traveling together in Japan. Shouldn't you be participating in a script reading at this time? Can you respond to that? Cheng Siyue's expression remained unchanged, her smile still polite, as if she hadn't heard the question. See you. Can you respond to the rumors about you and Fu Tingshan? Excuse me, I won't answer irrelevant questions, Assistant Zhu interrupted promptly. How can this be considered an irrelevant issue? The entertainment reporter handed the microphone to Cheng Siyue. Entertainment at 1 p.m. Here's the latest news from the film and television industry. The camera pans back to a very handsome male host. The entertainment news continued to broadcast gossip. Chiana smelled the aroma of instant noodles, got up from the sofa, and went to help serve them. Be careful, it's hot, Lu Jiaxing warned. Anna placed a magazine under the bowl of noodles, then took out the extra disposable chopsticks from the takeout order, unwrapped them, and handed them to the other person. 2 bowls of noodles, 2 braised eggs. These braised eggs are delicious. They're a specialty from Jiangken's hometown. Chiana recommended. Lu Jiaxing smiled and used his chopsticks to press the braised egg under the noodle soup, letting the ready-to-eat food absorb a little warmth. The noodles are thin and long, unlike the yellow color of regular instant noodles, and there is very little oil in the soup. Anna Chi took a small sip of soup, then slurped up her noodles, clearly quite hungry. Realizing her voice was a bit loud, she looked at Lu Jiaxing beside her and asked, "Isn't it a little noisy?" "No, you're enjoying your meal." Lu Jiaxing picked up a braised egg and took a bite. After the entertainment news on the screen ended and a short end credit segment, the program transitioned to a late-night movie screening. As luck would have it, this is the first and only film starring Anna Chi. Anna picked up the remote to change the channel, when her own voice suddenly came through. "I don't believe in love. I don't believe in marriage. I don't believe in lasting happiness." The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be very close to the microphone, and when it came through the speakers, it sounded like someone was whispering in your ear. The woman's face was shrouded in smoke. One eye was smiling, while the other was empty. His empty eyes suddenly welled up with tears as the lines ended. The camera pans to the woman's hand, where a woman's menthol cigarette is emitting wisps of smoke. It was very inspired. That's the impression most people in the industry have of this scene. This was also the first step for Chiana into the film and television industry. Looking at herself on the screen, she could hardly remember how she acted out the scene. This is a very niche film, and it was the debut film of Wang Meng, who later became a great director. Chiana hesitated to press the button to change the channel. She stared blankly at the dehydrated vegetables on the noodle soup, lost in thought. This was filmed when you were in the United States, right? Lu Jiaxing had seen the movie. Yes, back then director Wang was just an intern. I had just graduated from school and couldn't find a suitable job. Chiana rarely talked to him about the past. Speaking of which, you didn't even attend your graduation ceremony back then. Why did you suddenly go to the United States? Lu Jiaxing began to reminisce about the past. Because, she paused, then said, the American dream. Her English pronunciation is pleasant and authentic, but her tone carries a hint of sadness. And what about you? Didn't you go to America later too? Maybe we even ran into each other. She crumpled the plastic packaging together. The man paused in his tidying up and said, I've encountered this before. His voice was too soft and was completely drowned out by the jazz music playing in the movie. Chapter 48 Different Paths, Same Destination. Chiana sat cross-legged on the sofa, bringing her nose close to her collar, feeling a little sweaty. As the jazz music played in the movie, she recalled her encounter with Wang Ming in an underground stand-up comedy bar. Wang Ming had dyed silver hair and wore a black cross on her ear. A Chinese man rushed over with a glass of wine in his hand, and Anna brushed past him. The man was walking too fast and didn't see the step clearly, almost tripping and falling flat on his face. The wine was almost entirely spilled onto Chia's dress. "I'm very sorry. I really am." Upon seeing this, the man immediately apologized. "What's up?" Wang Ming turned around, her short silver hair standing out in the dimly lit underground bar. At that time, Chia had just graduated from university in the United States and was busy looking for a suitable job. Suddenly being freed from the structured learning of high school, the relaxed and free university life made her very anxious. Having fled her hometown, she was like a fish that no one cared about in this mixed metropolis. The two looked at each other, and Wang Ming was clearly attracted to her. So beautiful. Even in such poor lighting, her face is so captivating. It would be stunning in a movie. Wang Ming looked at Anna, who had black hair and black eyes, and tilted her head to ask, "Chinese?" Her voice was low, and the black cross swayed as she turned her head slightly. Anna touched the red heart-shaped hair clip on the side of her hair and nodded gently. "Anna Chi in Chinese. It's okay. This dress is very cheap. I can take care of it myself when I get back." Wang Ming stepped onto the stairs and handed Anna a business card. The card was simple, but the school and major listed on it were world-class directing programs. Amidst loud music, a black DJ came on stage to set off. On this dazzling night, Anna Chi met her guide. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Ming." She held out her hand, her fingers adorned with many simple silver rings. "Hello, Anna Chi." She smiled faintly. A beam of light shone on her, like a spotlight on a stage. In the flickering light, her wet eyes were revealed. Wang Ming was very tall, even a little taller than the boy, perhaps because her short hair was styled to be too voluminous. The man was Wang Ming's half-brother. He rushed into the dance floor and danced intimately with the handsome blonde boy. "You study here?" Anna looked at her almost gender-neutral attire, which fit her stereotype of art students. "Yes, I'm doing an internship now. What about you?" Wang Ming looked into the other person's eyes and felt that they had a story to tell. "I've graduated, and I'm currently unemployed." Anna shrugged and gave a self-deprecating laugh. That night, Wang Ming and she talked a lot, and they nestled in the worn-out leather sofa and toasted each other. Anna told her about her escape, and Wang Ming listened attentively. From a certain perspective, their lives had led to the same end, albeit through different paths. Or perhaps, for daughters from traditional East Asian families, fleeing is an inescapable fate. After her internship ended, Wang Ming approached Anna, wanting her to play the lead role in her drama. "Are you kidding me?" Anna, now an ordinary white-collar worker, stared at the content on her phone and confirmed that today was not April Fool's Day. They met at a coffee shop and chatted all day. Anna looked at Wang Ming and thought her idea was a bit far-fetched. "This won't be a blockbuster commercial film, but it's the kind of film I want to make." Wang Ming held her mug and took a sip of iced coffee. The woman's long hair was tied up, and she wore a white shirt and a black knee-length skirt. Her long legs were covered with a thin, sheer black stocking, and she paired it with a pair of black high heels that would never go wrong. She's the kind of female office worker you see everywhere. It's a job that's not necessarily stable, but is definitely boring. What about funding? Making a movie must be a huge expense. Anna ate a Swiss roll with red tea, the cream cloyingly sweet. "Don't worry, you won't lose money. Just tell me, do you want to come?" Wang Ming took off her brown leather jacket and handed the script to the other party. Anna hesitated. She had never thought about becoming an actress, and at least no one in her previous life had ever told her that such an option existed. She opened the script and began to read it silently. After reading it, she suddenly understood why Wang Ming chose her. The story is not complicated. It tells the tale of a Chinese girl who comes to the United States alone. Her broken childhood experiences have left her extremely insecure, and she longs to find a stable relationship. During this process, she met what she thought was her soulmate, wavering between intimacy and a yearning for stability. She was captivated by the romantic fantasies woven by a man and hastily entered into marriage. The man absconded with the money, leaving her as his biggest creditor. The protagonist of the story has many similarities to her. The script is very delicate. During the scenes of the female lead's memories, Anna almost shed tears. Did you like this story? Wang Ming asked as she closed the script. It's too dreamy, yet too real. Love and marriage are like a giant deception. Anna's tone was indifferent, her eyes darting around. Life isn't a fairy tale. Wang Ming shrugged and put down her mug. Welcome to the real world. It sucks. You're gonna love it, she recited a classic line from Friends. Anna laughed. She took a deep breath and turned to look at the towering skyscrapers. To hell with being a white-collar worker. To hell with following the rules. Then, see you then? Wang Ming stood up. She still had many things to do. However, finalizing the female lead is the most important step. She asked in surprise, I haven't agreed yet. Really? But I can tell from your expression that you're planning to run away again, Miss Carp. Wang Ming picked up her bag and waved at her. Anna watched as the silver-haired woman pushed open the door and ran out quickly, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. She put the last small piece of Swiss roll into her mouth, still unable to get used to the sweetness of the American roll. The woman sat there alone for a long, long time. Then, she took out a red heart-shaped hair clip from a hidden compartment in her black handbag. Shigeru, I really swam across the Pacific Ocean. Although I don't know where the next stop will be, you will definitely be proud of me, right? The waitress cleared away the dessert plates and wiped the table. Her perfume was very strong. Anna left a small tip on the table, then pushed open the glass door and walked out onto the street. Along the way, she passed many flower shops. Unfortunately, there was no wisteria among the colorful flowers. Years later, a reporter interviewed the female director about why she chose an ordinary person as her leading lady. Wang Ming still has short hair, but it has changed from bright silver to black, and the black cross on her ear is gone. Her answer was quite capricious. I don't know, but the moment I met her, I knew she was the one for the role. A broken Chinese girl who fled to a foreign country. Director Wang Ming's voice was very low, like the lingering sound of a cello. Chapter 49 Willing. In a small studio apartment, Anna sat by the window, typing her resignation letter. Perhaps it was telepathy, but her aunt's video popped up on the computer, and she clicked the button to accept the call. What are you doing? The woman asked languidly, a white towel wrapped around her head. Are you working overtime again? Don't push yourself too hard. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Hongmei took out a face mask and put it on her face. I didn't work overtime. I was just... Anna hesitated, wondering whether she should mention her plan to resign. Hongmei adjusted the face mask. Her skin was so well maintained that you couldn't tell her real age at all. After typing the resignation letter to the end, Anna scheduled it to be sent. She looked up at her aunt on the computer screen and said, I was just typing my resignation letter. Wow, congratulations. You're finally free from this misery. Hongmei said, bowing. When are you coming to San Francisco? Take a good vacation, and let's go have some fun together. My aunt didn't think it was a big deal at all. She propped her legs up, applying body lotion as she said to Anna, you should relax. Young girls live such a tense life. You're not as good as an old woman like me. How could you be an old woman? There's no such thing as a beautiful old woman. Anna was very perceptive. Hongmei threw her head back and laughed, causing the sheet mask to shift. How can you be so good with words? It was worth bringing you to America in the first place. Auntie, I really want to visit you in San Francisco, but I have to film a movie soon. I'll come when I have time. Hongmei stopped smiling, her tone somewhat resentful, and said, why did you stand me up again? Wait, you said you're going to make a movie. Our family is going to have a big star. Hongmei's worry turned to joy, and before she knew it, a thin layer of body lotion had slipped off her smooth skin. If I weren't a big star, I wouldn't be this amazing, Anna said, scratching her face, a little embarrassed. You're destined to be a big star. Look at you. You've been good-looking since you were little, and you learn things quickly. If you go and become an actor, you'll definitely become famous. Hongmei always had an encouraging attitude. She took a napkin to wipe the body lotion off the wooden floor, then crumpled the napkin into a ball. Really, Anna hadn't thought that far ahead at all. I was originally planning to introduce you to someone who used to work in the computer industry in Shenzhen, but came to work in the U.S. His surname is Liu. Chi-Anna waved her hand, declining In Hongmei's offer. She wasn't ready to enter into an intimate relationship for the time being. It's good to focus on your career. Go for it, and drive your clueless parents crazy. In Hongmei quickly changed the subject. Baby, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man suddenly appeared on the screen. The person who arrived was In Hongmei's boyfriend. Upon seeing Chi-Anna, he praised her without reservation, saying, "You are gorgeous." Hello. The man's pronunciation was surprisingly good. Perhaps his aunt had taught him. Anna Chi replied with a hello. She watched the two embracing so openly on the screen and felt a little uncomfortable. In Hongmei coaxed her clingy foreign boyfriend away and continued chatting with her niece. Annie, what do you think love really means to a woman? In Hongmei paused for a moment, then replied, "A little dessert after dinner. I don't expect it to be a lifesaver, but rather something to add to the good things." A little dessert. Looking at the night view outside the window, Anna Chi found the metaphor both cute and apt. Yes, you can eat it or not. Everyone has different preferences for desserts, In Hongmei explained. I know that she used departure and the influence of your parents make it difficult for you to immerse yourself in new intimate relationships. Your aunt won't make empty promises or say that there will definitely be a wonderful person waiting for you in the future. I just hope that you can face your heart and instead become the best version of yourself. Auntie, I understand. Thank you. You are truly the most beautiful auntie in the world. Chi-Anna felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This feeling of being supported is so wonderful it feels unreal. In Hongmei hung up the video call, pushed open the door, and saw her foreign boyfriend lying on the sofa. As soon as the man saw her, he immediately picked her up like a docile golden retriever. My sweetie. The two kissed, the sound of water filling the air. After completing her final month of work, Chi-Anna resigned from her original job and officially became an actress. She was undoubtedly lucky. Her first acting job was as the female lead in a movie, something many actors wouldn't even dare to dream of. As a self-taught actress, Chi-Anna still has a lot to learn, and she spends all her time on set studying. You have to learn to ignore the camera. This was something Wang Ming often told herself at the beginning. Finding the camera is perhaps a common problem for new actors. It's really hard to ignore such a big black camera right in front of you. Chi-Anna is making rapid progress. Just as Wang Ming said, she is talented. But behind talent often lies hard work that is easily overlooked. A month before joining the film crew, she locked herself at home, finding films with similar themes to analyze and take notes on. Your character sketch is quite detailed. A colleague who is also an actress would admire Chi-Anna's meticulousness when she saw her notes. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, and a slow bird can fly first. Chi-Anna smiled shyly. She opened her handwritten biographical sketches, which were a full 10,000 words long, and marked different periods in red pen. Wang Ming saw her efforts, but she didn't often praise her, only pointing out her shortcomings. In her heart, however, she really admired her leading lady. At first, Chi-Anna couldn't control her facial expressions, so she consulted other professional actors. They told her a method: practice in front of a mirror and imagine the lines. This method proved very effective. She began to grasp the basics and started to experience the joy of being an actress behind the scenes. Let's eat, let's eat. Wang Ming's younger brother brought over a bunch of snacks. They even have sweet and sour pork. Did you go to Chinatown? Wang Ming opened the plastic lunchbox and asked, tilting her head. Does Chinatown have northeastern Chinese food? Anna Chi rarely interrupted. Yes, it's much more expensive than in China, but it has a really good wok aroma. Wang Ming commented after taking a bite of the braised eggplant. By the way, is being an actor fun? Wang Ming asked Chi-Anna. It's fun, she answered without hesitation. The actress smiled, her almond-shaped eyes crinkling, and she looked genuinely happy. Wang Ming is a very strict director who loves to scrutinize details and is known for being quick to criticize actors. Even though Chi-Anna was her friend, she didn't hold back her words. She doesn't care about others pointing out her shortcomings. On the contrary, she cherishes every criticism Wang Ming gives her. What's the point of this lighting? I'm filming the human world, not the underworld. Director Wang picked up a megaphone. These days were tough and tiring, But Anna felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction because she did it willingly. Chapter 50 Work Emails. The movie was still playing, and those familiar lines, those lighting effects that had been adjusted countless times, brought back a flood of memories. Take your medicine. Lu Jiaxing's voice pulled her out of her memories. It was exactly half an hour after the meal. Anna took the warm water and the pills, and then swallowed them. Thank you. Anna spread out the blanket and covered her bare feet. And I'm sorry, I said some unpleasant things to you. The man sat down next to her, paused in his act of opening his laptop, turned his head, and said calmly, It's okay. Lu Jiaxing, let me tell you a secret. Anna placed the soft pillow behind her waist. What? President Lu was very cooperative. I can hear your inner monologue. Anna's expression was very serious. Mind reading? The man summarized. Yes. She nodded. Lu Jiaxing reached out to touch her forehead. Why was she starting to talk nonsense? Could it be that the instant noodles she ate earlier made her sick? Before he could even begin, Anna seemed to realize his suspicion and said somewhat dejectedly, You don't believe me. No. Lu Jiaxing's tone was somewhat helpless. It's true, Anna said weakly. As long as I make eye contact with the other person, I can hear what they are thinking. She explained the trigger conditions for this cheat system, but the other party still didn't seem to believe her. Okay, I believe you. President Lu's tone carried an unconscious concession and doting. Anna was not happy. She moved to face the man and turned his face towards her with both hands. Look at me. Anna's voice was still hoarse from illness. Lu Jiaxing cooperated. Her face was very close to his, and his mind suddenly went blank. Why? I didn't hear anything, Anna asked. Maybe I have a fever, and this skill is temporarily off cooldown, she speculated, still feeling a little unwilling. Take a break, Lu Jiaxing advised, then opened his email on his computer, where an unusual work email popped up. If only you could truly hear my heart's voice. The man's tone carried a hint of melancholy. See, you still don't believe me. Anna missed the point and misinterpreted the other person's thoughts. Seeing that Anna didn't seem to be going to rest, Lu Jiaxing asked her while reading the email, What are your work arrangements for the future? I'm going to Shenzhen for an event, and that doesn't seem to be my schedule for the time being. She thought for a moment and realized she really didn't have any free time. Have you considered participating in a variety show? President Lu adjusted his slipping glasses. The man was multitasking, his eyes still glued to the emails on his computer screen. I don't really like it. I'm not very funny, and Jinjia also said I don't have much of a sense of humor. Anna replied seriously. If it's not the funny kind, what about travel or folk culture? You've collected a lot of fridge magnets from local museums, so you might be interested in that. Lu Jiaxing seemed to have transformed into her agent, chatting with her about work. Travel programs? They're all just for fun. You have no idea how fierce the arguments can get. And no such programs have ever approached me. Who said there isn't? President Lu turned the computer screen towards the other party. It was an invitation to a couple's travel variety show. Anna pulled the blanket up to cover most of her body. She felt it was unreliable after only reading the beginning. Mr. Lu, I feel like this isn't an invitation for you to be on the show, but rather a plea for sponsorship from Jimu. She rubbed her lower lip with her finger. It's not impossible. President Lu felt that this was also a good opportunity for Jimu. Didn't you want to go on a road trip? This show is perfect for you. Let me take another look. Anna scrolled through the page. Looking at the detailed itinerary, she saw that it indeed listed many places worth visiting, and it was clear that she genuinely wanted to promote the local customs and culture. However, this is a variety show featuring couples, and the plan doesn't include any guest appearances, so it's probably not very suitable. Aren't we husband and wife? Lu Jiaxing asked, a hint of confusion on his face. We're a fake couple, and you won't be on TV with me anyway, Anna said with a forced smile. How do you know I can't? Lu Jiaxing asked gently. Anna was momentarily speechless. She felt that Lu Jiaxing was a bit strange. I still need to ask Jinjia. Since you're interested, I'll consider it. She closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Mr. Lu also felt that he had been too hasty, but he really hoped that she could go out and relax. If he could accompany her, that would be even better. Lu Jiaxing likes her, but he is not a saint. He has his own selfish motives. His selfish desire was to spend more time with her. In the past, the two had very little communication because they were secretly married and busy with work. He didn't want her to run off to a place he couldn't see again just because he got a little closer to her. Okay, I also need to discuss the advertiser matters with others. Lu Jiaxing opened the next email. Qianna opened her phone, tapped her work email, and looked at her work schedule. 90% of her time was spent at home doing nothing. Perhaps he's right. Participating in shows to increase exposure isn't necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, her secret marriage made headlines, and some fans unfollowed her because they felt she lacked ambition. So, her bringing Lu Jiaxing onto the show can be seen as a kind of when others throw mud at me, I'll use the mud to grow lotus flowers attitude. But why would Lu Jiaxing get involved in this mess? Is it because he thinks he's affecting my career? Or is this show really that suitable for Jimu to sponsor? Qianna wondered. The two stopped chatting and the effects of the drug began to take hold. Qianna became drowsy and fell asleep while thinking about it. By the time Lu Jiaxing turned around, wanting to say something more to her, she was already fast asleep. Mr. Lu carefully picked up the person through the blanket and placed them on the bed. The man's steps were very light. If he held her too loosely, he was afraid she would fall, and if he held her too tightly, he was afraid she would be uncomfortable. The distance of about 10 steps felt like an eternity in his arms. Good night, Lu Jiaxing said in a deep voice. The next day, when Qianna woke up, she saw Lu Jiaxing sleeping on the sofa, seemingly having just dozed off for a while. She gently covered him with the blanket, but the man, who seemed to be a light sleeper, woke up immediately. He stared at Qianna with his eyes half open, his mind still a little blank. The man's voice was still slightly groggy and magnetic. He asked, "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock, Qianna replied. Her phone rang, and she answered it. It was a florist delivering the ordered wisteria bouquet to the hotel. "Please sign for it." "Okay." Qianna signed her name. Lu Jiaxing, "Do you know the meaning of wisteria flowers?" She guessed he didn't know and was about to answer. The next second, his voice sounded from behind. Deep longing and persistent waiting. Chapter 51, Sweeping Her Grave. Outside the car window, the scenery rushed by. Lu Jiaxing sat in the driver's seat, while Qianna, dressed in a somber black outfit, sat in the passenger seat. The woman wore retro, oval black sunglasses, and her complexion was still not very good. She was holding a bunch of wisteria flowers in her arms. It was raining yesterday, but today the weather is sunny and very hot. "We've arrived," Lu Jiaxing said. The man tilted his head to look at her, and felt that her face had become much thinner, and she looked too gaunt. "Yes, thank you for bringing me." Qianna took off her sunglasses and put them in her coat pocket. The two got out of the car and drove all the way from the film studio to the Hangzhou cemetery. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky along the way. Lu Jiaxing took a black parasol from the trunk and handed it to the other person. "Thank you, I don't need an umbrella." She was always so polite and distant. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaxing lowered his head, only to hear someone ask again, "Want to come in together?" The man shook his head, and Qianna replied, "That's fine, so as not to be reminded of those memories." Qianna's hand emerged from the sleeve of her black trench coat and gently rested on his shoulder, seemingly as a gesture of comfort. Lu Jiaxing was somewhat puzzled. Shiyu's unexpected death should have been the one who was most affected, not him. Why could one discern a subtle sympathy and pity in her eyes? Before Mr. Lu could ponder this further, the woman had already taken the flowers and entered through the gate. The man stood by the car, gazing at her slender back. The summer breeze lifted her black trench coat, like a slender, vigorous stroke of ink. She completed the registration process with practiced ease and stepped onto the gray cement steps. The cemetery was very clean, and it was not as desolate as I had imagined, nor did it have a gloomy atmosphere. Rows and rows of tombstones. I wonder how many people lie buried here. On such a fine day, they must be at peace. Shiyu. Qianna read her friend's name aloud to the tombstone. Her voice was very soft and gentle, as if she was afraid of waking the other person. The wisteria bouquet was put down, and Qianna half squatted down, her line of sight just level with the photo on the tombstone. This photo was a standard student ID photo provided to all graduating high school seniors for their university registration. The passing of life is always so sudden and unexpected. Such a vibrant person, from being photographed in color, became a black and white image on a tombstone. I've come, and I brought wisteria flowers. You. Chiana's words faltered, and she found it difficult to begin. Shiyu fell from the rooftop. It must have been extremely painful. How could someone as beautiful as her have fallen like that? Some say it was an accident, while others say it was suicide. Most people who think it was an accident are wondering why a perfectly healthy young girl would commit suicide, without even leaving a suicide note. Those who believe it was suicide think that no student would stay on the rooftop in the middle of the night, so they must have been contemplating suicide. When the police came to question Chiana, she really couldn't answer. Her mind was in complete turmoil. Chi, think about it again. Has anything strange happened recently? The police officer asked again. Recently, everyone has been busy studying. It's the last year. I feel that Shiyu is the same as usual, and I haven't heard her say anything. Has she always lived alone? The police officer asked again. Anna nodded. She sat stiffly with her backpack on, looking very uncomfortable. Her parents are divorced and live outside of Hangzhou. They usually give some money to the aunt next door so that she can help look after Shiyu. This aunt is a neighbor, not a relative, right? Yes. Chiana remembered that she was a plump aunt with a kind smile. I just remembered something strange. Go on, the policeman said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Shiyu had a favorite red heart-shaped hair clip that she always carried with her. But one day, she suddenly gave it to me. Did you bring it? Anna put down her backpack and took out a red heart-shaped hair clip. The police officer took it, looked at it, determined it was just an ordinary red hair clip, and returned it to Chiana. Did you say anything strange at that time? No, she just asked me to hold it for her first. After we were assigned to different classes, I was busy with my studies and rarely spoke to her. Officer, is it because I didn't consider her feelings that she had such a moment of madness? Chi, we understand how you feel, but the case is still under investigation, and you don't need to take all the blame. If I hadn't been so focused on doing the test paper and had talked to her more, would this have been avoided? Chiana felt terrible, but she couldn't shed a single tear. Don't think about it too much. The police officer handed Chiana the written statement, asking her to check the contents and sign it. Anna Chi signed her name, and looking at Shiyu's name on the paper, she felt a lump in her throat. Chi, let's go home. Good. She returned home in a daze and sat in her bedroom, doing her homework as usual. The light from the desk lamp was soft and fell on the paper. She opened the English test paper, preparing to take notes on the closed test, when she suddenly remembered what Shiryu had said. The closed test is the most difficult question type. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear like that? Chiana's eyes stung with tears. As she wrote in her notebook, she sniffled, and the tears fell onto the pages, blurring into a blotchy mess. Have some fruit. Mrs. Chi brought over a plate of sliced watermelon and came in without knocking. Seeing this, she immediately wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, not wanting her mother to notice anything amiss. Chi's mother put down the watermelon and said, Your father and I still want you to attend the local teacher's college. Girls don't need to work so hard. In the future, you can become a teacher with summer and winter vacations, and when you have your own children, you can tutor them. Isn't that great? She received a college major selection guide in her second year of high school, and she knew which school her mother liked. It's close to home, and the cutoff score is much lower than in Chiana's mock exams, making it a very safe choice. She's mute, not saying a word. Chi's mother stared at her daughter's shifting eyes, feeling that she was up to something again. I want to go somewhere farther away. Chiana put down her pen. You are not allowed to go. But my score is more than enough. I've been first in my grade in the last few exams. So what if you're first in your grade? Does being first in your grade mean you have to go to the top school? Then why don't you go to Stanford or Harvard? Chi's mother was a little annoyed. Why was this child so disobedient? You were so close to Shiyu back then, and now that she's gone, have the other classmates been gossiping? Anna paused as she put the pen cap back on. Looking into her mother's eyes, she suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. A life was lost just like that, but the mother only asked whether others were gossiping about her. We're all studying, so busy every day that we barely have time to drink water, so no one is gossiping. You mean that police station that keeps calling you, a young girl, to give a statement every few days? They've been investigating for ages, but we don't know what they're investigating, and there's been no progress. Chi's mother used a fork to pick up a piece of watermelon, took a big bite, and continued to nag. You can't be like Shiryu. We're still counting on you to take care of us in our old age. Chapter 52, Overcoming One Challenge After Another. Chiana didn't speak. She gazed at the night outside the window, wondering what exactly these myriad lights were burning for. I need to study. She wanted her mother to leave. Chi's mother slowly got up and went out without closing the door. She stared at the door that she only closed completely at night when she went to sleep, and a sense of irritation rose in her heart. Chiana's situation through phone calls. When the two learned of Shiyu's unexpected death, they were both terrified and became overly cautious about choosing a school. Little did they know that the more they tried to keep their children by their side, the more counterproductive it would be. My aunt returned to Hangzhou from the United States, and she brought gifts for everyone. For Chiana, she gave her an Apple phone and tablet. Hongmei, don't give the child such an expensive gift, Mrs. Chi said, frowning slightly. Look at little Anna. She's so beautiful. And you still dress her in old clothes all the time. When did these loungewear even come from? Hongmei pouted, her lips adorned with the most fashionable plum-colored lip gloss. The most important thing for students is to study. Chi's father was also there. He looked at Hongmei's purple nail polish and shook his head slightly. Thank you for the gift, Auntie. Chiana accepted the latest Apple phone and computer with both hands. Little Anna is still the best. Hongmei touched her hair and felt that it was shapeless, obviously cut by her own sister with scissors. Hongmei followed her niece into the room and gently closed the door. The bedroom is not small, but the bookshelves and desks take up a lot of space, while the bed and wardrobe are not very big. There wasn't much on the table. For a young girl, this was really a bit too little. Hongmei felt more and more that the gift she brought was absolutely right. Looking at Chiana, she thought that if she had a daughter, she would never treat her like this. Auntie, were these cell phones and tablets brought back from the U.S.? Yes, it's more cost-effective to buy them over there. Hongmei looked at her purple cat-eye nails, which shimmered in the sunlight. Did you receive all the letters I wrote? Anna Chi asked again. Hongmei nodded and said, From now on, you can call your aunt. That will be faster. Looking at the thin, bony girl, Hongmei wondered what her family ate every day. Mrs. Chi paced around the living room, staring nervously at the closed door, and said, What do you think they're talking about? Don't lead my daughter astray, Chi's mother said bluntly. What kind of work does she do in the United States now? Mr. Chi asked, crossing his legs and taking a sip of the tea his wife had brewed. Years ago, I think I married a foreigner, but we divorced not long after, and that's how I got my green card. Now I don't know where I've made my fortune, but I'm willing to buy these things back. It's rare for her to come back. Mr. Chi blew on the tea leaves that had floated to the surface of the water. Don't be so rude with your words. We're family after all. Humph. Mother Chi snorted and looked away. Your family originally wanted to introduce Hongmei to you, but now that she's young and beautiful, do you find me annoying? What are you saying? That's all ancient history. Mr. Chi stood up, patted his wife's shoulder, and said gently, What year's vinegar are you eating? Seeing that her husband really didn't mean it, she decided to stop while she was ahead. She patted his hand and said, It's no use liking someone. Their heart can't stay in a small city like Hangzhou. She had a huge fight with her parents before leaving for America, and she's been gone for so long. I just hope that Anna Chi doesn't follow in her footsteps and act recklessly. She's the most sensible and worry-free child. She'll stay here obediently. Mr. Chi's face relaxed as he waited for his daughter to attend the teacher's college near their home. Chiana had a lot to say to her aunt. She held Hongmei's hand, as if she had endless questions. Come on, Annie will take you to get a haircut. While her sister was cooking, Hongmei took her out. Chiana lay in the shampoo area, warm water flowing over her scalp and wetting her long hair, her hands hidden in her pockets. The pants were thin, but the pockets bulged slightly. In her palm, she held Shiyu's keepsake, a red heart-shaped hair clip. The shampoo boy rubbed his scalp with his fingers, and she looked up at the ceiling, feeling a little drowsy. What kind of hairstyle do you want? Is this your mother? She looks so young. The proprietress draped a large piece of cloth over Chiana. A simple bob haircut is fine. The proprietress glanced at In Hongmei, who had long, wavy hair, and smelled the faint scent of perfume emanating from her. She was waiting for the other party's opinion. Sitting on the waiting leather sofa, In Hongmei felt a little strange and said, "Just cut her hair the way she wants." All right. Only then did the proprietress pick up the scissors. "Look, is this all right?" the proprietress asked In Hongmei, turning to her. Looking at the well-behaved and adorable Chiana in the mirror, In Hongmei noticed her niece's eyes welling up with tears. What's wrong? She keenly sensed the other person's unusual behavior, paid them, and pulled them out. The two sat under the shade of a tree next to a basketball court, the sound of basketballs bouncing on the ground echoing around them. The boys, wearing thin sports vests, moved nimbly. Chiana lowered her head and swatted away the mosquitoes that were about to bite her. "Here you go, orange-flavored popsicles." In Hongmei went to the ice cream shop and bought 2 popsicles. She took the popsicle, licked it, and said, "Thank you, Annie. Is there something you want to tell me?" In Hongmei cut straight to the point. She had already sensed that the child had something on his mind. Seeing this, Chiana no longer hesitated and said, "Auntie, I want to go to America. Do you have any way to help me?" In Hongmei ate an orange-flavored popsicle. It was cool and refreshing, sweeping away a trace of the summer heat. She remained silent for a while, her eyes fixed ahead, seemingly focused on the basketball game. "Anna, why do you want to go to America?" "Auntie, why did you leave Hangzhou back then?" Chiana's voice was cold and indifferent. In Hongmei pressed the popsicle against her tongue. The sweet orange flavor seemed to give her a shiver from the cold. She didn't dwell on why she left in the first place, but instead thought about her first month in a foreign land. She wasn't a particularly outstanding person, and she was once blinded by the glamour before her. And in her youth, she even met someone she thought was her soulmate. Time flies, and now, sitting here listening to her niece's words, she suddenly understands a little about her mother back then. "Anna, your aunt doesn't want you to choose one path to avoid another. There is no path in this world that is necessarily the path to happiness." "I know, Annie. I've done a lot of research. I really want to go to America. It's not just a passing fancy. Your English is good enough, and given your current situation, you have many schools to choose from in the United States. The only question is, how are you going to get past your parents?" Anna Chi stood up and threw the popsicle wrapper into the trash can. Every obstacle is difficult, but every obstacle can be overcome. Chapter 53, Forgotten Alternate Account. A cheerful ringtone sounded, and Chiana, holding her phone, stood up from the ground and rubbed her knees. The phone displayed a simple message. Chiana quickly went down the steps and walked to a platform, but there was no signal. A young man was helping an elderly man with white hair up the steps. It was unclear who they were there to pay their respects to. The old man carried a bamboo basket containing incense, paper money, and several large, bright red apples. Chiana looked back and saw that the wisteria in front of Shiryu's tombstone looked rather lonely. When she called back, Jinjia didn't answer, probably because she was too busy. The two returned to Hangzhou. Lu Jiaxing went back to Chunshanju, while Chiana returned to her apartment. The two seemed to have returned to their original state of mutual respect, like two lines that never intersect. She pushed open the door, looked at the clean room, and felt that she could finally catch her breath for a moment. Everything here is exactly as Chiana envisioned. It's the little house of her dreams. She took a shower, went into the bedroom, and closed the door, as if shutting herself off from everything outside. Phew, that feels so good. She hugged the soft pillow. Little Whitey hopped and skipped around, surveying its new territory. It tilted its head and looked at Chiana, its three-lobed mouth constantly moving. Looking at the door that could finally be closed, Chiana felt that she finally had a room that belonged only to her, instead of the cage of a well-behaved puppet. She ordered takeout, but it was taking forever to arrive. Listening to the movie narration, she felt like something was missing. After a period of busy work, Jinjia finally remembered Chiana, who was at home picking her toes. The two of them made a phone call after a long time, and their tone was somewhat estranged. "Anna, I think the couple's travel variety show is good. It would increase your exposure," Jane's agent said bluntly. "Isn't your event in a few days in Shenzhen? The person in charge is also in Shenzhen. You can go and meet them." Jinjia seemed to have a dry mouth, and took a sip of water. The gurgling sound made even Chiana feel a little thirsty. Chiana opened the food delivery app and saw that the delivery guy seemed to have stopped in one place and wasn't moving. She wondered if something had happened. I understand, she said calmly. President Liu agreed? Chiana finally realized. Didn't he tell you? I have to say, the way you two communicate is really something else. Even if you had mind-reading abilities, it wouldn't be of any use, Jinjie complained. Chiana chuckled. This was actually a lucky accident for Manager Jian. She looked down at her slippers. The recording of this program is not continuous. You can take on some side jobs in between. If there is suitable work, I will talk to you about it. Okay, thank you for your hard work. She always believed in Jinjie's work ability and felt at ease with her around. Also, the post-production of Legend of Fu Yao was handed over to the Fu family, so I think your screen time might not be very long when it airs. Yes, I understand. After hearing Jinjie's words, Chiana could understand what the situation would probably be like. In the entertainment industry, there are too many instances of people fawning over the powerful and belittling the weak, and of betraying those who have served their purpose. Since Jinjie has said this, it must not be without basis. I have 2 new people to train, so I might not be able to pay as much attention to you as before. Please understand. Okay, I understand. How is your daughter doing lately? I saw on your WeChat moments that she caught the flu a couple of days ago, and many of the kindergarten kids have caught it, Chiana asked. The fever finally subsided after 2 days. My mother was the main caregiver, and my ex-husband also came to see me once. She really liked the birthday gift you sent her. Thank you for remembering. Jinjie smiled. As long as she's happy. After talking with Jinjie, Chiana still didn't really feel like she was going to appear on a variety show with Liu Jiaxing. Just as she was about to ask a few questions on WeChat, the long-awaited takeout finally arrived. Sorry I'm late. The delivery guy seemed to be from out of town. His accent didn't sound like that of people from the Jiangsu or Zhejiang area. I fell off my bike and spilled your soup. The man frowned, his thick, dark eyebrows furrowed, his lips pursed, and he looked somewhat nervous. Anna Chi took the takeout. The entire food container was crushed, indicating it had been dropped quite hard. The delivery driver took out his phone, preparing to reimburse Chiana for the entire order himself, when he heard someone gently ask, "What about you?" "What?" The delivery guy, wearing a helmet with a hole in it, looked dumbfounded. "Are you alright?" Chiana took out alcohol wipes and bandages from the drawer in the entryway and handed them to the other person. She looked at the delivery guy's slightly torn and dusty pants and felt that he must have been in a lot of pain from the fall. The delivery man took the item from the other party. He was wearing dark gray fingerless gloves, and his exposed fingers had many scratches, which looked like they hadn't been treated yet. "Thank you. How much was your order?" "I'll reimburse you." The delivery man took out his phone, looking apologetic. "No need. Really, I'll just order another one. Be careful next time." The young man hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Okay." She waved her hand, took her takeout, and closed the front door. Assistant Zhang booked her a plane ticket to Shenzhen. This wasn't her first time participating in a TV drama awards ceremony. "Sister Anna, the dress has been borrowed and the stylist has been booked," Zhang reported to her. "Yes, thank you for your hard work." "No, it's just what I should do." Zhang scratched the back of his head. Without realizing it, I feel that Assistant Zhang has grown a lot. By the way, Mr. Liu was also in Shenzhen those few days. There was a computer software conference. Were you going to meet with the person in charge of that program together? How did you know Liu Jiaxing's itinerary? Chiana stroked Xiao Bai and fed it freeze-dried rabbit treats. When I went to pick up my clothes earlier, Assistant Lin added me on WeChat and said I could contact him if I needed anything. Assistant Zhang replied honestly. "Sister Anna, you're not angry, are you?" Chiana stopped petting the rabbit and asked, "Am I that easily angered?" "That's not what I meant. I was just afraid you'd be angry." Jiangkin was a little anxious, but couldn't quite explain what he meant. "Just kidding. Lin Wei is a reliable person. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her for help." After saying that, Chiana pinched the other person's soft little face. "By the way, we're going to Shenzhen. What about the rabbit? Should we send it to a foster home?" Little White seemed to sense that the two were talking about it, and chirped to announce its presence. Chiana leaned closer, took out her phone, turned on selfie mode, and took 2 photos of herself and Xiaobai, which she then posted on Weibo. Too lazy to think of a caption, she simply used a rabbit emoji as the content. Then I'll just have to board it for a few days. I wonder if that couple's reality show allows pets. Chiana scrolled through Weibo. She received many private messages from fans and read several of them. Some even used her as a memo pad, specifically to record their favorite couple pairings. She clicked on one of the fan sites that seemed to be her own CP, couple pairing, site, called Xingli. Could it be Lu Jiaxing and herself? Chiana's lips twitched as she looked at the golden effect on Weibo showing that she had suddenly appeared in the Xingli CP super topic, unsure of what expression to make. Oops, I forgot to switch to my alternate account. Chapter 54 Night View Terrace. Adhering to the principle that since she was already there, Chiana casually browsed through the contents. She clicked on a very popular article, glanced at the synopsis, and it was about Lu Jiaxing's unrequited love for her on campus, his forceful pursuit, her escape and his chase, and all sorts of steamy and suggestive stories. As for the risque part, it seems to have been censored, and of course, Chiana didn't have the courage to click on it. Zizaman Third Prince. Big, 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 hungry, smells delicious, burping. Anakoi. Heavens above, this is divine food. I'm going to eat it all up. AAA Luga Building Materials Wholesale. The link is broken, or my VPN has expired. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And finally, I'm bowing to the author. Chiana intended to leave, but unexpectedly looked inside. And you know what? The writing is actually quite good. Although the plot is a bit melodramatic, it keeps viewers hooked, and that's why it has received so many likes. If Lu Jiaxing's character weren't so charismatic and arrogant, she would actually find it quite relatable. The scenes set on campus are written with a youthful and beautiful touch. The boy's persistence and the girl's melancholy make one sigh that youth is gone forever. Unfortunately, Lu Jiaxing's ideal woman was not himself. If sure you were still alive, would she be the one standing next to President Lu? She couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart, which made her more distant from Lu Jiaxing. But she's about to appear on a TV show as a married couple. How is she going to handle that? Chiana shook her head. Just treat it as acting. As long as you get out of character, it's fine. As the plane landed in Shenzhen, Chiana felt the air around her heat up, as if summer was upon her. Sister Anna, it's so hot. I feel hot, even in short sleeves. Jiangkan tilted her head back and gulped down half a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. Chiana put on sunglasses and walked out, seeing many fans waiting for her. She signed autographs for them one by one, fulfilling every request. Are you from Pengcheng? Chiana signed her name on her photo. Sometimes she would think that if her name were Chi-E or Chi-Air, it wouldn't take so long to sign her name. No, we came to Shenzhen together for summer vacation, one of the tall girls replied. Have fun. Chiana waved goodbye to them. She and her assistant Jiang checked into the hotel and opened the curtains to let the sunlight in. I heard that the most famous feature of this hotel is its rooftop terrace restaurant, which offers a panoramic view of the entire city of Shenzhen. As the sun set, she and her assistant Jiang took the transparent elevator to the top floor. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky red, and the crimson clouds were gilded with a layer of gold. The gentle evening breeze couldn't move the clouds, so it could only gather a few scattered stars and wait for the moon's return. So beautiful. Jiangkan opened her mouth and took out her phone to record the moment. Hello, are you two? The waiter approached with the menu. Assistant Jiang nodded, thinking that the man was good-looking, but unfortunately, beauty is not something that can be eaten. Anna Chi sat down, flipped through the menu, and ordered a few common dishes found in Western restaurants, thinking that she couldn't possibly make a bad choice. Jiangkan pointed to the liquor section with several zeros and sighed that it was enough to buy his own life. That's all for now, thank you. After placing her order, Chiana looked at the city's night view and suddenly thought of Lu Jiaxing. He said that night he wanted to see the stars, so he drove around several mountain bends, all for the wish of a drunkard. Since their marriage, the two have spent very little time together. This is partly because Chiana intentionally avoids them, but more importantly, because she is afraid she cannot keep her heart. Although Lu Jiaxing won't be as calculating as in CP novels, She might not be able to resist his gradual, insidious approach. Why did she think of him again? Chiana stood up and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Squeeze out a little tea-scented hand soap, and it quickly lathers into fine foam on your hands. Anna was washing her hands when a person entered through the door. The person was wearing a beige Chanel-style suit and white stiletto heels, revealing their beautiful ankles. Hee-cheong tossed her thick, black curly hair, revealing a subtle, elegant perfume sent a niche salon fragrance from abroad. She opened the powder puff lid, took out a dusty rose-pink lipstick, and began to touch up her makeup. Anna Chi admired the beautiful woman and was about to leave when she heard her call out to her. Miss Chi. Hello, my surname is He, but my given name is Cheong. I am an advisor to Daohua and also Mr. Lu's partner this time. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. He Cheong spoke gently and politely, taking out her business card and handing it to Chiana. I see, she replied curtly. Is it a collaboration on smart home technology? Chiana finally came up with a topic she could discuss with her. Yes, it's quite a coincidence that President Lu also asked me to meet here. He Cheong smiled, her eyes bright. He Cheong stretched out her hand, revealing a large ruby ring that looked quite valuable. Chiana took the card from the other party and shamelessly searched for it. She found out that the person was a very talented information systems designer who had obtained multiple patents both domestically and internationally. Judging from what she said, it seemed that Lu Jiaxing had asked her to meet alone. Sister Anna, why did you take so long in the restroom? Are you feeling unwell? Assistant Jiang asked. As Chiana thought of the other person's bright face and outstanding professional skills, a secret sense of disappointment rose in her heart. But she couldn't tell Jiangkin that. No, it's probably just that the terrace is windy, and I caught a bit of a chill, she said, trying to brush it off. Jiangkin nodded and replied, yes, but the night view will be very beautiful later. The restaurant was slow to serve the food, and Chiana, propping her head up, felt a little unappetizing. The waiter kindly asked if she needed a blanket, and she nodded, placing the light blue fleece blanket over her lap. Night falls, and thousands of lights illuminate the night. Traffic flowed continuously, and lights even shone on the hillsides surrounding the distant harbor. The lights reflected on the sea surface, and with the surging of the waves, their shape was stretched out, just like Van Gogh's Starry Night. The crystal chandeliers in the rooftop restaurant lit up one by one, and in the darkness, a resident singer sang gentle and melodious English songs. The first appetizer was finally served. After taking photos, Assistant Jiang prepared to start eating. Chiana watched as He Cheong sat in the innermost seat, not in a hurry to order food, but instead kept typing on her phone. Could the person she was chatting with be Lu Jiaxing? The spot where she and her assistant Jiang were sitting was just right for tall green plants, which barely obscured her face. Sister Anna, why aren't you eating? Jiangkin thought the small bread rolls paired with the sauce were quite unique. Chiana cut off a small piece of beef and was about to put it in her mouth. A familiar figure flashed before my eyes. The man was tall and handsome. The suit accentuated his dashing good looks, while the silver-rimmed glasses added a touch of understated elegance. Jiaxing. He Cheong stood up from her seat. Chiana felt a slight tremor in her heart, and an inexplicable possessiveness climbed over the high ground of reason. Chapter 55. Peonies have no fragrance. Lu Jiaxing wasn't used to such an intimate way of addressing her, but he couldn't easily say it in front of a girl, so he could only sit down silently. Sorry I'm late. I've kept you waiting. Mr. Lu adjusted his glasses. I had some business with President Pei. I'm really sorry. The man continued to explain. President Pei has returned to China? He Cheong asked, waiting for Lu Jiaxing to order. The man ordered while carefully asking He Cheong for her opinion, his manner gentle and considerate. He Cheong suddenly felt that the time she had spent waiting in the wind was not entirely wasted. Looking at President Lu's features, she felt that they were not much different from the fleeting glimpse she had of him in America years ago. At that time, He Cheong was still the pampered sixth young lady of the He family. She met Lu Jiaxing, who came to the United States to attract investment for Hummingbird. Tired of seeing blonde, blue-eyed foreign heartthrobs, He Cheong was suddenly presented with a gentle man as refined as the misty rain of Jiangnan, which stirred her heart. However, After Hummingbird went bankrupt, Lu Jiaxing and Pei Song returned to China to start their own business. She also graduated from an American university and joined her family's Daohua. They met again at a cocktail party a few months ago, but Lu Jiaxing seemed to have no recollection of her at all, which aroused the competitive spirit of the sixth young lady of the He family. She didn't care whether Lu Jiaxing was single or married. He could get divorced even if he was married, just like her father, who had been married 3 times. Mr. Lu, I hope you don't mind me calling you that just now. He Cheong was testing him. Just as the man was about to say that something was inappropriate, the waiter came over to confirm the meal, so he had to repeat He Cheong's dietary restrictions on her behalf. He Cheong was delighted when she saw that he did not answer, assuming that he was also interested in her. This collaboration with Jimu is a double blessing, and it will greatly benefit Daohua's expansion into the mainland market. As for Qiana, she didn't take that person seriously at all. He was just a nobody. Lu Jiaxing was also momentarily captivated by the beauty of the man, and he felt that he was the most suitable person for him. Jiaxing, what were you doing in the U.S. before? He Cheong asked. It's work, nothing else. President Lu didn't quite understand why he suddenly asked this. You don't have a girlfriend, or anything? He Cheong probed again. No. Lu Jiaxing frowned slightly, seemingly a little impatient. He Cheong automatically interpreted it as the man's embarrassment, and she exclaimed in surprise, Does that mean you got married to Miss Qi in a flash after returning to China? Lu Jiaxing and Qiana's marriage was rushed, and they didn't even have a formal ceremony. The man watched as dish after dish was served, and noticed that Daohua was keeping a low profile, only focusing on his own personal matters, which made him somewhat unhappy. I should have brought Pei Song with me. It's just that this guy got a stomachache from eating raw marinated food and ended up in the hospital. Otherwise, he wouldn't be late again, and he wouldn't be being teased by Miss He about his lack of romantic history. Anna and I were high school classmates. He explained briefly, but the other party persisted. So you two were together in high school. He Cheong scooped up a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup and savored it. Lu Jiaxing shook his head again. He didn't quite understand He Cheong's intention. He planned to steer the conversation back to work and added at the end, I hope that Jimu and Daohua will have a pleasant collaboration this time. The abrupt transition was so jarring that even He Cheong, who was lusting after President Lu's good looks, couldn't help but chuckle. Okay. He Cheong tactfully raised her glass. 2 glasses of champagne clinked together, and the air was filled with the sweet and sour taste of fermented grapes. I heard that President Lu was so angry for the sake of a woman that he didn't hesitate to offend young Master Fu. He Cheong's big eyes gleamed with a hint of gossip. Lu Jiaxing smiled helplessly. He didn't want to be too direct, and didn't give a clear answer. I've also heard that Fu Tingxian has been pursuing Qi Anna relentlessly. I'd like to ask President Lu if the two are similar. Fearing that He Cheong might say something inappropriate without thinking, the man stood up abruptly, his face cold. Excuse me. He Cheong propped her head up, looking at the night view outside the glass railing, and felt great. She thought she had discovered the discord between Lu Qi and Lu Jiaxing, but she didn't realize that she was the one who had upset Lu Jiaxing. He Cheong has always wanted everything she wanted in her life, and with the He family backing her up, she never felt there was anything wrong with that. She had no interest in computers or finance, and even Lu Jiaxing's only impression of her hyperlink analysis technology was an entry ticket bought for her by the He family. Lu Jiaxing. Her light pink lips were like those of a magnificent peony. Peonies are beautiful in color, but have no fragrance. Daohua needs a truly capable leader like him, and she also wants a husband whose family background allows the He family to manipulate him at will. He Cheong isn't stupid. With her own momentary cleverness, Daohua won't go far. But if she has Lu Jiaxing, everything will be different. Even if she doesn't inherit a large portion of the estate after the old man passes away, she will still have Daohua, who makes a fortune every day. Of course she liked him. He was the person she had ever met that she liked the most, but had never had. So what if she's a second marriage? He Cheong doesn't care about any of that. Lu Jiaxing was completely unaware of the complex emotions in He Cheong's heart. He received a picture message from Pei Song, which showed a bowl of congee in front of her hospital bed. Get some rest, the man replied. Want some gossip? Add me on WeChat for 50. Song also sent a cheeky emoji. Lu Jiaxing only replied with 2 words, boring. Fu Tingqian has come to Pengcheng. Song sent the message, but Lu Jiaxing did not reply. Why do they all want to talk to him about Fu Tingqian? What kind of gossip is this? I heard he booked an entire hotel for Cheng Siyue. Lu Jiaxing looked at his phone as he returned to his seat, unaware that there was a person hidden among the greenery, whose face was somewhat pale. President Lu. Jiang stopped using his knife and fork and winked at Anna. Anna pulled the blanket that had slipped off her, took a bite of the black truffle risotto, and looked completely nonchalant. That should be Fu Tingqian, Lu Jiaxing replied. Oh, I remembered the name wrong. It's the second young master of the Fu family using the eldest young master's name. Don't be surprised that they weren't born to the same mother. They actually have a pretty good relationship. Do you think Fu Air ignited your white moonlight to avenge his brother? Lu Jiaxing, has He Qiong finished talking to you? Why don't you talk to me? I'm bored. Song sent a long string of voice messages, which Lu Jiaxing long pressed to convert into text. He didn't reply and walked back to his seat. He Qiong remained seated in the same position. In order to look more beautiful, she refused the blanket offered by the waiter, put her legs together, and sat at an angle. At some point, Anna's thoughts were entirely focused on He Qiong and Lu Jiaxing. Sister Anna, is President Lu talking about work? Jiang poured her some red wine. I guess so, she replied absent-mindedly. Beside the small table lamp, Anna leaned on the table, fiddling with the green leaves, wondering why none of the dishes today tasted good. Chapter 56. Long time no see. Should we order something else? I feel like everything is just so-so, Anna asked, turning her gaze away from Assistant Jiang. Jiang replied, really? I think they're all quite delicious, especially the foie gras, which melts in your mouth. Anna remained silent and did not seem very happy. Anna, what's wrong? You haven't eaten much. Is it not to your liking? The food wasn't good. Maybe my expectations were too high. Jiang thought everything was pretty good, except that the night wind was a bit strong and the food got cold easily. Perhaps it's because she hasn't eaten enough Western food, so everything seems alright to her. Jiang was simple-minded and didn't think much of it. He Qiong did not continue to probe verbally, but now that Anna was here, she would be wasting this excellent opportunity if she did not create some misunderstanding. Miss He, what do you think of today's dishes? Lu Jiaxing asked. Food and weather are topics that can't go wrong. That's great. I have a French chef at home. If you like this kind of food, you can come over when you have time. I call you Jiaxing, but you call me Miss He. What kind of logic is that? She blinked, her eyes sparkling, like a peony nurtured in a wealthy land. Even if Lu Jiaxing was stupid, he knew that something was wrong. You can call me Arjun. The woman's voice was somewhat sweet. So your English name is Joan? President Lu's thought process was rather peculiar. He Qiong was annoyed by his evasive words and said irritably, all the English teachers told me to call myself Joan, but I just don't like it. Seeing that Lu Jiaxing was listening attentively, her anger dissipated considerably, and she talked more about how complicated her family was when she was a child, and how only the nanny was kind to her. Speaking a mix of truth and lies is twice as effective. He Qiong wanted to elicit pity from the man in front of her, so naturally, she had to portray herself as weak and pitiful as possible. If you can gain a man's pity, then you are not far from love. It was rare for He Qiong to show such a vulnerable side. She didn't believe Lu Jiaxing wasn't moved. Lu Jiaxing listened attentively, thinking that the other person was genuinely insecure and was therefore eager to seek approval, which was why he spoke like that. Just as I was about to say a few words of comfort, the high heel of the shoe began to meander upwards along the surface of his leather shoe. The terrace was spacious, but there was no large tablecloth. Lu Jiaxing was shocked by He Qiong's audacity. He froze for a moment, then immediately stood up as if he had been brushed by a venomous snake's tongue. Sorry. Just as Lu Jiaxing stood up, he had the best view on the entire terrace and immediately spotted Anna and Assistant Jiang, who were about to pay their bill and leave. The two were not close. He adjusted his glasses, unsure of what the other person had seen or whether they had misunderstood anything. Anna Chi stood there, wearing a white mask that revealed only her beautiful eyes. When she saw He Qiong hooking her foot around Lu Jiaxing's legs, she felt inexplicably disgusted. Mr. Lu, didn't you know Miss Chi was here too? I just ran into her in the restroom. I suppose she's not indifferent to these things. He Cheong's tone was gentle, yet every word she uttered was piercing. Even though He Cheong was full of nonsense, there was one sentence that struck a chord with Lu Jiaxing. Yes, Anna Chi doesn't care about herself. She didn't even send me a message, nor did she come up to ask me a single question. He Cheong was adept at reading people, and she knew that the two were not a loving couple. Seeing that the time was right, she tried to take his hand. The man immediately shook off his hand, frowned, and patiently said to Miss He, "Excuse me." Those two words seemed calm, but there was a hidden anger in them. He Cheong withdrew her outstretched hand, looking somewhat embarrassed, but considering that they were in public, it was indeed inappropriate to start an argument. It's best not to make a big fuss about poaching someone's partner. Anyway, judging from the fact that Anna doesn't seem to care much about Lu Jiaxing, it's only a matter of time before the two drift apart. By then, Lu Jiaxing will still be his for the taking. She watched the man's quick, retreating figure, as if he were going to catch up with Anna. She leisurely picked up the champagne on the table, finding it extremely amusing. "Anna," Lu Jiaxing called to her. She walked incredibly fast, as if she were stepping not on marble tiles, but on Nez's wind-fire wheels. Anna's mind was filled with images of He Cheong's slender ankles and the man's straight suit trousers. She wanted to ignore them, but she just couldn't. Jiangkan had no idea what was going on. She was caught between the two people, looking at the one in front of her and then at the one behind her. Jiangkan's intuition told him that it was better to avoid the situation. The man grabbed the woman's wrist. His palm was burning hot, but he was shaken off in the next instant. The two faced each other, one flushed with anxiety, the other pale with anger. "I didn't know she would do this. She was supposed to come with Pei Song today," President Liu explained. "So what?" Anna's question left Lu Jiaxing speechless. "I'm sorry, I handled it poorly. I apologize to you." The man lowered his head and managed to utter a sentence with great difficulty. "Don't be angry anymore, okay?" Lu Jiaxing tried to touch her, but she kept her distance. What was clearly the result of careful consideration was perceived as a perfunctory act by the person she loved. "You, Mr. Liu, are a rising star in the tech industry, young and promising. Why would I be angry with you?" Anna retorted sarcastically. "I don't care." She stubbornly refused to admit that she was angry. The man swayed slightly, no longer caring whether the other person was just saying it in anger. "He Cheong said you knew all along. Why didn't you ask?" The man's voice was deep, but there was no accusation in it. Anna remained silent. What right did she have to ask? What right did she have to care? She and Lu Jiaxing were a couple forced together. They were never meant to be together. Anna clutched the hem of her clothes, unsure how to answer. "I'll answer whatever you ask." Lu Jiaxing adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. "Is that so?" She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with a heartbreaking sense of confusion. She didn't know what she was doing. She wished she hadn't seen anything and was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Anna Chi has never been good at dealing with these kinds of situations, and she always wants to escape whenever she encounters such a scene. She was used to being the one locked out. She didn't know how to knock, let alone how to express herself. At this moment, Lu Jiaxing was forcing himself. "Force yourself to step outside." Assistant Jiang stood silently in the corner, not participating in the couple's little drama. The transparent elevator ascended, and with the lights turning on and a sound emanating from it, 3 or 4 people stepped out. The man in the middle exuded a cold aura. His eyes were long and narrow, and he radiated an imposing presence without even being angry. The man wore a long black overcoat over his black suit, seemingly oblivious to the outside temperature. Outside the building, a night breeze was blowing. Fu Tingxian walked over, looked at Anna, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, "Long time no see." Chapter 57. Did you regret it? Jiang Kan didn't know who this person was, but based on her deep impression of Fu Tingxian's handsome face, she guessed the identity of the man in front of her. The man was none other than Fu Tingxian, the head of the Fu family. When she heard young Master Fu say, "Long time no see," to Anna, a chill ran down her spine, and she gasped. Jiaxing. He Cheong also came downstairs. She was also taken aback when she saw Fu Tingxian. Fu Tingxian smiled knowingly at He Cheong's form of address. The man saw through He Qiong's scheme at a glance, and he looked at the increasingly beautiful sixth young lady of the He family. Assistant Lin appeared out of nowhere, carrying a banana milkshake. The milkshake seemed to be a popular drink in Shenzhen. When Assistant Jiang saw Assistant Lin, he thought that following a senior colleague was always a good idea, so he quietly moved over there. Assistant Lin, Jiang said softly. Lin Wei nodded, looking at the scene before her with composure. Fu Tingxian is more than 10 years older than Fu Tingxian. Whether in the underworld in his early years or in the business world now, he is decisive and ruthless. The man exudes the aura of a superior that he has cultivated over many years. It is not something that can be acquired overnight. Ultimately, it's the eldest son of the Fu family who's holding the Fu family together. Even Jiang Can, who was unaware of the two men's past, could tell that the atmosphere was strange. Assistant Lin, carrying a banana milkshake, looked far less imposing than the burly men in sunglasses surrounding Fu Tingxian. Good heavens! After reading so many domineering CEO novels, Lin Wei regrets that she can't remember a single line that would make a scene. My mind was filled with thoughts like, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention, and you're not even worth a single hair on her head." Jiang Can looked at Lin Wei and sighed inwardly, thinking that as expected of the president's special assistant, she still had sharp eyes even at a time like this, and must be thinking of a solution. Lin Wei handed the banana milkshake to Assistant Jiang and walked up behind Lu Jiaxing. Qiana turned around, her appearance directly meeting the man's indifferent eyes. Fu Tingxian's gaze swept over Lu Jiaxing beside him, and he reached out his hand, slightly raising his eyes towards the person. She didn't know how to react and was stunned. The two looked at each other, and she heard Fu Tingxian's slightly playful inner voice. "Long time no see." She looked away, reached out her hand, and shook hands with him. "Oh, Mr. Lu is here too?" Fu Tingxian held Qiana's hand and did not let go. Lu Jiaxing stared at the two clasped hands, frowning slightly. The reflection in his glasses obscured most of his expression. Fu Tingxian seemed to only then notice that there was someone else there, and he looked Lu Jiaxing up and down. The brat who used to sit at the table with him and make decisions has actually become a respectable person. "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence," Lu Jiaxing said in a nonchalant tone. "Sixth Uncle Fu." He Qiong came over. Her mother was related to Fu Tingxian, and in terms of seniority, she was Fu Tingxian's sixth uncle. "Ah Qiong is here too," Fu Tingxian said, raising an eyebrow. Qiana pulled her hand away from Fu Tingxian's firm grip and walked to Lu Jiaxing's side. Fu Tingxian took another step forward, his narrow eyes half closed, seemingly suppressing some dissatisfaction. "Mr. Fu, is there something you want to say to Anna?" Lu Jiaxing stepped forward, standing between the two. Fu Tingxian turned his head, and their eyes met for a moment, sparking an invisible flame. The man pulled his black coat tighter, nodded, and said, "I heard you're going to participate in a travel variety show. I just happened to meet the person in charge, and they want to invest. What do you think?" The moment the word "you" was uttered, it was clear that he was speaking to Anna Qi. President Fu has always had excellent taste. Although Qiana's words were meant as a compliment, her tone was quite cold. But Fu Tingxian felt as if a kitten had scratched his heart twice, giving him a subtle sense of pleasure. "My judgment has always been excellent." Fu Tingxian's gaze fell on the other person's face, seemingly with a hidden meaning. Qiana sensed the hidden meaning in the other person's words. She took Lu Jiaxing's hand and slowly replied, "Jiaxing and I are going to be on this couple's travel variety show. Since President Fu is going to invest, the future must be bright. Why do you and Ah Qiong both call him Jiaxing?" Fu Tingxian didn't respond to the program's topic. His gaze fell on He Qiong, who was standing to the side. "Ms. He was discussing a smart home collaboration with Jiaxing, and my assistant and I were also at the terrace restaurant. We just came down together," Qiana explained. "Mr. Fu, is there some misunderstanding?" She looked up, her eyes clear. "Did I say anything?" Fu Tingxian spread his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. "In that case, we'll be going now," Lu Jiaxing finally said. Fu Tingxian took 2 steps back to the left, and the transparent elevator was right in front of him. He strode forward. He brushed past Qiana. He uttered a vague question. "Have you ever regretted it?" The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear clearly. He Cheong was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Anna Chi smiled and said, "Never." Assistant Lin pressed the down button on the elevator, and a group of people, each with their own thoughts, returned to where they came from. "Sister Anna, are you all right?" Jiankin asked softly. She was terrible at comforting people, and seeing Chi Anna slumped on the sofa in a daze, all she could do was ask that question. "I'm fine." Chi Anna lowered her head even further, her voice muffled. "Will that President Fu make things difficult for you?" Jiankin asked, fidgeting with her fingers, her little face scrunched up. "Fu's entertainment won't side with me, so don't overthink it." She reached out and patted Jiankin on the shoulder. On the first floor of the hotel, He Cheong and Lu Jiaxing walked forward, with Assistant Lin following behind. He Cheong wanted to add fuel to the fire, so she pouted and said, "You saw it all. Lu Jiaxing, consider me. I like you more than she does." Lu Jiaxing frowned, his gentle features turning somewhat sharp. "Ms. He, we are just business partners." His voice betrayed an undisguised impatience. He Cheong clenched her fists and said resentfully, "What's so good about Chi Anna? Why do you like her? How much does she care about you?" Lu Jiaxing, wake up. "Why?" Lu Jiaxing repeated the other person's question, his expression somewhat blank. "Because she is Chi Anna," the man said calmly. "Miss He, you are very good, whether in terms of appearance, talent, or family background." The man said sincerely. "But you are not her, and liking someone is not the optimal solution under all conditions." "What is that?" He Cheong asked, puzzled. For some reason, Lu Jiaxing recalled that night when the two of them sat facing each other reciting lines, including the line, "Beauty captivates the soul, and the heart delights at the sight." "I'm sorry, there's no possibility between us." The man made his point even clearer. He Cheong leaned against the wall, looking at Lu Jiaxing's somewhat dejected expression, and felt more and more that the other party was ungrateful. The driver's car arrived, and she walked towards the parking lot. The headlights of a black Maybach lit up and shone directly on He Cheong's face. It was Fu Tingchen's car. "Fu Tingchen." He Cheong gripped her handbag, seemingly a little afraid of him. The man got out of the car and said to her, "You've taken a liking to Lu Jiaxing?" He Cheong nodded without hesitation, feeling somewhat bewildered. Fu Tingchen chuckled lightly. "Your taste is really not that great." Chapter 58. The peacock spreads its tail. "You're just jealous. He chose him, not you." He Cheong spoke boldly, seemingly unchanged from her childhood tyrant self. "By the way, you like Chi Anna, and I like Lu Jiaxing. Sixth uncle, let's work together." Fu Tingchen loosened his tie and found the other person's suggestion somewhat amusing. "The man is mine, the woman is yours. It's a win-win situation." He Cheong's eyes sparkled. "Sixth uncle?" She took another step forward. "Are you playing house like a child? If you don't get it willingly, what's the point?" Fu Tingchen looked at He Cheong in front of him, his tone becoming more like that of an elder. He Cheong snorted and said, "A forced relationship may not be sweet, but it can quench thirst." "Ha ha!" Fu Tingchen laughed, reaching out to touch the other person's curly hair. "You really are a troublesome child." The man shook his head. "You may be of a higher generation, but don't actually act like an elder." He Cheong was always outspoken. Fu Tingchen wasn't angry. He rarely saw someone so unafraid of him, and found it quite amusing. "I used to hold you when you were little," he said deliberately. "Boring." He Cheong walked away on her own. Fu Tingchen watched the other person's back. This Chanel suit on He Cheong looked like a child wearing an adult's clothes. Those legs were beautiful. The slender ankles were barely covered by high heels, gleaming like jade in the dimly lit underground parking lot. "Goodbye, sixth uncle." He Cheong turned her head, her tone gentle. Fu Tingchen snorted lightly, feeling pleased. He thought, this kid isn't so unruly after all. Fu Jian, who was standing nearby, got down to smoke and said, "Missy Lu is still as lively as ever." Was she that lively when she was little? Fu Tingchen couldn't quite remember. "Yes, she climbed onto your lap back then, begging for candy. You held the candy up high, teasing her on purpose." Fu Jian took a deep drag on his cigarette. "And then?" Fu Tingchen asked curiously. "You let Ah Cheong smell you before giving her the candy. You made her cry and got a serious complaint against her." Fu Tingchen touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and deliberately changed the subject, saying, "That's been almost 17 or 18 years." In the blink of an eye, He Cheong's mother has been gone for 17 or 18 years. Hong Kong Island is only 100 kilometers away from Macau Bay, yet they only see each other occasionally. As you get older, you tend to reminisce about the past. Fu Jin blinked and extinguished his cigarette. Young master, tell me, how many more years can I drive for you? The man placed his hands on the steering wheel. Fu Tingchen's eyes darkened as he looked at Fu Jian's gray hair under the brim of his hat, seemingly lost in thought. He returned to the hotel, finished his work, and, holding a glass of wine, gazed at the boundless night view outside the window. The man took off all his suits and ties, and sat loosely in a bathrobe, with a rare look of relaxation in his eyes. Brother, it was Fu Tingchen. What's wrong? Fu Tingchen pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone not very pleasant. You want to invest in a couple's travel variety show? Fu Tingchen asked. It's fake, Fu Tingchen answered quickly. Huh. Young Master Fu didn't react. Isn't Fu's entertainment under your control? I can't possibly invest in it in my personal capacity. Fu Tingchen swirled his wine glass, his demeanor exuding an undeniable air of nobility. That's true. Young Master Fu sat down. Who told you about today's events? Fu Tingchen asked casually. Fu Tingchen suddenly became a little nervous. He paused for a moment and replied, Uncle Jian. Looks like being a driver really does bring a lot of gossip to hear. Fu Tingchen chuckled, taking a sip of red wine. Brother, you don't still like Chiana, do you? Fu Tingchen asked, his tone somewhat probing. Why do you ask that? The man narrowed his eyes slightly. You've had many women around you, and it's never been a breakup. But I've never seen you truly care about any of them. Besides her, weren't you? Do you think I'm like you, falling for every girl I meet? What's with this Chung thing? When are you planning to end things with him? Fu Ershao is known for his womanizing ways. Who doesn't know that? Fu Tingchen was different from him. He didn't have much time for romance. What he needed was an obedient and sensible lover. And Chiana is his ideal canary. When I saw her today, I didn't feel the same strong liking for her as before. But I'm curious whether she ever regretted it. Fu Ershao did not answer. Looking at his older brother's expression, he realized that there was something Fu Tingchen wanted but could not get. You can't force matters of the heart, he replied to his arrogant older brother. Someone told me today that forced love is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Who is it? Fu Tingchen asked cooperatively. He Cheong. Fu Tingchen put down his wine glass, gazing at the night view outside the window. He looked down at the city and thought of Hong Kong Island, which wasn't far away. Perhaps, the night views of all big cities are all so similar. Lu Jiaxing stood at Chiana's door for a long time, then took out his phone and asked her if they were going to meet the person in charge together the day after tomorrow. Okay. There were no interjections or emojis. The man stared at the reply, then withdrew his hand that was about to knock on the door. Would she still be willing to go with him? He was a little unsure. Lu Jiaxing briefly explained what happened today, revising and editing it several times before finally sending it out. It sank without a trace, leaving no echo. After the computer software conference ended, Lu Jiaxing and Pei Song sat together by the sea, listening to the sound of the waves crashing against the sand. Pei Song, holding a coconut and sucking on its sweet juice, turned to Lu Jiaxing and asked, What's wrong? Isn't the title sponsor for that program almost finalized? Pei Song speculated. It's nothing, Lu Jiaxing refused to say. You're such a strange person. After marriage, the white moonlight becomes a grain of rice, and the cinnabar mole becomes a mosquito bite. You're something else, getting married first, and then dating, making yourself so insecure. Pei Song put down the coconut, leaned back, and saw a glimpse of blue sea in the distance. Lu Jiaxing didn't speak. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The sea breeze caressed his face as he took off his silver-rimmed glasses and placed them beside him. Brother Pei, do you think appearing on this show will reverse the impact of her secret marriage on her career? Pei Song patted his round belly, somewhat puzzled, before he realized. You went on the show for this reason? Not entirely. I hope she's happy. Sigh. I really don't understand you young people. President Pei sighed, rubbing his forehead. Lu Jiaxing, I don't think your approach will work. Why don't you take this opportunity and go all out? If it doesn't work, so be it. Maybe after years of unrequited love, my wish will finally come true. Pei Song tilted his head and took a sip of coconut juice. How fierce. Lu Jiaxing was a little confused. Think about why you liked her in the first place, and why you married her. Put those feelings into your present, and let her feel them, Pei Song advised patiently. Mr. Lu sat up, the distant sunset reflected on his face. You should spread your tail feathers, just like a peacock does. Chapter 59 Past Events. As usual, the event that Anna Chi attended in Shenzhen invited celebrities from all walks of life. Unlike previous years, however, many internet celebrities also participated. There's been a heated debate online about whether there's a clear divide between celebrities and internet influencers. However, Anna Chi didn't care. She declined the social engagements at the party, took off her high-end pink puff-sleeved evening gown, and lay on the hotel bed, slacking off. Sister Anna, the trailer is out. Do you want to watch it? Jiang called out to her. Give it to me, let me take a look. The trailer was very well edited, and the quality of the full episodes of Legend of Fuyao will surely be far superior to other dramas airing at the same time. If the viewership exceeds 100 million, it will be broadcast ahead of schedule. Assistant Zhang looked at the skyrocketing number of pre-orders on the screen. Young Master Fu is really good at marketing, Jiang exclaimed. His paparazzi are amazing too. They dug up a lot of sensational news before, Chiana chimed in. I heard from gossip that the Fu family originally had connections to the Hong Kong underworld. Is that true? Chiana nodded, still feeling a lingering sense of fear when she thought of Fu Tingqian. It's not that they're afraid of him as a person, but rather the Fu family behind him. At that time, she had just returned to China and joined the company as an artist under Jian Jie's management. When companies get together for meals, these minor actresses often end up as mere extras to fill the numbers. The first time she met Fu Tingqian, before even seeing him in person, she pieced together an image of him as ruthless and decisive from the comments of others. Chiana had always kept her distance from such powerful figures, but she never expected that Fu Tingqian would take a liking to her. At the dinner table, she was holding a glass of wine when a man grabbed her wrist. Many eyes were watching him, and this young Master Fu. Fu Tingqian narrowed his long, narrow eyes, his gaze filled with determination. He looked at her as if she were his prey. Would you like to come with me? Young Master Fu asked in a flippant tone, as if he had found a perfect ornament. Anna Chi hated that look, and despite her disgust, she politely declined. Fu Tingqian didn't make things too difficult for her, only saying, You'd better not regret this. The man spoke with absolute certainty, as if being his mistress was some great honor. This kind of thing is supposed to be consensual, so the story should end here. Unexpectedly, Fu Tingqian's rivals, upon hearing about this, made it clear that they wanted to make things difficult for her. At the dinner table, for the first time, she had the thought of leaving the industry. Oh, Xiaoqi, look, this is the boss Jia I've been telling you about. The company's general manager Li nodded and bowed. President Jia, Chiana said, bowing her head to offer a toast. He's quite famous. Even in Hong Kong, he can rival Fu Tingqian, Mr. Li said, stroking his beard in praise. It's nothing to mention. Mr. Jia seemed quite modest. Mr. Lu touched his chin and thought that Chiana was really beautiful. No wonder Fu Tingqian was interested in her. Come on, toast General Manager Jia. General Manager Li nudged her shoulder. Outside the window, it was raining, and pedestrians were opening their umbrellas. Anna Chi forced a smile and picked up her wine glass. The man glanced at her. She was indeed the one Fu Tingqian had taken a liking to, but she was just too stubborn. What? You're unwilling. Boss Jia shoved his cigarette, but into the glass ashtray. What does willing mean? Chiana's eyes gleamed with a tiny light, like a close-up in a movie. Mr. Jia touched Chiana's wrist, and then spilled wine on his hand. Chiana's expression changed. She looked at the other person and pursed her lips tightly. I'm sorry. Her expression didn't betray any remorse. I dare not accept Miss Chi's apology. President Jia stood up, his tongue pressed against his cheek. Anna Chi was thoroughly fed up with the chaotic drinking party. Just as she was about to turn around, she was stopped by President Jia's secretary. Mr. Jia, someone is looking for you. The male assistant came in carrying a briefcase. Could it be Fu Tingqian? Boss Lu paused in his act of picking up food. Mr. Jia, this is Xiao Lu, whom I told you about last time. Pei Song was wearing a suit and a string of Bodhi seeds on his wrist. President Jia waved his hand, which was considered giving Pei Song some face. I've seen the items. Boss Jia took out another cigarette. I think it's a good idea, but I haven't decided on the amount of investment yet. He didn't beat around the bush. Lu Jiaxing wore a pair of rimless glasses, which made him look quite handsome. He sat down next to Brother Pei, wearing a white shirt and ordinary trousers with no discernible brand, and did not attract any attention. Good, good. With President Jia's words, we can rest assured. Pei Song hurriedly offered a toast to the person. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Jia. Lu Jiaxing also stood up. Lu Jiaxing sat down. As soon as he came in, he saw Qiana and looked at her. She didn't seem to recognize him. The man just kept his head down. Then let's leave it at that for now. President Jia gave Qiana a deep look. Qiana's wrist under the table. Is it over already? Mr. Lu wasn't even full yet. I heard that someone wants to take my people away. Before seeing him, one could hear his voice. It was Fu Tingchen who pushed open the door and entered. He smiled broadly, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Qiana. What brings young Master Fu here? Boss Lu put down his chopsticks, stood up and bowed. Mr. Jia chuckled and asked, when did Miss Qi become young Master Fu's woman? How come I didn't know? Those I've set my sights on are naturally my people. Fu Tingchen sat down. The man's tone was certain and confident, as if Qiana's rejection was merely a ploy to win him over. Anna Qi broke free from her initial anger and fell silent. Her eyes were downcast, like a bundle of damp firewood, impossible to ignite. Lu Jiaxing wanted to stand up and say something, but Pei Song stopped him. I am my own person. Qiana broke free from the male secretary's hand. She was defending her freedom. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are? Boss Jia frowned and shouted. The man was genuinely enraged, as if he felt that the two of them had deliberately teamed up to see him make a fool of himself. Listen to me. Go and toast Mr. Jia to apologize. Mr. Li glared at Qiana, feeling that Jianjia's subordinates were really ignorant. Fu Tingchen was hoping that Boss Jia would make things even more difficult, so that his canary would willingly stay in his palm. He liked Qiana, and after she rejected him, he became even more possessive. Qiana hated anything that required her to obey, and she developed a rebellious spirit, wanting only to leave as soon as possible. Wait. Pei Song ultimately failed to stop Lu Jiaxing. There's no need to force matters of the heart, Lu Jiaxing said calmly, trying to defuse the situation for her. Fu Tingchen then took a closer look at the handsome man in front of him. He narrowed his long, narrow eyes and glanced at the time on his watch. Chapter 60 Betting Agreement. Boss Jia stared at this reckless brat and snorted softly. Qiana looked up and glanced at the man with glasses, feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar. But she couldn't recall where this familiarity came from. Not knowing what the other person meant, she didn't respond easily. Jiaxing, that's not what he meant. Pei Song offered a cigarette and tried to smooth things over. He's right. Forcing it really doesn't make any sense. Fu Tingchen yawned and looked at Qiana, seemingly determined to win her over. What does Miss Qi mean? Boss Lu also looked at her. Absurd, utterly absurd. She is a person, not an object to be manipulated at will. Lu Jiaxing was also a little angry, but he didn't know what to do. Does what I mean matter? Anna Qi retorted. She figured she could just quit this line of work and sell egg pancakes. She didn't want to get involved with these people. Of course. Fu Tingchen's voice deepened as he watched the second hand tick away. I must choose one person from among those present. Qiana deliberately obscured the key point. Mr. Jia was somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation and felt annoyed. He replied, choose one, and I'll take you away. I choose him. Qiana pointed at Lu Jiaxing's face. Ha! Fu Tingchen laughed, his lips curving upwards involuntarily. He wouldn't dare take you away, Boss Lu said, also finding the current situation absurd. You think you can get away with offending anyone? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Boss Jia grabbed Qiana's wrist and was about to take her away. Just as Fu Tingchen was about to stand up, Lu Jiaxing, who had been silent all along, spoke up. I dare to take her away. Pei Song was startled. He had never seen Lu Jiaxing so impulsive. Hey, Xiao Lu, what are you doing getting involved? What are you going to use to take them away? You're Jimu who hasn't even gotten up yet. Boss Lu glanced at Jia and Fu and thought that this guy surnamed Lu was really clueless. Lu Jiaxing. Pei Song was a little angry, and his tone was also a bit urgent. The man stood ramrod straight, like a bamboo stalk that would not be bent by the wind and snow. Humph! Boss Jia patted the man's shoulder heavily. Looks like President Lu is going to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. I am your biggest investor. If I withdraw my investment, Mr. Jia paused, then continued, young man, think it through. Lu Jiaxing did not hesitate, but instead asked, then what does President Jia think we should do? Mr. Jia, let's talk this out. Pei Song stood up to smooth things over. President Pei, I'm giving you face. I really think highly of your project, but I didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. Brilliant. Brilliant. Fu Tingchen, who had been watching the show, stood up and applauded. How about this? You and Boss Jia sign a performance-based agreement, young Master Fu suggested. For Jimu, whose future remains uncertain, Mr. Jia's investment is of paramount importance. The performance-based agreement not only protected Mr. Jia's interests, but also gave Lu Jiaxing the possibility of achieving a win-win situation. President Jia glanced at Fu Tingchen and thought that this man's mind worked really fast. Do you have the guts to sign? Do you want both the empire and the beauty, or do you risk utter ruin? Fu Tingchen smiled knowingly. Anna Qi frowned slightly, feeling that she had dragged the other person down with her. Better to be a broken piece of jade than a whole piece of tile. She couldn't drag someone unrelated down, so she walked up to Lu Jiaxing and said to him, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I don't want to choose you anymore. It seems Miss Qi doesn't want to choose you. Fu Tingchen pulled Qi Anna to his side, and he was about to leave with her. Wait a minute, Lu Jiaxing said. I do. The man's voice was gentle, yet inexplicably powerful, making one feel at ease. Qi Anna was taken aback. She finally remembered who Lu Jiaxing was. Lu Jiaxing, she called softly. Anna Qi doesn't quite remember how the farce ended. She only knows that the man pulled her out of the drinking party. He is not a savior god, but a mortal whose heart can be locked away. Have I dragged you down with me? Qi Anna stood under a large black umbrella, with wind and rain raging outside. The man's umbrella was tilted towards her side. Lu Jiaxing didn't speak, only asking himself why he was here. What will you do if I'm not here? After thinking for a moment, Qi Anna replied, I can quit being an actress. I can leave here. Are you going to compromise your dreams for them? Lu Jiaxing's voice was low, and his emotions were hard to discern. The man stared at the endless rain curtain, his frameless glasses reflecting a wet glint. It's okay to compromise sometimes in life. Qi Anna comforted herself. Lu Jiaxing turned his head and said slowly, But I don't want you to compromise. Those words were like a thorn stuck in Anna Qi's heart. As soon as it's pulled out, hot blood gushes out. In short, we're in this together now. If you ever need me, I'll go through fire and water to help you. Qi Anna always keeps her word. However, she didn't expect that Lu Jiaxing would come to her so soon to fulfill his promise. After signing the performance-based agreement, President Lu threw himself into his work. Reaching the agreed amount is not only a pipe dream, but also extremely difficult. Qi Anna continued to work in the entertainment industry, but perhaps at the behest of Mr. Jia, she never received any particularly good roles. To her surprise, Fu Tingchen didn't bother her at all. Perhaps he wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Just then, Lu Jiaxing's grandmother was diagnosed with lung cancer. The patient's condition is not good. Surgery is necessary as soon as possible. The attending physician's voice was calm and ruthless. The man sat in the hospital corridor, and if all the gods and Buddhas in the hall could grant his wish, he would kneel there forever. Looking at his grandmother's face, Lu Jiaxing thought of the warm embrace he had received as a child, and felt a mix of emotions. Jia, what's wrong? Grandma adjusted her reading glasses. Grandma, let's have the surgery, Lu Jiaxing said softly, putting his arm around her shoulder. Grandma shook her head, feeling that she had been diagnosed with this illness at the worst possible time. I don't want the doctor to poke holes in me. I haven't seen you settle down and start a family yet. I'm afraid I'll die on the cold operating table. Grandma was always pessimistic. She looked at the sky outside the window, her hands clenched tightly. Qi Anna brought a bouquet of flowers to visit Lu Jiaxing's grandmother. It was the first time she had ever seen her. She talked to the old woman for a long time and learned about her concerns. I want my grandmother to have surgery. President Liu had lost a lot of weight, and his suit could barely be filled out. I don't want her to not see me settle down and start a family, do you understand? The man rarely showed a hint of vulnerability. Liu Jiaxing, Qianna called to him. Can you help me? President Liu seemed somewhat hesitant to speak. Anna Qi was very clever. She immediately understood what he meant. Would you like to? The tone was full of pleading. I do. Her voice was gentle, and her eyes curved into crescents. On a very ordinary day, the two went to the local civil affairs bureau to get their marriage certificate. And so, they got married in a daze. Chapter 61, I Only Like You. After the marriage, the Ximu Generation 1 mobile phone achieved great success in the market, becoming a benchmark for domestic mobile phones and a source of nostalgia for Ximu fans. Her grandmother's surgery was also successful. Qianna turned down her recent work and took care of the elderly woman with the caregiver until she was discharged from the hospital. To outsiders, they were a loving couple who would weather any storm together, and this was especially true in the grandmother's eyes. Xiaoqi, sit down. Grandma took out an old photo album to show her. Look, this is Jiaxing when he was little, isn't he cute? Shang Feng touched the old photo, her eyes full of affection. Cute. He was a little chubby when he was little. This is a photo of him from high school. He doesn't like taking photos as much anymore as he's grown up, Shang Feng said, pointing to his high school graduation photo. The boy, wearing a school uniform, was tall and did not look at the camera. We're still in high school, Qianna said. So, did Jiaxing like you a long time ago? Grandma felt she had discovered the truth. Anna Qi couldn't answer. She just smiled. I knew it. Grandma closed the photo album, a hint of pride on her face. Back in high school, I gave him a camera as a gift so he could take pictures of his favorite scenery. I had him take it to get it repaired last time, so please remind him to pick it up when you have time. Okay, Qianna replied obediently. They weren't a real couple. They were just putting on an act in front of Grandma. Sometimes, she would wonder why Liu Jiaxing had helped her that night. Does he have a crush on me? Qianna shook her head, then realized that she was indeed a bit narcissistic. Liu Jiaxing was very busy and was often nowhere to be seen. Assistant Lin had the repaired camera delivered to their home, and Qianna accidentally pressed the power switch. For some reason, she opened the photo album, and the screen displayed the last photo that Liu Jiaxing had taken. It was a picture of a girl's back, with short black hair under green leaves and a red heart-shaped hair clip. That shirt is the school uniform of Wisteria High School. Anna Qi stood there, stunned, and turned the camera off again. The camera lens retracted, but the scene in front of Qianna did not disappear. That was Shiyu, her long-lost friend. As if she had discovered the other person's secret, she silently withdrew her hand. So it's because of Shiyu that. Qianna had a brief moment of attraction to Liu Jiaxing, but that feeling vanished like smoke when that photograph appeared. She walked out of the courtyard of Chunshan residence. It was drizzling outside. She walked around the covered walkway several times. The rain, in fine threads, slanted into people's hearts. Should we ask him? A strange thought popped into Anna Qi's head. She cared about him far more than she had anticipated. That night, Pei Song was going to take over Ximu's business in the United States. President Liu and several friends saw Pei Song off. Grandma was worried that Liu Jiaxing was drunk, so she asked Qianna to pick him up. She arrived outside the private room. A few people were drinking and chatting idly. Brother Pei, you know, he was this handsome back when we were in school. How come he's still so handsome now? The male classmate from high school stared at Liu Jiaxing, feeling like his own pig had really lived up to his expectations. Pei Song put his arm around Liu Jiaxing's shoulder and said affectionately, yeah, he must have been really popular with girls in high school. Liu Jiaxing blushed slightly. He was shy and embarrassed to discuss these topics. Brother Pei, please don't make fun of me. Back then, he liked to tinker with code, and I think he even made something. Liu Jiaxing's brow twitched. He seemed to know what the other person was talking about. I felt something was off right then and there, like it was meant to be given to someone, but it wasn't delivered, was it? When I was in school, I did have someone I liked. That was Liu Jiaxing's voice, deep and cold. His friends teased him, finding it somewhat amusing that Lu Jiaxing also experienced unrequited love. Qianna paused as she was about to push open the door to the private room. Hearing the other party admit it to herself, she felt a strange pang of sadness in her heart. The person he liked in high school was Shigyur, the Shigyur who left early. She lowered her head, looking somewhat sad. People say that the white moonlight of youth is unforgettable, let alone the white moonlight that died young. White moonlight, Cinnabar mole. Peisong filled his glass with wine. Peisong ate his food and then asked, "What kind of gift is it?" "Just a little code game I made casually," Lu Jiaxing said casually, with a hint of drunkenness. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Peisong sighed in exasperation. "You're so love-struck." President Lu smiled slightly. He was truly drunk. The high school boy asked, "Do you still like it now?" Lu Jiaxing paused for a moment, then nodded. "Like? I only like her." Peisong laughed, feeling that this person was useless, and also felt a little sad. He has no one he likes, and no one likes him. One glass of wine after another poured into the stomach. Qianna drove the man back to Spring Mountain residence. The man was a good drinker, even somewhat well-behaved. But she just couldn't stand the sight of anything, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. The car was driving very fast, splashing water from the road surface. She helped Lu Jiaxing back to the master bedroom. The man rested his chin on his shoulder, muttering incoherently. Anna Chi finally put the person on the bed, and the person pounced on her like a dog, clinging to her very much. "I like it," he mumbled drunkenly. "I only like you." Lu Jiaxing's glasses were taken off by her. The man leaned against the bed and turned off the bedside lamp. The absence of a main light in the bedroom creates an intimate and ambiguous atmosphere. Beneath the man's long eyebrows were a pair of gentle eyes, which looked exceptionally affectionate when he looked at people without the obscuring lenses. "You're drunk," Qianna said dismissively, pouring cold water on the situation. The man's wisps of hair fell across his forehead, and a lingering blush remained on his face. He was undoubtedly a captivating figure. Lu Jiaxing. Qianna seemed lost in thought. He looked at her. "Who do you like?" Qianna asked. "I like you." The man looked into her eyes and blurted out. That was completely different from how President Lu usually acted. He reached under her arm and silently wrapped his arms around her waist. Qianna patted the other person's hand, somewhat annoyed. How could he be so unreasonable when he was drunk? The two faces were very close, almost nose to nose. Qianna turned her head away, but felt the force around her waist grow even stronger, as if it wanted to knead her into her very bones. He leaned against his shoulder and said over and over again, "I like it." The man held her tightly, afraid that she would disappear again at the slightest provocation. His voice was muffled, and his hot breath sprayed onto her slender neck. The intense body heat pressed against my skin through my clothes, making me feel somewhat delirious. Anna Chi said, "Let go of me." "No, you will disappear." She was taken aback, her nose tingled, and she held the other person's glasses in her hand. The man was not embracing himself, but rather the phantom of his beloved. The thought of Shiyu brought a surge of sadness to her heart. Lu Jiaxing seemed to sense that something was wrong with her, and stared at her for a long time, looking somewhat at a loss. The next second, cool, thin lips landed on her forehead. "Cherish that kiss." Chapter 62, without exception. He tightened his grip on her arm, then suddenly flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, and kissed her lips. Anna Chi was completely caught off guard. Her heart seemed to stop beating for a moment. It was a strange kiss, and just as the man was about to go deeper, Qianna pushed him away and got out of bed. She was still holding the other person's glasses in her hand, and she opened the bedside drawer to put them in their case. There was a photograph in the bedside table drawer. It was a picture of Shiryu's back, which made Qianna gasp in shock. It's all right. She patted her chest. As she put the glasses back in their case, her untimely flutter of the heart should also return to its proper place. After that night, Anna Chi moved out of Spring Mountain residence. With her workload increasing, she could avoid Lu Jiaxing without even trying. But how will she avoid President Lu this time on the couple's variety show? Anna Chi sighed and turned to see Assistant Jiang playing a match 3 game on his phone. 2,364 levels. Qianna was shocked by this number. Boring, huh? Jiang Kan clicked on the bomb, clearing all the colorful blocks on the field in the final step. Oh, this milkshake, I forgot to give it to Assistant Lin. Assistant Jiang realized. Jiang Kan asked Assistant Lin on WeChat, and he said that he had given it to her to drink. She stuck the straw into the milkshake, took a big gulp, and found it very sweet. The banana flavor wasn't very prominent. Chiana looked at Jiang Kan, reached out, and poked her dimple, thinking that the way she held the milkshake made her look like a cute little squirrel. On the appointed day, Assistant Jiang drove him to the coffee shop. Lu Jiaxing arrived earlier than him, and the two sat down without saying much for a while. Chiana looked at his profile, at the silver-rimmed glasses he was wearing. Rimless glasses, gold-rimmed glasses, and silver-rimmed glasses seemed to be the hallmarks of President Liu at different stages of his career. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly smelled a very familiar scent. Perfume? Can you smell anything? Anichi asked. Lu Jiaxing went out with his hair styled and perfume on, wondering if it counted as a peacock displaying its tail feathers. She leaned closer and noticed the subtle difference in the other person, but it wasn't unpleasant. Mr. Liu raised his eyes, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Is my perfume too strong?" Anichi took a deep breath and felt that the smell was very familiar. It has a lovely citrus scent, but unlike those ubiquitous citrus perfumes on the market, it's refreshing and pleasant. These are greenish-yellow tangerines from a large tangerine orchard, not the sweet sugar tangerines we usually eat during the Lunar New Year. They're perfect for summer. What perfume is this? She really liked it. Lu Jiaxing chuckled and replied, "You forgot, this was a gift from you." The citrus orchard of artisan. Chiana then remembered that it was Lu Jiaxing's first birthday after they met. She flew abroad to attend an event and smell the citrus scent on a foreign man that she liked. She bought some there and brought it back to give to Lu Jiaxing. Has it been discontinued? She remembered that many of l'artisan parfumers' perfumes were no longer available. The most captivating aspect of perfume is its ability to evoke a sense of memory. Anichi has always liked the smell of oranges and tangerines, which reminds her of the summers of the past. President Liu nodded. Do you like me using this? Lu Jiaxing hesitated for a long time before finally asking this question. Anichi was stunned for a moment. She said, I really like the scent of oranges with green leaves, and it suits you very well. The man's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and his gaze behind his glasses held a hint of tenderness. At that time, Chiana did not know that the other person's white moonlight was her best friend. Perhaps she unconsciously hoped that the scent she liked would appear on that person. The fragrance doesn't last long, but it lingers subtly in the air. After the program's producer arrived, they talked for a long time. The other party brought a lot of materials and seemed to be very well prepared. To Anna's surprise, Jimu seemed to have already decided to sponsor the show. As President Liu's nominal wife, Anna Chi's situation wasn't a matter of whether she wanted to cling to him or not. He was practically handed to her for her to take advantage of. The group had a very pleasant chat, and Anna Chi was quite satisfied with the promotion of local culture. Let's have dinner together? President Liu invited. The sea is right outside the cafe. The wooden window frame looked like a camera viewfinder. As Anna walked on the beach with him, she felt much more relaxed and at ease after confirming her participation in the program. We'll be filming a short video in Hangzhou later, so remember to make time for it, Chiana reminded her. I have plenty of free time. The sea breeze tousled his carefully styled hair, making him look a little silly. A passing tourist recognized Chiana and took a photo of the two walking on the beach. Anichi asked, there will be a lot of cameras at that time. You might not be used to it. If we need to hold a meeting then, it will have to be a conference call. She walked on, the wind carrying her words behind her. The soft sand beneath her feet made her want to take off her shoes. Seeing that no one answered, she suddenly felt like playing a trick. She took off her shoes and held them in her hand. Along the boundary between the sea and the sand, let the waves lap against your bare feet. Anichi's hair, jet black, was blown about by the sea breeze and floated in the air. Okay. Lu Jiaxing watched her retreating figure, recalling the photo he had secretly taken. Fortunately, the camera wasn't completely destroyed, and he was able to develop the photo. The boy couldn't pinpoint when his crush began, nor did he know why he liked the other person. He would stare blankly at her profile, and he would get excited if he accidentally discovered her name on a library card. Chi-Anna transformed from a delicate and lively symbol on the composition paper into the aloof and distant female classmate before my eyes. Some of her male classmates also liked her, but without exception, they were all politely rejected. He was somewhat happy, but also felt that the other person wouldn't like him. Lu Jiaxing often stared at her back like this, avoiding eye contact, but even so, he still felt inferior. Feeling inferior because of his family background and his ordinariness, he felt unworthy of such a crystal-clear person and could only keep her in his heart silently. Sometimes, he would think that if he had grown up like those born in Rome, surrounded by love, freedom, and family trusts, he would not have been so timid. It was a sweltering summer day in Hangzhou. He walked out of the teaching building with a camera hanging around his neck. The camera, after transferring photos of the event, only had a little battery left. Anna Chi cut her hair short, and with trembling hands, took a red heart-shaped hair clip from her pocket and pinned it to the side of her hair. He picked up his camera as if possessed and framed her silhouette against the green leaves. This place is completely different from Hangzhou, but he still silently follows behind her. That's good enough. That's sufficient. Lu Jiaxing. Chi-Anna turned to look at him. The sky reflects the clouds, the waves crash, and seagulls fly by. This person seems to be used to staying behind you. Chapter 63 is killing me. A photo of the two walking one after the other on the beach was posted online by a passerby. Li Sihui quickly opened the CP Super topic and posted the saved photos. Although the man and woman in the photo did not engage in any intimate actions such as holding hands or hugging, they created an indescribable atmosphere whenever they were together. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and the man adjusted his glasses, seemingly smiling. He was behind her, her flowing hair carrying a sweet fragrance that made him want to grab it, but he realized it was inappropriate and silently lowered his hand. The sky is grayish blue, while the sea is deep blue, creating a nostalgic filter. User 67854. I also went to Shenzhen, but I didn't run into anyone. Crying. The book-loving rabbit. Live commentary. Forever a god. Love is a hand that wants to touch, but pulls back. Undoubtedly a masterpiece. Elysium. I wish there were variety shows. Just dreaming. A master of retreating drum performance. Upstairs. Your dream has come true. The cast of the couple's travel reality show, Our Trip, has been officially announced. The show features 3 couples. The oldest is a male crosstalk performer and his non-celebrity wife, followed by a male host and a talented female singer, and the youngest are Chi-Anna and Lu Jiaxing. Lu Jiaxing and Chi-Anna's names immediately made headlines, and their popularity remained high, even becoming a viral topic. After Lu Jiaxing's Weibo account was verified, it attracted a lot of attention. Even if he only posted a Weibo post about the starry sky, many people would still comment on it. Lu Jiaxing's die-hard fan. It seems CEO Lu really is using his own phone. I love it. Puffton, the GPS is great, and Mumu is so cute. Lu Sanjia, tone-deaf version we're going to be on a TV show. Century Egg Solo Kanji. Carp fans came for team building, anyone understand? Family, I die happy. Li Sihui held her phone, laughing uncontrollably. Wang Shi walked over, glanced at the girl's document, and said, You have to admit, this work report looks much better than the first one. Brother Shi, shall we go to the cafeteria together? Li Sihui stood up. I thought shipping couples would fill my stomach. Wang Shi joked. Li Sihui laughed and said, My spiritual world is very rich. By the way, I was resting at home that day, and I shouted in my bedroom that I had bumped my head and hurt myself. My dad rushed in thinking I had hurt myself somewhere. Ha ha ha. Wang Shi couldn't help but burst out laughing. So how did you explain it later? Wang Shi picked up his plate. I explained it, but I didn't explain it completely. After saying that, Li Sihui felt like she was talking nonsense. Lin Wei appeared in the staff cafeteria with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. He let out a long yawn. Assistant Lin has been very busy lately. He saw Wang Shi and Li Sihui walking side by side, and the little girl seemed to be telling a joke. While eating, Lin Wei opened her WeChat moments and found that Assistant Zhang's moments had been updated again. A vast bamboo forest, delicious milk tea, and a beautiful sunset over the sea. Jiang can seems like the epitome of a fulfilled person. We're both working people, but it seems like her assistant's job is much easier than mine. After returning to Hangzhou together, Anna and Lu Jiaxing continued to live separately. She stroked the little rabbit she had just brought home, standing by the window of her apartment, the evening breeze lifting the white gauze curtains. There was no stainless steel lining on the windowsill. Once opened, the night sky was visible. The moon outside the window looked like a rusty scimitar, vaguely embedded in the dark clouds. Little White. Anna gently pinched the little rabbit's ears. The little rabbit tilted its head, its three-lobed mouth moving incessantly, as if responding to her call. She really enjoys moments like this. This is a small apartment she bought after returning to China. It's not very big, but it's big enough to hold her things and provide her with a sense of security. At that time, Jinjia asked her why she chose such a place to live when she already had enough money for a down payment on a better location. Anna Chi simply shook her head and said, "I'm just very determined to have a house, a space where I can be free from all discipline. Whether the house is big or small, the most important thing is that I can completely own it, and even if I lose my job the next second, I won't worry about becoming homeless." Jinjia had just gotten married and hadn't given birth to her daughter yet. She lived in a large house where her husband's family had made the down payment and her family had paid for the renovations. After the divorce, her daughter was raised by Jinjia, and only then did she realize the meaning behind Chiana's words. Chiana closed the double-glazed windows on the windowsill and began packing her things. She took out the red heart-shaped hair clip from the inner pocket of her purse. The hair clip was still so brightly colored. She stared at it silently for a while, then sighed softly. In a couple of days, I'll be filming a short video with Lu Jiaxing as part of the introductory material for our trip. Xiaobai jumped into the suitcase she had just opened, as if to say that she wanted to take me with her too. Anna reached out and touched the rabbit's round head, then took it out of the suitcase and placed it on the wooden floor. As if by telepathy, Lu Jiaxing sent some information about rabbit breeding. Anna replied with a thank you emoji, then saw that the other party's status showed typing, but after waiting for a while, no message came. Lu Jiaxing has been acting strangely these past few days. Well, Mr. Lu is like a peacock with its tail feathers spread out, frequently appearing in my life. Could he like me? But he himself said he only likes the girl he had a crush on when he was young. Anna was somewhat unhappy, a subtle unhappiness that was similar to the scene when she saw him and he Chiang. She didn't realize that she was the one who was jealous. The filming of the short film, Our Trip, was not done by a large group of people. There was only one assistant director and a few cameramen. They first filmed Lu Jiaxing's daily work at the Jimu Hangxing headquarters, and then filmed the two of them packing their luggage at Chunshanju. Anna Chi introduced some travel essentials that she found very useful to the camera. This storage bag is very lightweight and comes in different sizes. It has many pockets, making it perfect for storing small odds and ends. Female celebrities have a lot of things, and even if they cover up the brand with stickers, netizens will still find them. The cosmetics and skincare products she brought were quickly identified by netizens with their sharp eyes. Compared to Chiana, Lu Jiaxing had far fewer things, seemingly no different from a regular business trip. The only thing worth mentioning is that old-fashioned-looking camera. Are you bringing this film camera to take pictures? Isn't it more convenient to take pictures with your phone? The staff member asked. Lu Jiaxing nodded and replied, "Mobile phones are great, but cameras also have irreplaceable advantages. I want to document this rare journey." Anna looked at the old camera in his hand and remembered that he had taken photos for school events back then. I wonder what he was feeling when he pressed the shutter and captured his youthful, unattainable love. Just when everyone thought the short film was over, Assistant Director Li Rue suggested, "Let's go to Zifang High School and film a little more. It's a wonderful thing to meet someone when you're young." At the same time, the school bell rang for the last time. Chapter 64 Returning to High School. The group arrived at Wisteria High School, where students gradually emerged from the alleyways. Lu Jiaxing hooked her hand, and she, remembering their public image as a loving couple, held it back. Their faces no longer look as youthful as before. From secretly noticing each other while wearing school uniforms to walking side by side now, a lot of time has slipped through their fingers. "Look!" the man exclaimed, noticing a pair of birds perched on the wisteria trellis. Chiana followed his gaze, but the two birds had already flown away, leaving only the swaying twigs behind. The two walked hand in hand through the classrooms. Modern classrooms no longer use traditional blackboards, but instead use whiteboards paired with smart screens. Unlike before, you no longer need to first use a sponge to erase the chalk writing and then use a damp cloth to wipe the blackboard clean. It feels like the tables and chairs have been upgraded too, Chiana said. Lu Jiaxing nodded. Before, we only had those non-adjustable wooden chairs, so we could only lie down during lunch breaks. Just as I was about to go up the stairs, I heard a familiar voice. Huh, it's their grades math teacher. Now, he is the vice principal of Wisteria High School. Thank you, Teacher Xie, the two called out. Teacher Xie's hair was a little gray, but her features were still so upright and serious. She looked at the girl in front of her and couldn't remember her name for a moment. Seeing the huge film crew behind me, I realized that the beautiful girl in front of me was Chiana. She was that pretty high school girl who always messed up math problems, but always had the best attitude. Chiana. Teacher Xie walked down the stairs and touched her little face. Yes, teacher, you still remember me. Her eyes were bright, and she had a smile on her face. Of course. Teacher Xie glanced at the man again and said, Isn't this President Liu? Teacher Xie took out her phone and said, I'm also a fan of Jimu. Lu Jiaxing blushed, adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, and noticed that his palm, which was pressed against Chiana's, was slightly sweaty. Thank you, Teacher Xie. He stepped aside to let the teacher get down. Li Rui wanted to interview the two guest teachers again, and after talking with Teacher Xie, she asked her a few questions. Teacher Xie, would you like to know what Lu Jiaxing and Chiana were like back then? Teacher Xie, holding her thermos, thought for a moment and replied. Chiana was very beautiful back then, and her family was very strict with her. I heard from her homeroom teacher that on the very first day of school, they pulled out a lot of boys who were peeking from the bushes. The girl was very serious. I often heard other humanities teachers praise her. Although she was not good at math, she worked very hard and her college entrance exam results were also good. After that, she went to the United States. Lu Jiaxing transferred here from another city at that time. I was their class teacher. At first, he stayed at his uncle's house, and later he lived in the school dormitory with those mischievous kids. He was a very good student, especially talented in mathematics. He was the top scorer in his year's college entrance examination. Li Rui then asked, Back then they... Teacher Xie immediately understood her implication and laughed. I don't know. You'll have to ask the person involved. Chiana sat on the wisteria trellis, her head tilted slightly back, the sunlight filtering through the green leaves and casting shadows on her face. I never expected to run into Teacher Xie. She swung her legs around, looking quite pleased. Back then, you often came to the office to correct math papers, Lu Jiaxing recalled. Yes, back then sure you was always waiting for me at the door. Chiana lowered her head. The man looked at her slightly lowered head and thought of how she had been criticized while hunched over a corner of the desk back then. The girl held a red pen for corrections, revealing an extremely serious profile. Young Lu Jiaxing, carrying his math workbook, had passed by her countless times. He thought more than once that if he slowed down, even slower, she would stay by his side for a longer, even longer. After interviewing Teacher Xie, Li Rui led the camera crew to Lu Jiaxing and Chiana. As the weather gets warmer, only beneath these swaying green leaves lies a secluded, old-fashioned shady spot. In a previous interview, Mr. Liu said that if he went back to high school, he would want to confess to someone. Who is that person? Lu Jiaxing hadn't expected this question. He looked at Chiana but didn't answer. The man's eyes flickered, as if they held endless, tender emotions. Perhaps there was the flutter of first love in youth, or perhaps there was the sadness of missing each other in a foreign land. Those complex and indescribable emotions intertwined and then disappeared in an instant. He left only one sentence. Luckily, she's still by my side. Just as Li Rui was about to give up on the question, Lu Jiaxing replied, She's right beside me. Anna Chi's heart skipped a beat, and she looked very surprised. What is he saying? Isn't the person he likes Shigeru? She instinctively felt uneasy, but realizing there were cameras in front of her, she could only pretend to be calm. Is Anna unaware? Li Rue posted again. Anna Chi had just calmed down and didn't know how to respond. Just as her mind was racing, Lu Jiaxing's deep voice came from beside her ear. She doesn't know. It's me who has a crush on her. This straight shot, after countless sleepless nights, was finally revealed to the public on camera. Anna looked at the other person, staring into his eyes. Her mind-reading ability worked. She heard the exact same inner monologue he was saying. The female celebrity's surprise and bewilderment were genuine. She truly didn't know. Lu Jiaxing isn't the type to seek attention like that. Is what he said really true? The following questions were all trivial, and Anna had forgotten what she answered. She has always been emotionally obtuse and evasive, and does not believe that anyone in the world would love her. The footsteps outside were numerous and varied, but they seemed to have nothing to do with her. Her door was never opened for anyone. The instant Lu Jiaxing uttered those words, in that very second, she seemed to hear someone outside the window throw a small pebble at her. That pebble came from the universe, from youth, from all the past she had never paid attention to. Li Rue is very clever. She released the audio of "It's me who has a crush on her," and the black video screen left people with much to think about. She didn't expect that the CP popularity of Lu Jiaxing and Anna would be so high. Just one sentence was enough to top the trending searches. Sad electronic pill. I've seen a real-life, love-struck CEO. I'm totally swooning. Sapporo notes. Oh my god, I'm so dizzy. Quickly pack their bags and let them go on their honeymoon. 6 Kyopage. Today is the premiere of Legend of Fuyao, and Sister Liu is quite good at riding the wave of popularity. Redundancy. Don't try to get attention from the person upstairs. Nobody cares about your sister's starring role in the drama, okay? Thus, the title of Legend of Fuyao was placed below the title of Romantic CEO. Chapter 65. The son-in-law of a wealthy family. When Hee-cheong saw that trending topic on Weibo, she was so speechless she wanted to laugh. She looked at the technician doing her nails and asked, "Do you think a CEO would be love-struck?" The young woman, wearing a white mask, continued applying hairspray and, following Miss He's lead, said, "I don't think so. Boring. I wonder who bought this marketing campaign." Hee-cheong looked at the beautiful silver gradient nail polish, which had a cold metallic sheen. She stood up and went to a bar and upscale club in Shenzhen. The former is what ordinary people can see, while the latter is what top-tier rich second-generation individuals like Hee-cheong can enjoy. "Hey, Hee-cheong," a boy nudged his friend and whispered. "She's here to hang out again." Yu Kai is filming in Shenzhen. Besides his love for creating on-screen couples, he's also a well-known playboy in the industry. You know, if I get involved with her, wouldn't I have to work less for a few years? That's for sure, but we don't know when old master he will pass away. It's just paying money to prolong life. Even the most fervent incense offerings will eventually burn out. Although Yu Kai said that, his eyes were fixed on Hee-cheong's back until she was gone. Hee-cheong greeted a few of her cronies and sat down in the center of the sofa booth. "Ms. He." Someone handed her a jade die. Hee-cheong squinted and put the dice under the light. They were indeed fine jade. "It's quite exquisite." She didn't say much, and seemed to be in a bad mood. The group drank and chatted, while she crossed her arms and leaned her legs against the sofa. Hee-cheong has long, black, thick, and curly hair, which gives her a very beautiful aura from a distance. Her appearance is not feminine. In fact, she has some masculine features, resembling a slightly masculine Hong Kong star from the last century. I heard that Fu Tingshan cast Ching Siyue as the female lead in another movie. What's the big deal? Isn't Fu's entertainment just Fu's second young masters? No, the Fu family ultimately has to decide based on that person's wishes. Hee-cheong poured herself a drink. Feeling a bit bored, she started playing with the jade dice. After tossing them a few times, she got 6s every time. The jade dice rolled on the cool marble coffee table, making a few crisp sounds. The sound was lost in the noise, but only Hee-cheong could hear it clearly. "You should buy a lottery ticket," said Mr. Liu's daughter, who was standing nearby, with a smile. Hee-cheong doesn't need to buy lottery tickets. She won the lottery at birth. She neither confirmed nor denied it, nor was she angry. "I'm going to the restroom." Hee-cheong stood up, holding the jade dice. "Miss He." Yu Kai seemed to be squatting down to see him. Hee-cheong looked Yu Kai up and down. His face was all right, but she didn't know about his figure. However, he had a feminine air about him. Just as Yukai was about to step forward, Hee-cheong's bodyguard moved even faster. The man was stunned, looking at the bodyguard with a fierce face, and suddenly forgot what to say. Who is it? Hee-cheong asked impatiently. Yukai handed over his business card, then smiled and looked down. Hee-cheong found the overused perfume on him rather boring. Although she was also a sea queen, she wasn't someone who could be attracted to just anyone. The men who want to marry into her wealthy family could line up all the way to Paris. How could she possibly be interested in a second-rate actor like him? Yukai? Hee-cheong felt the name sounded familiar. After thinking about it for a long time, I remembered that the drama Legend of Fuyao is about to premiere, and he seems to be the male lead. Yukai wanted to say something more, but then he saw someone pinch his business card between two fingers and throw it directly into the trash can next to him. Yukai was stunned. His face was considered a surefire way to win someone's heart. With his good looks, he has successfully converted many of his fans from those who ship couples into his die-hard supporters. Ignoring his surprise, Hee-cheong shrugged slightly and walked over as if she were innocent. That's incredibly rude of you, Yukai thought, displeased. He was a brainless fool, only thinking about the momentary anger, and said, "She's just an illegitimate daughter. Does she really think she's the eldest daughter of the He family?" Yukai's voice wasn't loud, but it still caused quite a commotion. The bodyguard glanced at his boss, awaiting her instructions. Hee-cheong's mother and Mr. He were not married. Her father was already old when she was born. When she was little, she didn't know why her father was always so busy, and she often asked her Filipino nanny when her father would come to see her. It wasn't until she grew up that she realized her father wasn't just her father. Her mother died early, and she was pampered by her father. With the support of the He family, she lived a very carefree life abroad. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She turned around, looked at the furious Yukai, and said expressionlessly, "Throw him out." Soon, the burly bodyguard grabbed Yukai and threw him out. Yukai, who had always been loved by fans and pampered by his company, could not tolerate such an insult and shouted, "Hee-cheong, what do you think you are?" When Fu Tingchen came in, he saw Yukai, who was cursing and swearing, being thrown out. He glanced at Yukai. His face was handsome, but unfortunately, he was rotten inside. Young Master Fu. The manager introduced him personally. He was the center of attention, surrounded by everyone with fawning smiles, which became rather boring after a while. The man wanted to go outside for a smoke, so he walked to the balcony entrance and was about to push open the glass door. The woman was wearing a white dress and a watch worth millions on her wrist. He recognized the watch. It was an antique from a Christie's auction. That person was Hee-cheong. Hidden among the flowers, and with a glimpse of the fountain downstairs, she certainly knew how to find a quiet place to hide away. He pushed open the glass door, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and he heard a faint sob. Hee-cheong is crying. The man's brow furrowed. He hated women crying. It was such a nuisance. He felt utterly bored whenever his mistresses cried. They demand bags, cars, houses, and shops. Those aren't tears, they're a woman's weapon. Fu Tingchen took the cigarette from his mouth and casually tossed it outside. His steady footsteps touched the ground silently. He didn't know how to offer words of comfort. Hearing someone approach, Hee-cheong assumed it was her bodyguard and, without turning around, said, "Have you thrown them all out? They're so annoying. Throw all the nasty people out." Fu Tingchen relaxed his brows and found her childlike tone rather endearing. "Tell me, what kind of husband am I looking for? Why doesn't Lu Jiaxing like me?" "What? You're crying over this?" Fu Tingchen finally spoke up. Hee-cheong turned her head, her eyes filled with panic, and stammered, Sixth uncle? I didn't cry." Her eyes were still red, and there was a trace of tear in the corner of her eye. "It seems the wind was too strong and blew Miss He away," Fu Tingchen said, trying to make amends for her. Holding her breath, Hee-cheong walked down the stairs to the fountain. The fountain was clearly European in style, but it contained several golden red koi fish, creating a unique blend of Chinese and Western aesthetics. Fu Tingchen slowly walked down the stairs. He watched her picking flowers and comforted her, saying, "Two-legged toads are hard to find. but three-legged men are plentiful. Why don't you consider me? The man chuckled. Hichiong was mortified and said, What do I want from you? Your age, or your lack of bathing? Chapter 66 Dry Mouth. Fu Tingshun was a little angry, but at least he told the other person not to think about what had just happened. He stepped forward and pinched the other person's cheek. Flirtatious. Hichiong pushed the man's hand away. If you're not frivolous, why are you hooking someone's foot? Fu Tingshun retorted sarcastically, since she had called him old. You. Hichiong was angry and prepared to leave. As she was walking, she twisted her ankle on a pebble next to the fountain. Ouch! Hichiong clutched her ankle, feeling some pain. Chiong, what's wrong? Fu Tingshun stopped joking and went over to check on her. Hichiong felt incredibly unlucky, and she felt like crying again. You twisted your ankle, it's all your fault. Hichiong tilted her head back, revealing her slender neck. Okay, it's my fault. Fu Tingshun finally gave up. How could someone twist their ankle just by walking on flat ground? He pulled Hichiong up and let her lean against him. Hichiong's left leg was unable to exert any force, so she had to share most of her body weight with the man. Summer in Shenzhen is very hot, and there are flying insects darting out from among the flowers and plants. She started sweating after walking a few steps. Seeing that she was walking so slowly and would suffer on the stairs, Fu Tingshun simply picked her up and carried her horizontally to save her from limping. And so, the man carried her back to the terrace where they had started. Hichiong stopped, leaning against the wall. Seeing Fu Tingshun leave, she wanted to say something to stop him, but then felt it would make her seem like she needed him, so she kept quiet. The man quickly returned, carrying an ice pack and a spray for bone injuries. Hichiong sat on the hanging chair filled with flowers, which was a little unsteady, but fortunately the rattan cushions were quite comfortable. She gripped the flower vines that resembled handrails on both sides tightly with both hands, watching the other person half squat down and take off her high heels. You're not short. Why are you wearing such high stilettos? Fu Tingshun looked at her slender ankles, which were swollen and somewhat red. The man's eyes darkened, revealing a hint of unspoken heartache. Mind your own business. Hichiong watched him carefully apply ice to her skin, but she couldn't hold back her words. Fu Tingshun snorted and retorted, What a pity, such beautiful ankles are going to turn into pigs' trotters. Hichiong stretched out her foot to kick, but the man caught her ankle with lightning speed. Young Master Fu finally grew impatient and said in his magnetic voice, We're spraying medicine, don't move around. Perhaps the man was too strong, or perhaps her kick had pulled on her tendons, causing Hichiong to shed a tear from the pain. You're so fierce, Hichiong said, sounding a little aggrieved, as if she was giving in. Fu Tingshun was always more responsive to gentle persuasion than force, so he coaxed her like a child, saying, It's because you didn't listen to me. After spraying the medicine, he waited a while and then sprayed it a second time. Hichiong felt a little pain, but was too embarrassed to say it, so she glared at Fu Tingshun. Fu Tingshun had no idea that he was so delicate and frail. He looked at her ankle, which was swollen like a steamed bun, and applied an ice pack to it. Now that you know pain, you don't even watch where you're going when you walk. Young Master Fu's tone softened considerably, and his brows and eyes relaxed. He had only intended to come out for a smoke, but he ran into Hichiong and didn't even have time to smoke. The man had a serious expression. He was rather intimidating when he wasn't smiling. I'll go ahead first. I'll have the driver take you home properly. Fu Tingshun loosened his tie, feeling a little hot. Okay. Hichiong nodded. She stood amidst a cluster of flowers, wearing the simplest white dress. Even without fragrance, she was the most captivating bloom. Fu Tingshun felt his mouth was dry and licked his lips. He put the ice pack and spray on the ground, and subconsciously reached for a cigarette, but instead touched a piece of candy. Here, have something sweet, don't cry. Hichiong instinctively caught the thing the other person threw to her. It was a piece of candy. She felt that the other person was treating her like a child. Fu Tingshun. Hichiong suddenly called out his full name. The man paused in his departing figure, waiting for her to say the next thing. You still like Chiena? You're still thinking of splitting them up? Half for you and half for me. The man chuckled. Missing out means missing out, and even if you don't miss out, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll find a good match. Love in this world is best enjoyed as a game. Taking it too seriously will only lead to suffering. Young Master Fu turned around and said, Ah Qiong, don't be too persistent, or you'll hurt yourself. The man's tone was very serious, and the way he spoke to me was different, even a little gentle. He Qiong shook her head, feeling like she was hallucinating. He's so gentle, he's a bit like Lu Jiaxing. That's Fu Tingchen, the highest-ranking person in the Fu family. Okay. She lowered her eyes, a small ripple stirring in her heart. He Qiong's foot injury was more serious than she had imagined. She persevered for 2 more days to finish her work in Pengcheng before returning to Aowan. As soon as He Qiong got home, Berna, the nanny, greeted him. She was the first nanny in the family and had come with He Qiong's mother. He Qiong was most attached to her and trusted her the most, regarding her as a second mother. Berna. He Qiong's tone was very coquettish, like a child leaning against the other person's arms. Berna had been staying at the Ho family's house for a long time and spoke excellent Chinese. She said, Ah Qiong, let me see your feet. It's okay, Berna. Blowing on it will make it stop hurting. He Qiong smelled the other person's clean and warm scent, as if a small boat had arrived at its most familiar harbor. Was it that person from the Fu family who sprayed the medicine on you? The nanny stroked the young lady's hair, which was soft and fluffy, like a little lamb. How did Berna know? He Qiong asked, tilting her head. Berna smiled and said, Does Arjun know what a message travels 1,000 miles means? The 8 trigrams. What gossip? They all say that young Master Fu likes you. He Qiong's eyes widened, finding the rumor utterly absurd. She said she went to Shenzhen for you, even taught that male celebrity a lesson, abandoned her business partner to comfort you, and sprayed medicine on you. You know what? This combination of moves actually made a lot of sense. What do you think? He Qiong stood up and limped to get the coconut sago jelly Berna had made. That man is a bit old, but he can protect Miss, Berna said. Besides, Arjun loved playing with him when they were little. Berna walked to the dining table. He Qiong took a small bite of cold noodles. She couldn't remember much about her childhood, and only said, He used to hold me when I was little. How can I be with him? Arjun, you decide for yourself. Berna turned and went into the kitchen, where she had prepared many of the young lady's favorite dishes. He Qiong hasn't exercised these past few days and has been getting fed by Berna every day. She feels like she's gaining weight. Looking at her bandaged ankle, she sometimes thought of Fu Tingchen. Berna likes to do housework while watching lively TV dramas. He Qiong went downstairs and glanced at the book. Berna was reading Soaring to the Top. Several light gray comments scrolled by. Kai Ji is so handsome. He Qiong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seeing her like this, Berna laughed and said, Why is a girl like this? Is this show good? He Qiong asked. Chapter 67 scenes were cut. It's all right, I didn't listen much. I felt sorry for the second female lead. She had to climb up even when nobody cared about her. Berna washed her hands and brought out a plate of almond cookies for the young lady, placing it on the coffee table. He Qiong sat down and watched the show for a while, and found that Chiana, who played the second female lead, had even less screen time than the third male lead. She raised an eyebrow, picked up an almond cookie, and started chewing. Although she didn't like Chiana, she had to admit that only Chiana's acting was passable. Yukai's acting was a complete mess, needless to say, and he barely managed to save face thanks to the voice actor. Chung Siue felt she hadn't studied the script well enough, and her portrayal of the female lead was somewhat disjointed, making the audience uncomfortable. That guy named Do Something, Du Jingwen, didn't make too many mistakes, and he had a barely noticeable CP vibe with the female lead and the second female lead, but not much. Fortunately, Daohua isn't in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, even a miracle worker couldn't save him with such a terrible teammate. He Qiong crossed her legs and leaned back on the soft sofa, feeling a little sleepy after eating. Another rain in Jiangnan. This plot is so ridiculous. Only my female character hasn't fallen apart yet. Happy face, why not go to Bilibili and watch some cuts? Some of the great ones are really well done. And you could even try some pairings. China's #1 support. What a waste of such good costumes and props. Chiana is actually the best actress in it. Coco Cookie 999. This isn't the second female lead. She's practically the lead extra. Her total screen time isn't even a third of the female leads. Fu's Entertainment, Don't bully people like this. Anna Chi naturally also knew about the massive cuts to her scenes. She had already heard rumors from Jianjie and was mentally prepared. Whether a show is broadcast or not is not her responsibility. Whether a show becomes a hit or not involves too many factors. She never thought of using Legend of Fuyao to make a comeback. She just wanted to act well. Despite being a respectable person, Anna still wholeheartedly cooperated with the promotion of this drama, which saddened a wave of casual fans. She didn't have time to think about what Lu Jiaxing said before leaving Hangzhou and going to Yanjing to cooperate with the publicity activities. She saw Cheng Siyue again. He seemed even thinner than when she filmed Legend of Fuyao. On stage, everyone had their own thoughts, but they still followed the host's instructions and nothing major went wrong. Whenever asked about interesting things that happened on set, Anna always feels like she's faced with a difficult math problem. Nothing particularly interesting happened, Du Jingwen said, voicing her thoughts. The two sat very close together, and coincidentally, both were wearing black. Brother Kai, how do you understand this character? The host asked on behalf of the drama's fans. Yu Kai wore a baseball cap, and his overall attire was simpler and cleaner than usual. He paused for a moment before saying, he is a young king, a king, you know. So the performance needs to capture both the feeling of a youth and the essence of a king. Hearing this nonsensical answer, Anna, with her strong composure, still managed a dignified smile. The host asked her, what are your thoughts on the online discussions about the second female lead having relatively few scenes? Anna replied shyly, you don't need to call me Teacher Chi. I'm just an ordinary actress. From filming to airing, the roles of each actor in a drama will change. The deleted content must be based on the opinions of the director and editor. Thank you all so much for your love for this character, and please continue to support Legend of Fuyao. She held the microphone in one hand, her voice clear and her tone gentle. Siyue and Anna, this should be your first time working together. What are your feelings about it? This question was eventually asked. Cheng Siyue glanced at Anna and replied calmly. Anna is a very good actress and takes her work very seriously. We didn't have many scenes together in this drama. I look forward to working with her again next time and taking on different roles. Her words sounded somewhat formal, so the host followed up by asking, if you were to collaborate with Anna in the future, what kind of relationship would you like to play? This is a tricky question. It seems like no answer is quite right. Cheng Siyue touched the microphone, her mind suddenly blank, and answered, couple. The audience burst into laughter, and the pointed question was gently brushed aside. After the event, Du Jingwen and Anna walked together. It seems like Yu Kai isn't in a good mood today. She phrased it euphemistically, but it was more than just not good, it was downright dismal. Du Jingwen fanned himself with a fan and said softly, it seems we've offended the Fu family. But wasn't this drama produced by Fu's Entertainment? Anna looked a little confused. It's not the second young master of the Fu family. It's that one. Du Jingwen continued. It seems I said something I shouldn't have, and I got a scolding and lost several jobs in a row. The baseball cap he was wearing looked like it was to cover his wound. The man spoke in a low voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Anna was surprised that Fu Tingxian had gone to such lengths, and was curious about how Yu Kai had offended him. However, Du Jingwen didn't know much more about the details. When Anna Chi returned to the hotel, her agent asked her to record a video and upload it to the newly established video platform. She was about to remove her makeup when she thought for a moment and decided to record a bedtime skincare video. She asked Zhang's assistant to take pictures of her with her phone while she was removing her makeup and casually shared her makeup removal process. Anna Chi enjoys getting a massage before bed and is happy to share her techniques. Actually, there are many acupoints on the face, and I massage them like this. Her voice was very clear. Even without the subtitles, you could tell what she was saying. She was wearing a simple white tank top and, after removing her makeup, began her evening skincare routine. The process was quite lengthy. Jiang Kan's hands were aching from holding his phone for so long. Her skin is very good, but when you get very close, you can see some pores and dark spots. The phone's camera had a high resolution, and Anna confidently showed everyone her newly grown freckles as she washed her face. It seems that people with fair skin are more prone to developing small light brown spots, which provides an outlet for melanin. The hotel bathroom lights were bright. Chiana, wearing a transparent face mask, leaned close to the phone camera, her eyes blinking like a pair of light butterflies. I wear makeup for long periods of time for work, and I have dry skin. In addition, I regularly get some medical aesthetic treatments, so I apply a face mask almost every day. Everyone should take it into account their own skin type and situation. Everything is different for each person. No matter how complicated the skincare steps are, they can't compare to diet, exercise, and sleep. Because she was very close to the sound recorder, Chiana lowered her voice, but her tone remained gentle. Good night, friends. She reached out and blocked the camera. Chapter 68, A Journey of Love. Assistant Jiang sent the video footage to her colleague in charge of editing, and then returned to her hotel room. To be honest, she had read many posts before that about how celebrities mistreat their assistants and how miserable the work of assistants is. She was lucky. It seems she didn't encounter any of those things. Although the 24/7 on-call work, which involved running around, initially made her feel uncomfortable. But as time went on, she learned how to steal moments of leisure amidst her busy schedule, which is why she's about to break through 3,000 levels in the Candy Crush game. Jiang can lay on the hotel bed, looking at the little characters on the interface of the Match 3 game. I felt that the villain was me, and I overcame all the difficulties. Anna Chi was about to go to record our trip. She lay on the big bed, tossing and turning, sometimes feeling that the quilt was too thick, and sometimes feeling that the pillow was too hard. Qingqing, what are you doing at this hour? She opened Gu Qingqing's chat interface, went through her profile picture, and found that she had posted new content on her moments. It's a rare 9-square grid, filled with snippets of everyday life. There were stray dogs encountered by the roadside, newly blooming flowers, a table full of unfinished barbecue, and a sky blazing red from the sun. Chiana sat up and made a video call to her. Qingqing. Gu Qingqing seemed to be outside. The background was a bit dark. What are you doing? Chiana asked curiously. Gu Qingqing lit an emergency light and looked at her. The light was a bit harsh, casting unnatural shadows on her face. She watched as Anna Chi, dressed in a white tank top and with her hair casually tied in a bun, leaned back on the bed. I'm helping Rui try out camping. Gu Qingqing pulled back the camping curtain and said, Look, there are stars outside, but unfortunately you can't capture them with your phone. It's okay, as long as I can see. Gu Qingqing zipped up the large zipper, laid down in the sleeping bag, and listened to Chiana tell her about the recent events. It's a habit between them. Even if they haven't been in touch for a long time, they'll still call each other to catch up. Once they start talking, it's as if they have endless topics to discuss. Why do I get the feeling that Lu Jiaxing likes you? Gu Qingqing speculated reasonably. I don't know either, Anna Chi said honestly. Qingqing, what should I do if he likes me? What do you mean, what to do? Isn't it a wonderful thing to be liked? Gu Qingqing scratched her arm, feeling like a mosquito had gotten in. I don't know. Am I being too awkward? Do you like him? Gu Qingqing carved a cross on the mosquito bite. A little bit. Chiana gestured with her hand. Gu Qingqing knew the other person's personality well. He was probably smitten. Listening to the noisy buzzing of mosquitoes, she asked, Do you know how to test if you two are on the same wavelength? What? Travel. While swatting mosquitoes, Gu Qingqing continued. They say that a trip can help you tell if someone is the right person for you. Take this opportunity to ask your heart for a good answer. What if I've misunderstood? Chiana asked, her brows furrowing slightly. The sound of swatting mosquitoes continued until Gu Qingqing finally caught one. A crisp, clean snap sound. The mosquito's corpse was in her palm. Her palm technique was extremely precise, imprinting the mosquito's imminent flight onto her skin. Gu Qingqing rubbed her hands with hand sanitizer and continued. Anna, you are a legally married couple. If you like each other, then everyone's happy. If not, then you can break up. Anyway, it was just a temporary measure for you back then. You could use the show's popularity to create a romantic pairing. After the divorce, you'll be a clear-headed, independent leading lady again. Gu Qingqing leaned close to the phone screen camera. Her face was still the same, but Chiana felt it was much more vivid than before. The phone was pressed against the inside of the tent, and occasionally the sound of wind and insects chirping in the grass could be heard. Chiana thought what the other person said made sense and nodded. Qingqing, I think you are much happier in Fengcheng than in Yanjing. Really? Gu Qingqing tilted her head back and said slowly. I didn't expect to stay this long either. Rui's grandmother is especially nice, and she's also a very interesting person. The scenery here is beautiful, but people's hearts are even more beautiful, making people feel very relaxed. Rui has so many ideas that we've been so busy that I haven't had time to think about anything else. Are you still taking your medication as usual? Chiana asked, worried that she might forget something while she was busy. Gu Qingqing said with a hint of pride, I've had my dosage. I hope that one day I won't need the medication anymore. When she smiled, her full under-eye bags resembled a small boat bobbing on a lake filled with starlight. Seeing her smile, Chiana smiled back and said, one of the stops on the show is in Fengcheng. I wonder if we can meet up with you and Assistant Liu? Great. I'll get you to promote the guest house then. No need to pull me, it's my duty. But let's skip camping, I prefer a bed. Chiana hugged her white pillow and swayed gently from side to side. I think there are too many mosquitoes. If we really want to deal with them, we need to prepare some supplies, and it's hard to guarantee hygiene. It might be okay for a light camping trip where you have a barbecue and chat, Gu Qingqing commented. By the way, where is your first stop? She asked. Shadu. Chiana had been there before while filming a movie. She had always wanted to visit the Mogeo caves, but she hadn't had the time. The shared video was quickly uploaded to the platform by the staff in charge of operations. Many celebrities recorded their first video, but most of them were brief, personal introductions that looked very commercial. Only Anna Chi meticulously recorded a long video and shared a lot of information, although much of it was blurred out because there was no collaboration involved. Her video, which was playing at a high rate with no breaks in its playback, went viral and became a trending topic again. Du Rua is a flower with feelings. Help. This woman is so sincere. She removed her makeup, washed her face, and said good night without any makeup. It feels like my cousin video called me. Nini. Good news. You can still snag an uncensored copy of this product at the last second. Bad news. Everything's sold out. I'm impressed by her sales power. Looking forward to it. I love it. The goodnight message from the older sister at the end was so gentle, and her rambling was so cute. Yagdoyups. The resellers on WeChat Moments who sell this cleansing balm are swamped with work, but it's all thanks to my sister Anna. One plane after another landed in Shadu. This is the westernmost point of the Hushi Corridor, a great oasis in the desert. In the footage, a retro post station is set up amidst the endless yellow sand, which is the starting point of our journey. Chaoyan held his wife by Huiwen's hand. The two were dressed simply, both wearing beige short-sleeved shirts and dark trousers. The man, who was of retirement age, sat down, fanning himself with a large palm leaf fan. Bai Huiwen rarely appears in front of the camera, but she is poised and confident, showing no stage fright. Under the thatched shed, the two stood very close together, choosing the rightmost spot. Chao Yin is a famous crosstalk performer whose early performances were always sold out. Now that he's older, he finally has some leisure time. Old Chao, are you hot? Bai Huiwen looked at the sand dunes and raised her rounded wrist. On her wrist was a white jade bracelet that looked like an old object. The man looked at his wife, then fanned the other person again. Chapter 69 Westward Exit of Yangguan. Are you still hot? Chao Yin lifted a strand of Bai Huiwen's hair and saw that she was indeed sweating a lot. Bai Huiwen revealed a very gentle look in her eyes and said with a smile, It's hot, like we've arrived at the Flaming Mountains. You've mixed up the shows, haven't you? This is the Sand Capital, not the Northern Frontier. Chao Yin laughed heartily, fanning himself even more vigorously. The sun in the sky was so bright that it scorched the endless sand, let alone the tiny mortal bodies of humans. The camera then pans to a couple who appear to be in their 30s or 40s. The man was dressed in a sporty style, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and he was also wearing a digital watch on his wrist. Having grown accustomed to seeing people around him dressed in formal suits delivering news or interviewing others, his casual attire made him appear much younger. People around them raised their hands above their foreheads and could see the famous crosstalk performer Chao Yin and his wife, Bai Huiwen, in the distance. Let's go. Tan Yilin is very tall. When she first debuted as a singer, People said she could be a supermodel. She was wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt that completely covered her hips, and her long legs were wrapped in the cooling yoga pants she endorsed. Tan Yilin saw Chao Yin and his wife in the distance, took off her square-shaped outdoor sunglasses, and waved in their direction. "Oh, so you've arrived." Chao Yin slowly stood up. "Hello, Brother Yin." The person around him grasped the other's large hand, bowed his head, and greeted him humbly. Chao Yin wasn't very tall, so he patted the other person's arm as a way of greeting the male host. "Hello, Bai Huiwen." She gently hugged the tall Tan Yilin. "Hello, sister-in-law, my name is Tan Yilin." Tan Yilin smiled, looking less cool than when she sings. The two couples were not familiar with each other, and it was a bit awkward for them to appear on the show for the first time. Qiana and Lu Jiaxing were still sitting in the car, waiting for on-site instructions. "Will you be nervous?" Qiana thought about the first time she faced many cameras, and her palms were sweating the whole time. "Just a little bit." Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses, turned his head to look at his wife in the driver's seat. The two got out of the car, and the cameraman who was filming them was around them. Qiana was wearing a light beige long dress. The fabric seemed so thin that even a gust of wind could wrinkle it. Lu Jiaxing, on the other hand, wore a light gray short-sleeved shirt and dark gray wide-leg pants, which was consistent with his overall reserved style. The two were carrying several paper bags, so they didn't hold hands, but walked side by side against the wind and sand. "Mr. Lu, it's nice to see you again." The people around him were the first to reach out and greet Mr. Lu, and then pulled him aside to introduce Chao Yin to him. "Hello, Lu Jiaxing." He handed one of the paper bags to those around him. "A small gift." Qiana, who was standing next to him, said almost in unison. "You're too kind." Zhou Wei happily accepted the small gift, never expecting that the two of them would be on the same show after the interview. "Thank you, Jiaxing." Bai Huiwen accepted the gift, looked at Qiana beside him, and thought that it would be wonderful to have a daughter like her. "I really enjoy Mr. Chao's crosstalk performances. This is a small gift." Qiana then handed her own gift to Chao Yin. All right. Chao Yin stopped fanning himself and accepted the junior's gift with both hands. "You two even prepared two gifts, making us feel embarrassed," Tan Yilin joked. "I didn't expect him to be prepared." Qiana looked at the other person's face. There seemed to be a little sweat on the bridge of his nose. Now, all three couples have assembled. The 6 people were having trouble deciding on seating arrangements, but those around them suggested, "Let's go by age. Yin Ji and his wife are the oldest, and President Lu and Anna are the youngest." "I understand, you want to be in the center position." Chao Yin smiled and pointed at him, laughing heartily. Having been a host for so long, it's really not easy to snag the spotlight. But this time we're all tourists, and the tour guide is someone else. Someone nearby pulled out a folding fan from somewhere and started fanning his wife. "Are there any guest stars?" Qiana asked, picking up where he left off. Qiana also felt hot. After sitting down, although the thatched hut blocked the sun, she could still feel a continuous stream of hot steam rising from the sandy ground. She took out a small electric fan and turned it on for herself. Seeing that Lu Jiaxing's face was a little red, she sat closer to him so that he could cool off as well. "We still need electricity, otherwise our hands will get sore," Bai Huiwen said, holding a large palm leaf fan and looking at Qiana's small handheld electric fan. Tan Yilin laughed and said, "It's okay, we're being environmentally conscious, haha." The group chatted and joked, cooperating with the filming of the program. In the distance, the sound of camel bells could be heard. Under the scorching sun, a caravan of camels approached them, as if carrying the footsteps of the Silk Road from 1,000 years ago. The camels' footprints are as hard as iron, leaving deep and vivid marks on the sand, never ceasing even in the face of desolation. "Look, who's sitting up there?" Tan Yilin asked, tugging at the sleeves around her. Lu Jiaxing felt that the person's figure looked somewhat familiar, but even though there was no wind, he couldn't see clearly from a distance. "Qingshan." Qiana recognized the man first. "Sister Anna." Yi Qingshan was much darker than before in Yanjing, but his hair had grown quite a bit. Lu Jiaxing glanced at him, then quickly looked back at Qiana beside him. He touched his stubble hair sheepishly and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Qingshan, this episode's guest." "Just call me Qingshan," the man said, revealing a row of bright white teeth, perfect enough to be a dental advertising spokesperson. Welcome, welcome, Bai Huiwen said with a smile, fanning herself. Where is Qingshan from? Tin Yilin asked him. He shook his head and replied, I am from the northern frontier, but riding a camel and riding a horse are not much different. Everyone, follow me and ride camels to the next location. Yi Qingshan led Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen onto the camels first. Camels don't have a strong body odor, and they all have their eyes lowered, making them look much more docile than horses. Lu Jiaxing helped Qianna onto the camel, and only after she was settled did he quietly board his own camel. Camels don't walk fast, but they are very steady. Suddenly a strong wind arose. The sandstorm didn't blind the camels, but it made everyone get off the camels and put on veils to protect them from the sand. Lu Jiaxing was wearing glasses, so it was a little inconvenient for him to tie that veil. Seeing this, Qianna went to his side and adjusted the position of his veil. Her fingers inevitably brushed against the man's face and ears, making him realize that the desert weather was indeed making him parched. Perhaps it was the heat, but Lu Jiaxing's earlobes were so red they looked like they could drip blood, which stood out starkly against the man's fair skin. That's fine, your glasses won't be affected. Qianna looked up and gazed into his eyes. Lu Jiaxing squinted, willing to be the most inconspicuous poplar in the desert at this moment, waiting timidly for the wind to caress him. The man gazed at the back of his beloved ahead, but unfortunately, his camera was not with him. Qingshan, where are we going? Chao Yin sat back on the camel and asked on behalf of everyone. I urge you to drink another cup of wine. Yi Qingshan did not turn around. The dim setting sun shone on his broad shoulders and back. No old friends remain west of Yangwan Pass. Chapter 70 Answer correct. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at Yangwan Pass on camels. The crowd stopped and looked back, taking in the desolate landscape of the ancient Gobi Desert. Though they did not see the lone smoke rising straight in the vast desert, they truly witnessed the sunset over the long river. They walked on the newly built wooden boardwalk, where everything would weather away and disappear, and even thousands of palaces would easily become mounds of earth and sand. It's truly magnificent. Tan Yilin gazed at the distant mountains, feeling the inadequacy of words at this moment. Yes. He closed his eyes, feeling the wind passing through his body. Only when they saw the ancient red characters of Yangwan did they truly feel that they had arrived at a famous old fortress. It's getting late. Everyone, take your travel permits and get ready to enter the city. The staff member playing the role of a guard came out. Although the man was dressed in ancient costume, he wore black-rimmed glasses, and his round face looked somewhat comical. Anna looked up and saw that the city wall in front of her was not high, and it was obvious that it was a replica built by later generations. A staff member handed Yi Qingshan a task card, which he read aloud. Welcome to Yangwan, our couple guests on our journey. Now, couples, please take your clearance documents and take a test of your marital harmony. The couple with the highest score can choose their accommodation for the next few days. When Qianna heard this question, she felt uneasy. They were probably going to be at the bottom. Seeing that there was a watermelon stand and fresh juice available, Tin Yilin bought a glass of iced watermelon juice for each of the guests to cool them off. Bai Huiwen and Chao Yin went to complete the tacit understanding quiz first. They have been married for many years, so their scores must be pretty good. What is your wife's mother's birthday? June 24th, Chao Yin replied quickly. What does Bai Huiwen hate the most? Insects. Chao Yin felt that these questions were actually quite simple. Just as they were about to score another point, a staff member dressed in ancient costume said, No, it's you who's smoking. Chao Yin glanced at his wife, slapped his thigh, and said, So I'm even more hateful than an insect. After everyone finished laughing, Bai Huiwen defended herself when no one was around, saying, Smoking is bad for your health. Chao Yan's smile vanished, and he said seriously, Okay, smoke less next time. Why don't you just quit? Bai Huiwen took a sip of watermelon juice. The camera zooms in on Chao Yan's face, where he laughs and says, Guys, don't make promises you can't keep, huh? Bai Huiwen sighed helplessly at his childlike behavior. Fine, it's better if he smokes less. Wait, we're the third one. Lu Jiaxing said calmly, holding the two people's travel permits. So, Chiana held the chilled watermelon juice, feeling that her hands were no longer so hot. Want to guess what the question is? Lu Jiaxing suggested. This scope is too broad. She frowned slightly, feeling that predicting the exam questions was really asking too much of anyone. I think the questions that have been asked before probably won't be asked again, Lu Jiaxing thought. If you were to ask him about Anna Chi's mother's birthday, he really wouldn't know. Chiana nodded as she listened to the staff ask Tan Yilin questions. What is the broadcast time of the program Economic Hour, hosted by Zhou Wei? Tan Yilin was completely dumbfounded. She, who didn't care about economics, genuinely had no idea. Wife, don't you love me? Zhou Wei leaned on Tan Yilin's shoulder and whispered a reminder that it was Saturday. It's not that I don't love you. Tan Yilin looked troubled. The camera zooms in, and Tan Yilin spreads her hands, replying, I really don't care about the economy. Everyone around laughed, and just as they were about to continue cheating, Chaoyan pulled them back to their original positions. In the end, Tan Yilin had no choice but to guess that it would be 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. Unfortunately, we were only an hour away from the correct answer. Those around her said, Wife, your love for me has a time difference. Anna Chi smiled, feeling much more relaxed. She said, So what do you think the problem might be? The questions in the first group are more family-oriented, the questions in the second group are more work-oriented, so I guess the third group will be related to daily life. It must be said that Lu Jiaxing's prediction was correct. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer. Her brows furrowed, as if she were genuinely troubled. The man reached out and flicked her forehead. A faint scent of L'artisan citrus garden perfume wafted from his wrist. I may not be able to answer them all correctly either. His voice was low, like a cool spring. Anna Chi's favorite fruit? The man seemed to be thinking. He thought about the orange-flavored ice cream the other person had chosen when the fans visited the set that day, and the perfume she had given him, and then he had his answer. Tangerine. Chiana looked up at the man's profile. Some dust had settled on the lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses. What is Anna Chi's favorite animal? Rabbit. Lu Jiaxing thought of how she petted Xiaobai, and even considered bringing the little rabbit with him when participating in the show. Sometimes, he was even a little jealous of the little rabbit. Anna Chi's favorite flower? Wisteria flowers. The man reached up and adjusted his glasses. Anna Chi's favorite font? The slender gold style. Lu Jiaxing's eyes showed some uncertainty, but he still answered correctly. Even Xiao Lu knows that. Chaoyan said, fanning himself from the side. Hearing the other person's answer, Chiana thought the other person wouldn't be able to answer. Tan Yilin leaned closer and asked, Won't Anna feel pressured? Chiana nodded and said to the camera that was leaning closer, I have a feeling that the production team leaked the questions. The camera lens swung left and right, seemingly to prove its innocence. Where does Chiana like to go the most? Museum. President Lu actually got a perfect score. It felt like a top student saying he didn't know the answer, but then he turned around and got first place. Go for it, it's your turn. Tan Yilin pushed her out. The staff member adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and asked, feigning seriousness, Who is Lu Jiaxing's favorite singer? Oh no, she can't answer the first question. Mr. Lu's guess was correct. This group was indeed more focused on daily life, but their lives didn't really overlap much. Anna Chi scratched her hands. He didn't even play music while driving, so how could she possibly guess? No, she decided to give up. She glanced at Lu Jiaxing, wondering which singers he liked. Correct answer. Is that correct? Chiana was full of surprise. President Lu's thought process was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Afterwards, Chiana asked President Lu, who said that when the program team asked him to fill out the QA card, he wrote, None, in the column for favorite singers. If you just guess, you might actually get it wrong, the man chuckled. Blame yourself for being too honest. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Who is Lu Jiaxing's favorite actor? Chiana seemed to have grasped President Lu's problem-solving approach. She pointed to the tip of her nose and said somewhat embarrassedly, Me? Correct answer. Chapter 71 View from the window. Chiana glanced at Lu Jiaxing. As one of her millions of fans, he was indeed quite special. Surrounded by Tan Yilin and others in the front row, they were shipping the couple, feeling like they were actually shipping them. What are Lu Jiaxing's bedtime habits? Reading. Chiana thought that he had also brought a reader with him this time. What are Lu Jiaxing's views on love? She was in a dilemma again and looked to President Lu for help. Hey, hey, you can't do that. Tan Yilin blocked her view of Lu Jiaxing. Chiana couldn't figure out the answer to the question and was just about to brush it off when, almost by accident, she thought of the meaning of wisteria flowers. She slowly opened her mouth and answered, deep longing and persistent waiting. Exactly correct, word for word. Chiana turned around and looked at Lu Jiaxing, seemingly unable to believe that she had answered 4 questions correctly. Xiaoqi, you got a lot of answers right too. Bai Huiwen looked at Chiana. This question about views on love is way too difficult. Those around them thought that anyone who could answer such an abstract question correctly must either have leaked the question or be truly in love. What is Lu Jiaxing's favorite city? Chiana wanted to buy his property in Hangzhou, and Jimu's headquarters were also in Hangzhou. She probably liked Hangzhou the most. Hangzhou. Thus, Lu Jiaxing and Chiana achieved the only perfect score, the highest among the 3 couples. The spring of daffodils. This answer seems to be the meaning of wisteria flowers, and wisteria is Chi's favorite flower. Does anyone know? I'll rack my brains trying. Mango, apple, fig. This is a variety show, it's all scripted, don't get too emotional. February 3rd, 2023. Xiao Yin is also participating in this program. I used to stay awake by listening to his crosstalk when I was driving late at night. Pioneer, I want to know when Tan Yilin will release a new song. Her fans are waiting so long their hair has turned white. I love her voice, it has a texture like prose poetry. Chiana the names of the 3 accommodations and said to the other 2 couples, having priority doesn't necessarily mean you'll get the best one. The accommodations are named as follows: Luxury Night View Villa, Low-Key and Cozy Courtyard, and Minimalist New Style BB. This combination of luxury and minimalism sounds a bit unreliable. Knowing the show's tricks, Chiana chose the remaining Low-Key and Cozy Courtyard. Xiao Yin and Bai Huiwen, who ranked second in the score, chose a luxury villa with a night view. Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin could only stay in the remaining minimalist new-style homestays. The couples got into their respective cars and set off following the navigation. Mumu will guide you. How far is Crescent Lake Town from you? As cars drove by, Tan Yilin looked out the window and saw that it wasn't completely dark yet. She couldn't help but marvel at the desert scenery rushing past. This world is so beautiful. Tan Yilin's eyebrows and eyes were relaxed and confident as she took a picture through the car window. Yes. He lightly pressed the accelerator, letting the afterglow of the setting sun linger a little longer. The desert, sculpted by millennia of wind and sand, is so beautiful that Lu Jiaxing never imagined that desolation and splendor could coexist at this moment. Chiana was steering the wheel, playing soft and soothing instrumental music. Looking at her profile, Lu Jiaxing felt that she seemed more vibrant than before. Why are you looking at me? Chiana looked at the scenery in front of her, as if she were traveling on another planet. President Lu turned his head away and said, "Who said that? I'm admiring the scenery." He displayed a sudden air of arrogance. "You have a view over there too." Chiana teased him deliberately. "The scenery is even more beautiful with you in it." Her heart skipped a beat. She had actually been flirted with. Unbeknownst to President Lu, the post-production team added the bolded title "Love-Obsessed President" above his head during the editing process. Looking at the road ahead, Xiao Yin suddenly sighed. "Huiwen, let's go out and play more often in the future, okay?" Bai Huiwen ignored his sentimental remarks and asked bluntly, "Then what about your birds?" After retiring, Xiao Yin developed a love for raising parrots. He was even spotted by netizens taking them for walks, with one green and one blue parrot on his shoulders. "That's true." Xiao Yin smiled. "If you have the world in your heart, you will find enlightenment everywhere. But it's always good to go out and see the world more often." Xiao Yan's casual remark was selected by the program team as the most memorable quote from the first episode. The group finally arrived at their respective accommodations. Xiao Yin and Bai Huiwen's place was the first one. It was described as a luxurious mountain view villa, but it was only 1 floor higher than the others. The higher floor is not for living. It can only be used for barbecuing or getting some fresh air. "It's fine." Xiao Yin walked through the gate with his hands behind his back, looking quite satisfied. Then we'll go pack our things first. Bai Huiwen waved to them and pulled her suitcase into the house. See you at dinner. Anna Chi replied cheerfully. Next up was the understated and cozy courtyard chosen by Chi Anna and Lu Jiaxing. It was indeed a simple bungalow. The two walked in and saw a wooden frame in the yard, covered with flowers, their fragrance carried on the evening breeze. It's really cozy. Chi Anna really liked this little courtyard. Lu Jiaxing moved all his luggage inside and began unpacking. The man moved swiftly and efficiently, looking like a skilled worker. Chi Anna walked in and saw that Lu Jiaxing had carefully wiped all the clothes hangers he was going to hang up. She sorted and arranged the things, then took Lu Jiaxing to visit the neighbors next door. Near their yard were the surrounding area and Tan Yilin's residence, which had no yard, only some crooked fences. The two went inside and found the place to be extremely bare. It turned out to be a very minimalist place. Fortunately, it's still quite clean. Zhou touched the tip of his nose. His accuracy rate was the lowest among the boys. Just a bed to start with. Tan Yilin looked at the almost empty guest house and thought of her accommodation experience while studying abroad. The atmosphere between the two unconsciously became a little tense, but when they saw Chi Anna and Lu Jiaxing come in, they perked up and greeted them. Yi Qingshan also walked in and commented, "It's really minimalist. Don't you have a place to shower here?" Chi Anna looked around for a long time, but couldn't find a bathroom. "Yes." Tan Yilin nodded. "Come take a shower here later. We have 2 bathrooms over there, and this place is quite close. Thank you for your help." Zhou Sun massaged his wife's shoulders and sincerely thanked them. No. Chi Anna and Lu Jiaxing said in unison, waving their hands repeatedly. Yi Qingshan led them to call Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen, and everyone went to the place for dinner. Now, there shouldn't be any more tasks, right? Those around were worried that there might be some kind of test coming up. "Brother Zhou, sit down and eat without worry." Yi Qingshan pulled him to sit down. "This mutton has no gamey smell at all. You should try it." Chao Yin tasted a bit of the stewed mutton, and his eyes lit up. "It's delicious. This beef patty is also very fragrant." Bai Huiwen scooped up a spoonful of mutton soup and ate a little beef patty. Everyone was exhausted after a long day of riding camels and driving, and was just about to enjoy a delicious meal. As the camera zoomed in, a task card was handed to Yi Qingshan. Chapter 72 Secret Mission. Yi Qingshan glanced at the camera. He couldn't even eat in peace. He took the task card with both hands, but did not read it aloud as before. Instead, Chao Yin, Zhou Wei, and Lu Jiaxing gathered around and quietly read out the contents of the task card. "Is there some secret mission?" Tan Yilin broke off a piece of fried dough twist, which was fragrant and crispy. "Probably, we'll eat ours," Bai Huiwen said, blowing away the scallions floating on her small bowl of mutton soup. "Yilin, try this milk and egg sweet rice wine. It's delicious." Chi Anna turned the glass plate and recommended this specialty dessert of shadu to her. Tan Yilin nodded, scooped up a large spoonful, and found it to be incredibly rich in ingredients, with chopped nuts and sesame seeds that smelled absolutely divine. "It doesn't look very appetizing, but it tastes really good." Tan Yilin scooped up another big spoonful of egg, milk, and fermented rice. Yi Qingshan returned with them. Chi Anna glanced at him, about to ask something, when Yi Qingshan raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's a secret." Anna Chi didn't ask any further questions and simply continued enjoying her meal. The crescent moon hung in the sky, the wind rustled the leaves, and everyone enjoyed their first local meal. After returning to their accommodation, Chi Anna took a shower and then went to visit Tan Yilin with some snacks. "I was just about to go to your place to take a shower," Tan Yilin said, holding her toiletries and preparing to leave. As the day of filming drew to a close, Chi Anna leaned against the bed, lost in thought. Lu Jiaxing leaned closer and noticed that her hair was still a little damp. He said, "Why didn't you dry your hair?" "It's too hot." Her tone was a little soft, as if she were pleading. He brought out a hairdryer, adjusted it to the lowest setting, and reached out to stroke her hair, feeling the strands gradually become dry and soft. Chi Anna didn't speak or resist, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. "Lu Jiaxing, you like me." Her tone was very certain, and even Lu Jiaxing felt that she was different. He was behind her, perhaps sleepy, His voice was soft and tingling. I like you. President Liu picked up the last strand of wet hair and carefully dried it with a hairdryer. So what is the secret mission? Chiana turned her face towards her. Lu Jiaxing couldn't help but chuckle, but for some reason he really liked her like this. Don't you have mind-reading abilities? The man leaned down, his mind wandering. Anna pinched his red ears, trying to see something in his eyes. The man's eyes, as tender as water, reflected her face like the world's 8th ocean. What should I do? She's so close to me. Would you hate me if I try to kiss you? With cameras rolling, let's skip it. President Liu's inner monologue became a bit talkative, quite different from usual. She found it somewhat amusing, but also a bit jarring. She got out of bed and covered the camera with a black cloth. Lu Jiaxing watched her actions, puzzled. The next second, a gentle kiss landed on his lips. He didn't react, and didn't even know how to respond. A hint of unspeakable desire burned in the man's dark eyes as he gently cupped the other's rounded back of the head with his palm. She slowly closed her eyes, her small lips covering his, feeling her waist pressed against his strong arms. At this moment, she wanted to follow her heart, to indulge herself, and to indulge the other person as well. Lu Jiaxing kissed passionately, then pulled his hand away and ripped off his glasses, which were in the way. There was no barrier between them. Chiana clutched her pounding heart and asked herself in the darkness, "You like him, don't you?" President Liu also had difficulty falling asleep. Could it be that she could really hear her own thoughts? Is it really true that Brother Pei's method is effective? The man couldn't understand it, but at that moment, the butterfly, which had been so close yet so far, finally flew across the ocean and returned to his side. "Can't you sleep?" Chiana asked, noticing that the other person was tossing and turning. Lu Jiaxing's voice was sluggish and nasal, but his spirits were surprisingly high. Why? The man's half-sentence, without any context, was something Chiana understood. Although I don't know if your crush is real, I think I might like you a little. Chiana's voice trembled slightly as she gently opened the window, wanting to see if the person who had been throwing stones was Lu Jiaxing. Footsteps approached from outside, but she didn't notice the doorbell. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jiaxing felt as if the world had fallen silent. Chiana unconscious after the car accident. He did consider using marriage or even children to bind her to him, but he couldn't do it in the end. He couldn't bear to see her sad, and he couldn't bear to see her not free, but he himself couldn't let go. He likes her, so let's just consider it his own business. He's already used to it anyway. On such an ordinary night, she said she liked herself a little. Lu Jiaxing felt so happy he wanted to go crazy. His heart was in turmoil, but he was clumsy and didn't know how to respond. This straight shot caught him off guard, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Her breathing became long and heavy, as if she were truly exhausted. "It's true, good night." The man's voice was light and airy, with an upward inflection at the end. The moon fell down and landed in his arms. Before dawn, the six woke up and washed up according to the arranged time. They had a simple breakfast, and then drove to the Mogao Grotto's scenic area. This time, Lu Jiaxing was driving, and she sat in the passenger seat, which allowed her to apply a simple base makeup. She yawned with her mouth wide open, feeling that her skin was a little dry to the touch. The group first went to the Mogao Grotto's museum, but due to time constraints, they only had a quick look around. Anna picked out a few interesting cultural and creative products and bought a few refrigerator magnets. Lu Jiaxing lowered his head to pay, thinking that at least he had paid for some of the little things on his grandmother's refrigerator. Since photography is not allowed inside the Mogao Grottos, this part of the visit became free time. Because it was peak tourist season, not many caves were open, and the group spent quite some time looking at them attentively. Xiao Yin and Bai Huiwen are both Buddhists, and they shared a lot about Buddhist culture with them along the way. Stone walls form the bones, and colors the soul. Anna Chi listened attentively, occasionally throwing out questions in return. Bai Huiwen clasped her hands together and bowed gently to the huge Buddha statue, the white jade bracelet on her wrist ringing softly. Chiana turned her head and met Xiao Yan's gaze, hearing the thoughts of this master of crosstalk. That night, I dreamed of thousands of Buddha statues, their appearances solemn and dignified. Xiao Yan's voice, like thunder before a heavy rain or the gavel slamming on the table, flew into the homes of ordinary people. Tan Yilin and her companions were the first to emerge, looking at the vast sand dunes in the distance, and then back at the path they had just traversed. They felt as if they had lived through another world. The group went to Mingsha Mountain, where the production team arranged several activities for them, including sandboarding, desert off-road vehicles, and desert motorcycles. Qiana and Lu Jiaxing sat in the back of a desert off-road vehicle, as yellow sand swirled around them, and they sped up and down the dunes. She wondered what Lu Jiaxing's secret mission might be. Chapter 73, His Gift. However, Anna Qi quickly lost track of time. She hadn't expected that the seemingly gentle sand dunes would have near right angles of 90 degrees. Lu Jiaxing held her hand the whole time, and after a project, their hands inevitably got quite a bit of sand and dust between them. Anna Qi wasn't spoiled at all. She casually shook off the sand and moved on to the next activity. Qingshan. She waved to Yi Qingshan. Sister Anna, you're not going to ask me about the secret mission again, are you? Yi Qingshan said, hands on his hips, looking disheveled, having just finished sandboarding. Is sandboarding fun? The wind blew up the stray hairs on Qiana's forehead. Her face was flushed from the sun, and two thick braids hung down in front of her chest. It's like riding a slide. Yi Qingshan dusted off his hands and shook hands with Lu Jiaxing. The other person had no expression on their face. They just reached out and adjusted their glasses. Mr. Lu, you probably haven't met me before. I've known Anna for a long time. We're old friends. His voice was cheerful, and his tan skin and muscular build gave him a very masculine appearance. I've met you. President Lu was very sparing with his words when facing him. Yi Qingshan thought for a moment and smiled. That's true. I participated in a stand-up comedy show, so I'm sure President Lu has seen it too. Lu Jiaxing was thinking about how Qiana had refused his dinner invitation and what it would be like to sit across from this man eating hot pot. That's true. He's in stand-up comedy. He's in our trip. He seems to be everywhere. The sunlight was blinding, and President Lu squinted. They had come all the way from Beijing to Changsha. So how did Yi Qingshan go from a special guest to a guest star? Although he knew in his heart that there was nothing romantic between them, and that Qiana probably only regarded him as a younger brother, he was still a little unhappy. He couldn't understand when he had become so petty, but he didn't realize that it was his possessiveness that was causing the problem. Qiana squatted down to play in the sand, unaware of President Lu's ulterior motives. Fairy, open the door quickly. Why do I smell such a strong odor of vinegar? Travel frog. LOL. Yi Qingshan is part of your game too, right? 3 Ice. Who will be the guest star next episode? It'll be Ching Siua. Zinglishing 8. Let me show you what it means for his thin lips to be pursed into a line. Mr. Lu is really jealous. Yi Qingshan, who was very outgoing, started chatting with Lu Jiaxing, who was standing next to him. I saw online that you two were high school classmates, so that means you've known each other for many years. Yi Qingshan was a little tired from playing and took out a protein bar. It's so hot that the protein bars in my pants pocket have gotten a little soggy. It's been many years. Lu Jiaxing showed little interest in such a conversation. From school uniform to wedding dress. It's truly remarkable. It's also quite special that you got married so early and no one in your circle knew about it. President Lu tilted his head, his tone devoid of displeasure, and said, Is it early? Yes, someone like Anna probably won't consider getting married until she's in her 30s or 40s. And someone like Yilin only announced it publicly after she got married and had a baby. It's not too early, I think it's just right. Lu Jiaxing watched as Qiana gripped the sides of the plastic sandboard tightly with both hands, looking like she wanted to play but was also afraid, and a smile appeared on his lips. He silently picked up his camera and captured the moment, thinking to himself that if it had been any earlier, he wouldn't have been able to help her, and if it had been any later, she might not have needed him anymore. Therefore, their meeting may have involved missed opportunities or misunderstandings. But in the end, it was neither a little too early nor a little too late. It was just right. The old camera from that time was once again in his hands. Lu Jiaxing pressed the shutter, capturing her flowing hair and radiant smile beneath the desert. Qiana carried the plastic chassis up the hill. The downhill ride was exhilarating, but the uphill ride was just as tiring. Given Chi-Anna's sensitivity to cameras, she naturally knew that President Liu was filming her, but she didn't care whether he made her look good or not. Tin Yilin also came over. She had just finished riding the desert motorcycle and left everyone else to find Chi-Anna. Although Chao Yin was old, he quite liked these exciting sports and dragged Bai Huiwen to play with him. Bai Huiwen wasn't very interested. She spent most of her time looking at the scenery. During a break in filming, the staff brought out simple folding chairs, and they ate their meals on the nearby sand dunes. Oh my, it's rare to eat like this. People around blinked, as if some sand had gotten into their eyes. Look, that kid is walking the cat. Bai Huiwen pointed. Everyone looked over, and Yi Qingshan laughed. Won't the cat think this is all cat litter? Ha ha ha. I heard that cat's ancestors came from North Africa, and their bloodline must have awakened when they came to the desert. Tin Yilin wore large sunglasses and looked cool. The cat turned its head and saw a group of people chatting and laughing, silently digging in the sandpit. As the sun set, the temperature gradually dropped. The group filmed the next clip in pairs, with Chi-Anna and Lu Jiaxing sitting on a high sand dune, looking down at Crescent Lake. The spring water is azure blue, shaped like a crescent moon, and surrounded by yellow sand, making it a truly spectacular sight. I heard that large boats could sail on Crescent Lake during the Qing dynasty, Chi-Anna said, sitting cross-legged. But the surrounding area is all desert. What use is a boat? Lu Jiaxing asked. Chi-Anna patted her head and said, That's right. Will you find it difficult to adjust these next couple of days? Chi-Anna asked him. Lu Jiaxing shook his head and said very seriously, I would gladly accept it. She gently rested her head on the other person's shoulder, listening to their strong heartbeat. Just as Chi-Anna forgot about the secret mission, Lu Jiaxing spoke up. He said, Anna Chi, I have a gift I want to give you. What is it? Chi-Anna looked at Crescent Lake, wondering when the lights would come on. Lu Jiaxing stood up, pulled her off the sand, and shook the sand off himself. He had clearly written countless drafts, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he found it difficult to say them. The man had handsome features, but his eyes were red-rimmed, making him look inexplicably aggrieved. Chi-Anna guessed that the gift might be part of the show's secret mission, and she stood up cooperatively. Tell me slowly. Her voice was gentle yet firm. This gift was originally meant for you. After all this time, it's dragged on for so long. I carried it with me from Hangzhou to Shenzhen, and then from Shenzhen to the United States, traveling to many places. It has been lying on a single bed in the dormitory, thrown into a drawer of an office desk, and placed in the inner compartment of a suitcase many times. Chi-Anna looked at his face, trying to find a trace of this thing in her past memories. What could Lu Jiaxing have hidden such a wonderful gift for, and why did he say it was originally meant for him? After all that build-up, the man finally handed over a small, crudely made game console. This is for you. Lu Jiaxing's voice trembled slightly, giving a glimpse into his youthful past. Chi-Anna among countless figures in blue and white school uniforms. Chapter 74 Bonfire Party. Anna Chi took it. It looked like she had made it herself, and it did feel quite old, except for the battery on the back, which was newly replaced. On the sand dunes, the night wind caressed their faces as they stood face to face, like two silent trees. When did you do this? In my senior year of high school. The man's voice was low, revealing no particular emotion. At that time, Anna Chi was estranged from her family and went to the United States with her aunt. She was unaware of such a friendship and had no chance to receive such a gift. Anna pressed the switch button, which displayed a bunch of colorful pixel squares. The colored squares fell and then disappeared, and the screen displayed round 1, indicating that there were still many levels to go. Back then, young Lu Jiaxing could never have imagined that he would one day become CEO Lu of Zhimu Technology. Chi-Anna back then, she never imagined that she would appear on the television screen that she was not allowed to watch when she was a child. Holding this belated gift, her heart was filled with a turbulent mix of emotions, as if 1,000 butterflies were fluttering in her stomach. Lu Jiaxing is an excellent person, she has always known that. This person, who had liked me for so many years, Chi-Anna took a deep breath. Thank you for the gift. Thank you, Lu Jiaxing of the past, and Lu Jiaxing of the present. Want to try it out? President Liu put his arm around her slightly trembling shoulder. What kind of reward will I get if I clear the level? Chiana pressed the button and looked at him. Before Liu Jiaxing could answer, the lights at Crescent Lake came on, and all the tourists on the sand dunes cheered. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. The blue light strips encircled the spring, emitting a soft glow in the night. A bonfire was lit beside Crescent Lake, and the flames leaped high, driving away much of the night's chill. The staff had already prepared the sound system, and friends below the dunes were holding glow sticks, seemingly wanting Tan Yilin to showcase her singing talent. A few people sat on the sand dunes, their bottoms on soft cushions, with the vast night sky above them. The singing sand dunes are still a bit chilly at night, due to the temperature difference between day and night. Liu Jiaxing took the small blankets from the staff and distributed them to the guests. Tan Yilin took the microphone. She wasn't shy at all, but she couldn't figure out what to sing at the beginning. It's not fun if I sing all by myself. It would be more interesting if everyone sang a song or two. Tan Yilin looked at Chao Yin. Chao Yin waved his hand, saying he wasn't very familiar with pop songs. How about you sing a lively excerpt from a traditional opera as an opening act, Lao Chao? Bai Huiwen took the microphone and handed it to her husband. Chao Yin cleared his throat, held the microphone for a moment, and then said to the audience below, "What would you like to hear?" He studied Peking opera in his early years. Although he wasn't a professional, he was still 100 times better than those who sang in a strained, high-pitched voice. The voices below were all talking at once, saying all sorts of things, which made Chao Yin even more troubled. Chiana whispered a reminder. "If we're talking about something lively, what does Teacher Chao think of Shipi Duoban?" Chao Yin nodded. He thought Chiana was a woman of her own mind, so he continued her sentence. "It seems you also have something you'd like to hear?" She pulled the small blanket up a bit, leaned slightly against Liu Jiaxing, and replied, "The case of the execution of Qin Shimi." Chao Yin was always accommodating and knew what the most exciting part was. His voice was like a bell or a drum, and his momentum was like a rainbow. He sang, "Your Highness, come closer and take a closer look. It says that Qin Xianglian is 32 years old and is suing the current imperial son-in-law. Deceiving the king and disrespecting the emperor, a man who breaks off his engagement finds a son-in-law. Bring the complaint to the main hall, and tell me firmly, what is your case?" That was the show she remembered most vividly when she was a child, and was left at her grandmother's house to watch TV with her. Of the 3-hour-plus Peking opera performance, her favorite part was the aria that conveyed the message that no matter how difficult the world is, there will always be someone to stand up for them. After Chao Yin finished singing, thunderous applause erupted, bringing the atmosphere of the evening to a climax. Tan Yilin took over the baton and sang several of her own signature songs. The female singer's voice is grand and powerful, just like her personality. Compared to exquisitely crafted beauty, it possesses a raw and wild composure. 1,000 years ago, 1,000 years later, flowers bloom and wither. Who still rides a camel in the desert? Tan Yilin's eyes are firm yet gentle. She's practically a walking CD. The evening breeze ruffled her hair as she half closed her eyes, lost in the music. He looked up at his wife with a smile, admiring her unrestrained manner when she sang. "Who fell the sun? Who became my frontier? It is the time that gallops by." Tan Yilin's rendition of this song was so captivating and moving that Chiana was completely engrossed, as if she were witnessing the ebb and flow of the world through Tan Yilin's beautiful voice. She admired her, her eyes sparkling with admiration, until the other woman handed her the microphone. "It's your turn, Anna." Chiana is all right at reciting lines, and her dancing is passable, but her singing is completely terrible. She scratched the back of her neck, unable to think of any good songs to sing. "Mr. Liu, would you like to sing with Anna?" The battle of words spread to Liu Jiaxing, who was on the far side. Liu Jiaxing glanced at Chiana, but couldn't figure it out either. "What do you want to sing?" he asked. Given that Liu Jiaxing didn't even fill in none for his favorite singer, Chiana couldn't think of anything she could sing with him. "What can you sing?" Anna Chi asked in return. This stumped Liu Jiaxing, as he was someone who genuinely didn't care much about music. "Do you still remember our school song?" President Liu touched the tip of his nose shyly. Chiana paused for a moment, then softly hummed. "In youth, we love to chase our dreams. She wasn't actually a very good singer, but because she was good-looking, the music teacher recruited her to be the face of the choir. The lyrics and music of Wisteria High School are very simple, and she learned them after studying them a few times. Lu Jiaxing nodded and said, "If you hadn't gone to the United States beforehand, I would have heard you sing this song at the graduation ceremony." Looking at Lu Jiaxing's profile, she recalled the vague outline of his youthful past, which now overlapped with the gentle man before her. Anna extended her hand, inviting him. "Would you like to sing with me?" Lu Jiaxing's eyes lit up, his gaze followed the other person, and then he nodded heavily. Neither the male nor the female voices were particularly pleasant to listen to, let alone professional. Although the lyrics and music were simple, they hadn't sung for many years, and they were a little off-key on some words. In our youth, we love to chase our dreams, and we must all fly forward. Thousands of mountains and rivers lie ahead, and countless words are in our hearts. As they sang, fragments of the past floated out like fireflies, echoing their voices. Knowing that I am just forcing myself to write new poems to express my sorrow, and that I am waiting to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine with you, it will never be like the carefree days of our youth. Chapter 75, Raising Her as a Daughter. Looking into his eyes, Anna wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt that his eyes were a little moist. They held hands, slowly sat down, and calmed their turbulent emotions. To her, President Liu was not a partner in a hasty marriage, nor was he a simple, domineering CEO. Rather, he was her guardian from her teenage years to the present. Oops. Oh my God, pure love stories are the best. If I weren't broke, I'd definitely support Jimu. Tanzo Yuiwen. My sister is singing in the desert, and I regret not being there. Silence is the privilege of those in power. I also graduated from Zifeng High School, and I never expected to run into a fellow alumnus on a variety show. After more than 10 years in the workforce, I never thought I'd hear the school song again. Kosikft. Turns out the version of The Case of Chun Shimmy that my grandma listened to was so cool. The sheepy stomping was so energetic. After the bonfire party, they returned to Crescent Lake Town, where a barbecue in the desert awaited them. Various drinks were laid out on the long table, and the man next to him was flipping over metal skewers. The aroma of barbecue was incredibly tempting. Perfect timing. I'm getting hungry from singing. Tan Yilin pulled the people around her to sit down. Anna asked the older man who was working, "Brother, are you a local?" "What? Are you worried that my version isn't authentic, girl?" The older brother wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. The skewers of lamb were brushed with a layer of secret recipe sesame oil and kept being turned over, occasionally sending up a little red spark. I noticed there weren't many people in Crescent Lake Town, so I figured most of them must have gone out to work. The older brother sprinkled a layer of barbecue powder on the grilled beef skewers, and then sprinkled a small handful of roasted white sesame seeds. That's right. Now that the area is developing tourism, it has brought us back. If you can make money from home, who would be willing to leave so far away? My daughter was so happy to know I was going to stay here and do barbecue. That's wonderful, Anna Chi exclaimed sincerely. I also have a daughter. How old is your daughter, brother? Tan Yilin took the beef skewers that her brother had grilled and distributed them to the guests. She's 4 years old now, the cutest age. She changes every day. I can never get enough of looking at her. The older brother's eyes were full of tenderness as he spoke of his daughter. Our child is 6 years old and will be going to school soon. Someone nearby chimed in. Is Yin Ji's family a son? Someone nearby was holding a skewer of potato chips, which were soft, sticky, and spicy. They ate several skewers in a row. Bai Huiwen nodded and said, 2 sons. I really want a sweet little girl. I'm so envious of you two. Chao Yan held a large palm leaf fan and fanned his wife, laughing. Our son will be heartbroken if he hears this. Bai Huiwen smiled and asked Lu Jiaxing, does Xiao Lu prefer a son or a daughter? Lu Jiaxing sipped the apricot peel tea, which was sweet and sour, somewhat like plum juice, and was a perfect accompaniment to the barbecue to cut through the greasiness. When he heard Bai Huiwen ask him a question, his ears turned red and he felt a little flustered. Well, I think Anna is the best person to say this. Knowing he had no right to speak, he lowered his head and ate his food in small bites. Tan Yilin gave a third of the first plate of roasted lamb tripe to Chiana and said with a smile, "I guess Anna also likes daughters." Seeing that she had become the center of attention, Chiana laughed and said, "Right now, I'm treating myself like a daughter." She stood up and distributed the sliced watermelon to the guests, saying, "Have some watermelon to cleanse your palate." What does this mean? The host's professional instincts kicked in, and he adopted an interviewing stance. He only had a toothpick holder in his hand, not a microphone. "This is my way of making peace with myself." Chiana returned to her seat, her head slightly lowered. She thought about it for a long time before finally speaking out. "I'm very avoidant of intimate relationships, even afraid of them. Maybe it's because I wasn't loved well when I was a child, so I don't know how to love myself." Lu Jiaxing's eyes darkened, a hint of heartache flashing across them. He stroked the other person's hand, trying to offer some comfort. "One day I saw online that you can treat yourself like your own child. Don't blame yourself, just be happy. I think that if I have a child someday, I will love her as much as I love myself, rather than sacrificing myself to love her." Chiana grasped the other's hand in return, blinking her eyes like a cunning little rabbit. Tan Yilin nodded approvingly, while Bai Huiwen seemed thoughtful. Yi Qingshan suggested that everyone have a drink, and everyone picked up their drinks and clinked glasses. During the meeting, Mr. Lu's phone kept vibrating in his pocket. It was time for the scheduled conference call. The man quickly ate a few bites, walked to the side, and took out his laptop to start a meeting. "Mr. Lu, regarding the main smart home products, what are the current sales figures?" "President Pei, a new policy has been introduced regarding the U.S. market." Assistant Lin, still in his pajamas, silently jotted down the key points. Since there were no cameras on in his area, he cautiously took a sip of his strawberry milkshake. He looked at Lu Jiaxing on the screen, who had to make many decisions, and sighed that being a CEO was really not easy. If everyone were like the domineering CEOs in those novels, constantly facing, "The weather is getting cold and the king is going bankrupt," the first one to go bankrupt would definitely be the CEO himself. "Assistant Lin?" Lu Jiaxing called out to him. Lin Wei was pulled back to reality by the voice, shaking off her daydreams and continuing to work diligently. Everyone started talking about their children. Someone mentioned that when her youngest daughter was little, she was biting her father's slippers and her mother spanked her. Chao Yin said his son would never have performed crosstalk, but now he's gone off to build airplanes, and everyone is praising him for being lucky. Parents have endless topics to discuss when they talk about their children. Anna Chi listened silently, unable to get a word in edgewise. It was late at night, but President Lu was still working. She sat in the courtyard, scrolling through the news on her phone, and habitually checked her work email, only to unexpectedly see a new job offer from Jinjia. Anna Chi never expected that her makeup removal and skincare video would be seen by a skincare brand. Guanji is a domestic skincare brand with its own skincare laboratory and a minimalist packaging style. Since the car accident, she has not received any new advertising endorsements. Anna Chi knew the video had gone viral, but she didn't quite understand why the brand would choose her. Although she manages her skin quite well, there are many female celebrities like her. She sent her doubts to Jinjia, wondering what kind of answer she would get. Jinjia seemed to be working overtime, and she quickly replied, "Because their philosophy is individualized and minimalist skincare. Your refusal to sell anxiety and your honest words touched them. You have such good taste," Chiana silently praised. She smiled, feeling great at the thought of the money about to come in. Chiana didn't notice that Jinjia was still sending the next sentence. Lu Jiaxing gently pushed open the gate to the courtyard and was about to tiptoe in when he found her sitting under the flower trellis. The scene seemed familiar. She was nestled among the green leaves, while I watched her from afar. Lost in her joy at the money, she heard the flash of cameras behind her. Chapter 76: Mosquitoes at Midnight. Lu Jiaxing put down the camera, glanced at the image on the screen, and smiled, as if dispelling the fatigue of the past few days. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" the man asked gently as he walked over. "What were you filming just now?" Chiana asked, somewhat curious about his camera. After all, digital cameras now dominate the market, and these old-fashioned point-and-shoot cameras are no longer useful. "It's nothing," Lu Jiaxing said calmly. "By the way, Jinjia got me a new job, look." Chiana handed him the WeChat interface. Then the concise next sentence popped up. Of course, there's also the reason why you're cheaper now. Cheap? Lu Jiaxing repeated, somewhat puzzled. What's cheap? Chiana didn't understand what he was talking about. She took her phone back and saw the next sentence Jianjia had sent and regretted showing it to President Lu earlier. Well, that's the truth, Chiana said, feeling both helpless and embarrassed. What do you mean? Lu Jiaxing sat down next to her. My endorsement fees are very low now, she explained. I'm worthless, Lu Jiaxing, Chiana said with a mournful face, then sighed. Most people feel a little nervous when they hear their full name. But why is it so cute when she calls herself that? Lu Jiaxing thought for a moment and said, wouldn't it be a great deal if Jimu asked you to be their spokesperson now? He was teasing her, wanting to see her reaction. She initially responded jokingly. You capitalists really do treat people as means of production. Seeing that President Lu's expression remained unchanged, Chiana took it seriously, and her expression immediately became somewhat serious. She said, You're not serious, are you? Before Lu Jiaxing could think of what to say, she began to explain. Putting aside the fact that Jimu has never had a spokesperson, I am not suitable either. Why isn't it suitable? President Lu pressed. To avoid suspicion. If you're going to be a tyrant, don't drag me down with you, Chiana added. It's okay if it's less money. I still prefer to earn money with peace of mind. She felt her fingers were a little itchy and scratched them. Mosquitoes came out at night, so the two went into the room. Is Guanji's headquarters in Shanghai? Lu Jiaxing asked. Anna nodded, feeling the bump on her finger getting increasingly itchy, and she couldn't help but scratch it. Mr. Lu grabbed her hand and said, If you keep grabbing, it'll break. She knew that, but she just couldn't stand the itch, and she didn't know what kind of mosquito was so venomous. She has always been sensitive to insect bites, and her fingers soon swelled up like carrots. The man brought over a small jar of white mentholatum, scooped out a little, and applied it to her in a circular motion. There are no window screens here, and there are many green plants in the yard, so mosquitoes are particularly rampant at night. After this episode of Shadu ends, you'll head to Shanghai, film the movie, and then fly straight to Xinjiang? President Lu speculated. Yes, Jianjia will negotiate with the production team. It's just a bit rushed. Menthol balm has a strong minty scent, and when applied to red and swollen mosquito bites, it is very effective in reducing swelling and calming the affected area. Chiana felt her fingers were itchy and painful. Lu Jiaxing lowered his head and blew on her mosquito bites. Help! It feels even itchier now. I might have to go back to Hangzhou. There are some things that are inconvenient to do remotely. President Lu gently released her wrist, but his eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from scratching. She nodded, acknowledging that the other party had reported it. Before going to bed, Chiana dripped mosquito repellent around the bed with floral water, just like the golden circlet that Sun Wukong used to protect Tang Sanzang. Lu Jiaxing couldn't help but find it a little funny to watch her apply the floral water as if it were a ritual. However, the mosquitoes seemed to only bite her and rarely visit themselves. Is it because her blood is too sweet? The bedroom is still left with a crack to prevent air from not circulating. Lu Jiaxing closed his eyes and heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The air was circulating, and so were the mosquitoes. Perhaps because she travels frequently, Anna Chi has always had good sleep quality and is not picky about her bed. As long as she doesn't overthink things, she can fall into a deep sleep in no time, which gives the mosquitoes an opportunity. The mosquitoes brazenly came to feast on the buffet, and Anna would occasionally move around, but the mosquitoes were very patient. Lu Jiaxing woke up and closed the window tightly. Anna was sleeping soundly, but she felt a cool sensation on her arm, like the smell of mint or some kind of medicine. She drifted off to sleep, still smelling the aroma. In the early hours of the morning, she was thirsty. She half opened her eyes and vaguely saw someone sitting at the foot of the bed. She was startled at first, but when she saw that it was Lu Jiaxing, she felt relieved. The man chased away the mosquitoes, seized the opportunity, caught one, and swatted it dead. Is he swatting mosquitoes? Chiana thought to herself. Afraid of making too much noise and waking her up, Lu Jiaxing turned around and saw that Chiana was still asleep. He wiped his palms with disinfectant and then took a tissue to clean them. He walked over to Anna Chi and wiped the bag off her arm again. Lu Jiaxing's body temperature was burning hot, but the ointment was very cool. He stroked his red and swollen skin in circles with his fingers. Her eyelashes trembled. Her mind was in turmoil. This person is so kind. Qiana opened her eyes and met his gaze. Lu Jiaxing paused in his movements. Wearing those silver-rimmed glasses, his smile gentle and reserved. At 3 a.m, all was quiet, except for the sound of him saying, "Sorry, did I wake you up?" Qiana shook her head, reached out and wrapped her arms around the other person's neck, and remained silent for a moment. Lu Jiaxing could feel their breathing and the cool scent of mint. Is the smell of mentholatum too strong? Lu Jiaxing put the cap back on and placed it back on the bedside table. Qiana shook her head again, her arms sliding down to the other person's waist. She got out of bed, leaned against the headboard, and hugged Lu Jiaxing, who was sitting down. She lied awkwardly, saying, "I had a dream." "What dream?" the man asked, playing along with her. "I dreamed that I was walking alone in the sea, and there was no end in sight. There was water everywhere, I couldn't find my way, and I couldn't breathe. And then," Lu Jiaxing patted her thin back. She was pitifully thin. "Then, you lifted me out of the water. It turns out you've always been behind me, but I've never turned around," Qiana said haltingly, her voice trembling with a slight sob. Lu Jiaxing was stunned when he heard her dream. He looked at the beautiful almond-shaped eyes in front of him, wanting to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Back in high school, he felt that there was a low pressure surrounding Qiana. He once thought it was the pressure of her studies and dared not disturb her. It wasn't until Shigeru passed away and she suddenly went to America that he gradually realized what the dark cloud hanging over her head was when they met again. "So you were having a nightmare." The man stroked her hair, trying to comfort her. Qiana suppressed the urge to cry and leaned on the man's shoulder. "A dream with you in it can't be considered a nightmare." Chapter 77 Sunset over Danxia. A sliver of light quietly appeared on the eastern horizon, silently gilding this vast land with a layer of gold. Today's journey was long, mostly spent on the road. Yi Qingshan stood beside the lead car and waved to Lu Jiaxing as he walked over. He had sharp eyes and noticed the bluish dark circles under Lu Jiaxing's eyes, hidden beneath his glasses. "Mr. Lu, did you not sleep well last night?" Yi Qingshan was wearing a sleeveless vest, which showed off his beautifully muscular arms. "Okay." Lu Jiaxing nodded and put a few bottles of water in the trunk. "The mosquitoes are really noisy." He closed the trunk, his tone indifferent. Yi Qingshan, however, reacted more strongly, saying that his place was the same, with several bags in one night. "Look, my leg is covered in bite marks. It looks like a red bean popsicle." Yi Qingshan pointed to his thigh. The swelling has subsided, leaving only a few small red dots. Calling them red beans is a bit of an exaggeration. "There are indeed a lot of mosquito bites," Lu Jiaxing commented objectively. "Luckily, I slept it off and it all went down." Yi Qingshan smiled and stroked his chin. Lu Jiaxing recalled Qiana's swollen fingers, which resembled red carrots, and sighed at how different people's constitutions really are. "Good morning." Tan Yilin was the second to arrive. When Qiana finished tidying up and came out, she saw Yi Qingshan helping Tan Yilin and the others tidy up. After a while, Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen also came out. After everyone arrived and they exchanged greetings, Qiana got into the driver's seat. "Today's journey is a bit long. I'll drive this afternoon." Lu Jiaxing reached out and fastened his seatbelt. She nodded and said, "Why don't you take a nap later?" "Okay." President Lu gently took off his glasses. Qiana put on the ice silk sun protection sleeves and focused on driving. After a while, she looked towards the passenger seat. The man adjusted his chair and sat up half reclined, almost lazily. He thought he couldn't sleep, but he eventually succumbed to the fatigue of the past few days. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating his high, straight nose. The small, light brown mole, no longer obscured by his glasses, was finally revealed to the world. Lu Jiaxing's eyelids were closed, his fine eyelashes drooped down, and his breathing was steady and long. He must have fallen asleep. Qiana reached out and brushed aside the stray strands of hair in Lu Zong's hair, as if petting a puppy. President Lu's hair was messy, making him look less sharp than usual. She woke up Lu Jiaxing to get off the bus and check in, allowing Mr. Liu to personally experience the senior citizen tour group model of sleeping on the bus and taking photos when getting off. Chiana, who was wearing black sunglasses and black arm sleeves, and was a little confused. The man's voice rose at the end, making him sound like someone who was easy to bully. Driving from Shadu all the way to Jiaguan, we passed several sculptures such as Son of the Earth and Boundless. Child of the Earth is a giant infant lying on the wilderness, its peaceful and serene sleeping face looking adorable. Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin got out of the car and took selfies together against the backdrop of the sculpture, sometimes making peace signs and sometimes making heart shapes with their hands. The drone followed the convoy, offering a bird's-eye view of the sculptures along the way, making the scene even more spectacular. The white, skeletal classical building resembles a neat, yet loosely controlled pin exercise, and its transparent, airy feel makes it appear to float in this desolate northwestern land when viewed from afar. While calling it Boundless, Chiana felt that the alternative name Mirage was more fitting. After a quick meal, the convoy prepared to drive along the highway to Ganzhou. The long car ride made by Huiwen feel a little dizzy. Yi Qingshan had prepared motion sickness medicine, but she didn't really want to take it. Seeing this, Chiana took out a piece of candied orange peel from her bag and gave it to Bai Huiwen to suck on. Thank you, Xiao Qi. Bai Huiwen's lips were pale. She was afraid of getting carsick and vomiting again, so she hadn't eaten much lunch. You're welcome. Chiana smiled, her smile as bright as the morning sun. For the second half of the journey, Lu Jiaxing took over driving. Chiana was happy to relax. Having seen so much of the desert scenery, she felt that while it was magnificent, it was also somewhat desolate. Sister Huiwen, are you feeling better? Yi Qingshan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Much better. Xiaoqi's candied tangerine peel is very effective. Bai Huiwen's voice sounded quite good. Anna Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Lu Jiaxing asked, I thought you just liked eating oranges and tangerines. That's true. Chiana tore open the packaging of the candied orange peel and fed herself one. When I was a child, I tasted candied tangerine peel for the first time during Chinese New Year, and I thought it was delicious. When I grew up, I would take one whenever I felt carsick, and then I wouldn't feel so carsick anymore. As she spoke, the aroma of dried tangerine peel filled the air. Although I don't get carsick much anymore, it's become a habit. Lu Jiaxing felt inexplicably good when he heard her voice. Even if she does nothing, just being with her makes me feel very comfortable. Strangely enough, Anna Qi possessed a certain magic for him. The mountains here are amazing, with layers upon layers like ripples on water. As we were talking, we arrived at the Rainbow Mountains. Why is it called Danxia? Tan Yilin asked, leaning against the railing. Every day at dawn and dusk, the colorful clouds rise from the valleys, their color like cinnabar, as brilliant as the morning glow, Yi Qingshan replied. Wow, that's amazing, Chiana exclaimed. The card was snatched from his hand by those around him. It turned out to be a description from the annotated edition of the Nanyang Prefecture Gazetteer of the Jiajing period of the Ming Dynasty. Around Yi Qingshan and Zhou He were chasing each other when Zhou He inexplicably made a shooting motion. Tan Yilin looked at Bai Huiwen and felt that her husband's appearance was really unbearable to look at. These colorful rock formations, like flowing, dynamic ribbons, are a testament to the wonders of nature. So beautiful, Bai Huiwen exclaimed. Xiaoyan put his arm around her shoulder and said, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's nearing dusk. Looking at the joy in his wife's eyes, he felt that he hadn't spent enough time with her all these years traveling around the country. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Bai Huiwen has gone from a pretty young girl to someone with a few strands of gray hair. Time waits for no one, and his lament is not just about the sunset at this moment. Looking at the magnificent scenery before him, Lu Jiaxing was in high spirits. He hadn't expected the recording of the first episode to come to an end so quickly. Chiana. She turned around. Are you happy? She nodded, her smile relaxed and carefree. When Lin Wei heard that President Liu was finally returning to Hangzhou, she felt as if she had been granted a pardon. Assistant Lin, carrying his usual thermos, walked into a small coffee shop. Hello, I'd like an avocado smoothie. Assistant Lin. Jiang blinked and wiped his hands with his apron. Assistant Jiang. Lin Wei was shocked. Had Assistant Jiang become so free that he could work 2 jobs? I'll treat you to an avocado smoothie. Jiang ordered it for him without asking, but blocked the QR code so he wouldn't scan it. Oh, okay. Lin Wei wasn't a curious person, so she didn't ask any more questions and waited for her to make the milkshake. Jiang cut open a fresh avocado and scooped out the flesh with a stainless steel spoon. She looked at Assistant Lin, always assuming that an elite like him must have iced Americano flowing in his veins. Chapter 78 Dog Cream. I've bought milkshakes here before, but I haven't seen you here before. Assistant Lin was bored and wanted to talk to Jiang. This is a shop opened by my friend. Her family is from Hangzhou, and I'm here to help her out. Jiang pressed the button on the machine, and the avocado was mashed into a pulp. Oh, I see. Your job must be really great, Lin Wei said honestly. No, not really, Jiang said modestly. Overall, it was quite easy, especially since Anna Chi had little work to do, which meant she didn't have much to do herself either. While they were talking, the avocado smoothie was ready. Jiang returned the thermos to the other person and praised, Assistant Lin, that's quite environmentally friendly. Actually, that's not the case. The main reason is that bringing your own cup can save you some money. Lin smiled. After all, he was just a working-class person who looked decent enough. The coffee shop door opened, and a customer walked in leading an Alaskan Malamute. That Alaskan Malamute looked very energetic, with fluffy and clean fur, clearly showing that its owner took good care of it. Yuanbao. Jiang stepped forward and patted the big dog's head. Yuanbao was also excited to see Jiang, knowing that the older sister in front of it would make dog cream for it. It wagged its tail, which then swung towards Assistant Lin, who was standing nearby. Assistant Lin froze, as if he had been frozen in place. Jiang keenly noticed the other person's unusual behavior, squatted down to look at him, and asked, Are you afraid of dogs? When I was little, I was chased by a dog, so I'm a little scared. Lin Wei touched the tip of her nose, a little embarrassed. Jiang really likes these furry animals, finding them cuter and more innocent than humans. Lin Wei couldn't accept anything involving furry creatures that he couldn't communicate with. He watched his assistant Jiang happily petting the dog, then took his avocado smoothie and went back to work overtime. Goodbye. Thank you for the milkshake. Jiang stood up and waved to Assistant Lin. Yuanbao happily licked the sweet cream, winking at Assistant Jiang as if to indicate that he could have some more. Greedy dog. The owner gently patted Yuanbao's little face and began to order. When Lin Wei returned to the company, President Liu had already landed in Hangzhou. The boss has his own driver to pick her up, and Lin Wei sat at her workstation and began to organize her recent work. While recording Our Trip, Liu Jiaxing was also handling related work for Zhimu, which can be described as doing 2 jobs. Assistant Lin. President Liu. Lin Wei stood up. You've worked hard these past few days. Although Liu Jiaxing was tired, he was in good spirits and even looked radiant. Lin Wei thought to herself, it seems something good is about to happen. When he was in Shenzhen, he felt that President Liu was a little different. Lin Wei immediately convened a meeting of middle and senior management. At the meeting, Liu Jiaxing did not simply follow the procedures, but put forward many constructive suggestions. Some people recorded the audio, while others took notes. After a lengthy meeting, Liu Jiaxing went to the tea room. Finance Minister Ma Lan was chatting with the young women in her department about the TV series they were currently watching. I feel that the plot of Legend of Fuyao is really magical, both magical and melodramatic. Who still likes watching Mary Sue stories where the female lead is surrounded by love? The storyline of the second female lead focusing on her career is much more interesting. Malin nodded in agreement, slurping up the tapioca pearls that had sunk to the bottom of her bubble tea, too busy to join their discussion. When is that show Our Trip going to air? I'm really looking forward to watching it. We have to finish filming eventually. President Liu is back so quickly, he must have only filmed 1 episode. Liu Jiaxing came in carrying a cup and heard them talking about him. Hello, Mr. Liu. The young women greeted him and then fell silent. The man touched his face, wondering if he was some kind of evil spirit or demon, since he stopped talking whenever he saw him. What were you talking about just now? He finished getting the water, seemingly not planning to leave immediately. It's nothing, Just some TV dramas and variety shows and stuff, Ma Lan said with a smile. So, you all really love following these kinds of things? Lu Jiaxing was unusually talkative today. Ma Lan raised an eyebrow and replied, just for leisure time, to find some fun. Okay. Lu Jiaxing nodded and prepared to return to his office. The door to the tea room was closed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think Mr. Lu overheard something just now? I wish we hadn't talked about this. It's a bit awkward. I don't think President Lu would care about these things. Ma Lan ate a chocolate, threw the wrapper into the trash can, and said, don't you think President Lu is in a very good mood today? That's true. They don't usually talk to us much. Moreover, he was smiling from the moment he came in until he left today. Yes. Mr. Lu has accumulated quite a lot of work lately, and he's been burying himself in his work ever since he got home. After he finished showering, he opened the closet and found Anna Chia's pajamas next to his own. Lu Jiaxing opened his phone and saw the report from the other party that they had landed in Shanghai. His brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his lips. At the hotel? Yes. Anna Chi sent me a picture message, which was a photo of takeout food. You should eat more, you're too thin. Lu Jiaxing was about to send the message, but then felt it was being too paternal and deleted it. He retyped and sent a message. Is this place good? Anna shared many delicious takeout options with him, thoughtfully noting several chain stores. Mr. Lu quietly collected this information, wanting to learn more about her tastes. Before night fell, he drove to see his grandmother. Grandma is in good spirits and is playing mahjong with several other women. Oh, my little Lu is here. Granny Feng's voice was so loud that it could be heard from a great distance. Shang Feng, you're so lucky. Granny Zhao touched her mahjong tiles and discarded a one-of-a-kind tile. Hello, mothers-in-law. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses, looking exactly like someone else's child. After finishing her match, Shang Feng returned home with Lu Jiaxing. She put on her gold-rimmed reading glasses and asked, Jia, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Mr. Lu wasn't hungry at first, but when he thought about the delicious takeout food that Anna had shared with him, he hesitated a bit before he could say anything. A little bit, Lu Jiaxing replied. You're such a silent devil, Shang Feng said, seeing right through him at a glance. She then asked, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine with me. He wasn't picky about food. Shang Feng entered the kitchen, where there were thin Suzhou-style noodles, a glistening red broth, and a small handful of chopped scallions. The moment the fragrance wafts out is like embracing your childhood self. It's just a simple noodle soup, but Grandma makes it taste different. Shang Feng picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Lu Jiaxing's bowl. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Jiaxing felt indebted to her and spoke in an exceptionally soft tone. There was also a bowl of hot soup noodles in front of Grandma, but it was smaller. She didn't eat much at night. In the white steam, she looked at Lu Jiaxing's face and felt that time really flew by. It tastes the same as before. Chapter 79, You Have Me in Your Heart. After Lu Jiaxing and his grandmother finished eating their noodles, they tidied up the table and went into the kitchen. Grandma stood up, looked at the new refrigerator magnets on the fridge, and asked, Did you and Xiaoqi have a good time on this trip? The man continued washing the dishes, only nodding. Grandma, she cares about me. As he spoke, his chest rose and fell slightly, and his earlobes suddenly turned red. Shang Feng watched Lu Jiaxing's retreating figure and felt happy for the child. You are all good children. You should communicate more. Grandma turned on the electric fan and sat down. It was an old-fashioned fan with iron blades. It had a strong airflow, but it was not without some strange noises. You two were never together before. No wonder you didn't understand each other. Shang Feng heard the sound of the tap being turned off. Lu Jiaxing wiped his hands and walked over. Grandma, I need to confess to you. The man's voice trembled slightly, and he pursed his lips, looking somewhat nervous. Shang Feng looked at him with gentle and kind eyes, as if she knew what he was about to confess. It's true that I married Anna Chi, but it wasn't always our mutual affection. It was at that time that I wanted to put your mind at ease. Grandma didn't show the expected surprise on her face. She nodded, signaling him to continue. I like her very much, but even so, this behavior is still despicable. Shang Feng didn't say anything, but simply took Lu Jiaxing's hand. When did Zhejia's hand become so much bigger than hers? Grandma's hands were small, with long, slender fingers, like scallion stalks. Lu Jiaxing knew they were the hands of an embroiderer. Grandma knows. Her voice was calm, without anger or blame. Grandma's eyesight isn't good, but my heart isn't blind. She patted Lu Jiaxing on the shoulder. Grandma, you don't blame me? The man lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I'll only ask you one question. If Xiaoqi doesn't like you, will you let her go? Shang Feng looked into Lu Jiaxing's eyes, her expression turning serious. Lu Jiaxing remained silent for a long time. Just when Shang Feng thought he wouldn't be able to answer, he said with difficulty, if she really doesn't like me, I won't force her. But Grandma, I really love her. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I want her to stay by my side. Grandma adjusted her reading glasses and said, Jejia, were you truly sincere with her? Are you happy now? Lu Jiaxing nodded heavily, without hesitation this time. Shang Feng stood up and gently hugged the child, who was much taller than her. Jejia, sincerity is the most important thing, and being happy is the most important thing as well. He felt that his grandmother smelled sweet, with the same thick scent of face cream he remembered from his childhood, enveloping him. Grandma knows that you've had someone in your heart all these years. When you were seriously ill that year, and Xiaoqi pushed open that door, I knew that the girl in your heart was probably her. Xiaoqi is a good child, but I can also see that she didn't fully trust and entrust you with anything from the beginning. Matters between children and grandchildren are preordained, and I don't want to interfere. But Jejia, I'm really happy. Mr. Lu gently patted his grandmother's back, the soft Wu dialect he knew so well filling his ears. I am happy for you. It is a blessing from heaven that you have met again after going around in circles, and that you do not want to let go of the person you have met. The man touched his grandmother's gray hair, wondering if the person she was talking about was also his grandfather, who had passed away early. The next morning, Mr. Lu accompanied his grandmother to the hospital for a physical examination. He held the examination form and looked at each indicator very carefully. Grandma changed into her own clothes and came out, taking Lu Jiaxing's hand as they walked down the long hospital corridor. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the grandfather and grandson in its glow. Their figures receded into the distance, disappearing into a dark. Chiana was in Shanghai. She asked about Lu Jiaxing's grandmother's health and received a fairly good reply, which put her at ease. Assistant Zhang flew from Hangzhou to Shanghai and noticed that Chiana seemed to have gotten a bit tanned. Zhang Ken was a little nervous about working with the brand for the first time, but fortunately, Jinjia was always reliable, and the preliminary work went very smoothly. Anna Chi signed a brand endorsement agreement and was invited to visit Guanji's laboratory. Zhang Ken was sitting in the lounge when he unexpectedly saw Yumanxue. Yumanxue was wearing a hot denim miniskirt. She clearly saw Zhang Ken, but she ignored her as if she didn't recognize her at all. Hey you! Zhang Ken was about to speak when the manager in charge walked over. Ms. Yu, this way please. The male manager was refined and spoke with a slight Shanghai accent. Yu Manxue followed the man, her gait graceful and elegant. She turned back and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Ken. Zhang Ken was speechless, not understanding why she was here too. Chiana changed into Guanji's lab coat and watched as the lab coatists extracted something. This is a machine for extracting plant essential oils. She pointed to the clump of green plants and asked, what is this? This is Centella asiatica. As a traditional Chinese medicine, it has the effects of clearing heat and dampness, detoxifying and reducing swelling. Modern research has found that it can inhibit melanocytes, repair skin damage, resist oxidation, and inhibit scar hyperplasia. Yes, I've learned a lot. Chiana nodded, looking humble. After touring the plant extraction process, Guanji also opened a special learning classroom where a dedicated lecturer introduced the various components. Chiana listened in the corner for a while and took some notes on her phone's memo app. Peptides are gentler than retinol and more stable than proxylane, which is why we chose a formulation system with peptides as the main component and plant extracts as the supplement for our anti-aging product line. However, peptides require a relatively long treatment period to effectively improve skin laxity and aging. After changing back into her own clothes, Chiana saw Assistant Jiang, whose face clearly showed that she wanted to say something. Sister Anna, are you done on your end? Guess who I just saw? Anna took out hand cream from her bag and applied it to her hands while waiting to hear Jiang can continue. Yu Manshua, what do you think she's doing here? Is she going to cause trouble again? Jiang Kim was still a little angry when he mentioned Yu Manshua. Anna poked the other's puffed-up little face and laughed. She's a blogger now and can be considered an internet celebrity. I guess the brand invited her to do promotions. What blogger? I've never seen her on my feed. Anna put on sunglasses, got into the van, and teased. You're always watching mukbangs or silly videos. Of course you won't see her. Shanghai has an extremely high green coverage rate, and the view outside the car window is full of seasonal flowers, plants, and trees. She seemed to have been posting skincare and makeup videos before, but they never really took off. Later, a video of me doing makeup on an ordinary person went viral, and that's how people found out about it. Then why did she pretend not to know me? Assistant Jiang pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 80 Plant Viewing Advertisement. I'm the one who dragged you into this, since she doesn't really like me, Anna said, rubbing the tip of her nose with a hint of annoyance. As long as they're not here to cause trouble, that's good. Jiang can breathe a sigh of relief. I think she's quite suitable to be this type of blogger. I also watched the episode where she did makeup for ordinary people, and it was really great. Anna took a sip of her iced Americano. Sister Anna, have you ever watched Beyond the Realm of Conscience? Jiang asked her. I've seen it. Anna felt that Assistant Jiang's topic was a bit off topic. Jiang said, I feel like you're the entertainment industry version of Lu Sanhao. Anna took a tissue to wipe the steam rising from her iced coffee and laughed. Oh, so you're teasing me now? Jiang waved his hands and begged for mercy. I was just in a good mood because you came back from Shadu. I won't do it again. Anna was taken aback and asked in return, really? Seeing that the topic had been changed, Assistant Jiang tried to embellish the story, but she did indeed feel that Anna was in a good mood. If the boss is doing well, she's doing well. When everyone is doing well, that's true happiness. The advertising shoot for Guangxi is still taking place in Shanghai. This afternoon we'll be shooting the outdoor scenes, and tomorrow we'll go to the studio. The afternoon sun was at its gentlest at 4 o'clock when Anna and her assistant Jiang arrived at Shanghai's most famous garden town. This place is planted with all kinds of flowers, and the fragrance is overwhelming as soon as you walk in, as if you are in a sea of flowers. The shooting location was clearly carefully arranged and designed. Anna did her makeup and hair in a simple style and changed into a white short skirt. The white rose wall, the endless green lawn, and the tall swing in the woods all convey the natural concept of plant-based skincare. Anna is very professional. Many of her outdoor shots were completed in one take. Look a little further ahead, so the sunlight shines on your hair, and behind you are blurry white roses. The advertisement's director used Hitchcock's zoom technique to fix the main subject of the image on Anna Chia's face, while constantly changing the natural scenery behind her. Okay, that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone. You've all worked hard. Anna clasped her hands together in thanks. On the second day of the studio shoot, Anna arrived at the dressing room 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Assistant Jiang sat on the soft leather sofa next to him, playing a match 3 game, and casually turned the air conditioner temperature down a bit more. With her eyes half closed, Anna noticed that the makeup artist's phone screensaver seemed to be Yu Manshua and started chatting with her. You like Yu Manshua? The makeup artist wore a black mask, revealing small, cute ears adorned with a silver star earring. Yes, I really enjoy watching her makeover series. I've learned a lot from it. His voice was rough, but not deep. She is indeed very talented. Anna felt that her ability to consistently produce high-quality work was not only a talent, but also a result of hard work. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yu Manshua finished her visit to the laboratory and prepared to film a lifestyle vlog with Guangxi. Although it's a beauty and skincare blogger's vlog, it still subtly advertises Guangxi, but in a way that clearly tells you the product, rather than tucking it into the description of their favorite products. She pushed open the door to the dressing room, and her face seemed even smaller than when she was in Yanjing. She wondered if she had undergone some cosmetic procedures. She greeted Anna Chi, thinking to herself that she wouldn't have come if it weren't for the brand's requirement. Manshua, Hearing Chi-Anna greet her, she forced a smile in response. Did she get a tan? The UV rays in the desert are really strong, Yumanchua thought. Seeing that she was putting on makeup, Yumanchua was about to leave when she noticed the concealer in the makeup artist's hand and said, "That concealer is more suitable for oily skin. You can mix some skincare oil into it for her to use." She is outspoken, which is also due to her profession. Okay, thank you, Ms. Manchua. The makeup artist took out a bottle of Guanji Rose essential oil from her makeup case. Yumanchua's work was on track, and her attitude towards Chi-Anna was much more lenient than before. Jiangkan was about to stand up and greet the person when he saw Yumanchua close the door immediately after finishing filming the footage. Assistant Jiang snorted and didn't say anything. In short, she simply didn't like Yumanchua. Jiangkan isn't going to be like Lu Sanhao. He'd rather be like Yao Jinling, who hits you whenever she wants and even picks the right time. The backdrop in the photography studio was changed to green and white, which echoed the white roses and green grass and trees used in the outdoor shoot. In front of the backdrop, there is a large piece of transparent glass with flowing water on it. Chi-Anna faced the camera lens, filming through a transparent glass, according to the advertising director's requirements. Okay, a little more to the side. Smile more. Under the high-definition lens, Anna Chi's beauty is natural, the kind that makes you feel comfortable to look at. It felt like taking a deep breath of fresh air, filled with the moist green of plants. The camera kept changing angles, capturing her holding the Guanji skincare products. The studio shoot went very smoothly, so smoothly that even the advertising director, who usually loves to procrastinate, wrapped up early. Chi-Anna changed back into her own clothes, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw Chung Siua, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Her expression showed some surprise, but she quickly regained her composure after a moment of surprise. What a coincidence, Siua. Unfortunately, I was waiting for you. Chung Siua's voice was still as sweet as ever, but it sounded somewhat tired. Assistant Jiang, holding Chi-Anna's sun protective jacket, saw Chung Siua and immediately went on high alert. Wait for me. Chi-Anna pointed to the tip of her nose, somewhat unsure if the other person was talking about her. Chung Siua nodded and said, "Today is my private day. I want to thank you for the sponsor's earring that Assistant Lu found at the party, and for taking me to the hospital at the film studio." Assistant Zhang's eyes darted around, fearing some unforeseen change. It was clear that Assistant Zhu was indeed absent, and Chung Siua hadn't even put on makeup, so it seemed to be a private trip. Okay. Chi-Anna was a little confused. Let's have dinner together then, Chung Siua decided. And so, inexplicably, after finishing work, Chi-Anna went to the restaurant arranged by Chung Siua with her assistant Jiang. Perhaps it was because he had just met Yumanchua, but Jiang Kan, who had a bit of PTSD, was afraid that this was some kind of trap. The restaurant was large, and Chung Siua booked a small private room. What are you doing in Shanghai? On vacation? Chi-Anna could tell that the other person wasn't focused on work. Chung Siua nodded, took a sip of barley tea, and said, "It's kind of a vacation. I'm from Shanghai, so I came back to spend time with my parents." Upon hearing this, Assistant Zhang's hostility towards her diminished considerably. "Aren't you wondering why I came to find you?" Chung Siua hit the nail on the head. While pretending to study the menu, Chi-Anna nodded shyly. "Perhaps it's because I suddenly realized that I really don't have many friends." Chung Siua sighed softly. Outside the wooden lattice window, flowers bloomed in profusion, but she was like a rose that had been soaked by the rain. Chapter 81 Exchange of Interests. Is something bothering you? Anna Chi asked directly. Chung Siua shook her head, then nodded, and began to confide in herself. "Anna, I'm actually quite envious of you. You didn't have formal training, and you debuted in Wang Meng's film. Meanwhile, I toiled for years at the Film Academy, and then climbed up to President Fu." Assistant Jiang was quite surprised by her frankness. "Aren't you and President Fu lovers?" Chi-Anna asked tactfully, but the other party snorted coldly. "Lover? More like mistress." Chung Siua knew her relationship with Fu Tingshan was just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Assistant Jiang picked up a piece of smoked fish. It was crispy and crunchy, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour. Chung Siua stiffened her neck and looked at Chi-Anna with a more inquisitive gaze. She had also heard rumors about Chi-Anna and young Master Fu, and always thought that she and President Liu had a contractual marriage. But when she saw the two of them on a TV show together, and that they were high school classmates who had known each other since their teenage years, Chung Siyue was a little confused. "Why are you telling me all this?" Chiana asked, propping her head up as she noticed the other person's gaze. "Anna, you are a very good person." Chung Siyue paused, then continued, "Are we friends?" She didn't seem to be in good condition, and she spoke very cautiously. Chiana hesitated for a moment, but still chose to be honest. She stared into Chung Siyue's eyes and said, word by word, "We are not friends, just colleagues. The kindness I show you is not because you are a good person, but because that is who I am." Chung Siyue's heart trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. Perhaps she had been too hasty. Chiana lowered her head and heard the other person's thoughts in her ear. "She's really not a pushover." The scene became somewhat awkward as Assistant Jiang flipped through the menu, his toes curling up inside his sneakers. "You shouldn't have come to me to be friends." Chiana took a sip of barley tea. "And what about you? When you were helping me, weren't you trying to reduce Fu's Entertainment's hostility towards you through me?" Chung Siyue frowned slightly, and her sweet and charming expression vanished. Chiana felt somewhat helpless. She explained, "There are more than just exchanges of interest between people. Perhaps you are used to this pattern, but this is not my way of doing things. My kindness to you is not a condition for surrendering to you. Even if the Fu family exposes my secret marriage and cuts many of my scenes, such an exchange would be futile." Chung Siyue also felt that this was not very ethical, and she lowered her head to argue. "I didn't make the decision for the Fu family. I did try to stop it at first." Chiana waved her hand, interrupting her, and said calmly, "Just tell me what you want from me." Chung Siyue was taken aback, her eyes darting around, before she continued, "I don't want to continue being tied to Fu Tingxian any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, several local Shanghai dishes were served, and the waiter quietly pushed the food cart away. Chiana was even more puzzled. What could she possibly do about their affair? "I know that Fu Tingxian also wanted you to be his mistress back then, and the conditions he offered must have been very generous. I want to know how you got out of that situation, and how you got involved with President Liu. Is she trying to learn from me? Too bad she's chosen the wrong person." Looking at the table full of steaming dishes, Assistant Jiang picked up her chopsticks, unsure whether to eat or not, and cast a pleading look at Chiana. "I can't interfere in your affairs with President Fu." She picked up a piece of grilled pork chop with scallions, which looked very authentic. Seeing that she had started eating, Jiang can also began to eat. "Don't worry. I have a movie lead actress in my possession. I can trade her for you, as long as you help me." Chung Siyue revealed her trump card. Chiana smiled. If she had gone along with Chung Siyue and said that she was her friend, Chung Siyue probably wouldn't have brought this up. "I previously got the lead role in The Great Dream of Jianghu, and now I'm giving you a movie in return. You're not losing out on this deal," she continued. "This braised pork chop with scallions is delicious." Chiana happily ate the meat. Salted egg yolk baked chicken wings are also delicious. Assistant Jiang ate another one. "Chiana, don't think I can only beg you." Chung Siyue's words began to sound somewhat impolite. "Huh?" Chiana was somewhat surprised and finally replied, "I can't help you, and you don't need to beg me. You don't even want a movie lead role?" Chung Siyue felt that this was quite a temptation, as she knew that the other party had always wanted to act in movies again. "It's useless to me if it's not mine. I'm quite curious. You were doing so well at the Fu family. Why did you give up your leading lady position and insist on cutting ties with him?" Chiana scooped up a spoonful of crab roe tofu. There was a generous amount of crab roe, even though it wasn't the peak season for eating crabs yet. "Tian Shang came looking for me, but Fu Tingxian refused to let me go." Chung Siyue finally told the truth. Most of the actresses she had verbally promised for the movies were from Tianshang. Tianshang is a long-established film company in mainland China. Although Chung Siyue could not be the leading lady in the past, it was better to get by than to film period idol dramas now. Chiana knew that Tianshang was almost every actor's dream, and she guessed that Chung Siyue had also fallen out with Fu Tingxian, which was why she returned to Shanghai. She nodded and said, "Tianshang is very good, but President Fu has also been kind to you in terms of recognizing your talent." Although Chiana is Fu's Entertainment's primary target, She doesn't actually know much about Fu Tingxian himself. But looking at the ever-changing female leads in TV dramas every year, one should know that young Master Fu is still quite good to Cheng Siyue. He wouldn't let me take on any outside dramas, nor would he let me act in kissing scenes, except for The Great Dream of Jianghu, which was made to disgust you. Legend of Fu Yao is very popular, but Cheng Siyue is also heavily criticized. She feels that she is becoming more independent and should not stay in the Fu family. After she finished speaking, she took Anna Chi's hand and continued, I want to leave. I've had enough. Although your relationship is based on an exchange of interests, you are not equal parties. What's the point of you coming to me if young Master Fu won't let you go? Although Anna understood her thoughts, she was determined not to get involved in the matter. Fu Tingxian listens to his brother the most. What if you were willing to ask Fu Tingxian for help? Anna was startled by what she said and looked at the other person in disbelief. Cheng Siyue observed the other person's expression and added, Don't you have President Liu behind you? You and I are actually the same kind of people. If you can. She used Anna's name as a front, but her real intentions were to target Fu Tingxian and Liu Jiaxing. Some people get so used to taking shortcuts that they can no longer see the proper path. Anna stood up abruptly, her face extremely ugly. She had seen people like this before, but someone as foolish as Cheng Siyue was truly rare. Anna pulled her assistant Zhang away, leaving Cheng Siyue untouched by the food. We will meet again. Cheng Siyue's voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh. Chapter 82, I like hugs. Jiang Kim was also shocked by Cheng Siyue's shamelessness. She didn't say anything for a long time until she got back into the car. Sister Anna, how can there be such a person? Assistant Zhang felt disgusted as she thought about the other person's boastful talk. Anna leaned back in the leather sofa seat, her mind filled with Cheng Siyue's assertion that you and I are actually the same kind of people, and she felt as if she had been tainted by something unclean. When the forest is big, you'll find all kinds of birds. She sighed, feeling that eating with people like this was truly exhausting. She won't go to see President Liu, will she? Jonkin asked with concern. Anna Chi shook her head, thinking that she couldn't be that stupid. Speaking of which, Cheng Siyue was in Fu's entertainment from the very beginning of her career and has always been highly regarded. Now, when you talk to her, you can tell that she has been spoiled. Jiang Can. Anna's eyes were fixed ahead, but she was calling out the name of the person next to her. I'm here, what's wrong? Assistant Jiang tugged at the other person's hand. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a little tired. Anna closed her eyes, thinking about her time with Cheng Siyue. A young girl with such a beautiful face, at a seemingly ordinary moment, suddenly uttered such a sentence, making you feel as if she had become a completely unfamiliar person. In that instant, she seemed to suddenly rot, emitting a putrid and foul odor. Well, everyone has their own way of living, and every circle has its own rules. When you try to make a trade, you're essentially putting yourself on the capitalist scales. This is dangerous, she thought countless times. Anna loves being an actress, but she doesn't want to get involved in this kind of game. She was afraid of becoming the next Cheng Siyue in this game, and she told herself that she couldn't just rot away like this. It's okay, I can always sell egg pancakes, she mumbled in a daze. Jiang overheard this and assumed the other person wanted to buy egg pancakes, so it seemed she wasn't the only one who hadn't eaten enough. After finishing her advertising shoot in Shanghai, she quickly boarded a plane to northern Xinjiang to record Our Trip. Opening the airplane window, towering snow-capped mountains rise beneath the clouds. The majestic white and desolate gray form the background color of the towering mountains. Hello, you're in flight meal, the flight attendant said softly as she turned to the side. On the small table was a plate of noodles with stir-fried pork, a bottle of local brand yogurt, some fruit, and a small piece of sliced cake. Anna ate it all, and perhaps because she had no expectations, she was surprised to find it quite good. The noodles were smooth and chewy, feeling like they were handmade, and the toppings of onions, chili peppers, and beef were surprisingly delicious. As she was eating, she heard a familiar voice say, Hello, could I have a glass of orange juice? Anna turned her head and saw Chi Xian, the screenwriter she had met when she participated in a talk show before. The woman's hair was naturally curly and looked a bit frizzy from a distance. She casually tied it into pigtails. In fact, The two had only met a few times, but Anna remembered her twin ponytails and her name. Perhaps it was the pun about the 7 strings and the virtuous wife that left such a deep impression on her, and she strongly agreed with that sober reply. It's better to earn 10,000 taels of gold yourself than to help others achieve their ambitions. She occasionally scrolls through her phone and comes across some short clips that Xian has filmed himself. She liked and appreciated that delicate female perspective and natural humor. She continued eating her noodles in silence, the joy she felt at the thought of seeing Lu Jiaxing soon far outweighing the fatigue of the journey. When Anna landed in the northern border region, Xian seemed not to have noticed her, so the two did not greet each other. She curled her hair, wearing the currently trending wool curls, making her look like a retro doll. Anna, wearing a floral print mini-skirt and knee-high brown leather boots, dragged her suitcase into the shot. Xiao Qi is here. Bai Huiwen waved to her. Those around him joked. You've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, Mr. Lu would have turned into a statue waiting for his wife. Chao Yin was chatting with President Lu, the waiting for wife stone, but it was unclear what they were talking about. Lu Jiaxing turned around and smiled the moment he saw the other person. He reached out and hugged the person tightly. She threw herself into his arms and hugged his lean waist. If it weren't for the cameras, she would have gone even further and touched President Lu's abs. I like hugs. Anna's voice was no different from before, but it carried a hint of unconscious longing. Me too. Lu Jiaxing touched her curly hair and felt that she looked like a little lamb. Anna gently sniffed the clean scent on the other person, a scent mixed with the orange perfume she had given them. That was the scent she liked, and she took a deep breath. The person in front of me is hers. A passionate and impulsive embrace, like the stirrings of a young heart, is an overwhelming sense of pure joy. The man reluctantly let go of her. Although it was only a short separation, it felt like centuries had passed. Only when she is by my side at this moment, only when I am tightly embraced at this moment, can I feel at ease and safe. I love hugging you. I love empathy. I love smelling your scent. Cut. Tan Yilin made a clapping motion, looking rather quirky. All right. You two, stop acting like you're in an idol drama. She joked, putting her arm around Anna's shoulder. Where's the tour guide? The tour guide should take charge of them. People around were making funny faces at the camera, actively prompting the flow of the program. Low-hanging white clouds, snow-capped mountains visible in the distance from the plane, and lush greenery stretching as far as the eye can see. The grass is green, the trees are green, and the river is a clear, green hue. This is the boundless northern frontier, a fairy tale wonderland. A white horse galloped toward them, the sound of its hooves growing ever closer. A person sat on the horse, wearing a small felt hat with intricate patterns and 2 long braids behind their ears. Behind her was a group of well-trained black and white horses. 7 strings. Anna exclaimed. Xian let out a whoosh and nimbly dismounted. She wasn't tall, but she was very agile. Everyone, I am the guest star of the 2nd episode of our trip. You can call me Xian or Chi. Xian's hair was a little messy, but her smile was bright. Hello. The group introduced themselves briefly to each other. Is Chi from the northern frontier? Bai Huiwen asked curiously, seeing how skilled Chi was at horseback riding. Xian nodded and smiled. These are all my horses. She touched the horse beside her, as if they were old friends who knew each other well. All 3 couples mounted their horses. Except for Anna, who had learned to ride horses for filming period dramas, the others were led by professionals. I actually saw you at the airport, but I was too shy to say hello. Anna rode up to Xian on a black horse. Xian looked up at the azure sky, her eyes bright and sincere, and said, Me too. Chapter 83 Milking the Cow. Xian sat on the horse, loosely holding the reins, looking more like he was strolling leisurely than riding. She kept looking back, afraid that she was getting too far away from the guests. When the program Our Trip approached her, she was quite surprised. After learning more about it, she felt it was a really good job. Her parents were herders their whole lives. She went to school and left northern Xinjiang, but fate brought her back here. When did you learn to ride a horse? Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses, looking somewhat unaccustomed to this primitive mode of transportation. You'll get the hang of it after filming a lot. Chiena looked ahead, the soft light behind her making people feel warm. Although Tan Yilin is tall and strong, this was her first time riding a horse. She watched the professional leading the horse and was afraid that the professional might accidentally let go of the rope. She stood ramrod straight, her whole demeanor exuding a cautious stiffness. Those around her noticed her discomfort and gently told her to relax. A large flock of black and white sheep came down the hillside in the distance, like a flowing painting. "It's so beautiful. It's like a painting," Bai Huiwen exclaimed. "Yes." Chao Yin wouldn't let a single word slip by. He turned around and looked behind him. The sky was vast, the grass was green, and everything was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. December 28th. This is so therapeutic. I really want to travel too. There's nothing new under the sun. What seemed like a dramatic celebrity couple reality show turned out to be a heartwarming everyday travelogue. Theodollar. Uncle Chow is the straight man at work, and he is in real life too. I like the feeling of their long-lasting, mutually supportive relationship. Pittsburgh Limited Edition Golden Hamster. Xianzong looks so cool riding a horse. I can't wait for this episode. It feels like I'm on a virtual trip. We've arrived. Qi Xian, who was at the front, dismounted first. Everyone dismounted and came to a row of small wooden houses, which looked a bit like goose houses. This place was originally the dwelling of herders, but it was renovated in advance for the purpose of filming the program. It's just like a little wooden house from a fairy tale. People around couldn't help but take pictures. Qi Xian introduced her parents to everyone. They didn't speak Mandarin and could only understand simple greetings like hello and thank you. Chi-Chi, how do you say hello in Kazakh? Chiena wanted to greet them in their language. There are many ways to say hello, the most common being Josma or Zosma. Josma. Anna Chi bowed slightly and greeted them. The girl's eyes sparkled like twinkling stars in the sky, and Qixian's mother smiled shyly. Hello. Qixian's father extended his rough but powerful hand. Everyone shook hands with the herdsman and his wife, each expressing themselves in the simplest way in the other's language. And thank you, Tan Yilin asked. Rahimiat. Rahimiat. Tan Yilin nodded and repeated it 2 or 3 times with difficulty. Lu Jiaxing walked into the cabin. The cabin was dimly lit, with the oldest kind of oil lamp lit. He put his things away, then opened one of the small windows, where he could see the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. Chi-Anna watched the other person's back, her eyes tracing his meticulous features. Lu Jiaxing turned around and saw that the other person was looking at him. He touched the tip of his nose and said softly, "What's so interesting about me?" "Mr. Lu, you're shy." Chi-Anna sat down on a small stool, propped her head up with her hand, and replied, "I only look because it's beautiful." The man unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth and sighed indulgently. Anna looked around and saw that there was no bathroom nearby, so she would probably have to use hot water to wipe her body at night. The two packed their luggage and left hand in hand. Qi Xian looked at the distant sacred mountain, put his hands together, and said a sentence in Kazakh. At the same time, the mission card is handed to Qi Xian as the camera moves forward. Distinguished guests of our journey, welcome to northern Xinjiang. Here you will experience authentic herder life and face unprecedented challenges. Challenge. Qi Anna noticed the keyword. Our first challenge is to make cheese. Qi Xian announced the task in a serious tone. Anna Chi thought making cheese didn't seem like much of a challenge, but she didn't know that making cheese here started with milking. When the group arrived at the cow pen, they were all milking novices and stared at each other blankly. This is no ordinary cow, Qi Xian read, feeling a bit bored. It's the ox in Wang Wei's poem. Qi Xian subconsciously thought of the joke on the internet, and this sudden change of tone made the surfing enthusiasts around him laugh. Okay, these are high-altitude dairy cows that live at an average altitude of about 1,500 meters. Now we're going to milk them. Then, we'll use the milk to make traditional cheese. First, Qi Xian's mother, Edaya, demonstrated for everyone. She gently squeezed with both hands, and the milk poured out. The cow didn't make any extra movements and seemed very docile, indicating that it trusted Edaya completely. It doesn't seem too difficult. Xiaoyan stroked his chin. Qi Xian brought over 3 empty small iron buckets, preparing to let the 3 couples try milking. Adaya stroked the cow's head, rested her face against its side as if talking to it, and her gaze was so serene. Lu Jiaxing looked at her, recalling that he had read in a book that the Kazakh people's primitive belief was that all things had spirits, and that heaven, earth, sun, moon, stars, water, and fire were all objects of their worship. The Kazakhs in nomadic areas also worship certain deities, which is somewhat similar to the Orichan people in the north who worship shamans. When Adaya saw the young man looking at her, she blinked and gave him a gentle smile. The first to try was to squeeze the milk, but after squeezing for a long time, no milk came out. Instead, the cow snorted and stamped its hoof in frustration. "Are you sure you can do it?" Tan Yilin asked, telling everyone to move aside so she could do it herself. Bai Huiwen's technique was very gentle, so the cow didn't feel uncomfortable, but she still didn't produce any milk. Chao Yin squatted to the side, looking left and right, seemingly studying what to do. Lu Jiaxing put on protective gloves. His long, slender fingers stretched the plastic gloves to their limit. "Would you like to touch it first?" Chiana asked, sitting on a small stool. After listening to what Chiana said, President Lu learned that this was how she comforted the little rabbit. Although the cow in front of you is vastly different in size from the rabbit, most animals would find it hard to resist a gentle touch. The man first gently touched the cow, feeling the heavy sheen of milk hanging from it. He gently squeezed the milk through his gloves. At first, no milk poured out, but he patiently changed the angle and finally managed to squeeze out some milk. "We did it." Chiana gave him a high five with his ungloved hand. When a large hand touches a small hand, you can feel the warmth between the other's palms. Chapter 84, Making Cheese. The other two couples followed Lu Jiaxing's method and quickly produced milk as well. Tan Yilin mastered the trick. Her movements were no longer as gentle as before, and she exerted force with both hands simultaneously. Although she was the second to milk the cow, she quickly overtook Anna's group. He handed Qixian a half-full bucket of milk and then massaged his wife's shoulders. "I'm awesome, aren't I?" Tan Yilin smiled smugly. "My wife is the best." The sycophant stood behind her. "It's a pity we can't rely on this to choose a house this time." Tan Yilin slapped her thigh and sighed. "What a blunder." In the cattle pen, a calf came looking for its mother, its little tail wagging back and forth. "Hey, look, there's a calf too, so cute, with such thick eyelashes," Bai Huiwen said, pointing to the calf beside her. Chao Yin, carrying a small tin bucket, said, "We didn't squeeze out its food supply, did we?" Qixian shook his head and replied, "The calf can't finish it all. It will get diarrhea if it does." "So that's how it is." Chao Yin nodded, finally relieved of the guilt in his heart. After experiencing the milking process, we finally began the official cheese-making stage. Adaya placed a wooden board and gauze over the iron pot, and also put a bunch of unidentified green plants on it, which seemed to emit a faint fragrance. Qixian carried 3 small tin buckets and poured them into the iron pot used for boiling milk. The milk was slowly filtered through gauze and plants. Chi-Chi is small and thin, but she's surprisingly strong, Chao Yin remarked, watching Qixian's movements. Qixian's father, Batel, hung the iron pot on the iron hook, with the bottom of the pot facing the fire. Batel was a man of few words, but he was very efficient at his work and even threw in a piece of firewood. "Look, this hoisting device can rotate to change its height," Lu Jiaxing observed carefully. "How clever," Chiana exclaimed. "This is indeed much more convenient." Looking around at the flames, he thought of the wood-fired stove back home. The milk boiled quickly, and then rennet was added for fermentation. Batel took a long, thin, smooth wooden stick and stirred the milk. Looking at the large group of cameras around him, he scratched the back of his neck and gave a simple smile. After about an hour, the milk gradually solidified. Adaya used an iron tool to break up the clumps, allowing them to settle at the bottom of the iron bucket. Then, Batel and Adaya brought over a large gauze cloth and scooped up all the sediment from the bottom of the bucket, which turned out to be the real cheese. Batel and Adaya tightened and tied the 4 ends of the gauze, allowing the excess whey to fall with gravity. The two worked in perfect harmony, shaking the gauze from side to side until they finally obtained a lump of milky white cheese. "Chi-Chi, is it done now?" Tan Yilin asked curiously. "No, let's go get the dried cheese from before. Chi-Chi led everyone to the back. She took the cheese off the beam and poured it into a large wooden barrel for the male guests to break up. Feeling that they hadn't contributed much in the previous step, they volunteered to take on this task. He used a stick to crumble the cheese into small pieces, and then Ida held a salt shaker and sprinkled salt into the barrel. What's this salt for? The host's professional instincts kicked in again. Chi-Chi was cutting smoked cheese, which was much yellower than freshly made cheese. It's to prevent it from spoiling. Chi-Chi handed a slice of cheese to Bai Huiwen. Thank you. Bai Huiwen took it. It was her first time eating cheese with a smoked flavor, and she found it amazing. The cheese is very rich and has a subtle sweetness, but you can't really taste the smoky flavor. Delicious, Bai Huiwen praised, saying it was better than any cheese sold in the supermarket. Xiao Yin pulled Bai Huiwen's hand and sat down, chewing on dried cheese amidst the lush greenery. Batel carried the filtered whey and poured it into the feeding trough in the cow pen. The thin, white whey became a supplementary meal for the cows. Lu Jiaxing leaned against the tree trunk, the shadow falling on his face. He took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and smelled the aroma of cheese in the air. That evening, they enjoyed a cheese feast, featuring local delicacies such as cheese skin, cheese curds, and milk tea. Chiana took a sip of milk tea and was surprised to find it was salty. At first, she wasn't used to it, but after a few more sips, she found it increasingly delicious. This milk tea smells so good. Did they add anything else? She asked Qixin beside her. Qixin nodded and smiled. I also added ghee. This is my first time drinking salty milk tea. Lu Jiaxing poured a little more into her bowl. Mr. Lu, do you usually drink milk tea? Those around couldn't associate Lu Jiaxing with milk tea. Xiao Yin looked at the bowl of beef stew with potatoes and was puzzled. It was too extravagant. The man nodded and said he had tried a certain brand of milk tea. Chiana was holding a glass of salty milk tea when she heard the name and was taken aback. Wasn't this the brand she had endorsed? Lu Jiaxing remained smiling calmly, but Chiana always felt that there was an invisible tail behind President Lu. Its big tail was held high, as if riding in the air. Praise me. Praise me. Chiana touched the other person's back. The technique seemed familiar. President Lu wondered if she was treating him like a novice. The brand name was naturally muted in post-production, but netizens, with their incredible ingenuity, managed to deduce the specific brand based on Lu's lip movements. Master of sleeping in, My carp is steadily climbing the ranks. Mom and Dad are so relieved and happy. Office Ninja, can't we invent a phone that can smell delicious aromas? Dairy lovers are going crazy with envy. Rat 3, does anyone understand? I've been abstaining from bubble tea for 5 days now. The production team is so cruel. Ziziu, so there are celebrity variety shows that don't involve drama. Batel and Adaya took their bedding back to the yurt next to the cabin, which was their preferred place of residence. That night, everyone lay on their beds and listened to the rain all night long. On rainy days, you should sleep. Chiana pulled the blanket up to her chest. The blanket was the kind with 7 colored stripes. At first glance, she felt a little dizzy, as it didn't quite fit her personal style of preferring neutral colors. But the blanket was so soft, it felt like the colorful summer was covering me. Lu Jiaxing quickly wiped himself down and crawled into bed. The bed here is a bit small, so the other person's body is practically touching. The camera is turned off, and at this moment, no images or sounds will be recorded. Lu Jiaxing. Chiana looked at the ceiling of the cabin and suddenly called his name. That alluring, yet unconsciously elusive, ending sound. Lu Jiaxing, I can't sleep. Chiana leaned closer to him, so close that she could count his eyelashes. Want me to tell you a story? Mr. Lu picked up the e-reader that was placed to the side. When you couldn't sleep before, would your family tell you stories? Lu Jiaxing nodded. His grandmother would tell him stories from Kunku Opera. Chapter 85 Bedtime Story. Anichi asked softly, what did they talk about? The Palace of Eternal Life, the Tale of the Sea of Sin, Lu Jiaxing recalled, though he only learned the specific names of the stories his grandmother had told him later. My grandma also likes to listen to opera, but she's an impatient person and only likes lively peaking opera. Chiana put her hands behind her head and crossed her legs. And what about you? What kind of story would you like to hear? Lu Jiaxing flipped through the books on the e-reader's bookshelf, looking at the books he had read and those he hadn't. Are you going to lull me to sleep? Chiana chuckled. It's not impossible, President Lu replied tactfully, as always. Lu Jiaxing, why do you like me? Chiana pulled her hand out from behind her head and turned to look at him. The old-fashioned oil lamp cast a dim light, and she propped her head up with one hand, creating a hazy atmosphere reminiscent of admiring a beauty under the lamplight. Mr. Lu remained silent for a while. This question was indeed difficult to answer. I don't know either. Lu Jiaxing's answer disappointed Chiana a little. Chiana unconsciously pouted, then said as if to comfort herself. That's true. We weren't close back then either. That's not what I meant. Sensing the other person's disappointment, President Lu's mood also became somewhat low. I don't know why I can't live without you. This feeling of liking you seems to be impossible to judge with logic or numbers. When I was in the United States, I met many outstanding and independent women, but none of them were you. His words ignited the expectation and curiosity hidden in Chiana's eyes, and she didn't know how to respond. You're right, we weren't close in high school. To you, I'm just a male classmate you vaguely remember. But you are not to me. Lu Jiaxing's eyes flickered, and his deep gaze seemed to surge with boundless tenderness, which only those with a true heart could glimpse. Then what am I to you? Chiana felt that everything in front of her was like a dream filled with happy bubbles. The light of the oil lamp flickered, like her restless heart. The moon. The man got up, opened the window, and let the moonlight stream in. I like you. I like your handwriting. I like your figure. I like everything about you. But the moon can never be possessed by me alone. The moon is free, and so are you. My words. Chiana caught the key information. Lu Jiaxing nodded and continued. At that time, I transferred from Wuzhou to Hangzhou and saw your essay in the corridor. Your handwriting is so beautiful, more beautiful than anyone else's handwriting I've ever seen. At that moment, I wondered what kind of person could write such handwriting. Anna lowered her head in embarrassment. Her handwriting was far from as good as the other person had described. I still remember the last sentence of your essay. If the mountain will not come to me, then I will go to the mountain. Lu Jiaxing's voice was gentle and warm, like the rain outside the window, like the ink of Huizhou. I never thought of plucking the moon from the sky, but I never imagined that the moon would fall into my arms. Although Chiana has acted in many dramas, and she has loved and hated many people in the dramas, she has never confided her true feelings to others like Lu Jiaxing. She was momentarily speechless at the overwhelming and moving affection. Lu Jiaxing had been silently watching her in countless moments when she wasn't paying attention. Unrequited love is a thrilling experience for one. But what if I'm not as good as you think? Chiana felt a little insecure and timid. After returning to China, when I saw you again, I wanted to do everything I could to protect you. I didn't want to see you do things you didn't want to do, but I still trapped you with marriage. Lu Jiaxing looked guilty. He was both insecure and selfish. Chiana shook her head and took Lu Jiaxing's hand in response. I'm not as good as you think. Perhaps if the moon falls into my arms, it will become an oil lamp on the table. Chiana said softly, stroking his hand with its distinct knuckles. You seem afraid of people liking you? Lu Jiaxing regretted saying too much, worried that he was putting pressure on her. Anna hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'm not that good. Who says you have to be exceptional to be worthy of love? President Lu interrupted. He continued, how good is good enough? Anna, you're already a very good person in my heart. The man gently pointed to his heart. He wore glasses and looked refined and ascetic. Perhaps it's because I like you that I feel a little inferior. Chiana's direct question left President Lu completely bewildered. The man smiled faintly and said, when I had a crush on you, I was also insecure. She then remembered his broken family and his hopeless, unrequited love, and felt a pang of sympathy. Even after we got married, I noticed that you were avoiding me, and I felt inferior. I would think that if I were more capable, things would be better. Anna Chi finally spoke up to explain, saying, back then, I thought you liked Xiu. How could I have imagined that my own white moonlight would be me? She pinched her earlobe somewhat awkwardly. How much did they miss out on? President Lu frowned slightly, then suddenly thought of something and asked, So back then you were working on one film set after another because you disliked me? Chiana shook her head. She even felt that at that time, she should have already been somewhat attracted to the person in front of her. She simply didn't want to think about it, much less communicate with others. Lu Jiaxing cupped her face in his hands, as if he could hear her thoughts, and asked, "Then, when you avoided me back then, wasn't it also somewhat?" Words can deceive, but they can also express love. The man's voice was somewhat alluring, and Anna blushed slightly before nodding. He lowered his head. Their cheeks were very close, and he gently placed a kiss on their faces. That kiss was gentle and pure, like moonlight shining down. Anna took off the other person's glasses and reached out to touch the light brown mole on the bridge of his nose. "Mr. Liu, are you not very good at kissing? I can teach you. The strategies for offense and defense differ." Anna Chi smiled maliciously and reached out to hook her arm around the other person's neck. Then, she kissed his lips. She was so close to him that Mr. Liu felt as if he could see the fine hairs on her cheeks. Anna was indeed more skilled. She easily pried open her opponent's jaw and recklessly conquered territory. As their lips caressed and kneaded, the flames of desire were ignited. Lu Jiaxing's mind went blank. He instinctively hugged the other person tightly, obediently closed his eyes, and looked exactly like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The rain outside the window drowned out the sound of their intertwined breaths. The rain fell from the sky to the earth, soaking every inch of space. After the kiss ended, the two looked at each other, and Anna could hear what President Liu was thinking. It seems that kissing is something that needs to be learned. Chapter 86 Raspberry Jam. Abundant rainfall is essential for lush forests, healthy cattle and sheep, and ultimately, for the herders to survive. Batel woke up early. The rain had stopped. He came out of the yurt to go and graze his sheep further away. Tan Yilin yawned as she walked out of the small wooden house, tilting her head and stretching out a long, lazy yawn. When Lu Jiaxing woke up, he turned his head and looked at the person next to him. Anna's lips were slightly pouting, as if she was still asleep, and one of her legs was draped over her own. Adaya prepared naan and jam for them, which Yin enjoyed very much. He gradually got used to the local food. Looking at the lush, wet greenery, Bai Huiwen felt refreshed, and even her appetite improved. "Rahimiat," Tan Yilin said, "thank you," the words becoming increasingly natural. "Chi-Chi, what's the schedule for today?" Anna asked Chi-Xian across from her, while taking a big bite of naan. Chi-Xian pointed to the plate of yellow jam and replied, "We picked raspberries to make jam." There was almost no internet signal here, and Lu Jiaxing was barely managing to handle Zhimu's work. These past few days of travel have allowed Mr. Liu, who hasn't had a vacation in a long time, to experience the joy of rest. "I really want to make up for all the vacation days I missed." Lin Wei, far away in Hangzhou, sneezed loudly. "Assistant Lin, are you catching a cold?" Minister Malin asked with concern. Lin Wei blew her nose, thinking that it didn't seem like rhinitis. Assistant Lin shook his head at her and said, "It's strange, I don't think I have a cold, even in the middle of summer." Lu Jiaxing took the small basket from Chi-Xian. It was his first time picking raspberries. The female guests put on headscarves provided by the production team, and Yin jokingly said that Bai Huiwen looked like a little girl picking mushrooms. Bai Huiwen spat at him and laughed. "How old am I? Still calling me a little girl?" She turned away from Yin, but Yin pulled on the jade bracelet on her wrist and shook it until she got impatient and turned back to him. Yin was also a playful old man. He told a joke that made Bai Huiwen giggle again. Those around suggested, "It's not fun just picking a lot. Those who pick less should send red envelopes in the group chat." Tan Yilin nodded, and everyone else agreed. In the adult world, picking raspberries without taking a gamble can be really boring. Chi-Xian walked to Chi-Anna's side and said, "Let's go." Everyone followed Chi-Xian for a long time. Yin said, "If this were a war, we'd eliminate a bunch of people who couldn't walk properly before we even reached the city gate." The cameraman next to me carried a camera and could walk briskly. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. After climbing over one hill, and then another, we finally saw the raspberries. Bai Huiwen rubbed her knees, thinking that she was 7 or 8 years younger than the old man, and she should take advantage of her still being able to walk to go out and see more of the world. The raspberries are ripe and a beautiful bright red color. The whole raspberry looked like a stack of red coral beads. Qixian tried one, and it was both sour and sweet, very refreshing. You haven't even picked them yet, and you're already eating them. People around laughed. Qixian put his hands on his hips, struck a pose like a supervisor, and said, I'm the supervisor. I don't have to do any work. Being a guest pilot is great. I want to fly next time. The person next to him saluted like a pilot. Stop playing around. Come and pick some. Tan Yilin was picking a lot of raspberries with both hands. Anna Chi picked the raspberries slowly, choosing the plumpest one from the basket and popping it into her mouth. It tastes somewhat like mulberry, but much better. Seeing that she was playing, Lu Jiaxing had no choice but to pick more himself. Look, Anna, who had never played much since she was a child, suddenly felt playful. She slipped the raspberries onto her fingers, like putting little red felt hats on each finger. Bai Huiwen smiled kindly at Xiao Yan, thinking, young people really know how to have fun, and urged him to pick a few more. Lu Jiaxing put down the basket and looked at Anna, who was having a great time, and felt inexplicably happy. He picked up his camera and captured the innocent smile that Anna inadvertently revealed. Want some? Anna held out her finger. Seeing that the man didn't move, she explained, I wiped it, it's not dirty. Lu Jiaxing lowered his head, picked up a raspberry from her fingertip, ate it, and found it to be sweet and sour. Fries who love ketchup. I don't know what raspberries taste like, but I smell the sour, pungent smell of love. This user has been deleted. How pretentious. I'm speechless if anyone gives this pair of attention-seeking weirdos another look. No snails and snail rice noodles. The ID upstairs looks familiar. Is Chung Siu's rice noodle skin just a passerby? How interesting. First snow help. CEO Lu is eating so devoutly. He just loves spending public funds to be intimate with his wife. The slow-motion version is even a little erotic. Wah? Can't I just ship it? After picking raspberries, everyone returned home laden with their harvest and began counting who had picked the fewest. Of course, that went to the couple Xingli, who had been eating and playing all the while. Send red envelopes. Tan Yilin said with a hint of smugness. President Lu nodded silently and replied with an okay. Adaya made horse meat stew, pilaf, and mutton buns, which moved the people around her who hadn't eaten white rice in a long time. When Batel returned from herding sheep, he found his wife had made him steamed buns. The man's smile was shy, but you could feel his happiness. The stew smelled delicious, and everyone was starving from the journey to and from picking raspberries, so they ate it all up. Anna touched her stomach and secretly vowed to start losing weight from tomorrow. But tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows there are? Lu Jiaxing went out to answer a phone call, which she thought was about work, but she didn't expect to come back so quickly. Jam is much easier to make than cheese. Although Bai Huiwen couldn't understand Kazakh, she followed Adaya's lead and made it. When making jam, adding sugar and stirring slowly is a relatively foolproof method. Qixian stood to the side, smelling the sweet and sour aroma of jam in the yurt, thinking of how she had come to Yanjing to take the college entrance exam. At that time, everything she saw was new and interesting. She loved Beijing, but her soul had long been planted in the northern frontier. Qixian saw bagels being made in a high-end bakery, with elegantly made-up white-collar workers spreading jam on them. The jam is made from raspberries, which are the raspberries they picked today. That was her favorite food when she was little. She would often climb onto the table and sneak a bite with her fingers dipped in jam. No one knows what she was thinking as she took a jar of raspberry jam from the refrigerator in her studio apartment in Yanjing, holding the cold jar. The jam was cooked, its color a deep purplish red, and it was poured into a transparent jar. Now, Qixian smells the aroma of raspberry jam again. She has returned to this homeland that she both loves and hates. The vast walled city was the walled city she was determined to escape through the exam, no matter how hard she tried. What is distant land to others is her hometown. Adaya patted her daughter's arm and whispered in Kazakh, "This is what you loved to steal when you were little." Qixian was taken aback. Could her mother read minds? Chapter 87 Gentle Moonlight. The moonlight was perfect tonight. Qixian came out wearing a thin blanket with a colorful diamond pattern and saw Anna sitting on a tree trunk in the distance. That fallen tree section must have gone to heaven some time ago. It had some green moss-like stuff on it. It seems that even when life ends, it can nurture new life. Chiana's hair was very long, like a piece of black silk, hanging down her back in a misty haze. Why are you sitting alone? Chixian asked. It's so quiet here. Chiana didn't say she wanted to sit alone, otherwise it would seem like she was trying to shoo Chixian away. Won't you feel uncomfortable? Chixian sat down next to her, reaching out as if he could touch the moon's cool, clear outline. Anichi nodded and said slowly, I didn't feel the noise before, because I was always surrounded by noise. It's so quiet all of a sudden, and I'm not used to it. I feel a sudden emptiness in my heart, but I think it's nice to be empty. Actually, quiet and noise only exist in people's hearts. Chiana lowered her head, playing with a blade of grass she had picked up from somewhere. Looking into her eyes, Chixian felt that she was a rare, clear-sighted person she had met in this circle. How do you feel about being home? Chiana asked the other person. Chixian's eyes became somewhat confused, but then became firm again. She said, When I'm away from home, I miss my hometown. When I'm at home, I miss my hometown. Don't you think I'm conflicted? Anichi shook her head and smiled. Everyone is like that. When she was in the United States, she would also miss the misty mountains and rivers of Hangzhou, just as Chixian missed the desolate grasslands of northern Xinjiang when she was in Beijing. Chixian pulled the small blanket around her shoulders, fiddled with the tassels on it, and slowly said, I was really happy when I went away to study. Yinjing is a big city, and there are so many things I don't know. Back then, I wanted to be a writer, and now I'm getting closer and closer to my dream. Looking into the other person's eyes, Chiana said sincerely, You are really great. Chixian laughed, chasing away his sorrow, and replied, I think so too. Chiana followed Chixian into the yurt, where Chixian poured her some mare's milk wine. She took a small bite, pondered for a while, and found it to be sour, not as pungent as she had imagined. Looking at her expression, Chixian said, I feel like you like to eat everything. Really, there are actually some foods she doesn't like to eat. Anichi suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories. Actually, the food wasn't that bad, but the feeling of being forced to eat it was just too awful. What would you like to eat? Tan Yilin lifted the thick felt door and walked in. Anichi held out the mare's milk wine and said, Would you like some? It's mare's milk wine made by Adaya. Tan Yilin looked regretful and explained, I'm allergic to alcohol, so I can't enjoy it. Chixian tossed a milk curd to the other person, and Tan Yilin took it and started chewing it. As Chiana prepared to return to the cabin, she saw Lu Jiaxing standing at the door, his hands resting on the wooden railing, seemingly deep in thought. There were no photographers nearby, and she assumed the other person was thinking about work, so she didn't intend to disturb them. But then someone called out to her. Anna. Mr. Lu wasn't wearing glasses, so he looked younger. I just received a call about your parents, Lu Jiaxing said directly, without beating around the bush. Chiana's hands clenched silently, as if she were activating some kind of defense mechanism. Seeing that she didn't speak, the man continued talking. Your mother is sick. President Lu looked up at the quiet man. Anichi finally reacted differently, asking, What illness? Is it serious? Papillary thyroid carcinoma, Lu Jiaxing said, using a medical term. When Anichi heard it was cancer, she was shocked, as if she couldn't believe it. Lu Jiaxing pulled the person into his arms and continued, Don't be afraid, it's benign, and the tumor has already been removed. She was still trembling, not knowing why, overwhelmed by a huge sense of guilt. A booming sound filled Chiana's head, and she could only hear the other person's voice intermittently. Mr. Lu continued, It was your father who called. The situation is currently stable. Lu Jiaxing frowned slightly, hugged her body, and gently patted her back. Anichi finally calmed down. She looked up and showed a pained expression. Mr. Lu knew some of her problems with her family, but he had no right to judge right or wrong. All he could do was stand by her side. Because at this moment, Anichi needs him. Don't worry, the situation is very stable. Lu Jiaxing kept repeating, which really reassured people. Men shouldn't just offer empty words of comfort. Getting thyroid cancer is considered one of the luckiest outcomes among all cancers. Chiana naturally understood as well. After regaining her composure, She tugged at Lu Jiaxing's sleeve and said softly, "Why didn't they tell me?" Lu Jiaxing released the person and slowly said, "Perhaps it's because I don't want you to worry, or perhaps it's because I want you to feel guilty." Chiana was taken aback, wondering why he would say that. Mr. Lu took a deep breath. His parents were like that. Perhaps he shouldn't have made such assumptions about the other party's parents. After the show ends, I'll go back and check it out, and I also need to inform my aunt. Chiana calmed down completely. Lu Jiaxing thought for a long time before saying calmly, "I know from Jianjia that you regularly send money to your parents every month." Anna Chi remained silent and nodded. "I'm just returning it to them." Her voice was light and airy, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any moment. "I understand." Lu Jiaxing nodded. "Lu Jiaxing, I know what to do. I don't want to get involved with them, but I still bought a house in Hangzhou. I avoided them, but I still sent them a fixed amount of money every month. I didn't want to surrender or make peace. I just wanted to alleviate some of the guilt in my heart. They are, after all, my parents." Chiana didn't dare to look at the other person and began to feel terrible about herself again. Lu Jiaxing took her helpless hand and repeated, "I understand." He was such a gentle and understanding person. The man gently pulled her into his arms and explained, "You know, my parents divorced when I was young. I haven't seen them in a long time, and to be honest, I'm very indifferent to my parents. They gave birth to me, but they didn't truly love me. It was my grandmother who raised me. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. Before my grandmother's lung cancer surgery, they came to me, hoping I would pay for their child's wedding. Men's narratives are usually bland, but this time, Chiana sensed the hatred in them." Lu Jiaxing smiled mockingly, feeling Chiana lean her head close to his heart. Chiana didn't speak, leaning against his chest in a daze. Was this one of the reasons why he wanted to marry her so much back then? He has clearly suffered a lot. So why does he still have such a gentle heart? And why is he so good-looking? She spoke her mind, saying, "Why are you still so kind and gentle?" Mr. Lu shook his head and smiled gently. "I'm not a particularly gentle person. I just want to be gentle with you." Chapter 88, A Letter from the Flower Field. After this episode is filmed and we return to Hangzhou, would you be willing to come with me to see them? Chiana didn't want to be alone, but she wouldn't force him. Lu Jiaxing nodded. He cut ties with his parents' generation cleanly and ruthlessly. But Anna Chi's situation is different from his, so of course he has to respect her. Their pastoral life came to an end, and they set off for Seiram Lake. Chiana sat in the driver's seat. The scenery outside the window was beautiful, but she was not interested. She stepped on the gas and drove straight along the road. For just that 1 second, she wished this road would never end. Seiram Lake is beautiful, like a sapphire surrounded by snow-capped mountains. They say this is the last tear of the Atlantic Ocean. Anna Chi has been to the Atlantic Ocean, and she thinks this place is more beautiful than the Atlantic. The lake was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. The people around were taking pictures of Chao Yin and his wife. His compositions were beautiful and didn't look like tourist photos at all. "Mr. Lu, shall we take a picture?" Tan Yilin called them over. Lu Jiaxing took Chiana's hand, and the two walked into the surrounding cameras. Sunlight spills across the azure lake, blurring the line between the blue sky and the shimmering water. The distant snow-capped mountains are reflected in the rippling waves. The wind was blowing, and it was still a bit cold. Lu Jiaxing was wearing a thin black overcoat. He hugged the other person's slender body. The lake breeze ruffled their hair as they looked at each other. Their hair intertwined, their eyes bright. Chiana is a slow-witted person. She is only now realizing that she likes Lu Jiaxing even more than she thought. There was a faint scent of orange perfume in the air. She took a deep breath and smiled slightly. Their bodies were pressed very close together, as if they shared the same temperature. At first, Lu Jiaxing was still concerned about the cameras around him. But at this moment, his heart was completely focused on the other person, and he could no longer see anything else. "Didi okay? Why does Anna seem a bit down here?" "A big sweet orange. It reminds me of that scene on the beach in Shenzhen. It really had such a great atmosphere." Alibaba, among the hosts, he's the best photographer. Among the photographers, he's the best host. What does 1234 resemble? This program is so bland. I'm leaving. This is a lake, yet it resembles the sea. The white swans intertwined their necks, then separated and swam further and further away until they reached the center of the lake. Look, isn't this a good photo? When someone is so photogenic, people naturally take several more photos. This one is so beautiful, so vivid. Qixian pointed to one of the photos where the two were looking at each other and thought it was particularly beautiful. Teacher Zhou took the photos very well, Qianna praised. Xiao Qi knows how to talk. Someone handed the camera to her, asking Qianna to take a couple of pictures of herself and Tan Yilan. Qianna took the camera and took many pictures of them from different angles and backgrounds. Tan Yilan seemed very happy. The clouds hung low, making it feel as if we were very close to the sky. Tan Yilan's movements are expansive and dynamic, making her very photogenic when filming full-body shots. They reluctantly bid farewell to the beautiful Sairam Lake and set off again. The group headed to the lavender fields to film the final part of the second episode. When it was Lu Jiaxing's turn to sit in the driver's seat, he could feel that Qianna's heart had already wandered elsewhere. He talked to her the whole way, and she responded only intermittently. Qianna was unusually quiet in the second half of the show, and Bai Huiwen thought she was feeling unwell. When people learned that her parents were sick and had surgery, they advised her to relax. Qianna didn't want her personal matters to affect the filming of the show, so she tried her best to stay focused. Based on the mission card, Qixian led the three couples to the lavender field. The lavender from northern Xinjiang is of the best quality and is often used to process lavender essential oil. The vast fields of purple lavender have a faint, clean scent that always reminds one of detergents for soft clothes. A gentle breeze blows, and purple waves ripple. There's also a place to receive mail hidden in the middle of the lavender field, where letters come from all over the world. Tan Yilan pushed open the white fence and walked into the small purple house, which was filled with letters like snowflakes. Outside the house, there was a sign that read, "A letter from Lavender," in a very cartoonish font. "Distinguished guests, please draw a letter and reply. We hope your reply will be helpful to the recipient," Qixian said during the queue. Everyone sat down, facing the main camera. "I'll read my letter first. It's from a child in Liaoqing. His problem is that he can't eat delicious food every day, and he can't watch TV all the time." After summarizing the contents of the letters, Zhou Wei put them away and began to reply seriously. Once Tan Yilan opened her letter, the problems she faced became much more difficult. "This letter is from Wuzhou. Isn't that President Lu's hometown? It's from a girl in Wuzhou." Lu Jiaxing smiled at the camera, somewhat curious about what kind of random letters he would receive. Her troubles are that her work is not going well and her family keeps pressuring her to get married, so she is anxious every day. Tan Yilan thought for a long time before picking up her pen to reply. The random letter Chao Yin received was from an elderly man from Qianmen. The man was a lonely old man living in a nursing home. On this day, his best friend in the nursing home passed away, and he felt more lonely than ever before. Bai Huiwen glanced at her old man and opened the letter she had been randomly assigned. This letter came from a middle-aged man in Yanjing. He felt that life in Yanjing was too stressful, with no room to breathe and no way to stop. Anna Qi received the letter, read it carefully, and began to think about how to reply. She held a letter from Shenzhen. She briefly summarized the contents of the letter, and the production team thoughtfully blurred out the writer's handwriting. The other person was a middle-aged woman who had just ended an unhappy marriage and bravely chose to start anew. On her journey, she met someone who attracted her heart, but she dared not take the next step. The camera then shifts to Lu Jiaxing, who takes out a letter from an envelope, a letter from Japan. This friend from Japan is a boy who just arrived in Japan to study. He has fallen for a senior in his major, but he has never dared to confess his feelings. He thinks that his crush will just fizzle out. The man's voice was steady, but the ending notes rose slightly. He saw that the other person had the same experience of unrequited love as him, and he couldn't help but feel some empathy. After all the letters to be replied to were explained, everyone began to write their replies. Tan Yilan poked her face with her pen, pondering her suggestion, then glanced around, seemingly finishing her reply quickly. The pen tip touches the white paper, and words while away the time. Chapter 89. Seeing words is like seeing the person. He unfolded his reply letters around him and read them silently. "Dear name, I'm glad to receive your letter. I understand your worries. When I was a child, my daily worries were all the homework and no time to play soccer with my friends. Wanting to eat delicious food and watch TV are both things that should be allowed. But you also need to do your homework. You can try to communicate more with your parents. Or, when you achieve something small, let your parents reward you with more playtime. Anna Chi listened to the readings around her and seemed to have some differing opinions. She always felt that the relationship between parents and children was inherently unequal. Children are brought into this world by their parents. A good parent-child relationship is based on love, while a bad parent-child relationship is based on power. I think it's very difficult for children to communicate upwards, while it's easier for parents to communicate downwards, Chiana said, offering her opinion. He nodded in agreement with her statement and urged parents to listen to their children's feelings and care about their children's happiness in front of the camera. Tan Yilin began to read her own reply, and the suggestions she gave were more feasible. Hello. Regarding work, I think you can keep your options open while you're still employed, and strive for a better opportunity if one becomes more suitable. If you feel too much pressure from your family, try not to listen to them. You have to believe in yourself. You are great, and you deserve the best of everything. When I first started singing, I wasn't as good as I am now, but I stayed true to my path and kept practicing. Life is like that too. As long as you take action, things will definitely be different. The only thing that can combat anxiety is action. Tan Yilin wrote her signature, hoping that her letter could encourage the confused young girl. Xiao Yin began to read his reply, which was short but thought-provoking. Brother, in this life, from birth to death, no one is exempt. Whether it is a brief period of loneliness or a long period of loneliness, it is unavoidable. Friendship, love, and family ties all fade with the passing of people. Loneliness is the true color of life. I am nearly 70 years old, and I already have one foot in the grave. Bai Huiwen looked at Xiao Yan. His hair appeared to be completely black, but only she knew that it originally had many white hairs. Xiao Yan glanced at the camera and gave a calm smile. I'm also afraid of death, afraid of loneliness, and I've had loved ones leave me. But we still have to take it one step at a time and live our own lives. A tear welled up in Bai Huiwen's eye, and she silently lowered her head. Why did time fly by so quickly? She began to read her reply. Hello. I'm glad to receive your letter. I can feel the pressure you're under. This era is really quite different from where we were. I really don't have any good advice. I just hope you can give yourself some time to relax, even if it's just 3 or 5 minutes. Time can be exchanged for money, and money can be exchanged for freedom. I just hope you can be happy, even a little bit of happiness. Bai Huiwen's reply was very sincere, full of the gentleness of an elder. Anna looked out at the lavender field. The purple hue looked so beautiful in the sunlight. She began to read her reply. It's like seeing your letter in person. I'm so happy to receive your letter. It's a joyous occasion that you left your painful marriage, and I'm proud of your choice. The person you meet on your journey may not be a bad match, but perhaps you are still sorting out your feelings. Don't rush into a relationship, and don't waver after making a decision. All you have to do is listen to your own heart, and your steps will naturally follow your heart. As Lu Jiaxing listened to her reading the letter, his gaze fell on her handwriting, and he slowly wrote his own name as well. Dear name, I'm very happy to receive your letter. Let me first state my thoughts. I hope you will confess your feelings. Having a crush is a beautiful thing, but confessing won't diminish that feeling. If you really like her, why not let her know? Actually, confessing your feelings is just like having a crush. It's a one-sided affair. You just need to sincerely express your emotions and leave the rest to fate. When Lu Jiaxing talks about unrequited love, he inevitably thinks of his own experience. Unexpectedly, after years of unrequited love, my wish finally came true. He was lucky. Fate brought Chiana back into his life, and he hoped that this luck could also extend to that shy male classmate. The people put the reply letters into envelopes, affixed stamps, and put them into the large mailbox. They weren't sure if what they said would help the other person, but even a little encouragement would be meaningful. Moonhound. The point about communicating upwards and downwards is truly brilliant. I feel that both President Liu and Anna are very kind people, truly forever surrendering to gentleness itself. A fugitive film star in the entertainment industry, from birth to death, loneliness is inevitable. Spring water brewing tea. Seriously, I'm feeling very anxious and restless right now. Watching variety shows is just a brief moment of relaxation for me. Aurora, I haven't written a letter in a long time. A handwritten letter carries a weight beyond the letter itself. Next, let's experience lavender aromatherapy, Chi-Xian said happily, touching her braid. The aromatherapist entered with bottles and jars, and the guests removed their makeup and lay down on the treatment beds. Xiaoqi's skin is so good. Bai Huiwen thought the other person's face was like a peeled egg. Qianna touched her face and laughed. After all, it cost quite a bit of money. The aromatherapist first soaked a sheet mask in lavender hydrosol, and then applied the mask to the guest's face. Mr. Liu took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and felt the other person massaging the acupoints on his face. My face is really big. Even my face mask is shorter than yours. Chao Yan looked at Lu Jiaxing next to him, wondering why the other person's face was a bit longer. The air was filled with the scent of lavender. The aromatherapist used gentle techniques, and after removing the face mask, she put a drop of lavender essential oil in her palm. It smells so good, Tan Yilin exclaimed, as if she were in a whole field of lavender. The aromatherapist's technique was professional and careful. Looking at the machine spraying fragrance mist above her head, Qianna thought of the equipment used for perming hair in a hair salon. She silently closed her eyes, enjoying the aromatherapy. The camera was set up at the foot of the physiotherapy bed. They chatted for a bit at first, but then gradually fell silent because everyone was comfortable and wanted to sleep. The aromatherapist suppressed a laugh and continued working until Chao Yan started snoring. He was awakened by the snoring next to him, and he explained on Chao Yan's behalf. Teacher Chao hasn't been sleeping well lately. His dark circles could make him look like a national treasure. Anna Chi opened her eyes and was immediately unaccustomed to the glaring light. She subconsciously raised her hand to shield her eyes. Chapter 90, When Love Reaches Its Peak. The recording of the second episode has come to an end. With 1 week left before the third episode's trip to Tibet and Sichuan, President Liu and Anna Chi returned to Hangzhou together. As the two walked out of the VIP exit of Hangzhou Airport, they saw many of Anna Chi's fans holding signs that read, "Welcome home." Assistant Zhang had already arrived and readily took the female celebrity's suitcase. Thank you everyone." Qianna clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. "Sister, you're so beautiful." A very young fan ran over and handed her a card. Anna covered her face, seemingly a little embarrassed, and took the card to sign for someone. "Does the older sister read the Xingli Super Topic?" a red-haired girl asked her. Qianna was about to answer that she wouldn't watch, but she had forgotten to switch to her alternate account and had clearly logged into the CP Super Topic last time. She pulled down her mask, her beautiful eyes looking at Lu Jiaxing beside her. The man took her hand very naturally. His palm was broad and slightly cool. Qianna generously returned the handshake, publicly displaying their affection. "Mr. Liu, I saw you using an e-reader to read books on your show. Will Jimu release its own e-reader in the future?" Lu Jiaxing hadn't expected there to be another question waiting for him. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "If there's an opportunity." They walked side by side, surrounded by fans who had come to greet them, as if expressing their love amidst a large gathering of guests. "Sister, do you have any other jobs after this? I want to see you act." There was even a male fan with a watermelon-shaped haircut in the crowd. Qianna directly copied President Liu's answer. "If there is an opportunity." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I will try my best to seize it." Assistant Zhang drove the car all the way from the airport to Chunshanju. Butler Zhang helped Jiang Can move the luggage. He looked at President Liu and Qianna and felt that things were different from before. Is it because I watched Our Trip that I see these two as having a natural, romantic vibe? After taking a shower, Qianna collapsed onto the sofa while Lu Jiaxing dried her hair. "Are you hungry?" Mr. Liu shook his head. He felt fine, but the fact that she asked like that meant she was probably hungry herself. So he asked directly, "What do you want to eat?" "The bubble wontons that Grandma made last time." Qianna answered without hesitation or thought, as if she had already prepared the answer. "Okay." After drying her hair, Lu Jiaxing ordered groceries on his phone. The kitchen was open plan. Qianna sat on the sofa playing a coding game that President Liu had made, while watching people cut meat. Lu Jiaxing put on a black apron, and the man worked quickly and efficiently with his knife. Mr. Lu, my aunt and Alex will arrive in Hangzhou tomorrow night. The man, with his back to her, frowned slightly upon hearing her address, and said, seemingly a little aggrieved, "Don't call me that." After replying to her aunt's message, Chiana got up from the sofa and walked into the open kitchen. Sorry, I'm just used to calling you that," she said, trying to sound innocent. What do you like me to call you?" Chiana circled around him, seemingly thinking about how to address Lu Jiaxing. "Just calling me by my name is fine." The man's voice was indifferent, revealing no emotion. "I thought you men all liked things like baby, brother, and husband." President Lu raised an eyebrow. Now that he heard that, he did seem to like it. However, Lu Jiaxing didn't say anything, and Chiana thought he was still unhappy, so she hugged him from behind. "And you, what do you like?" She deliberately lowered her voice, as if whispering in the man's ear. President Lu put down the knife, carried the person to the island platform, and stared at the person intently, almost spitting fire. Her eyes were as clear and bright as autumn water. Her pink lips held a faint smile, and as her gaze shifted, she hooked her arm around his neck. "I'm asking you, what do you like?" Chiana's hand caressed the back of his neck, seemingly very insistent on this answer. "Whatever I like, that's what you'll be called." President Lu didn't answer, but instead threw the question back at the other party. "We can consider it, depending on your performance." Chiana raised an eyebrow, a little smug. Lu Jiaxing snorted, gently stroked her delicate nose with his finger, and then sighed. "You're just taking advantage of the fact that I like you." As their emotions reached their peak, the two were about to kiss. The video call rang, and Chiana pushed the man away and ran to the living room to get her phone. Lu Jiaxing stared at the person who had suddenly disappeared from his arms, and resignedly began to wrap wontons. On her phone screen appeared a blonde, black-eyed mixed-race child. It was In Hongmei's son, Alex. Alex just turned 4 years old this year. He is very cute, with golden curly hair and eyes like black grapes. "Anna." The little girl smiled, revealing her white teeth, and waved her little hand at the screen. "Mommy and I have come to see you, so be a good girl," Alex said in a childish voice. The moment Chiana saw Alex, her heart melted. How could there be such an adorable child in the world? He's good-looking and polite. He's definitely not the kind of brat who's unruly. "Okay, Alex, you have to be good too." Chiana spoke to him in a tone befitting a peer. Of course. Alex was holding a toy excavator in his hand. "Anna, is Hangzhou beautiful? As beautiful as you?" Alex's thought process is a bit strange, but his emotional intelligence in praising people is very high. Chiana nodded and replied with a smile, "It's very pretty. How about I take you to visit sometime?" Alex quickly and violently dismantled the excavator in his hand, as if it couldn't be put back together. "My aunt told me that Alex seems to really like things like machinery and architecture. While other little girls sculpt mermaids on the beach, she builds giant bunkers." "Alex, where's mommy?" Chiana really wanted to reach out and pinch her little cheeks, but unfortunately, her phone hadn't evolved to have that feature. Xiaobai was well taken care of by assistant Jiang, and seemed to have gotten a little rounder than before, looking like a fluffy white ball. Chirp, Little White tilted its head, looking at Chiana with a loving mother's smile. "Mom's over there." "Mom, do you want to talk to Anna?" Alex turned his head, seemingly seeking In Hongmei's opinion. "Okay, why don't you go over there and play with Luna for a while?" In Hongmei's voice came from the screen, but it was a little hard to hear. "Okay." Alex nodded emphatically, bringing his little face close to the camera lens, and said obediently, "Anna, am I leaving now?" "Bye." Anna Chi blinked. Even after Alex left, Anna Chi was still immersed in the clamp state of talking to the child. Lu Jiaxing threw the wontons into the pot. He heard the child's drooling voice and became a little curious. It turns out that Alex is a little girl who always thought the owner of the yellow plastic sand shovel was a naughty little boy. "Anna." President Lu repeated silently in his heart. At first, he thought Alex's name was Chiana Lily. He probably got used to pronouncing it that way because children can't pronounce many sounds, and Chiana's name is a bit complicated. "Anna." It sounds pretty good, Lu Jiaxing thought. The little rabbit rolled to the side of President Lu's trouser leg and was scooped up by a large hand. Chapter 91. Weary birds return to their nests. This morning, Chi's mother was able to be discharged from the hospital. She looked all right, but seemed a little listless. Mr. Chi did not call a caregiver and did everything himself, which made him look even worse. Chi's mother looked at the door of the ward, her eyes seemingly filled with some expectation. Chi Anna and Lu Jiaxing stood at the door for a long time, until they blocked the way of the staff disinfecting the corridor, before they finally pushed the door open and went in. After her surgery, Chi's mother had her thyroid gland completely removed, leaving a long, freshly stitched scar on her neck. Lu Jiaxing was carrying some tonics in both hands. Looking at the two elders, he didn't know whether to stand or sit. Mr. Chi brought over a chair, sat down, sighed, and said softly, "So you know to come back." Anna Chi remained standing, silently looking at her father. Her father was very handsome when he was young, but Chi Anna was afraid of him since she was a child and never observed him closely. The man before her now had many white hairs, and his aged appearance was nothing like the one she remembered. "Uncle, we've brought some things over." Lu Jiaxing broke the silence and handed over the valuable tonics. Mr. Chi only learned about the couple's marriage from the news. He thought his daughter was really outrageous. The man grunted in agreement, took the gift boxes of various sizes, and placed them on the table in the corner. No matter how expensive these things are, they are what Chi Anna should give. "Jiaxing and I came to see you. We'll pick up your aunt and the others tonight." Chi Anna really wanted to leave, but she still spoke up. Mr. Chi remained silent, like a firecracker that had gone flat, his expression seeming to say, "What else? I have other things to do with Jiaxing, so—" Chi Anna was interrupted by the man before she could finish speaking. Chi's father stood up from his seat. His movements were slow, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, in Chi Anna's eyes. "You've only been here a few minutes, and you're already leaving? What kind of daughter are you?" Listening to their conversation, Lu Jiaxing understood the suffocation Chi Anna had felt over the years, but he couldn't speak up at the moment. "Do you even know your mother is sick? She raised you all these years. Where is your conscience?" She instinctively stepped back, clenched her fists, and looked at the white floor tiles under her feet for cracks. "Uncle, you—" Lu Jiaxing frowned slightly, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, the opponent was like a dud meeting a burst of fire, and once it started, it was out of control. "And you married my daughter out of nowhere, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet." Seeing this, Chi's mother was both anxious and angry, and with tears in her eyes, she grabbed Chi's father's sleeve. "You don't care about your parents at all. Your aunt took you to America. Was that for your own good? You are our child. We are doing this for your own good. You don't understand anything. Do you really think you're all grown up now? Just because you've studied abroad a bit, you think you know everything? Didn't you come back yesterday? Why didn't you hurry up and come to the hospital?" Chi Anna remained silent. She regretted bringing Lu Jiaxing with her. There was no need for another person to be scolded. At this moment, she is not a female celebrity in the spotlight, but a little girl locked out of her home by an iron gate. "Uncle, calm down." Mr. Lu adjusted his glasses. The nurse on rounds pushed open the door and entered. She glanced at the family members present and was about to remind them not to make a lot of noise, but suddenly found that there was no sound. The nurse gave some discharge instructions, then glanced at Chi Anna, feeling like she'd seen her face in some period drama. Chi's mother looked at Chi Anna, her mouth moved, but she didn't speak for fear of aggravating her wound. During a physical examination, an unusual thyroid nodule was suddenly discovered, and the ultrasound doctor advised her to go to a top-tier hospital as soon as possible. Somehow, I ended up having to have surgery. "Uncle, please have a seat." Lu Jiaxing smiled and was very polite. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. Moreover, Lu Jiaxing was only his son-in-law, not his child, so Chi's father's desire for control wasn't that strong. He slowly sat down, picked up his thermos, and took a sip of water. The man was resentful, having thought that having a daughter would allow him to take care of her in his old age. But when his wife fell ill, he was the one who took leave from work and busied himself with her care. "Let Mom rest in bed. Let's go outside and talk." This time, Chi Anna didn't avoid the issue, but took the initiative to communicate. Mr. Chi put down his thermos, looking at his wife with teary eyes and feeling somewhat annoyed, and stormed out with the two of them. "Dad, before I went to America, I was essentially cut off from this family. Anachi's words stirred up a storm in her father's heart. The man didn't retort. He wanted to see what else she had to say. But you know that after I finished paying off my college loans, I sent money home every month. Chi's father snorted coldly. This kid's even using money to intimidate people now. This money is to repay your kindness in raising me. The man frowned, seemingly not understanding what she was saying, or perhaps afraid to understand. If there's anything that needs my help, I'm willing to step in and resolve it. I have the money and the ability to help. But I really don't want to stay in this house. What you need is an obedient daughter like a puppet, but I am a living, breathing person. Whether I go to America, become an actress, or get married, it's all my own choice. I don't want to argue with you, and I don't think communication is useful. Lu Jiaxing stood behind her, watching her speak each word clearly. Her tone was calm, as if she had expected this situation. During Anachi's first year of schooling in the United States, she had a falling out with her family to the point where they almost never spoke to each other again. She broke down several times, and it was her aunt who held her, called her name, and let her cry out loud. She cried until she got sick, and got sick until she cried, and this went on for a long time. Some people advised Anachi that she needed to communicate more to resolve the issues stemming from her family of origin. But if communication could solve the problem, then why did she leave her home? She noticed her father's puzzled look, but this time Anna didn't look away. Instead, she chose to smile calmly in response. She's gone mad. She's completely gone mad. Anna heard her father's heartfelt words. Yes, this man can't understand you, and he doesn't think he has any problems. He was just puzzled as to why his obedient and sensible daughter had suddenly become like this. I'm not crazy. If I am, it shouldn't be my fault. Anna replied calmly, her eyes lowered. Chi's father gasped. Could she hear what he was thinking? Lu Jiaxing put his arm around her shoulder, as if to give her strength. The man stood beside her, looking at his father, and said, Anna and I are married. You are my elder, and I hope you will respect her wishes. I can't control you. Chi's father looked exhausted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Assistant Jiang drove to pick up Mr. and Mrs. Chi and take them home. The car was so quiet that Jiang wondered if he had gone deaf. Standing downstairs at the familiar apartment building, Anna took Lu Jiaxing's hand and said softly, Let's go. I'm tired. Let's go home. Now, like a weary bird returning to its nest, she will have a new home. Chapter 92, Receiving the Little Angel. Mr. Lu has a lot of work to do and is so busy that he doesn't have time to eat. He is currently having a quick dinner on the road. The sunset in front of me is beautiful, pink and purple, like the gods in the sky spilled their paint buckets. The restaurant you recommended is indeed very delicious. Lu Jiaxing packed up the boxes and tied the packaging bag in a tight knot. Anna tilted her head and glanced at the passenger seat. It was indeed the chain store she had told him about. She herself hadn't seen her aunt for quite some time, and the long-haul flight was delayed, so they waited for more than half an hour, which only heightened their anticipation. Anna. It was Alex's voice. In Hongmei was carrying an oversized suitcase, and Anna guessed that Alex's precious excavators must be inside. Alex, so small and limp, pounced on Anachi. Alex, are you tired, baby? Anna's voice softened unconsciously, a tone that President Liu had never heard before. Not tired, Anna. Alex planted a kiss on Anna's cheek. She picked her up and spun her around like she was on a pirate ship. When Alex first met Lu Jiaxing, she blinked and tilted her head to ask, Who are you? The little girl wasn't tall, but from her perspective, Lu Jiaxing looked like a very tall giant. Mr. Lu squatted down and greeted Alex. I'm Lu Jiaxing, Anna's. As Anna listened to him speak, goosebumps rose on her arms. She attributed the cause to the airport's overly powerful air conditioning. The man looked at Anna Chi, about to ask how he should introduce himself to Alex. Alex surprised everyone by answering first, Husband. In Hongmei was taken aback, then laughed and said, How do you know everything? You little devil. Alex tugged at the hem of his mint green short-sleeved shirt, pointed at President Liu's nose, and said, You adults shouldn't think that kids don't know anything. In Hongmei extended her hand and shook hands with Lu Jiaxing. Hello, Auntie. Mr. Liu took the suitcase from the other party. She felt the name sounded familiar, but couldn't immediately recall if the two of them had ever actually crossed paths. Brother, have you eaten oranges? Alex's little nose is very sharp. Lu Jiaxing shook his head. It was the scent of his perfume. In Hongmei smiled, took Anna's hand, as if she had endless things to say. Anna Chi, her aunt, and Alex were all sitting in the back of the car, chatting and laughing the whole time. Seeing the other person smile, Lu Jiaxing was truly happy for her and also very grateful that she still had such an aunt. Lu Jiaxing was driving. It was getting late, the sunset had faded, and only faint starlight remained. Alex was taking the excavator out of his suitcase and disassembling it very carefully, glancing at the unfamiliar older brother every now and then. Alex, is Jiaxing brother handsome? In Hongmei was the first to notice her daughter's little action. Alex wasn't shy at all and answered honestly, "It looks good, but she's not as pretty as Anna." Anna touched the little face she had been longing for and asked an even more difficult question. So, between Mom and Anna, who's prettier? Alex glanced at his mother, then at Anna Chi, and his clever little mind immediately started working. Mom is prettier. Why? Anna pouted, pretending to be angry. Alex jumped into In Hongmei's arms and said sweetly, "Because it was Mom who brought me into this world." In Hongmei stroked Alex's golden curly hair and smiled gently. Just as she was feeling touched, Alex nudged her arm and asked with a bright smile, "If Anna had brought me into this world, would I be as beautiful as Anna?" In Hongmei couldn't help but chuckle, her gaze falling on Anna, standing to the side. Anna Chi cupped Alex's little face in her hands and praised, "Alex is so handsome. He's Mommy's little angel." "She's Anna's little angel too." Alex snuggled into Anna's arms and rubbed against her, just like his aunt's silly golden retriever, Luna. Looking in the center mirror, President Lu saw Anna's relaxed and happy smile, and the corners of his mouth also curved up slightly. They took Andy and Alex to a hotel in the city center, and then went back to Spring Mountain residence together. Alex is so cute. As Lu Jia walked to the entrance, the little girl's sweet smile was still in her mind. "Yes, she's my aunt's little angel." Anna put on her rattan sandals and walked out of the sunken entryway. "And what about her father?" Lu Jiaxing asked casually. Anna Chi did not answer immediately. She thought for a while before saying, "Alex is my aunt's child. My aunt chose Alex's biological father from the gene bank. He seems to be a very intelligent athlete." Lu Jiaxing poured her a glass of warm water and exclaimed, "Auntie is really brave." "Yes, she's more decisive and courageous than me. She does whatever she wants." Anna took a sip of water, then thought of the rhodiola rosea that Assistant Jiang had prepared for her. "Here, put some of this in and boil it." She waved the jar of rhodiola rosea. "Assistant Jiang specially prepared this for the two of us because we were going to Tibet and Sichuan." Mr. Lu smiled and took out a box of rhodiola rosea oral liquid from the cabinet, saying, "Prepared by Assistant Lin." The two exchanged a smile. Compared to their initial awkwardness and unease while filming the short video of our trip, they seemed more relaxed and expectant about their trip to Tibet and Sichuan. "By the way, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to take Alex to the amusement park. It might be a little late. You and your aunt go first." Mr. Lu thought about his work schedule for tomorrow and realized he really couldn't spend the whole afternoon with his little angel. "My aunt isn't going. She has an appointment with a beauty salon." Anna scrolled through her phone and noticed that the pilot episode of Our Trip had been updated. Mr. Lu was a little worried and asked, "Are you sure you can manage on your own?" Anna patted her chest and said, "Of course." She and the little angel had formed a revolutionary friendship on the beach, and besides, Alex was really easy to take care of. Lu Jiaxing searched online and found that there seemed to be a pretty good restaurant in the amusement park, so they could have dinner there. The man's gaze fell on his laptop, and he continued working overtime even after returning home. He looked closely, and only then did he feel a pair of fair and slender hands touching him from behind. Why does this guy always like to ambush people from behind? Lu Jiaxing remained motionless, just like Tang Sanzang bewitched by a demon. "I still have work, Anna." His tone was incredibly indulgent. Anna withdrew her hand, preparing to stop teasing the other person. The next second, Mr. Lu took off his glasses and carried her to the bed in his arms. In the midst of her erratic movements, Anna touched the other person's abs. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Long live summer." "Don't you still have work to do, Mr. Liu?" Calling someone President Liu at this time is simply malicious and has ulterior motives. The man lowered his head. An air of ambiguity filled the air, and the two were very close. Liu Jiaxing raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, "You want to flirt with me when I'm working?" He unbuttoned the first button of his light blue shirt with one hand, then the second. Warm breath brushed against her brow, and Anna felt a faint itch, as if someone was scraping her body with a feather. Liu Jiaxing tilted his head slightly, propped himself up, and stepped over her to turn off the small bedside lamp that emitted a warm yellow light. Chapter 93 5-Star Review. Anna woke up naturally. She saw a sticky note left by President Liu on the bedside table. It says he went to work first, and if you want to eat breakfast, you can heat it up in the microwave. She sat up in bed, her long hair falling loose. Then, as if thinking of something, she covered her head with the blanket and pretended to be dead. Liu Jiaxing has great abs, and his eyes are beautiful when he takes off his glasses. Most importantly, his service awareness is so good that you would want to give him a 5-star review. The man's waist was lean yet strong, and beads of sweat dripped down his slender body. Shaking, light kisses, intertwined fingers, and intertwined hot breaths and moans. The more Anna thought about it, the hotter her face became. Outside the window, birds were chirping, their calls clear but not pleasant. She didn't feel any discomfort, except for a slight soreness. She prepared to get ready to go find her aunt and Alex. She looked at the handwriting on the sticky note again. Actually, President Liu's handwriting wasn't bad, just very ordinary. She opened the bedside drawer and saw a napkin that seemed unused. When she unfolded it, she saw that she had written something on it with a ballpoint pen. Does he have some kind of fetish? He kept this. Anna stuck the sticky note on a napkin and then closed the drawer. She first fed Xiaobai some rabbit food, then went to the bathroom to wash up. The little rabbit hopped along following her steps, but was blocked outside the bathroom door. The bathroom mirror was large. Looking at her reflection, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. No obvious traces had been left from last night. Breakfast was made by Liu Jiaxing. It was a Western-style breakfast of fried eggs, sausages, asparagus, and the like, very healthy. As she ate, she thought to herself, "I guess this is how President Liu took care of me when he was in America." The female celebrity, wearing a lightweight sun protection suit, picked up Alex at the hotel. Anna. Alex's golden curly hair was braided into a fishtail braid, reminiscent of Elsa from Frozen. "Auntie, are these the things Alex is going to bring?" Hongmei yawned as she packed her daughter's bags for her trip, and she nodded. Alex chose his favorite excavator from among the ones that Anna thought were all pretty much the same, and carried it to the car. They first went to a famous traditional Sichuan restaurant. Anna had booked a private room in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get a seat at all. Hongmei's mouth watered just looking at the names on the menu, and she quickly ordered what she wanted to eat. The crystal chandelier in the private room was huge and intricate, and the light shone on the large round table, reflecting countless spots of light. "Alex can have the children's meal set," Hongmei said, stroking the back of her daughter Yuan's head. Alex nodded obediently. Anna had originally intended to order garlic pork belly, but then decided against it because she was taking the kids to the amusement park later. The first dish served was spicy chicken, a delicacy that Hongmei had been longing for day and night in the United States. Bright red dried chilies and deep-fried tender chicken, topped with a layer of white sesame seeds. It's truly spicy and delicious, and you'll never get tired of it. In summer, when I have a poor appetite, I need some spicy dishes to make my rice more palatable. Alex is too young to eat such spicy food, but watching his mother enjoy it made his little mouth water. The mapo tofu is very authentic, unlike some Sichuan restaurants in Hangzhou that use minced pork instead of minced beef. Seeing that Alex looked very hungry, Anna picked up a little mapo tofu, rinsed it with water, and put it in her small bowl. "Thank you, Anna." Alex was very skilled with chopsticks and cutlery, and didn't need to be fed at all. She took a small soup bowl and scooped some bamboo fungus and liver soup for Alex to drink. "You eat by yourself, Alex can manage on his own." Hongmei, aiming to cultivate her child's independence, pushed the boiled cabbage in front of her to her daughter. Alex couldn't reach it. So he leaned over the table and painstakingly picked up a few cabbage leaves with his chopsticks, then ate them by himself. Chiana nodded. She had underestimated the child in front of her. She doesn't really like it when people put food on her plate, so I just let her eat whatever she wants. But if someone puts food on her plate, she will eat it politely. Chiana looked thoughtful and said with her eyes lowered, Auntie taught me very well. In Hongmei shook her head and said, What's all this talk about teaching? I just want Alex to be healthy and happy. Anna scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu with rice, and then added a chopstickful of stir-fried green beans to her bowl. I remember you don't like eating white rice. Is it because this dish is so good with rice? Auntie took a sip of iced cola and couldn't help but click her tongue. Having grown accustomed to the sweet and sour flavors of Hangzhou cuisine, Chiana's ability to tolerate spiciness has indeed decreased considerably. Even the tip of her tongue is a little sore. But the spicier it is, the more I want to eat it. The more it hurts, the more I enjoy it. She nodded in response, then quickly took a bite of the chilled red bean double-skim milk to relieve the burning sensation in her mouth. Before long, all the white rice in front of her was gone, and Chiana even had a second bowl, which was quite unusual for her. In Hongmei suddenly asked Lu Jiaxing, What's the situation between you and him now? With a plastic bag over her hand, Chiana picked up a piece of egg pancake and replied, Marriage before love? My aunt laughed loudly. You two are really something. Didn't you say he liked someone else before? That was a misunderstanding. There's no such thing as a white moonlight in real life. Even if there were, it would be me. Chiana lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and chuckled twice. Actually, when I first heard the name Lu Jiaxing, it sounded familiar. After meeting him in person yesterday, I remembered. The egg pancakes are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and they come in small portions. Alex tried to wear disposable gloves like Anna Chi, but the gloves were too big and didn't fit his hands properly, making him look a bit comical. What did you remember? Chiana asked curiously. Do you remember when we were in America? I wanted to introduce you to a Chinese man surnamed Lu, but you rejected me before I could even finish my sentence. Chiana vaguely remembered that there was such a thing. Could that person be Lu Jiaxing? Her eyes lit up, and she looked at In Hongmei with a more inquisitive gaze. Yes, it's Lu Jiaxing. How do you know him? Chiana found it somewhat amazing. In Hongmei smiled and waved her hand, saying, I don't know him. Pei Song introduced me to a nice young man, and I wanted you to meet him. Anna put down the half-eaten egg pancake and thought that fate was truly amazing. Observing the other party's subtle expression, In Hongmei continued. However, after you refused, Pei Song also told me that the young man has someone he can't let go of in his heart. Who knew? The one he can't let go of is you. In Hongmei tossed a piece of spicy chicken into her mouth. Her face was slightly flushed, her earlobes felt hot, and her stomach had a warm, spicy sensation. After lunch, all three of them were stuffed. Alex held his mother's and Anna's hands, and they took a walk along the lake. The lotus flowers stand tall and graceful, and the large, emerald-green lotus leaves, like trays, ripple with green waves in the wind. The boatman on the small boat was singing, and his voice drifted further and further away with the movement of the oars. It takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat ride, and 100 years to share a pillow and sleep. Chapter 94. Eager to return home. A summer breeze blew gently as Anna Chi half squatted down and touched Alex's round little belly. In Hongmei took a taxi to the beauty management agency, where she entrusted her daughter to Chiana, which also served as a short break for herself. Alex wasn't upset at all about his mother not going to the amusement park with him. In fact, he seemed quite excited. She loves Hangzhou. It's beautiful, clean, and the air has a damp, fragrant scent. Anna, let's go to the amusement park. Alex, sitting in the passenger seat, stretched out his little fist and shouted, Go. The newly opened amusement park in Hangzhou is very large and has many attractions. Because it was a weekday, they went through security without queuing. Alex looked at the thrilling roller coasters and drop towers and listened to the screams rushing past his ears. He wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was eager to try them out. Seeing the longing in the child's eyes, Chiana hugged her and explained to her gently that some activities had height requirements, and Alex couldn't participate right now. Oh, what a pity. Alex pouted, looking a little disappointed. Alex can play with it when he's a little older. Anna Chi comforted him again. She took Alex's soft little hand and led him to ride the carousel. Joyful and melodious music began to play, and horses of various colors and sizes began to swirl and undulate around the central pillar. The rocking horse went up and down at a fairly steady speed. Actually, Chiana didn't ride it much when she was a child. Chi's mother didn't like going to crowded places. When she was very young, her aunt took her to ride a small carousel in a shopping mall once. Chiana gently rested her chin on the other person's head, smelling the unique milky scent of a child on Alex, which felt very healing. Alex found the project a bit boring, so she dragged Anna Chi to play the family bumper cars with her. That blonde little girl is so pretty, like a doll. She must be mixed race, a young father-in-law said, pointing to Alex in the red bumper car. Anna, you crashed again. Alex grabbed Anna's arm, laughing happily. Compared to the carousel, bumper cars offer Alex a greater sense of speed and excitement. There were many food stalls in the amusement park. Even though he was full just now, Alex felt like he had digested everything after playing a few rides. Hello, I'd like an order of takoyaki. Anna Chi scanned the QR code to pay. This balloon is so cute. Alex pointed to a pink pig balloon and winked at Anna. Buy it. Anna waved her hand generously. Alex looked at the takoyaki, wanting to eat it but knowing he would burn himself. So he patiently pursed his little lips and blew on it. She had pink pig balloons tied to her wrists and was chewing on takoyaki when she saw a huge float drive by. At 2 p.m., it was time for the float parade. The floats were filled with cartoon characters, and there were many dancers in costumes dancing around them. The sun was blazing, the crowd was dense, and everyone was smiling brightly and childlike. It's so lively, Chiana said, holding the child's hand tightly as Alex introduced the names of the cartoon characters to her. The two walked to the indoor ice rink. Although Alex had never ice skated before, he seemed very interested. The children's skating coach kindly helped her put on her skates, and Alex walked shakily while holding onto the support railing. The two people, one big and one small, were playing on the ice rink. Watching Alex get up after falling, Chiana felt that the little angel was not only sweet and cute, but also brave and strong. She suddenly thought of Alex's biological father. Perhaps that man was just like that, brave and unwilling to admit defeat. Anna, it's so cool here. Perhaps inheriting his biological father's athletic talent, Alex quickly picked up the sport of skating. Alex, is it fun? Chiana slid over and touched her slightly disheveled braids. The little girl nodded and smiled. The world is my playground. Anna Chi was stunned by Alex's philosophical remarks and could also sense that Alex was a little girl with a strong sense of worth. She likes excavators, playing in the sand, and challenging sports. She was born to climb mountains, not to be confined to a small room. Chiana half squatted down and looked into Alex's eyes. She suddenly understood why she was so happy today. Because she wasn't just playing with Alex, she was also generously treating her childhood self to a feast. Alex took off his ice skates, reattached the pink pig balloon, and dragged Anna Chi to the shopping center. There were many cute cartoon headbands there, and Chiana put on a cute puppy plush hair clip. Anna in the round mirror and exclaimed, Anna, you're so cute. Chiana felt a little embarrassed when a child complimented her on being cute. She picked out several different cartoon character headbands and hats for Alex. She hadn't taken off the puppy hair clip and was happily playing a dress-up game on Alex. This water bottle is so pretty, and it even has a straw. Alex exclaimed, holding a red and green thermos. Buy it. Chiana told her to put the water bottle into the shopping basket herself. Just as Chiana was about to pay, Lu Jiaxing finally arrived. He scooped up the blonde little angel with one hand and handed the bank card to the cashier with the other. Swipe my card. Looking at his older brother wearing silver-rimmed glasses, Alex felt that he possessed a superpower, a power of money. President Lu arrived earlier than expected, which surprised Chiana. Okay. The cashier took the bank card, glanced at the good-looking family of three, and flashed a sweet smile that revealed 8 teeth. Mr. Lu, you arrived so quickly. Chiana took a large pile of things and put them in the storage area first. I'm eager to go home. President Lu turned to the side and gently pecked the other's light pink cheek. Alex didn't understand what eager to go home meant, So he covered his eyes and let out a loud laugh. Darted between Jiaxing and Anna, and she smelled a sweet fragrance in the air. There's ice cream. Alex pointed to the ice cream truck outside and licked his lower lip. Anna bought 3 ice creams, 2 large and 1 small. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the giant Ferris wheel soared into the clouds, as if trying to touch the edge of the sky. Lu Jiaxing put Alex down and took Anna's hand. Alex was a little unhappy about not being in the center position, but the ice cream was so delicious and refreshing that she didn't intend to object. The 3 of them walking like this in the amusement park were quite eye-catching. Have you been to an amusement park before? Anna asked, taking the colorful cotton candy from the vendor. Lu Jiaxing recalled that when he was in school, and when he was working, he was in work. He didn't seem to have thought about having fun. The only outrageous thing he did was to like Anna, and he liked her for many years. He shook his head and answered honestly, "It seems not." Anna looked at him with gentle and peaceful eyes and said, "I haven't been to amusement parks much either." The blonde angel returned to the center position, waving their hands and swinging on the swing. "Let's play together," Alex said with a bright and innocent smile, his lips smeared with cotton candy. Chapter 95 Family Package. Passers-by spotted Anna and Lu Jiaxing, waved to them, but did not approach to disturb their sweet moment. Someone posted photos and videos of the two at the amusement park online, and the Xingli CP Super Topic is celebrating again. A chorus of local dogs. The village just got internet. Do they already have kids? Steel structure. This must be a relative's child. Look at that beautiful blonde hair. Ayu. This feels like a family of 3. Xingli 999. The first episode of Our Trip has aired. Celebrate with everyone. Members can also unlock bonus content. As they walked, they arrived at the Ferris wheel queue. There weren't many people there, so Anna thought she could sit down for a bit. The 3 of them sat in the semi-transparent Ferris wheel, swaying and climbing higher. The pale yellow light and shadows of the clouds seemed almost within reach. Wow, we're so high now. Alex jumped around, not scared at all. Anna across from him, feeling himself gradually lifting off the ground. The Ferris wheel continued to turn slowly. As the initial novelty wore off, Alex began to feel a little bored again. As Anna held Alex's little hand, she suddenly thought of a scene often written in romance novels. Legend has it that if a couple kisses passionately when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, they will stay together for life. She certainly didn't believe it. It just suddenly occurred to her. The music from the Ferris wheel was very soft, perhaps because it was so far from the ground, making it sound somewhat muffled. Anna hummed softly, as if it were some recent popular song, her feet tapping to the beat. She looked at Lu Jiaxing and sang the line, "I'm sure I said I loved you hundreds of years ago." Lu Jiaxing's eyes flickered slightly. If Alex weren't there, he would kiss her passionately until the Ferris wheel reached its highest point. "I'm sure I said I loved you hundreds of years ago." A children's version of Lover Mist played beside me. Alex rested his head on Anna's shoulder and asked, "Anna, what is love?" Anna didn't know how to answer. Love was such an abstract thing. "Alex, don't move. Let me tie my shoelaces first." Anna put her arm around the child's shoulder and bent down to help. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses, stood up, and almost knelt inside the transparent cabin. The man reached out and retied his shoelaces, then replied, "Love is the wild fantasies of youth, the disorientation of being in a foreign land. Love is heartache, longing, giving, trembling lips and hands." His gaze pierced through the glass lens as he looked up at his beloved. "The cold moon falls into my embrace, and the elegant lake churns into a sea." Anna knew that he was not only answering Alex's question, but also confessing his feelings to her. Alex seemed to understand, but not quite. He only noticed that Jiaxing's lips were trembling slightly, and the veins on his arms were bulging. The blonde little girl hummed a song, her voice soft and gentle, like an innocent little musical angel. Lu Jiaxing stood up, but felt the other person take his hand. He heard her complain, "This song is bad. Those who love each other will not miss each other." Mr. Lu chuckled. Anna was just trying to coax him, but he was actually quite pleased with it. Alex tilted his head and looked at the 2 strange adults. The red glow outside the cabin was scorching hot, like a monkey's red bottom. Alex was tired from playing and Anna Chi was tired from walking. Lu Jiaxing led the older one and carried the younger one to the revolving restaurant with a night view in the amusement park. Seeing the extremely long name, Anna Chi instinctively felt that this restaurant must be both expensive and terrible. A waiter in a black suit brought over a menu, which Mr. Lu pushed in front of Chi-Anna. "What would you like to eat?" Having learned from her experience at noon, Anna Chi decided to order a children's meal for Alex first. The waiter smiled and recommended, "Actually, our family set meals are very cost-effective, and they also include the same children's set meal." "A family meal?" Lu Jiaxing repeated. The waiter flipped through the menu and patiently explained the details of the set meal, adding at the end that it could include free items from the park. "What's around?" Alex encountered another word she didn't understand. She raised her little hand and asked the question eagerly, looking incredibly cute. "This month's gift is a very exquisite cartoon keychain, which can be hung on keychains, mobile phones, and backpacks." Chi-Anna nodded and said, "Then let's go with this one." Lu Jiaxing wiped Alex's hands with a hot towel and then adjusted the height of the child's seat. Looking at his patient and attentive manner, Chi-Anna felt that being his daughter would be very happy. The Western food tasted pretty good, and the presentation was even more exquisite. It felt more suitable for taking pictures than for eating. After the meal, Mr. Lu paid the bill and then took Alex to the glass display case to choose their favorite cartoon keychains. Alex took a Buzz Lightyear necklace. Buzz Lightyear's joints are movable and detachable, making it very ingenious. "Thank you so much for your patronage. We'd like to give you a free pair of couple pendants." Lu Jiaxing was about to wave his hand and say no, but stopped in time when he heard the word couple. No man in love can resist matching couple items. He looked at the red and blue fabric clownfish and chose the blue one to hang on his phone. Mr. Lu was driving, and Anna Chi was sitting in the passenger seat, holding the sleeping Alex. She looked at the blue fish charm on Lu Jiaxing's phone and thought he was a little bit cute. Alex was sleeping soundly, dreaming of riding a roller coaster. She had no idea when Anna handed her over to her mother. Anna tucked the blanket around the little angel and gently tapped its tiny nose. "Good night." Chi-Anna slowly closed the door. In Hongmei teased, "Since you like it so much, why don't you two have one too?" Inevitably, Chi-Anna recalled last night, and she pleaded coquettishly, "Annie." The two returned to Spring Mountain residence, and Chi-Anna gently tied the red clownfish keychain to her phone and waved it at President Lu. "It's kind of ugly cute," Chi-Anna commented. Lu Jiaxing had endured it all day, then came over and hugged her, as if he were recharging himself. "Anna, this little fish pendant suits you perfectly." Chi-Anna had never imagined that this had anything to do with her name. She chuckled and patted the man on the back. "Lu Jiaxing, do you like children?" The man stiffened, and after thinking for a long time, he told the truth. "I don't dislike it. I thought you really liked kids after seeing you spend time with Alex." Mr. Lu lowered his eyes and asked in return, "And you?" "Alex is so adorable, who wouldn't like him? Besides, his affection for Alex extends to everything related to him." Anna Chi said bluntly, "I'm the same as you, I don't dislike it." The man's hand touched Chi-Anna's hair, his fingers combing through the gaps in her hair, when he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, the guest star for the third episode has been changed at the last minute." Anna Chi hadn't checked her phone much all day, so she was unaware of the news. She casually asked, "Who got the replacement?" Mr. Lu swallowed hard, seemingly a little nervous about the other person's mood, and replied softly, "He-Cheong." Chapter 96 Pink Diamond Ring. He-Cheong's sprain has completely subsided, and thanks to the cooperation between Dao Hua and Ji Mu, she successfully replaced the original guest star. "Berna, help me find all those nice dresses." He-Cheong took off her silk robe and began to change. The night after tomorrow, she will be attending an important auction. Her father is passionate about cultural relics and antiques, and she wants to follow his example. He-Cheong tried different clothes but couldn't find anything she liked, so she finally called a luxury brand and asked them to deliver the clothes to her door. "Miss He, what do you think of this?" A staff member from the luxury brand picked up a light blue strapless dress. He-Cheong glanced at it indifferently and heard the man say, "Many celebrities have worn this style." Miss He rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Wouldn't that be too common? I don't want it." The staff member chuckled and said, This one is the latest runway piece, with a very retro hem. Hee-cheong looks very retro in this puff-sleeved long dress. She could be sent to a New Zealand dairy farm to milk cows in the next second. You guys have really bad taste. Hee-cheong pouted and took a sip of Berna's iced milk tea. Hee-cheong shook her head and touched her full forehead. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a Filipino maid went to open the door. Someone brought over a large package, which appeared to be an evening gown. Many people admire Miss Hee, so it's not surprising that she received gifts. When Hee-cheong opened it, she found it was a backless, halter-neck fishtail dress, made of off-white silk and studded with many small diamonds. The dress had an intricate pattern and felt very high quality to the touch. Berna shook the dress, and a card fell out from inside. "Ah-cheong, take a look." Berna handed the card to Hee-cheong. The staff member standing respectfully to the side knew upon seeing the dress that today's home service would likely not generate any additional orders. Hee-cheong took the card. It was Fu Tingchen's handwriting, and there was still a trace of men's cologne scent on it. The man's English handwriting was very messy, but at first glance it looked somewhat like cursive English, which was quite intimidating. "Stop whining and complaining." Hee-cheong tossed the card aside and went to change into the dress. Hee-cheong's figure is slender in the full-length mirror, and she looks even more outstanding, noble, and elegant in this dress. A layer of white gauze, soft and light, was also inlaid at the fishtail, enveloping the beauty's ankles like clouds and mist. "You have a good eye." Hee-cheong smiled with satisfaction. "You can go now. We'll call you if we need anything." Hee-cheong gave them a generous tip and then told them to leave. Hee-cheong twirled in front of the full-length mirror, feeling that only she was worthy of such a beautiful dress. She looked down and suddenly realized that the dress didn't even need to be altered. Hee-cheong has a slim waist, and some of her dresses need to be altered after purchase, so she prefers door-to-door service. She ordered the clothes, took her measurements, and then had the brand alter them to fit her size before delivering them to her door. Hee-cheong thought back to the night she twisted her ankle, and how he hugged and touched her. This person has a pretty sharp eye. Hee-cheong thought of the constant stream of women around Fu Tingchen and felt that it was quite normal for him to have such discerning eyes. "Arjun, will Mr. Fu also be attending the auction the day after tomorrow?" Berna asked as she tidied up the things scattered on the ground. Hee-cheong thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know. Who cares?" The auction was on Sunday, and Hee-cheong arrived a little late, all because of the traffic jam in Awan on the weekend. The beautiful woman wore a pair of crystal earrings, which swayed back and forth, refracting a rainbow of iridescent light. Someone had already registered her for entry, and she received her bidding number as soon as she entered, then took her seat. She flipped through the auction brochure with some boredom, and a white porcelain jar from the Sui dynasty looked quite nice. Hee-cheong thought her father would like it, and she could share it with him next time she visited him at the family hospital. This pink diamond ring is also quite nice. It's almost as good as the one that was auctioned off at Sotheby's last time. Hee-cheong listened to the host on stage rambling on about the rules and became somewhat impatient. She was thinking about how to sabotage Lu Jiaxing and Chi Anna's relationship in Tibet. So what if they met when they were young? In this day and age, what difference does love and marriage make between early and late? In the front row, a man in a suit arrived late. It was none other than young Master Fu, whom we hadn't seen for a long time. Fu Tingchen wore a sharp burgundy suit paired with a simple white shirt, exuding a casual yet dignified air. The man kept staring at Hee-cheong as he walked to his seat, but unfortunately, Miss He was lost in thought. The clothes I picked out looked really good on her. With that thought in mind, young Master Fu silently took his seat. Finally, the Sui dynasty white glazed plum vase made its appearance. Hee-cheong raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with determination. The starting bid is 650,000. Carmen went first. It's 1.75 million now. Anyone else want to bid? 1,950,000. What's in front of you now is a Sui dynasty white glazed plum vase. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Hee-cheong held up a sign and nodded to the lady wearing a blue and white cheongsam. "Madam, this is your 2.05 million. We're also receiving calls from outside the venue." "Okay, this gentleman has offered 2,400,000. Fu Tingchen knew that Hee-cheong had made a bid, but he thought she was just there for fun, so he also raised his price. He Cheong didn't even blink and added another 400,000. Madam, now it's back in your hands. 2,800,000. Young Master Fu loosened his black tie, his eyes crinkling with a smile. It seemed she genuinely liked it. Okay, Jay will offer 3 million. The bid in the room was 3.3 million. Madam, it's back in your hands now. 3,600,000. 3,800,000. Back to Frank's phone. She got the 4 million back. 4 million the first time, 4 million the second time, 4 million the third time. Congratulations to this lady. With a single blow, she obtained the sway by plum vase she desired. At that time, the price of sway by had not yet risen significantly, and He Cheong stumbled upon a great bargain. During the subsequent auction, He Cheong did not raise her paddle again, appearing rather uninterested. This natural pink diamond, weighing 13.14 ct, is flawless in both color and clarity, making He Cheong, who loves precious gemstones, quite envious. Fu Tingchen seemed to hear her thoughts, and turned to ask, Ah Cheong, do you like this? He Cheong ignored him and got up to go to the bathroom. Young Master Fu wasn't annoyed. He just focused on raising his placard. The auctioneer smiled at him, and then the woman in the Chong Sam continued. Has anyone raised the bid to 10 million? Fu Tingchen held up a sign, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed, but he looked nonchalant. Online, 15 million. 20 million, now back on the field. 40 million, Gabriel. Sir, it's back in your hands now, 60 million. The highest bid is now 60 million. Anyone else want a bid? The auctioneer waved his long arm, elegant and passionate. After several rounds of bidding, it seemed that all the photographers really loved this pink diamond ring. Okay, congratulations to this gentleman on acquiring it for 90 million. Fu Tingchen smiled slightly and placed his hands folded on his knees. After that night, another rumor emerged. Young Master Fu had bought the pink diamond from Miss He. Chapter 97 Never Prove Itself. He Cheong was speechless at such unfounded rumors, and some even said that she deliberately spread such news. Fortunately, Miss He never tried to prove herself, nor did she engage in internal strife. Berna massaged her calf muscles and told her not to overexert herself when she went to bed, and to pay attention to safety and health. Arjun, aren't you listening? Berna said earnestly. He Cheong mumbled a response, then grabbed her ears and said, I heard it. I heard it with both ears. Berna smiled slightly. Her young lady really was like a little child. He Cheong's phone rang. It was Fu Tingchen sending her a message. Berna glanced at it, but pretended not to see it. Fu Tingchen had been asking her out to dinner several times, but He Cheong had refused each time. Miss He never thinks of a reason for refusing someone, but now that there's a ready-made reason in front of her, she might as well use it. I won't be in Macau or Hong Kong for the next few days. I'm going to Tibet. Become a monk. Fu Tingchen knew, of course, that she had taken the place of another guest star and was going to record the third episode of Our Trip. He grinned foolishly at the 6 ellipses He Cheong sent him, and Fu Tingchen, who was standing next to him, came over curiously when he saw his brother like this. Brother, what are you looking at? Young Master Fu didn't hide anything and said directly. He Cheong sent the message. She's going to participate in a program. Fu Ershao didn't find this funny at all. He suddenly thought of the gossip circulating in the streets and asked, Brother, you don't actually like He Cheong like they say, do you? Fu Tingchen shook his head, and Fu Tingchen quickly added, I knew it. I don't know which blind fool spread this gossip. Young Master Fu smiled and replied, It's not just about liking, it's about being serious. These words shocked Fu Tingchen so much that he stumbled. His eyes widened in disbelief, yet he dared not utter a word. He Cheong was very young, even younger than herself, so how could her brother? Seeing that his younger brother hadn't followed, Fu Tingchen silently walked forward, leaving behind an even more shocking statement. By the way, I'm the one who spread that gossip. The man spoke Cantonese in a deep, magnetic voice, which even carried a rare hint of amusement. Fu Tingchen looked at his brother's back, his expression as if he had been struck by lightning. He quickly caught up and said, Hey bro, I didn't mean you're blind. Fu Tingchen remained silent, watching his younger brother hurriedly explain. Then why did you let He Cheong participate in the program? Young Master Fu turned around and felt a little confused. Young Master Fu patted his younger brother's shoulder, looked down at him, and replied, "It's good to let her go and take a look. Only when the wind and rain are bitter outside can she fly back to me." Fu Tingshun withdrew his hand, and the powerful aura on Fu Tingshun's shoulder disappeared. Young Master Fu never forgot those words. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Chung Siyue, and his eyes darkened. He Cheong was completely unaware of this. She had just gotten off the plane and was wearing huge sunglasses to protect herself from the ultraviolet rays of the plateau. After the plane lands, everyone will have to take a short train journey with oxygen supply to Tibet. The production team made good use of the time, starting filming directly on the train. The Tibetan plateau rises high into the clouds, and guests on the oxygen-filled train can feel the altitude increasing as they travel. Not far away, snow-capped mountains towered high. Through the window, Bai Huiwen saw many antelopes crossing the vast uninhabited area. Chow Yin was fiddling with the walnuts in his hand when staff asked him if he was feeling unwell. There were oxygen cylinders all around him. He had done location shooting here in his early years, so he didn't feel any discomfort. "Tell me, are we going to choose the house this time?" Tan Yilin really wanted to win. She propped her head up with her hand. Lu Jiaxing smiled and asked, "What do you think we'll be competing in this time, Sister Yilin?" Tan Yilin whispered. She just saw the production crew carrying a very large prop, which looked like a painting. Chiana felt a tightness in her chest as she thought about seeing He Cheong soon. She didn't dislike the other person, but she just didn't want to see this young lady. He Cheong spotted Lu Jiaxing early on, but she still had to follow the on-site arrangements. The aroma of milk tea filled the air as He Cheong pushed her small food cart over. "Hello everyone. Welcome to the beautiful Tibet and Sichuan. I am He Cheong, the guest star of this episode." Everyone applauded and welcomed them. After introductions, He Cheong picked up bowls of butter tea and placed them on their table. He Cheong was wearing a blue and black uniform. She had never worn such cheap clothes made of synthetic fabric in her life and was worried that she would have an allergic reaction. If it weren't for the lack of time, and if it weren't for the need to see Lu Jiaxing, the young lady wouldn't want to suffer like this. Mother Single Flower. Wasn't the guest star supposed to be Oda? Why was she changed at the last minute? The wolf who loves cold noodles. He Cheong. Not poor at all, huh? 18-year-old innocent stepson. I love Tibet and Sichuan so much. I went there on a road trip before, and it felt so purifying. Huga. Can I say I still prefer sweet milk tea, and I also like sweet tofu pudding and zongzi. Butter tea is made from a mixture of Tibetan tea, butter, and salt, and it tastes salty and delicious. Anna took a sip and found it somewhat similar to the milk tea Ida had made, yet with a slightly different overall flavor. He Cheong stayed with Lu Jiaxing for an unusually long time, so long that Lu Jiaxing, with a strong will to survive, looked at Chiana. Chiana silently savored her butter tea. She saw He Cheong wink at her defiantly, which gave her a headache. Fortunately, this step was very short, and He Cheong quickly got off the train, picked up the card, and read the next task. Next, couples, please complete the Thanka Jigsaw Puzzle Challenge. The couple with the shortest time will have priority in choosing accommodation. Those around felt the content was a bit disjointed and were about to point it out when a staff member next to her said, "Ms. He, you haven't introduced the Thanka yet." He Cheong flipped through the pages and saw another card. She slowly read it aloud. Thanka is a religious scroll painting that is mounted on colored satin and hung for worship. The staff slowly took out 3 Thanka paintings with different themes. The colors on them were bright and eye-catching, and they had distinct ethnic characteristics. What we see now is Green Tara, a very important female guardian deity in Tibetan Buddhism. The image below depicts the Medicine Buddha, also known as the Medicine Master Tathagata, who made 12 great vows to relieve the suffering of all sentient beings. The last image is of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, symbolizing wisdom, courage, benevolence, and strength. The pigments used in Thanka paintings are made from precious minerals and gemstones, as well as plant materials such as saffron and rhubarb. Even after hundreds of years, Thanka paintings remain as dazzling as when they were first created. Thanka paintings are not limited to religious themes. Their content encompasses all aspects of Tibetan history, society, and life. Chi-Anna listened attentively, her eyes bright and clear. Chapter 98 Jigsaw Puzzle Challenge. After admiring the Thanka masterpieces, the three couples officially began a jigsaw puzzle challenge based on Thanka paintings. The air here is a bit dry. Hee-cheong looked at the scenery listlessly. Her lips, which were covered in matte lip gloss, were a little chapped. The women drew different puzzle pieces. Tan Yilin picked a Thanka puzzle depicting Princess Wenxing's journey to Tibet, while Bai Huiwen received a Thanka puzzle of the 1,000-hand guanyin. Chi-Anna had bad luck and got the most difficult piece to complete, the Thanka puzzle that brought good fortune. Due to time constraints, the production team only selected a 200-piece jigsaw puzzle. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and first found the frame and corners. Because this image was created by chance, there were so many similar colors that it took a long time just to determine the border. There were many jigsaw puzzles with thousands of pieces in the surrounding homes. He quickly pieced together the borders and then divided the pieces according to different colored blocks. Chao Yan's approach was different from theirs. He chose to start by assembling the most recognizable human figure. He felt that as he kept working on it, new ideas would emerge, and he could then follow those ideas to work on other things, just like playing Minesweeper. Mr. Zhou, keep it up. Tan Yilin acted as her husband's mood maker. Bai Huiwen silently guided Chao Yan on what to do next, acting like a strategist for the opposing team. Chi-Anna, however, seemed somewhat out of character, sitting quietly to the side and saying to the camera in a calm tone, "It's all about participation." Lu Jiaxing could tell that the other person was in a bad mood and his mind was no longer on the puzzle. At this moment, Hee-cheong came over again and said, "President Lu, you need to keep going. I think they're almost done." Finally, Lu Jiaxing finished the puzzle the fastest, followed by Chao Yan. Hee-cheong held up the names of the three accommodation groups and let Tan Yilin and the others choose first. The names of the accommodations were even more abstract than last time. Turning the mountain, turning the water, and turning the stupa. Tan Yilin was in a dilemma and grabbed Chi-Anna's hand for help, saying, "Anna, what do you think we should choose?" This comes from a poem by Sangyang Gyatso. The mountains and rivers might be close to natural landscapes, while the pagodas might be close to cultural landscapes. Chi-Anna guessed. In the end, the surrounding people chose to circumambulate the stupa, while Lu Jiaxing chose to circumambulate the mountain, and the remaining circumambulate the water was given to Chao Yan and his wife. The group carried their luggage to their respective accommodations, first arriving at the residences of Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin. Compared to the minimalist guest house in the first episode, the Turning Pagoda appears particularly magnificent, a large building with fluttering prayer flags and the aroma of sandalwood. The building even has a private reception room, gym, and sauna, making it extremely luxurious. Wow! Tan Yilin walked up the century-old staircase, which even had a special information sign. The crowd clasped their hands together and bowed gently before the bronze Buddha enshrined in the main hall. "Then we'll pack our things first. You're welcome to come visit." Those around him, pulling suitcases, seemed quite satisfied with their new accommodations. Hee-cheong waved to them and continued walking forward with the rest of the people. Then we arrived at Chao Yan and his wife's Zhuanshui, which was also a rather unique little courtyard, small but complete in every way. There's also a small fountain in the yard, where two little turtles are kept. Bai Huiwen may have been on the oxygen-supplied train for too long, because she always felt a bit oxygen drunk. Lu Jiaxing and Chi-Anna's residence is right next to their courtyard, and its overall layout looks similar to the previous one. The courtyard is much smaller, and the snow-capped mountains are backed up behind it. Hee-cheong changed into a polka-dot mini-skirt from a niche brand, which she thought made her look much more approachable. She followed the two of them and said, "It's so small, not even as big as my bathroom." She was telling the truth, but the truth is often not pleasant to hear. "Really? My old home in Wuzhou was about this size," Lu Jiaxing replied. Hee-cheong was surprised by his words and unconsciously showed a hint of sympathy in her eyes. A talented young man from a poor family, and good-looking, isn't this the person she's looking for? It's so hard to get lucky. If Anna had drawn something else, you, Jiaxing, might have been the fastest. Chi-Anna wasn't sure if she was being cynical, but she felt that Hee-cheong's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, such as fate. Lu Jiaxing did not speak to her again. He Qiong walked briskly to her residence, seemingly unaffected by altitude sickness. The man packed his things as before, raising his eyelids to observe Chi Anna's expression. Anna. Chi Anna took her storage bag and said, "You don't need to take this out. I'll put my things away myself." He Qiong hadn't actually done anything, but Chi Anna was still unhappy, and even took her anger out on Lu Jiaxing. President Lu had no choice but to give up. Although Chi Anna didn't say it explicitly, Lu Jiaxing could sense that she was unhappy. He Qiong, on the other hand, was very happy. This time, she didn't bring an assistant and simply unpacked her things from her suitcase and spread them out on the hotel's large bed. She felt that the relationship between Chi Anna and Lu Jiaxing wasn't as sweet as the released clips, and that it was definitely just hype. She knows a thing or two about creating fake couples and refining relationships. He Qiong looked at the 4-star hotel. She had never stayed in such a bad hotel before. Fu Tingchen called via video, and He Qiong answered because she was in a good mood. "Ah Young, how was the recording?" The man's tone was somewhat like coaxing a child. "That's great. If it works, I'll give you Chi Anna." Young Master Fu gave a wry smile, speechless. The other person seemed to have no idea that he liked her at all. "Why is your hair so wet?" He Qiong leaned closer to the screen and saw that the man's hair was still dripping with water. With his hair hanging down, President Fu looked much younger. "Oh, I just took a shower." Fu Tingchen loosened the ties of his black bathrobe. The man narrowed his long, narrow eyes and said, "Although I'm old, I still take a bath." He Qiong was extremely embarrassed. How could he still remember this? "Ha ha ha. I was just kidding, sixth uncle." He Qiong laughed awkwardly, her teeth practically sticking to her lips. Water droplets from the ends of her hair fell into the man's bathrobe. Young Master Fu seemed to be reaching for something, and in the process, a large expanse of skin was exposed. The water droplets slid over the muscular chest and abs, disappearing into the man's private parts. He Qiong suspected that he was seducing her, but she had no evidence. The man's broad shoulders and narrow waist were different from Lu Jiaxing's perfect proportions, exuding a more wild and masculine charm. She should have avoided it, but she was still completely captivated. He Qiong recalled the rumors that young Master Fu was the #1 male dog waist in Hong Kong, and her face turned slightly red as she swallowed. After showing off his charm, President Fu returned to the camera, wanting to see the results. He had imagined the other person's reaction countless times, whether they would laugh or curse. But to everyone's surprise, He Qiong was bleeding from her nose. Chapter 99 Nosebleed. Fu Tingchen hadn't expected the effect of showing skin to be so significant. He suppressed a laugh and reminded He Qiong, "You're getting a nosebleed." He Qiong pulled a tissue from the bedside table and wiped it. There was indeed red liquid. It was a nosebleed. She quickly switched the chat mode to voice call and explained, "This must be altitude sickness." Faced with He Qiong's obvious attempt to cover up her misunderstanding, President Fu calmly retorted, "Did I say anything else?" He Qiong's bleeding stopped quickly. One of her nostrils was now empty, while the other was stuffed with white tissue paper. She couldn't understand why she became so desperate whenever she met Fu Tingchen. Aha! He Qiong lay in bed for a long time, forgetting that the phone call hadn't ended. As young Master Fu listened to the child's incompetent rage, his gloomy mood of the past few days began to clear up. He Qiong called the hotel to send up a humidifier. It must be because her nasal passages were too dry. Although it is said that food and sex are human nature, she really makes it seem like she is very lustful towards men's bodies. He Qiong, as a guest of honor, served as a local tour guide, but was the last to arrive at the dinner party. Chi Anna looked at He Qiong, who arrived late, and keenly noticed that there seemed to be traces of blood in the other's nostrils that had not been wiped clean. So, she spoke her first words to He Qiong. "Are you having a nosebleed?" Chi Anna asked with concern, her expression full of care. He Qiong sighed and replied, "Yes. I was wondering why I didn't feel dizzy or have chest tightness when I entered Tibet. Turns out, this was waiting for me here." Anna Chi reminded her, "Then don't wash your hair or take a shower for the next couple of days, or you'll feel uncomfortable." He Qiong knew this, of course, and thought that Chi Anna was just as talkative as Berna. It was the middle of summer, But although the plateau wasn't as low in latitude or as low in altitude as Macau and Hong Kong, it wasn't too hot. How could it be possible to expect Hee-cheong not to wash her hair or take a bath? She's already condescended to stay in a 4-star hotel, and they still won't let her take a shower? She might as well just give up on life. Lu Jiaxing listened to their conversation and noticed that it wasn't as tense as before. He was about to say something to Qiana when he saw her turn her head away. Hee-cheong has never eaten Tibetan food before, and she is looking forward to Tibetan hot pot. After everyone ordered, the owner led the group of customers to the small museum upstairs. The shop owner, an auntie, called out Tashi Delek and gave each customer who came in a colorful rope tassel. This is a free gift, there's no charge, and we're not selling any products, the shop owner explained in Mandarin, trying to avoid being misunderstood. Then she began her speech, saying that her shop had been in business for 16 years. Thank you so much, thank you to every customer. Without you, there would be no store. Qiana held a colorful net in her hand as she listened to the shop owner's introduction. She saw many large and small picture frames behind the shop owner, but calling it a museum was a stretch. I opened this shop because of my father-in-law. Let me introduce my father-in-law to you. Hee-cheong felt a little bored and played with the net in her hand. In 1954, before the highway was built, my father-in-law rode a horse out of Tibet and took a train to attend university. He was among the first batch of university students in our area. After graduating, his main job was to promote Tibetan Han unity, Tibetan Chinese translation, and cultural exchange. In 2006, my father-in-law passed away. That's how this shop came about. The shop owner, an auntie, had jet black hair and was in good spirits. She was making a knot while talking. The shop owner turned around and finally began to introduce the photos behind her. She said, "These are the autographs of all the people in China who have climbed Mount Everest from 1960 to 2000. By the way, does anyone know which country the north face of Mount Everest belongs to?" Qiana beside her answer, "Us." The aunt nodded and continued. On May 27, 1975, at 2:30, 9 heroes went up the north slope and planted our flag on the summit of Mount Everest. Of the 9, only one is a woman. It's Pando. The aunt picked up the photo frame and pointed to the first person squatting in the front row. She lost 5 toes to frostbite. She's our heroine. If it weren't for the persistence of those 9 women back then, this north slope wouldn't be ours. These photos and autographs are very precious. Why does your aunt have them? Because the third person squatting on the right is my mother-in-law, who is still alive and in good health. She was a member of the first women's mountaineering team in 1958. Anna Chi suddenly understood the meaning of a museum. It is not about how many collections a museum has, but about commemoration. Please take these hottest, ceremonial scarves, and take Auntie's blessings with you. At the end, the shop owner introduced herself as Yongshi Zhuoma, and once again welcomed everyone to Tibet. Everyone solemnly accepted the white hatta scarves, wore them around their necks, and went downstairs. The main dish was yak hot pot. The yak meat was very fresh and had a chewier texture than regular beef. Whether it's meat or vegetables, the portions of each dish are very generous. The staff communicated with each other in Tibetan, which Hee-cheong couldn't understand at all. There also seemed to be no custom of tipping here. Anna picked up a potato bun, carbs with carbs, doubling the deliciousness. This roasted mushroom is so delicious. Honey, you should try it. He picked up a piece of ghee roasted mushroom and gave it to Tan Yilin. Really? Anna, you should try it too, Tan Yilin recommended. The shop thoughtfully provided Rhodiola rosea water, which turned a light red color when poured into a cup. The hot pot was ready, and Xiao Yin lifted the lid, revealing a thick layer of orange cordyceps flowers inside. Lu Jiaxing sat next to Hee-cheong, so Miss He Lu could easily order people around. She's too lazy to do anything, like handing someone something or rinsing a cup. She's a completely spoiled child. In front of the camera, Hee-cheong didn't go too far, but anyone with eyes could see the change in the atmosphere between Lu Jiaxing and Qiana in this episode. Tan Yilin took the bowl from Hee-cheong and said, "I was just about to serve some soup, so I'll serve it to you too." Hee-cheong said, "Okay, thank you, sister." Wearing gloves, Lu Jiaxing put a barley cake into his mouth and sighed silently. Meanwhile, Qiana was focused on preparing her dipping sauce. She hadn't had hot pot in a long time, and she forced herself not to pay attention to Lu Jiaxing and He Qiong's movements. She cares a lot, but what can she do about it? Was she really going to lash out at Lu Jiaxing? Qianna had absolutely no such option in mind. She dislikes arguing and is even more afraid of conflict. Following Tan Yilan's recommendation, Lu Jiaxing said, "This stuffed meat is pretty good." Just as he was about to place one into Qianna's bowl, He Qiong interjected, "Really? Mr. Lu, could you pass it to me for me?" The man had no choice but to hand one to He Qiong first, and then put one on Qianna's plate for himself. The pork belly stuffed with meat retains its original flavor, and when dipped in your own homemade sauce, the taste and texture are absolutely superb. Qianna has excellent table manners and doesn't overeat, but watching her eat makes others feel very hungry. Seeing that she didn't respond at all, Lu Jiaxing felt bad. He didn't want to take his anger out on He Qiong, but blamed himself for not handling the situation well. He Qiong ate happily, completely forgetting Qianna's instructions. Back at the hotel, she was taking a shower when red blood started flowing from her nostrils again. Chapter 100 Unreachable. Back at her lodgings, Qianna still wore the headscarf as she looked up at the stars in the night sky. Qianna wondered if she would ever do something like that, even if it meant losing her toes to the cold. Bai Huiwen bought yogurt made from yak milk from a nearby street and came here to visit. "Xiao Qi, this is for you." Bai Huiwen handed her a small bowl of yogurt with a little bit of sampo on top. "Thank you." Qianna took a small plastic spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and found it delicious. Bai Huiwen sat down with her and looked at the stars together. "Koike, why are you unhappy today?" Hearing the other person's gentle tone, Qianna felt a little embarrassed to talk about her own affairs. She continued, "If you're unhappy, just have a fight with Xiao Lu, and you'll feel better afterward." This sounds familiar. It's as if Lu Jiaxing's grandmother said something similar. "Do you guys argue too?" Teacher Chao seems to have a very good temper. Qianna asked curiously. "He's a smiling Buddha, but he can get angry if you push him too far. We've been arguing for most of our lives, and we're still doing fine." Bai Huiwen smiled and continued, "Xiao Qi, you can't keep things to yourself all the time. It'll make you sick." Qianna nodded, as if she had listened, but also as if she hadn't. When Lu Jiaxing returned from outside, he saw her alone in the yard looking at the stars. "I've finished all my work." Qianna was at a loss for words, and looked up at the stars, saying, "There are so many stars here." "Yes, more than that night in Yanjing," President Lu echoed. Qianna tilted her head to look at him, starlight falling into the man's eyes, and said, "It's a pity I was drunk that night." Lu Jiaxing recalled, "You even asked me if the stars would fall down. I've asked such a silly question before." Qianna lowered her head and placed a small bowl of yogurt into the man's hand. "You bought it?" Lu Jiaxing asked. Qianna shook her head and said, "Sister Huiwen brought it over, and we chatted for a while." "What did you talk about?" he asked. But Anna Qi wouldn't tell him, saying it was a secret. Seeing that she had softened a bit, President Lu wanted to kiss her forehead, so He Qiong walked in. He Qiong, holding her laptop, said, "President Lu, would Daohua and Jimu like to hold a joint meeting?" Qianna took a deep breath, patted the man's hand, and suppressed her displeasure, signaling him to go. Daohua's employees were also puzzled. When did He Qiong, who usually acted as a hands-off manager, start to enjoy working overtime and attending meetings? Lu Jiaxing used to work alone, but now He Qiong is by his side. That morning, everyone sat together to eat Tibetan noodles. "This must be raw beef sauce. It doesn't have any fishy smell at all," He Qiong exclaimed. "It's really well prepared." Lu Jiaxing went to pack his things, and He Qiong walked to their car, seemingly having something to say. "Anna, do you hate me?" He Qiong, wearing an oversized sun hat, leaned closer to her and asked. Qianna didn't answer, only curious to know what she was going to do. "If we weren't in this competitive relationship, perhaps we could be friends." He Qiong is quite honest. "I have no intention of competing with you. Lu Jiaxing is a human being, not a thing." Qianna frowned slightly and continued, "You don't need to do this." He Qiong laughed and said to herself, "I don't think you two are that in love. Qianna, he has liked you for many years. But, did he fall in love with the real you, or the you he imagined? That has nothing to do with you." She tightened her grip on the water bottle, trying to remain calm despite being clearly hurt. Really? He Cheong saw Lu Jiaxing from afar, grabbed Anna's hand, and acted affectionately. Mr. Lu, Anna just talked a lot about Hangzhou and even invited me to visit. Anna turned her head to look at her, wondering how this person could lie so easily. I see. Lu Jiaxing didn't really believe it, but he didn't want to call him out on it. But Anna didn't say anything bad about He Cheong, and things have been peaceful these past few days, so she shouldn't be in a bad mood anymore. Mr. Lu got into the driver's seat and started driving. The scenery along the way was beautiful. Anna Chi's anger was growing stronger and stronger, almost evolving from a carp into a pufferfish. Some words, once they enter your heart, are impossible to forget. Anna wondered if Lu Jiaxing's feelings for her were genuine. But was it just a long-held obsession or true love? Was he gentle and tolerant towards her because she was his ideal woman, or because she was Anna? She believes in taking a step back to see the bigger picture, but she'll stubbornly stick to her own ideas even if it means taking a huge step back. Mr. Lu, when you were in the United States, did you ever think of coming to see me? Lu Jiaxing shook his head and answered honestly, no, but I did meet you. Before he could begin to recount the scene at the bar that night, Anna Chi's heart sank. The lake was like a mirror, and the green mountains were like a painting, but she had no mood to appreciate them at the moment. Afterwards, according to the itinerary, they visited the Potala Palace and Barker Street. After returning, Lu Jiaxing began to feel unwell all over. On the way back, the man curled up in agony, an expression that Anna had never seen before. Let's take him to the hospital. Anna felt that they couldn't delay any longer. How could altitude sickness be this severe? After a doctor's diagnosis, it was found to be mild pulmonary edema and cerebral edema, and Mr. Lu was forced to rest. Lu Jiaxing, breathing oxygen, looked at Anna, wanting to say something but lacking the strength, and could only rub her hand. Since the recording couldn't be interrupted, Anna had no choice but to continue filming the show with Chao Yin, by Hui Wen, Zhou Wei, and Tan Yilan. He Cheong, who is usually willful, refused to record and insisted on staying by Lu Jiaxing's bedside, which angered Anna so much that she drove away alone. Why don't you go back? Tan Yilan advised. The golden light shines brightly, and Mount Namcha Barwa stands tall and majestic. It is said that only lucky people can see the sunset over the golden mountain. She was neither lucky nor confident. Anna nestled in the car, feeling a slight pain in her heart, so she took a breath of oxygen. The recording of the show was almost finished. She had already spoken with the director and drove herself back to the hospital where Lu Jiaxing was staying. A small television hung on the white wall of the hospital, displaying news in both Tibetan and Chinese. He Cheong was leaning over the man's hand. He Cheong rubbed her eyes, drool still clinging to the corner of her mouth. The young lady couldn't be a caregiver, but she was determined to discuss Anna. Now, she's gone far away by herself, giving herself the perfect opportunity to be close to the source of the benefits. Lu Jiaxing woke up feeling much better. Anna called, and he answered with a smile, knowing she cared about him. Anna Chi, let's talk. The man's voice was gentle, but his tone was firm. Anna Chi reported her location, saying that she would probably reach the hospital in about an hour. It's my fault. Lu Jiaxing was about to continue when the call inexplicably ended. When He Cheong woke up, her phone displayed a message about a mudslide that had occurred on the Lumai section of National Highway 318. At the same time, television news was also broadcasting that it was the section of road that Anna had passed through. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chapter 101 Bitter Wind and Rain. The rain relentlessly pounded on the leaves, and the news about the mudslide was still playing on television. Lu Jiaxing's heart trembled, and he frowned slightly before making another call to Anna. A mudslide? Does that mean the roads will be closed? He Cheong said casually as she looked at the message on her phone. The man was still wearing his blue and white striped hospital gown, and he was wearing silver-rimmed glasses, holding his phone screen close to his ear. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Then, there was a series of busy beeps. Unable to reach her, he called the production team again to inquire whether their car had a GPS tracker installed. It is installed, but the signal is bad on the plateau. The car that Chiana is in hasn't updated its location for an hour. Lu Jiaxing took a deep breath, put the watch on his wrist, and was about to leave the ward. He Cheong watched as President Lu got out of bed, dressed himself, and asked him, "Where are you going? Did something happen to Chiana? A mudslide?" He Cheong reacted unusually quickly. The man didn't answer, but nodded heavily. "Lu Jiaxing, are you crazy? Mudslides and landslides are very dangerous. Don't go." He Cheong grabbed his wrist, her voice urgent. "I know." Lu Jiaxing slowly pried the hands off his wrists and said. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. "So, she's in danger now." He Cheong looked into his eyes, and there was pain and fear in them that she could not understand. "Your illness has only just improved a bit, so just let the production team go find it," He Cheong advised again. "I'm worried about her." He Cheong didn't want anything to happen to Chiana, and she wasn't that kind of heartless. However, she didn't want Lu Jiaxing to leave her here alone, as if she were the one who wasn't chosen. As He Cheong watched him pack his things, she suddenly realized the difference between herself and Chiana in his heart. "Miss He, if you keep stopping me, Anna will be in greater danger, and I will be more afraid." He truly loves Chiana, whether she was the white moonlight of his youthful dreams or the Chiana he is now facing in the bitter wind and rain. "But I'm scared even when you're not here," He Cheong pouted, forcing out a few tears. "Miss He, you don't need to do this." Lu Jiaxing stopped arguing with her, grabbed everything he needed, rushed out the door, leaving He Cheong with only a blurry silhouette. He Cheong sat down blankly. That sentence sounded familiar. Chiana had also said to her, "You don't need to be like this." She covered her face with her hands, but she also liked Lu Jiaxing. Why couldn't the things she liked belong to her? The wind and rain outside the window were heavy, pounding against the window pane and against He Cheong's heart. Just like Berna said, she's always been a child who wants candy. He Cheong is lucky, but also willful. Perhaps the only hardship she has ever experienced in her life is in love. If Lu Jiaxing were a greedy and scheming person, perhaps she wouldn't like him either. If Lu Jiaxing were the kind of man who would stop treasuring his white moonlight after getting her, perhaps she wouldn't like him either. But Lu Jiaxing was so good and gentle that He Cheong was willing to give in unilaterally and to lower her head first. She disliked hospitals and really didn't want him to leave. She wished someone could be with her right now. The rain brought a brief drop in temperature. He Cheong sat on the hospital bed, hugging her knees, and heard a familiar voice. "Ah Young." She turned her head and saw Fu Tingqian's gentle face and couldn't hold back her tears. Fu Tingqian. After saying that, she cried even louder, as if the name was some kind of demon or monster that frightens children. He saw He Cheong sobbing uncontrollably, almost unable to breathe, and bringing up old stories from hundreds of years ago. When you're feeling down, everyone feels like they're the most wronged person in the world. He Cheong also found it strange. She clearly wanted to cry when Lu Jiaxing left, but she just couldn't. Why does she seem to lose all composure the moment she sees Fu Tingqian? Fu Tingqian patted her back, watching as she cried her makeup off. The man held her in his arms, watching the rain falling outside, and magically produced a candy, placing it in her hand. Even though it was a scene he had anticipated, being in it still made him feel heartbroken. She pulled out several tissues, blew her nose forcefully, tilted her head to look at young Master Fu, and asked, "Why are you here?" Fu Tingqian did not answer immediately, but said only, "You should get some sleep first, and I'll take you home tomorrow." The man gently tidied He Cheong's disheveled hair, without teasing her, only slightly curving his lips. He Cheong had doubts in her heart, but she didn't ask them. She followed young Master Fu to the only 5-star hotel in the area. "Aren't you worried at all? Chiana is in great danger right now." He Cheong stared at Fu Tingqian, thinking that he was a heartless villain. "Isn't someone getting impatient? Besides, I like someone else." Fu Tingqian took out a cigarette from the pack and was about to light it when he remembered that He Cheong was still beside him. Who was this other person? He Cheong sat on the bed, her tears still wet, and tugged at the other person's clothes. Young Master Fu's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he forced himself to hold back, slowly replying, "Nobody. Get some rest." Those words were spoken in Cantonese. The languid tone seemed to roll vaguely across the tip of the tongue, evoking a hint of restrained tenderness. He told himself that now was not a good time, and he shouldn't scare her. Hee-cheong cried herself to sleep and decided to give up liking Lu Jiaxing starting tomorrow. This melon is sweet, but it's impossible to twist or untangle it. Rewind a few hours, and Lu Jiaxing rushed out the door and pressed the elevator button. The man watched the numbers jump, and his heart raced. He was afraid of all the harm the other person might suffer. He was regretting the nonsense he had just said to Hee-cheong. The numbers on the display screen showed that they had finally arrived at the second basement level, and he quickly got into the car. The silver-gray car drove out of the parking lot and headed towards the section of road leading to the mudslide. Mumu is navigating for you. The section of road you are on currently at risk of landslides. Would you like us to replan your route? A sweet AI voice sounded, and Lu Jiaxing looked at the passenger seat next to him, where Qiana should have been sitting. It was raining heavily outside, and the car wheels splashed up large gray water droplets as they rolled over the road. Ignoring AI's repeated reminders, Lu Jiaxing drove forward, repeatedly making phone calls, pleading for the other party to answer. Please, answer the phone. Qiana, please don't let anything happen to you. Lu Jiaxing's heart was in his throat, just like when he saw the news about her car accident. Pei Song said that it was the first time he had seen Lu Jiaxing with that expression, and he felt as if his whole body was about to shatter. He wasn't actually broken, but his heart was being torn apart, just like it was right now. The little blue fish pendant was still attached to his phone, and he desperately suppressed all his bad fantasies. His heart was torn between anxiety, worry, and fear, and he could only pray to the gods of all directions for her safety. Chapter 102, I've always liked it. The torrential rain swept across this mysterious plateau like a giant waterfall. Thunder rumbled and roared among the low-hanging clouds. Boulders tumbled down the mountain, smashing several cars. Lu Jiaxing drove to the section of road where the landslide had occurred and saw that yellow warning lines had been set up in the distance. Traffic police officers who were urgently dispatched blew whistles and used their hands as poles to disperse nearby vehicles and crowds. The crowd was dense, noisy, and chaotic, making the man's heart tighten. Make way. An ambulance was carrying an injured person on a stretcher. Today's torrential rain is mainly concentrated in the southwestern part of Tibet and Sichuan. Due to insufficient vegetation cover on the Lumai section, a once-in-a-century mudslide has occurred. The on-location host continued broadcasting despite the wind and rain. The sound of the landslide continued. Lu Jiaxing got out of the car with an umbrella, his eyes looking as lost as a fawn that had wandered into a concrete jungle. You can't go in here. Armed police officers stood in front of the cordon. The road ahead is all collapsed. We can't go any further. Upon hearing the advice of the armed police, the Tibetan driver immediately turned around, even though the return journey would involve a long detour. Rain pattered on the black umbrella above President Lu's head. He looked at the stretchers coming and going, but none of the people lying on them were Qiana. The man exhaled softly and called the production team. He planned to bypass the collapsed section of road and go to the previous location where Qiana was located. It was dark and raining, and the area illuminated by the car's high beams looked like a glowing fog. Lu Jiaxing lightly pressed the accelerator, not letting any car pass by. The silver-gray car crawled along in the rain. Memories of the past flooded back, disrupting Mr. Lu's thoughts. He drove around for half an hour, but still didn't see anyone. Anxiety welled up inside him, making his head feel hot. Qiana. The man called her name softly, his hand slamming heavily on the steering wheel. Where is she? Lu Jiaxing told himself to stay calm and patient. He was sure he could find the other person, but his mind was in such turmoil that he couldn't think straight. Perhaps heaven finally heard his prayers, for at 2 a.m, he finally saw that familiar figure. Through the rain, Qiana, wearing a transparent disposable raincoat, seemed to be trying to learn from President Lu's method to get the car wheels stuck in the mud out. That's great, she's all right. Lu Jiaxing's soul returned from hell to the mortal world. Rain soaked the stray hairs on Anna Chi's forehead. She was cold and hungry, trapped in this damned place. Her hands were all dirty, so she reached out to catch the rain and wash them. Why did the rain stop? After driving for a long time, Qiana's reaction was a little slow. She looked up and saw a large black umbrella. This is a plot that only happens in idol dramas, but it actually happened to her. Anna. Lu Jiaxing softened his tone, his eyes filled with tears, and he held back from rolling down. The man held an umbrella in one hand and hugged her with the other, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Qiana's raincoat was soaking wet, but Lu Jiaxing didn't seem to care. He was grateful that he could still hold this soft body, and he was thankful that God had ultimately been kind to him. His voice trembled, a sign of lingering fear. At that moment, Qiana had no idea how many calls he had made or how many times he had heard the cold, temporarily unavailable message. How did you get out of the hospital? Remembering that her hands were dirty, Qiana didn't touch the man's back, but just left it hanging in the air. Lu Jiaxing was both anxious and angry, and said, Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how worried I was? Do you know how afraid I was that something had happened to you? The man's tone had never been so urgent. Qiana was used to his gentleness and never knew he had this side to him. His large hand gripped his arm tightly, and it hurt a little. Qiana felt wronged, and she had nowhere to vent her anger. I thought you had He Qiong and couldn't remember who I was, she retorted irritably, then forcefully pushed Lu Jiaxing away. Raindrops drifted onto President Lu's clear glasses, and Lu Jiaxing could tell that she wasn't in good condition, while he himself was at his limit. Get in the car first. He pursed his lips, subtly avoiding the question. Feeling dissatisfied that the other party hadn't given her a direct answer, Qiana retorted, Anyway, I don't like you, so we can get a divorce later. She was just saying it in anger, and as soon as the words left her mouth, Qiana regretted it. She looked up into the other person's eyes as the sound of rain outside gradually subsided. Lu Jiaxing pinched her chin with one hand. He knew that Qiana hated this kind of behavior, and she would likely dodge it. Why? Just because of He Qiong? Does she really not believe in herself? The man's eyes were full of disappointment, but he did not defend himself. He held her tightly, his chest heaving uncontrollably, and asked with reddened eyes, Does it have to be like this? You clearly like me, yet you say things like this, pushing me away? Just because I like you, does that mean I'll do whatever you want and be completely manipulated by you willingly? Seeing the other person lose control of their emotions, Qiana felt very sad. She asked through tears, Do you love your childhood sweetheart, or do you love me? Qiana? Are you driven by obsession, or do you truly love me? Her voice grew softer and softer, fading into the sound of the rain. Her tears were like the sharpest knife, piercing straight into the man's heart. His heart clenched suddenly, as if it had been grabbed by a giant hand. The atmosphere remained deadlocked, and President Lu was the first to give in. I love you, Anna. The man leaned forward, embraced her, and asked, Why don't you understand my heart? You are my obsession, and also my love. She is the white moonlight, and also the cinnabar mole. Qiana hesitated several times before finally speaking with a sob in her voice. Lu Jiaxing, do you know? I'm very angry, really angry. I don't want to see you with He Qiong. I don't want to see your tenderness directed at anyone other than me. But I'm worried that you only like that perfect white moonlight that lives in the filter of memories, not the me in front of you. The rain washed the mud off her hands, and she cupped the other person's face in her hands, pressing her cold fingers against Lu Jiaxing's cheek. Qiana struggled, shedding her timid and docile exterior, and met his eyes directly. I get jealous. I want to argue with you, and I leave you to film the show. I'm not good at anything, but would you still like it even if I did? The next second, Qiana heard countless likes explode like fireworks in her mind, and the man's lips silenced all her doubts and hesitations. The wind and rain continue, as if the world consists only of you and me. I like it. I've always liked it. I'll like it no matter what. The man's glasses brushed against her nose, making her shiver from the cold. Lu Jiaxing's kiss fell like raindrops outside the umbrella, forceful and irresistible. Chapter 103, Please Save Me. This kiss was different from any other. It was fierce and urgent, carrying a hint of punishment. Qiana wrapped her arms around his waist and wandered around aimlessly. The man's lips became very wet and soft, yet his kiss was fierce and urgent, stealing the last breath from the other's mouth. Wait a minute. Qiana felt he was going a little crazy and stepped back. But when she took a step back, Lu Jiaxing took a step forward. The righteous path is 1 foot high, but the evil path is 10 feet high. Anna Chi was almost out of breath and could barely stand. Her moans, mixed with the chill of the rain, made her tremble all over as if she were being electrocuted. Their breaths mingled together. Their kiss was a dejected summer day, a desperate dawn. Mr. Liu's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse, and he whispered in her ear, "I once thought about forcing you. Chiana, I'm really not as gentle as you think. In love, I am more insecure and more shameless than you." Her hand trembled as she touched his cheek and gently removed his glasses, as if removing a mask of gentleness. "And what about you? Do you still love me?" The man took her hand and reverently placed a gentlemanly kiss on it. Lu Jiaxing's face appeared somewhat pale in the darkness, but his eyes held a morbid passion that stirred the very soul. Chiana looked into his eyes, placed her glasses back in his palm, and took the umbrella from his hand to shield herself from the wind and rain. She played with his hair, tenderly touched his reddened earlobe, and leaned closer. At this moment, she could have escaped, but instead chose to wallow in it. "I think I love you more than I imagined." Her voice, like a dreamlike shadow, fell upon his face. Chiana's lips were like a swimming fish, moving upwards from his chin to his lips, and then to his closed eyes, without hesitation. Lu Jiaxing knew that if anyone could judge his love, it could only be Chiana. He will always remember that rainy night, with no lights or moon, when someone gently kissed his face in the darkness. Perhaps they were both starved for love and needed to fight desperately for it. Or perhaps they were both too confident, believing they could play a role that wasn't themselves. "Anna, get in my car." Lu Jiaxing took off her raincoat and picked her up around the waist. "Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Chiana asked, pointing to the small mole on the bridge of his nose. "I saw the news about the mudslide and was worried that something might have happened to you, but I couldn't get in touch with you." Mr. Liu's heart was pounding, and his words were deeply moving. Chiana was taken aback. How long had the other person been looking for her? They must be very worried. She hugged his neck and obediently apologized. "I'm sorry, my phone died. The car just got stuck in the mud." Lu Jiaxing carried her into the spacious back seat, turned the car's air conditioning to a higher temperature than before, and silently took a towel to dry her hair. Just as the man was about to close the car door, a hand grabbed him. "What's wrong?" President Liu adjusted his glasses. She hugged him from the front, rested her head on his shoulder, and said, "It's so nice. There are no cameras, no audience, just you and me." Outside the car window, the rain continued to fall, the sound more like white noise to help one sleep. Unleashed surging desires, disregarding everything else. "Call me Anna." The man's voice was both alluring and soft, like a devil's seduction. Lu Jiaxing. After saying that, Chiana covered her eyes again. The cramped space, the chaotic breathing, every second was stretched out, every shot was magnified. Chiana wrapped her arms around his neck, glistening beads of sweat on the tip of her nose, like a drowning fish. "Help me." She gasped for breath, desperately trying to steal a little oxygen. "You saved me." Lu Jiaxing lowered his head and kissed her delicate neck. Their hearts were pressed together, beating at almost the same frequency. Confused and infatuated, she was captivated by beauty. The production team breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that Lu Jiaxing had found Chiana, and were even more glad that Chiana hadn't driven onto the collapsed road because her car had stalled. That night, everyone felt relieved and slept soundly to the sound of rain. Lu Zong rejoined the team, while He Cheong was picked up and taken back to Australia. It was later explained that the guest star had to give up the rest of the recording due to altitude sickness. Belatedly noticing, someone nudged Lu Jiaxing with their shoulder and asked, "Did you two have a fight?" Lu Jiaxing nodded, only to hear those around him sharing their experience. "Whether your wife is right or wrong, she's still right." Since He Cheong finished recording early, the task of reading the task cards was handed over to Zhou Wei. As a host, he shouldn't be too familiar with this kind of thing. Today, everyone changed into traditional Tibetan clothing. Chiana looked at herself in the mirror, and someone was braiding her hair. Chaoyan changed into Tibetan clothing and gently pushed the wooden wheel at the bottom of the prayer wheel with his large hand. The row of golden prayer wheels began to turn, as if a breeze were blowing through them. Next, everyone, Follow me to the pilgrimage site. He produced a small red flag from somewhere and waved it forward. Anna looked at the pilgrims around her. They were dressed in their finest clothes. Their faces were rosy, and their eyes were sparkling. Many lamas gathered together, one of whom was a highly respected senior lama who led the group in meditation. A special person places cypress branches in the stove and lights them, then sprinkles some tsampa, tea leaves, and barley on top. Finally, the person performing the incense offering dips a cypress branch in water and sprinkles it 3 times onto the rising incense smoke, while reciting this 6-syllable mantra. This is Wai Sang, a Tibetan ritual where pine and cypress branches are burned to produce smoke, used to worship the gods of heaven and earth. Zhou diligently explained to everyone, acting as their guide. A wisp of smoke rose from the ground. Bai Huiwen clasped her hands together and silently closed her eyes. Prayer flags fluttered in the wind, and the chanting of red-robed lamas filled the air. Someone was scattering colorful paper scraps into the sky. Xiao Ding's life snippets. Is it because of altitude sickness? Everyone seems a bit down this time. Goo. Because much of it involves religious content, we can't be joking around. We have to maintain respect. NG, my best friend works at the family hospital in East Village, and I heard that Grandpa he is critically ill again. Ferrari 911. I really enjoy this show. Tan Yilin picked up a pink piece of paper, and those around her began to introduce it. This is Rhonda. This should be biodegradable, right? Anna looked at the colorful pieces of paper all over the mountain. If they weren't biodegradable, it would be a huge effort to clean them up. Chao Yin nodded, picked up a few pieces of Rhonda, and tossed them into the air. Everyone was wearing white hadis, ceremonial scarves, around their necks, and some people were walking their dogs. This must be the pilgrimage around the mountain, Lu Jiaxing suddenly thought. Yes, we circle the mountains, the waters, and the stupas. Anna gazed at the distant green mountains, her eyes serene. Lu Jiaxing then recited the second half of the poem. Not for the sake of the next life, but only to meet you on the way. Anna had her back to him and her arms outstretched. The man picked up the camera around his neck, ready to press the shutter. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept by, blowing the Rhonda on the ground into the air, as if a god were responding to a believer. Chapter 104 Fleeing in Disarray. The sound of rain lingered, and He Cheong dreamed of 19th century Australia, in a grey city, brushing past a group of blue-eyed, hook-nosed foreigners. Beneath the ruins of St. Paul's Church, a tall man in a white coat waved to him. The man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and large, full ears, which was considered a very auspicious appearance, except that his lips were a bit thin. A bolt of lightning struck, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. He Cheong woke up with a start, drenched in cold sweat. She dreamed of her father, a young father she had never met before, which was very strange. Miss He leaned against the headboard. As the youngest child in the He family, her father was always elderly. Right now, it's the perfect time to have a cigarette. Unfortunately, He Cheong doesn't smoke. She picked up the candy Fu Tingshun had given her, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth. It was very sweet. The next morning, she informed the film crew and then went back to Macau with young Master Fu. Berna called He Cheong before she boarded the plane, telling her that her father had been taken to the emergency room the night before. In fact, He Hung's health has been poor since he got old, and some people say it's because his business dealings in his early years were considered bad karma. In short, He Cheong remembers that when she had just turned 18, her father was lying in a hospital bed, holding her hand and calling her mother's name. Is this what you wanted to tell me last night? He Cheong waved her phone in her hand. The man nodded, and her reaction was calmer than he had expected. Verna said she received 3 critical condition notices, which has never happened before. He Cheong frowned slightly, her expression looking somewhat serious. Fu Tingchen couldn't help but reach out and smooth her brows, gently comforting her. Don't be too anxious. He Cheong subtly deflected the other person's advances and said, let's go back first. As soon as I got off the plane, the hot and humid air from the Gulf of Australia made it hard to stand still. He Cheong felt her nose become much wetter, unlike when she was getting nosebleeds every day in Tibet and Sichuan. She quickly changed her clothes and went to the family hospital. Fu Tingxian followed her the whole time, and she didn't know what he meant by that. He Qiong no longer cared about what young Master Fu was doing. She went straight to the He family's hospital. The hospital room was crowded with people, and He Qiong stood in the far corner. He Hengze was conscious at this moment. Although he still had an oxygen tube inserted into his nose, and his chest was rising and falling unnaturally. Dad, it was He Xian, He Qiong's half-sister, speaking. He Hengze favored his eldest daughter, whom he had watched grow up since she was a child. At that time, she was his only child, so naturally he would dote on her more. When He Hengze met He Qiong, he no longer felt the same way as before. Instead, he felt more tenderness and affection. He looked at He Qiong standing in the corner and waved to her. His expression and movements were exactly the same as those in He Qiong's dream. Ah Qiong. He Hengze's voice was muffled, but it was the clearest He Qiong had heard in recent years. Dad. He Qiong pushed through the crowd and knelt down by her father's bedside. The man reached out and touched his youngest daughter's hair, his eyes seemingly glistening with tears. School's out so early today. He Hengze suffers from Alzheimer's disease and often loses his sense of time. He Qiong did not refute, but simply hummed in agreement. Fu Tingxian stood in the hospital corridor, a cigarette dangling from his lips, waiting for his family to come out. The door wasn't closed properly, and he glimpsed He Qiong holding the Sui Dynasty white plum vase she had bought at the auction, saying she was going to donate it to some museum. He smiled slightly, lowered his long eyelashes, and leaned against the wall. Is it over? He Qiong was the last one to come out, and he was already receiving a lot of attention from the others. You haven't left yet. He Qiong was surprised that young Master Fu was waiting for her. I'm waiting for you. Fu Tingxian raised an eyebrow. The two went to the parking lot together, and naturally, they were photographed by people who were staking out the area. As the rumors intensified, Fu Daxiao never responded, which everyone took as tacit admission. He Hengze's will had already been made, but because he was still alive, everyone could still pretend to be a family. He Qiong was the only child among them without a mother, and she received a lot of love and care from He Hengze, who also left her a large inheritance. What are you thinking about? Fu Tingxian snapped his fingers at He Qiong, who was lost in thought. He Qiong was eating spaghetti, looking a little drowsy. It's nothing. Why have you been staying by my side so much lately? Don't you know what's going on outside? Oh. Fu Tingxian put down his fork and said, What's the news? Let me hear some of the excitement. He Qiong took a sip of cold brew tea and looked up at the cynical Fu Tingxian. If you say you like me, I like you so much I'd pluck the stars from the sky and give you the moon. Fu Tingxian stared into He Qiong's eyes and slowly asked, What if it's true? Stop joking. He Qiong waved her hand, treating young Master Fu as a kind of elder. What if it's not a joke? The man's face darkened, and his intimidating aura sent a chill down He Qiong's spine. He Qiong fled in panic and has been avoiding young Master Fu ever since. The Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, exhibition was held in Hong Kong, and Fu Tingxian temporarily left Macau, allowing He Qiong to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite his setbacks in love, Fu Tingxian has secured a large order for the Fu family business. Mr. Fu, you are young and promising. Young Master Fu, you truly live up to your reputation. Who do you think is worthy of being Mrs. Fu? Amidst the chaotic noise from the outside world, Fu Tingxian was very restrained when drinking outside, only using the excuse of being drunk to seek peace and quiet. He never expected that someone would be so inconsiderate as to bother him. Even more unexpectedly, this person was Cheng Siyue. Cheng Siyue's beauty is the kind that gives her an unfair advantage. Regardless of age or gender, everyone would find her sweet and approachable and feel a certain fondness for her. Her face wasn't red, suggesting she hadn't been drinking at all. The woman's hand was hooked around her belt, which Fu Tingxian found somewhat amusing. Miss Cheng, you're playing with fire. His voice was calm as he slapped away the other woman's hands that were trying to cause trouble. Cheng Siyue smiled, her almond-shaped eyes crinkling. Many media outlets have said that Chi Anna and Cheng Siyue have similar eyes, but Fu Tingxian doesn't think so. I have no interest in my brother's woman. Fu Tingxian distanced himself from the woman. Cheng Siyue wasn't annoyed. She continued to smile, as if that smile was just a mask she wore. Or do you want to know if Fu Tingxian will turn against me because of you? White smoke billowed from his lips and then spread all over Chung Siyue's face. How could that be? Chung Siyue shook her head innocently, her expression carrying a subtle, alluring quality. I heard that Tian Shang is very fond of Miss Chung. Young Master Fu held a cigarette between his fingers, sizing up Chung Siyue through the smoke. Chung Siyue's eyes darted away after her secret was exposed. Regardless of her coy and affected manner, Fu Tingqian left with the words, "Remember to pay the penalty for breach of contract," and got up to leave. At this moment, Fu Tingqian pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 105 Long Premeditated. "Brother," Fu Tingqian called out, stepping aside to make way for the other person. Fu Tingqian hummed in response, then picked up his phone to send a message to He Qiong. The other party still only replies to 1 out of 3 messages, mostly containing irrelevant or trivial content. He frowned slightly as he came across a video of Qi Anna and Lu Jiaxing as a couple, and quickly exited it, feeling even worse. "What are you doing here looking for my brother?" Fu Tingqian looked at Chung Siyue, waiting for her to explain. Chung Siyue held the other person's hand, still smiling ingratiatingly. "Tingshun, I think Tian Shang is a good opportunity for me." Her tone was soft. Fu Tingqian was displeased when he heard this topic. Chung Siyue was someone he had personally promoted. Even if the two are not in a romantic relationship, but simply boss and employee, he is still unhappy. "You want to leave?" Fu Tingqian touched the armrest of the sofa and sat down. Chung Siyue's attitude toward this matter has always been ambiguous. Last time, she and the other person had a huge argument, which is why she went to Shanghai. As an actress, she naturally didn't want to keep working on dramas produced by the Fu family's own production team, but Fu Tingqian was extremely strict with her. She was ready to give up entirely. "Aren't you afraid I'll threaten you?" Fu Tingqian had too many intimate photos and videos of the two of them. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to control the other party. Chung Siyue didn't speak, but her eyes darted around. "I'm the female lead in all of Fu's dramas. Aren't you afraid that these dramas will be taken down because of this?" Fu Tingqian laughed, as if he had choked on something, his chest heaving violently. "Chung Siyue, do you really think you're that important? What do you want with my brother?" Fu Tingqian dragged the ashtray from the windowsill, then reached out and pinched the other man's chin. Fu Tingqian repeated, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking somewhat like the young Master Fu. "It was by chance, we bumped into each other." Chung Siyue was trembling as she gently touched the other man's body, trying to dispel the intense anger emanating from him. She was lying, and Fu Tingqian immediately exposed her, saying, "What about me? Was our meeting by chance that time also just that?" Fu Tingqian released his chin. There was so much ash in the ashtray. What had she said to her brother, and what had she done? The man slammed his fist on the glass coffee table, squinting as if he didn't feel the pain. Chung Siyue blinked, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. "Ting Shun." She met his gaze. "Whether it was a chance encounter or a premeditated plan, does it matter to you?" Chung Siyue's face turned cold, and she no longer maintained her signature sweet smile. Fu Tingqian looked at the other person's unfamiliar expression, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "So, are we in a free love relationship?" Chung Siyue asked back, as if she had heard a joke, deftly deflecting the question. Fu Tingqian frowned. He disliked people saying things outright, because that made it meaningless. The man sneered and said, "You're the one who said you liked me and wanted me to help you." Chung Siyue thought Fu Tingqian was a bit naive and said lightly, "President Fu must have heard many such words, so why did you take mine seriously?" Fu Tingqian pursed his lips tightly, his gaze tinged with coldness. "That's true." The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, picked up the ashtray from the coffee table, and smashed it hard on the ground. "Who do you think you are, to deserve my attention?" Chung Siyue looked at the shattered ashtray without even frowning. She had been working under men for far too long, pretending to be obedient and smiling. Now that she had torn off the mask, she felt a sense of relief. Of course, Mr. Fu will have better options. Even if Chung Siyue isn't available, there will be Li Siyue or Wang Siyue. Chung Siyue's face was expressionless, and her eyes were empty. "What if I don't let you go?" Fu Tingqian stood up and forced the man step by step into the corner. He gripped her shoulders and kissed her fiercely. The man, like a mad dog out of control, uncontrollably tore at the other's lips and tongue, biting Chung Siyue's shoulder. She shoved the person away forcefully and cursed. What a madman. Chung Siyue was aware of the other party's possessiveness, but she was now tired and fed up with it and didn't want to continue acting. Why aren't you acting anymore? Didn't you like it? Fu Tingshan's neck veins bulged, and his eyes darkened. Yes. Chung Siyue's voice was loud, startling Fu Tingshan. I just don't want to act anymore. I'm tired of playing the dating game role, and I'm fed up with the female celebrity and sugar daddy role. The man suddenly let out a soft sneer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, you were just acting the whole time? Chung Siyue did not answer, closed the door and left. She had considered parting amicably, but Fu Tingshan was just too difficult to deal with. Tian Shang was unwilling to pay the penalty for breach of contract, so Chung Siyue had to pay a hefty sum herself. On the night of the contract termination, the news that Chung Siyue had left Fu's and gone to Tianshang made headlines. Fu Tingshan was soon photographed shopping with a new girl whose features resembled Chung Siyue. Fu Tingshan has the means to live a carefree life. If he wants, countless people will play games with him. Just as Chung Siyue said, young Master Fu never lacked her by his side. However, Chung Siyue was different. She couldn't stay by Fu Tingshan's side forever as his canary in the palm of his hand. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. She and President Fu were simply getting what they needed, and there was no need for things to turn ugly. Chung Siyue took a deep breath, turned on her phone's camera, and started a live stream to share her life with her fans. In front of the camera, Chung Siyue had a bare face and wore a light gray tank top. Her eyes were still curved, but they didn't look as formulaically sweet as before. Yes, that's right. I will focus more on acting from now on. Thank you so much for your support. Please don't send me any gifts. Yes, I've set up my own studio. Nothing beats building a career. 3-minute buzz. Wow. Congratulations, sister. If I'm not online, I'm sleeping. CU is amazing. Looking forward to her next work and her transformation. Derive. Some women drag their husbands onto variety shows, while others have found new agencies. I won't comment on who's more career-driven. I can turn invisible. Upstairs, don't be too jealous of the popularity of our trip. Chung Siyue certainly saw it. Unlike before, she didn't ignore it. Instead, she said frankly, I watched that variety show too. Oh, by the way, just a heads up, I'll be the guest star for the last episode. Chung Siyue winked mischievously, then added sarcastically, haven't seen Anna in a long time. I wonder how her marriage is going. I think independent women should prioritize their careers, and I definitely won't suddenly get married. Chung Siyue picked up the soda water next to her and took a sip. Put Chiana, who was far away in Fengcheng, in the eye of the storm. Chapter 106. What kind of stall to set up? Tan Yilin sat on the plane, took off the mugwort steam eye mask from her face, and let out a long breath. Are we almost there? She blinked, feeling the turbulence of the plane. Yes, it's descending, came the reply from the surrounding area. The plane was small, so the turbulence was particularly noticeable. Windy city, it really is windy. Tan Yilin felt a little airsick for the first time. Tan Yilin closed her eyes, feeling as if she were playing some kind of entertainment game. The feeling of weightlessness, swaying left and right, caused some people around to experience tinnitus. The plane's wheels dropped and finally touched the ground. The two walked out of the airport hand in hand, when a gust of wind blew off Tan Yilin's sun hat. My hat. Tan Yilin covered her head and looked back helplessly. He jogged back to the surrounding area, picked up the black sun hat, and patted it down. It's been less than 3 seconds. You can still eat it. The man handed the hat to Tan Yilin. Tan Yilin laughed and said, It's been 13 seconds already. I should have bought a hat with ties. After all, this is Wind City. Just consider it a welcome visit. Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin were the last to arrive. Once everyone was there, the director prepared to start filming. What kind of mission is it this time? Bai Huiwen had already figured out the show's pattern of always having a new mission when they changed the map. The director scratched the back of his head, gave Bai Huiwen a thumbs up, and said, There really is. Everyone got into their respective cars and drove to the ancient city, passing by the beautiful Irai Lake along the way. Who was the guest star this time? Tan Yilin asked curiously. Everyone stood in a row under the sunlight. Lu Jiaxing casually picked up a folding fan and unfolded it to shade Qiana from the sun. It's windy and sunny here. Welcome everyone to Windy City. I am Du Jingwen, the guest star of this episode of our trip. Everyone heard a young man's voice coming from the loudspeaker, but they could only hear his voice and not see him, which seemed very mysterious. Qiana was very familiar with his voice. She could tell that the person was Du Jingwen without waiting for him to introduce himself. Today, we've come to the free and windy city, and our first priority is to experience the local street vendor culture. Set up a stall? Chao Yin lowered his head. The loudspeaker was right above him. Shouldn't you give us some funding? Lu Jiaxing brought up the key point. Du Jingwen cleared his throat, stepped down from the ancient city broadcasting station, and distributed envelopes containing funds to everyone. It was called funding, but it was only 100 yuan. Only 100 yuan. Tan Yilin frowned. What could that sell for? It wasn't even enough to buy more stock. Holding the task card, Du Jingwen said slowly. Then I'd like to ask everyone to use their intelligence to figure out what they want to sell. Finally, based on everyone's earnings from the day's stalls, those with the highest earnings will choose their accommodation for the night in descending order. Qiana held the 100 yuan note, wondering what kind of stall she and Lu Jiaxing should set up. She can act, and Mr. Lu can code, but neither of them is really suitable for setting up a stall. Chao Yin can perform crosstalk, and Tan Yilin can sing. It seems like they can make money no matter what. The street vendor event in Windy City begins as night is about to fall, and the location of the 3 pairs of guest stalls is determined by the men through a lottery. President Lu was the luckiest, drawing the very front seat. Chao Yin was in the middle, and the others were at the very back. However, whether a stall business is good or not depends not only on the location, but also on what you sell. Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin went into a convenience store. They planned to make a living by singing, so they spent 100 yuan to buy beer. Boss, do you still want this cardboard box? The convenience store owner packed up the beer they wanted and turned around to say, take it if you want. They borrowed a marker from the owner and wrote down their stall details on it. With songs and wine, we await your story to accompany the drink. Tan Yilin read aloud the words written around her, sounding a bit sentimental. Carrying tattered cardboard around him, he arrived at his stall location and felt that his signboard wasn't eye-catching enough, so he took some paint from the girl next door and painted it. Hey, what's this? Tan Yilin came closer. Her sign read, Human Graffiti. The young woman, unable to speak, typed rapidly on her phone, explaining that the paint was washable and could last for 2 to 3 days. Seeing that Tan Yilin seemed very interested, she clicked on a few more seller photos to show her. Each design is rich in color. There are huge green butterflies, pink jellyfish, and portraits of customers' family members. Tan Yilin took out her phone, typed a message, and then handed it to the other person to read. You're amazing. Every single one of them looks great. The young lady couldn't speak. She just smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons in the night sky. Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen also decided to play it safe, so they went into a nut and seed shop and spent all their money on peanuts and melon seeds. You know, back in the day, when people performed crosstalk, they actually set up stalls on overpasses. Whether you get enough to eat or not depends entirely on your own cooking skills. Chao Yin tasted a melon seed. It was just the right amount of salty. Then I'll be in charge of collecting the money, Bai Huiwen said with a smile. Finance was truly her forte. She and Chao Yin walked to their stall and suddenly realized that they didn't have a signboard yet. It's all right, you're the best advertisement here. Bai Huiwen patted her old man's shoulder. That's a comforting thing to hear, Chao Yin said, his hands behind his back, noticing that the stall next door was empty. Even though they only had 100 yuan, they still managed to buy so many peanuts and melon seeds. Philosophy PhD, let's chat for a bit. Bai Huiwen looked at the boy holding up a small sign and thought he was trying to sell her. Working is also selling time, so I might as well sell my own time. The man laughed, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Well said. Chao Yin took a small handful of melon seeds and handed them to the other person. Bai Huiwen asked the production team for 2 A4 sheets of paper, wrote down crosstalk performance, but couldn't figure out the price. Why don't we just sell peanuts and melon seeds? I'll give these away as a free gift. Chao Yin took the other person's marker and wrote down, peanuts 18 yuan a bunch, Melon seeds 16 yuan a bunch. People walked by, reaching out to grab a handful of sunflower seeds to eat, but Chow Yin slapped them away with his hand. Give me the money, Chow Yin said with a smile. Your prices are really auspicious. With both 8 and 6, someone suddenly realized, adding that they hadn't set prices for the beer at the stall yet. While thinking about it, I noticed that there were more and more people setting up stalls around, and it seemed that there were no urban management officers around to manage things. This kind of street vending reminded him of the ghost markets he'd seen in martial arts novels, where powerful masters were hidden. How much should a song cost? Tan Yilin was pondering this question. She never had such a headache when it came to setting ticket prices for her concerts. Inspired by Chow Yin. But since 100 yuan could buy far more peanuts and melon seeds than canned beer, they decided to do the opposite. A song will cost 88 yuan, and we'll get a free beer. Then we can all share our stories. After deciding on the plan, they added more details to the cardboard. Tan Yilin arranged the beer bottles, piling them up like a small mountain. What do you think Mr. Liu and Anna are selling? Chapter 107, Let's Get Rich Together. The ancient city here is much like any other ancient city. Only the low city walls and the bluestone slabs underfoot are ancient. The rest has been filled with modern shops. It was windy here, so Chiana tied her hair up high. Lu Jiaxing took her hand, wondering what they would sell at their stall. The two passed by a small stall with 3 or 4 poetry collections on a tie-dyed blue cloth. Chiana felt that the other person looked familiar. She seemed to have seen her on a certain video website. She squatted down, picked up the poetry collection, and flipped through it. The girl was sleeping against the door, a burnt-out cigarette between her fingers, and a half-finished cup of coffee at her feet. Chiana didn't wake her up. Instead, she felt a sense of trepidation, as if she had unintentionally intruded into someone else's world. She put down the self-printed poetry collection and continued to struggle with what to sell. What do you think we should buy with 100 yuan? Chiana continued walking forward, then tilted her head and asked. Lu Jiaxing lowered his head slightly, looking at the two hands clasped tightly in the sunlight. Look, there are many blank folding fans over there, the man pointed. Hello, boss. How much is this blank folding fan? Mr. Liu asked as he entered the store. The shopkeeper adjusted his reading glasses and smiled. 10 yuan a pair. Chiana unfolded a blank Xian paper folding fan, covering the lower half of her face, revealing only her beautiful eyes. A pair of beautiful hands touched the bamboo frame. It was smooth and without any splinters. She felt the paper looked fairly thick, and the shop also had pens and ink readily available. The two exchanged a glance, and Chiana could hear what President Liu was thinking. Sell this. She made an okay sign, ready to discuss the price. Boss, can you give me a discount if I buy a lot? Chiana opened her shopping app, thinking she could probably get a 50% discount. The shopkeeper shook his head and asked casually, How many do you want to buy? Chiana thought that even with a 50% discount, 100 yuan could only buy 20 folding fans. Her eyes lit up, and she said, Boss, we're going to set up a stall over there later. Here's 100 yuan as a deposit. You can provide us with folding fans at 60% of the original price later. Could we borrow your writing brush and ink? President Liu asked. The boss hesitated for a moment, glanced at the camera lens, and nodded. The two handed over 100 yuan to the shop owner, took 15 blank Xian paper folding fans, and went to their stall. The summer evening was a bit stuffy. Chiana opened one of the folding fans, fanned herself in the face, and then wrote the 8 characters custom-made folding fan, calligraphy written on the spot. Lu Jiaxing followed the example of the stall next door and found some old cardboard. The two of them wrote down what they had agreed on, which served as a shopping guide for their small stall. It's 25 yuan a bag. If we sell 4 bags, we'll have another 100 yuan. Chiana pulled the person down to sit. The lights of the ancient city are on, and the streets lined with stalls are bustling with people. Anna Chi's first customer was her fan. The girl had bright pink hair and was wearing a gray-pink dress. She was standing to the side, thinking about what to write. Her boyfriend was holding a small handful of peanuts in his hand, seemingly having just finished listening to a short crosstalk performance by Chow Yin. Sister, can you help me think of something to look at? I want to buy 2. The girl made a peace sign. Anna Chi smiled as she picked up her brush, and ink fell onto the blank Xian paper fan. Lu Jiaxing stood beside her, watching her wrist hover above the fan, yet her brushstrokes were remarkably steady. Spring has 100 flowers, autumn has the moon, summer has a cool breeze, and winter has snow. One of the inscriptions has already been written and is being laid out to dry. If you have no worries on your mind, then every day is a good day. The boy read aloud what the other person had written, then popped a peeled peanut into his mouth. Lu Jiaxing received his first 50 yuan and turned to ask, "Is there any meaning to this saying?" As she hung the borrowed brush back on the wooden brush holder, she answered the other person's question. "We often hear about song lyrics, but few people mention song poems. I only thought of this by chance, and it can be considered a beautiful wish." Anna Chi sat down cross-legged. In fact, during the most difficult period of her life in the United States, she watched a lot of psychology videos and read books about Zen. Her heart has always been conflicted, and she has never been able to let go, even now. The difference is that she is now learning to gradually accept herself as she is. It's okay to be unhappy. It's okay to be imperfect. Before she could get lost in her memories, another wave of customers arrived. "Anna, I like you very much, and I also like Mr. Lu very much. I would like to buy a folding fan." "Thank you," President Lu and Anna Chi said in unison. "So what do you want to write about?" Anna Chi asked her. The girl poked her cheek with her finger and replied, "To get rich." A very worldly wish. Anna picked up her brush. She intended to write "get rich" in seal script. "This character, Fa, looks like a talisman," the girl commented. Anna nodded and smiled. "A lucky charm." The girl showed the payment success page to Mr. Lu, winked, and said, "Let's get rich together." Boat moves, shore shifts. Sigh, I want to get rich too. How clever. Using 100 yuan as a deposit. If it were me, I probably would have just bought a few fans. Pa, sister's handwriting is so beautiful. I love this kind of stall setup, it's so chill. Drinking Coke without burping. Who ends up earning the most? Compared to Anna quietly writing on the fan, Chao Yin and Tan Yilin's activity was much more lively. Chao Yin rarely performs stand-up comedy, so everyone is happy to spend the money for peanuts and melon seeds to join in the fun. Some people ate their melon seeds quickly and even kept refilling them. Bai Huiwen had heard him perform crosstalk before, but she had never stood so close to him before. The street wasn't wide, and everyone sat together, the air filled with the aroma of peanuts and melon seeds. She had just finished collecting payment for a serving of melon seeds, sat down, tilted her head back, and looked at the other person with bright, sparkling eyes. The man wasn't wearing a long gown, nor was he holding a folding fan. He was telling the story of Ji Gong. Ji Gong took out a copper coin from his pocket and bought a sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake was baked very well, with more than 1,000 layers. Although Chao Yin often played the supporting role, his rhythm in delivering punchlines was excellent. This person is actually a fox spirit reincarnated, and he did this just to find Zhang Sheng. Even without subtitles, you can clearly understand what he is saying and unconsciously get drawn into the legendary story. Everyone was laughing, including Bai Huiwen. Tan Yilin's business is also doing well, and she has encountered many fans who come to request songs. The person around handed the last can of beer to a young man and asked, "What do you want to hear?" The young man tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him and recited a relatively obscure song by Tan Yilin called Particles of the Universe. Tan Yilin used her phone to find the rhythm of the song, glanced at the lyrics, and then played the music. This song features a rare rap section, and she wrote the lyrics herself. The universe is full of intricate schemes. Are you a particle or a forest? You can do your best, but don't overdo it, lest you ruin your own happiness. Surrounded by gentle gazes, she effortlessly acted as her personal MC for the moment. Chapter 108. A visitor arrives on a windy day. The young man drank his beer and quietly sang along to his favorite song. No surprises in the universe. The great Holy Spirit is saying goodbye. The young man had a clear, bright voice. He was wearing a green hoodie and holding a half-empty can of beer. After Tan Yilin finished singing, she made a heart shape with her hands and sincerely said, "Thank you for your support." She knew perfectly well that without an audience, there would be no singer like her. People set up their stalls from nightfall until 3 a.m. Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen sold all the sunflower seeds and peanuts they had bought, earning a total of 1,040 yuan. Tan Yilin and her team sold out all the canned beer, earning a total of 1,760 yuan. Chiana and Lu Jiaxing used the 100 yuan as a deposit for blank paper fans and earned a total of 1,000 yuan. After Du Jingwen announced the results, Bai Huiwen jumped up and high-fived Chao Yin, celebrating that she was finally not last this time. "Old man, we came in second this time." Bai Huiwen laughed, beads of sweat clinging to her short hair. Chao Yin took a tissue and wiped his wife's neck. After hearing the results, Anna Chi asked about other people's businesses and felt that her pricing was a bit low. "Let us choose already. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to turn into a panda if I don't go to sleep soon." Tan Yilin yawned. She was growing to love the game more and more. Du Jingwen presented 3 accommodation names, which were even shorter than the previous ones: Wind, Flower, and Moon. He glanced around at his wife, then pointed at the 3 options and muttered something to himself. "Select the soldiers and generals. Whoever is pointed to is chosen. We'll choose the Wind." Hands were raised in the crowd. Du Jingwen looked at Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen. Bai Huiwen followed the example of those around her and chose Moon. "Sister Anna, then the remaining flowers will be yours." Great, great, the flower is mine," Chiana said, stretching her neck. Night had fallen, and all was quiet. The 3 pairs of guests, each pulling their suitcases, arrived at the accommodation for this episode. As the group walked out of the ancient city, they encountered a resident singer carrying a guitar. The man had brown curly hair and wore tight leather pants. Upon seeing Tan Yilin, he seemed to sober up completely. He stepped forward familiarly and introduced himself. "Sister Yilin, I am Chun Xin, a resident singer at the largest bar in the ancient city." Tan Yilin glanced at the man's drunken face and smiled. "Hello, Tan Yilin. Like you, I'm also a singer." Chun Xin scratched his curly hair, feeling a little unsteady on his feet. He blinked hard to regain his senses, then watched the crowd gradually disappear into the distance. Filming will continue. The production team enjoys these unexpected little incidents, as they make the show feel more real and engaging. 2 large suitcases were being pulled around him, and he followed behind Tan Yilin without complaint. The place they chose to stay was called Wind, an inn with a sign that read, "Guests come when the wind blows." Their room was on the top floor. Tan Yilin pushed open the wooden door and went in, then opened the window to let in some fresh air. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean, and you could see that every window had a small wind chime hanging on it. Whenever the wind blows, you can hear the wind chimes swaying. So that's what the wind is like. Tan Yilin closed the wooden window and opened her suitcase. The others stood in the courtyard, not going up, preparing to say goodbye to Tan Yilin and the surrounding area, and continue on their way to their own residences. "This inn is quite large," Chao Yin remarked, just as he was about to open the door. They bumped into Chun Xin as he walked into the courtyard, and Chun Xin was stunned to see a group of people. Du Jingwen nodded and said, "It seems that 3 courtyards were put together and converted into this inn." "Are you staying here while filming the show?" the man asked. "No, Tan Yilin and the others live here." Lu Jiaxing answered the question. Chun Xin was stunned for a moment, then fell into a state of ecstasy. He never expected that he would be living with his idol. The curly-haired young man carried his guitar upstairs, humming a song softly, his steps lighter than ever before. "The second thing I saw was flowers, but unlike ordinary flowers, they were a whole field of flowers floating on the water. With its white flowers and yellow stamens, it looks like fallen petals at first glance, but it is actually a water hyacinth that grows in water. This is the legendary sea flower. It's so beautiful," Bai Huiwen exclaimed. "Of course, it also has a nicer name, Fickle and Promiscuous." Chiana opened her phone, selected night mode, and took a picture of this scene. The white petals are almost transparent, with slender green stems underneath, blooming leisurely in the clear water. Du Jingwen leaned over to look at the footage Chiana had taken, and then pointed to the small house by the dock, which was where Chiana and Lu Jiaxing stayed for this episode. This appears to be a village, with many shops, all of which are now closed. Lu Jiaxing pulled his suitcase inside. The house wasn't big, and he didn't have much stuff, which reminded him of the minimalist guest house near the place featured in the first episode. Anna Chi, however, found the place very convenient and had a local feel to it. Then let's continue with Xiao Du. Chao Yin waved to them. Following the route on the mission card, Du Jingwen arrived at the final moon. Where is the moon? Bai Huiwen had seen the wind and the flowers, and couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Chao Yin looked around the yard and found a well. He called his wife over and said, Huiwen, I've found the moon. Where is the moon? Bai Huiwen asked as she walked toward Chao Yin. Chao Yin pointed to the well opening, sat on its edge, and said, the moon has set. The ancient well was still, its surface like a mirror, reflecting the moon's image to them. Bai Huiwen also sat down, and she took Chao Yan's hand and said, did you enjoy the crosstalk performance today? Chao Yan looked down at the moon reflected in the well and replied to his wife, it's quite special, but I wouldn't say I'm very happy. Bai Huiwen touched the old skin on the other person's hand and said, I'm very happy today, especially happy. The man looked at his wife and asked, why? Because you weren't last? Bai Huiwen shook her head and replied, because you, who were performing crosstalk today, felt so close to me. Chao Yin felt guilty because his work prevented him from spending much time with his wife. Even when his son was born, he was still performing on the crosstalk stage in his traditional Chinese jacket. I'm sorry. Chao Yin put his arm around her shoulder and said, thank you. Bai Huiwen didn't say anything and went to look at the moon in the sky. The next morning, everyone slept in late. The breakfast shops here open late, reflecting a completely slow-paced lifestyle. Du Jingwen called everyone together, explaining that they were going to drive to the next town today. Everyone is here. Today we're going to experience tie-dyeing, one of China's ancient weaving and dyeing techniques. It was listed as an intangible cultural heritage in 2006. Du Jingwen read the description on the mission card, drove the lead car, and said, let's go, into the walkie-talkie. Anna Chi's hand touched the steering wheel, and she casually asked, do you know what materials are used for tie-dye? Sitting in the passenger seat, President Liu secretly checked the information and replied, indigo. There's something that can be used to make indigo, and you must know it. She put on her sunglasses. What? Isatis root, a cure-all. Chapter 109, continuing to buy more. The group arrived at the intangible cultural heritage town at noon, and the production team prepared by ethnic cuisine for the guests. The owner is a bi-ethnic minority member, and she was dressed in traditional Bai clothing when she served a plate of stir-fried water hyacinth. Is this the flower we saw last night? Tan Yilin was the first to pick up her chopsticks and put some into her bowl. Delicious, very refreshing, commented one of the people around who had taken a bite. The taste of water hyacinth is somewhat similar to that of sweet potato vines, but the texture is more tender and smooth. Soon, the table was piled high with food. There were also delicious dishes such as mint-fried pork ribs, lemongrass grilled fish, steamed chicken, mashed potatoes, and stir-fried mixed mushrooms. Since no one had eaten much breakfast, the table was quickly emptied of all the food. The roasted milk fan is a free gift. The middle-aged woman laughed heartily, her eyes bright. Thank you. The three pairs of guests said in unison. Anna Chi picked up a slice of milk fan with her chopsticks and dipped it in the accompanying rose sweet sauce. The sweetness of milk, the subtle tartness after fermentation, and the intense aroma of roses blend together to create a delightful sensation in the diner's mouth. Is it good? Lu Jiaxing asked. Xianna picked up a piece and put it in his bowl. A task card was handed to Du Jingwen as the camera panned across the room, and Du Jingwen accepted it with both hands. Distinguished guests, travel and home are two destinations. One is always on the road, and the other is always the way home. Du Jingwen cleared his throat and continued, please choose a family member or friend and share the joy of your journey with them. Once the other person says the word program, the call will end. The one with the shortest time will be responsible for harvesting the dye plants later. Can it be someone in the industry? Tin Yilin asked. Du Jingwen glanced down at the task card and replied, anything is fine. Bai Huiwen made the first call. She called her son, and the call was quickly answered. The wind rustled the leaves, the sun shone brightly, and Du Jingwen began to take charge of keeping track of the time. Lin, what are you doing? Bai Huiwen's voice was very gentle. Going to work? How's the show with your dad going? The man asked casually, unaware that his words would cause the audience to burst into laughter. Perhaps inheriting Chao Yan's sense of humor, Chao Lin's casual reply was full of comedic flair. Du Jingwen suppressed a laugh and replied, Teacher Chao, this set is 6 seconds. What's going on? Chao Lin asked with a smile, still not understanding the situation. Tan Yilin glanced around and realized that she was going to win this time without lifting a finger. Thank you, Teacher Chao, for picking Isatis route for us. Lu Jiaxing said while cupping his hands in a fist and palm salute, and he rarely joked. Go to hell. Chao Yan didn't expect Bai Huiwen to fail so badly and reply with a common phrase used by crosstalk comedians. Having learned from Bai Huiwen's experience, Tan Yilin chose her agent, Sister Wang, who was well versed in this matter. The call connected quickly, but Tan Yilin hadn't thought of a topic to talk about. Sister Wang spoke first. What's wrong? Nothing much, just missed you. How's that fund you bought doing lately? Tan Yilin decided to change the subject to stall for time. This strategy was very successful. Wang Jie focused her attention on the investment and replied, It's all down, so I'll keep buying more. I'll just hold on to it for now. Tan Yilin doesn't invest in funds or stocks and couldn't think of anything to say to comfort her, so she simply replied, There's nothing we can do about that. Aren't you recording a show? How come you have time to chat with me? Sister Wang's intuition is always sharp. We've been found out. Tan Yilin stuck out her tongue and shrugged. 15 seconds. Du Jingwen announced the result. Qianna thought she would definitely last more than 6 seconds, so she felt very relaxed and called Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing finally answered after waiting for a while. Qingqing, you're still in Fengcheng, right? What are you doing now? Besides her work at the guest house, Gu Qingqing has also been responsible for packing and mailing fruit for the village. Business has been slow lately, so she's been relatively free. Yeah, I just sealed a few packages. What's up, you missed me? Anna Chi hummed in agreement and replied, I miss you so much. The weather is lovely today, and the wind isn't too strong. Gu Qingqing walked out of the warehouse, leaned against a pillar in the yard, looked up at the sky, and replied, Today is a good day. It was a clear, sunny day with not a cloud in the sky. How were things between you and President Liu? Did you have a good time? Gu Qingqing held a ripe apricot, wiped it on her apron, and took a big bite of the fruit. The apricot flesh is sweet with a hint of tartness, quenching thirst and promoting salivation. Lu Jiaxing looked at her in the bright sunlight, seemingly eager for the answer to her question. Anna Chi answered frankly, I'm very happy. He's a very good person. Gu Qingqing sucked on the juice of the apricot and laughed. Ding! Good friend card. That's not what I meant, Qianna said, looking at the man with a flustered expression, waving her hand in explanation. I know you like him. Gu Qingqing understood Qianna's personality and spoke up for her. I'm so happy for you. Really, Gu Qingqing added. I know. Qianna's voice was gentle and peaceful, as if it possessed the power to embrace everything. Gu Qingqing's eyes were bright. She twisted her waist and muttered to herself about what she had been doing lately. Qianna was a good listener. She enjoyed listening to Gu Qingqing chatter on about her life, like a cute little sparrow. I have to answer the phone. I'll hang up now. You focus on recording the show, and come visit me when you have time. Du Jingwen finally heard the key words. He pressed the stop button, and all he heard was, 10 minutes. Definitely. Anna missed her friend very much and wanted to hug her in person, instead of just having her through a screen. Their conversation was casual and aimless, inefficient, and even full of nonsense. But the little joys that accumulate in the trivialities of life are the most important components of our long lives. Blacklist, 6 seconds, fastest entry, first to lose. Sakura, I'm crying. My funds haven't even broken even, and I'm still broke. I'm thinking of selling everything. Emo or not, I'm dying of laughter. Mr. Lu's expectant look reminds me of my dog wanting freeze-dried food. Wang Zuxian from Hangzhou. Good friends have endless things to talk about. I love this feeling of having long phone conversations. The result of the competition was obvious. After Chao Yan and Bai Huiwen finished eating and rested for a while, they carried small bamboo baskets and followed a professional guide up the mountain to collect Isatis root. The winners wandered around the intangible cultural heritage town, where there was not only tie-dyeing, but also wood carving, pottery, embroidery, and more. It's far from the ancient city, so there aren't many tourists here. This wood carving is so beautiful. Chiana picked up a carp ornament. Lu Jiaxing picked it up and looked at it, then asked, "Are there a pair?" "There's only one of these." The apprentice stopped what he was doing, stood up, and answered. The workbench was covered with sawdust from planing wood. After finishing his explanation, the apprentice continued working. The experienced craftsman, wearing an apron, came over and promoted his wares. "The others are also very nice. Look at these zodiac animals, they're quite good too." Mr. Liu, who only wanted to own matching items with his wife, shook his head and bought the lifelike wooden carp carving. Chapter 110 Opening Blind Boxes. Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen followed the guide up the mountain and quickly collected 2 full baskets of Isatis indigotica, the original plant of Isatis indigotica. Large green leaves, upright stems, and a few small yellow flowers at the top. Chao Yin shook off the excess soil and put it into a bamboo basket. "So this is what Isatis root looks like." Bai Huiwen had eaten many Isatis root granules, but this was the first time she had seen the real Isatis root. The ancients were truly amazing. How did they discover that this stuff could be used to dye cloth? Chao Yin took his wife's bamboo basket and led her down the mountain. When they returned to the tie-dye workshop, everyone gathered together and began to formally experience the intangible cultural heritage of tie-dyeing. First, the surrounding cloth was soaked, and then Tan Yilin tied it in knots according to the guidance of professionals. Du Jingwen, standing to the side, held up a task card and introduced it to the camera. There are many tie-dyeing techniques. In addition to the binding that you see now, there are also sewing, clamping, and wrapping binding. Bai Huiwen and Chao Yin were responsible for extracting fuel from the plants. The two wore special gloves and followed the experienced master to operate the equipment. Soon, they returned to their group carrying a basin of dark blue dye. Lu Jiaxing put on gloves and put the bundled cloth into the dye to color it. The man stood next to an employee of the tie-dye workshop who was instructing him on his dyeing process. "Take it out and let it oxidize for 2 minutes." Grandma was dressed in beautiful by ethnic clothing, and her loud voice reminded Lu Jiaxing of his maternal grandmother's good friend, Granny Fong. "Okay." President Lu obediently did as instructed, keeping track of the time in his mind. Chiana asked her grandmother, "Grandma, do you want a lighter color so that you only need to dye it once?" "Yes." Grandma nodded. Lu Jiaxing continued the second dyeing process. Then Chiana took it out to wash and dry. The man took off his gloves and watched her unfold the cloth and hang it on the iron bar by standing on tiptoe. He took the clips from his grandmother and clamped the cloth securely. There are also many tie-dyed fabrics hanging here, some with vertical stripes, and others with intricate patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Anichi took off her special gloves. A breeze blew, and the fabric fluttered, the shades of blue overlapping each other. At that moment, she saw the shape of the wind. Lu Jiaxing took out his camera, the lens popped out, and he focused intently on looking at Chiana through the viewfinder. As if sensing something, Chiana turned around and gave a silly V sign. "Doesn't this look too much like a tourist photo?" Chiana was wearing a white halter dress. She was very thin, but she looked just right on camera. The delicate broken bones, the lively glance back, and that slightly silly V sign. Mr. Liu wasn't good at lying, so he nodded and said, "A little, but very beautiful. Imperfect, but vivid." While waiting for the fabric to air dry, Tan Yilin and her companions visited the rattan weaving workshop and also bought a bag. "It looks great, very summery," Chiana praised. Tan Yilin had already slung the bag across her body. The strap had been personally measured and adjusted by the tailor, and the length was just right. "I think so too. It smells really good," Tan Yilin said with a smile. Chao Yin and Bai Huiwen approached to admire the embroidery. Lu Jiaxing looked at the embroidered grandmothers and thought of his own grandmother. As if they had a telepathic connection, Chiana tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Do you miss Grandma?" Lu Jiaxing laughed and said, "You really do have mind-reading abilities." She raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course." In fact, Chiana did not make eye contact with him, so she naturally couldn't hear the man's inner monologue. It was simply because she was gradually getting to know him. They went from being strangers in their marriage to gradually growing closer to each other. Time flies, and the person in front of me is now the one I love. Mr. Liu, what do you think the fabric we dye will look like? Chiana asked curiously. Tan Yilin snapped her fingers and beckoned to Chiana, saying, let's go open the blind boxes. Xiao Yin removed the 2 iron clips and unfolded the cloth. The blue and white patterns resembled unrestrained ink wash, full of charm. It's so beautiful. Bai Huiwen held up the other end, showing their tie-dye results to the camera. The group drove back to their respective residences, and the program crew arranged for dinner at a creative restaurant. That restaurant is right by Irai Lake, where you can listen to the sound of the waves as the chef brings out all sorts of delicious food. The table was covered with a white cloth with a wave pattern, on which sat a freshly baked Norton ham margarita pizza. The ham and cheese blend together perfectly. Du Jingwen tasted a thin slice of pizza. It was fragrant and crispy and absolutely delicious. Our pizzas are all freshly baked in a kiln oven. What do you all think? The short-haired woman, dressed in a beige cheongsam and wearing a black shawl, introduced the pizzas to everyone. Great. Those around him gave a concise thumbs up. The outer layer of the fried tofu is crispy, while the inside remains soft and smooth. Dipped in finely ground chili powder, it's really delicious. This dish is really perfect for pairing with alcohol. Xiao Yan's evaluation of delicious food always fits his personal habits so well. They also have traditional dishes like braised chicken feet tendons and black-bone chicken rice noodles, which are all delicious. Anna Chi has eaten a lot of rice noodles in Hangzhou, but this seemingly simple bowl of rice noodles in front of her has shattered her previous understanding of rice noodles. It really is different. Does everything change once it leaves its original place? She couldn't help but ask. People are shaped by their environment, and everyone is different, let alone food, Bai Huiwen replied, while planning to try making fruit with chili peppers. Looking around at the beautiful woman in the cheongsam, I chatted with her casually. Judging from your accent, you don't seem to be a local. The woman tucked her short hair behind her ear and said, I'm from Pengcheng. I really like Pengcheng, the windy city, and I came here to start a business. So you started the business with your husband? People around speculated. The woman resisted the urge to roll her eyes and replied, there's only one boss here. How long has this place been open? Chiana changed the subject for those around her, and then praised the black truffle fried rice that had just been served. She looked at the deep blue water and replied calmly, it's not a long time, but it's not short either. 7 years. Chiana looked at the other person and felt that she was her aunt from another time and space, who could be a force of thousands of people all by herself. As more and more guests arrived, night silently descended upon this foreign land. As everyone chatted, a song drifted on the wind. The voice was clean and refreshing, without any showy technique. Tan Yilin was unconsciously drawn in, and she looked up. The curly-haired male singer on stage wasn't that Chen Xian, the one she'd met that night. The man held a guitar, gently strumming the chords and singing his original song. The wind blows gently, stirring the silence. Dreams linger quietly, stirring someone's heart. I see you, your life fraught with hardship, standing at the crossroads of time's passage. Tan Yilin unconsciously tapped her foot to the beat, thinking about her past when she sang in bars and restaurants. At that time, Tan Yilin thought she was a musical prodigy, one in a million, but she just hadn't met her mentor. But with each failure, she began to doubt whether she really had talent. Do I really want to continue pursuing my so-called dream? Tan Yilin asked herself again and again, and the answer she got was often uncertain. She would think, forget it, maybe I should find a job, but she was unwilling to give up. Tan Yilin has been working hard to sing and write songs, and once, like Chen Xian, she returned to her residence drunk with her guitar on her back. Chapter 111 Contact Information. It's hard to say whether fate was exceptionally kind to her, or whether Tan Yilin herself was just persistent enough. Just when Tan Yilin was about to give up, Sister Wang walked into the restaurant where the singer was performing that night. After that, she was selected by the company and won the runner-up in that year's singing competition, thus entering the public eye. Noticing his wife's absent-mindedness, someone gently touched her shoulder, and she gave a faint smile. He recalled their first meeting. She was carrying a large guitar and sitting in the lounge eating toast. Fate is a strange thing. On his first official hosting occasion, the male host met an unknown female singer. They had shared their true feelings, stood by each other through the toughest times, and finally announced the arrival of their child when they achieved great success. The story of Zhou Wei and Tan Yilin is simple and straightforward, without too many twists and turns. Were you thinking about the past? Everyone around looked at the male singer. Tan Yilin nodded, picked up her phone, silently recorded a video, and sent it to her agent, Sister Wang. She had been caught in the rain before, so she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Wind, oh wind, you blow away my youthful arrogance. Wind, oh wind, you can't blow away the dreams I cherish. When the song ended, Anna never expected that Chen Xian, who had been drunk before, would sing so well. Sister Wang replied quickly, saying she thought the male singer in the video was pretty good and suggested they contact him. Tan Yilin immediately got up and walked to his side. Hello, is this Chen Xian? I'd like to know your contact information. I'd like to recommend you to the company. I wonder if you'd be interested? Tan Yilin's tone was calm, but her eyes were full of appreciation. Really? Chen Xian pinched his thigh. It hurts so much, it's not fake, and it's not a dream. Chen Xian's eyes widened. He never dreamed that such a good thing would happen to him. He was a poor student since childhood, and his looks were just average. He liked to play the guitar randomly whenever he had free time. When he was young, some girls liked his singing, and he dreamed of becoming famous overnight. But when the dream ended, all that remained were unpaid rent and leftover instant noodles. But now, Tan Yilin, a singer he really likes, says that she admires him. He trembled as he took out his phone and gave the other person his number. Thank you, thank you. The man bowed repeatedly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Words are always inadequate, so he sat back down, picked up his old friend, and continued singing. As the group left the restaurant, Anna noticed tears glistening in Chen Xian's eyes. The song still lingers in the wind, drifting and swaying, destined to travel to even farther places. After filming wrapped, Lu Jiaxing and Anna returned to their own courtyard. She placed the carpwood carving on the bedside table and turned around to see Lu Jiaxing dealing with work. The man held the mouse, clicking through emails one by one, his expression focused and serious, possessing a unique charm. Anna sat on a rattan daybed, reading the script that Jianjia had sent her. The phone, which was face down, lit up. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from Jian's agent. Is it still being recorded? It's over. As soon as the message was sent, Jianjia popped up a voice call, and Anna took her phone and went to the yard. Have you read all the scripts? He got straight to the point. I watched it, but I feel that these characters are somewhat repetitive with those in Legend of Fuyao. As Anna spoke, she walked out the door. There was no nightlife in the town, the streets were deserted, and the beams of the streetlights were dim and warm. She stood opposite the streetlight, her back turned, letting the light illuminate her hair. Everyone wants to play it safe. If you play an eggplant, then all the purple rolls will come to you. Jianjia leaned back on the sofa and, while her daughter was asleep, ordered a plate of extra spicy crayfish to treat herself. Anna nodded in understanding and continued. I actually want to challenge myself with some different roles, not necessarily the female lead. Sometimes, the supporting characters are the most outstanding. Like this time, the couple she played with Du Jingwen was actually the most popular with the audience. Everyone else is putting in their best effort to play the male and female leads. Why do you still want to be the second female lead? Jianjia opened the takeout box and put on disposable gloves. Let me tell you, Cheng Siyue went to Tianshang, and maybe Wang Meng will be the female lead in her next movie. When Anna heard Wang Meng's name, her pupils trembled slightly. Then she remembered that many of Tianshang's actors had appeared in some of Wang Meng's subsequent commercial films. Some netizens joke that Tianshang is director Wang's actor pool. Everyone walks at a different pace. Anna said as she walked, kicking small pebbles along the way. I'm just reminding you to think carefully about your work so that you don't end up being called a spoiled wife by people. He slurped up a mouthful of crayfish broth and then started peeling the shells. Our trip is a great show, and it's also like a utopia in the entertainment industry. Being there, Anna felt genuine healing and rest. She couldn't ask for more. I know. I haven't seen a suitable notebook yet. As for beloved wife, don't you think many words used to describe women have become stigmatized? Chiena gave examples. For example, green tea is just a type of tea, and yuan is also a beautiful word. Now that you mention it, it's true. Being a woman is really tough, Jinjia sighed. In this day and age, everyone is very restless. They will identify with any label they see. Jinjia was hissing from the spiciness, but she kept peeling shrimp without stopping. However, Anna, this is also part of your job. I know. Chiena looked down at her canvas shoes. But I will try my best to tear off all the labels. I checked the back-end data for our trip, and it's much better than expected. I originally thought no one would watch this kind of couples travel variety show, but I didn't expect it to gain you so many fans. Chiena hasn't been paying much attention to her fan count lately, nor has she watched the edited version of the show. I see. Maybe it's because this is the first variety show of this type. Yeah, I was actually a little worried at first, but the feedback was pretty good, Jinjia said as she put a spicy crayfish into her mouth. Sister Jane, Chiena suddenly asked. Jinjia thought she was going to ask what she was eating. I want to act well. I want to be written into textbooks. Jinjia took a sip of iced cola, and the sweet bubbles filled her mouth. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Who in this industry doesn't want to be famous and climb the ladder? I think you can do it, really. Jinjia's encouragement wasn't indiscriminate. She genuinely believed that Anna Chi could do it, that she had everything a good actress needed. Her sensitivity and thoughtfulness will become nourishment for perfecting the role. Chiena walked back along the streetlights and saw Lu Jiaxing standing at the gate of the courtyard waiting for her. Chapter 1, 12-Year Plan. Why did you run out to make a phone call? Lu Jiaxing pulled her hand and touched her hair. I was afraid of disturbing your work. Chiena hugged his waist. President Lu raised his eyes and said calmly, I feel like you're afraid I'll bother you. She smiled because someone had guessed correctly. Chiena was somewhat surprised by the man's sensitivity. That was indeed what she thought. A little bit. My grandmother asked me when we were planning to have a baby. Chiena paused, her palms slightly sweaty, and felt a chill in the night breeze. So you're asking me? She tilted her head back and looked at the other person. Lu Jiaxing nodded and continued, the cost of childbirth is borne by women, so naturally it should be decided by women. Looking at the man's face under the streetlight, Chiena asked earnestly, is having a child part of your future plans? My plan depends on your plan. His voice was flat, without any feigned gentleness or consideration, as if he were simply discussing what to eat for breakfast the next morning. That arrow hit the bullseye. Anna Chi's hands trembled slightly as she replied, I don't want children, at least not yet. Is it okay if I'm never truly ready? Lu Jiaxing smiled slightly and said a simple okay. Neither you nor I particularly like children, and children shouldn't be tools for us to care for us in our old age, but rather a gift from God. What about Grandma? Chiena asked, a little worried. I will talk to her, and Grandma will respect our choice. The man waved his hand, shooing away the mosquitoes around her. Chiena subconsciously wanted to say thank you, but then held back. It seemed that they no longer needed to be so polite to each other. Anna Chi doesn't dislike children. She loves Alex and gets along very well with her. However, Chiena did not want to become a mother hastily, and was even more afraid that she would become a parent like her own parents. Moreover, she has many different roles she wants to play and many places she hasn't been to yet. The recording of the program is still ongoing, and Du Jingwen led them to a nearby mountain to experience mushroom picking. Professionals taught them to identify various mushrooms and let them experience the picking process. What is this? Bai Huiwen asked, holding a large, bright red mushroom in her hand. The expert laughed and said, this is a standard poisonous mushroom. Red umbrella, white pole. After eating it you'll lie flat on a board. This rhyme is very well made. You can remember it as soon as you hear it. I found a matsutake mushroom. Tan Yilin showed it to those around her. It really is matsutake mushroom. Zhou took it and placed it on the small basket behind him. The weather was humid today, and there were many ferns on the mountain whose names I didn't know. It felt like I was breathing in the fresh air of nature with every breath. This green one, could it be poisonous too? Chiena picked a mushroom with a green cap and a white stem. This is edible. It's called green-headed mushroom. Is it still mushroom season? Looking around, there were some fallen, decaying trees in the forest, covered with dense clusters of mushrooms. The rainy season isn't over yet. It's a good time to eat mushrooms, Lu Jiaxing replied. Du Jingwen bought a lot of flour cakes and distributed them to the guests and staff present. A light drizzle fell, seeping through the gaps in the tree branches and leaves onto people's hair. Everyone went into a pavilion to take shelter from the rain, unwrapped the oil paper from the flour cakes, and began to enjoy them. Sister Anna, listen, what's that sound? Du Jingwen sat down next to Chiana. It looks like some kind of bell. Chiana took a big bite of the flour cake, her mouth full of the taste of roses. The pastry is crispy, with layers of filling wrapped around a sweet rose petal filling. The sound of bells grew closer. It turned out that black goats were coming down the mountain. In the evening, the production team prepared a whole mushroom feast. There were baking trays, hot pots, and mushroom dishes prepared by the chef on the long table. There are many edible mushrooms, including bamboo fungus, matsutake mushroom, porcini mushroom, morel mushroom, and Boletus luridus. Professionals were preparing the mushrooms for them. Tan Yilin noticed that there was a timer attached to the hot pot, indicating that they couldn't just blanch the mushrooms in the broth. I've heard that some mushrooms, if not cooked thoroughly, can have hallucinogenic effects, Chiana said. Yes, at best it can cause dizziness and diarrhea. At worst it can be fatal, Chao Yin replied. Finally, the delicious yet dangerous mushroom soup is ready. The staff also took samples of the soup and kept them so that they could be held accountable in case of any problems. Lu Jiaxing served her a bowl, and after taking a sip, she experienced an indescribable freshness that went straight to the top of her head. So fresh, Tin Yilin exclaimed. When faced with delicious food, words seem inadequate. Chiana ate 3 large bowls of rice soaked in mushroom soup, along with a variety of stir-fried mushrooms. Shao Qi, you're thin, but you have a good appetite. Bai Huiwen picked up a wild shiitake mushroom. I'm very picky. I won't eat anything that doesn't taste good, Chiana replied with a smile, ladling herself another spoonful of soup. So it seems Mr. Lu is quite fond of food. The people around him teased with smiles. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and frowned slightly. He didn't like joking about these kinds of things. Chiana knew that those around her were providing some exciting moments for the show, and that viewers would easily get tired of this warm and healing style all the time. But like Lu Jiaxing, she didn't respond. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Tan Yilin picked up a piece of chanterelle mushroom and offered it to those around her, saying, "You can have yours." After everyone finished eating, they went back to pack their luggage. With a little time before filming the next episode, Chiana wanted to go find Gu Qingqing and Lu Rui. Assistant Lu runs a women-only guest house, so it's not appropriate for her to take Lu Jiaxing there. She also wants her own space, a space where she can only be with her friends. Mr. Lu doesn't really like the taste of mushrooms, so he didn't eat much of them, but he opened a pack of sea salt-flavored soda crackers. Soda crackers crumble easily, so he used a napkin to cushion them, preventing them from getting everywhere. Are you going back to Hangzhou? Chiana asked. I might have to go to Australia. The man spoke slowly, seemingly hesitant. He Qiong is in Australia, but Dao Hua is Ji Mu's partner after all, and he also has work to do on this trip. Chiana paused for a moment and asked directly, Are you afraid I'll mind? Lu Jiaxing nodded and cleaned up the trash. Looking at him, Chiana always felt that there was something different about him compared to other men. What is it? Perhaps because she grew up with her elderly grandmother, Lu Jiaxing possesses a rare feminine quality. This thing is very mysterious, like the warm and delicate aroma of toasted bread, with a touch of self-destructive compassion and empathy. It's very difficult for a man to achieve this. Anna shook her head and said cheerfully, I don't mind. I support your work, just like you support mine. The man's eyes curved behind his silver-rimmed glasses as he pulled her close, leading her to sit on his lap. What's wrong? Chiana's face was a little hot. Even though you're right in front of me, I still miss you terribly. Chiana to understand since Hangzhou is not far from Wuzhou. Chapter 113 Nonsense. A light rain suddenly began, pattering softly against the windowsill. Lu Rui drew back the bedroom curtains, and her grandmother was already in the kitchen making breakfast, wearing an apron. Rui, come and taste it to see if it's salty enough. Grandma used a spatula to take out some eggplant. Lu Rui waved away the heat with her hand, then took a bite of the minced meat and eggplant stir-fry. It was salty and spicy, and went particularly well with the porridge. Delicious, the best eggplant in the whole city. Lu Rui gave a thumbs up. Grandma's hair is gray, but she is in good spirits. She feels uncomfortable if she doesn't work for a day. Her granddaughter came back and set up this women's bed and breakfast. Besides going out to set up her stall, she comes back to help out. Even though she's getting old, she still wants to help out more. Is that big star coming today? Grandma couldn't remember Chiana's name, only that she was her granddaughter's former boss. Yes, she came over right after dropping someone off at the airport. Rui set out the bowls and chopsticks, preparing to call Gu Qingqing to get up. Gu Qingqing, however, had already developed a biological clock, and if she woke up too late, she would feel groggy and uncomfortable. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, perhaps the ancients had already grasped the laws of the biological clock. She took the porridge her grandmother had made and placed it in the middle of the wooden table. Anna told me she would be there in 20 minutes. A vibrant joy appeared on Gu Qingqing's face, like an enamel bowl that had been covered in oil being washed clean. Okay. Lu Rui nodded. She hadn't seen Anna for a long time either. Grandma blew on the white porridge and used a spoon to scrape off the top layer that had cooled down. She usually eats porridge in the morning, along with some salty and spicy side dishes. Oh, right. I'm going to help Juan pick plums later. Keep an eye on things at home. Grandma put a small piece of fermented bean curd into her bowl and looked at Rui. Lu Rui lowered her head, her black-rimmed glasses fogged up by the steam from the porridge. Aunt Juan's plum orchard is huge. I went for a walk around it last time, and I couldn't see the end of it, Gu Qingqing said. Grandma sighed and said, they're just too big. We can't sell them all. I'm really afraid they'll just sit in our hands and become a burden. Fruit farmers rely on the weather for their livelihood. A good harvest is a good thing, but not being able to sell their produce is a major headache. No sooner had she finished speaking than Aunt Juan came to call Grandma. Grandma cleaned the porridge from the bottom of the bowl, then took her tools and went to help others. Gu Qingqing once asked her grandmother, why don't you take a break? Grandma said, people are born to work. There's no time to rest. Grandma left in a hurry. While washing the dishes, Gu Qingqing asked Lu Rui, do you think Aunt Juan's plums will all be sold? Lu Rui couldn't answer either. Aunt Juan was a pitiful woman. She had a son and a daughter, but the older one died young and the younger one was sick. She survived on these plums. Yes, I will. She looked at the white foam of the dish soap and handed the steel wool to Gu Qingqing. Grandma wasn't very good at using the gas stove, and every time she cooked porridge, a little bit of rice paste would stick to the bottom of the pot. There was a huge German shepherd at the entrance of the women's guest house. It was about 1.85 meters tall when it stood up and kept a watchful eye on Chiana. She drove to the garage of the women's guest house. As soon as she got out of the car, the first person she saw was not Gu Qingqing, nor Lu Rui, but the street poet. Hello. Chiana greeted, extending her hand. Jiang Ning squinted, looking like she hadn't woken up yet, and walked into the guest house with her hair all messy. Okay, I wasn't sleepy, I just got back. Okay. Jiang Ning's voice was unmistakably husky, with a touch of sexiness. Jiang Ning ignored the human who had suddenly appeared, shook her head, and prepared to go back to her bedroom to sleep. She turned on the bedroom light. There was a poem she had only half written on the table. Jiang Ning took a closer look and realized what utter nonsense it was, something she had thought was a masterpiece when she wrote it. She washed away the smell of smoke and alcohol from her body, and pressed the crookedly printed, discarded poetry collection under the chair to barely maintain her balance. While everyone else drew back the curtains, she chose to turn off the desk lamp. Chiana wanted to show some friendliness to the German shepherd, but she was also a little afraid. If Assistant Jiang were here, that would be great. She loves these large dogs. Anna. Chiana turned around and saw Gu Qingqing and Lu Rui beside her. She rushed over, hugged them both, and said with a smile, long time no see. The German shepherd, with its serious face, seemed to sense its owner's joy and wagged its tail happily. I just saw a poet I met in the old city. He lives here. Chiana followed Lu Rui inside. "Oh, you mean Jiangning?" Lu Rui said, revealing the other person's name. "This place is exactly the same as the renovation photos that Assistant Lu posted on his WeChat moments. Unlike ordinary homestays that don't put effort into the living room. Lu Rui transformed this place into a multi-functional reception area, complete with soft sofas, clean tatama mats, and a huge home theater system. Chiana sat in a beanbag chair, enjoying the comfortable feeling of sinking into it. It seems Jiang Ning's business was good last night, or maybe she fell asleep at her stall again. Gu Qingqing sat down on the tatami mat next to her. As Chiana recalled her first meeting with Jiang Ning in the ancient city, she had to admit that the latter seemed more likely. Lu Rui carried Chiana's luggage to her room and was coming down the stairs. She makes money by selling poetry collections? Chiana found it somewhat unbelievable. It seems she's still a blogger, so she should be able to get some advertising deals, Lu Rui replied. Aunt Sang brewed pu'er tea for the new guests and was just bringing it out. "Come, have some tea," Aunt Sang said with a shy smile. Grandma wasn't eating at home today, so Chiana drove the two of them to a Thai restaurant in the old town. The hand-grabbed rice uses 3-color glutinous rice and is served with more than 10 kinds of side dishes such as hand-shredded dried beef, lemon chicken, charcoal grilled pork belly, hand-peeled bamboo shoots, and cucumber strips. All the food was placed on a bed of large green leaves on a large wicker plate. At first glance, it has a strong ethnic flavor and a rich taste. Anna Chi wore a glove on one hand and used the other to hold chopsticks. "Sister Anna, is your next episode going to Huizhou to film, and then it's all over?" Lu Rui took the watermelon the proprietress gave her and put it on the table. Chiana nodded and said, "It's a good thing we didn't record back-to-back, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to meet with you all. Huizhou is also very nice, with white paint, blue tiles, and horsehead walls." Gu Qingqing took a sip of her Pao Luda tea. "But recording a show is quite different from going out to play on my own. I feel more comfortable with you guys in the same city." Chiana was casually arranging her rice balls when she looked at Lu Rui, who had already made the first rice ball. "At least you have a conscience." Gu Qingqing took the first one that Chiana had finished, took a bite, and then realized that the other woman had forgotten to dip it in sauce. "Silly carp, you forgot the dipping sauce." Despite saying that, Gu Qingqing still finished eating. The sweetness of glutinous rice wraps around various Thai delicacies. One bite brings happiness and satisfaction. Chapter 114 Pajama Party. Chiana drove the car, while Rui and Qingqing were both dressed up. She was responsible for being their driver and photographer. The scenery along the coastal highway is absolutely stunning, and they could stop and take pictures whenever they wanted, feeling incredibly free. Without any task cards or production crew, Chiana felt every breeze brush against her cheeks. "Great, it's really beautiful, the light is gorgeous." Chiana took the photo with the attitude that the photo might not be perfect, but the emotional value should be maximized. "Rui, turn a little more to the side." Chiana was doing the splits while taking pictures of people. "Smile a little, good, very good." Photographer Chi clicked the shutter button. The three of them fed the seagulls and strolled along Irai Lake. Just like back in Yanjing, when they walked along the old Red City Wall. Anna Chi misses the past. Time has passed, but they remain the same. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the woven straw hat, falling on Chiana's face and leaving beautiful dappled patterns. It was her first time visiting a farmer's market, and she felt that the vegetables and fruits were cheap and fresh. The vendors would offer you samples, and you would feel embarrassed not to buy anything. "It smells so good." The young man is frying potatoes. The golden potatoes are fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then sprinkled with a layer of secret spicy powder. Gu Qingqing bought several portions and gave one to Chiana with a toothpick. "Are we buying this much?" Chiana felt that there were a lot of ingredients. Lu Rui nodded and continued to scan the code to pay. "We have a dinner party on the 15th of every month, followed by a pajama party." Lu Rui explained the traditions of her family-run guest house, hoping that the relationship between them would be more than just that of business owners and consumers. Gu Qingqing then put the purchased ingredients into the trunk of the car. A pajama party? Anna Chi had never attended a party like this before. "Well, you'll find out tonight." Assistant Lu seemed to be keeping everyone in suspense. The three returned to the guest house. Aunt Sang was standing on a stool, changing a light bulb. Chiana watched as she skillfully unscrewed the bulb and installed a new one. "You're back." Aunt Sang's words were brief, and her hands, dark from working, gave off a reliable feeling. Anachi nodded and helped the person down from the stool. "It seems that Aunt Sang handles all the maintenance work here. Grandma and Aunt Sang cooked dinner in the evening, and Chiana could only help wash the vegetables." "Aunt Sang, is this scallion okay?" Gu Qingqing was chopping scallions. "Chop the scallions, make them a little shorter, but this will do." Aunt Sang sprinkled the scallions into the braised chicken. Lu Rui set up the tablecloths outside. Jiang Ning didn't go out to set up her stall tonight. Instead, she was setting up bowls and chopsticks with dark circles under her eyes. The dishes on the table were all very ordinary for the locals, but they were all delicious. Especially this braised chicken in copper drum oil, with potatoes and chicken, is spicy, but not salty, and oily and delicious. Anachi originally didn't want to eat white rice, but this dish was just too appetizing. "Come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses." Lu Rui stood up and raised a small half glass of orange juice. "No one drinks here, and no one tells dirty jokes they think are funny. We come from all over the country and from all walks of life, but the only thing we have in common is that we are all women." Lu Rui picked up a large spoonful of shrimp paste water spinach and put it into her bowl, while Grandma preferred the stinky tofu stir-fried with chrysanthemum greens in front of her. Jiang Ning sat next to Gu Qingqing. She didn't say much and just kept her head down while eating. "Anna, are you here to film a movie?" "I've seen your movies before," a girl with a buzz cut asked. Anachi shook her head and said that she was there to film a variety show and happened to be in Windy City. "So that's how it is." The girl with the buzz cut forked a piece of fried potato that had already cooled down, squeezed some tomato sauce on it, and ate it like a French fry. Jiang Ning has a small appetite and quickly finished eating. As soon as she was full, she felt sleepy and leaned back in her chair with her eyes half closed. The girl with the buzz cut seemed very interested in Chiana and asked her many questions. As everyone gradually started chatting, Chiana learned about their stories. Jiang Ning is very young. She ran away from home and came to Fengcheng. She unexpectedly became an internet sensation because she set up a stall and wrote poems. The girl with the buzz cut is named Zhao Junfan. She was studying abroad, but later took a break from school and lived in Fengcheng, which can be considered a gap year. There was also a female executive from Pingqing Software Company, whom everyone called Sister Yu. Due to health reasons, she resigned and came to Rui Women's Homestay after seeing it online. After dinner, everyone changed into their pajamas. Grandma wanted to go back to sleep, but Gu Qingqing stopped her. "You young people have fun? I'm just an old woman." Grandma waved her hand, a gold bracelet on her wrist. Anna recognized the bracelet. It was bought by Lu Rui after saving up for a long time at a department store, and Lu Rui even asked Anna to help her choose the style. "Oh, Grandma." Gu Qingqing continued to whine, knowing that Grandma was most responsive to gentle persuasion than force. The movie screen was playing Lu Rui's favorite film, Dead Poets Society, which she had watched countless times, and it was now serving as the background music for their conversation. Chiana changed into a white and green checkered nightgown and leaned on Gu Qingqing's shoulder. Most of men lead lives of quiet desperation. Chiana savored this line. Gu Qingqing yawned, put the Doritos on her finger, and ate it. Sister Yu sipped her pu'er tea and glanced at Jiang Ning, whom she rarely saw. Jiang Ning was wearing a floral nightgown. The dress wasn't very well designed, but it looked very soft. Jiang Ning was holding a book without a cover, reading it with great interest and unconsciously biting her nails. "Sister Yu, are you still planning to work in the software industry?" Chiana asked. "Probably. I like a change of scenery. I wonder what Hangzhou is like." Sister Yu noticed that her black silk pajamas were a bit wrinkled. "Hangzhou has a nice climate. It's just a bit hot in the summer, but it's definitely cooler than Shenzhen." After thinking for a moment, Chiana continued, "There are many companies over there, so it's generally quite convenient." Sister Yu put down her teacup and said, But right now, I just want to be a good, useless person." When you're young, you always think about what you'll do when you have money and time in the future. You should think about the present first. Sister Yu's thinking has changed a lot. Lu Rui agreed, saying, I also suddenly understood things after the car accident. What do you want to understand? The book obscured Jiang Ning's face, revealing only a sliver of her fluffy head. I saved some money in Yanjing. To be honest, when I was saving it, I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I just hoped that I would have it when I needed it for something in the future. Later, I saw other people running women-only ghost houses online, and I was really interested. There are ready-made houses in Fengcheng, and my dad is in the renovation business. Before the car accident, I had collected a lot of home renovation materials. Actually, I've always wanted to do this. Chiana looked at Lu Rui, who was still wearing those black-rimmed glasses and that black and white polka-dot nightgown. But at this moment, Lu Rui is not Assistant Lu, but the manager of a women's bed and breakfast. At this moment, Lu Rui is radiant. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are bestowed by heaven. Jiang Ning leaned closer and muttered this in a mysterious tone. Lu Rui continued. In short, the first thought I had when I woke up from the car accident was that I wanted to go back to Fengcheng and run a women's bed and breakfast. Zhao Junfan clinked teacups together and said, "Congratulations on doing it." Chapter 115 Insignificant. Grandma held Lu Rui's hand and said proudly, "Our Rui will have everything she wants to do." "Grandma, you can use puns too." Zhao Junfan chuckled, touching his buzz cut. Grandma raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm keeping up with the times too." Aunt Sang sat to the side, feeling somewhat awkward. She kept thinking of doing something to avoid being too silent or too idle. Chiana smiled and leaned against Gu Qingqing, inhaling her scent. She is like a wandering wind, only able to stop when she smells a familiar scent. Rui was very naughty when she was little. She often played with A's, Choo Choo and the other kids, and always got covered in dirt. Grandma reminisced about the past, her gentle gaze falling on Lu Rui's face. Growing up brings its own set of troubles. Jiang Ning put the book on her lap and continued. But I still prefer things as they are now. Me too. Chiana's gaze met hers. Jiang Ning leaned back in the wicker armchair, then picked up the book and held it up to her face. Do you also have sad things? Jiang Ning's voice was soft and somewhat hoarse. Chiana was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Jiang Ning was talking to her, and asked in return, "Why do you ask that?" Corning sighed and said, "Because you seem to have everything going for you. She's good-looking, has a good career, and even her marriage seems to be going very smoothly." Chiana lowered her head, only then realizing how lucky and perfect she was in everyone's eyes. Actually, everyone has their own messy affairs. It just depends on how close you are to them. Zhao Junfan asked what was on her mind. What do you mean? If you look at someone from a distance, you are more likely to see their good side. But the closer you are to them, the more you know about their nights of breakdown. Perhaps my pain is just insignificant. Chiana tidied her disheveled hair. Jiang Ning seemed to understand something and said, "But pain cannot be used for comparison." Her expression was somewhat blank, as if she were thinking about the past. At that moment, she desperately needed a cigarette to hide the drooping corners of her mouth. After the pajama party, Lu Rui accompanied Grandma home, while Aunt Sang had to keep watch that night. Gu Qingqing said she wanted to sleep with Chiana, and the two went up the stairs one after the other. Gu Qingqing let her hair down from the bun, sat on the small sofa, and suddenly felt like painting her toenails. "Anna, do you have any nail polish here?" Upon hearing her words, Chiana rummaged through her bag and pulled out a light pink nail polish. "There's one like this, but it doesn't show up very well." It was a bottle of nude pink nail polish. Gu Qingqing took it, opened the bottle, and found it didn't have a pungent smell. "Help me apply it." Anna Chi used a transparent hair clip to pin up her hair, with not a single stray hair out of place. She sat on a small stool, just the right spot to paint Gu Qingqing's toenails. "Why did you suddenly decide to do this?" Seeing the other person's serious expression, Gu Qingqing replied, "I don't know. It just suddenly came to mind." "Anna, do you still have that burgundy hair clip?" Gu Qingqing knew sure you. She keenly noticed that Anna's breath hitched, and then she nodded heavily. Her hands moved quickly, and soon she had painted a layer of light pink nail polish on the toenails of the first pair of feet. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that you've applied nail polish. It looks more like a healthy, rosy glow. I miss her very much. Gu Qingqing knew who she was talking about. She reached out and touched the other person's earlobe, saying, I know. I also know that you became friends with me in the first place because I look a lot like Shigyur. Anachi's hand trembled slightly as she looked at her and said, You are actually different from her. Qingqing, you are one of a kind. Gu Qingqing laughed. She felt that the silly carp seemed to speak more pleasantly after falling in love. After the rain, the sky will clear up and the weather will be nice. Gu Qingqing swung her foot, which was painted with nail polish, and looked at Chi-Anna, speaking in a gentle tone she had never used before. That night, the two of them slept in each other's arms. Chi-Anna had never slept at a friend's house before. She first had this experience when she was in Yanjing, when Gu Qingqing invited her to join her. Chi-Anna reached out and pulled out her hair that had been pressed down, and saw the other person's feet sticking out from the corner of the blanket. The nail polish was glossy and shiny, with a subtle pink hue, almost imperceptible, like a mist. Good night, Qingqing. Good night, Anna. Gu Qingqing turned over and turned off the lights in the guest house. The next day, Gu Qingqing went to the warehouse to help with packing, and Chi-Anna sat next to her and cut the tape for her. Were all these things purchased online? Anachi asked. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, Yes, these were all ordered during the live stream. However, business has been slow lately, so there aren't many things to pack. Gu Qingqing was wearing a dark gray t-shirt and a pair of silver mesh sneakers. Like Antwan's plums, there are very few online orders. If they can't be sold, they will just rot after being picked. Chi-Anna exclaimed, Ah, and said, Isn't that a pity? Yes, the town's party secretary is also very worried. Gu Qingqing suddenly looked at Chi-Anna. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of shrewdness, and Chi-Anna met her gaze. If Anna could sell products. Gu Qingqing didn't say these words aloud. She didn't know that Chi-Anna could hear her thoughts. After the two finished packing the packages, they saw Antwan riding over on her tricycle. The tricycle was full of plums. She recognized Gu Qingqing and tossed two to the little girl. Oh my, Qingqing, is this your friend? Antwan had a purple headscarf wrapped around her head, and her face was a little red from the sun. Chi-Anna, Qingqing's friend. Antwan also gave her a few plums, and then drove her tricycle to the market to sell plums. Anachi took a bite of the plum. The flesh was plump and the juice was very sweet. She watched Antwan's retreating figure while biting into a plum. Chi-Anna asked Gu Qingqing for the live stream link, bought some plums, and sent them to Hangzhou, wanting her grandmother to try them too. In the evening, Chi-Anna accompanied her grandmother to set up a stall and sell some trinkets. Grandma, Antwan has had an accident. Someone came looking for Grandma. Chi-Anna packed her things and drove to the hospital with her grandmother. Lu Rui stayed with Antwan, who was lying on the hospital bed looking very unwell. Rui, what's wrong? Chi-Anna asked softly, leaning against the door frame. It's nothing, it's nothing. Antwan simply waved her hand, saying that she had just fainted due to anemia. That night, Chi-Anna told Lu Rui her thoughts. At that time, no celebrities had ever done live streaming e-commerce, let alone promoted agricultural products. There are far too many issues involved here, as even Anna Chi herself knows. Rui's first reaction was that it was not feasible, so she called Jinjia again. Jinjia shared the same idea as Lu Rui. She said she was willing to buy some plums to show her support, but other things might not be an option. Chi-Anna watched Aunt Sang hanging up the bed sheets, lost in thought. Chapter 116 Live Streaming to Help Farmers. Just when Chi-Anna was about to give up, a new policy to help farmers with live streaming was introduced, which was like a timely rain. Lu Rui accompanied her to the street office several times, feeling like she was being the other party's assistant again. Xiao Qi, this is a charity live stream. There's no money involved. Secretary Huang was talking to her. The two nodded, indicating that they understood. This is the business plan, about live streaming to help farmers. I think it would be better to work with the person who was originally in charge of the live stream, instead of me doing it alone. That's the same idea we have. Even Jinjia couldn't go against Chi-Anna's wishes and withstood the pressure from the company. Mommy, her daughter called out, clutching her teddy bear. Jinjia put down the documents, picked up her daughter, and kissed her forehead. This kind of celebrity-assisted agricultural live streaming is arguably the first of its kind in the entire entertainment industry. Although live streaming seems simple, The things behind it are quite complicated, and everyone is figuring things out as they go. Anna Chi put on simple makeup and started her first live stream. Lu Rui prepared many introductory scripts for her. She memorized lines quickly and remembered these contents quite well. Gu Qingqing arranged all the fruit samples for her, and this time she used the same live streaming account as before. She wore a woven hat and a simple cotton linen shirt, and gave an OK sign to the person in front of her. Hello everyone, I'm Anna Chi. I am currently in Fengcheng, and I am very happy to participate in this charity live broadcast to help farmers. Now, Chu Chu and I will introduce these fruits to you. This is my first time doing a live broadcast, so please bear with me. Chu Chu smiled as she looked at Chiana. Her face was round, and her features were soft and graceful. Bamboo growing taller. Are you seeing things? Look what I just saw. The technical skills are all thanks to the teammates. Is this a live stream to help farmers? Crispy Bobo. Wow, why can't I send gifts? Did you turn off tipping? Uncle Sam. I'll buy all kinds of fruit to support Anna. Chu Chu handed the washed plums to Chiana and began to introduce the fruit in front of her. Anna, do you think it's sweet? Chu Chu showed the plums to the camera. It's very sweet and juicy, and it's especially delicious. Chiana finished the plum in one go. Chu Chu continued. We have a whole box of plums right now. If you place an order, you'll also get a free box of star fruit. They're all seasonal fruits. Plums can be eaten raw, or they can be made into preserves or wine. Please follow us to receive a random red envelope. Holding up the plums, Chiana explained. Plums are sweet and sour and can clear heat, promote body fluid production, strengthen the stomach, promote urination, and reduce liver fire. Oh, which book said that? Chu Chu asked in agreement. The Materia Medica of Southern Yunnan is a local Materia Medica from the Ming Dynasty that records the traditional Chinese medicine content of this region. Chiana leaned closer to the camera to reply to netizens, saying, We also have whole boxes of star fruit available at link number 2. We'll also be giving away some plums to try. Chu Chu took a knife and cut a star fruit, handing a slice to Chiana. Look at the star fruit. Doesn't it look like a star? Yes, that's why it's also called the star fruit. Chu Chu saw a comment and laughed. Yes, it's the star fruit from Plants vs. Zombies. Chu Chu continued. Star fruit contains a lot of organic acids and vitamin C. It's sweet and sour, and it's especially delicious. Look how juicy it is. After finishing the star fruit, Chiana cut another one for herself. Even through the screen, you can feel the freshness and abundance of the fruit. The Compendium of Materia Medica refers to star fruit as 5-linked fruit and records that it treats wind heat and has the effect of promoting body fluid production and quenching thirst. Star fruit has a high oxalic acid content, so we do not recommend it for patients with poor kidney function. Anna, do you prefer star fruit or plums? Chiana, carrying a bowl of water, said, I like them all. Both our first and second links are sold out. We are currently restocking them. Please wait a bit before placing your order. Anna Chi smiled and continued to introduce the apricots and peaches. Chu Chu was in charge of saying, 3, 2, 1, link up. Fake cat. Is this what they call quenching thirst by looking at plums? It's making my mouth water. I bought from both links. Patrick Star is a starfish. Anna is so beautiful, so well prepared, and her speech is so good. Watching her eat makes me want to eat too. Bun Bun, I want to eat that peach. 68 yen 96 yen. I bought them all, planning to share them with my family. When will they be shipped? Chiana's live stream to help farmers went viral and was seen by many people in the industry. People are generally taking a wait-and-see approach to these charity live streams. If things go wrong, it could affect their commercial value. Du Jingwen and Yi Qingshan saw the live stream link and clicked on it to buy some fruit. Yuman Xue had been secretly keeping an eye on Chiana's activities. She wanted to send her a rocket, but found that she couldn't. She asked her assistant to count the number of employees at the MCN company and bought several boxes of seasonal fruit. Of course, the biggest buyer was President Liu. It seems he will soon be in charge of the fruit section at Jimu Canteen. Chiana didn't expect business to be so good. She originally just wanted to help Aunt Wan, but she didn't expect to be able to sell all the fruit. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please contact customer service and we will handle them properly. Chu Chu kept talking, but her spirits remained high. Thanks to Anna Chi, they were able to sell so much fruit that night. Gu Qingqing adjusted the live stream lights as she watched Chi Anna eat a peach. After the live stream ended, Chi Anna was specifically praised for contributing to rural revitalization and promoting local agricultural products. Jinjia had no idea that the authorities would get involved. She suddenly thought that a charity live stream was fine as long as it was for charity, and getting some praise would be good too. Many celebrities do charity work, mostly by taking photos at Hope primary schools, and donating money and goods is even more common. Someone like Chi Anna participated in live streaming to help farmers, so it's no wonder she was specifically praised. Of course, that's a story for another time. Chi Anna ate Aunt Wan's plums and felt really happy to have helped. She was preparing to go back inside to pack her luggage for her trip to Huizhou, while Aunt Sang was pruning the trees in the yard. The scissors were large, and Aunt Sang wore gloves. Her expression was focused and serious. Anna greeted her and went upstairs to pack her things. When she came down, Aunt Sang put down the large scissors and prepared to help her with her luggage. "You're leaving already?" Aunt Sang said, not being good with words. Anna Chi put down her suitcase and reached out to hug Aunt Sang. "Aunt Sang, thank you for your hard work." Aunt Sang hugged the fragrant little girl and said shyly, "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." Anna loves hugs more than any other form of intimacy. "This is for you." Chi Anna let go of Aunt Sang and handed her a box of hand cream. Aunt Sang couldn't read English, but she felt that this must be a very expensive brand, and she felt a little embarrassed. "Isn't it very expensive? It's a waste for me to use it." Chi Anna pretended to be angry. She reached out and touched Aunt Sang's rough, dark hand, and said, "No way." Chapter 117 Falling Apart. As the sun sets, only a sliver of light falls on the large terrace of the Fu mansion, a narrow strip of pale yellow tinge illuminating the railings. The man was wearing only a black, tight-fitting vest, and he was lighting a cigarette with his eyebrows raised. He held a silver-gray lighter in his hand, and with a crisp ding, the flame touched the cigarette butt. "Young Master Fu, old master, he has passed away." Fu Tingchen didn't answer, waving for the others to leave. He finished 3 cigarettes in a row, then rubbed the cigarette butts heavily in the crystal ashtray. He didn't send a message or ask He Qiong's opinion. He drove directly to Aowan. Uncle Jian watched as Fu Tingchen drove out of the garage, glanced at him from afar, and revealed a meaningful smile. The passing of He Hongzi is not just a family matter for the He family, but also a major event in Macau. In Australia Bay, even a 5-year-old knows about the Ho family and the Australia Bay Casino, which is comparable to Las Vegas. He Qiong learned about this while she was in a meeting with Liu Jiaxing and others. She didn't have the energy to deal with President Liu, but fortunately, he was just doing his job. While He Qiong doubted her own charm, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Aowan is a place where land is extremely valuable, and Taohua is located in the very heart of the city. As she listened to the marketing manager's PowerPoint presentation, she felt that the manager's accent sounded a bit like Fu Tingchen's. "Manager Wang?" He Qiong rarely asked him. Manager Wang was taken aback, wondering if there was anything wrong with what he had just said. His gaze fell on He Qiong, who had exquisite makeup. "Are you from Hong Kong?" He Qiong's question was somewhat abrupt, or perhaps it had another meaning behind it. Manager Wang honestly replied, "Yes." He Qiong didn't ask any further questions. She pretended to listen to everyone's work reports, occasionally offering her own opinions. Daohua's surname is He, but it doesn't belong to He Qiong alone. To put it simply, she's more like a mascot here. He Qiong's phone was on silent, but it was on vibrate mode the whole time, and it kept buzzing in her pocket. A bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She ran outside the meeting room to answer the phone and rushed to the family hospital. The woman's face was as white as paper, her lower lip trembled uncontrollably, and her pupils were filled with panic. He Hongzi's condition has never been good, and outsiders say he's just keeping his life afloat with money. He Qiong always felt that her father would spend more time with her, even if he was just lying in a hospital bed and couldn't recognize who he was. She pushed open the door to the ward with trembling hands and saw her father's face. The man's eyes were closed, and his right hand was still holding his eldest daughter's hand. The resuscitation attempt failed, and the electrocardiogram showed a straight line. He Cheong rushed over and began to cry. Her arm was under her forehead, resting beside He Hungza's other hand, her shoulders twitching incessantly. My heart feels like a piece is missing, and it aches dully. Dad. She was young when she lost her mother, so the feeling was painful but not that profound. But at this moment, He Cheong truly has no home left. When the staff were about to take He Hungza to the morgue, He Cheong stood up and pulled on her father's hospital bed, preventing anyone from touching it. All right, let Dad go, He Shin said. The eldest son, He Rue, glanced at his sister, said nothing, and quietly turned away. As He Cheong watched her father get further and further away, she cried until her brain felt oxygen deprived, and she felt a little nauseous. The news of He Hungza's death planted a time bomb in the otherwise peaceful He family. At the funeral, celebrities from all walks of life came to pay their respects. He Cheong was dressed in all black, with a white paper flower pinned to her chest, and her face looked haggard. In the black and white photograph, the man is handsome and dashing, with a shrewd and calculating look in his eyes. The two Fu brothers arrived in Awan one after the other. Fu Tingchen saw He Cheong crying uncontrollably on the hospital terrace. He remained silent, watching her tears fall onto the tips of his shoes. At this moment, young Master Fu stood amidst a group of people in black, his gaze occasionally drifting over He Hungza's black and white photograph. When he was a child, He Hungza seemed to have held him in his arms. At that time, He Cheong's mother was still alive. He Cheong had lost a lot of weight. Her body, wrapped in black gauze, looked like a withered tree. Please accept my condolences. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, sending a tingling sensation through my ear. He Cheong, as the youngest child, is the only one in the He family who has not started a family. After the funeral, the real battle began. The He family fell apart, and He Cheong received her share of the inheritance as stipulated in the will. Compared to He Xian and He Rue, she had very little. Did you tamper with the will? How could Dad only leave me this little bit? He Yu shouted. He Xian scoffed and said sarcastically, Little sister, you spend your days gambling on horse races and chasing after boys. No matter how much you're given, you'll just lose it all. Look, Ah Cheong is the most obedient one. She even handed over Dao Hua, He Rue said, fanning the flames from the side. He Cheong remained silent. Although she had not seen her father's will, she felt that something was amiss. Dao Hua was a guarantee left to him by his father, but the will directly allocated it to He Rue. He Rue, it must be you. He Yu exclaimed angrily, grabbing the man's collar. The man slapped the other woman's hand away, leaving behind the words, crazy woman, and walked away. He Cheong wanted to find out the truth, so she had someone investigate, but they found no evidence. What should we do? He Cheong's heart tightened, and her thin lips pressed into a line. Berna held He Cheong in her arms and lamented her young lady's unfortunate fate. Lu Jiaxing attended old Master He's funeral, but when he returned to Daohua, He Cheong disappeared halfway there. Mr. Lu, I am He Rue. The man was wearing a silver-gray suit with a navy blue plaid tie. He Rue looks most like He Hungza. He's practically a younger version of He Hungza. However, his ears were small, and his earlobes were not as full as his father's. Hello, Lu Jiaxing. President Lu quickly accepted this reality. However, He Rue's sudden takeover significantly increased Ji Mu's workload. Standing beside Lu Jiaxing, Assistant Lin had already anticipated his endless future of working overtime. I watched your travel show. It was quite interesting. I hope He Cheong caused you trouble. He Rue sat down in the seat that He Cheong had originally occupied, and while turning the chair, he observed Lu Jiaxing's expression. The man emphasized the word causing trouble, as if he knew something inside. Lu Jiaxing smiled and said, Miss, he didn't cause any trouble. How could I not know He Cheong? She can't control Daohua either. It's just children playing house. He Rue laughed and said with a relaxed expression, his eyes full of self-satisfaction as someone in a high position. Lu Jiaxing could certainly see that after old Master He's death, the power in the He family had changed and been redistributed, and He Cheong was the one who lost. He can't do anything, and he has no right to do anything. The man adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and steered the conversation back to Jimu. With her father gone and Daohua gone, He Cheong felt as if her backbone had been removed, and she spent her days in bars, living a life of debauchery. She was Miss He, the most dazzling woman in the bar, with countless men swarming around her. She was the center of attention and also the object of covetousness. Fu Tingxian found He Qiong, who was completely drunk, at the bar. He squinted and called out, "Qiong." Chapter 118 Ungrateful. The veins on the man's neck bulged, forming crisscrossing green lines. He Qiong leaned against the bar, holding a whole bottle of whiskey and laughing happily. She shouted, "Sixth uncle." Fu Tingxian sat down next to her, chasing away all the men with ill intentions around her. He held his forehead in his hand and cursed, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, just drinking and having fun." He Qiong's face was flushed, and if you didn't see her sad eyes, you would really think she was happy. "Why did you come here to laugh at me?" He Qiong's face darkened, and she was about to put the wine in her mouth again. Fu Tingxian snatched the other person's wine glass and smashed it on the ground. Bang! "Are you crazy?" He Qiong was mostly sobered up by him. "Yeah, I'm just being crazy." Fu Tingxian couldn't stand her crying, nor could he stand her laughing. The man paid and took the person away. Inside the car, Uncle Jin looked at the drunken Miss He Qiong, while young Master Fu, who was both angry and heartbroken, sat next to him. He Qiong ignored him and snapped, "What's it to you? You don't really think you're my sixth uncle, do you?" He Qiong sneered. "My mom is dead, my dad is dead, no one cares about me anymore." He Qiong gasped for breath, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Before she could finish speaking, a tear fell from He Qiong's eye. Young Master Fu reached out and wiped away her tears, looked into her eyes, and took her hand. "I don't care about you." He Qiong couldn't quite process what was happening. She just felt that Fu Tingxian's gaze was off. Besides feeling sorry for their misfortune and angry at their lack of resistance, there is also a very strange kind of love. Is it love? He Qiong felt dizzy and vomited. The vomit landed on her, and she started crying again. Uncle Jin pulled over and turned to look at young Master Fu. "Stop crying, it's so noisy." Fu Tingxian was a germaphobe and thought He Qiong was dirty and smelly. They intended to hand the person over to Berna, but in the end, they had no choice but to carry the person to a nearby hotel to change their clothes. He Qiong threw the clothes in the trash can. She was still drunk and kept calling out for Bera. Young Master Fu took the clothes that Uncle Jian had bought and pushed him into the bathroom to take a shower. He sat on the bed, anxiously wanting a cigarette, but instead pulled a piece of candy out of his pocket. The man listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, his thoughts drifting off somewhere else. He Qiong came out completely soaked, wearing only a bathrobe. "Get dressed." Fu Tingxian's voice was indifferent, but his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably the moment he looked at He Qiong. The notorious playboy Fu has asked countless women to take off their clothes, so asking someone to put their clothes on is quite a rare occurrence for him. He Qiong felt dizzy and confused, not understanding why Berna wasn't dressing her today. Young Master Fu's patience was running out. Seeing He Qiong still in a daze, he teased, "Hey, do you want me to help you put it on?" The next second, He Qiong nodded. Fu Tingxian took a deep breath, finding it difficult to defend himself. "Berna, help me get dressed. I wanted to wear my prettiest clothes to see my dad." The man's eyes suddenly darkened when he thought of He Hengza's passing. "Why wear your prettiest clothes?" His voice softened, as if he were speaking to little Arjun across time. "That way, Dad will like me a little more." He Qiong's eyes sparkled, filled with longing for home. "Okay, I'll dress Arjun in the most beautiful clothes in the world." Young Master Fu took off her bathrobe, changed her into clean and comfortable clothes, and then dried her hair. Fu Tingxian, who had transformed into a mother hen, felt no displeasure. He simply felt that he was a little closer to He Qiong. "Ah Young, do you like beautiful gemstones?" the man asked in a deep voice, with a hint of coaxing. He Qiong felt her hair gradually drying, and her eyes became clear. "Like." Fu Tingxian took out the pink diamond ring and gently slipped it onto the other person's hand. The size was just right, and He Qiong wanted to struggle. The man grabbed her wrist, pulled He Qiong's hand to his lips, and kissed it. The kiss was so hot that He Qiong couldn't think straight. That finger symbolized a woman's engagement. "Ah Young, will you marry me?" The hairdryer had stopped, and a faint, luxurious soap scent filled the air. He Qiong couldn't pretend to be drunk, so she forced herself to face it. "Why? She was genuinely curious and wanted to know the reason. There's no reason why. Just like you like beautiful gemstones, I like you. With me, you can wear beautiful clothes, wear beautiful necklaces, and stay a child forever. Fu Tingshun was wearing a black shirt. He didn't kneel on one knee, nor did he adopt a sufficiently low posture. He looked more like a confident attacker. It sounds pretty good. He Cheong looked at the pink diamond ring on her hand. The diamond is dazzling, with clean and sharp facets that refract a light pink light. Fu Tingshun laughed and continued. If you want to take Daohua back, I can also forge a bloodless knife for you. He Cheong's gaze shifted slightly as she looked up at Fu Tingshun, seemingly deep in thought. Even if I don't like you? Young Master Fu's expression changed, and he seemed somewhat flustered. He hadn't considered this issue. Who is he? He is Fu Tingshun, the young master of Hong Kong. He Cheong cupped his face in her hands and asked again earnestly. Even if I don't like you? Young Master Fu's breath hitched. His mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say. He Cheong pulled her hand back, wanting to take the ring out as well. But the ring seemed to be perfectly attached to her slender finger, and she couldn't pull it off no matter what she did. I don't want to use you, and I don't want to rely on you to get Daohua back. Fu Tingshun watched as her fingers were rubbed until they turned red before the ring was finally returned to his own hand. The man didn't seem happy at all. He felt that He Cheong was ungrateful. Do you know how many people want this ring, want my love? Fu Tingshun said, somewhat angrily, as he decided to give He Cheong a second chance. He Cheong chuckled, her expression turning somewhat complicated as she looked at Fu Tingshun. What if I just don't care? Fu Tingshun squinted. This was only the second time in his life he had encountered such a situation. The first time was with Chiana, and the second time was with He Cheong. Sometimes he wondered if fate just liked to play these kinds of jokes on him. That night, the two parted on bad terms. Fu Tingshun's mood has been particularly low these past few days, and Fu Tingshun keeps his distance from him, afraid that his brother will take his anger out on him. Uncle Jian, when do you think my brother will get better? Fu Tingshun had a bit of a headache. He had been keeping a low profile these past few days, and he was getting tired of it. Uncle Jian shook his head and replied, a mental illness requires a mental cure. Fu Tingshun was suffering from severe nicotine cravings. The nicotine acted like a shot of adrenaline, keeping him hanging on by his own petard. He couldn't understand why He Cheong had rejected him. Shouldn't this be her dream life? He is her savior, and she should love me. Young Master Fu? The curly-haired woman was lighting a cigarette for the man. What are you women really thinking? Chapter 119, the final chapter. He Cheong stopped drinking and going to bars. She told herself she couldn't become the next He Yu. She may not be able to manage Daohua, but she will not give up. Even after she rejected Fu Tingshun, he continued to send her flowers and gifts, piling them up all over her house. In the past, this might have moved He Cheong. But now, she has no interest in thinking about love and romance, and she doesn't feel that such ephemeral emotions can bring her anything. She applied to a new school, cut off all assistants, and wanted to start from scratch. Berna was very worried about He Cheong, but she respected her wishes and silently guarded the house. He Cheong called Lu Jiaxing to apologize, and she began to realize her mistake. A melon that's been squeezed too hard won't be sweet. President Lu, I hope you and the person you love can be well. These were He Cheong's last words. He Cheong's voice trembled slightly on the phone, and Lu Jiaxing hummed in response. Goodbye. He Cheong left the land of Aowan that had nurtured her, wanting to see if peonies grown in greenhouses could survive in the wild. Lu Jiaxing listened as the other party hung up the phone, at which moment Chiana's video call came in. What a coincidence. I was just about to video chat with you. The man's voice was gentle, and his eyes crinkled into a smile. Really? Then we're really on the same wavelength. Chiana couldn't wait to share her experience of live streaming to help farmers with their livelihoods. I originally thought this matter was impossible to resolve, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Chiana had just finished her live stream, and there was still a hint of excitement on her face. If you want it, the whole universe will come to your aid, Lu Jiaxing said as he lay on the pillow, giving a boyfriend-centric perspective. So idealistic? Chiana asked, somewhat surprised. Mr. Lu smiled and said, the law of attraction. By the way, I saw the news of He Hengza's passing. Is He Cheong doing well at Daohua? Chiana was also lying down. On the last night, Gu Qingqing went back to be with Rui and Grandma, and she was the only one in the room. Lu Jiaxing didn't expect that the other party would bring up He Qiong first. He roughly told them about He Rui's matter and also mentioned that He Qiong apologized to them. Anna Chi was unaware of the many twists and turns within the Ho family, marveling at how the dramatic inheritance battles in TVB dramas truly reflected real life. I hope her studies go smoothly. Chi-Anna rubbed her eyes, feeling a little sleepy. Tired? The man noticed the other's movement. Chi-Anna nodded and said, a little. But I'd rather talk to you. Even though it was just ordinary talk, Lu Jiaxing still felt happy when it came from Chi-Anna's mouth. By the way, how many levels does that pixelated game have? You're the one who likes me and wants to confess to me. So why am I going through all this trouble? Anna Chi thought of the match 3 game that Assistant Jiang played. Surely it couldn't be that many levels, right? She really didn't have the patience for that. Lu Jiaxing chuckled at her words and said softly, 9 passes. Liking someone is something that requires effort from both people. The man looked at Chi-Anna, his brow twitching slightly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Anna Chi let out a long yawn, the movement pulling at the muscles in her face like a slow-motion replay. Go to sleep if you're tired. Chi-Anna did not answer, and casually picked up the eye drops from the bedside table. As the eye drops were put into her eyes, she used 2 fingers to hold up her upper and lower eyelids and replied, I'm not sleepy. Anna, are your eyes bothering you? Lu Jiaxing's voice was tender and tinged with concern. Your eyes are a little dry. Have you finished your work in Australia? She removed her fingers, slowly closed her eyes, and felt the medicine seeping into her eye sockets. Mr. Lu hummed in agreement, looking at her slightly parted lips, and felt a little tempted to kiss her. A message popped up on his phone. There was new progress on the custom-made diamond ring. The couple got married in a hurry, and the rings were casually chosen, leaving Lu Jiaxing feeling guilty. After Mr. Lu's business started to improve, he went to a company that could customize diamond rings. Before Anna Chi's car accident, he passed by an American antique jewelry store and saw a vintage diamond ring through the window. It would look really good on her wrist. That's what the man was thinking, and that's how he came up with the idea of customizing a pair of one-of-a-kind rings. The ring's design was inspired by the antique ring he had fallen in love with at first sight, but he chose a higher-grade diamond. The diamond grading certificates developed by Lu Jiaxing are impeccable in terms of color, clarity, cut, and carat. Both diamond and coal are made of carbon, and they actually come from the same source. However, diamonds, which symbolize love and marriage, are expensive because of their rarity. Chi-Anna's eyelashes fluttered, her breathing became long and even, and her face was very close to the screen. The night was very quiet tonight, so quiet that Lu Jiaxing could fall asleep to the sound of her breathing. Good night, the man said to her on the screen, but also to himself. The video call didn't end, allowing the couple, separated by distance, to stay connected through technology. Our trip is about to have its final filming. This unique couples travel variety show has won countless praises with its heartwarming daily life and beautiful scenery. No one expected this slow-paced variety show to become so popular. Every location featured in the program became a popular tourist destination, bringing immeasurable economic benefits. Of course, this led to the emergence of many variety shows with similar themes. However, there are very few documentaries like Our Journey that combine natural scenery and cultural history to provide a healing visual experience. Many viewers requested more episodes, so the production team released some content that wasn't included in the main episodes as exclusive bonus content for members. Some people even bought video streaming service memberships just to see this Easter egg. With cameras in place, the cameraman stood ready, prepared for the final episode of Our Journey. Tan Yilin and those around her were all dressed in white Raimi suits. The two of them stood under the black tiles and white walls, looking just like people in a painting. A small electric fan was held up nearby, and I secretly blew cool air into my stomach. It's so hot. It's so hot. Tan Yilin glanced at him. Be careful not to freeze your belly button. With temperatures in the 30s, the belly button shouldn't be that fragile, right? That's what everyone around thought. Bai Huiwen and Chao Yin sat together under rows of red lanterns, gazing at the picturesque Huizhou landscape, and smiled at each other. Coincidentally, this last stop was the place where they first met. At that time, Bai Huiwen had just turned 20 and met Chao Yin, a cross-stop performer. It can be said that Bai Huiwen was abducted by Chao Yin as soon as she reached the legal age. Sometimes she wondered what her life would have been like if she hadn't met Chao Yin. Where are Xiao Qi and the others? Chao Yin asked, looking around. Look over there, Bai Huiwen pointed ahead. The water ripples gently, the fragrance of lotus blossoms wafts softly, and the stone bridge winds its way across the water. Large, emerald-green lotus leaves concealed the figure of the person who had just arrived. Holding Lu Jiaxing's hand, Qi Anna, draped in the misty rain of Jiangnan, walked across the narrow stone bridge. Chapter 120 Love at First Sight. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered an old tea house in Huizhou. Looking around, I saw the undulating, staggered gable walls set against the azure sky. The tea house was originally a typical old Huizhou house. Once you push open the door, you'll find yourself in a hidden paradise. So many fish lanterns. Bai Huiwen pointed to the white wall. Chao Yin was holding a glossy walnut in his hand when he heard his wife's words, and his hand paused. The walls are decorated with fish lanterns of all sizes, mostly traditional red-scaled, green-eyed carp. Anna, is she from the same clan? Tin Yilin poked Qi Anna's arm and teased. Then I must pay my respects. Qi Anna bowed to the wall covered with fish lanterns. Chao Yin stood next to Qi Anna and said, I didn't expect that people would still make fish lanterns these days. Back then, I came to perform, just in time for the local lantern festival. I remember all sorts of fish lanterns, big and small, parading through the alleys and streets. It was so lively. Chao Yan's voice has a natural storytelling quality that allows listeners to calm down and listen attentively. May you have abundance every year. That's a good omen, Bai Huiwen said. It is indeed a good omen. I saw you under the fish lantern. Chao Yan smiled, pursing his lips. Lu Jiaxing could detect a hint of their youthful shyness and affection in that smile. He asked, Did you first meet in Huizhou? Bai Huiwen nodded. She was out having fun with her friends when she unexpectedly ran into Chao Yan here. Was that love at first sight? Tin Yilin asked gossipingly. Chao Yan laughed loudly. That's right. Oh my God, how romantic. Tin Yilin picked up a fish lantern and danced it between the two of them. Through the fish lantern, the two gazed at each other, passing countless years. From black hair to white hair, from youthful ignorance to apathetic old age. This is intangible cultural heritage, said the person standing nearby, pointing to the information sign. The intangible cultural heritage inheritor walked over wearing a dark blue long gauze dress. The man's sparse hair was tied into a bun, with a lotus hairpin inserted in the bun. The fish-playing lantern first appeared in the early Ming dynasty and reached its peak in the early Qing dynasty. It carries the unique ancestral hall culture of Huizhou people and has been passed down from generation to generation for more than 600 years. Is the fish lantern a prop to accompany the dance performance? Qi Anna asked. Yes, starting from the ancestral hall, there will be hundreds of fish lanterns of all sizes along the way. The inheritor nodded. If it were Chinese New Year now, we could see it. It would be so beautiful. Bai Huiwen lowered her eyes, lost in memories. Following the aroma of tea, the group continued walking forward and arrived at the main hall. Cheng Siyue was wearing a traditional pink cheongsam with wide, open front and large sleeves, and she was making tea. The tea leaves are placed in a celadone dish, with 3 small labels in front of them, Huangshan Maofeng, Taiping Hokue, and Liuan Guopian. Hello everyone, I'm Cheng Siyue, this episode's guest. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Cheng Siyue has a sweet smile, and her eyes are curved like the weeping willows of Jiangnan. Looking at the 3 house signs, Tin Yilin had a feeling that she was about to start choosing a house again. This tea is picked from the high peaks of Huangshan Mountain, hence the name Huangshan Maofeng. As you can see, its shape is slightly curled, resembling a sparrow's tongue, and is greenish-yellow. Qi Anna knew long ago that Cheng Siyue was the guest star of this final episode, and she even asked Jianjie about it. Jianjie revealed that it seems Tianshang valued the popularity of the finale of Our Trip and forced Cheng Siyue into the show. The original choice was a dancer from Huizhou, who was also a newcomer to Tianshang. The tea was poured into the cup, The liquor was a pale yellow, and steam rose from the top, truly one of the top 10 famous teas. She silently sipped her tea, hoping the other party wouldn't cause any trouble. Lu Jiaxing felt that this tea had an orchid-like aroma and a lingering aftertaste. It was in no way inferior to Longjing tea, which is also a green tea. Taiping Hokue tea, also from Huangshan, has leaves that wrap around the terminal bud, concealing the tip and revealing the apex. The leaves are a uniform, deep green, and the veins are green with a hint of red. Qiao Yan's favorite tea was Taiping Hokue. After drinking it, he found it to be fragrant, clear green, and sweet. Excellent tea, he exclaimed. Bai Huiwen felt that they were all green tea, and she couldn't taste any difference. Cheng Siue smiled in response and continued, Luan melon seed tea is named after its place of origin. It is the only tea without buds or stems, made from single leaves. Tan Yilin swirled the teacup. The tea was fragrant but not astringent. She took a sip and found the tea flavor to be strong but not bitter. Instead, it left a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. The tea leaves are emerald green, and after brewing, they resemble melon seeds in shape. He took a small sip from a cup held in both hands around him. He remembered that the classic of tea mentioned Luzhou Liuan, which must be the Liuan melon seed tea in front of him. On the table, besides tea leaves and teaware, there were also delicate tea snacks. Tan Yilin picked up a small piece of gray pastry, eating it while dropping it. Even now, Ding Shisu is still wrapped in red paper. Bai Huiwen broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth. Compared to green tea, she prefers these Chinese pastries. They have a very traditional flavor and give her a solid and reassuring feeling. Lu Jiaxing picked up a green tea pastry, and the taste was exactly like a solid version of Huangshan Maofeng tea. When did Mr. Lu meet Anna? Cheng Siue suddenly asked. It's unclear whether it was a task assigned by the production team or Cheng Siue's own initiative. Tan Yilin looked at Anna, wondering if this person was also after Lu Jiaxing, just like He Qiong. Back in high school, the man took a sip of tea and ate some seasonal fruit. Anna must have been very pretty in high school, right? I bet a lot of boys were chasing after her. Cheng Siue's smile remained unchanged. Is it because Anna is pretty that Mr. Lu likes her? The question was rather pointed, but Anna continued eating sunflower seeds as if nothing had happened. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and slowly replied, being pretty is just her least noteworthy advantage. Anna turned her head away, somewhat embarrassed. Yuan Shan ran. Screams, I declare that President Lu is my ideal type. OI. Xingli CP is on a winning streak. Anna is munching on sunflower seeds so happily. White tea. Who doesn't like good-looking people? It's normal to be attracted by appearance, right? I feel like Cheng Siue is a good tea. Dorothy. Eating snail rice noodles and a fried egg while watching TV in my dorm room. Who understands the value of this moment? The way you put it, I was completely confused. I thought you were my high school classmate too. Anna calmly sipped her tea and looked up at Cheng Siue. It's quite surreal when first love blossoms into marriage. But didn't teacher Chao and sister Huiwen do the same? Cheng Siue shifted the conversation. Chao Yan said, actually, none of this matters. If you like someone, you'll like them no matter what. Bai Huiwen smiled and said, yes, but you get used to it after a while. Tan Yilin put down her teacup and asked, then how should a marriage be kept fresh? Put it in the refrigerator. Chao Yan's sudden dry humor. These words seemed to hit Bai Huiwen's funny bone, and she burst out laughing first. The laughter seemed to spread, and everyone looked at each other, eventually bursting into laughter. Chapter 121, A Unique Flavor. Chao Yan took a sip of tea and said seriously, I think marriage is something that consumes love. So you can't think that once you're in a relationship and get your marriage certificate, it's over. You can't just rely on novelty and passion. That won't take you far. You have to communicate with each other, care for each other, and move forward together. Bai Huiwen nudged Chao Yan's arm and teased, why do I feel like I unwittingly got on your pirate ship? Chao Yan laughed heartily, finding her teasing him particularly endearing. Oh, you're only realizing it now? Oh dear, it's too late, Bai Huiwen said, feigning helplessness. Anna watched the two of them bickering and laughing, then looked at Lu Jiaxing, who was drinking tea to the side. The assistant director reminded Cheng Siue to follow the script. Chung Siue straightened her light pink cheongsam, stood up, and said, after tasting the Huizhou tea, let's try some Huizhou cuisine. What's that smell? People around seemed to think that some kind of seafood had gone bad. It turned out to be the stinky mandarin fish on the table. I especially love eating smelly food, Chaoyan said, placing his folding fan on the table. Tan Yilin shook hands with him and said, me too. Durian, stinky tofu, snail rice noodles, Tan Yilin said, listing them off with familiarity. I don't think any of what you're saying smells bad at all, Chiana said weakly. Tan Yilin patted Chiana on the shoulder and said solemnly, congratulations on joining our stinky team. Chaoyan picked up a piece of mandarin fish first. Just the smell made his mouth water. It smells awful but smells good, he commented. Chung Siue couldn't stand the smell, so she pinched her nose and hid from the camera's view. Fermented tofu is also smelly, so wouldn't cooking fermented tofu with stinky mandarin fish make it even smellier? Chiana picked up a piece of fried fermented tofu and tasted it. You have a lot of ideas. Lu Jiaxing felt like he couldn't breathe. Speaking of stinky tofu, Hangzhou also has it, and it's mostly golden brown after frying. But the stinky tofu in Changsha is black, and you have to poke a hole in it and fill it with soup. She liked both kinds and didn't find them smelly at all. The hairy tofu in front of me was indeed covered in a layer of hair, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was soft like fermented bean curd inside, unlike the two types of black and white stinky tofu mentioned above. Are all Huizhou dishes this strange? Chung Siue returned to the dining table. Isn't it strange? It tastes really good. Chiana thought the hairy tofu was delicious. Chung Siue picked up a piece of salted duck. This is what humans should eat. Lu Jiaxing scooped up a spoonful of pickled bamboo shoots and pork soup. The bamboo shoots were incredibly tender, and the combination of salted and fresh pork created a rich and savory flavor. Isn't yen du xian a Shanghai dish? Chung Siue asked doubtfully. Actually, it's Huizhou cuisine. The original yen du xian, a type of stewed pork and bamboo shoot soup. Used bamboo shoots from Wenjing Mountain here, Chaoyan replied. Yellow shell, white flesh, golden coat, white jade. Chaoyan laughed and said, actually, it's just winter bamboo shoots. I still prefer bamboo shoots. The surrounding people joined in the discussion about bamboo shoots. It's just a different flavor. Chaoyan picked up a large piece of steamed pork with rice flour and ate it with Huangshan rice. Chiana saw a plate of Huangshan sesame cakes not far away and remembered that Gu Qingqing loved them the most, so she decided to buy some and send them to her later. She scooped up a spoonful of what appeared to be an ordinary fish soup. The soup was thick and rich, fragrant and fresh, truly a classic of Huizhou cuisine. He was surrounded by people who loved to eat fish, but he couldn't eat stinky mandarin fish. Luckily, there was this bowl of delicious fish soup. Delicious, the man sighed, squinting his eyes. Huizhou cuisine is characterized by its salty and savory flavors. Although it is not among the 4 major cuisines, it is unique and has its own distinctive flavor. Where are we staying tonight? Tan Yilin was still very concerned about accommodation. Chung Siue winked mischievously and led everyone to a traditional Hui-style house. White walls, black tiles, horse head gables, and carved beams in the courtyard. Chung Siue said to the camera, the place I'm staying at today is an old house from the Qing dynasty, which has a history of over 200 years. Carved beams and windows, flying eaves, and protruding roof. Everyone went into their respective rooms, where their luggage had already been brought up by the staff. Chiana pushed open the window and saw Chung Siue across the street. The person was wearing a cheongsam, and just looking at their back, they really seemed like someone who lived here. What are you looking at? Lu Jiaxing was packing his luggage and spraying a lot of mosquito repellent spray. The weather was very hot, and the area was lush with vegetation, attracting a lot of mosquitoes. Look at the beauty. Chiana's mood seemed unaffected. The occasional summer afternoon downpour happened to coincide with our trip. The torrential rain poured into the courtyard from all sides, and under the dim light of the sky, it looked as if gold and silver were being sprinkled, hence the name, for waters returning to the hall. Pedestrians on the street hoped the rain would stop, but Tan Yilin, listening to the sound of the rain, had a new inspiration. Honey, this skincare product looks expensive. A golden face cream was pulled out from the side, with French writing all over it. Not expensive. Tan Yilin was jotting down her inspiration. Then can I use it? Zhou scratched his head. No. She didn't even look up. During a short break, Qiana began to read the script that Jianjia had just sent her. This is a spy drama set in the Republican era. The role she is most interested in is a cold-blooded and ruthless female spy, who is also the main villain in the show. Lu Jiaxing wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, only to receive a perfunctory kiss in return. Assistant Jiang sent her several xiaobai emojis with very fitting captions. One of the pictures shows a little white rabbit eating rabbit food, looking dazed and silly. Jiang can captioned it. I don't know. I'm just a little rabbit. Another photo is a blurry picture of a white rabbit hopping around. It's obviously a candid shot, and the caption reads so fast it's blurry. Qiana handed her phone to Lu Jiaxing to show him the picture of the little rabbit. Xiaobai has spent more time with Assistant Jiang than with you, Lu Jiaxing said. Qiana poked the rabbit's soft ears through the screen and nodded, saying, Yes, we should bring Xiaobai along when we go to the film set later. Just bringing Xiaobai. Oh, and Assistant Jiang too. Lu Jiaxing pointed to the tip of his nose and asked, And what about me? Qiana put down her phone and replied, In what capacity will you go? Legal spouse. Lu Jiaxing felt that the sound of rain outside the window seemed to have lessened, or perhaps he had simply gotten used to it. Who brings their spouse to work? Qiana leaned on his shoulder. Then I'll be your assistant. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and tilted his head in her direction. I can't afford to hire you. Lu Jiaxing also wore the perfume she gave him today. It smells wonderfully of oranges. I don't know if it's because the humidity is very high right now, but it doesn't look like orange peel, it's more like orange juice. I'll pay you to stay. The man smiled, his eyes so tender they could drown you. Qiana laughed, her chest trembling slightly, and met the other person's gaze. I suddenly remembered a trending topic about you. What? The domineering CEO with a love-struck mind. Anichi continued. I thought it was pretty far-fetched before, but now I think it's actually a bit true. Lu Jiaxing. She tilted her head back and kissed him lightly, without any lust, like a bird gently pecking. Chapter 122 Between Black and White. Rain washes over Huizhou, and the brush falls into the inkwell. The large lotus leaves, like jade plates, were filled with rootless raindrops. As the wind gradually subsided, they were bent over and tilted to one side. The program invited a traditional Qipao inheritor to take measurements and tailor clothes for the female guests. Anna stretched out her arms, and the tailor who was taking her measurements held a measuring tape and wrapped it around her slender waist. The camera wasn't pointed at Cheng Siyue. She was replying to work-related messages. I had signed a contract for a period drama set in the Republican era, but it just so happened to coincide with the start of filming for a new movie. After much deliberation, she decided to choose a movie over a small-budget TV series. As for the production team, they are unaware that the actor has dropped out and are actively preparing for the project. Anyone would make the same choice, right? That was the voice in Cheng Siyue's heart. Cheng Siyue, who always presented a sweet and approachable image, was expressionless at this moment, looking down at the tips of her apricot-colored high heels. The production of the Cheongsam was not quick, and due to a sudden downpour, the production team had to postpone the filming of the ink-making segment to the next day. Holding the task card, Cheng Siyue introduced Huizhou Ink to the guests like an NPC in a game. A craftsman wearing a dark blue shirt cut a crescent-shaped opening in the tree and then nailed on a small, disc-like object. The milky white sap from the lacquer tree flowed into a small disc. Qiana leaned closer to look and discovered that the disc was actually a seashell. Lu Jiaxing pulled her aside and reminded her, raw lacquer is poisonous. Be careful not to have an allergic reaction. Thinking of her constitution, where a single mosquito bite would cause redness and swelling for 3 days, Qiana silently moved away. Ancient Huizhou ink is renowned for its quality, where an ounce of gold equals an ounce of ink. This step is called lacquer cutting. Cheng Siyue read aloud from the task card's description. In this way, the lacquer collected from each opening was mixed with tung oil and a little bit of lard. This looks like cooking. Bai Huiwen tucked her hair behind her ear. It smells so good. Tan Yilin watched as her master scooped out a bowl of oil and began to smoke it. The upper and lower bowls are placed side by side and secured with bamboo strips, and a cigarette is lit inside. Then, using a feather, they scraped away the black soot from the bowl lid, prompting questions from those around them. Why didn't you scrape it clean? The master's hands moved gently and quickly, and he said with a smile, light smoke is best, the kind that doesn't clump. How much smoke can this pound of oil produce? Chow Yin asked, twirling the walnuts in his hand. 1 or 2 ounces. The chef glanced at the lens and added, only 50 to 100 grams. So little. Chung Siue couldn't help but gasp. Several guests bent down and scraped their cigarettes, finally managing to gather a small amount of haters. The master took the black powder and poured it into the water. This step of washing away the smoke is to remove impurities. Chung Siue looked at the little bit of black powder she had worked so hard to obtain, and now even more of it was gone. The master led them to retrieve the tobacco that had been sitting overnight. They saw him scoop up a dark, lumpy mass from a wicker basket. The clean tobacco needs to be air-dried for a year before being mixed with cowhide glue and cow bone glue. Following his master's instructions, Lu Jiaxing used a wooden stick to stir it evenly, and at this moment the dark substance was more like a solid. Add gold powder, cinnabar, pearl powder, and musk. The man added the contents of the different small dishes one by one, stirring as he added them. This is really hard work. Chi-Anna looked at the bulging veins on President Lu's arm and noticed that the ink blob in the basin was gradually taking shape. After mixing thoroughly, Chow Yin greased his hands and scooped out the ink ball like a dough ball, placing it on the oiled board. The person in charge of applying the ink was seen taking a small, double-edged, oiled axe and chopping at the ink blob. It looks like he's pounding rice cakes. Bai Huiwen watched the man vigorously waving his arms. This is really not easy. The hands around him started to ache after a short while. Only by repeatedly hammering can the glue and smoke be completely mixed. The craftsman next to him took the axe and continued hammering. The craftsman brought over a finished product. Its surface was smooth and delicate, without any grainy texture. To be honest, the few knocks around it were far from being as good as it is. The finished ink blob was pulled out by a large hand and pressed into an ink stick. After demolding, the ink strips we usually see are revealed. It's still easy for it to soften like this. We need to arrange these ink sticks closely together and wrap them in wood ash to absorb moisture. Bai Huiwen placed the freshly demolded ink sticks into a sealed wooden box, while Tan Yilin took out ink sticks that had been soaked in moisture for half a month and hung them to dry. How long should it be hung up to dry? Lu Jiaxing felt that the traditional ink-making method was laborious and time-consuming. 6 months. Only after the ink stick has completely dried can we finally move on to the gold gilding step. Chi-Anna dipped a brush in gold powder and traced the gold along the lettering marks left after the mold was removed. Then the craftsman sealed it with wax. Behind her hung strips of ink waiting to be gilded. Her face was as white as fine Xian paper. Lu Jiaxing stood to the side grinding ink, and saw her take a sandalwood wolf hair brush from the brush holder. Ink soaks the tip of the brush, and the tip touches the rice paper. The black tiles are from Huizhou, and the white walls are from Huizhou. It is merely a matter of black and white, yet it has witnessed the passage of time. Anna looked up and heard the chirping of insects outside the window. On the paper were the 5 large characters for our trip, written in a natural and elegant style, her favorite slender gold calligraphy. Lu Jiaxing continued grinding ink, the jet black ink splashing from the inkstone onto his little finger joint. Would you like to write it down? Chi-Anna invited President Lu. She saw him reach out to wipe the ink off his little finger, but ended up getting it all over her own hand. Why does it get darker the more I rub it? Chi-Anna realized she had made a mistake. Lu Jiaxing sat down. He didn't know how to write calligraphy, so he was a little nervous. Standing behind the other person, Chi-Anna asked, "What do you want to write? You guide me in writing." She leaned down and struggled to grasp the man's clumsy hand. Lu Jiaxing's palms were damp with a little sweat, like the summer rain in Huizhou. "What do you want to write?" She was very close to me. "If the mountain will not come to me, then I will go to the mountain." Chi-Anna felt that the sentence sounded familiar and that it matched their relationship. She smiled and said, "Okay." She guided him, stroke by stroke, and they finished writing that sentence. Anichi's hair fell down, like winding, meandering ink marks. Mr. Liu was captivated by the fragrance in her hair, only to be exposed in public. Focus. Her brows furrowed slightly as she struggled to turn the other person's hand, finding it difficult to write neatly. Lu Jiaxing turned his head, glanced at the other person's focused expression, and then lowered his head to obediently write. Not bad. That was Anichi's first assessment. Chao Yin came over with his hands behind his back, glanced at it, and softly recited the line. If the mountain will not come to me, then I will go to the mountain. As Chiana was laughing and joking with Tan Yilin, Chao Yin nudged President Lu's arm and asked, "What is a mountain?" His gaze flickered, looking at Chiana beside him. His hesitant gaze was like ink that had been etched over the years, concealing countless seasons. Chapter 123, Revisiting an Old Haunt. After experiencing the traditional Huizhou ink-making process, Cheng Siyue led everyone to change into the hastily made cheongsams. Tan Yilin was wearing a blue cheongsam with a butterfly pattern and holding a blue round fan. She was surrounded by matching blue long shirts, making it a couple's outfit. Is it pretty? Tan Yilin blinked. Beautiful. Laughter erupted around him, revealing a rare hint of youthful energy. Bai Huiwen was wearing a light purple cheongsam with a grape pattern. She looked at Chao Yin, who was wearing a dark purple long gown, standing to the side. I have a feeling you're about to go on stage, Bai Huiwen said, grabbing Chao Yan's hand and immediately making a sarcastic remark. Chao Yan, holding a pipe, said to the camera, "How about a little performance?" Bai Huiwen clapped her hands, and the white jade bracelet on her wrist was transformed into a string of amethyst beads to match. Okay. Chiana was about to come out, but before she even appeared, she was already cheering. Chiana was wearing a bright green bamboo patterned cheongsam, while Lu Jiaxing, who came out from another door, was wearing a long gown made of the same fabric. She was already fair-skinned, and this green color made her look even more like a pearl or jade. Chiana reached out and took his arm. Her hair was tied up, which made her chin look even sharper. Such a face looks just right on camera, but in reality it is far too thin. Lu Jiaxing couldn't help but fiddle with the jade bamboo-shaped earring hanging from her earlobe, and was glared at in return. "Xiao Qi is so pretty," Bai Huiwen said first. "You look great in a cheongsam." Tan Yilin tucked her hair behind her ear. At dusk, the weather in Huizhou was not too hot. "Let's go boating." Cheng Siyue called to them as they boarded the bamboo raft. There are just 2 seats on the bamboo raft, enough to accommodate a couple. It is the season when lotus flowers are in full bloom, and you can smell their overwhelming fragrance if you close your eyes. It's the last one already. Chiana looked at the tourists not far away. "Anna." A fan called out his name, and when he saw Anna waving at them, he shouted even louder. Afraid of disturbing others, she could only smile and make a gesture. The boatman glanced back, then silently continued rowing across the lake's clear waters. The lotus leaves still bear glistening raindrops, and the lush greenery mixed with the aquatic scent creates a fragrance reminiscent of Jiangnan that even the most master perfumers cannot replicate. "Will you miss it?" Lu Jiaxing asked her. Anichi nodded. "Our trip was too wonderful, like a utopian dream. It feels like we've finally gotten to know each other, and now we have to separate again." As the sun set, she leaned on his shoulder and gently answered his questions. "Are you happy?" Anna nodded again. Of course she was happy. Feeling the other person's chin poking his shoulder, he adjusted his glasses. "And you? Are you happy?" Lu Jiaxing thought for a while before answering. "Happy. Even happier than I imagined. I'm so happy that I don't even want to work." For workaholic Mr. Lu to say something like that, he must be genuinely happy. "Okay, then I'll take care of you." Chiana hooked his chin with her hand. "I will spare you from the hardships of wandering, and spare you from having no branch to cling to." Lu Jiaxing's eyes flickered, feeling a tingling sensation in her fingertips, as if there was some kind of electric current. She was finally willing to get close to him, finally willing to put him in her heart. "So good." "Yes, because you are very good." Mr. Lu was given another good guy card. He stood up, and the wind blew his green long robe. The bamboo groves are lush and green, and look very lifelike. Chiana gazed at his retreating figure, just as he had gazed at her countless times. The bamboo raft in front is occupied by Tan Yilin and the couple around her. Their daughter, Zayumi, is making a video call. Little Corn is the nickname of Tan Yilin and her daughters. The production team used corn stickers to blur the children's faces in post-production. "Mommy," Little Corn said in her childish voice. Tan Yilin's heart melted when she heard her daughter's voice. She sighed and her eyes were filled with tenderness. "Do you miss your mom?" Little Corn nodded, hugged the shark plush toy, and said coquettishly, "I miss it so much, it hurts my heart." People crowded around. "Do you miss your dad?" "I've thought about it too." Those around them felt that the word "also" was particularly subtle, and they always felt that they were just incidental. Little Corn suffered from heat stroke a couple of days ago, and Tan Yilin was very distressed, but now she looks quite energetic. "Mom, when are you coming back?" "We'll be back soon, baby. Look, we're in the middle of the lotus pond now. Isn't it beautiful?" "Beautiful. Grandpa taught me about lotus leaves reaching to the sky, an endless expanse of green. This is it, isn't it?" "You're so great, baby. Mommy misses you so much." Little Corn pouted, her eyes showing a hint of grievance. Looking at the Little Corn in the video, my heart melted. "Dad misses you too." Corn nodded, indicating that she understood. At the very front of the bamboo raft were Bai Huiwen and Chao Yin, who were sitting side by side, enjoying the scenery together, a rare occasion for them. Some tourists on the shore recognized Chao Yin and called him Teacher Chao. Chao Yin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled, saying, "Thank you." He even started chatting with someone. "Come play." "Yes," with his wife and kids. "Wow, your son is really tall." "This is my wife, Bai Huiwen." Chao Yin introduced his wife. Bai Huiwen stood up and greeted the tourist. The two sat down again, and Bai Huiwen touched the amethyst beads, seemingly lost in thought. "It's really hot today," Chao Yin said, trying to make conversation. Bai Huiwen hummed in agreement and said, "Time really flies." Chao Yin knew she wasn't just talking about recording a program, so he put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Next time, when we're a bit older, let's come to Huizhou again. It's not for filming a show, just the two of us revisiting this place, okay?" Chao Yin's voice was very soft, making his tone exceptionally gentle. Bai Huiwen looked at her husband. The tacit understanding built up over many years of married life allowed him to know what she was thinking. "Then remember to revisit this place with me." "I will definitely remember." Chao Yin sang the Huizhou opera they had first met, and Bai Huiwen smiled knowingly and leaned on his shoulder. She didn't know how so many years had passed in a daze. Just when everyone thought the trip to Huizhou was about to end, the staff suddenly separated each guest. "What's going on?" Chiana asked, puzzled, as she watched the staff pull Lu Jiaxing away from the side. She had no idea what else was planned for the day, and was thus forced to stand in front of the mirror. After her exquisite makeup was removed, the makeup artist began to apply makeup to Chiana's face. Looking at her face covered in age spots in the mirror, she suddenly wondered if Lu Jiaxing looked the same way. Her long, jet black hair was bound in a black hairnet, replaced by an almost entirely white wig. After spraying setting spray on her face, Chiana reached out and touched her face. It was a strange face, both unfamiliar and familiar. It is her, but not the current her, but her many years from now. Chapter 124, Older Version. Real aging is far more terrifying than trying to mimic the effects of makeup. Bai Huiwen used to sleep soundly until dawn, but now she wakes up very early and her back is covered in a thin layer of sweat. She gets tired easily and is no longer as energetic as she was when she was younger. While grocery shopping, she passed by school children and smelled the scent of her own fading youth on her body. Bai Huiwen's parents have passed away, and she knows that death and aging always go hand in hand. "Teacher Bai," the makeup artist called out to Bai Huiwen, who was lost in thought. Bai Huiwen took a deep breath and carefully examined herself in the mirror. She seemed to have aged a little. "Oh, I'm so old now." Her eyes were still bright, and her tone was full of undisguised self-deprecation. She was still wearing that purple cheongsam, but now her hair was completely white. Bai Huiwen looked at Chao Yin at the other end of the corridor and called out, "Old man." "Oh, old woman." The two entered the observation room prepared by the production team, and neither of them spoke at first. Chao Yin was the first to break the silence, saying, "Look, I really am an old man now. Bai Huiwen shook her head and said seriously, you're not young either. Chao Yin laughed loudly, shaking his white beard along with the laughter. What can I do? I was older than you when I met you, and I will always be older than you. So, I'm at a disadvantage, Bai Huiwen said, her eyes glistening with tears. Chao Yin reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, asking gently, why are you crying? It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a little sad. Bai Huiwen paused for a moment. Her voice suddenly choked up, and she continued, it makes me a little sad to think that we will both get old and become even older than we are now. Huiwen, Chao Yin called out to her, his voice filled with endless tenderness. Do you still remember the sunset at Danxia? We have many more sunsets to come, really, I promise. Chao Yin held out his hand and swore. Bai Huiwen nodded and scolded. You should smoke less. Chao Yin hugged her and replied, okay, it's all my fault. The two hugged, their most intimate gesture on the show. They were lovers in their youth and family in their old age. The man patted her back. He was also a little sad, but he didn't dare to say it, afraid of hurting her even more. Tan Yilin's style is quite different from the style of those around her. Tan Yilin rushed over and hugged her surroundings, looking left and right as if she found it all very novel. Isn't it ugly? The people around her felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. You don't rely on your looks to make a living anyway, Tan Yilin said, pulling him into the room. You rely on your talent, Tan Yilin said, then glanced at him again. Perhaps it was because Tan Yilin's facial expressions were too vivid that those around her felt that the old age makeup didn't work on her. She still looked like a little son. And what about me? Tan Yilin made a solemn expression to match her old age makeup. You rely on your talent too, someone teased. Tan Yilin punched him lightly, rolled her eyes, and said, you're praising my beauty even now. My wife is the most beautiful, and she'll always be beautiful. Everyone around raised their hands in surrender. That's more like it, Tan Yilin said, barely satisfied. But will you really look like this when you get old? The people around her were looking at her makeup intently. Her eyebrows drooped a little, she had more freckles on her face, and her wrinkles were deeper. But in the eyes of those around her, she was still very beautiful. Maybe, I don't know. Little Corn should be quite grown up by then. Maybe she'll have someone she likes, or maybe she'll have to leave us. Tan Yilin was lost in her own imagination and didn't notice that the expressions around her were a little off. The eyes around him were red with tears. He had grown old, which also meant that his children had grown up. Tan Yilin was talking to herself about her vision of the future when she noticed someone around her looking sad, so she stopped talking. All right, we're not old yet, are we? He nodded to those around him, pulling himself out of his grief, and looked at his wife. Yilin, how long do you think we can live? Should I go first or you go first? Tan Yilin first said, Pa, and then began to seriously consider the question. If I leave first, you'll suffer too much. Would it be better if you left first? Honey, you really love me. Tan Yilin punched him again and scolded. You're only just realizing this now. Chiana peeked out from the door frame, and Lu Jiaxing slowly walked to her side. He lowered his voice, seemingly trying to make himself appear older. Miss, what are you doing? I'm waiting for you. Chiana poked at his glasses, which seemed to have been replaced with a pair of non-prescription reading glasses. You've gone from nearsighted to farsighted, Mr. Lu. Lu Jiaxing lowered his eyes and smiled, saying, actually, you'll be both nearsighted and farsighted. Oh no, what should we do then? It's good enough that I can see you clearly. Will you hold my hand? Chiana smiled, took the other person's hand, and walked into a room without photographers. The room was very clean, with only one fixed camera. Lu Jiaxing and Chiana sat facing each other on a daybed, gazing intently at each other's faces. You look a bit like your grandmother. Mr. Lu laughed. He didn't know what he would be like when he was old. Chiana pointed and noticed that Lu Jiaxing had deliberately blackened a few teeth. She then said in character, Mr. Lu, when you get old, will you not be able to eat many things? Yes, by then I'll be too old to even chew tofu. At first, Chiana found it a little funny, and then a touch of sadness arose in her heart. Then I'll make you bubble wontons. Okay, Lu Jiaxing said with a smile, suddenly realizing that aging wasn't all bad. Have you ever thought about what we'll be like when we're old? Anna asked him. Lu Jiaxing frowned slightly and replied, I thought about it while I was putting on makeup just now. I've thought about how you might get sick, grow old, and not look as good anymore. Will you still love me? Anna leaned back in the chair of the daybed. Meeting. But I'm not as pretty or attractive anymore. Won't you mind? Anna asked pessimistically. No. Lu Jiaxing hugged her. And what about you? Would you be disgusted? What if I got sick and became riddled with wounds? Anna imagined it for a moment and felt an overwhelming sadness. Her voice was muffled with a hint of sobbing. It would break my heart. So, Anna, true love doesn't despise, it cherishes. Can't this day never come? Anna didn't want to face her aging, nor did she want to face Lu Jiaxing. The man gently stroked her wig and said, Actually, these aren't the worst-case scenarios I've considered. Could things get any worse? For example, you don't remember me. Anna immediately retorted, How could I not remember you? As people get older, their memory also declines. If you don't remember anything, you naturally won't remember me either. If that's the case, I'll be sad. The older version of Lu Jiaxing lowered his eyes. Chapter 125 is full of surprises. Anna felt a pang of pain in her heart and suddenly realized what he was saying. She remembers that her grandfather had Alzheimer's disease before he passed away. I don't want to make you sad. Anna patted his back. I know. But if someone has to be sad, I hope that person is me. President Lu adjusted his glasses. His face was covered with wrinkles and spots, but his eyes were gentle and clear. Why? Silly girl, I don't want you to be too sad. Anna felt a lump in her throat and suddenly felt like crying. But carrying the memories of two people would be very painful. Lu Jiaxing didn't deny it, but he thought about it from another angle. He could confess his love to her once a day. Unrequited love during school days is a regret of youth. So the man looked into her eyes and said, If you forget me, I will confess my love to you every day. How about I tell you our story every day? His eyes were filled with sadness, like an ocean of tears, yet he forced himself to be optimistic. Anna did not answer, and Lu Jiaxing did not continue speaking. I love you. A voice suddenly rang out. She almost forgot that she could hear the other person's thoughts simply by looking into their eyes. Anna hugged him back and whispered in his ear, I know. Lu Jiaxing's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure if she had truly heard his thoughts. What if I leave early and don't grow old with you? Anna released his body and looked into the distance. Every minute and every second, something unexpected happens in this world. Or rather, life is born from accidents and is full of accidents. I will live on with your memories. Anna gritted her teeth and replied, I hope you find a new love and live a good life, not just survive. A lifetime is too long. I don't want you to be alone. Anna's expression turned serious. Lu Jiaxing felt inexplicably sad, but then she continued talking. If you were in the same situation, you would make the same choice, wouldn't you? The man thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. Lu Jiaxing, you're not a pushover, but you're the most soft-hearted towards me. Anna took off his glasses and touched the small mole on the bridge of his nose. Mr. Lu's heart skipped a beat. He realized that no matter what her appearance was like, Anna would always be Anna, someone who would always make his heart flutter. She stood up, ready to go out, and Lu Jiaxing picked up his camera, wanting to capture the moment. Before he could press the shutter, Anna snatched the camera away. Don't take pictures of me secretly. Let's do it together. Anna tried with difficulty to put her arm around the other person's shoulder, but Lu Jiaxing squatted down a little. The old-fashioned camera didn't have a self-timer mode, so Anna held the camera upside down, pressing her face against President Lu's. Mr. Lu, would you like to open a blind box? Anna asked casually, then pressed the shutter button. She knew he was taking pictures of her, but she also wanted to take a picture with him. The flashlight shone on their faces. They were very close together, and their faces were still covered in old age makeup. Lu Jiaxing took the camera from her hand. It was surprisingly not bad. How about it? Not bad for a selfie, right? Anna raised an eyebrow. The man put his arm around her waist and smiled gently. He knew she was saying, Coward, stop looking at my back and come to my side. In fact, Lu Jiaxing always felt that Anna was the one with a soft heart. Why aren't you taking a photo with us? Tan Yilin appeared at the door. Chow Yin and Bai Huiwen stood beside him, while the cameras were handed over to the staff. Cheese. Everyone stood together. The flash of the camera was a bit blinding, flashing across everyone's smiling faces. As night falls, some meet, and some part ways. In the black screen, a line of small white text appeared. Thank you for the encounter. See you again in the martial arts world. With this, the first season of Our Trip has officially come to an end. Let brother land. Wah, I'm going to cry. How come this is the last episode? The escaped beef ball. I love every pair. I love every place. Can we film another 100 episodes? Destin, see you in the future. Looking forward to season 2 of Our Trip. Pearl 888. My go-to-meal companion has ended. It truly provided a sense of healing amidst my busy life. Chiana lay on the sofa at Spring Mountain Residence, watching Our Trip trend on social media. Whether it's the initial planning, filming, or post-production, everyone is genuinely dedicated to doing their job well. When viewers click on this variety show, they can sense the countless hard and busy days and nights. She was surprised to find that Lu Jiaxing had posted a Weibo post. When Chiana clicked on the photos, they all seemed to be pictures he had taken during his travels. These photos are from different locations and at different times, but the only thing they have in common is that they all feature Chiana. The first photo was taken in Huizhou, a close-up selfie of the two of them with old age makeup on. The contrast between their aged faces and youthful love is both surreal and touching. She swiped the screen, and the second picture was of Windy City, where Chiana was making a peace sign behind her amidst rows of tie-dyed blue cloth. The third photo is taken in Sichuan and Tibet, showing Chiana in a Tibetan robe from behind, with colorful prayer flags on the ground being blown by the wind. She continued swiping the screen and came to the fourth picture, where Chiana was happily picking raspberries in northern Xinjiang, with bright red berries on all 5 of her fingers. Anna Chi roughly knew what the fifth picture was, the courtyard with the flower trellis in Shadu, and her back view with her braids hanging down. There's a sixth picture? That's the one that Chiana once misunderstood. The girl, wearing her school uniform, stubbornly cut off her long hair and pinned a red heart-shaped hair clip in it. Although it was the same back view, Lu Jiaxing didn't mistake it for someone else, but Chiana didn't remember it being her. It was a somewhat absurd mix-up. Chiana glanced at Lu Jiaxing's copywriting, which had an hourglass-like expression on it. I initially thought he just picked it randomly, but it seems he wanted to represent the passage of time. She was startled when she heard the door open. Chiana was convinced it must be Lu Jiaxing, so she ran to the entrance without even putting on her shoes. Assistant Lin, carrying some documents, saw Chiana standing barefoot, wearing long-sleeved pajamas and trousers. Miss Chi. Chiana ran too fast, and could only break suddenly and force a laugh. Assistant Lin, it's been a long time. After the end of the hottest period of summer, Hangzhou was indeed hit by the autumn heat wave, and the air conditioning at Chunshanju was set very low. Lin Wei couldn't help but yawn, and awkwardly accepted the napkin that Chiana handed her. How did the filming of your show with President Lu go? Lin Wei pursed her lips. Anna Chi nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Assistant Lin turned to leave, but then remembered what brother she had said about helping him out, so he forced himself to say, President Lu really likes Miss Chi. Chiana was taken aback, only to hear him continue. I've been by President Lu's side for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him so happy. She smiled and looked at Lin Wei, saying, I know, me too. Chapter 126. May you have good fortune. Lin Wei left Chunshan residence and pinched her nose while sitting in the car. It really is time for the seasons to change. His nose is more accurate than the weather forecast. After President Lu returned to Hangzhou, Assistant Lin had a lot of free time, so he took a box of chocolates into the tea room. Lin Wei unwrapped the chocolate and bumped into Li Sihui, chatting with Minister Ma. Assistant Lin, do you want to hear some gossip? Li Sihui waved to the person. Ma Lan tore open the coffee capsule packaging and glanced at Li Sihui. What gossip? Assistant Lin glanced at the time on his watch. There was still a long time before lunch break ended. Chung Siue's tax affairs are under investigation. Li Sihui held a cup of iced milk tea in one hand and rested the other hand on the table. Lin Wei showed no reaction, glanced at Ma Lan, and asked, Who is Chung Siue? Assistant Lin has never paid attention to the entertainment industry, and in addition, he is somewhat face-blind and cannot distinguish between popular young actresses. Li Sihui almost choked on her milk tea. She blinked and asked, "Assistant Lin, don't you know Chung Siyue?" Minister Ma Lan laughed and said, "It's the show that President Liu participated in, the one in the last episode wearing a pink Chong Sam." Lin Wei had watched the show before, but she had no impression of Chung Siyue and only a vague impression of the pink Chong Sam. You know, these celebrities, they don't pay taxes when they should, and they sleep around inappropriately. Minister Malin shook her head. Minister Ma finished making coffee and clinked glasses with Li Sihui. "It seems quite serious. I was supposed to star in a new movie, but I didn't even appear on the official poster." Li Sihui took a sip of her iced milk tea. "You know, they earn so much, but they won't even pay a little tax. I just can't understand it." Li Sihui smacked her lips. Minister Malin held her coffee, took a small sip, and slowly said, "People have a tendency to take chances. The more they earn, the more taxes they pay. Tax evasion is something you really can't do. You'll be fined to death." Assistant Lin suddenly thought of a question. If Chung Siyue wasn't on the movie poster, what about the dramas she had acted in before? Were all her previous dramas taken down as well? Lin Wei asked casually. Li Sihui took out her phone from her pocket and searched for Legend of Fuyao, but it showed that there were no film and television resources available. She pouted and sighed. "I actually quite like the second male lead. It's like when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer too." Minister Malin searched for the last episode of Our Trip and found that the production team had cut out the scenes featuring Chung Siyue overnight. Luckily, he was a guest star, otherwise the variety show would have been doomed too. Ma Lan shook her head. If she were to become a female celebrity, she would definitely abide by the law. "Look, it's trending again." Li Sihui handed her phone to Assistant Lin. Lin Wei opened the document and found that the total amount to be paid, including the fine, was 200 million yuan. Assistant Lin gasped. 200 million. How long would it take him to start working and earn even 2 small goals? She probably won't be invited to any movies or TV shows anymore. I guess Fu's Entertainment is in big trouble too. As the finance minister, Ma Lan raised an eyebrow and said, "They must have made a dual contract." Li Sihui asked, "What is a dual contract?" Assistant Lin ate a piece of almond chocolate and answered on behalf of Minister Ma. "It means entering into 2 contracts with different contents for the same matter, usually for the purpose of tax evasion." "That's a really nice idea," Li Sihui exclaimed. She earns such a low salary, yet she still diligently pays her taxes. This trending topic remained on the hot search list for a long time, attracting countless netizens. Fu's Entertainment was preoccupied with its own problems, and its new owner, Tianshong, directly kicked Chung Siyue out of the company. The Yellow River flows into the sea. How much? 200 million. My God, that's outrageous. Taxes are zero. There's no trending topic that I, Willeen Gaiden, can't capitalize on. Loves fresh cut potato chips. You should really investigate Fu's Entertainment. It seems like a den of iniquity. May the gods protect her. Actually, it would have been fine if she had just had it fixed. She was just being used as an example to deter others, wasn't she? Chung Siyue felt she was really unlucky. The tax authorities seemed to want to make an example of her and were keeping a very close eye on her. She lost a lot of weight. Her arms were so thin she could barely hold 2 ounces of flesh, and she was now unable to contact anyone and was temporarily detained. The woman looked haggard. Her lips were dry and chapped, but she had no intention of taking care of them. Fu Tingshan's lawyer came to see her briefly, gave her some gifts, and then left. Chung Siyue knew she probably wouldn't actually go to jail, but her current mood was even more agonizing than when she was working on a sewing machine. She lowered her head and suddenly thought of Anna Chi. Why is she so lucky? Chung Siyue frowned, wondering why she had ended up in such a predicament. Taxation isn't her responsibility. Aren't there plenty of shady contracts and black and white contracts in the industry? Why only arrest yourself? As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. And sure enough, Fu's Entertainment was found to have many problems with its finances. Even though the second young master of the Fu family had made preparations in advance, he still had to deal with some of the issues. Has Attorney Sue gone? Fu Tingshan pinched the bridge of his nose and asked his secretary. The secretary nodded and replied, I met with Miss Chung. Is she all right? Fu Tingshan asked, raising an eyebrow. The secretary was trembling with fear, unsure whether her boss hoped the other party would be good or bad. You look a bit thinner. Fu Tingshan laughed and replied, she deserves to suffer a bit. The secretary chimed in, and after Miss Chung, then she'd better pray for herself. The man's face darkened, and he stood up from his seat. Fu Tingshan sold all the remaining IPs he had to the Fu Group at a low price, and the young Master Fu got Fu Entertainment out of the tax problem. Fu's Entertainment remains a decent production company, but Chung Siyue simply vanished from the public eye. Chung Siyue returned to Shanghai in a daze. After falling seriously ill, her parents sent her to Canada. Some of her former fans have also run into her in Canada by chance, taking a photo or two and posting it online. She is not capital, but merely a canary that will die without a tree. Hey, isn't that Chung Siyue over there? The girl was taking pictures of the exquisitely presented desserts when she looked up and saw a slender beauty sitting in a corner of the cafe. Her dark circles were quite heavy, giving her a dejected look, and she was looking down at her phone. Who is it? The girl only followed Korean entertainment, so she was a little confused. That's the one who evaded 200 million in taxes. She looks pretty ordinary, not even as good-looking as the internet celebrities I follow. The girl continued to adjust the angle, concentrating on taking pictures. Chung Siyue turned her head and saw two young girls looking at her, and she also heard their conversation. She suddenly got up and walked over, snatched the other person's phone, and flipped through it, but couldn't find any photos of herself that the other person had taken. The girl felt uneasy under Chung Siyue's gaze, muttered crazy, and left with her companion. Chung Siyue stared blankly for a while before walking out of the seaside coffee shop. The sunlight was a bit too bright, so she put on sunglasses. Wandering aimlessly, Chung Siyue suddenly spotted a man on a yacht in the distance who looked very familiar. The playful laughter, like ocean waves, pounded against her delicate eardrums. The man was surrounded by a group of beautiful women wearing only bikinis, and he was holding a glass of champagne. Chapter 127 Flooding. When Chung Siyue was embroiled in tax evasion, Fu Tingshan did not come to see her once. Only Attorney Sue appeared from beginning to end. She had long known about Fu Ershio's cold-heartedness, and besides, there was no real affection between them. Faced with this situation, Chung Siyue was not sad, but felt it was somewhat ironic. Fortunately, she has enough money to live comfortably in Canada. Fu Tingshan seemed to sense something as well, but just as the man looked over, the yacht was leaving the dock. In the spray of the waves, he could only vaguely see the back of a woman. Today is young Master Fu's birthday, and he is preparing to go out to sea to celebrate, so he naturally won't pay attention to this moment that can't even be considered an interlude. The blonde beauty fed him a grape, and he laughed as he told what he thought were some dirty jokes. He was still the same womanizing, unrestrained Fu Tingshan. As a man and as a source of capital, he often tended to disappear behind the rules. This has always been the case throughout history. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, and pulled one of the girls, who was wearing a pink bikini, into the inner cabin. The phone rang, and he squinted, his impatience evident in his interrupted mood. After seeing the name on the other end of the phone, clearly Big Brother, he had no choice but to suppress his impatience and obediently answer the phone. The blonde girl had been an exchange student in China and could understand basic Mandarin, but unfortunately, Fu Tingshan spoke Cantonese with his brother. The girl leaned on the man's shoulder. She had a pair of bright blue eyes that revealed an unwitting slyness. On the other end of the phone, young Master Fu talked about some trivial things, which Fu Tingshan found a bit rambling. He wondered if all older people were like this. I understand. Young Master Fu reached out and played with the girl's golden hair. There was silence between them. Fu Tingshan seemed to take a drag of his cigarette, then slowly exhale it after it passed through his lungs. Let's go back to Hong Kong after we've had enough fun. By the way, happy birthday. Fu Tingshan paused for a second before reacting and softly hummed in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Fu Tingshan was still smoking. He had been craving cigarettes very badly lately, which alarmed Uncle Jian. It seems that Fu Daxiao's current state began after He Qiong left Macau. After Miss He applied to a school in the UK, Fu Tingqian secretly flew over to take a look. This time is different from the one in the United States. She really has to rely on herself. The little girl is perhaps stronger than he imagined. Fu Tingqian couldn't figure out what he really felt for He Qiong. Perhaps it was because he was getting older, but he suddenly felt a little scared. I'm afraid that if he really forces me, it will only push him further away. The man, wearing a khaki trench coat and holding a long-handled black umbrella, stood downstairs at He Qiong's dormitory building. The rain poured down relentlessly, like an endless flood. He didn't think she would welcome him. Raindrops fell on the umbrella and drifted onto the glass window. He Qiong was lying on the desk in her single dormitory room, facing a small window. Rain streaks across the glass window, and He Qiong stretches out her finger to trace these chaotic marks in the air. She was emailing her professor about coursework, trying her best to be tactful in her tone and wording. After a long while, He Qiong clicked the send button, looked at the wet view outside the window, and inexplicably opened the window. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her lips parted slightly. Did she see it wrong? Is that person Fu Tingqian? She blinked and realized that the person was still walking forward with the umbrella, seemingly not there for her. He Qiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and closed the window. He's so busy, surely he wouldn't be here just to catch a glimpse of me. She lit the scented candle on the table. It had a sweet, milky fig scent, like a piece of candy he had placed in her palm. Perhaps it's due to excessive humidity, or perhaps it's due to a weakened immune system. He Qiong developed eczema, with annoying little blisters appearing and disappearing one after another without stopping. She got some ointment, which barely stopped the flare-up in one area, but then the other areas started flaring up again. She felt a sense of despair, and looking at the constantly oozing wound, she suddenly felt like crying. And so, He Qiong gradually got used to the hands-on life in London. The wound will eventually stop oozing and then start peeling. The students here don't know He Qiong's identity. When someone asks, she just shakes her head and says that she just looks like her. Want to go to the supermarket together? Mia, a Filipino girl from the next dormitory, knocked on He Qiong's door. Are there any discounts today? He Qiong stretched and tucked her hair behind her ear. He glanced at the gauze wrapped around He Qiong's wrist and said with concern, "Your eczema looks quite severe." He Qiong touched the gauze and replied, "I still have the willpower during the day, but I can't help scratching it at night. The more you scratch, the more it spreads, becoming a disaster." He Qiong sighed and saw the girl walk back to the dormitory to get a green ointment. This one doesn't contain hormones, so it's unlikely to cause a rebound effect. You can try it. Mia handed the ointment to the other person. Thank you. He Qiong took the tube of ointment, thinking that if it really worked, she would be lucky. I heard that eczema is not only a skin disease, but also a psychological one. When tears can't come out, they turn into little blisters. As He Qiong listened to Mia's analysis, perhaps because they were both Filipinos, the other woman always reminded her of Berna. Do you think this will be a good idea? He Qiong asked Mia. Mia thought for a moment and replied, "It will be all right. No matter what happens, it will pass, as long as you want it to pass." He Qiong nodded and picked up the umbrella by the door. "Let's go. It's Members' Day today. It's a good deal to buy things here." Mia pulled He Qiong to the supermarket. The two people pushed the cart to the cereal shelf. He Qiong quickly calculated the price per gram and was preparing to take the cheapest one. Mia handed her another one, saying, "This one isn't dark-baked, so I think it will retain more vitamin B, which is good for your eczema." He Qiong was taken aback for a moment, then chose to accept the other party's kindness. Perhaps it was the ointment that worked, or perhaps it was the bag of magical oatmeal, but He Qiong's eczema improved a lot. Although she has light red eczema marks on her body, at least He Qiong no longer wakes up in the middle of the night from the itch and falls back asleep. The sun was shining in London. He Qiong carried her books out of the library and closed her eyes to feel the warm sunshine. The light red mark gradually faded, and He Qiong touched the skin that was no longer itchy and began to write a letter to Berna. Write about her difficult professor, her lovely friends, and the ever-rainy weather here. She wrote about her life in London, about the lack of good food there, about her eczema, and about her renewed studies. Often, He Qiong doesn't realize that she's reached a height that others can hardly attain, nor does she feel that she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was like a baby slowly learning to stand, ready to use her hands and feet to perceive the world. Hee Cheong was much luckier than others, but at the same time, she was also a step behind. Fewer and fewer people write letters these days, so she handed the envelope to the post office clerk. Mia stood next to her, looking at the colorful stamps, and took a picture with her phone. Berna was so moved when she received the handwritten letter that she cried. Although she was just a nanny, she treated Hee Cheong like a daughter. She felt sorry for everything about Hee Cheong and read the letter several times. The handwritten letter was folded again, put into an envelope, and locked in an old-fashioned mother-of-pearl cabinet. God, please bless my Arjun. Chapter 128, Striding Forward. The ginkgo leaves turn from green to yellow in an instant, and they stand there quietly, announcing the arrival of autumn. Jiang wore a blue striped jacket over his white short-sleeved shirt as he distributed pear and white fungus soup to the extras. Assistant Jiang went from being completely clueless about the process at the beginning to now skillfully writing Chi Anna's name on the whiteboard. This soup is delicious, perfect for moisturizing dryness in autumn. The bald guy from the props team was resting against the iron gate. So it's actually quite healthy. Another guy from the props team scooped up another spoonful. Ironically, it was a coincidence that Chi Anna joined this group. Previously, Chung Si-yue was originally slated to play the female lead in the Republican-era drama Crossing the River in a Lonely Boat, but the role was cancelled due to tax issues. In fact, Chung Si-yue originally planned to abandon this spy drama, but unexpectedly, she ended up becoming a discarded child of the entertainment industry. Chi Anna had read the script before and really liked the female villain, but unfortunately, she couldn't participate due to scheduling conflicts. Because of Chung Si-yue, the start of filming had to be postponed repeatedly. Seeing this, Jianju secured the female lead role for someone else in Crossing the River in a Lonely Boat, but her own artist preferred a different role. After the audition, the director made a bold decision to switch the casting of the female lead and the female villain. Sister Tong, pear and white fungus soup. The assistant placed the plastic bowl next to Tong Ling. Let's leave it for now. Tong Ling glanced at the white fungus floating in the soup bowl, but had no intention of drinking it. She carefully read the script. This was her first role after transitioning from a dancer to a film and television actress, and she was playing the female lead. The starting point was undeniably high. The role originally given to her was the female villain in Crossing the River on a Lonely Boat, a legendary female commander and a notorious traitor. This character is more complex and more difficult to portray than the female lead. Tong Ling was under a lot of pressure, and now that the director had decided to give her the female lead role, she felt like she had gotten a lucky break. Coincidentally, she was originally supposed to participate as a guest in the final episode of Our Trip, filmed in Huizhou, but Chung Si-yue poached her. Originally, he was supposed to play a supporting role to Chung Si-yue, but she completely faded out of the entertainment industry due to tax issues. But both times she encountered Chi Anna. Could it be that their horoscopes were compatible, or that this lucky koi was bringing her good fortune? Tong Ling chuckled softly, her willow leaf eyebrows relaxing. Sister Tong, it's your turn. The assistant glanced at the digital watch on her wrist and whispered a reminder. Tong Ling originally studied classical dance, and her posture in a Chong Sam was excellent. In this scene, she accidentally encounters Commander Kim, played by Ji Anna, and almost exposes her undercover identity. Chi Anna cut her long hair, to a length almost as short as a boy's. Her features were already delicate and beautiful, and with her short hair, she exuded a heroic and charming aura. The woman had her short hair styled with hair oil, wore a khaki military cap, and a matching military uniform. Jiang sat on a folding chair to the side, and felt that Chi Anna seemed like a completely different person. Under the high-definition lens, Anna Chi's makeup was almost non-existent, appearing more bare than ever before. One more take. The director's voice was serious, tinged with dissatisfaction. Tong Ling, you can't show your lingering fears so openly. You need to restrain yourself a bit. The director stroked his long beard and patiently explained the script to Tong Ling. You should show your hatred for this traitor. After all, he just plotted an operation that was detrimental to you, and even turned the entire underground party in North China upside down. Tong Ling frowned slightly, looking somewhat troubled. Anna accompanied her through filming again and again, and even when the camera wasn't on her, she still delivered an outstanding performance. Tong Ling was a little anxious, looking down at the tips of her shoes. Let's adjust it before shooting again. Anna placed her hand on her shoulder. The director clicked his tongue, glanced at Anna, and began to doubt his initial decision. It takes time to cultivate a mature actor, and it is indeed questionable whether Tong Ling can basically complete the role of the female lead in crossing the river on a lonely boat in a short period of time. Don't be discouraged. When I first started acting, I couldn't even tell where the camera was. Anna comforted Tong Ling from the side. Tong Ling thought to herself, this is your first time acting, but it's director Wang Meng's debut film. Many people think Anna Chi is lucky, but they never imagine that if they were given the same opportunity, they could seize it. I can't act well. Tong Ling pursed her lips. I just observed that you seem to have a habit of showing your face to the camera. I studied a little classical dance before. It's called keeping your head, right? Tong Ling nodded and asked, yes, what's wrong? The techniques used in film and television are different from those on stage. I was thinking that if you can't do facial expressions well, maybe you could try a roundabout approach. Anna replied lazily, pulling her hat down low. You mean you want the camera to film my back? Tong Ling asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. It's just a suggestion, Anna Chi said, shrugging her shoulders. In the next take, Tong Ling filmed with this subtle emotion in mind, only to hear the director say cut. She turned to look at Anna Chi, who took off her hat and winked at her. You know what? He's actually quite handsome. During the scene transition, Anna apologized and explained her behavior. Sorry, I was just trying to get you emotional. Thank you. The one I felt wasn't so rigid anymore. Tong Ling scratched her ear sheepishly. It's good that you're not angry. Anna looked down at the gold buttons on her military uniform. No. Tong Ling waved her hands repeatedly, then suddenly remembered the bowl of snow pear and white fungus soup that had gone cold. Listening to their conversation, John can realize that Anna was still handling these matters in the same Anna way as always. A paparazzi posted this scene online, which indeed sparked a discussion about Anna's short hair and military uniform look. The first holy mother of Yaoqi. Oh no, I'm totally hooked. What do I do? Chrysanthemums falling all over the window. This design reminds me of a traitor in history. Is that who I'm thinking of? If so, it's actually kind of captivating. Yigcht. I never expected Anna to pull off this slicked back short haircut so well. It makes my legs weak with rage. Anyone know why? M666M. I'm really looking forward to this Republican-era spy drama. Please film it soon. Assistant Zhang's phone vibrated. It was a message from her father asking if her work was going well. She typed with her head down. Shanghai has 4 distinct seasons. Unlike Hangzhou, where autumn is so short it feels like winter arrives in just a few days. Golden leaves hang from the branches, some of which are occasionally blown down by the wind, becoming the lifelong enemy of sanitation workers. It's going very smoothly. I'm currently in Shanghai working on set. Assistant Zhang took a picture of a red maple leaf that looked like it was about to fall and sent it to her father, who suddenly started pressuring her to get married again. Zhang sighed. When they were in school, they weren't allowed to date and get distracted, but after graduation, they wanted a son-in-law who was good in every way. What's the logic behind this? She gave a few perfunctory replies and followed behind Anna at a jog. Jiang Can. Anna turned around and glanced at her, a smile playing on her lips. Even a simple expression from a beautiful person can be incredibly captivating, and Assistant Jiang felt her heart skip a beat. Anna lowered the brim of her hat and continued striding forward. Chapter 129 Magnificent Splendor. As dawn breaks, autumn is in full swing in Shanghai, with golden leaves everywhere you look. At the entrance of a film studio set in the Republican era, the leaders of various extras led their men to change into the costumes of ordinary passers-by. This clothing hasn't been washed in ages, it's all worn smooth, a tall, thin middle-aged man complained, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The foreman glanced at the other man's crumpled cuffs and said, "It's just a little old." The man glanced at his cigarette again and warned, "Be careful not to burn a hole in it, or I won't pay for it." The middle-aged man rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat down casually, and only a short cigarette remained between his fingers. When filming officially began, the extras walked around the streets, and some even created their own storylines. Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Sir, would you like to buy some flowers? Get out of my way, don't block my way. Shanghai already has many buildings from the Republican era due to historical reasons. Although this film and television city is located in a remote suburb, it still attracts many people to take photos. The director sat on a folding soft chair, seemingly sinking into it, with a large white megaphone beside him. Assistant Zhang held Qiana's water glass and silently watched her act. From the director's monitor, you can see Anna Qi smoking on the terrace. The woman, with a cigarette between her fingers, seemed to be humming something as she leaned casually against the windowsill. Jean Bihue was not wearing a full military uniform today, but only a slightly oversized light gray suit. His face was somber, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. With a light tap of the finger, the cigarette ash fell into the crystal glass tank. Commander Jean, the person has been brought. Someone opened the office door. She isn't particularly tall, but when photographed from a slightly upward angle, she exudes an imposing and authoritative aura. As Qiana turned her head, the camera focused on Yi Qingshan, who was about to appear. He was invited by Anna Qi to play a small role in crossing the river on a lonely boat. Commander Jean didn't move, observing the actor from afar, before finally sitting down after a long while. She invited someone to perform at the private gathering, but the person repeatedly declined. Jean Bihue remembers that when she was a child, her father would invite a troupe of opera actors to the palace to celebrate her birthday. It wasn't that she really liked listening to it. Perhaps it was because her childhood memories were so warm that she still had some interest in it. Why didn't you greet the commander when you saw him? The guard beside her was about to draw his gun when he was stopped. The man glared at the female commander and said calmly, "I won't perform for traitors." She wasn't annoyed, but continued smoking and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, you misunderstand. I did not work for the Japanese." The man had thick eyebrows, which flew sharply upwards towards his temples due to his angry expression. He wasn't wearing theatrical makeup, yet he was on stage. "I just want to listen to a play. Is it not allowed if it has nothing to do with politics?" Commander Jean sat down. "The play has nothing to do with politics, but the people who perform it are involved in politics." Jean Bihue sneered, casually opened the drawer on his right, took out a wad of banknotes, and threw them directly at the other person's face. The banknotes scratched Yi Qingshan's cheek, but he remained silent. "Humph, a mere actor. What does he know about politics? Do you understand what Manchurian and Mongolian independence means, or what I'm about to do?" "I don't understand anything, but I won't sing for traitors." Two guards, one on each side, forced him to kneel, his knees touching the soft Italian handmade carpet. The banknotes fell to the ground, but no one picked them up. Commander Jean slowly pulled out his pistol, and the next second the cold barrel pressed against the man's face. Her voice became somewhat eerie, possessing both a woman's gentleness and a man's madness. "Mr. Zhou, only those who hold the gun are qualified to write about politics." The man, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You filthy traitor! You sell out!" Commander Jean grew annoyed, sighed, pulled the trigger, and shoved the gun into the man's mouth. At this moment, her patience ran out. "It's so noisy." The man quieted down, his gaze on the commander lessening slightly. "Shoo." She put her index finger to her lips. "Does Mr. Zhou know that only the dead are truly at peace?" A bead of cold sweat rolled down the man's forehead. He looked at the female commander, who resembled a beautiful ghost, and swallowed hard. There are always people who won't listen to reason and will end up being punished. It's really frustrating for me. Commander Jean seemed to be talking to himself. The gun barrel slowly left the man's mouth. The guards, receiving a signal from their superior, dragged the man to the office door. The man's chest heaved, as if he was about to unleash another torrent of abuse. Just as he was about to speak, a bullet struck him squarely between the eyebrows. Han! Before he could finish speaking, the rise and fall of his chest became faint, until it disappeared. Commander Jean noticed a drop of the other person's blood splattered on the carpet, and she frowned slightly, as if disgusted by the dirt. Her black leather shoes stomped across the handmade carpet as she casually ordered the guard, Throw it out. Yes, Commander. The door closed, and she poured herself a glass of wine, the decanted red wine sliding into the crystal glass. She hummed opera tunes as she drank. My heart is pounding as I return to my hometown, my appearance unchanged from that of an old scholar. Who recognizes me? I have passed the imperial examination and become an imperial inspector to observe the people's conditions and to make my way to Nanjing on a private visit. The woman's humming was perfectly in tune. The phone rang. It was Section Chief Nantian. Jean Bihue spoke excellent Japanese, with an air of upper-class arrogance in his tone. This scene was performed with great fluidity and was a long take that demanded extremely high standards from both the actors and the director. Assistant Jiang was so engrossed in watching that he only had eyes for Commander Jean, not for the familiar Chiana. She knew that Anna had been practicing Japanese the night before, afraid that she wouldn't be fluent. To outsiders, Chiana's lines seem incredibly familiar, but only she knows how much effort she put in behind the scenes. The director nodded repeatedly behind the monitor and shouted, "Cut," with satisfaction. Chiana relaxed completely and quickly went to look at Yi Qingshan. "I'm sorry, that piece of paper scratched you." Her tone was full of apology. Yi Qingshan was completely unaware of the tiny wound until Assistant Jiang showed him in the mirror. "If you don't tell me, this wound will heal." Yi Qingshan leaned over to the monitor to watch the footage again and found that the wound was actually quite ingenious. He has been playing opera since elementary school, specializing in handsome martial arts roles, and now he's even getting paid for this guest role. Congratulations on wrapping up filming. Chiana handed him a bouquet of flowers. Yi Qingshan took it, smelled it, and then took a photo with the short-haired version of Chiana. "I didn't get enough of the acting," Yi Qingshan laughed, revealing his white teeth. "Is the new play still being rehearsed?" Anna Chi asked him. Yi Qingshan nodded and replied, "It's almost done, but I don't know when the tour will start. If there's a chance, please reserve tickets for me and President Liu." Chiana blinked. "No problem." Yi Qingshan patted his firm chest, his eyes shining. "Do you have time to have dinner together tonight?" Chiana extended an invitation. Yi Qingshan shook his head. He had to hurry back to Yanjing. Being a formally employed stage actor meant he wasn't as free. "It's been a long time. I was planning to have dinner with you and President Liu." Yi Qingshan paused for a second, then asked, "President Liu came to visit the set?" Anna nodded and glanced at the clock on the wall. At this time, Liu Jiaxing should have just arrived at the hotel. Chapter 130, A Leaf Tells of Autumn. This is Mr. Liu's first time in Shanghai. It seems that Shanghai places more emphasis on urban greening than Hangzhou. The main roads in the city are lined with huge plane trees, whose history dates back to the Republic of China era. Autumn winds sweep the leaves, which fall beside the historical and cultural buildings that were once known as concessions. The girl, dressed in a cheongsam, stood at the entrance striking different poses, seemingly a tourist. Her boyfriend, taking photos of her, kept praising her, providing ample emotional support. There seemed to be quite a few shops selling cheongsams here. Tong Ling wore many different cheongsams in the drama, and after crossing the river on a lonely boat, aired, many cheongsam enthusiasts asked for the same styles. The director of this drama is known in the industry for being strict and good at training people, and Tong Ling's acting skills have improved a lot since the beginning. Her role was important, so the director paid even more attention to her, and it was common for a single scene to be filmed dozens of times. Even if they stumbled over their lines at first, they eventually memorized them perfectly. Compared to Chiana's friendly cooperation, the male lead of this drama, Xiao Shiyun, was not so considerate. "If I don't show my face, I won't act with the other person at all." Sometimes, a play is created through acting together. The man entered the industry early and was used to acting in period dramas and spy dramas, so he was considered a senior actor, and even the director couldn't say anything too harsh. Xiao Shiyun wore a dark gray long gown, his face serious, and he didn't talk to them much. The makeup artist was touching up his base makeup, and he was holding a script with lots of notes on it. "I saw online that you were originally supposed to be a guest on the last episode of our trip?" Chiana asked. Tong Ling nodded and replied, "Yes, because I am from Huizhou. Do you like to eat hairy tofu and stinky mandarin fish?" Tong Ling shook her head, saying frankly that she couldn't get used to the taste. I think it's quite delicious, Chiana said sincerely, then asked, what about the stinky tofu? I don't really like it either. Tong Ling faintly smelled the stench of fried food. Just as she thought it was her imagination, she heard Chiana say, hey, I bought fried stinky tofu for the film crew. As they were talking, the fried stinky tofu was handed to Tong Ling. Her nose twitched slightly, as if she were somewhat embarrassed. Chiana didn't encourage her to try it. She just picked up a red maple leaf from the ground, took a picture, and posted it on Weibo with the caption, "One leaf tells of autumn." Xiao Shiyun listened to the two chatting and had no intention of joining them. Just as Chiana was about to finish work, a light rain suddenly started. Tong Ling stood next to her and tugged at the matching cloak over her military uniform. Look at your boots, they're waterproof, and you have a hat and a cape, so the rain won't bother you at all. Tong Ling reached out and tidied the stray hairs on her forehead. Anna Chi glanced at it, and it was indeed as she had said. The rain stopped after we finished work. Jiangkan drove her back to the hotel, and on the way they encountered a rainbow. A 7-colored rainbow bridge rises into the air, appearing and disappearing against the azure sky. Beep. The door opened, and Chiana threw herself into President Lu's arms. This was the first time Lu Jiaxing had seen her short hair, not counting the photos he took through a phone screen. We finished early today, let's go get some dinner together. Okay. President Lu reached out to touch her hair. Anna Chi's short hair was covered in hair oil, and she ran into the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower, feeling a little embarrassed. Short hair is quick to wash and quick to dry. Mr. Lu stood behind her, drying her hair, while she looked down and played on her phone. Grandma dried some sweet potatoes and asked me to bring some over. This is low-fat and filling, perfect for eating on set. Please thank Grandma for me. Chiana put down her phone and looked at Lu Jiaxing's chin in the mirror. What do you want for dinner? Lu Jiaxing's fingers ran through her hair, touching some short stubble. Her hair is very black. It looks smooth when it's long, but becomes somewhat coarse and stiff when it's short. Is it strange? Chiana noticed the other person's caressing motion and turned to ask. Lu Jiaxing lowered his head and affectionately touched the tip of her nose with the tip of his own. No, it looks good. His voice was calm and composed, without any flattery or feigned gentleness, as if he were simply stating the most basic truth. At first, I wasn't used to it at all. I tried wearing a wig during the audition, but it just didn't suit me. This is still the best. Lu Jiaxing wrapped his arms around her waist and asked, some girls care a lot about their hair. Do you feel the same way? Anna Chi smiled and said, actually, it's all right. Hair can grow back, but opportunities don't wait for anyone. Besides, I've also had short hair before. Didn't you even take pictures? Lu Jiaxing nodded. It was a very important photograph. Chiana tasted some of the dried sweet potatoes her grandmother had sun-dried. They weren't very sweet, but the more she chewed, the more fragrant they became. Compared to other snacks that were full of additives, they seemed exceptionally green and healthy. During this period, she has been spending all her time on the film set and has not had a chance to properly explore Shanghai. She picked out some clothes from the pile and asked Lu Jiaxing to help her choose. Does this one look better, or this one? They all look good. Mr. Lu said everything was good, but he couldn't offer any truly valuable advice. Anna Chi finally wore a black knit sweater, a black leather skirt, black Chelsea boots, and a black beret. The pair of lustrous gray pearl earrings on her earlobes were a gift from her aunt. Chiana's all-black style was styled with a cool, yet classic and playful touch, which caught Lu Jiaxing's eye. Mr. Lu's wardrobe is full of matching outfits, nothing particularly outstanding, but also nothing bad either. He considers himself to have lost his sense of fashion, doesn't want to spend too much time on dressing up, and doesn't feel any joy in it. When he watched Chiana change her clothes in front of him, did he begin to appreciate the fun of fashion. Everyone has different tastes. He may not be able to fully empathize with them, but he will respect and appreciate them. For dinner, the two went to a Spanish restaurant located in a historical and cultural building on the side of Wudong Avenue. As I walked in, I saw very few tables of customers, apart from the formally dressed and impeccably made-up service staff. The staff led the two to a small private room, where the head chef came out to introduce himself. The male chef, with black hair and brown eyes, had a large tattoo on his neck, which seemed to have started spreading from his chest. His English was excellent, and he chatted with Anna Chi for a few minutes. Perhaps because she is an actress, Anna subconsciously observes others. The chef had a typical Spanish appearance, and his white chef's uniform was embroidered with gold letters that spelled out his name. My Chinese name is Hao Chi. The man's Chinese pronunciation was average, and his tone was somewhat strange. Delicious. Anna smiled, hoping the following dishes would indeed be delicious. Yes. The head chef gave an internationally recognized OK sign. After the chef left, the private room finally quieted down, leaving only Anna and Lu Jiaxing. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Given the unique circumstances of their marriage of convenience that blossomed into love, this brief separation was far more significant than their honeymoon. They looked at each other without speaking for a long time, seemingly unwilling to break the moment of warmth and tranquility. The first appetizer was a cold dish of thinly sliced sweet shrimp and mushrooms with truffle caviar. Western dishes have long and detailed names, which are basically just a combination of the ingredients used. Lu Jiaxing scooped up a spoonful and gave it to Anna first. Chapter 131 Iron Chains Linking Boats. The private room is elegant, with a full-length glass window facing the courtyard, which widens the sense of depth and creates a feeling of openness. A huge plane tree stands in the courtyard, surrounded by twinkling lights, which, instead of creating a bleak autumn atmosphere, adds a touch of romance. Lu Jiaxing suddenly remembered that a book he had read before said that the London plane tree is not actually a plane tree, but should be called a two-ball sycamore. It is not the same as the line, "The Paulownia tree grows, facing the morning sun," in the Book of Songs. Both names sound beautiful. Both of their phones were on the table, each adorned with a small fabric fish pendant. Then, 3 different tapas were served, each one exquisite, with bread underneath that was fragrant with wheat and crispy without being burnt. This is anchovy, apple, and crab stick. This is pineapple foie gras. This is pomelo and salmon. The staff patiently explained the origin of each raw material. Although Anna wasn't particularly interested, she listened with a smile. Restaurants that charge a 10% service charge will describe their dishes in this way to show their respect for customers. These tapas, without exception, consist of fruit paired with offal or seafood. Anna Chi frowned slightly as she picked up a piece. The seemingly disastrous combination unexpectedly produced a delicious flavor. Judging from your expression, it looks delicious? Lu Jiaxing wiped his hands with a hot towel and picked up a piece as well. It's quite delicious and very unique, Anna commented. However, Anna Chi's favorite dish is still the classic Spanish paella. The seafood paella here uses squid ink, making each grain of rice plump and coated with the black ink. The seafood inside was all cleaned very well. Prawns, mussels, clams, squid, and octopus each had their own unique flavor without overpowering the others. She ate with great manners, and her food looked very appetizing. While waiting for the next dish, she habitually refreshed Weibo's trending topics, and the news of Yukai cheating on multiple women had surged to the top of the trending list. The second trending topic was Yukai's scandal, which overshadowed other news related to people's livelihoods. Cheating? And with multiple people? He doesn't really think that cheating is something that can be chained together like a boat and walked on flat ground, does he? When Anna clicked on it, she saw that Yukai was completely dominated by these girls. The male virtue teacher said, "Yukai, learn male virtue from me. It's really outrageous." Kai writes, "Bro, say something. I don't believe you would do something like this." Kokok says, "Can't you control your lower body at all?" Luckily, I'm a fan of female celebrities. They're much more career-oriented, okay? Underground Master 123. Was I set up? I don't think these women are good people. What are you looking at? Lu Jiaxing cut a small piece of chorizo sausage for her and put it in her bowl. Anna briefly told him about Yukai's cheating, and then, fearing that he might not know who Yukai was, introduced him as the male lead in Legend of Fuyao. Lu Jiaxing frowned after reading the contents and asked, "Given this, he should probably retire from the entertainment industry, right?" She touched her pearl earring, shook her head, and said, "If I were gender-swapped, I'm afraid I would really fade out of the entertainment industry. But everywhere, people are exceptionally tolerant of men. If one day he plays a really outstanding role, The media might even praise him for turning over a new leaf. As a man, Mr. Liu is also an invisible beneficiary of this society. You're right, society is always particularly harsh on women. Liu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses, lowered his eyes, and showed a remorseful expression. If you were the director, would you choose an actor with a bad character but excellent acting skills, or an actor with a good character but mediocre acting skills? Qianna posed a difficult question, raising her wine glass as she looked at Liu Jiaxing. If it were me, I would choose the latter. She actually knew his answer because they were the same kind of people. A person who is somewhat idealistic and somewhat naive. The last dish was dessert, Spanish churros. Unlike the soft, traditional fried dough sticks in China, these were thinner and had more pleats. It's not a savory fried dough stick. It's not only sprinkled with white sugar, but also used to dip in chocolate sauce and ice cream. Anna Chi took a bite. It was crispy and crunchy, but she felt it should be served with a bowl of tofu pudding. This should also be another kind of saying. Oranges grown south of the Huai River are sweet oranges, while those grown north of the Huai River are bitter oranges. After dinner, Liu Jiaxing took her hand, and they strolled along the trail of fallen sycamore leaves. The weather is just right. Not too hot, not too cold, not too hot, not too many mosquitoes, and your palms aren't sweaty. It's perfect for a walk hand in hand. The autumn air is crisp and clear. That's pretty much it. Qianna was somewhat lost in thought when Liu Jiaxing reached out to shield her from the branches in front of her. Men are always quiet and unassuming, unaware that such tenderness is the most touching. The historical figure upon whom you are playing this role seems to be quite controversial, Liu Jiaxing said casually, but he had done his homework. Qianna nodded. She had previously gathered a lot of information in an effort to fully portray the character. This is the first time I've played such a villain. He's complex and multifaceted, making you feel 99% hatred for him, but also a little bit of pity. Do many actors like playing villains like this? Liu Jiaxing asked. Anna Chi nodded. It seems so. Is it harder to play a good guy or a bad guy? Bad people aren't born bad, and good people aren't born good. Any complex role is difficult, regardless of whether it's good or bad. Sometimes, an actor not only plays A, but also B. There are also BS who play A and As who play B, which makes things a bit more complicated. Liu Jiaxing understood and laughed. That really tests both the actors and the audience. It's difficult, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Qianna's lips curled up slightly, her tone light and cheerful. Many people can't turn what they love into a job. I'm already lucky enough. Mr. Liu nodded in understanding, then changed the subject and asked, when shall we go out for some fun? It was just the two of us, with no audience. The man stopped in his tracks, standing in the inky blackness of the autumn night. Good. The two wandered through the streets and alleys, draped in fallen leaves and moonlight, aimlessly strolling along. What can I give you? Is it the long moonlight overhead, or the mutual refuge of our souls at this moment? They didn't have a specific topic or a destination in mind. Even their silence was a tacit understanding between them. Some people say that you only need to eat and watch movies with people you don't know well, and you can only take a walk with people you are close to. Anna Chi asked, so, Mr. Liu, who have you been walking with? Liu Jiaxing paused, chuckled, and replied, Grandma, you, and Brother Pei. Pei Songyuan was in the United States when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, wondering who was thinking of him. Chapter 132. You're lucky. A cool night breeze was blowing, and the city lights were just coming on. As I walked along, the shops along the street lowered their roller shutters one after another, but the convenience stores still had signs saying welcome. I don't know which street I walked onto, but the air was filled with the aroma of roasted chestnuts. The brown chestnut shell cracks open, revealing golden chestnut flesh coated with a thin layer of caramel. Just a couple of days ago, Qianna heard Zhang Zhuan mention this, and planned to buy some to take back for her to try. The owner, wearing a white gauze mask, was packing a bag for the previous customer. Are you Qianna? Liu Jiaxing was the first to turn around and saw several girls, who seemed to be her fans. Anna Chi took off her beret, revealing her neat short hair, and smiled. Yes. How about I treat you to some roasted chestnuts? The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and kept busy packing roasted chestnuts for quite a while. Anna, can I take a picture with you? Okay. Chiana took the other person's phone. Fan smelled a pleasant fragrance emanating from her skin, a clean and natural scent. She leaned closer to the fan, naturally and affectionately putting her arm around the fan's shoulder, while Lu Jiaxing waited for her to take a photo with the fan. The flash of the camera passed through Anna Chi's eyes, looking up at the stars, making the world appear wet and sparkling. Let's go. Chiana took the other person's hand again. Lu Jiaxing peeled a chestnut for her, and she tasted it. It was very sweet. Foods high in sugar are the easiest to cause weight gain. After eating only 3 pills, Chiana managed to suppress the roundworms in her stomach and waved her hands repeatedly. Roasted chestnuts. Assistant Zhang appeared as soon as he smelled the aroma. I bought this for you. Chiana shook the bag. Zhang took it. She loves chestnuts the most, and she ate the whole bag while watching a variety show in one night. Tomorrow, there will be an important explosion scene in a lone boat across the river. The pyrotechnicians and the crew would dig pits and bury explosives in advance according to the shooting route, and then sprinkle sifted sand on the explosives. These loose sands will eventually scatter in the shot, creating the illusion of fierce battle. Chiana went through the process with the pyrotechnician, familiarizing herself with the positioning and identifying the explosion points. Tonight, whether out of excitement or nervousness, Chiana couldn't sleep. Lu Jiaxing was lying next to her, reading an e-book. Why can't you sleep? He leaned closer and gently kissed her forehead. You haven't told me a story yet. When Chiana was referring to the time they filmed Our Trip in northern Xinjiang, Lu Jiaxing replied with a smile. You still remember that? As she spoke, she tried to sit up, looking incredibly energetic. It's getting late, and Mr. Lu thought of a very relaxing novel that would be perfect for putting someone to sleep. Lie down first, and I'll read to you. Having received Mr. Lu's permission, Chiana pulled the blanket up, closed her eyes, and waited to be coaxed to sleep. Lu Jiaxing was reading In Search of Lost Time, a novel by a French novelist from the last century. Unlike traditional novels, this book is narrated from the perspective of I. The protagonist in the story suffers from severe insomnia and is often in a semi-conscious state. This book can be said to have pioneered the stream of consciousness novel and has long been among the top 3 books on the list of books that are bought but cannot be read. The trivial observations, the sensitive digressions, and the aimless descriptions make it difficult for the reader to concentrate. Lu Jiaxing read aloud in a soft, even tone, like a glass of lukewarm water. The book begins with the frail and sickly protagonist reminiscing about his childhood. At first, Anna Chi would talk to people for a bit, but as she listened, it became increasingly difficult, and she gradually fell asleep. The man listened to the heavy breathing beside him and turned off the e-reader. Many people find this book boring and can't get through it, but Lu Jiaxing quite likes it. In the early days of Zhemu's establishment, he frequently traveled between China and the United States, and would read this book when he was jet-lagged. And so, I read through all 7 volumes, on and off. When the explosion scene officially began, the pyrotechnician went through it with Xiao Shiyun and Chiana again. The timing has to be perfect, otherwise there could be danger. Xiao Shiyun, who plays an undercover agent, is behind Commander Jean. Therefore Chiana is the one who controls time. The explosion scene took place indoors, which made everyone present more uneasy than the open outdoor area. Action. Chiana, dressed in military uniform, was about to draw her gun when the first explosive device detonated. As she performed, she recalled the sequence of the explosions and guided Xiao Shiyun through the positioning. Black smoke mixed with sand exploded, and sand inevitably got into Anna Chi's eyes. Commander Jean blinked, pulled an extra to take the bullet for him, and continued walking through the corridor in front of him. The second explosion occurred behind the 2 men, but Jean Bihue continued running forward without looking back. Bombs flew everywhere, and the scene on camera was chaotic for a moment. But off camera, Anna Chi nailed the scene perfectly in one take. Lu Jiaxing stood outside the monitor, his heart finally at ease. Is Xiao Qi all right? Xiao Shiyun asked. Anna Chi shook her head, only saying that some sand had gotten into her eyes. She blinked uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Assistant Zhang gave her bottled water to wash her eyes and wiped her face. Her eyes were still a little red. Off-screen, Chiana was not Commander Kim at all. She looked more like a frightened little rabbit. Xiao Shiyun glanced at Chiana, then at Lu Jiaxing. Anna shielded him from most of the dust and smoke, and he felt a little embarrassed hiding behind her. But this is a film shoot, and the effect is the priority. Explosion scenes are dangerous, but there are many more dangerous things than that, and Xiao Shiyun has encountered them before. Chiana hadn't done anything yet, but just looking at President Lu's eyes, it was as if the other party had suffered some great injustice. Lu Jiaxing took the towel from Jiang Kan and gently asked, "Are your eyes still uncomfortable?" "It's all right, really." Chiana smiled. Xiao Shiyun's assessment was accurate. President Lu was indeed distressed, but also very proud. His Anna was brave and resolute. "This is nothing. For some war dramas, filming this is commonplace," Chiana comforted him. Lu Jiaxing nodded and silently left the filming area. Filming continued, and Lu Jiaxing moved with the crew to the next location. The extras, used to waiting, were squatting on the ground eating sunflower seeds. Among the squatting people was a little beggar wearing a hat, who looked somewhat familiar to Chiana. The little beggar's face was smeared with dirt, and she was holding an action camera, seemingly recording her own filming. Hey, you can't film." The stagehand shouted loudly and sounded a bit fierce. "Junfan," she called out the other person's name tentatively. Zhao Junfan walked over to Chiana, as if she had seen a savior. "Why did you come here?" "Experience different jobs and make videos for fun." Zhao Junfan took off his hat, revealing that his original buzz cut had grown into a short hairstyle similar to Chiana's. "You can't post your video before it airs," Chiana reminded her. "Teacher Chi, do you know her?" The event staff member, having received a nod from Chiana, became more polite to Zhao Junfan. Zhao Junfan nodded. She knew. "Grandma, Rui, Qingqing, and Aunt Sang, are they all right?" It's all good, Zhao Junfan said with a smile. "By the way, Anna, why haven't I seen you before?" Anna Chi explained, "The filming will be divided into A and B groups, so you might not be able to meet them. But I did get to eat the pear soup and stinky tofu you bought." Chiana tilted her head and smiled. "You're so lucky. I miss Grandma's stinky tofu stir-fried with chrysanthemum greens." After saying that, Zhao Junfan raised his camera and recorded a short video with Chiana. Chiana cooperated perfectly, smiling as she impersonated Commander Jean, saying, "Please give me lots of coins, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe." Chapter 133, A Deeper Bond. The Republic of China era was turbulent and far from a haven of tranquility. The land of Kyushu was engulfed in war, hence the saying, "In times of chaos, no man can outlive a dog in times of peace." The characters played by Xiao Shiyun and Tong Ling are not only master and apprentice, but also comrades in arms, and are eventually buried in their hometown. A lone boat across the river was not a large-scale film, and the filming progressed quickly. It wasn't until Chiana took off her drab gray gown and finished filming Jean Bihui's last scene that she realized filming had wrapped. When she finished filming, entertainment reporters happened to come to interview her. At this moment, Tong Ling and Chiana each have a microphone and are answering questions in front of the camera. "I am very happy to work with Ms. Chi. She is very dedicated and a good person." Tong Ling was wearing a black cheongsam, and her long black hair was braided into a side braid. "What do you think is the most prominent characteristic of the character you play?" the reporter asked Tong Ling. Tong Ling held the script in her hand, thought for a moment, and slowly replied, "Growth." She was originally a young lady from a prestigious family, but she abandoned her life of extravagance and grew into a qualified spy. Along the way, she kept moving towards the dawn. But at the same time, she was also very lonely, and she had countless doubts and confusions, but she also strengthened her faith countless times. Chiana turned her head to the side, listening attentively to the other person's answer. "Is this Anna's first time playing a villain? What are your thoughts that you can share with us? Are you worried that this will limit your acting roles in the future? Are you concerned about how the audience will react to your career change?" The reporter had quite a few questions, and Chiana answered them slowly while thinking about them. "First of all, I would like to thank the director for giving me this opportunity. It is indeed the first time I have challenged such a role. Actually, I don't think I have any special feelings about playing villains, and I don't deliberately play villains when I'm acting. Before that, I looked up a lot of information about Jean Bihue and watched some documentaries and movies for reference. She was a notorious female spy who was very confused about her gender and nationality. Power gave her a great sense of security, but in the end, she also died at the hands of power. It is both hateful and tragic. After carefully answering the first question, Chiana moved on to answer the second one. I am not worried about limiting my acting roles. Even with similar characters, there will be room to perform differently. As for career transition, I've seen many people say that I'm going to fade out of the entertainment industry and transition after marriage. I haven't deliberately wanted to transition. I'll just try to get good roles when they come along. The audience's evaluation is very important to me. I will watch both the good and the bad reviews. But whether a drama is successful or a character is memorable does not depend on the actor alone. Will Anna reduce her workload after getting married? The reporter asked, posing a somewhat sensitive question. Chiana held the microphone, thinking of Lu Jiaxing's face. Strangely enough, she actually gained far more freedom after marriage than she did in her youth. So she doesn't miss the past at all and only wants to move forward. If marriage affects work, shouldn't this issue be directed at actresses only? I believe the market wants to see actresses with acting skills and experience, and I am constantly working towards that goal. We hope everyone will pay more attention to Crossing the River Alone. Tong Ling and Chiana said in unison. I'm here to defend myself. Ling Ling is so beautiful. Could the production team please make a matching black cheongsam for her? Klitsa. I looked it up, and Jean Bihue is actually Yoshiko Kawashima. I feel like this character has a lot of potential for development. Tana. Looking forward to Crossing the River on a lonely boat, and looking forward to Anna's portrayal of Commander Kim. 634A78. Acting skills are something an actor can't take away. If they act well, the audience will accept it. If they act poorly, they deserve to be criticized. The days and nights spent as a character have passed, and Chiana looks at herself in the mirror, feeling somewhat dazed. Getting into character takes time, and getting out of character takes time too. The white hand sanitizer was squeezed into the palm of the hand, then rubbed to create a rich, soft foam, and finally rinsed off with water. Grandma stood at the bathroom door, looking at Chiana's tomboyish short hair, and felt a little sorry for her. My hair used to be so long. It will take a long time to grow back. Grandma, I'm all better now, let's go. Mr. Liu went to Beijing on a business trip, while she stayed in Hangzhou to take care of her grandmother. Grandma nodded and walked with her to the nearby park. Chiana looked at the sign placed at the door. It seemed there was a U-opera performance today. Grandma, do you listen to U-opera? Chiana bought her tickets at the window and went inside with the other person. Listen, you're here with me. Grandma wiped her reading glasses with a lens cloth and hung them around her neck. Xiao-Qi, why do I feel like you've lost weight again? Grandma said, tilting her head. Chiana was wearing an apricot-colored pullover sweater, which should have made her look quite plump, but it looked rather loose on her. Really? I'm not filming any new projects lately, so I'll try to eat more. Grandma held Chiana's well-defined hand. It was beautiful, but she still felt it was a bit too thin. Unfortunately, given the other person's profession, I could only try different ways to cook delicious food for them. Upon entering, a bronze statue of Lu Hai playing with a toad comes into view, with a string of large copper coins hanging from its arm. A little boy was standing by the fence making a peace sign, while his grandmother was taking pictures of him. Grandma, what was Lu Jiaxing like when he was little? Amidst the pavilions and towers, the maple leaves were blushed red by the rosy clouds. They walked along the bluestone pavement. The grandmother glanced back at the two of them taking pictures and slowly replied, very quiet, like a little kitten. Adults all think that children don't know anything, but Jejia seems to have known since he was a child that his parents separated, and that he is different from other children. He's always so well behaved. He's too embarrassed to make a sound when he's uncomfortable, which makes you feel sorry for him. When he was little, he was always sick. I held him in my arms, afraid that he would never grow up. Chiana lowered her feather-like eyelashes, concealing the heartache in her eyes. But he's doing well now. He's tall and handsome, and he's not sick much. Chiana comforted her grandmother, holding her hand. His maternal grandmother raised him very well. Grandma smiled shyly, reached out and pinched Chiana's cheek, and said, You have such a sweet tongue. The two walked to the edge of the open-air stage, where quite a few people had already sat down to listen to the performance. The red curtain was drawn low, and the actors had not yet appeared, nor did anyone know what piece they were performing. Anna bought a pot of chrysanthemum tea, picked out some peanuts and melon seeds, and found a seat with a good view. Grandma sat down, took a sip of chrysanthemum tea, and continued, "Joshing, that child, likes to keep everything to himself." Chiana nodded. If it weren't for her mind-reading ability, how long would it have taken her to find out about the other person's crush? Grandma looked up at her and said, "Others might think he likes you a little, but I'm afraid this silly boy already has 11 points in his heart." Anichi laughed. The description was far too apt. The play The Peony Pavilion was being performed on the stage, a story that my grandmother was familiar with. Kunku opera is characterized by its lingering, drawn-out arias. Yu opera, having absorbed the best of Kunku and Shaoxing opera, has developed into the second largest opera genre in China. Stunningly beautiful, absolutely exquisite, with a unique fragrance and dazzling brilliance. The actress playing Lu Mingmei wore a light pinkish-purple robe, had a face like a peach blossom, and sang in a melodious and pleasant voice. With a flick of his sleeves, he exudes countless charms and elegance. Anichi recalled that she first learned about The Peony Pavilion because of a line in it. Love arises without warning and deepens with time. Chapter 134, Unable to Withstand It. The early winter sun shines warmly on the body, like the thickening sauce of sweet and sour pork. There was a rocking chair on the terrace, where Chiana was lying and sunbathing, with her little rabbit lying on her lap, swaying back and forth. She was sensitive to the cold, so she wore a short pile thermal undershirt close to her body and a thin, long-down jacket over it. Little White's tail is short and round, and at first glance it looks like a small ball. Compared to its previous small and thin appearance, the rabbit is now a size bigger and feels much better to the touch. Gu Qingqing had been in Fengsheng for almost a year and had just returned to Yanjing. She was on a video call with Chiana. "When are you coming to Yanjing?" Gu Qingqing asked her while folding clothes. Chiana was feeling sleepy. Before lifting her eyelids, she yawned and said, "I'm going to do voice-over work for a drama in a couple of days, and then I'll go to Beijing to attend the National Drama Awards." "Have you received the invitation?" Gu Qingqing asked. "I received it, but I haven't been able to borrow the clothes yet." Chiana remembered Jin Jie saying that she was still contacting the brand. The rabbit shifted, seemingly adjusting to a more comfortable position. Actually, Xiaobai doesn't need her that much. It's Chiana who needs Xiaobai more. Anna reached out and stroked its soft, delicate fur, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. The snow-white rabbit, like a ball of glistening snow or soft cotton, filled the void left by her childhood. "Did you know that there are now shops in Yanjing that offer pet rabbits?" "Really? I've only ever seen people petting cats and dogs before." The rocking chair swayed less and less, making one unconsciously feel sleepy. Spring brings drowsiness, summer brings fatigue, autumn brings lethargy, and winter is the perfect time for a good night's sleep. Listening to Gu Qingqing's fluent Beijing accent, Chiana had the illusion that she was listening to some kind of performance. "I've been in Fengsheng for so long, and I feel completely out of sorts when I get back to Yanjing. Now I understand the older generation. When they were young, they were used to living in their own courtyards in the countryside, and they could never live in a pigeon coop like apartment building." As Chiana listened to her speak, she recalled the short but comfortable and warm days she spent at the Wind City BB. After your program aired, many people came to Fengsheng for tourism, and quite a few came to rent courtyards for renovation. Gu Qingqing put the empty suitcase into the closet and sat down on the coffee-colored striped carpet. It gets colder in Yanjing earlier than in Hangzhou, and Gu Qingqing's home already has underfloor heating on. "If you're a freelancer, I think Wind City would be a good place for you," Chiana said, stroking the rabbit's ears. "Isn't Jiangning just like that?" Gu Qingqing suddenly mentioned the girl. "However, freelancing doesn't have clear working hours, and it's not suitable for everyone." "That's true." Chiana nodded in agreement. "No job is suitable for everyone." Her phone vibrated, and a green notification popped up. It was a message from Lu Jiaxing, asking her what she wanted to eat for dinner. Thinking that it was cold, Chiana decided to have hot pot at home instead. When President Liu returned, the two went to the supermarket together. Chiana leaned on the handle of the cart and walked forward, looking at the dazzling array of items on the shelves, selecting the things she needed for her hot pot. Liu Jiaxing can't handle spicy food very well, so they bought an extra rich tomato broth. She half squatted down to pick out the sesame paste, her forehead always obstructing her view with stray hairs, so she reached out and tidied them up. My short hair has grown quite a bit, and it does look a bit like the short hair in that old photo. Watching her retreating figure, the man asked, "Would you like to buy any other dipping sauces?" She stood up, holding a glass jar of sesame paste, and replied, "I'll also buy some chili sauce." All the ingredients for hot pot were in a special frozen and chilled section. Liu Jiaxing picked out a few items and bought some fresh vegetables and meat. Pushing the cart forward, it felt as if each step was a steady and solid step into life. Upon reaching the self-checkout area, they took out each item, scanned its code, and paid for everything together. On the cabinet next to it were chewing gum and various types of condoms. Mr. Liu's earlobes turned slightly red. Thinking that there weren't many left in the bedside table, he decided to grab a few boxes. Chiana looked at him and found his shyness adorable, so she wanted to tease him. These strawberry, chocolate, and cheese-flavored packages really look like candy, Anichi remarked. Liu Jiaxing always picked out things that didn't have any special flavor. He always felt it was strange to associate these things with food. Want to give it a try? Chiana's voice was very soft, with a hint of deliberate provocation. She observed his expression and saw that the redness from his earlobe had spread to his cheeks. Feeling smug, she casually grabbed one from the shelf and tossed it into the shopping cart. "Anna," President Liu said, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he had something difficult to say. He looked at the people queuing to pay around him and whispered in Anichi's ear, "You didn't get my size." Chiana stood there, stunned, unsure of what expression to make, completely unaware that this thing came in different sizes. The box of red strawberries lying in the trolley does indeed have a small S in the bottom right corner. Chiana glanced again at the two boxes Liu Jiaxing was holding. There was a white cursive L in the lower right corner, which looked like a decorative graphic if you didn't look closely. The man took the box out, put it back on the shelf, and only spoke up to explain after getting into the car. "The kind you're holding is made of latex, so they usually use fancy scents to mask the rubber smell." Anna covered her forehead, remaining silent. It was a truly miscalculation. "Some people are allergic to this material," Liu Jiaxing said, adjusting his glasses and fastening his seatbelt. Chiana replied weakly, as a response to the explanation. Just when everyone thought the topic was over, President Liu asked another question while turning the steering wheel. "If you want to try something else." The tone of that sentence was subtle. Normally, Chiana wouldn't have given it a second thought. But at this moment, the man's voice was somewhat deep, and he seemed to be asking a serious question. Seeing that Chiana did not answer, he had no choice but to add, "I can learn too." Chiana's earlobes turned red before she looked up at him. What to play? What to learn? How to learn? At that moment, she suddenly felt a little regretful, unable to resist this person's pure and honest nature. "Drive carefully," said Chiana, sitting in the passenger seat, looking out the window. The two returned to Chunshan residence. Chiana was a little hungry, but fortunately, the hot pot was ready quickly. She petted the rabbit and watched Liu Jiaxing wearing an apron and washing vegetables. The hot pot on the table started to simmer, with various ingredients laid out beside it, all of which were her favorite foods. "Liu Jiaxing, the hot pot is ready." Mr. Liu turned his head, turned down the heat of the hot pot, and handed the other person a dipping sauce made of sesame paste, chili sauce, and minced garlic. "Should we add some more vinegar?" The man placed the last dish on the table and watched her stir the dipping sauce with her chopsticks. "It seems a bit thick." He opened the vinegar and added a little to the 2 small bowls of dipping sauce. Chiana put the tripe into the pot, following the 7-up, 8-down principle, and cooked it for a total of 15 seconds. Mr. Liu took off his black apron and received a freshly cooked beef meatball with preserved vegetables from the other party. He gently bit into it. The meatball was very hot, and he could hear the crunch of the dried vegetables as he chewed it. Once the hot pot is started, The restaurant is filled with the warm aroma of tomatoes, sweet, sour, and rich. Sitting in your seat, you can see the courtyard's covered walkway through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Spring Mountain Residence is decorated in a low-key yet luxurious style, but it just doesn't feel lively. No wonder my grandmother said it was like a snow cave. At this moment, the two are sitting opposite each other, eating hot pot. Snowflakes began to fall in the courtyard. Lu Jiaxing, look, is it snowing outside? Chapter 135 Striving for Excellence. This is the earliest snowfall in Hangzhou in decades. Calling it snow is a bit of an understatement. Snowflakes would be a more accurate description. After we finished eating hot pot, the snow started falling even harder, but it hadn't accumulated yet. Qiana pulled Lu Jiaxing towards the courtyard, but Lu, worried that she might catch a cold, forced her to wear a hat and scarf. I'm not cold, Qiana said with a hint of helplessness, but still obediently put on the cashmere scarf and hat. You have a voiceover session in a couple of days, and catching a cold will affect your performance. He had figured out Qiana's Achilles heel. All right. For the sake of her job, Qiana had no choice but to compromise. The snow in the south is very humid, and it melts into water quickly when it lands on a warm palm. Many evergreen trees are planted in the courtyard, and they don't lose their leaves even in winter, remaining green. Lu Jiaxing stood under the tree, watching Qiana play in the snow. He recalled his reunion with Qiana many years ago. At that time, he was not yet CEO Lu, but just a foolish young man who had failed in his business venture. She pushed open the bar door, and a dreamlike vision drifted into her mind. Some people, once you've liked them, you'll never forget them. Seeing that the man was lost in thought, Qiana mischievously shook a branch. Snowmelt from the branch fell and smudged the man's silver-rimmed glasses. Mr. Lu took off his glasses and casually placed them on the stone table next to him. Qiana. He pretended to be angry and chased her all over the yard. Why did you call me? She laughed, shaking her head with an innocent expression. The snow is still falling, drifting and swaying, a prelude to winter. The two of them were playfully fighting like this, as if they had returned to their childhood. Without his glasses, Lu Jiaxing looked younger, less gentle, and more childish. Anna cupped his face and gave him a quick kiss. Her clear, bright eyes met his dark, inky eyes, and she heard his inner voice. You're just trying to coax me. The man's voice was gentle and indulgent, like the waters of Wuzhou, like the moon over Wuzhou, like countless crows piling up. The snow in Hangzhou only lasted for one day, and it rained for several days in a row. 2 days later, it was time to do the voiceover for a lone boat crossing the river. The dubbing area had walls and floors made of special materials, making it look very professional. Qiana was wearing black over-ear headphones that completely covered her ears, and she was staring at the screen, focused on dubbing. The sound engineer, also wearing headphones, sat at a control table filled with buttons and levers. The audio curves pulsate, and the dialogue in the ear is clear and emotional. Due to limitations in the filming environment, not every film crew has the conditions for on-site sound recording. The vast majority of movies and television shows require post-production dubbing. Better actors can do post-production dubbing, while less capable ones leave this task to voice actors. Some actors have poor acting skills, but fans still blame the voice actors for doing a bad job. Little did they know that without professional voice actors, some people's acting skills would only be worse off. Looking back at her previous performances, Qiana could still sense areas for improvement, and could only hope that the voice acting would make the character more complete. Idiot, do you think death is the most terrifying thing? She immediately got back into character, as if she were a completely different person. Still won't talk? Is this all the intelligence department can do? Am I paying you guys to do charity? She held the script in her hand, and depending on the different states of the characters, she would stand or sit, and occasionally use some props. 100 gold bars for one life. The overhead light outlined her aloof figure, like a sketch by a top painter. She was hunched over, head bowed, reciting her lines entirely in a breathy voice, exuding the air of a flower in full bloom. Assistant Zhang bought sandwiches and milk for Qiana, who was taking a short break. Sister Anna, are you almost done recording? Qiana nodded and took a bite of the sandwich Jiangkan had bought. The outer bread is made with pretzel dough, which is very chewy, while the inside is filled with juicy minced beef. The slightly spicy sauce, combined with the rich cheese, can be a bit too much if you eat too much. Luckily, the restaurant chose to pair it with pickles and raw onions. Chi-Anna ate very quickly, and Jiang Kim was worried that she would choke. She took the hot milk that Assistant Jiang handed her and drank it. Sister Anna, Sister Jane said she borrowed the clothes. Assistant Jiang showed the picture on her phone. It was a silver strapless fishtail dress from last year's fall-winter haute couture collection. If you're asking about this year's clothes, I'd probably have to fly to the Paris headquarters. After finishing her milk, Chi-Anna stood for a while before going back inside to record. The actors were essentially reenacting the entire play, which was incredibly taxing. After filling her stomach, Chi-Anna quickly continued her voiceover work. After watching people go inside, Assistant Jiang picked up his phone and started reading a novel to pass the time. She was sitting on the black leather sofa when she saw a tall woman with curly hair walk into the recording studio. Jiang felt that the other person looked familiar, but it wasn't until the person had completely disappeared from sight that he remembered who she was. The person who came was Tan Yilin, who had recorded a program with Chi-Anna before. She was naturally here to record her new album. Teacher Tan. As soon as Tan Yilin walked in, she heard a long speech from Teacher Tan. She smiled and nodded, then gestured for people to sit down. We'll record the title track first today. Tan Yilin drank some warm water, warmed up her voice as usual, and then started recording. Her feet tapped out the rhythm as she sang the song over and over again. Once Tan Yilin is in professional mode, she becomes extremely picky. Even if others think it's great, she still feels it can be better. I think this time is okay. She went to the control room and listened to it again. The sky knows not the bird's sorrow. Gazing into eyes filled with desire, it leads me to the distant future. The singing was moving and powerful, with every breath perfectly timed. Tan Yilin nodded, unconsciously humming the chorus. After recording the song, she saw Anna Chi waiting for her at the door. You finished before me. Tan Yilin laughed, putting her arm around her shoulder. It's all thanks to Teacher Tan's pursuit of perfection, Chi-Anna said, and the two walked out together. Jiang drove Chi-Anna to a Japanese restaurant, and after walking for a long time, they finally found a convenience store. Assistant Jiang held a bottle of green tea in his hand, gazing at the city lights, and suddenly fell into a long period of confusion. A young couple was in line in front of her, buying oden. She glimpsed the clerk pick up a huge piece of white radish and place it diagonally into a paper cup. She sat on a high stool, drinking her beverage, and watched the two of them walk out of the convenience store. It's been very cold these past few days, and the girl is wearing a bright red woolen scarf. Assistant Jiang opened his phone, swiped up on the elimination page of the app, paused for a second or two on the elimination game interface, and then uninstalled the software. She returned to her temporary lodgings, took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and lay in bed, thinking that it would be nice to have someone by her side, or even a big dog. The projector was on, playing a lively variety show. Jiang opened his belated takeout and found that the noodles were a bit soggy. Living alone certainly brings unprecedented freedom, but Jiang is more afraid of being alone. The host's exaggerated and excited tone caught Jiang's attention, and she stopped thinking about things she couldn't change. On the white wall, images of celebrity guests playing a charades game were projected. Jiang drank the sugar-free cola that came with his takeout delivery and fell asleep while hugging his dog plushie. Chapter 136, A Riot of Beauty. There are many kaiseki restaurants, but it's rare to find one located in a scenic area. The scenery here is even more beautiful in spring and summer. In winter, with the rain, it inevitably becomes quite bleak. This Japanese restaurant does not offer dine-in or takeout. It only offers private rooms that can be booked in advance. As soon as they entered, staff dressed in Japanese greeted them with a welcome message. Tan Yilin and Chi-Anna entered the private room, took off their shoes, and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. The solid wood dining table is a bit low, typical of Japanese style. Tan Yilin saw stills from crossing the river on a lonely boat online and thought Chi-Anna's short hair was a wig. Your hair grows pretty fast, she said, pointing to the black hair peeking out from under Chi-Anna's gray knitted hat. The private room was very warm. Chiana took off her coat and hat and replied, "They say that when people are idle, their fingernails grow long and their hair grows long. It seems I've been living in emptiness lately." Upon hearing this, Tang Yilin asked, "What are your work plans next?" The staff wore heavy kimonos and spoke softly throughout, providing service while kneeling. "After the dubbing work here is finished, I'm flying to Beijing to attend the National Drama Awards, and then I plan to stay in the United States for a while," Chiana replied. The waitress presented a bowl of cod roe custard with both hands. The tableware was all handmade, with exquisite patterns, reminiscent of Japan's Edo period. "Why go to America?" Tang Yilin picked up a small piece of Matsusaka Wagyu beef and put it in her mouth. The waiter, after introducing the dishes, left the private room with his head down. "I don't know. It's Mr. Liu who wants to go. I also want to take a break for a while, so I guess it's like a vacation." Chiana scooped up some crab meat from the hairy crab plum jelly with a spoon and took a small bite. The flavors of crab meat and plum blend together, creating a fresh, fragrant, and sweet dish that is very appetizing. "Did you have a honeymoon when you got married?" Tang Yilin scooped some sea urchin rice into her small bowl. Anna Chi shook her head. They had a fake marriage but a real marriage certificate. After her grandmother was discharged from the hospital, she threw herself into the film crew. She also remembers that she acted in an adventure-themed TV series and filmed on the mountain every day. The signal was poor on the mountain, and Liu Jiaxing often couldn't contact her, which saved her the trouble of communicating with him. "Maybe he wants to go on a belated honeymoon with you?" Tang Yilin voiced her thoughts, but quickly dismissed them. "But it's also very cold in the U.S. at this time of year, so why not go to a warm island in the southern hemisphere?" Tang Yilin continued, "It was probably just a simple trip. I was studying in the U.S. at the time, and he was starting a business there, so we had some connection." Tang Yilin took off the silk scarf around her neck and took a sip of hot soup. "I went to the Seychelles with Mr. Zhou before, and it was pretty good. There is no winter there all year round. It's another one island, one hotel model. I went to Desroches Island. The greenery there is more abundant than in the Maldives. It's beautiful and private, making it perfect for couples." As Chiana listened to Tang Yilin talk about the islands over there, her heart suddenly flew to the tropics. "I'll go whenever I have the chance in the future." She reached out and poured some more peach wine. The two clinked glasses and chatted about all sorts of random things. The National Drama Awards are held every year in the latter half of December, and this year is no exception. As the year draws to a close, every company is very busy. Assistant Lin feels that he is not actually at work, but just a wandering soul. After putting on her makeup, Chiana changed into a silver strapless dress, looking like a shimmering mermaid. After changing clothes, the makeup artist felt that the eye makeup was a bit light, so she intensified the eyeliner and the under-eye area. Assistant Jiang was wearing a name tag for the National Drama Awards, and her clothes were from a different season than those of Chiana. The woman has a long, elegant neck, a diamond necklace below her collarbone, and diamond earrings in a vintage and glamorous style. The jewels are extravagant and dazzling, but what you notice at first glance is Anna Chi's bright and sparkling eyes. On the red carpet, Anna Chi's gown shimmered with silver light, and under the high-definition camera, every inch of her exposed skin looked as beautiful as white jade. The hostess, her nose red from the cold, handed Chiana a pen and then quietly withdrew from the camera's view. The moment she handed him the pen, she heard Chiana say a soft but quick, "Thank you." The hostess was shivering from the cold. The wind in Yinjing was no joke. She watched as Chiana carefully signed her name on the board behind her. Why don't other people feel cold? Actually, if she asked Chiana, she would also be cold, but she would pretend not to feel it. Upon entering the main venue, which was air-conditioned, Chiana sat down in her seat. Assistant Jiang crouched down as she walked over, trying to avoid being photographed, and then draped a thick blanket over her knees, the creamy white blanket reaching down to the female celebrity's feet. "Sister Anna, I've put the thermos at your feet." Jiang can put down the thermos and walk to a corner of the venue. The red carpet outside was still going on, and some actors deliberately wanted to stay in front of the camera a little longer, so they arrived much later than expected. The actresses wore all sorts of gowns, creating a stunning and beautiful spectacle, while the male actors all wore suits and vests. The uniform suits didn't reveal much about their beauty, but they were warm enough that even with hand warmers stuck inside, it didn't hinder taking photos. In that sense, Chiana was still somewhat envious. Yukai is here today too. Besides Legend of Fuyao, he also has 2 other dramas currently airing. Although his reputation plummeted due to the news of his infidelity. But as long as he's shameless, he can get by no matter what. Privately, Yukai tried to bribe the girls to shut them up, but he failed. Fortunately, the collapse was a disaster, leaving only ruins. Any future news about romance and love will pale in comparison. Yukai was seated in the row behind Chiana. He greeted her as if nothing had happened, displaying remarkable composure. Sister Anna, it's been a long time. The speaker was Du Jingwen, who was attending the National Drama Awards for the first time and found everything new and exciting. Since their parting in Fengcheng, the two had indeed not seen each other for several months. He heard that he was about to join the cast of an anti-Japanese war drama. Halisham, Du Jingwen is quite pitiful. He finally got a breakout role, but in the drama, the male lead cheats on the female lead and the female lead evades taxes. Seawater's tap water. Check out A Lone Boat Across the River. It feels like a great show for everyone. My novel flopped again. Don't jinx me. I'm still looking forward to seeing Mr. Zhao's new play. I am Big Head Rain, doesn't worry. I really don't understand why Capital likes Yukai so much. Is it because of sunk costs? Xiao Shiyun, dressed in a black suit and with a lot of hair oil in his hair, was giving his acceptance speech. He won the Actor of the Year award, which is not the first time he has received this award. Hello everyone, I am actor Xiao Shiyun. Thank you all for your love for Goldfish Alley. Thank you to every member of the cast and crew. I hope that every actor can be down to earth, film every scene well, and repay the audience's love and support with good works. The camera panned across Chiana, who was smiling and clapping with her head tilted slightly back. Seeing that Xiao Shiyun was in a hurry to leave, the male host quickly came out to talk to him. Teacher Zhao's new drama, Crossing the River Alone, is about to air. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? Holding the microphone, Xiao Shiyun smiled and said, Not so fast yet. I hope everyone will support Crossing the River Alone. The man bowed to the audience, his back bent, his entire gesture showing great humility. Every word is a heartfelt expression. Chapter 137, A Brief Account of Searching Through a Bag. After the National Drama Awards ceremony ended, Yukai was getting into his car when he noticed that the number of fans who had been surrounding him had dwindled to just a few. Most of the fans who left after the cheating scandal were his female fans, but he didn't really care, as long as it didn't affect his ability to make money. Brother Kai. His assistant got into the car with him and mentioned that his manager planned to have him participate in several variety shows to increase his exposure. Yukai loosened his tie with one hand and scrolled through Weibo with the other. What variety show is it? In addition to the places we've visited before, we've also contacted the production team of our trip, as they're planning a second season. The male assistant was wearing a very ordinary black short-down jacket and dark blue jeans. Isn't that a couple on a TV show? Yukai didn't even look up, continuing to scroll through his phone. His own studio posted pictures of tonight's event. He suddenly appeared in a large fan group, asking them to do data analysis. The male assistant scratched the back of his head and whispered, He's going to be a guest star on one of the episodes. Yukai put down his phone, gave his male assistant a hard look, and said, I'm not going. Is it exhausting to be a tool or an NPC for the regular guests? And yet I'm on the same level as Du Jingwen. This show became a hit, and the second season went even further. Even if I went, I wouldn't be considered a star like Du Jingwen. And didn't Cheng Siyue go in the first season too? Yukai squinted, looking somewhat impatient, and glared at his assistant. Don't mention her, it's bad luck. I'm sorry, Kaiji. The male assistant didn't say anything more. He pursed his lips and silently dealt with work-related matters. Meanwhile, back at her hotel, Anna Chi had to participate in a What's in My Bag segment for a top fashion magazine. The camera position was already set up, just waiting for Anna Chi to take her seat. Hello everyone, friends of EV Fashion, I am Anna Chi. Anna Chi was carrying a black leather tote bag, with the hotel's dark green curtains behind her. Today, I'd like to share with you what's in my bag. She glanced at the oversized black bag, touched the strap, and continued. This bag has been with me for a long time. It has a very large capacity and can hold a lot of things. Anna opened the bag, which contained several neatly arranged compartments. The first thing she took out was a card holder. Inside are some ID cards, bank cards, and a few banknotes, which I kept as spares. Anna's back flashed by, the edges of which were slightly yellowed. After saying that, she placed her wallet on the table and took out a mobile phone, 3 masks, and a single disinfectant wipe. The phone still had that blue fabric fish pendant on it, which had been stained with coffee before, but Lu Jiaxing had washed it and put it back on. These are all samples of skincare products. Sometimes I don't want to carry too much stuff, so this is more convenient. This lip balm isn't a sample size. My lips get really dry in the winter, and this helps a bit. Hand cream and steam eye masks are things I use frequently. As they spoke, the white table was filled with many things that had been taken out of the bag. This ointment is really useful. It can be used for mosquito bites, eczema, dermatitis, and allergies. No doctor's prescription is needed, and it doesn't contain hormones. I take it with me everywhere I go. Because I am very prone to allergies and insect bites, I heard about this from someone else. Peppermint essential oil. Sometimes when I don't get enough sleep, I have a headache. Applying a little to my temples makes me feel better. Anna Chi continued rummaging through her bag and found a heart-shaped object, which she proudly showed to the camera. This is a hair clip. It belonged to my good friend. She has been gone from this world for a long time. The red heart-shaped hair clip lay quietly in her palm. Anna continued. Every time I miss her, I touch this hair clip. She spoke a little slower than before, put on the hair clip in front of the camera, and continued to introduce the contents of her bag. This is also one of my favorite essential oils. It has a very fresh orange and tangerine scent. I've put it in a travel-sized bottle, which makes it very convenient to use. Candied tangerine peel. I don't know if you've ever tried it. I used to eat one of these when I got carsick, and it would make me feel better. A folding umbrella can be used on any day except cloudy days. It is small, light, and does not take up much space. This is a pixelated game made by CEO Lu. I'm only one level away from completing it, but there doesn't seem to be any reward for completing it. Anna pressed the start game button in front of the camera, and a small fish appeared, changing into various different colors. Old-fashioned animations are rough around the edges, but still quite cute. And this notebook, sometimes I write things down. If the notebook isn't handy, I'll use my phone's memo app. It was a light brown notebook, and each page could be taken out individually or put back. I still prefer the feeling of pen on paper to using my phone to record things. This e-reader was recommended to me by Mr. Lu. When I can't sleep on a plane or high-speed train, I can read a book to pass the time. These headphones, when used with the e-reader, really double the experience. They were a gift from Tan Yilin. Then, there was a small avocado-shaped bag containing some simple jewelry. Jiang watched as Anna rummaged through her bag, and she finally understood why the bag was so heavy it contained so many things. This is a lipstick. Its color is very close to my natural lip color, but it looks even better. She opened the lipstick cap, and the lipstick that came out was a beautiful nude apricot color. After applying it, it feels like I haven't applied any, Anna smiled. It's a bit like an emperor's lipstick, but it looks quite nice. This is a multivitamin, and there are also some low-calorie snacks, which we can eat sometimes on set. Chen Pang doesn't want to go to work. I've been eyeing loratadine and its ointment, and I've already ordered it. I like the moon, but it doesn't know. My bag is really full of things, looking neat and tidy. It makes me feel so safe. Sensen, just a bag-searching video, and I'm totally shipping Xingli again. When will she and CEO Lu be in the same frame again? Yee. I feel like this lipstick is only suitable for light lips. It's a nightmare for those with dark lips. The black cowhide tote bag looks quite new, except for some unavoidable wear and tear on the corners. After introducing the contents of her bag, Anna Chi said to the camera, "These are all the things in my bag. Thank you for watching this far. Thank you so much for your time." Even though she was exhausted after a long day, she still smiled and didn't give a perfunctory answer to any of the product descriptions. Anna Chi believes that interacting with objects is also a way of exploring oneself. She put things back one by one, as if those places were meant for them. The bag was refilled, fulfilling its mission of containment. Chapter 138: The Fall of the Ocean. It snowed in Yinjing. It snowed all night long right after Chi-Anna finished filming What's in My Bag and fell into a deep sleep. When the person woke up, they pulled back the heavy curtains and found that Yinjing had been transformed into a snow-covered city. Chi-Anna, an excited southerner, pulled Gu Qingqing out of bed to build a snowman. The snowflakes were soft and dry. Without the dampness of the south, they were light and cool. Wearing light pink gloves, Gu Qingqing squatted on the ground and built a snowman with Chi-Anna in their residential community. This year's snowfall is heavier than in previous years. Chi-Anna excitedly rolled a snowball, a round white ice ball serving as the snowman's body. They video called Lu Rui and showed her the snowman they had just built. Grandma was cooking when she heard the noise and looked at the phone screen. Such heavy snow. Aren't you two girls cold? Grandma laughed. The range hood was quite loud. She was almost shouting as she spoke. The smile spread to every wrinkle on Grandma's face, filling it up before slowly flowing out. Rui, is it cold where you are? Wearing a small fleece hat, Lu Rui said casually. It's not too cold, but the temperature difference between day and night is quite large. The main problem is that the wind is too strong in winter, and planes can't even land. Chi-Anna laughed and said, That's why it's called Wind City. Lu Rui walked out of the kitchen, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and then turned up the collar of her camel-colored turtleneck sweater to cover her chin and mouth. With such heavy snow, we should stay at home. Gu Qingqing patted the snow off her gloves and turned to Chi-Anna, saying, Let's order takeout from my place later. It's all roast duck anyway. Chi-Anna nodded, suddenly feeling a bit hungry. The roads outside were muddy from the snow, but the house was clean and warm, making one not want to step outside. The roast duck that Gu Qingqing ordered was from a nearby restaurant, and it was still hot when it arrived. The two took off their down jackets, leaving only thin cashmere sweaters, and put their feet under the kotatsu heated table. The whole roast duck was sliced by the chef, and the outside was golden and crispy duck skin, shiny and fragrant. One bite reveals a crispy skin and tender meat, complemented by the spiciness of scallions, the refreshing taste of cucumber, and the sweetness of sweet bean sauce. The first bite of Peking duck wrap brought indescribable joy and satisfaction. It's so delicious. Chi-Anna wrapped up a second one and stuffed it into her mouth. Gu Qingqing ate 3 in a row, wolfing them down, feeling that even being an immortal couldn't be better. I haven't had this in a long time. It tastes just like this. This roast duck is crispy but not greasy, with both the skin and meat being delicious. It truly excels in both appearance and taste. The delivery also included an extra serving of salt and pepper duck rack, perfect for watching while binge-watching TV shows. Gu Qingqing was watching the last episode of the hit drama Goldfish Alley while gnawing on a duck rack. Chi-Anna leaned on her shoulder, as if she had returned to the time when she first met Gu Qingqing. By the way, when are you going to start your new job? Gu Qingqing was engrossed in her munching when she mumbled, I'll start work in January. Gu Qingqing's new job is neither good nor bad. For the locals, it's a job with little work and a relaxed atmosphere. Actually, no matter what, a person's day is just about 3 meals a day. As long as I'm healthy, I have no other desires. Chi-Anna leaned against her and said, It's good that you're safe and healthy. The TV series had reached its end credits, and with her feet warm from the heat, Chi-Anna relaxed completely, her eyelids starting to droop. And so, the two of them huddled together under the small blanket and fell asleep. When Gu Qingqing's mother returned at noon, this was the heartwarming scene she witnessed. They had booked a trip to the aquarium today. It's rare for them to have this much time. Gu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the service of being driven by a female celebrity. The aquarium was not brightly lit, and walking through the underwater tunnel felt like entering another world. I remember coming here on a school trip when I was a child. Gu Qingqing put her hands in her pockets and fell into her memories. Back then, I was fatter than I am now. The boys in my class said I shouldn't be called Gu Qingqing, but rather Gu Pangpang. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth turned up, but her eyes were somewhat vacant. The nickname Fatty Gu stuck with me until junior high school. We also have some annoying male classmates like that in our class, like their brains haven't fully developed. Chi-Anna took her hand and continued walking forward. Chiana was wearing a short white down jacket and headphones, with niche foreign language songs playing in the headphones. The music was very soft, and she had set it to retain both vocals and ambient sounds, completely disregarding the noise cancellation function. Gu Qingqing continued, "When I got to high school, I started to care about my appearance and always had a mirror to look at myself. Her eyes aren't big enough, her nose isn't straight enough, and her facial features aren't smooth enough. Even if she loses weight, she won't be the kind of stunningly beautiful woman. I want to be an actress, a female star. It's not that I particularly like this industry, but I want to make a lot of money while looking beautiful." Gu Qingqing bluntly stated her true feelings. Chiana nodded, listening attentively. "Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" "No." Her tone was gentle and calm as she softly embraced Gu Qingqing. Schools of fish swam overhead. The beams of light shone with a deep blue intensity, reflecting in the shimmering water, and the music of the mermaid performance could be heard in the distance. I developed depression because of that casting director. The thought of his fingers touching my skin makes me feel disgusted. I have been punishing myself, and I have also been punishing my poor mother. It's like being sucked in by a strange black hole, and I can't break free." A huge whale shark swam over her head, and Gu Qingqing raised one hand as if touching the edge of the ocean. "Anna, do you know? I used to be insanely jealous of you, like I was crazy. Even though you're such a good person, I still couldn't help it." They walked into the jellyfish area, where the jellyfish, under the ever-changing lights, were purple, pink, and blue, like eternally shining nebulae in the universe, dreamlike and beautiful. "Thank you for being willing to tell me what's on your mind. You are braver than I imagined." Chiana stood in front of the huge jellyfish wall, hovering in the air and stroking the jellyfish, tracing their swimming patterns with her hand. "Did you know that jellyfish don't have a heart, brain, muscles, or bones? Their bodies are 95% water. You could say that jellyfish are the ocean itself." Anna Chi's voice is very pleasant, making you want to keep listening. They capture and respond to external stimuli through a simple neural network and are among the oldest organisms on Earth. The jellyfish just stay in the ocean, without sadness or joy. Some of them glow, some don't, but they are loved by the ocean. Chiana took Gu Qingqing's hand again. "You don't need to please anyone to be loved." Gu Qingqing blinked, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. "Qingqing, no matter how long the rain lasts, the sun will eventually shine again. That chubby little girl has grown up now. She has traversed the underwater tunnel of her life. At the end of the tunnel stands a gentle you." The song in my headphones kept playing until the ocean sank. Chapter 139, Merry Christmas. The plane flew through layers of clouds toward its destination, San Francisco, USA. Inside the cabin, a flight attendant with a red and green striped scarf around her neck smiled at Chiana. On the table in front of him, besides typical Western food, there were several gingerbread men wrapped in transparent plastic. Lu Jiaxing picked up one of the gingerbread men, which was wearing a red Santa hat and a green bow tie, giving it a festive feel. "Christmas is coming soon." The gingerbread man exudes a strong cinnamon aroma mixed with the spiciness of ginger, but mostly sweetness. Anna Chi took a bite or two, and the sweetness made her frown. After getting off the plane, the whole way was covered in snow, as if I had entered a dreamlike world with white as the canvas. Colorful lights were hung on both sides of the street, and it will be even more beautiful at night. "Auntie and Alex are waiting for us at home," Chiana said to Lu Jiaxing, who was standing next to her. Mr. Lu nodded, wondering whether he should wrap the gift in colorful Christmas wrapping. Shops along the street had long been decorated with hanging ribbons of holly and mistletoe, and some even had Christmas trees as tall as a person placed at their entrances. In Hongmei's house is hidden behind tall trees. It is a beautiful white detached house. That Anna Chi was coming. Alex got up early to brush his teeth and wash his face, and changed into a red and white sweater suit. "Anna." Alex ran out of the doorway in a childish voice and jumped into her arms. Chiana lifted the little angel high, spun her around twice, and kissed her forehead. Alex was a little heavier than before. She reached out and played with the silver earring on Anna Chi's ear, resting her little head on Anna Chi's shoulder. "You're here." In Hongmei was wearing a burgundy coat, and her exposed calves were covered by black stockings. "Auntie." Lu Jiaxing greeted the elder with a smile, his eyes crinkling. Anna, is this a gift you brought for me? Alex jumped off her and hopped around the gift in Lu Jiaxing's hands. Yes, there are more in the trunk. Shall we go get them together? Anna took Alex's hand and went to get the various items. Yay! Alex raised his two little hands, which were covered in red woolen gloves, his eyes filled with excitement. Lu Jiaxing walked into the living room, where the ceiling was a full 6 meters high, and a Christmas tree more than 2 meters tall was placed next to the fireplace. The Christmas tree must have just been bought and hadn't been decorated yet. He turned around and asked, should we wrap up all the gifts and put them under the tree? Hongmei tossed her freshly permed hair and thought for a moment. That's fine. I still have some colored paper from last year. The fireplace flames flickered, the wood occasionally hissed, and the flames were a warm orange-red color. Alex volunteered to decorate the Christmas tree. Lu Jiaxing sat on the carpet, watching the little figures on the wooden ladder hanging pine cones. Brother, they say that pine cones close up when they get wet. Is that true? Lu Jiaxing, protecting the ladder, slowly replied. Because on rainy days, pine cones close their woody scales to protect the seeds from getting wet. When the air is dry, does it open up for the sake of the seeds? Alex hung up the first red ball, tilted his head, and seemed to be thinking. The man reached out and touched her golden curls, replying gently, yes, so that the wind can carry the seeds to farther places to take root and sprout. The snow outside was heavy, falling softly. The house was warm. Lu Jiaxing took off his black cashmere coat and handed something to Alex while wearing only a charcoal gray sweater. Anna stayed in the kitchen to help her aunt. Although she was supposed to be helping, she actually spent most of her time chatting. Hongmei was arranging the salad on a plate. Her apron was a little loose, so Anna tied it back into a bow. The golden retriever smelled the meat, darted into the kitchen, and silently wagged its big tail. The ribeye steak was marinated in rosemary and olive oil for half an hour, and Anna sprinkled some black pepper and salt on top for seasoning. The golden retriever's nose kept twitching, and its big tail swept across Anna's calves. Hongmei patted its head, gave it some leftover salad scraps, and said earnestly, the doctor told you to lose weight, so eat less meat. Anna turned around and observed the dog. It seemed to have gained some weight. Heat a pan over high heat until it smokes, then add the steak. Seal the edges and turn the heat to low. Melt the butter and pour it over the steak along with the meat juices. How's married life? Hongmei asked with concern as she fried asparagus and cherry tomatoes. Anna put the pizza in the oven and was adjusting the temperature in time. She held her apron tightly and said slowly, it feels so good to come home, have the lights on, and have someone cook a meal for you. Hongmei chuckled to herself. It seems that President Liu is a regular in the kitchen. Just by looking at Anna's clumsy movements when cutting tomatoes, Hongmei could roughly guess that she was someone who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Anna nodded and continued, I think I understand why some people like getting married. Hongmei peeked out and saw Lu Jiaxing sitting on the carpet, cutting colored paper to wrap gifts. As long as he treats you well, that's all that matters. The steak was seared to a perfect medium rare, and Anna began washing the pan while another pan was cooking pasta. Didn't we buy a turkey? Anna noticed that it wasn't on this year's menu. Last Christmas, the turkey was too dry no matter how I cooked it, so I removed it from the Christmas menu. Hongmei frowned and complained. With this money, you could buy something else. This is just dampening my enthusiasm for cooking. Once the borscht was ready, a warm and pleasant aroma filled the entire kitchen. Anna started frying the salmon. Garlic-flavored salmon is Alex's favorite. Time flies. I feel like you just arrived in America, and you're still a skinny young girl. Hongmei scooped up a spoonful of borscht to taste the saltiness. It's sweet and sour, with a lingering aftertaste truly perfect. When you got married, it really shocked me. I never thought this day would come. Anna lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. By the way, you didn't have a wedding or honeymoon back then. Do you plan to have one later? Anna participated in a wedding ceremony and wore a wedding dress in the drama, but she has never had such an experience in real life. I don't have any plans for now. I think it's fine as it is for now, living a simple and peaceful life. She took the bowls and plates outside, and Alex was putting a golden 5-pointed star on top of the Christmas tree. As night fell, the sky outside turned a deep blue, and the children playing in the snow in the yard were called back by their parents. Alex excitedly called out to her mother, and In Hongmei peeked out from the kitchen, giving her daughter a thumbs up. Good job. With a ding, the pizza is ready. The little angel hopped down the small ladder, letting Lu Jiaxing hold her soft body. He held the child in one arm and turned on the switch of the colorful lights wrapped around the Christmas tree with the other. Anna Chi set out the dishes, walked to the entryway, and turned off the living room lights. In the pitch black, she could only see the Christmas tree flashing with colorful lights. It turned out that the 5-pointed star at the top also glowed. Lu Jiaxing, holding the child, slowly walked to her side and said, "Anna, Merry Christmas." Alex remained motionless in the man's arms. Looking into Anna Chia's eyes, she discovered a wondrous toy called love. Lu Jiaxing, Merry Christmas. Chapter 140, A Few Bubbles. In the transparent glass teapot, apples, strawberries, and cherries took a bath in red wine, while 3 dark purple dried plums jumped into a deep red ocean. Hiss, Anna Chia's face scrunched up. Too sour? This is my first time making mulled wine. In Hongmei was cutting Alex's steak. Anna Chi nodded repeatedly, saying, "It's so sour. I've never eaten anything this sour in my life. Add some more rock sugar." Lu Jiaxing stood up, picked up the glass teapot, and placed it back on the matching heating base. He immediately spotted the glass jar containing slightly yellow rock sugar, poured the largest piece into the mulled wine, and thought that this should make a difference. As the sugar content skyrockets, mulled wine also becomes more palatable. It's a little too sweet. In Hongmei pursed her lips. Lu Jiaxing thought of the huge rock candy stuck at the bottle opening. Was it only a little sweet? After finishing his meal, Alex sat obediently in his seat, listening to the adults chatting. After cleaning the food residue off the dishes, Lu Jiaxing put them in the dishwasher and then cleaned the water and oil stains on the countertop. The man washed the rag, then noticed a thin layer of dust on the oven, and wiped it until it shone as if it were brand new. In Hongmei reached out and played with the golden retriever's ears, leaning against the kitchen doorway, looking at Lu Jiaxing thoughtfully. If Jimu were to develop a domestic robot in the future, she felt it should be someone like President Lu, meticulous, attentive, and truly observant of tasks. When you and Anna are at home, do you usually do all the housework? In Hongmei asked this question. Lu Jiaxing shook his head and said, "Sweeping and mopping are now done by robots instead of manual labor. I regularly hire a housekeeper to come over. Sometimes I see some chores and I just do them on the spot. It doesn't really count as me doing housework." In Hongmei laughed. This level of awareness far surpassed all her previous boyfriends. The man walked out of the kitchen, talking as he went. "Oh, I see. Anna isn't very good at these things." In Hongmei casually turned off the kitchen light. "Actually, no. It's just that I don't want her to do it. There's no need to make people work so hard when things can be solved with money and technology." As his body heat evaporated, the man exuded a pleasant citrus scent, warm and comforting, like thoroughly heated orange juice. "You are really nice, just as nice as Anna told me." Mr. Lu, who received the good guy card again, smiled helplessly and said calmly, "I just did what a normal man should do." In Hongmei suddenly understood why President Lu had so many female fans on Weibo. Besides being good-looking, he also had a refreshing self-awareness. The golden retriever wiggled its tail and ran to its little owner, Alex, licking his face with its tongue. "Anna, let's open the presents." Alex sat cross-legged under the Christmas tree, with presents piled up like a small hill at his feet. Okay. The gift box, wrapped in colored paper, makes it impossible to tell what's inside. Anna Chi casually picked one out. Inside was a pair of red and green coral fleece stockings. She remembered that she and Lu Jiaxing hadn't bought this item, and then glanced at her aunt behind her. The next second, a pair of small hands tugged at Anna Chia's arm and pointed to the greeting card on the back of her socks. The greeting card had a drawing of Santa Claus on it, and the 3 characters, Chi Anna, were written with great difficulty. It was clearly Alex. "Anna, Merry Christmas." Anna hugged the thick socks and kissed Alex repeatedly. "Little angel, truly a little angel." In Hongmei received a set of silk pajamas and a set of anti-aging skincare products as a gift from Lu Jiaxing. Contrary to her usual behavior, Chiana gave Alex a lot of electronic products, including a smartwatch and a tablet. "Brother, did you prepare a gift for Anna?" Alex asked, yawning, feeling a little sleepy. Lu Jiaxing stroked Alex's curly, soft hair and said, "Of course." Chiana also looked at him, only to hear President Lu say that he would give it to her later. "What is it?" Alex's curiosity was piqued. "Secret." Although Lu Jiaxing was answering Alex's question, his eyes were looking tenderly at Chiana. Strange. This time, because there was so much stuff, the two of them had clearly agreed not to prepare gifts for each other. Alex pouted, racking his brains, but still unable to figure out what the secret could be. Lu Jiaxing leaned against Chiana and looked at Alex, asking, "What about my gift?" In Hongmei took out the last gift from under the Christmas tree and handed it to Lu Jiaxing. It was a cute little orange doll. Looking at this plush toy that had absolutely no Christmas feel, Chiana didn't understand Alex's intention. President Lu asked the question that was on her mind. "Why did Alex give me this?" "Because my brother always has a faint orange scent. I thought you liked it." Alex explained in a childish voice, his brows furrowed slightly, as if afraid the other person wouldn't like it. "I really like it, thank you." Lu Jiaxing hugged the orange plush toy and looked at Chiana. He wasn't the one who liked oranges. He simply wanted to bask in the scent she loved. After unwrapping the gifts, In Hongmei took Alex, who had been excited all day, to take a shower. The two sat on a white leather sofa, with the movie The Holiday, a must-see for everyone every Christmas, playing on a huge LCD screen. Chiana nestled on the sofa, resting her head on the man's lap, seemingly a little sleepy. Lu Jiaxing brushed her hair aside and kissed her lips. "Your hair seems to have grown a little longer." The man's voice was deep and magnetic, making Chiana's heart flutter. She sat up, hooked her arm around the other person's neck, and said, "They say only idle people grow hair." Mr. Lu was amused by her question and asked, "So, is it true that programmers, who are overworked, are prone to going bald?" Looking at Lu Jiaxing's thick black hair, Chiana said with concern, "You're not going to go bald too, are you?" Lu Jiaxing reached out, his long, slender fingers running through her soft hair. "Will you leave me if I go bald?" After some hesitation, she made a promise. "I want the bald guy too." He was amused again and hugged the person in his arms. After Alex fell asleep, the two went to their hotel. The snow outside was falling heavier and heavier, and Mr. Lu was worried that it would affect their schedule for tomorrow. The only sounds in the world were the falling snow and the crunching of footsteps. The hotel was very hot, so Lu Jiaxing changed into a white shirt but didn't wear a tie. Anna was taking a shower and singing in the bedroom when the man leaned against the headboard and opened a small black velvet box. Inside the small box was a huge diamond ring. Diamonds are cut into countless facets to achieve their dazzling brilliance. Chiana was completely unaware of this. Water droplets from her hair slid down onto her delicate collarbone. She called to Lu Jiaxing to get her a bath towel. The hotel bathtub was lined with a disposable bath bag, and Chiana lay inside, the surface of the water covered in bubbles. She closed her eyes, submerged her face in the water, and made a few bubbles. Lu Jiaxing walked in, wondering where to put the bath towel, when he saw someone emerge from the water. Chiana splashed water at him, wetting his white shirt. His clothes clung to his skin, subtly outlining the contours of his abdominal muscles. She blinked her wet eyes and stroked his well-proportioned muscles through his white shirt. Lu Jiaxing's earlobes were so red they looked like they could bleed, and he asked, "Didn't you ask me to bring you a bath towel?" The next second, a pair of snow-white, pink arms wrapped around the man's waist. "Actually, I'd rather have someone deliver the bath towel." Chapter 141, Full of Jealousy. After the snow cleared, the two left San Francisco and arrived in New York. Chiana led Lu Jiaxing to the apartment building where she used to live, where the trees were covered with a thick layer of snow. The landlady came downstairs to walk her dog. She remembered Anna Chi, and the two chatted casually for a bit. "That was when I truly had my own room," Chiana said, lost in her memories. The two walked hand in hand, and Chiana continued, "It's not that my parents don't love me, it's just that their love isn't what I want. No matter how beautiful the bedroom is, if it can't be locked or closed, it's just a prop for display. Having my own room is not just a physical thing. It's the beginning of me as an independent individual. Lu Jiaxing nodded. He understood her. I think so too. The man reached out and adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. I used to live with my grandmother, and later I went to school and lived in a dormitory. It wasn't until much later that I finally had my own room. By the way, this place isn't far from where you started your business before. How come we've never run into each other? Lu Jiaxing held up a large, transparent umbrella. Crystal snowflakes fell onto the umbrella's surface, reflecting a faint white light. When he proposed to the other person that he wanted to marry her, he had both no choice and selfish motives. On his journey to find the wood, he often wondered what would happen to him if he failed. He will regret pulling people into his world. He would feel ashamed for everything he couldn't give her. A person's unrequited love is a journey of countless twists and turns of cowardice, a fleeting glance that cannot be resisted amidst chaos and turmoil. He paused, then said calmly, I've encountered it before. Really? I don't remember that at all. Chiana opened her mouth in surprise. The two arrived at the bar where they had met, where a sign on the door read, closed during Christmas. That's really unfortunate. Lu Jiaxing scratched the tip of his nose and began to recount the past. When talking about the man with the silver-white hair, President Lu's voice grew softer and softer. Chiana looked at him suspiciously, wondering if the story he was telling was the fantasy of a drunkard. I have never dated a silver-haired man, and I only know one silver-haired person. Wait, isn't the person you're talking about wearing a black cross on their ear? Lu Jiaxing suddenly felt a little uncertain. It seemed that the person was wearing some kind of accessory. You remember who it is? President Lu asked, his voice laced with jealousy. Chiana turned her head away and chuckled, deliberately saying, Yes, I remember now. That's a really important person. The man lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed into a line. Lu Jiaxing, are you jealous? Chiana looked at his face as if she had discovered a new continent. Originally, I thought President Lu wouldn't answer, but to my surprise, the man admitted directly, Yes, I'm jealous. Even though he wasn't pouting, Chiana felt like he was an angry pufferfish. She is a very important person to me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be the Chiana I am today. Lu Jiaxing listened intently, feeling a sour taste rising to his head. Is he that important? She is very important, and she is also very talented. If she were a boy, I might actually date her. Lu Jiaxing frowned slightly until he heard the phrase, if she were a boy, at which point he suddenly realized what was going on. She's a girl? President Lu began to wonder just how drunk he had been that night. Chiana said, turning around as she stepped through the snow. Didn't you see that movie? She was the director, and also my mentor. Mr. Lu had no impression of director Wang Ming, and was even less aware that she used to have this kind of image. So that's how it is. Lu Jiaxing recalled the jealousy he had secretly felt in the past, and felt both amused and exasperated. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it's your turn to be jealous of me now. Chiana cupped his face in her hands. The two left the deserted bar and went to visit the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where Anna Chi stood in the lobby of the Chinese pavilion. It was a giant mural from Guangxing Temple. In the presence of gods and Buddhas, people unconsciously feel peaceful, but also insignificant. There were many Chinese tourists coming and going, and for a moment, Anna Chi felt disoriented, wondering where she was. After they finished shopping, the two went to an authentic Hunan restaurant. Whether it's culture or cuisine, China completely surpasses the United States. The decor here has a strong Xiangxi flavor, and the food is delicious, reaching the exquisite level of a meal you'd find back home. The golden coin eggs are crispy and fragrant. The stir-fried beef with yellow peppers has a wonderful wok aroma, and the freshly served pounded chili and preserved egg dish is sticky and goes perfectly with rice. Of course, we also ordered some light, non-spicy dishes, which were equally delicious. The food at this restaurant hasn't been forced to adapt to the market at all. Just one bowl of eggplant casserole is enough to make Anna Chi eat a bowl of white rice. She found it a bit spicy, but she couldn't stop eating it. Chiana gets a runny nose whenever she eats spicy food. She knows it might be an allergy, but she still enjoys it despite the pain. Seeing that her lips were red, Lu Jiaxing went outside to buy a bottle of yogurt. When he came back, he unexpectedly ran into Gloria, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Lou. Gloria called out the other person's name first. Gloria was wearing a black off-the-shoulder dress and a gold necklace. The man standing next to her had his arm around her waist. He was tall and handsome, and his features made him look somewhat like a mixed-race person. Gloria said this was a shop recommended by her Chinese female colleague, and she didn't expect to run into Lu Jiaxing here. She also asked him how he was doing lately. She looked at the yogurt in Lu Jiaxing's hand and was a little worried about whether the food here was really spicy. Chiana inhaled to relieve the lingering spiciness in her mouth and saw Lu Jiaxing chatting with a foreign beauty. She strode over and took the yogurt from the man's hand. The cool, refreshing yogurt completely neutralized the spicy flavor. Looking at the other person's rosy face, Gloria felt like she had seen them somewhere before. Since they didn't do anything intimate, she couldn't judge the relationship between the two in front of her, so she cast a curious glance at Lu Jiaxing. The man introduced Anna Chi to Gloria with great enthusiasm, his tone filled with happiness. Gloria then remembered who the other person was and glanced at Anna Chi. Chiana's nose was slightly sweaty from the spiciness, and she looked up at the beauty in front of her. Anna Chi, who had almost forgotten that she had the ability to read minds, heard Gloria's thoughts the moment she turned around. It was her. What does that mean? Has she seen me before? She had seen him before and was also Lu Jiaxing's female colleague. Was she the one who went on a date with Lu Jiaxing that night? A wave of intense spiciness surged up again, and Anna swallowed the yogurt in her mouth. After Gloria led the group to their seats, she glanced at Lu Jiaxing's departing figure, then turned back to flip through the menu. The two walked out of the Hunan restaurant. It was completely dark outside, and they couldn't see any stars or moon. Was she the female colleague from that night? Mr. Lu nodded and asked cautiously, "You're not angry, are you?" A cold wind ruffled her hair. Chiana fiddled with the toggle button on her white coat and replied, "I'm not angry. There's nothing between you and her. Maybe there was a tiny bit of jealousy, just a tiny bit, and it dissipated with a gust of wind." Lu Jiaxing hugged her from behind, and at that moment all the colored lights on the trees along the street lit up. The place was bustling with noise, and many people were taking pictures around the colorful lights. Their embrace was frozen in time. Chapter 142 left, eye twitching brings wealth. Even after Christmas, the city is still bathed in a long and pleasant post-holiday atmosphere, with a sense of relaxation as if desires have been fulfilled. It was an ordinary evening. Chiana sat in front of the vanity mirror, about to attend the American branch's party with Lu Jiaxing. Her hair does grow very quickly, but it's still in that awkward in-between state. Perhaps because it was her first time officially appearing at Lu Jiaxing's workplace, she felt a little nervous. After putting on makeup and changing clothes, I can finally have dinner with him. She took the elevator to President Lu's office and saw Assistant Lin standing at the door. Lin Wei opened the door to the president's office for her. It had a very simple and understated decor. The line between black and white is clear. Chiana immediately noticed the photo frame on the table. It was a selfie they took while filming Our Trip in Huizhou. She reached out and picked up the wooden photo frame, looking at the two faces pressed together, and felt a strange warmth in her heart. "Assistant Lin, didn't you get a day off?" Chiana asked, tilting her head as she sat down on the black sofa. Lin Wei thought to himself, "It's because of you that I didn't get a holiday." He wouldn't say that aloud, though. After all, the boss is the most important person in the world. There are still some things to take care of. Assistant Lin poured someone a glass of water, his face expressionless. "I see." Chiana nodded. Soon, she found out what Assistant Lin was talking about. President Lu changed into his work-appropriate three-piece suit. Under the soft lighting, the dark blue suit became a discreet and understated sight. "Anna, this is Attorney Lu." Lu Jiaxing introduced Lu Zhang to her. "Miss Chi, hello." Lu Zhang was just over 50 years old and had a gentle, ordinary face. "Hello, Lawyer Lu." Chiana shook hands with the person. The group sat down, and Assistant Lin stood to the side, distributing documents to everyone present. Chiana glanced at Lu Jiaxing, a hint of confusion and doubt in her eyes. The documents were bound together, several in total, and were in both Chinese and English, making them exceptionally formal. She reached out and saw the cover of the contract, then read aloud. Group equity transfer agreement? Yes, this is the largest share that we and Mr. Liu can negotiate, Attorney Liu said. What do you mean? Anna didn't quite understand. Liu Jiaxing sat down next to her and said in a voice that no one else could hear, Christmas present. Anna Chi gasped. Even if only 1% of the shares of a listed company were worth over 100 million yuan, it would still be an asset worth over 100 million yuan. Are you out of your mind? Anna asked, looking flustered. Assistant Lin and Attorney Liu quietly left the office, giving them more space. This is the secret you were talking about. It's more like a shock. Liu Jiaxing laughed and said, Is it scary? Anna, you got nothing when we got married. This is late, but it's what you deserve. Liu Jiaxing squatted down, somewhat like a marriage proposal pose. This is something I've wanted to give you for a long time. Anna Chi was stunned. This was the greatest gift she had ever received in her life. But this is too expensive. She instinctively wanted to refuse. Mr. Liu sighed and said, Please don't reject me, okay? Anna remained seated on the sofa, reaching out to touch Liu Jiaxing's face as if a deity were comforting her most faithful follower. Am I really worth you doing this? She spoke her mind, and Liu Jiaxing kissed her lips, swallowing all her rejection. Don't say things like that again. It will make me sad. Liu Jiaxing stroked her hair and looked earnestly into her eyes. Assistant Lin and Attorney Liu returned to the office. Anna listened to the contents of the contract and finally signed her name. Her hand holding the pen trembled slightly, but after looking at Liu Jiaxing, it regained its composure. Mr. Liu's love was more impressive than she had imagined. The shock of immense wealth can create a dizzying, unreal feeling. The man held her hand and comforted her. Don't feel guilty. Just think of it as buying a surefire investment product. The fact that you were secretly married affected your career, which is also my responsibility, so it's all as it should be. Didn't Attorney Liu explain the disclaimer clause to you at the end? Even if we get divorced, these shares will always be yours. After thinking for a moment, Anna replied, Then I'd rather you take it back. So you really did consider divorcing me? The man looked quietly at her face. No, isn't the key point of this statement equity? After being choked by President Liu's words, Anna was somewhat speechless. She wouldn't lie. She simply said, I had thought about it before. Liu Jiaxing wasn't angry. On the contrary, he appreciated her frankness and straightforwardness. I know, the man said, understanding dawning on him. At first, Anna remained detached from him and from this marriage in name only. Some people also posted that Anna Chi was with him for money, saying that she wanted to use divorce to extort a large sum of money. Mr. Liu always just smiled at such nonsense. She has never been that kind of person, and she never will be. After signing the equity transfer agreement, Anna's left eyelid kept twitching, which really proved the old saying, a twitching left eyelid means good fortune, a twitching right eyelid means bad luck. When I came out, I saw Pei Song, who was the person in charge on the American side. President Pei was dressed very formally today, which was even a bit unlike his usual casual style. Brother Pei, Liu Jiaxing hugged the person who came. Pei Song shook hands with Anna, laughing heartily, and said, Miss Chi. Hello, you've become even more beautiful. Brother Pei, you really know how to talk. She didn't call him President Pei, but just followed Liu Jiaxing's lead and called him Brother Pei. Although I am Liu Jiaxing's family member, I will help those who are reasonable, not those who are related. Pei Song put his arm around Liu Jiaxing's shoulder and said to her, This silly boy has given you most of his fortune, so you have to treat him well. Anna felt that in this scene, the roles of the two were somewhat reversed. He felt like a poor boy who had hooked up with a rich and beautiful woman, while President Liu was a naive and love-struck girl. I will. Pei Song glanced at Liu Jiaxing, whose earlobes were red, truly the #1 romantic of all time. Liu and I have something to do, so we'll head over first. Pei Song patted his good friend on the back and walked forward. Brother Pei, Anna called out to him. What is it? Pei Song stopped in his tracks, wanting to hear what she had to say. Thank you. Thank you for always being by his side. Thank you so much. Anna said thank you 3 times in a row, a gesture that Pei Song found hard to accept. Pei Song blinked, seemingly recalling the difficult years of the past. Their car broke down on the road during a blizzard, and they ultimately failed to secure the investment. Lu Jiaxing went from being a pure idealist to having to succumb to the harsh reality. From hummingbird to Jimu, without Pei Song, Lu Jiaxing would not be the Lu Jiaxing he is today. They met in Shenzhen, became friends in the United States, and watched together the Jimu tree grow from a seedling struggling to emerge from the wind and snow into a towering tree spanning the Atlantic Ocean. Receive. Pei Song winked playfully, greatly easing the emotional atmosphere. Qianna smiled and looked at Lu Jiaxing beside her. Chapter 143 Dance Debut. The dance party at the American branch of Jimu was more lively than any dance party that Anna Qi had ever attended. The post-holiday enthusiasm still lingered on everyone's faces. They preferred team-building activities to work. Lu Jiaxing leaned against the wall, drinking. When someone came to ask him to dance, he waved them off. At first, Qianna thought it was because of her presence. Why are you rejecting them all? That's not a good idea. I'm not jealous. Qianna ate a cherry. It was very sweet. I'm not very good at dancing. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and lowered his eyes. What did you do when you attended such events before? Qianna asked him. We drank and chatted, then went home, Lu Jiaxing said honestly. If you do this, won't people think I'm the one who's stopping you from jumping? President Lu did indeed use the excuse of having a wife at home to escape a few boring parties, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He didn't expect that Qianna would guess it. Perhaps a little bit. The man said it very tactfully, but in other people's minds, he had probably already successfully established the image of a henpecked husband. Qianna put down the fruit in her hand and reached out to him in a standard invitation to dance. Would Mr. Lu do me the honor of joining us? Lu Jiaxing looked somewhat happy, but more so hesitant, and slowly said, I'm not very good at this. It's okay, participation is the most important thing. Thus, the employees of Jimu's U.S. branch got to see President Lu's dance moves for the first time. When the two entered, the handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of everyone present. Qianna wore a dark blue dress made of a special material that shimmered with tiny silver light under the lights. This dress was specially ordered by Lu Jiaxing from the brand's Paris headquarters, so it would match his dark blue handmade suit perfectly. Wow, this dress must be this year's haute couture. It's so beautiful. I've been with the company for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen President Lu dance. Lu Jiaxing placed his hand somewhat awkwardly on the other person's waist. He understood the rhythm of the dance, but he was always flustered and clumsy. Qianna simply looked at him gently and told him to follow in her footsteps. Mr. Lu's dancing posture, sincere yet somewhat clumsy and slow to realize, is just like him. People who like it find it genuine and cute, while those who don't find it boring and dull. Fortunately, Anna Qi is the former. Anna Qi danced in the drama, whether it was classical dance or modern duet. She was very good at it. She was a patient teacher, guiding the man step by step. Every turn, every embrace. Her skirt fluttered as she gazed at his shy face. Well done. When Qianna got close to him, she would praise him in a voice that no one else could hear. At first, Lu Jiaxing was afraid of stepping on her, so he was always a step behind and didn't know when to put his arm around her waist while they were turning around. After a few laps, it seemed like he was starting to get the hang of it. Lu Jiaxing is a smart person, but he is a little uncoordinated. Those hoping to see a stunning duet between a domineering CEO and a female celebrity will likely be disappointed. They are Qianna and Lu Jiaxing, ordinary people among the masses. The music was melodious, but the dance moves were not exactly graceful. One of the employees present filmed Lu Jiaxing and Qianna dancing together, and the video went viral online as soon as it was posted. Sweet potatoes are the best. I can't carry them. I can't carry them. President Lu is really being a bit funny. Scraggy puppy. President Lu really has the looks to dance, the rhythm to beat, and the height to do it all. If you see this, please let me write a novel. Wow. My favorite CP has new content again. Thank you, Jimu. Tang tang. Mr. Lu jumped very well. Don't jump like that again next time. Lu Jiaxing felt that he was dancing better and better, but the video uploaded by his employee was of his dance debut. He read the comments, and most of them were good-natured jokes. Look at this meme made by a netizen. It's so funny. Qianna showed him a screenshot of the two of them dancing together from a distance. The screenshot is blurry, but it accurately reflects Chi Anna's ease and Lu Jiaxing's bewilderment. The accompanying text is, "Can't carry it, can't carry it." This meme became a huge hit and was later widely used in various scenarios. Even the official Jimu account personally joined in the meme making. Lu Jiaxing did not express any dissatisfaction with this. On the contrary, he was very grateful for everyone's fan creations. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Most of the snow melted, turning into water, and the endless white gradually retreated from the main stage. The weather was still cold. Chi Anna was holding a hot cocoa and staring blankly when she received an audition email for a new movie. The first audition was scheduled in the United States. This new movie is a co-production between Tianshang Entertainment and Hollywood, and even the initial casting process was carried out with great fanfare. Anna Chi looked at the script sent to her email. It was entirely in English. "Wanna act?" President Lu noticed her eager excitement. She nodded emphatically and said, "This is a great opportunity. Whether I get selected or not, I want to give it a try. If I am successfully selected, I will persevere no matter what happens." Lu Jiaxing watched her retreating figure with an appreciative look in his eyes. "Are there many actors auditioning this time?" the man asked softly. "Yes." Chi Anna suddenly felt a little nervous. After dinner, Lu Jiaxing took her for a walk on the beach, saying there was a drone show. What kind of drone show? Anna Chi wasn't very interested in that. Her impression of drones was still that of the buzzing noise they made when hovering in the sky, but seeing that Lu Jiaxing wanted to go, she went with him. "You'll see when you get there." There weren't many people watching the drone show at the beach. Did they all not know there was a show today? Anna covered the lower half of her face with her scarf as the sky grew completely dark. The waves gently lapped against the shore, and she remembered that they had walked along the beach in Shenzhen in the same way, but their feelings were very different now. If the drone crashes and falls into the sea, wouldn't it be ruined? Anna Chi asked with some concern. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but with 1,000 drones, even if one crashes, you wouldn't notice. President Lu spoke quickly, revealing a hint of tension. She nodded first, then turned and asked, "How do you know there are 1,000? He knew, of course, that the number of 1,000 drones was determined by him, and that he had overseen the rehearsals. Their team's performances are featured on their official website, Mr. Lu replied guiltily. "I see." Chi Anna, unsuspecting, patiently waited for the drone performance. Suddenly, countless white lights appeared in the black sky, transforming into the shape of flowers. The flowers look a bit strange. They are not common flowers like roses or lilies. Most of the lights turned purple, representing the flowers, while the remaining drones emitted green light, representing the leaves and branches. The flowers were small, like little purple wind chimes, adorning the green branches. The drones changed formation, and a string of wisteria blossoms bloomed on the sea surface, its green leaves swaying as if blown by the waves. Chi Anna watched intently as the wisteria blossoms gradually faded, transforming into a door, with distinctly shaped snowflakes drifting down beside it. The door was gently pushed open, and snowflakes fell all over the ground. Chapter 144 The Love Letter is late. Chi Anna was amazed by the drone performance and did not notice Lu Jiaxing's nervous and shy expression beside her. The drone then transformed into a table, on which were placed colorful wine bottles. Only then did Chi Anna realize something and look at Lu Jiaxing. The man slowly took her hand, his chest heaving with each breath as he was overcome with excitement. Looking up, the wine table disappeared, replaced by a red certificate. Opening the certificate revealed a photo of a man and a woman together. People strolling on the beach were taking photos and cheering, seemingly witnessing their past. All the drones disappeared into the night, and the next second they transformed into a camera, which spat out countless photos called memories. Music started playing from who knows where, and a small, glowing box appeared in the sky. When the box opened, it contained a diamond ring. The box faded away, and the diamond ring grew larger and larger, surrounding Chi Anna in a three-dimensional way. At the same time, Lu Jiaxing knelt down on one knee and took out the black velvet box. A hand wearing a lace glove appeared in the sky, with distinct knuckles and a few fingers sticking out. "Chi Anna, would you like to be my lover?" In the sky, The diamond ring grew smaller and smaller as it slowly moved until it was finally slipped onto the finger. Anna Chi heard her own heartbeat, rapid and fast, like a dense drumbeat. She watched as the beautiful diamond ring slipped onto her finger, then glanced at the drone show in the distance. The wisteria blossoms symbolized their youthful encounter. Their silent, unrequited love became the backdrop of their love story. The door that opened and the snow that fell symbolized their meeting in a foreign land. It turned out their fate had been sealed long ago. At the dinner table, he took a gamble and decided to take her away, marking the beginning of their marriage. The certificate and the photo bound the two together, leading to the story that followed. As the secret of the photograph is revealed, they begin to see each other more clearly, realizing that all along, you were still here. In that instant, Anna thought of many things, and when she looked at Lu Jiaxing again, her eyes were filled with tears. It turns out that when you're too happy, you don't know what to say, and you shed tears. She watched as Lu Jiaxing stood up and hugged her before she could barely find her voice again. Lu Jiaxing. Anna's voice trembled, filled with intense emotion. Am I dreaming? The man released her and said in a deep voice, Then I am honored to appear in your dream. The drone show ended, but the romantic, lyrical music continued to play. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky and landed on his hair. With trembling hands, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handwritten letter. Hello. I am Lu Jiaxing from Class 6 of Senior 3. Anna was taken aback and looked at Lu Jiaxing, who smiled and took off his glasses. Without his glasses, Mr. Lu looked more like the quiet and reserved male classmate she remembered. You may have heard my name, or you may not remember me. This is the first time I've ever written a love letter, and I think it's much more complicated than any difficult math problem. I don't know what kind of magic you have that makes my gaze always follow you. I will never understand how I fell in love with you. I feel like a thief, secretly glad that I was briefly in the same space and time as you. I forgot to ask you, can I like you? Lu Jiaxing, May 27, 2006. Tears rolled down, their scalding heat startling. It was a love letter that was many years overdue, sealed away in the desolate years of youth. At that moment, Anna truly felt the reality of her past crush on him. How could there be such a young person who falls in love in an instant and remains devoted for a lifetime? So are you willing? Lu Jiaxing belatedly realized that their process of falling in love and proposing marriage was somewhat chaotic. However, no path in life is wasted. It doesn't matter whether you enter marriage through love or discover love through marriage. As long as she is still herself, he is still himself. I do. The sea breeze carried the voice of Anna, with a distant, damp, and humid feel. I am willing to love you. The universe is vast, and you and I are but a drop in the ocean. The courage you can muster in a single second is enough to make you stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The person in front of you seems to have brought the whole world to your eyes. Lu Jiaxing's heart trembled. After years of tossing and turning, his wish had finally come true. She embraced him as if he were the whole world she had lost and then regained. Scenes that only appear in movies and TV series played like a revolving lantern in her mind. He loved her so much that he often felt indebted to her. The sea breeze, carrying snowflakes, became rather chilly. Lu Jiaxing and she returned to the seaside hotel, even though winter wasn't the right season to see the sea. They huddled together, like little animals seeking warmth from each other. Anna packed her luggage for the audition in Seattle with great reluctance, and Lu Jiaxing wished he could crawl into her suitcase. If it weren't for work, I would have gone with you. President Lu lowered his head, and his tone of voice carried a hint of coquetry. You stay in New York and work hard, Anna Chi said as she folded her sweater. Has the movie been named yet? Lu Jiaxing propped his head up, wanting to etch every moment of her into his heart. Storm Transit. The Chinese name should be Fengbao Guojing. Anna was texting Jianjia, typing away rapidly, the sound of her sending a telegram in a spy drama. It sounds like a disaster movie, Lu Jiaxing speculated. No. Anna pulled her suitcase closed, only to be hugged tightly from behind. Crossing the river alone has been broadcast earlier than Jianjia had expected. Actually, she didn't quite agree with Anna taking on the role. After the broadcast, many people criticized the character and, incidentally, criticized Chi-Anna as well. But more attention was drawn to the tension in Chi-Anna's performance as an actress. One film critic commented, "The brilliance of Anna Chi has returned." This drama broke the ratings record of similar TV series Goldfish Alley as soon as it premiered, and it can be said to have made great strides all the way. The lead actress, Tong Ling, has gone from a relatively unknown newcomer to a highly sought-after young star. Jinjia often thinks, what a wonderful comeback it would have been if the female lead had been Chi-Anna. Now, all we can do is hope that Chi-Anna will be chosen by Wang Ming again. Director Wang Ming's new film, a collaboration with Hollywood, has only just entered the casting stage, yet the competition is already fierce, with countless people vying for a spot. Anna Chi was one of these people, arriving in Seattle alone with her suitcase. Chi-Anna had to handle everything herself for the time being. Because this film was open to casting from around the world, it used English as the standard language. Anna Chi's English introductory video is sitting in the casting director's inbox, still waiting in line. The Storm Passes By is not the disaster film that Mr. Liu imagined, but a commercial film against domestic violence. Anna Chi was sitting outside a cafe in Seattle, watching the passers-by, when she spotted a familiar figure. The temperature here is still quite low, but thankfully the sunshine is plentiful, making one forget the harshness of winter. The man was wearing black square-framed sunglasses, his thin lips were pursed into a line, and his facial features looked much more mature than before. A waiter brought over a latte, which Chi-Anna accepted with both hands, feeling the warmth in her palms. Wang Ming did not take off her sunglasses and slowly walked past her. Chapter 145, Teetering on the Brink. Seattle, early morning. Wang Ming suffers from severe insomnia. Her eyes are covered in dark circles, and the feeling of failing to fall asleep is very painful. The casting for the new movie has only just begun, but the producers are already openly and secretly trying to get people on board. Does she really not understand that acting is such a lowly profession? Does everyone think they can do it? Wang Ming got out of bed, rubbing her temples, and went into the living room to watch the movie she had directed. When I was directing it, I thought it would be a masterpiece, but a few years later, when I watched it again, I just felt it was pointless whining and pretentious. The first movie starring Chi-Anna was playing on the screen. She looked at the other person's cold yet vulnerable face, stood up, took a can of beer from the refrigerator, and gulped it down. Will she be auditioning this time too? Wang Ming asked the air, lowering her eyes. As Wang Ming lay back down on the bed, she ruffled her hair and slowly closed her eyes. The screenplay for The Storm Passes By was written by a Chinese female writer who lived in Seattle, and it was bought by Hollywood. Because the original novel's female protagonist was supposed to be a Chinese woman, Wang Ming was brought in to handle the script later. The audition studio had been set up long ago, and Chi-Anna arrived very early after receiving the email notification. Wang Ming strolled in with a glass of iced Americano and sat down between the casting director and the screenwriter. The lights were very bright, shining straight down. The first male actor to come in was a Hollywood newcomer, a handsome young man with brown hair and blue eyes, who looked like an American volleyball player. Director Wang Ming's casting decisions were based entirely on first impressions, which is clearly not a good fit for the male lead in The Storm Passes By. He might give it a try for a youth film. The male actor had two small tiger teeth when he smiled, and his deliberately profound performance clearly failed to move the people present. An assistant called the next actor in, and Wang Ming blinked, trying hard to suppress the urge to yawn. Tong Ling first gave a self-introduction in English. The performance task she drew was an impromptu crying scene. The camera focused on her face, which had little blank space, and her bone structure was very suitable for the movie screen, but her eyes lacked a sense of story. Feeling wronged, angry, and in pain, Wang Ming said, observing the expression on her face. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she strained her nose deliberately. She managed to portray every emotion, but it remained superficial and unrealistic. Tong Ling just wanted to give it a try. If she was selected, that would be great, but if not, it would still be an experience. Wang Ming didn't say much, but suddenly remembered that Chi-Anna had once observed and practiced her expressions in front of the mirror. The next actor is the producer's rich second generation, who wants to make an appearance in The Storm Passes By. Looking at the other person dressed in designer brands, with a kind of innocent naivete in their eyes, Wang Ming wasn't as disgusted as she had been at first. Since it's just a fleeting appearance, even a second should count. The boy knew he was just there to go through the motions, but he didn't act too perfunctorily. The screenwriter looked at the person and involuntarily shook his head, suddenly feeling a little worried about his story. The casting director was an American, and he was very optimistic about the next actress who auditioned. In addition to the English introduction, the other party also filmed a short clip from the script on their phone. The phone's camera resolution is low, and the lens is clearly handheld, resulting in a somewhat shaky image. The woman applied simple makeup to her face to cover the injury, then used a cushion foundation to cover the wound. The camera was pointed at the mirror, showing only a glimpse of her back. Her hands were steady, and she looked no different from the others. After applying the powder, the woman took a deep breath and forced a smile. He found it hard to describe that smiling face. The lips were upturned, trying to appear self-deceiving, but there was no smile in the eyes. There were no tears, yet she seemed shaky, as if she were about to break. Chiana walked into the audition room, and everyone flipped through the next resume. Wang Ming listened to her English self-introduction and then carefully looked at the information in Chiana's resume. Anna Chi wore light makeup, revealing her natural skin and bone structure, which is the industry standard for a movie face. The question she drew was to read a line from a scene where a conflict erupts, which was considered a relatively difficult question. Look, this is the 35-year-old yourself. Go and kill him for me. Chiana's tone was somewhat alarming, and her eyes revealed a hint of despair and madness. The screenwriter listened with his head down, and even without looking at the screen, he felt his heart tremble. This scene is the climax of the entire movie. The female protagonist, who has suffered domestic violence for a long time, travels through time and meets the male protagonist when he was a teenager. She seduces him and makes him fall in love with her at an early age. Then, on a rainy night, the girl learned the truth. The person who had been hurting her was her future self. He looked at him, then raised the knife to his own heart. Chiana's performance with satisfaction and thought that this Chinese actress was worth considering. Only Wang Ming looked serious and simply told people to go back and wait for further instructions. Sister Anna, how are you? Assistant Zhang asked, carrying a canvas bag and holding Anna's hand. I don't know if I'll be selected, Anna Chi said honestly. We definitely can. Jiang seemed even more confident than she was. The next male actor pushed open the door and entered the audition studio. The casting director glanced at the photo on his resume and then at the real man. It's really true, they're completely different. The man was very handsome, but the signs of plastic surgery were clearly visible under the high-definition camera. When making movies, color grading and filters may be used, but they can't hide the sense of technology. His nose was a little swollen, as if it was still recovering. The prominent hooked nose didn't quite match his other facial features. Wang Ming imagined it. If such a face made an expression, wouldn't the sky fall and the earth crack? The male actor was assigned to play the male lead in his youth. Although he tried his best to portray the naivety and innocence of the character, everyone's attention remained on his strange face. The casting director shook his head, frowned, and took a sip of his hot latte. After the preliminary test, Chiana received an email confirming that she had passed and happily jumped out of bed. Jiang, I've made it to the second round. The two hugged each other, both overjoyed by the news. The second round of interviews took significantly longer. She answered the director and screenwriter's questions earnestly, her expression very humble and sincere. The screenwriter was very satisfied with her and considered her the only choice for the female lead. She even talked to Anna Chi about the variety show, Our Trip, saying that she would go on a trip after her work here was finished. Wang Ming glanced at Chiana but didn't say anything, which was also a way of avoiding suspicion. The male lead has been chosen, but the next most important role is the female lead, which Wang Ming has yet to decide on. Chiana and Jiang went to the largest farmers market in the area. Pike Place Market is a large market, and in addition to the usual items found in farmers markets, it also has many bakeries and cheese shops. You can even buy flowers and handicrafts here. It's the most vibrant place in Seattle. Sister Anna, there are so many goldfish in this fish tank. Jiangkan pointed to the transparent glass tank. The tank was so clean, without a speck of dirt, that it seemed as if the goldfish weren't swimming in the water, but flying in the sky. Qianna took out her phone, casually snapped a photo, and sent it to Lu Jiaxing. Chapter 146. 2 Gunshots. The colorful lights on the streets of New York have all faded, as if the city has completely awakened from its holiday revelry. Qianna went to Seattle for an audition, and Lu Jiaxing also wanted to take some time to go, but his work schedule was so full that he couldn't find a moment to spare. Sharing work-related matters with him through a screen is never as good as meeting in person. Pei Song, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, shook his head as he watched Lu Jiaxing staring blankly at the photo frame on his desk. "Mr. Lu, this document needs to be signed." Assistant Lin handed the document to his boss. Lu Jiaxing then pulled himself out of his thoughts of Qianna and began to seriously look at the documents. Pei Song walked to his desk and said, "The United States may impose sanctions on Jimu." Before President Lu could ask, Pei Song, with a cigarette between two fingers and his hand hanging by his side, continued, "It's just hearsay, but there's no smoke without fire. Therefore, we need to expedite the further implementation of Jimu's expansion into the Indian market." President Pei has always had a keen business sense. India is the second most populous country in Asia after China. If we can capture their mobile phone market, Jimu will definitely be able to develop better. After listening to Pei Song's words, President Lu nodded. "We can put the African market on hold for now, since Transsion entered the market too early and has already established a presence in every possible area." Lu Jiaxing lowered his head, signed the document, and handed it to Lin Wei. His thoughts were the same as Pei Song's. "The person in charge from India will arrive in a couple of days, and we'll have another meeting then," Lu Jiaxing said, looking up. Pei Song nodded, picked up the wooden photo frame containing the two of them, and asked, "How did your audition go?" "We're in the second round now," Lu Jiaxing replied, standing up. "If I get elected, won't we have to live apart again?" The picture frame is made of a very good material, and there is a faint woody fragrance in the air that you can smell when you get close. Lu Jiaxing said calmly, "It's work. Don't I travel a lot for work too?" Pei Song scratched his head and said, "I just think that men get married for comfort and to live together." Lu Jiaxing asked with a smile, "Brother Pei, do you think I'm not living a comfortable life?" Pei Song glanced at his watch. It was almost dinner time. He said, "Only when someone is looking after the home front can we focus on our work outside. It's like needing to eat to have the energy to work." The sunset outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was beautiful. The pink clouds seemed almost within reach. "What you said, I have thought about it." Lu Jiaxing was very frank. "Perhaps it's because of my family background, but I've always wanted to get married and have a real family. If it's just for the sake of marriage, there will always be people who are physically compatible and can get along well on a spiritual level, and that doesn't necessarily mean they can't get married. Just like you said, having someone take care of things at home for me and handle everything outside of work seems like the right decision." Pei Song looked at him, seemingly lost in thought. "But Brother Pei, one cannot always make the right decisions. One must also make decisions that bring happiness." As Pei Song watched Lu Jiaxing's retreating figure, he suddenly realized that Lu Jiaxing actually knew more about life than he did. Thinking about it carefully, life is short and we can't afford to settle for less. If you always make peace with life, then what you truly want will always end up being handed over to others. After dinner, the two took a walk on the street and talked about Jimu's future market plans, which gave them some new ideas. "China's mobile phone shipments have been climbing over the past 3 years, but I always feel that they will soon reach a peak. The real challenge comes after the summit." The night breeze was slightly chilly. Pei Song zipped his down jacket all the way up, and his breath turned into a cloud of white mist. "Therefore, we cannot focus only on mobile phones. Tablets and laptops will be the focus in the future." Lu Jiaxing adjusted his glasses and continued walking forward. "Why is it so noisy up ahead?" Pei Song seemed to hear men arguing. Considering safety concerns, the two decided to turn back. Just then, a black man with a gun ran out of the alley, followed by several other people. "It looks like a gang fight." Pei Song knew something was wrong and turned to run. Black and white people were wrestling, and the white man was pinned to the ground and screaming. The man's face was excessively pale, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. There were tiny needle marks on the small section of his arm that was exposed, indicating that he was a drug addict. Someone fired the first shot, and with 2 gunshots, the scene became chaotic. Pei Song turned his head and saw Lu Jiaxing fall down. The moment I was hit by the bullet wasn't the sudden, intense pain I had imagined. The pain seemed to come a beat later. Lu Jiaxing felt a tremendous impact that made him lose his balance. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his body, and he felt his breathing quicken and his heart rate rise, as if he had been given a few seconds of superhuman experience. Only after this state did a peculiar pain strike, and my sluggish brain gradually realized what had happened. The white man pointed at Lu Jiaxing and laughed wildly, seemingly mentally unstable. The moment Pei Song saw Lu Jiaxing fall, all color drained from his face. Jiaxing, Jiaxing. He pulled the person up with his shoulder and immediately called for an ambulance. Neon lights flashed, and all the traffic gave way to life. The ambulance sped to a stop, screeching as it scraped against the ground. The medical staff practically jumped out of the car and skillfully lifted the unconscious man onto a stretcher. Blood stained the white stretcher, and Pei Song felt the warmth of the hand he was holding slowly slipping away inside the ambulance. Assistant Lin was taking a shower and hadn't even rinsed the shampoo off his hair when he received a call from President Pei. By the time he arrived at the hospital, Lu Jiaxing had already been wheeled into the emergency room. Pei Song stood at the door of the operating room with a gloomy expression, indicating that the situation was not good. "Where did the shot hit?" Lin Wei asked. "Near the heart." The man's voice was low, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Assistant Lin sat down, never expecting such a thing to happen. The critical illness notices fell like snowflakes, each one heavier than a mountain on people's hearts. Assistant Lin did not inform Grandma, as President Liu was far away in the United States, and it would be bad if the old lady were to be upset. When Anna Chi received the call, she paused for 2 or 3 seconds, as if she couldn't hear the sounds around her. "Jiang Can, I have to go to New York right away." She then traveled to New York alone. Lu Jiaxing's condition was extremely dangerous. Attorney Liu arrived earlier than Chiana. On the emergency bed, unimaginable, immense pain was plunging the young man into an icy abyss. His complexion was terrible, pale with a bluish tinge, exuding a deathly aura, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Anna Chi sat blankly in the chair, her eyes seemingly unfocused, clutching the blood-stained gray down jacket in her arms. The bullet that struck Lu Jiaxing's heart also struck himself. She lowered her head, tears falling like beads from a broken string, rolling onto her gray down jacket and turning into round watermarks. The door to the emergency room opened, and a surgeon in green clothes came out. Chiana stood up and stumbled over, each step feeling like walking barefoot on broken glass. Chapter 147, each with their own ulterior motives. Anna Chi remembers that long corridor, made of marble, where every light step echoed heavily. The hurried footsteps piled up together, spinning in the white expanse, making it impossible to distinguish east from west or north from south. The doctor's words were ambiguous, but Chiana clung to the last glimmer of hope. Lin Wei supported her, her eyes also welling up with tears. "So he'll wake up, right? The fact that he hasn't been declared dead means there's still hope, right?" She grabbed Assistant Lin's arm as if it were her last lifeline. Lin Wei lowered her eyes, unable to answer her question. The rescue efforts barely saved Lu Jiaxing's life, but left him in a vegetative state. No one can guarantee that he will wake up again. Chiana looked at the man inside the glass wall and shed her last tear. Tears streamed down her cheeks, warm to the touch. Pei Song stood beside her, unsure of what to say to comfort her. Lu Jiaxing lay unconscious on the white hospital bed, his body covered in tubes. How could his lover possibly give up on him? He clearly had a heartbeat and was breathing, yet he remained asleep, unwilling to wake up. When Pei Song arrived the next day, Chiana was talking to Lu Jiaxing. "Look, Brother Pei has come to see you." Chiana looked up, greeted the people, and then sat down. "We'll handle the company's affairs, so don't be too sad." Pei Song's voice was a little hoarse, as if he had a bad cold. "Thank you for your hard work. It's all as it should be." Pei Song looked at the unconscious Lu Jiaxing and felt very sad. Brother Pei, do you think a miracle might happen? Anna Chi blinked. She hadn't slept for almost a day and a night, and her eyes were bloodshot. Pei Song had never heard of a person in a vegetative state waking up, so he couldn't answer the other person's question and just kept his head down. Anna rubbed her sore eyes and muttered to herself, if miracles exist in this world, could they happen to him? The man on the hospital bed twitched his finger, as if he could hear what Anna was saying. Pei Song couldn't bear to discourage her, so he simply said, then let him get some sleep first. Listening to the man's long, even breathing, it was as if he really was just asleep. Anna had been watching over Lu Jiaxing the whole time, completely unaware that this matter had become a trending topic. Rose Zhou, oh my god, this is so unlucky. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Little Liao Liao, you never know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Maruko, forced to work. So, is Anna also not acting in any more movies? Life is so fragile. User 567478889. I pray to heaven and earth to spare this couple. This is too tragic. Assistant Zhang bought some porridge and steamed buns, which Anna ate obediently, but they tasted bland. Sister Anna, please take care of yourself too. Anna nodded, as if she had heard, but also as if she hadn't. Zhang can also brought some changes of clothes and other things, and then sat quietly to the side, munching on a meat bun. Anna's movements while drinking porridge were very mechanical, as if she were a robot with a pre-programmed routine. By the way, Anna, you've been cast in The Storm Passes By. Zhang can observe the expression on the other person's face and continued, haven't you always wanted to act in this movie? This can be considered a good thing, right? Anna blew on the hot porridge, lowered her head and replied, I don't want to talk about this. Let's eat first. Jiang understood her feelings at that moment, but still insisted on continuing. No one wanted President Liu to have such an accident, but you can't stay by his side like this forever. After a moment's thought in response to Assistant Zhang's words, Anna calmly retorted, why is it impossible? Jiang sighed, said nothing more, and closed the door behind him as he left. The news that Lu Jiaxing had been shot and seriously injured in the United States still reached Shangfeng's ears. Her long-lost daughter and her ex-husband came looking for her, an old woman. Mom, look, we're a family now. Let's go see Jejia together. Although Shangfeng is old, she is not senile. It's strange that someone hasn't visited me in all these years, but then immediately says they want to take me to America. Mom, just in case something happens to Jejia, we can help out there, right? The woman wore a black coat and looked younger than her actual age, with a shrewd and self-serving glint in her eyes and brows. The man rubbed his hands together and crossed his legs, swinging them back and forth. The two men sat there with concerned expressions, without even a cup of hot water in front of them. Xiaoqi is taking care of things over there, so I'm too old to go and cause trouble, Shangfeng said, taking a sip of hot tea. Mom is right, but as parents, we should go and see her. The man finally spoke. Shangfeng sneered. As parents, do you even know what it means to be parents? Did they visit Jejia even once when she was little? Now you know how to flaunt your parents' status? Don't you have any shame? The two exchanged a glance, each harboring their own secrets. The woman softened first. At that time, I also had a new family, and it was inconvenient to take Jiaxing with me. Mom, you've worked so hard all these years. Who knew that Jiaxing would be the most promising? But it's a pity that something like this happened. I'm sad too. The woman pretended to squeeze out 2 tears. I'm not suffering. I'm just unlucky. The old woman glared at the two of them. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Shangfeng stood up, issuing an order to leave. Let's go. The man winked at her. The woman reached out to take her mother's hand, but was shoved away. She felt that this old woman's temper was even more foul and stubborn than a rock in a latrine. The man pulled her away and stood at the elevator entrance, saying, let's just go directly there. No, you don't know that this child made a will a long time ago, and he must have left everything to his grandmother. Only his maternal grandmother can help. If we go, we'll just be met with a cold shoulder. The woman sighed, looking very distressed. If I had known the child would be so promising, I wouldn't have divorced you. The man clicked his tongue. The woman frowned and said, "It's me, the old woman, who can't live with you anymore. How's your child doing? I heard he went to study in Hong Kong." The man changed the subject. "That's fine. I'm just hoping he can find a good job." The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside. "Actually, having money is enough. You don't even need to work." The man held up the nose pad of his glasses with one finger and pushed it up. "That's why I'm divorcing you." The woman walked away without looking back. Jinjie was asked by Chi Anna to visit Shang Feng, but she just missed the two of them. One elevator goes up, and the other goes down. "Miss Jin, you've arrived." Shang Feng poured a cup of hot tea for her. Jinjie sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea to warm her hands. It has been more than half a year since Jinjie last delivered a mobile phone to the elderly woman and taught her how to use it. Whether it was psychological or something else, she felt that the old man's hair had suddenly turned much whiter. Chapter 148. Bad Bamboo Shoots. Good Bamboo Shoots. "Xiao-Qi, is she all right?" Shang Feng sat down, and her first question was not about Lu Jiaxing, but about Qianna. Jianjia was taken aback, unsure how to answer, so she simply said, "It's a bit better than at the beginning. I thought you would ask me about President Lu. Those who are asleep do not suffer. It is those who are awake who suffer." Shang Feng smiled, then lowered her head again. The smile vanished like wisps of smoke. "Zhejia's parents came to me and said they wanted to take me to America, but I refused." Jinjie only knew that Lu Jiaxing was raised by his maternal grandmother from a young age, but she didn't know much about his parents. The black tea is very fragrant, and upon careful tasting, it is not bitter at all, but rather has a lingering sweet aftertaste. Is Mr. Lu's relationship with his parents not very close? Jinjie put down her enamel teacup and asked cautiously. His mother divorced after giving birth to him. Jinjie never drank a drop of her milk when he was little. She was heartless and quickly found another man while she was still young. Jinjie became a burden, so naturally, she didn't want to bring her to the new home. "What about his father? Doesn't he care about him either?" Jinjie asked. Shang Feng shook her head and replied, "I don't care. I've never cared." After his business failed in Wuzhou, he went to Shanghai, but he didn't seem to make a name for himself there either. He apparently had a girlfriend, but he never got married. Thinking about Lu Jiaxing and his parents, it's true that good bamboo shoots come from bad bamboo. As Shang Feng spoke, she peeled a tangerine and handed it to Jinjie's palm. Jinjie ate an orange and then drank a big gulp of black tea, feeling warm and sweet inside. "So they came to you for money?" Jinjie was no longer subtle. What else could it be for? Could it be that they came to care about this old woman? Shang Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Jinjie clenched her fists angrily, then slowly relaxed them, and continued. "Actually, I came here also to ask you to go to America." Shang Feng leaned back on the sofa and continued listening to her. "As you know, I'm Anna's agent. She's been quite depressed ever since Mr. Lu's accident. She pretends to be strong in front of others, but there's a void in her heart. She was cast as the female lead in the movie The Storm Passes By, but it looks like she's going to turn it down. I'm really worried about her. So, besides coming to see you this time, I also wanted you to meet with President Lu and persuade Anna." After finishing his brief explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Feng put a segment of mandarin orange into her mouth. The orange flesh was crushed by her teeth, and it was sweet and sour and delicious. "It seems that Xiao-Qi is not doing well." Shang Feng suddenly felt like crying and sniffed hard. Jinjie continued. "Yes, she's not good at all. I'm willing to go to America, but not to help you persuade her to work," Shang Feng said. "We must respect her ideas, and even if we don't understand them, we should still support her. I believe she will feel comforted to see you." Jinjie nodded, surprised that things would go so smoothly. Shang Feng touched the rim of the teacup, her eyes filled with warm warmth. "No matter how long winter lasts, spring will eventually come, won't it?" In a hospital ward in New York, Anna Chi bought a new vase and was putting a bunch of lilies that were about to bloom into it. There were fresh white lilies by the bedside, their fragrance light and delicate. She figured Lu Jiaxing wouldn't dislike them. The caregiver we hired was a Malaysian Chinese who could speak Chinese. He skillfully served the patient liquid food and then left. Anna Chi took out the earliest coded game he had ever made and started playing it. Perhaps it was because her mind wasn't on the game, Or perhaps she was just too stupid. She couldn't get past the final level no matter what she did. Colorful pixelated grids fell down one after another, like a never-ending rainbow rain. After playing for a while, she opened Lu Jiaxing's e-reader and began reading aloud the book he hadn't finished. Will he hear her? She doesn't know. Qiana's voice is very pleasant, and her tone changes with the twists and turns of the story. If Lu Jiaxing were awake, he would be very happy. She held the reader in both hands and read with great concentration, even changing her voice to portray the lines of different characters. When she read something amusing, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, glancing at Lu Jiaxing, her smile faded, and she continued to focus on the content on the e-ink screen. When Shang Feng arrived, this was the scene she saw. Qiana was reading intently, and only looked up when her grandmother came in. Grandma. She stared blankly at the old woman in front of her, thinking she was dreaming. During this time, Anachi lay on the small sofa, often waking up in the middle of the night, and her sleep was extremely restless. Sometimes, 1 second she would be talking to Jiang Kan, and the next second her mind would go blank, and she would find it difficult to speak. As Jinjia put it, she was not doing well at all. My child, you've suffered so much. Grandma hugged Qiana. Anachi remained seated, not even having had a chance to stand up. Her head was resting against the buttons of her grandmother's sweater, which were worn smooth horn buttons. Grandma, what brings you here? Her voice was soft, muffled, and tinged with a slight sob. Good child, it's Grandma who's late. Shang Feng's voice choked with emotion. She truly loved Qiana and felt genuinely sorry for her. Since learning that Lu Jiaxing might never wake up, Qiana has not cried, as if she has lost the power to shed tears. Smelling her grandmother's scent, Qiana felt at ease, but also suddenly felt incredibly wronged. The vulnerability she couldn't show to her parents or friends had nowhere to hide in the arms of this gentle elder. She pouted, and the sadness in her heart overflowed. She tried to smile in front of her grandmother, but her smile looked worse than her tears. Shang Feng reached out and touched her hair, her eyes glistening with tears. Good child, it's okay to cry if you want to. Tears streamed down her face. A pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes transformed into a cold spring in the mountains, with tears flowing continuously from their sockets. She sniffled, grabbed a few tissues to wipe her tears, but the more she wiped, the more tears she shed, as if she had opened the floodgates of her pain. I'm sorry, Grandma. I got your clothes dirty. Qiana's nose was very red, and her eyelids were also red. She was crying like a little child. Shang Feng gently patted her back, like soothing a baby, until her emotions gradually calmed down. Clothes can be washed if they get dirty, but what's the point of holding back tears when you want to cry? Shang Feng smoothed her hair, her eyes gentle yet firm. Koike, look at me. Looking at her grandmother's face, Qiana felt as calm as a fish swimming into the sea. Grandma, I'm not crying anymore. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. You must be even sadder than me. I was crying while holding you. Qiana lowered her head. Shang Feng shook her head and said, How can sadness be compared? Just because I'm in more pain doesn't mean you're not. Jiaxing's maternal grandfather passed away suddenly. At that time, I also thought that I might as well go too. I've thought about it many times, and now I'm standing right in front of you. Perfectly fine, aren't I? Koike, you've done very well. You've done more than enough. Shang Feng pulled Qiana up and told her about Lu Jiaxing's parents coming to find her. Grandma, what do you think they will do? They might try to persuade you to give up Jia so that the will can be valid. If Jia leaves her inheritance to me, then they are very likely to find a way to get the money after I die. Anachi was shocked by this shameless act and said, I will not let such a thing happen. Chapter 149 Inheritance. Grandma, you've just arrived in America, so please rest well. I'll contact attorney Lu Zhang. He must handle Mr. Lu's will. Qiana hugged her grandmother and settled her in a hotel near the hospital. As dusk fell, the man lying on the hospital bed twitched his eyelids slightly. Lu Jiaxing wasn't wearing his glasses, and his face grew thinner day by day. Even his eye sockets became slightly sunken. Before attorney Lu arrived, Lu Jiaxing's parents arrived first. The internet is so advanced now that people can obtain most of a person's information simply by searching. The privacy of public figures is no exception. The storm passes by team is pressing you again. Are you really planning to give up? Jinjia sighed on the other end of the phone. I don't know. Anachi's mind was in turmoil. I can't abandon him now. While braiding her daughter's hair, Jinjia continued. I know, but if President Liu were awake, he wouldn't want you to be like this. Anachi's heart tightened, and she hesitated. Hello, are you Anachi? The ward door was pushed open, and Anna saw a strange middle-aged woman. She didn't hang up the phone briefly. She simply turned it face down. Anna stood by the window, nodded, and asked, May I ask who you are? I am Lu Jiaxing's mother. If you look closely, her facial features do indeed resemble those of President Liu. Please sit down, we're all family. The woman walked up to her and took her hand. A family? A family you've never met before? Seeing Anna's dazed and heartbroken expression, she wiped away a few tears and glanced at Lu Jiaxing lying on the hospital bed. The woman took Lu Jiaxing's hand and said, Child, you've suffered. Anna remained silent, her brows furrowing slightly as she watched her movements. Xiao Qi, what are your plans for the future? The woman turned to look at Anna, her voice filled with concern. I have no plans. Anna's tone was somewhat stiff. Jiaxing is suffering just by lying here like this. It's better to have a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. Anna stood up abruptly, practically scribbling, You're not welcome here, on her forehead. What does this mean? Anna demanded sharply. Then someone pushed the door open and came in. It was Lu Jiaxing's father. Don't get agitated. Let's sit down and talk this out, the man said, trying to smooth things over. Jiaxing is the most filial child. How could he want to see us arguing? The woman pretended to tuck the blanket around him. We are both women, and I know your difficulties. If you are willing, we can cooperate. No cooperation is needed. Anna refused. That's no fun. You know Lu Jiaxing came from my belly. We're still connected even if we break bones. You're just his wife. Don't think I don't know what you want. Anachi, enraged, retorted with a laugh. Then tell me what I want. Of course he wants money. Isn't that what you married him for? I also heard that he gave you a large sum of money before his accident. Who knows if that accident had anything to do with you? Anachi knew that the large sum of money she was referring to probably meant the group's shares, and she was astonished by the person's ability to distort the truth. What evidence do you have? What gives you the right to make such baseless accusations? The man stood behind the woman, tilting his head to look at Anna, and said, We don't have any evidence. But do you think the media, knowing such explosive news, will believe Lu Jiaxing's biological parents or you? Threatening me? Anna sneered, glancing at the phone that was face down. How could that be? We're just showing you the right path. What is the clear path? The woman lowered her voice and said calmly, Did you know that Lu Jiaxing has a will? If you give up his treatment, we can divide all his assets. Anna stared coldly at the two of them, suppressing the urge to curse. The inheritance deed is not with me, and I don't know what's written on it. However, I don't think he'll leave the money to you. The woman tossed her hair and laughed. Of course, he definitely left all the money to his grandmother. But if grandma dies, we can get our hands on it. Jinjia listened to all of this silently, her mouth agape. Parents like them are truly rare indeed. Instead of clinging to him, why not cooperate with us? The man slowly opened his arms, which had been folded over his shoulders. Anna looked at the woman and suddenly asked a question. Do you love him? The woman froze, her gaze meeting hers. What? Do you love Lu Jiaxing? The woman looked at Anachi, blinked, and replied, Of course, he is my child. Her words were disjointed and rambling, revealing absolutely no affection. The woman's eyes were beautiful, just like Lu Jiaxing's. What love or not? Anachi heard her thoughts, and her tone was somewhat harsh, quite different from her forced smile. You don't love him, but I do. Anna's eyes sparkled, like the brightest stars in the sky. Whether he wakes up or not, I don't want to give up. When Attorney Liu pushed open the door, he was surprised to see such a scene. Attorney Liu, these two are President Liu's parents. Lu Zhang shook hands with the two men, took out the inheritance document, and looked at Anna. Jiang brought her grandmother to the ward, saw a huge crowd of people, and silently closed the door and left. When the woman saw the document, It was as if she had seen a thief of a cave's treasure. A greedy smile appeared in her eyes. Grandma stood on Chiana's side, touched her hand, and didn't even glance at the two uninvited guests. Mom, why did you come so early? You didn't come with us. We could have looked out for each other on the way. Grandma snorted coldly and said, I am not worthy of your care. Attorney Liu, you are the most fair. We are Mr. Liu's biological parents, so we should get something too, right? The man smiled obsequiously, his tone full of flattery. Lu Zhang's gentle face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard what the other person said. The man touched the tip of his nose dejectedly, waiting for Attorney Liu to read the words. The contents of the inheritance deed were not as the two had expected. Lu Jiaxing left his real estate, cash, and stocks to Chiana. That's impossible. The woman was the first to jump up, pointing her finger at Anna Chi. Chiana never expected that she would be the beneficiary of the inheritance. Fine, you swallowed my son's money and are still pretending to be all lovey-dovey here. Judge's life is so miserable. The woman plopped down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, grabbing Lu Zhang's trouser leg and refusing to let go. The inheritance deed stipulates that Chiana has an obligation to support the elderly, so she shall inherit all the rights and interests, Lu Zhang repeated. Why should we? We are his biological parents, the man shouted. Lu Zhang closed the folder and said slowly, President Liu has already given you enough money in one go. You lost it all by gambling, didn't you? The man's back was covered in cold sweat as he cried out. Who knows if you guys colluded with the casino and swindled me out of my 500,000 again? Sir, gambling itself is illegal. The man glared at Lawyer Liu and persisted. I'm his father. I'm his father-in-law. Chapter 150, The Sleeping Prince. The woman got up from the ground, snatched the documents from Lawyer Liu's hand, and tore them to shreds. White pieces of paper were tossed into the air and fell down like snowflakes. It's gone, it's gone. The woman moved closer to Chiana. The woman gripped Anna's wrist tightly and shouted, Don't even think about taking a penny from my son. The grandmother grabbed the woman's wrist, pulled her away, and silently shielded Chiana with her body. Looking at the document that had been turned into a paper copy, Attorney Lu Zhang said calmly, This is just a photocopy. You're all ganging up on each other to swindle Lu Jiaxing's money. The woman looked around at the crowd and pulled at her grandmother. Mom, I'm your daughter, don't be fooled by outsiders. The woman started to cry. Large tears fell down, landing on the back of Shang Feng's hand. Stop fooling around. Shang Feng raised her eyelids slightly and said, You're disturbing Jia. The man looked at Chiana and said, You won't succeed. I'll expose you to the media. Chiana picked up her phone, chose to hang up the call with Jia, and the recording was saved instantly. She looked at the furious man, pressed play, and realized she had been recording them ever since they came in. You can slander me. I have the strongest evidence and the most professional lawyers. A short sentence, but it was powerful and resounding. Assistant Lin had someone ask President Liu's parents to leave, and the ward finally quieted down. Attorney Liu, what's the deal with that 500,000? Anna Chi asked. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and replied, That was compensation from President Liu after he severed ties with his parents. 2 people, together it's 1 million. This amount of money isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. At that time, Lu Jiaxing didn't have much money, so the fact that he could come up with so much shows his determination to sever ties. Lu Zhang glanced at Lu Jiaxing on the hospital bed and said to Chiana, He certainly didn't expect that they would come looking for trouble again. Human desires are indeed inexhaustible. Chiana helped her grandmother sit down and said slowly, Grandma, don't be sad. Shang Feng's hands trembled slightly as she stared at Chiana's wrist, which had been grabbed and turned red. Xiaoqi, Jia is a pitiful child. Chiana suddenly thought of the day he accompanied her to meet her parents. What were his feelings? Will he think he's being pretentious? Will he think he's taking his blessings for granted? She thought about it for a moment and realized he wouldn't. Grandma, do you believe me? Chiana asked. Shang Feng thought she was referring to the contents of the inheritance deed and nodded. Jiaxing trusts you, and I trust you too. Don't be upset by their speculations. Anna Chi shook her head and said, That's not what I meant. Grandma, I think he will wake up. Really, do you believe me? Grandma paused for a moment, then stroked Chi-Anna's hair and said gently, I believe you. As Anna Chi saw Lawyer Lu off, he said as they parted, Jiaxing, he would be very happy if he could hear what you said today. He will wake up. Chi-Anna wasn't talking to herself, but praying in an almost pious tone. Lu Zhang looked at Chi-Anna. She was quite different from the person who had cried all night with the blood-stained down jacket. Goodbye. Lu Zhang got into the car. Others might think that Chi-Anna was deceiving herself, but she truly believed it. He woke up from his car accident and could hear other people's thoughts. Lu Jiaxing was shot, but was not pronounced dead. They were blessed with miracles from an early age. She believed that sooner or later, he would wake up. If she couldn't wait a year, she would wait too. Chi-Anna looked at the sleeping Lu Jiaxing and gently kissed his forehead. The one who is sleeping may not be a princess. It could also be a prince. Jinjia personally came to the United States to meet with director Wang Ming. Wang Ming is a vegetarian, and the two met at a well-known vegetarian restaurant in Seattle. With filming about to begin, Wang Ming didn't plan to wait for Chi-Anna any longer and also wanted to take the opportunity to get things straight to Jinjia. The first dish served was a cold appetizer, sweet taro from Lipu, paired with osmanthus honey, which perfectly catered to American sweet tooth. Director Wang, thank you so much for taking the time to see me. Jinjia picked up her teacup. I'd also like to talk to you about Chi-Anna, Wang Ming said, sipping her tea with her head down. If she chooses to give up, I can understand, since no final contract has been signed. Jinjia was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, she didn't give up. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming raised an eyebrow and scooped up a spoonful of Sichuan peppercorn quinoa tofu into her bowl. We didn't intentionally delay, it's just that an unexpected incident happened over there, which caused the delay. The chili peppers are very fragrant. Because it is vegetarian, it contains less minced beef than traditional mapo tofu, making the taste even more refreshing. Anna on the phone before I came to Seattle, and she was willing to lower her fee to express her apology. After finishing his brief explanation, he observed the other person's expression while picking up a piece of sweet and sour lotus root. Chi-Anna since the audition. There is a constant stream of news online about Lu Jiaxing and her, with some saying the shooting was an accident and others saying it was a targeted attack by the United States. Is she all right? Wang Ming asked. Jinjia thought director Wang was worried that she wasn't in good condition and wouldn't be able to handle the role, so she replied, I've already adjusted, and it won't affect my filming. Wang Ming paused in her action of picking up the fried mushrooms, and then explained, that's not what I meant. I was originally planning to choose another actress, but I didn't expect you to come. I know her from before, I just wanted to check on her. Jinjia then realized she had misunderstood. She remembered that Chi-Anna became an actress because she acted in Wang Ming's movie, so they were indeed old acquaintances. She has almost finished dealing with things on her end and will be arriving in Seattle soon. She seems to be in a good mood. That's good. Wang Ming smiled. A very faint smile. So faint as to be almost imperceptible. Jinjia ate at a vegetarian restaurant for the first time, and it wasn't as bland as she had imagined. Instead, she could better appreciate the original flavor of the vegetables and fruits. After the meal, they successfully signed the contract. Before filming officially began, the film's official account released the cast list. Chun Jiao. Looking forward to Anna's new movie. Keep it up. Is it true that Lu Zong's entire estate went to Chi-Anna? There are rumors online. Yi Yi is Bodhi. Having read the original novel, I hope it can really capture this feeling in a film. Looking forward to director Wang's new movie. If I'm in Seattle, can I get a bit of an extra role, huh? Anna Chi has been offline for a long time and is preparing to start her new role. Before filming officially began, she sent her grandmother back to Hangzhou and settled her in Chunshan residence. The trees at the gate were still bare, as if they were still asleep. Grandma Fong arrived at Chunshan residence early in the morning, bringing a bunch of winter plum blossoms that she didn't know where she had picked them from. Shang Feng took it and gently inhaled the faint fragrance of the winter plum blossoms. You should go out and see more of the world. A message popped up on Shang Feng's phone. Chi-Anna has landed in Seattle. She held her phone and nodded in agreement. The winter suite is placed in a white porcelain vase, and despite the biting cold wind, the flowers still bloom. Chapter 151 Shooting Angle. Shang Feng held the little rabbit, stroked its soft ears, and went out for a stroll with Granny Fong. Your ex-son-in-law hasn't come looking for you, has he? Granny Fong asked. No. Shang Feng shook her head. It's a good thing Jiaxing was raised by you. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess he would have turned out to be, Grandma Fong sighed. The little rabbit tilted its head and snuggled into the old man's arms, making Shang Feng feel a warm sensation in her chest. Grandma Fong was afraid of these furry animals, but she felt that the little rabbits were somewhat human-like. Did your granddaughter-in-law raise this? Granny Fong asked again. Shang Feng replied. Yes, Xiao-Qi was found on the film set. I took her in because she looked pitiful. Why don't you have a child? That would make things more lively. As soon as she said it, Grandma Fong realized that it was a bit inappropriate. Shang Feng didn't care and continued walking forward while holding the little rabbit. After the new year, winter was still in full swing, but there was no more snow. Lin Wei returned to Hangzhou and continued with his work as usual. However, even though he knew that President Liu was not there, he still made it a habit to knock on the door before going in. General Manager Huang is in charge of managing Jimu General Company. He flies from Yanjing to here about once a week. Hey, Assistant Lin, are you married? General Manager Huang asked. Not yet, Lin Wei answered honestly. Aren't your family members pressuring you? Mr. Huang asked, looking at the files on his computer without looking up. Please urge me, but I won't listen. Assistant Lin twirled the pen in his hand. Mr. Huang laughed and said, I really don't understand what you young people are thinking. Is being single fashionable now? It's not a trend, it's just a personal choice. Assistant Lin sat down. Spring is almost here, and I promised those two kids I'd go kite flying with them. Mr. Huang said, holding the mouse as if talking to himself. Yes, spring is almost here. Lin Wei suddenly remembered how cold the winters were in New York. Mr. Huang, the meeting starts in 10 minutes. He glanced down at the digital watch on his wrist and gave a soft Wang Shi took leave to accompany his wife to her prenatal checkup, and Li Sihui began mentoring the new staff. Sister Sihui, have you met President Liu? The new boy hadn't graduated yet and was here for an internship. Li Sihui nodded, recalling the scene at the elevator where President Liu helped her pick up the documents. I've seen it before. The boy said, the cafeteria lunch is really delicious, much better than the school lunch. Li Sihui smiled and said, you've gotten used to it after eating so much. While drinking her porridge, she looked at the news on her phone and came across a video of someone running into Chi Anna filming in Seattle. It was a rainy day, and passers-by holding phones and umbrellas inevitably got their lenses wet. The video was short and of average quality. It showed Chi Anna running through the rain like a gentle breeze. Seattle in early spring is still a bit chilly. The camera shakily follows Chi Anna as she takes shelter from the rain and as she pushes open that door. This appears to be a long-established watch shop. Upon entering, one can see countless different clocks, each pointing to a different time. The woman's hair was soaking wet, and her sweater was heavy and droopy from absorbing water. The rain washed away the scars, revealing those that had been concealed by blemishes and foundation. The shop owner fiddled with the hourglass in his hand, then turned it upside down and placed it on the wooden table. The woman held a glass of iced water brought by the shop owner, silently lowering her head, as if she didn't want anyone to see her face. Thanks. It took her a long time to say her first words. The ticking of the clock was like an eerie yet harmonious melody. The woman took a sip of ice water and reached out to invert the hourglass again. The shop owner seemed to want to say something. Staring at the hourglass, his lips moved, but he didn't speak. Cut. Sister Anna, are you cold? Jiang held a thick, white towel around her. It's nothing. Chi Anna waved her hand and looked at the monitor screen. After Wang Ming nodded, she sat down to the side and watched the director shoot empty shots. For Wang Ming, the camera is like a kaleidoscope for observing the world. Director Wang still has short hair, but his silver hair has turned black, and the black cross that used to dangle from his earlobes has disappeared. Whenever she was thinking, her brows would furrow slightly, like a melancholy little old man. Chi Anna unconsciously observed her. It was a small habit she had developed over the years, and could be considered an occupational hazard. However, Wang Ming was much more perceptive than the people she had observed before, and she was quickly discovered. Anichi was struck by a detached, yet serious gaze. She didn't flinch. Instead, she was curious whether she could hear Director Wong's inner thoughts. This eye contact wasn't a confrontation through a camera screen, but an encounter outside of the movie. The makeup artist touched up her neck, adding more color to the bruises. Why is she looking at me like that? Does she want me to praise her? Chiana seemed to have received some secret praise, and lowered her head with a soft smile. Wang Ming doesn't like to praise people. She considers it a compliment if she doesn't insult them. Filming a movie is similar to shooting a TV series, but due to the difference in length, every shot in a movie is precious and deserves more meticulous crafting. Some perfectionist directors can spend 3 years making a single film, driving the actors crazy. Nicholas has a lot to say about this, as he encountered such a devilish director in his previous film. Nicholas is 20 years older than Anichi and is a well-known actor in the industry, as well as a deserving Best Actor award winner. Chiana felt both excited and nervous about working with such a person. Due to age differences, the role of the male lead as a child was played by another young actor, Jeremy. When Wang Ming first saw them together, she thought they looked even more alike than in photos. Jeremy was a younger version of Nicholas. They had the same golden brown hair and the same blue eyes, but one had a resolute profile while the other had a youthful one. Sometimes, just by seeing that person standing there, you can tell it's the character. This is something Wang Ming once said in a radio interview. So, some actors just sit there in a daze, and the audience will feel that they have a story to tell. This is really unfair, but there's nothing we can do about it. Chiana shifted her waist, stood up, and continued acting. This scene is a long take of domestic violence, and Wang Ming filmed it several times, but was never satisfied. Nicholas cleverly used camera angles to punch and kick Anichi, dragging her by the hair all the way into the bedroom. Chiana's screams were filled with fear and terror, mixed with a humble surrender and pleading for mercy. When they got to the 40th take, Chiana felt that she should be able to pass. If she didn't, she would have cried all her tears. Wang Ming silently shook her head at the monitor, seemingly still not getting the shot she wanted. Nicholas tilted his head, straightened his tie which was almost soaked with sweat, and couldn't help but ask Wang Ming what she really wanted. Chiana stood next to the man, staring at the monitor screen, finding it very realistic and possessing a certain cinematic beauty. Aesthetic appeal. The aesthetic appeal of violence? Wang Ming rested her chin on her fingers, seemingly deep in thought. 2 seconds later, she decided to overturn the previous shooting angle. Why is it that when filming violence, the camera is always pointed at the victim and not the perpetrator? Wang Ming raised her eyelids and readjusted the camera position. Every punch landed on the camera as if it were hitting the viewer's face, creating a suffocating feeling. Such violence is pure and extreme and needs no disguise. Chapter 152, Longing Day and Night. If such a scene were displayed on a giant screen, the tension would increase 1,000-fold, and the audience's discomfort would reach its peak. Won't the audience feel offended? Jonkin whispered. Anichi nodded and said, yes, but why can't film be an offensive art form? Only when the audience is offended by the visuals are they truly offended by violence. If the camera only records the victim's fear and trembling, then many people will not be able to empathize. Jiang Kan, holding his phone, said, so only by pointing the camera at the perpetrator can the audience feel the pain. Compared to their wounded peers, people are more afraid of being punched themselves, Chiana said before filming the next scene. Wang Ming pondered the other person's words, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of her lips. This film is not a big-budget production. Most of the scenes were shot indoors. In an effort to achieve realism and to demonstrate the perpetrator's control over the victim, Wang Ming extensively employed documentary-style filming techniques and also used some voyeuristic shots. Control and counter-control, as the film unfolds, gradually become the central theme. In terms of dialogue, in addition to following the original work, some content has also been modified. Because of her experience studying and working abroad, Chiana communicated smoothly with all the actors. There were often clever impromptu remarks on set that added the finishing touches to the film. The male lead, played by Nicholas, has a gentle face and is always polite. He is the most husband-like male employee in the company. The most striking contrast is the domestic abuser wearing a perfect mask, and Nicholas is adept at this. Jeremy, who played the younger version of the male lead, had a much tougher time. He had a significant amount of screen time in the film, so the pressure he faced was considerable. To prepare for the role, he worked out and sculpted his body, hoping to look younger, and has not touched carbohydrates for 2 months. Jeremy's nose twitched as he caught the smell of the hamburger he had been longing for. He shook his head, looked down at his white leather sneakers, and wondered if he was hallucinating from craving them. The beef burgers that Assistant Jiang ordered have arrived. Each one is a generous portion and still warm. Jeremy's eyes followed the hamburger, completely forgetting his agent's warning. The hamburger bun was soft and delicious, filled with a juicy beef patty and shrimp patty, a sweet cheese slice, onions, tomatoes, and a whole slice of pineapple, but without the lettuce he hated the most. This is no longer an ordinary hamburger. It is a gift from an angel. The burger was huge, and each ingredient was very substantial. It wasn't easy to bite into every layer in one go. Jiang held the hamburger, risking a dislocated jaw, and took a bite, experiencing the most satisfying joy of the day. What's this yellow sauce in here? It's so delicious. Assistant Jiang's hamburger was quickly reduced to only a third of its original size. I don't know, but they say their handmade beef burgers are the best in Seattle. Anna Chi handed someone a wet wipe. Jiang took it and wiped his mouth and fingers covered in sauce, not expecting to eat so messily. You go ahead and pick up Ching Ching. Okay. Assistant Jiang nodded. She often wondered whether her job was really that of an assistant or a driver. Gu Qingqing got off the plane, almost being pushed out of the crowd. Seattle Airport, an airport that is clearly SJC level, is crammed with LAX-level passenger flow, like trying to stuff a hot dog into a small door lock. Gu Qingqing successfully met up with Jiang Can, and the two chatted in the car. What day is it today? There are so many people. Gu Qingqing put her luggage in the trunk and complained. This airport is terrible. Last time I waited for an hour and a half at security, Assistant Jiang said, shaking his head. Looks like I'll have to get to the airport 3 hours early when I go back. Gu Qingqing had a helpless expression that was both funny and exasperating. The scenery here is quite nice, with the sea and many beautiful places. The weather is getting warmer. It's a good time to go out for a walk. Is it springtime in Yanjing now? Jiang said, trying to make conversation. Willow catkins are flying everywhere, like snow. Gu Qingqing fastened her seatbelt. Really? That must be a nightmare for rhinitis sufferers. Jiang stepped on the gas and drove off, heading back to the hotel. We drove past many parks, and the greenery, like moss climbing up the stones by the lake, caught our eye. I prefer spring to winter. At least I don't have to wear layers and layers of clothing like a bear. Gu Qingqing took her annual leave this time and couldn't stay long. She flew here just to see her good friend. How is President Liu doing? Gu Qingqing didn't dare to ask Qiana directly, so she chose to probe indirectly. All the indicators are still stable, but he just won't wake up, Jiang sighed. Spring is here. Everything is coming back to life. Maybe he'll wake up. Gu Qingqing was quite optimistic. Jiang glanced at Gu Qingqing. This person's thought process was really strange. No wonder she could be friends with Sister Anna. When Gu Qingqing arrived at the hotel, Jiang went to pick up Qiana. By the time the two actually met, it was already past dinner time. Qingqing, Anna. The two embraced tightly, and all their fatigue and tension melted away in that long-awaited hug. The desire to hug is a human instinct. You haven't even taken off your makeup yet. Gu Qingqing pointed at the dark circles under Qiana's eyes, feeling that she looked like a panda with only one dark circle under her eye. Then help me remove it, Qiana said, unusually coquettishly. All right, my dear lady. Gu Qingqing poured some makeup remover onto a cotton pad and gently wiped away her makeup. Qiana's skin was as good as ever, which made Gu Qingqing extremely envious. Don't move, let me wipe your eyeliner off. Gu Qingqing wiped it several times, but found no change. It turns out that it wasn't lower eyeliner, but rather a mark formed by very thick eyelashes. Qiana blinked, enjoying the service of having someone remove her makeup. She lowered her head slightly, and the eyelashes at the corners of her eyes were particularly long, giving her a natural contouring effect under the light. You are really beautiful. Gu Qingqing carefully traced her bare face. Her beauty was natural, and just right. The beauty of an Eastern woman lies in her charm, whether she wears light or heavy makeup, and in the blank spaces hidden in a meticulous landscape painting. Anachi picked up a lipstick, applied it to her lips 3 or 4 times, and replied casually, "I know." Narcissistic. Gu Qingqing threw the cotton pad into the trash can at her feet. "I think being narcissistic is pretty good now. At least I can focus on myself," Chiana said with a smile. That way, she can pretend nothing happened and continue filming, working, and handling all problems as before. The difference is that she is now pretending that Lu Jiaxing is working in the United States, and she still shares things with him and sends messages to others as usual. However, she received no reply from him. Even a simple can become a funny emoji. Gu Qingqing took her hand and said, "There's something I want to tell you." "Are you in a relationship?" Chiana guessed. Gu Qingqing jumped up. "How did you know?" "I can read minds." "Really? Look me in the eyes." Chapter 153 9-5. Gu Qingqing obediently did as she was told, while Chiana silently thought to herself, "How did she know? My God. He's my colleague at work, a really nice guy, and a local from Beijing. Do you think office romances are reliable?" Anachi nodded and replied, "If someone is reliable, they're reliable no matter where they're dating." "But I'm not ready for marriage yet," Gu Qingqing said hesitantly. "Aren't you still in the dating stage? Don't think so far ahead. It's nice to have a happy relationship." Chiana pinched her cheek. "Yeah, anyway, I'm pretty happy right now." Gu Qingqing took out the gift for Chiana, which was a hand-crocheted mesh bag. "Wow, this will be great for holding watermelons." Anna clapped her hands. "It's also good for storing other things." Gu Qingqing handed the orange woolen bag to the other person, which, when opened, revealed a small sun. It's a sun-shaped object. Chiana took the handmade gift and immediately carried it on her back. "You know what? It actually feels quite spring-like." After taking a shower, Gu Qingqing lay on the bed, turned on her phone, and was watching Crossing the River Alone. "Will you watch the show after you finish watching it?" Gu Qingqing adjusted the transparency of the comments so as not to affect the integrity of the video. Anachi had a silver whitening face mask on, and she looked a little sleepy. "Not really. I might check again in a year or 2. "Why? Will it feel different?" Gu Qingqing leaned closer. Chiana removed her face mask, leaned against Gu Qingqing, and said, "You can't tell anything now, but after a year or 2, you'll be able to see the parts where your acting wasn't so good." Gu Qingqing touched her hair, which grew really fast, and continued, "I think you're too demanding of yourself." "Is it high? My dream is to be written into textbooks." Chiana rubbed against her. "Isn't this high enough?" Anachi shook her head and replied, "Every actor's dream is to win Best Actor and Best Actress awards and be written into textbooks. Of course, I am no exception." "Yes, I will." Gu Qingqing pinched her cheek. "It's okay if I don't know how. It's just a goal that makes me want to jump around more." Chiana went into the bathroom to wash her face. Gu Qingqing reopened the video on her phone, and the camera just turned to Commander Jean, played by Chiana. Even someone as familiar with Chiana as she is can immediately distinguish the character from the actress. Unlike some idol actors who seem to be just playing around no matter what role they play. Gu Qingqing has also played supporting roles in some TV series. As soon as the camera moves over her, the audience forgets about her. Compared to Anachi, she realized even more that she had neither talent nor hard work. Seward. Acting skills are the best cosmetic surgery for actors. I've gone from disliking Sister Koi to just acquaintances, sob sob. Pudding. I declare Xiao Shiyun is the pillar of strength in period dramas. Even though their looks are similar, you can just feel the difference. Have you gone crazy today? Jean Bihue is really wicked and arrogant, pitiful yet hateful. Quintus, can you believe it? This show only has 28 episodes. I haven't seen a good show like this without any filler in a long time. Gu Qingqing sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her phone showed that the battery was less than 10%. She quickly exited the video page, found the charging cable among a bunch of data cables, and plugged it into the socket by the bed. After using a phone for a long time, the battery really does get worn out. Gu Qingqing rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit sleepy herself. She watched as Chiana came out wearing a gray plaid nightgown, and the outfit seemed somewhat familiar. "Did we buy this when we went to the wholesale market near the zoo?" Gu Qingqing asked, pulling on her sleeve to examine it closely. Yeah, what's wrong? Chiana let her hair down. The cotton yarn material is very comfortable. I've washed it many times, and it's still soft and breathable. Gu Qingqing knew that she was always frugal and didn't seem like a female celebrity who made a lot of money in no time. But she was still shocked by this historically significant nightgown. But with your current financial situation, you should be able to buy better pajamas, right? Gu Qingqing lay down. What would be a better set of pajamas? Anichi asked. Gu Qingqing was speechless for a moment and could not answer. Isn't the point of people making money to achieve a better material life? Anichi pulled the blanket up, yawned deeply, and said, but this thing has no end. When you're broke, you feel happy even browsing the wholesale market. But when you have money, the sales staff coming to your door to serve you are nothing special. If you always feel that you are just a little short of being satisfied, then you will always be just a little short. Gu Qingqing thought of her wardrobe and blurted out. No wonder I always feel like I'm missing a piece of clothing. However, I'm probably just an ordinary person and can't reach your level. Gu Qingqing felt the pillow was a bit low, so she took another pillow to raise it. No, I have my own obsessions too. I want a house that belongs only to me, and I want someone who loves me wholeheartedly. Yes, when I first met you, you loved watching interior design shows and were obsessed with buying a house, Gu Qingqing recalled. You would buy flowers for the rental apartment, rearrange the furniture every now and then, and also buy some paintings to cover up the stains on the walls. You remember everything. Chiana hugged the other person's waist, unable to resist dozing off. Do you remember the first time we met on set? You were playing a supporting role, and you could recite long lines of dialogue so fluently. I thought this girl was definitely going to be successful, but that performance didn't even make it into the final cut. Do you remember? Anichi gave a soft and almost fell asleep. Actually, I'm not as passionate about acting as you are, nor am I that suited to be an actor. After working a 9-to-5 job for a while, I realized that this is the life I want, and it would be quite unambitious. No, Chiana replied softly, holding her arm. Actually, I think going to work is pretty good. If the sky falls, the boss will hold it up. Working is like a monk ringing a bell, taking it one day at a time. Chiana thought her analogy was particularly apt and teased. You even managed to get me a boyfriend. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been in a relationship. Gu Qingqing counted on her fingers how many years it had been, then turned around to answer, only to find that Chiana had fallen asleep. She is a light sleeper, and it seems that you can wake her up if you speak loudly. Gu Qingqing walked past her and turned off the small lamp by the bedside, plunging the room into darkness. Perhaps because she was not used to sleeping in the same bed, or perhaps because her cerebral cortex was overexcited, Gu Qingqing suffered from insomnia. Seeing that Chiana was doing well, she felt much more at ease. Gu Qingqing turned around and gently wrapped her arms around her waist. When did Chiana become so restless in her sleep? She was about to move when a leg stepped over her. Chiana's lips were almost touching the back of her neck, her breathing heavy. Gu Qingqing had her back to her and was about to pull her hand away when she heard Chiana talking in her sleep. The voice was muffled. She had to lean closer to hear it to make it out. Lu Jiaxing. Gu Qingqing's movements froze in midair. She was a little reluctant to shatter her dream. Chapter 154 Verbal and Written Criticism. When Chiana woke up, she found herself completely entangled with Gu Qingqing, which had exhausted her. Sorry, I've recently developed a habit of sleeping while hugging something. Chiana pulled the person up. It's all right. Luckily, I don't dream much, otherwise I would definitely have been entangled by a giant python. Gu Qingqing didn't mention Lu Jiaxing at all, and Chiana probably didn't even remember saying anything in her sleep. Then you can catch up on your sleep at the hotel. I'm going to the film set. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang called to wake everyone up. Filming is proceeding smoothly, and Anichi spends the whole day hiding behind her character. Nicholas felt very comfortable acting with her, and then asked her if she knew Xiao Shiyun, saying that the two of them had acted in a movie together. Chiana felt like the fourth dimension had been broken, and hurriedly asked them what movie they were in. Nicholas gave her a name, but Anichi searched for it, and couldn't find the complete movie video. Nicholas smiled and explained, this topic is rather sensitive, so it might not be easy to find. Shaw is a very good actor, and I admire him." Nicholas smiled, as if recalling the past. Anichi nodded, becoming even more curious about the movie they were in. One day, while she was rehearsing her lines with Jeremy, they chatted by chance, and he sent her a link. The video footage is from a long time ago, and Nicholas and Xiao Shiyun are both very young, not at all like the mature, established male actors of today. The film satirizes the classic opera Miss Saigon, completely shattering the weak and tragic image of the East portrayed in Western narratives. Amidst the music and dance and the smoke of battle, the girl, destined for tragedy, transforms into a cunning male spy, pulling the trigger on the forehead of an American soldier. It seems that it is difficult to find the complete movie due to political factors. Chiana has to admire the director's determination to dance on a tightrope. That day, the play ended early, and Gu Qingqing dragged her to stroll in the park, her mind still preoccupied with that movie. The lawn had turned a tender green at some point, and Gu Qingqing noticed that the cherry blossom trees had sprouted many pale pink buds. The flower bud was very small, and its color was between light pink and pure white. Students who had just finished school rode past them on their bicycles, and everything seemed so peaceful and serene. Someone spread a cloth on the lawn and lay down under the cherry blossom tree to read. Anichi linked arms with her and walked forward when she received a phone call from Jianjia. "Sister Jian, what's wrong?" Chiana had been offline for a long time and naturally didn't know about the online attacks against her. "Mr. Lu's parents went to the media to expose that you had taken all of Lu Jiaxing's inheritance and were trying to kill them. Originally there was nothing wrong, but a lot of marketing accounts have started to stir up trouble, and I'm wondering whether I should release the inheritance documents and recordings." Anichi frowned. She didn't really want to release the recording, as it was seen as an invasion of privacy. "Have you contacted lawyer Lu Zhang yet?" Chiana asked. "Not yet. I want to ask what you think first." Jianjia snorted impatiently as she scrolled through the indiscriminate reposts from marketing accounts. "Don't release the recording yet. Since they're making a fuss, let's publish the inheritance deed." Chiana's eyes stung, and she blinked hard. This time, the PR operation was remarkably swift and concise, and they also managed to sue several marketing accounts that frequently smear Anna. The inheritance agreement clearly outlines the division of Mr. Lu's estate in black and white. The online voices did not stop there. They could not accept the distribution, and some even claimed that Anichi had altered the will. "Are they crazy? They even accused you of planning the shooting," Gu Qingqing replied angrily to the haters. "And this, they say you're an international spy who got close to Lu Jiaxing in order to obtain Jimu's core technology." Gu Qingqing frowned as she took the milk ice cream that Chiana handed her. "So I'll be both an actress and a spy. I'll be quite busy," Chiana chuckled. Gu Qingqing looked at her and said, "You still have the mood to laugh." Chiana made a face and said, "Are you going to cry?" Gu Qingqing licked a piece of milk ice cream. It had a strong milky flavor, but it was so cold that it made her teeth ache. "They clearly don't know anything about you. They don't even know you, yet they slander you like this. It makes me so angry," Gu Qingqing said. "It's precisely because they don't know me that they can hurt me with impunity." Chiana closed her eyes, inhaling the faint fragrance of flowers in the wind. "When spring arrives and the cherry blossoms bloom in abundance, it will be a beautiful sight. I really want to go through the internet cable and beat them up." Gu Qingqing held up an ice cream cone and made a punching motion. Cyber malice is invisible violence, but it is more terrifying than a real fist. "Great white shark, this is really outrageous. They can give their money to whomever they want. It's none of your business." 8888. Although, I've fallen for another one, a domineering CEO who leaves all his money to me. Little Rabbit Mimi. What I'm saying is, netizens really think they're internet police. Don't be ridiculous. Top orthopedic surgeon. How could anyone not leave money with their parents? It's illogical. Do you think this is a movie? Without even opening the comment section, Chiana knew that her Weibo comment section must have been flooded with messages. She suddenly appeared in her fan group and posted a few photos she had casually taken while walking in the park. The azure lake seemed to match the sky, and people sat in twos and threes on the lawn, with snow-capped mountains in the distance. Anichi's shooting angles were designed to avoid directly obscuring the faces of anyone who might appear in the shot. Before the cherry blossoms bloomed, she used a macro lens to photograph the budding flowers and sent them to her fans across the ocean. She thought about it for a long time, but still sent 2 sentences. I am very grateful to everyone for protecting my heart. If you see malicious comments, you should first protect yourself and not argue with them for the sake of a moment's pleasure. I'm filming a movie in Seattle, and spring here is beautiful. Is spring like that where you are? I'll change my name if I get over 1,000 daily views. Wah, what did I just see? My sister hasn't been to the fan group in ages. There is a magical jade. What a beautiful spring. The willow branches here are beautiful too. Joey, sister, focus on filming. I'm really looking forward to The Storm Passes By. When are you coming back to China? Weightlifting runner-up, I won't give those haters a second glance. Sob, sob, sob. Hug my baby. A gentle breeze rustled through a few early blooming cherry blossoms, and as I looked up, a few pale pink petals fell from the sky. Petals fell on her hair, but Chiana didn't reach out to brush them off. She watched Gu Qingqing walk away to throw away the trash. Gu Qingqing was suddenly approached by a blonde, blue-eyed boy who couldn't believe she was almost 30. It seems that foreigners really can't tell the age of Asians. Gu Qingqing waved to the people in the distance, indicating that her companions were still there. Chiana opened WeChat, her finger hovering over the chat window with Lu Jiaxing, and sent a few photos as well. She tapped the voice call button, brought the phone closer to the screen, and said, "Spring is here, and I miss you so much." Chapter 155 Standing Up for the Underdog. The cherry blossoms in Seattle are in bloom, their pink petals dancing in the wind like a pink spring rain. Hee-cheong got out of the Jeep, took a short video, and posted it on her Instagram. Mia sat in the passenger seat, watching the cherry blossoms drift to the car window, as if they were saying hi to her. The endless cherry blossom trees lining the streets reminded Mia of scenes from Japanese anime she had watched. The weather is so nice today, not too hot or too cold. Hee-cheong put on her sunglasses and fastened her seatbelt. Yes, it's the perfect time to go out and have fun. Mia looked down at the news on her phone. The two escaped their heavy academic workload and went on a road trip to Seattle. This was Hee-cheong's first time going out with friends alone, without bodyguards or a nanny. The cherry blossoms are beautiful, but they're a pain to sweep up. Mia glanced at her and laughed at Hee-cheong for putting herself in the role of a sanitation worker. Hee-cheong gripped the steering wheel, her eyes focused intently on the road ahead. She had just gotten her driver's license, and all her actions were being performed at 0.5x speed. They've strung up cables over there. Are they filming a movie? Mia asked, pointing to the crowd ahead. A brownish-yellow figure ran past the car, and Hee-cheong slammed on the brakes. It turned out to be a stray cat that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Luckily, she hadn't hit it. Seattle is so beautiful. It's normal for people to make movies there, Hee-cheong replied. Could it be the movie The Storm Passes By starring N.I. Shu? Mia's eyes lit up, completely like a little fangirl. Uncle N.I. is the nickname given to Nicholas by his fans, and Hee-cheong knows who they are referring to. Maybe. Hee-cheong didn't seem interested. Mia continued enthusiastically. I really like him. Who can resist a handsome, melancholic older man? I know, he often plays characters involved in forbidden romances. But you seem to prefer older men, like Richard, who dated you last time. Mia blushed and defended herself, saying, young people always admire outstanding and gentle elders. Hee-cheong suddenly thought of Fu Tingchen, even though he was by no means gentle. Seeing that Hee-cheong did not answer, Mia continued, go ask those young boys who would refuse a beautiful and mature older sister. But if there's a big age gap, you'll end up having to push him in a wheelchair. Hee-cheong couldn't quite understand. Mia hadn't expected Hee-cheong to think so far ahead, and simply said, nowadays, everyone uses electric wheelchairs, so there's no need for you to push them around. What I mean is, if you had someone you liked, but they were much older than you, would you still be willing to accept them? Hee-cheong asked, somewhat curious about Mia's answer. Mia thought about it seriously. If it's true love, what does it matter? What if it were you? Hee-cheong did not answer. She had already rejected that person. After bypassing the filming location of The Storm Passes By, the car drove to a restaurant serving Cantonese dim sum. Before pushing open the door and going in, Hee-cheong was still a little worried about whether the morning tea here was authentic. It wasn't until she saw the old men and women fanning themselves that she felt relieved. Mia is Malaysian. She grew up watching TVB dramas and has always wanted to try Cantonese dim sum. The waitress who took the order was Chinese. She recognized He Cheong at a glance, but didn't say anything. They first ordered a pot of pu'er tea and then marked up the paper menu. Mia couldn't read Chinese characters, so she could only guess what kind of food these were based on the English translations below. Each basket of Cantonese dim sum is exquisite, and there's tea to cleanse the palate after eating too much. Mia was quite skilled with chopsticks. She picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling with wooden chopsticks, dipped it in vinegar, and popped it into her mouth. He Cheong's favorite dish at dim sum is the crispy red rice and shrimp rice noodle roll, which she orders every time she eats dim sum. Is it good? He Cheong asked, looking up at her. Mia cut open the Ovaltine milk pudding with a knife, took a small piece, held it with a fork, and nodded vigorously. I really wish I could have morning tea every day when I wake up. He Cheong chuckled and tried a little of their stir-fried beef noodles. It was indeed delicious. The waiters wore red aprons and pushed carts full of traditional Cantonese dim sum. There are private rooms up there. Mia looked up and saw several antique-style private rooms as she walked up the solid wood staircase. He Cheong looked behind her and was surprised to see a familiar figure. The man was very tall, wearing a thin black overcoat, and smiled at He Cheong. Did you see that? What a handsome uncle. Mia sipped her congee and used a spoon to press down on the fried dough sticks to soften them. He Cheong turned her head and said, It's so-so. Mia put down her spoon and said seriously, With that face, that height, those proportions, I'm sure he has a good physique too. He Cheong recalled her experience of getting a nosebleed on the plateau. Fu Xiao's physique was indeed very good, especially his waist. If this is considered normal, then there aren't many good-looking people in Seattle. Mia silently defended the man. He Cheong remained non-committal, ate for a while, then stood up to wash her hands. She was rinsing the foam off her hands when she saw the man walking towards her in the mirror. Ah Cheong, what a coincidence. Fu Tingchen squinted his eyes, looking like a kind elder. What are you doing in Seattle? He Cheong shook her hands and dried them with a dryer. I went on a blind date, and they introduced me to a nice girl who's a good match for me, Fu Tingchen said with a smile. He Cheong snorted coldly and turned to leave. He suddenly pushed her against the wall, his broad body pressed tightly against hers, his gaze burning as he stared at her. Are you unhappy? Whether I'm happy or not is none of your business. As long as your blind date is happy, that's all that matters. He Cheong pouted slightly, making young Master Fu's heart itch with desire. Miss He, are you jealous? Fu Tingchen asked in a rising tone, seemingly in a good mood. You're crazy. I came here to eat. So you don't dip your shrimp dumplings in vinegar? The man's arms were tightly wrapped around her waist, as if he wanted to completely melt her into his embrace. He Cheong turned her head away and said, Let go. Young Master Fu obediently let go and slowly said, I don't have a blind date. I'm just catching up with someone. I was just kidding. The man reached out and gently stroked the bridge of her nose. He Cheong rolled her eyes and said, Boring. It's so boring. I'm working every day, and it's driving me crazy with boredom. What about you? Aren't you bored studying every day? Do you have a boyfriend? He Cheong thought he talked too much, so she pushed him away and tried to leave. You don't. The man's voice was very pleasant, carrying a hint of effortless confidence. How do you know I don't? I date one every week, He Cheong said deliberately, frowning. All right. The line of suitors stretches from London to Paris. Young Master Fu admired He Cheong's adorable, flustered appearance. He knew she wasn't in a relationship. He also knew she had eczema in London. He knew she wasn't used to the food there, and he knew a professor liked her a lot. If he sets his mind to it, Fu Tingchen will always be able to find out everything he wants to know about He Cheong. He Cheong returned to the dining table and sat down silently. Why is your face red? Mia, wearing transparent gloves, was gnawing on the last steamed chicken foot with black bean sauce. Chapter 156, Talking and Laughing. He Cheong reached out and touched her face. It didn't feel hot. Fu Tingchen stood on the second floor, holding onto the railing, watching He Cheong continue eating, and felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Strangely enough, the emotion he couldn't feel from anyone else was precisely in He Cheong. If he were younger, perhaps he could have truly spent time with the young girl and had a proper relationship. They were like two trees that had taken root in their own way. He had grown lush and leafy and didn't need much nourishment, while she was still growing and needed sunshine, rain, and, more importantly, pure love. The more you want something, the more apprehensive you become as you get closer to home. President Fu. Someone called him, and the man had no choice but to turn around and go inside. I met Hee Cheong again at the police station. Hee Cheong and Mia spent the night at a bar. Just as they were about to drive back to their hotel to sleep, their handbags were snatched away on the spot. Alcohol has clouded her judgment. Hee Cheong couldn't even remember what the other person looked like. Mia kept her documents, cash, cell phone, and car keys in that bag. When Hee Cheong called Fu Tingxian for help, she never expected him to arrive so quickly. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Fu Tingxian asked urgently. Mia glanced at the middle-aged man she had bumped into at the dim sum restaurant, then looked at Hee Cheong and secretly started shipping them. The police asked Mia to give a statement, and Fu Tingxian sat next to Hee Cheong. "Lend me some money first. I'll pay you back later." Hee Cheong was a little deflated, looking down and unhappy. "No need to pay it back." Fu Tingxian was hoping she would lend him more money, and if she couldn't pay it back, he would use someone to settle the debt. He didn't say it in the end, stared at Hee Cheong for a while, and then said, "I thought you didn't remember my number." Hee Cheong pointed at Fu Tingxian and said, "Don't overthink it. I just have a good memory." Fu Tingxian nodded and smiled. "You have a good memory, but you don't remember what the thugs who robbed you looked like. Digital data and human faces are not the same." Hee Cheong rolled her eyes at him. The other person wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, they were in a good mood. Fu Tingxian hopes the Seattle police will find the purse snatcher as soon as possible, as he wants to thank him properly. "Let's go. I'll take you to the hotel." Young Master Fu happily became the driver for the two young girls. While eating the hotel's buffet lunch, Hee Cheong explained their relationship to Mia. "So, he's the one who's much older than you." Mia blinked, seemingly not believing Hee Cheong's explanation of the two being elders and juniors. "No, you're overthinking it." Hee Cheong refused to admit it. Mia took a bite of the sausage, her mouth slurping up oil. Last night, Hee Cheong was in high spirits, dancing passionately with handsome men from various countries, trying to forget about Fu Tingxian in her mind. She drank a lot of alcohol and danced for a long time, not even realizing that the robber had taken her handbag. She clearly wanted to forget Fu Tingxian, but she saw him again after sobering up. Hee Cheong felt as if God was playing a joke on her. During the time without her phone, Hee Cheong began to seriously consider their relationship. After thinking it over and over, I still felt it was impossible. Fu Tingxian seemed to be here on a business trip. He was nowhere to be seen all day. 2 days later, Fu Tingxian went with his men to retrieve the lost handbag. The cash inside had already been spent, but the identification documents were still there, and the phone had been sold. The policeman shook his brown briefcase, and a piece of candy fell out from a hidden compartment. Fu Tingxian picked it up. The candy looked vaguely familiar. The man took the handbag from the policeman and looked at Hee Cheong with a playful expression. "Be mindful of your behavior in public." Hee Cheong noticed the intense gaze, and her face flushed slightly. "It's just a piece of candy. Why are you staring at me like that?" Hee Cheong was speechless for a moment, then pulled Mia's hand and sat down in the back row. Fu Tingxian stopped looking at her and started chatting with Mia instead. Mia told him about their chance encounter with the film shoot and how much she was looking forward to Uncle Ni's new movie. "Have you seen him?" Fu Tingxian asked casually. Mia shook her head and said, "No." "Then I'll take you to see him." "Really?" Mia felt that happiness had come too suddenly, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. "Really?" Fu Tingxian was an investor in The Storm Passes By and had originally planned to go and take a look. "Ah Cheong, are you going?" Fu Tingxian was asking her. Hee Cheong wasn't really interested, but seeing Mia's excited expression, she was afraid that if she didn't go, people would feel awkward, so she nodded. As it turns out, Hee Cheong was completely overthinking things. Mia wasn't embarrassed at all. With tears in her eyes, she confessed her feelings to Nicholas for a full 3 minutes. Honestly, Hee Cheong performed even better than Mia in her presentations during class. It was Hee Cheong's first time visiting the film crew, and Fu Tingxian showed them around. Wang Ming stood up from the director's chair, shook hands with Fu Tingxian, and exchanged pleasantries in Cantonese. When a man speaks Cantonese, his whole demeanor becomes much gentler and more relaxed. Today is the day that Anna Chi finished filming. She is holding the script and rehearsing her lines with Jeremy. Hee Cheong sat on a very high step, swinging her legs back and forth. For Chi Anna on the day she learned of Lu Jiaxing's accident, but also a subtle sense of relief. If she were in that situation, she would probably go crazy. Without a cell phone, Hee Cheong often finds herself lost in these thoughts. When Anna Chi, who was in front of the camera, heard the word action, she seemed to become a different person. Hee Cheong has a great perspective and can clearly see Chi Anna's performance. Just as she was lost in thought, an acquaintance nudged Hee Cheong's arm. Hee Cheong, who are you? I am Zheng Yuhang, and I used to go to the same high school as you. Hee Cheong tilted her head and thought for a moment, and it did seem like there was such a person. Were you chubby back then? Hee Cheong asked. Zheng Yuhang nodded and smiled. Looks like I've lost weight successfully. You don't even recognize me anymore. Hee Cheong sized him up. His muscle definition was decent, but compared to Fu Tingchen, he seemed to be lacking. Cut. Chi Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Fu Tingchen as he presented her with a bouquet of flowers, unsure whether to accept it or not, and her face showed a hint of embarrassment. Happy wrap-up. Thank you. Chi Anna accepted the bouquet and took a friendly photo with the investor representative. Hee Cheong looked at the two of them pressed together, and she couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. Zheng Yuhang kept rambling on and on beside her, talking about everything from his audition to his scenes with Nicholas. You want to be an actress? Hee Cheong interrupted him. Zheng Yuhang nodded, then shyly scratched the back of his head. Hee Cheong watched Zheng Yuhang's performance from the side, but was not moved at all. In terms of acting skills, he is still far from being a qualified actor. Although he was playing a troubled teenager, his eyes revealed the innocence of a well-protected child. Although Hee Cheong can't act, as a viewer, she felt that there was no story in his eyes. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, a subtle hint of displeasure appeared on Fu Tingchen's usually calm face. That displeasure contained an older person's envy of a younger soul. Chapter 157, I Can't Do Without Me. Chi Anna handed the flowers to Jiang Kan and put on a gray-green sun protective jacket. Interested in grabbing a meal? Fu Tingchen leaned closer. No. Chi Anna replied directly. Fu Tingchen smiled wryly. So decisive? You want to use me to make Hee Cheong jealous? Chi Anna whispered. Young Master Fu raised an eyebrow, completely unaware that his thoughts were so obvious. Before he could say anything, Chi Anna continued. It's a pity that Hee Cheong isn't jealous yet, but you are. You're both from wealthy families, but he's much younger than you. Chi Anna said, seeing right through his thoughts. This is the ultimate way to kill someone by destroying their spirit. Fu Tingchen snorted and said, this kid hasn't even grown all his hair yet. As Chi Anna watched Hee Cheong slowly walk over, she turned to Fu Tingchen and asked, if you like her, why don't you try to win her over? Fu Tingchen was suddenly stunned as he earnestly tried to persuade him. Men are always adept at physical relationships and have never seriously pursued someone's love. Young Master Fu never thought of seriously trying to win her over until Anna Chi enlightened him. He was like a naive young man experiencing his first love, suddenly confronting the love he desired for the first time. Hee Cheong walked over and snapped her fingers at Fu Tingchen, who was in a daze. The man then came to his senses and said, I'll take you back. No need. Yuhang said they're having a party tonight. I want to go. No, Fu Tingchen refused instinctively. I'm informing you, not asking for your consent, Hee Cheong said casually, preparing to leave. After hearing this, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes. The man took Hee Cheong's hand and led her to a huge cherry blossom tree. Don't go. Fu Tingchen frowned, his words laced with rage. Fu Tingchen, what is our relationship? What right do you have to interfere with my freedom? Hee Cheong said, hands on her hips, seemingly angry. Fu Tingchen lowered his head and gently rested it on the other person's shoulder. I don't want you to go. His tone softened considerably, making it impossible for Hee Cheong to remain angry. I like you, Arjun. The next second, the man wrapped his arm around her waist. You like many people, and you like me, so why should I like you? It doesn't make any sense. If you ignore Hee Cheong's slightly trembling tone and just listen to the content of her words, She is indeed clear-headed and calm. You don't need me. Hee-cheong bit her lip. How do you know I'm not? The man asked, looking up at him. Arjun, I'm serious. Just as Hee-cheong was starting to feel touched, she heard him say, if we don't notarize the premarital property, you can have half of it if we get divorced. Why don't you just transfer the money to me directly? Hee-cheong was a little speechless. Ah-young, I originally thought I just liked you, but after you rejected me, I realized that I couldn't live without you. It's not because of possessiveness, but because it's something I can't explain myself. Ah-cheong, do you think that could be love? Fu Tingchen's lips almost brushed against her ear. She jerked violently, as if she suddenly couldn't understand what he was saying. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Hee-cheong turned her head away, not wanting to listen to his sweet talk. I'm not your type. I'm neither young nor gentle. But Lu Jiaxing can help you keep Daohua in check, and so can I. I have the ability to help you achieve your dreams and protect your innocence. I am willing to be your fallback plan and your stepping stone. So, you still think I'm just saying that? Hee-cheong looked at him, unsure of what to say. Fu Tingchen was somewhat disappointed, yet still harbored a glimmer of hope as his trial was delayed. He had long known that the years separating them were like a galaxy, an insurmountable chasm. I understand. Young Master Fu released Hee-cheong. Hee-cheong suddenly panicked and grabbed Fu Tingchen's sleeve the second before he left. The man looked at her with surprise and delight, his eyes full of anticipation. We can give it a try? Give it a try is a word that teeters between ambiguity and rejection. It's a gray area. Okay. Fu Tingchen brushed the pink petals from her hair. We can stop at any time you don't want to, the man said, taking her hand. Anything is fine. Hee-cheong blinked. Young Master Fu was silent for 2 seconds before replying. That depends on the specific circumstances. Are you thinking the wrong thing? Hee-cheong released his hand and brushed the fallen cherry blossoms off his shoulder. No, how could that be? Fu Tingchen thought about it seriously and decided that he still needed to hire a private coach for extra training. Unable to contact Hee-cheong, Mia stood obediently in place until she was picked up by a black-clad driver sent by Fu Tingchen and taken back to the hotel. Jiang packed his luggage and squeezed back into the security checkpoint at Seattle Airport. After filming wrapped, Anna Chi went to New York alone. It was dusk when we arrived at the hospital. She pulled her suitcase to Lu Jiaxing's bedside, hoping he could give her a warm hug like he used to. I'm back, Anna said calmly, having composed herself. The ward was large, clean, and tidy, leaving behind a hollow echo. She sat down beside the hospital bed, took his thin hand, and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Having just gone through a spring without Lu Jiaxing, it felt as if she had spent 1,000 lonely and unbearable nights alone. Guess who I saw on the day I finished filming? Anna said, peeling an orange for herself. The oranges are very sour. They're not ripe yet. Unable to answer her, Lu Jiaxing had no choice but to continue asking and answering her own questions. I met Hee-cheong and Fu Tingchen on set. Maybe they could become a couple. I acted in Wang Ming's movie again, and it felt very special, as if I had returned to that era of fearlessness. Grandma said she would be proud of me if she saw me working hard and living a good life. I have done that now. So, can you please wake up? The tangy orange, with its slightly sweet aftertaste, lingered in her mouth. Lu Jiaxing, I still haven't finished the game you made for me. It's really too difficult. Why make confessing your feelings so complicated? Are you afraid I'll find out you like me? Anna tilted her head and touched the man's eyebrows with her hand. Actually, I've liked you for a long time, though not as long as you have. I really regret it now. I should have told you sooner. Anna lowered her head, suppressing her tears, which fell onto the back of the man's hand. She took a tissue and wiped away her tears. She had promised herself she wouldn't cry, but why couldn't she hold back? If you wake up, let's go to a deserted island and go on a trip, okay? You still owe me a honeymoon. This one in America doesn't count. Sister Yilin recommended a place to me, and I want you to come with me. The doctor came in for rounds, turned around, and sighed softly. Anna Chi sat on a chair in the hallway, leaning against the wall, and began her final attempt at the game. I don't know what happened, but all the colored pixels on the screen disappeared, leaving behind a pulsating red heart. The corridor was quiet, with only Lu Jiaxing's voice heard, gentle and cautious. Chiana, can I like you? Chapter 158, A Huge Explosion. The spring night wind is cool, carrying the damp mist from the daytime, making one's soul vaporize. Chiana placed the completed game code on Lu Jiaxing's bedside table and sat quietly for a while, as if recharging herself. I beat the game. Why aren't you awake yet? She kept her head down, talking to herself. Crossing the River Alone became a huge hit, and the number of reservations for the final online concert provided by the streaming platform exceeded 100 million. After taking a short vacation, Chiana set off to return to China. When she landed at the domestic airport, Chiana never expected so many fans to come to pick her up. She was almost completely surrounded. Not only did she not expect this, but the company did as well, so they only assigned her 2 security personnel. Welcome back, sister. The girl held up a glowing sign and handed the letter over the security guard's arm. Thank you. Chiana stood inside the circle formed by the arms of 2 security guards, moving with difficulty. Sister, here's my letter. The boy handed over the letter, which Chiana carefully placed in her bag. Many people say that celebrities don't actually read handwritten letters from fans, but that's not true. Not only does Anna Chi read the letters, but she also organizes and stores them by month in the house she bought. Some fans even wrote 2 identical letters just to increase their chances of being seen by her. But in fact, she reads every single one of them. The security guard didn't expect today's task to be so difficult, to the point that he would need extra pay. Anna Chi was receiving letters while chatting with everyone. A girl holding a large camera asked Chiana, Sister, why did you want to play Jean Bihue? Aren't you afraid of being criticized? While signing someone's phone case with her head down, Chiana replied, Of course she's a bad person, but she's also a 3-dimensional character I wanted to portray. I'm used to being criticized. If you get criticized for everything you do, then it's also a great freedom, meaning you can just do what you want. What programs have been prepared for this online concert? I didn't expect to reach the reservation number so quickly. I'll prepare well. Chiana scratched her head. Why isn't there an assistant with her this time? Another girl, seemingly a new fan, insisted on giving Chiana a gift. I don't accept any gifts. Chiana waved her hand and continued. I have to go to New York for some personal matters, so I'll let her go home first. Ein help. Anna is so kind. I want to go to the airport too. A super stable woman. I went to New York because of President Liu. I really hope a miracle happens. Sob, sob, sob. Enough. This is my alternate account. How can they only hire 2 security guards? This company is incredibly lazy. The magical dumb guy. Won't this disrupt airport order? I, a non-fan, simply can't understand. Chiana returned to her residence, had a meal with her grandmother at Chunshanju, and picked up Xiaobai. She then began to slowly pack her things. Jinjia arrived at the door, but didn't rush to discuss the follow-up work with her. She simply chatted with her. When others look at her, they might think that Chiana is in a good mood. Jinjia knew that she only started organizing things meticulously when she was unhappy. One can only gain a pitiful sense of order by doing repetitive, seemingly meaningless things. Anna Chi took the cleaning wipes and wiped here and there without saying a word. Have you practiced all the songs you sang at that online concert? Jinjia took Xiaobai out of the cage and petted the chubby rabbit. The little rabbit broke free from her arms and clung to Anna Chi's pajamas. Anna Chi continued wiping her cabinet and rearranging the items, dragging the small white ball along with her. I practiced it and even sent a short clip to Sister Yilin. She said that if I work harder, I can release a song. Jinjia smiled, thinking that Tan Yilin was truly a good person. It's good that you've practiced. Anyway, you're not a professional singer, so there shouldn't be any problems. Anna Chi turned her head and said, Do I sing terribly? Jinjia propped her head up and replied, It's not bad, but it's not pleasant either. Anna Chi suddenly realized why the producer had suggested she sing the theme song for Crossing the River Alone. But after listening to her demo, nothing came of it. By the way, did you forget to send the work assignment to my email? The rabbit finally let go of its mouth and turned to nibble on the vintage furniture that Anna Chi had found. I've arranged them, but I think it's a bit too much. I'd like to adjust them a bit more. Jinjia blinked as she looked at her somewhat obsessive-compulsive arrangement. No need to adjust, being busy is good. Anna suddenly found several gift boxes, which she had previously placed in the cabinet. She untied the ribbons, revealing inside a past that had been deliberately ignored. Every year on her birthday, no matter where she is, she receives a gift prepared by Lu Jiaxing. Not particularly expensive, but not cheap either. It was hard for Chiana to refuse, so she could only prepare a proper return gift. During that period, although they didn't live a perfectly harmonious life together, they treated each other with respect. It's good to be busy, preferably so busy that you forget about Lu Jiaxing. With slender fingers tapping across the tablet, he asked, "Are you sure you don't need a break? We've finally made a comeback. Shouldn't we make more money?" Chiana pouted. Jinjie flicked the digital watch on his wrist and smiled. "That's true." Anna put the gift boxes back deep in the cabinet, just like before, except she displayed the contents of each box. "Anna." Jinjie's voice was very soft. She turned her head, her eyes filled with what seemed like rising clouds, and then blinked gently. As the clouds disperse, a black and white ink painting is revealed. Nothing. I just wanted to call you." The little rabbit returned to Jinjia's side and openly sniffed her scent. Anna Chi wrote the date on the blank label, put the newly received letter into the small box, and gently closed the drawer. This dark green metal cabinet is perfect for storing mail. Assistant Lu had previously complained that the cabinet looked like an office from the 1990s, but Anna Chi liked it very much. "If President Lu doesn't wake up, what are your plans?" Jinjie finished speaking and noticed that Chiana's back was frozen in place. What exactly is Lu Jiaxing to Chiana? She felt both that her alienated soul had been saved and that she felt endless confusion about the future. Many of Lu Jiaxing's dream girls have appeared online, raising questions about the smile on her face. "It's as if he's lying in the hospital every day, so I should appear in public with a long face. It shouldn't be like this." No one wanted Lu Jiaxing to wake up more than she did. She actually needed him more than she realized. Chapter 159, Breaking Through the Encirclement. The Lone Boat Across the River concert adopted an online and offline format, allowing those who were not present to watch the live stream by clicking the link. This time, the host was quite special. We invited Chao Yan, a crosstalk performance artist. After participating in our trip, Chao Yan was invited to be the host of a program about cultural relic appraisal. Everyone really liked it and supported Teacher Chao's crossover. He himself was reluctant to leave the stage, and seeing the audience made him happy. Chiana heard the news. She was chatting with those around her. Those around him said they had watched the treasure appraisal show and spoke highly of Chao Yan's hosting, even saying that their own career was in crisis. The opening show of the Cloud Song concert featured a duet of the theme song, A Lone Boat Crossing the River, by Xiao Shiyun, Tong Ling, and Chiana. As the sound of the pipa began, the audience below waved bright yellow glow sticks. The intro is quite long and includes a group dance performance. Dancers, use your bodies as waves to lift up your companions, creating a surging tide. The camera first focused on Xiao Shiyun, who was wearing a light gray long robe and silver-framed glasses. Withered leaves, dim lamp, pale moon, and window, weeping willows gaze at the setting sun. His voice was deep and pleasant, like the sound of bells tolling in the evening breeze. The camera pans across the scene, following Tongling. She wore a dark blue cheongsam with a small pearl dangling from her ear, as if she had just stepped out of a play. Tongling put on her dancing shoes, held up a red umbrella, and jumped out. Her dance moves were classical and graceful. Even though it was only a short segment, her skill was evident. The red umbrella twirled lightly in her hand, as if it were nothing. Tongling softly sang to the main camera. Humanity is never without fear or worry, but only a lone boat adrift. Tongling slowly walked to Xiao Shiyun's side, and the two sang together. My country, my home. My country, my home. When can I return to your embrace? Anna Chi then appeared, singing with the other dancers across the ensemble. She was also wearing a cheongsam today, a very light green one, which made her skin look as white as snow. A pot of wine tells the story of whose life in the mortal world. A cup of tea tells the story of whose sorrow of parting. She opened the folding fan in her hand, covering half of her face. Little Yang. LOL, the lines between friend and foe are so clear. On the banyan tree by the pond, I saw my sister dancing again. She's so beautiful, so full of ancient charm. Urgent message. The ending of this drama is so heartbreaking. Even though I knew that with the Republican era setting, it would most likely end badly. 2x2x. Teacher Xiao is the vocal lead, Tong Ling is the dance lead, and Qiana is the visual center. The Lonely Boat team could debut. As the song ended, Qiana held a sandalwood brush and wrote, "A lone boat crossing the river," on rice paper. At the same time, the words "A lone boat crosses the river to conclude the Cloud Song concert" appeared on the screen in 9 large ink wash characters. Thank you all for your performances. Welcome to the final online concert of A Lone Boat Across the River. If you couldn't be there in person, you can leave your comments and interact with us through the live stream. Chao Yin wore a beige long gown with a crane embroidered on the shoulder, flying amidst clouds. A thunderous applause erupted, and the audience members raised their cameras. If they can't get tickets to crosstalk performances, they can find alternative ways to achieve their goal. This drama broke the records for average episode popularity and total viewership of similar dramas, and even ranked first among all dramas in the previous year. Awesome, someone below replied loudly. Not only that, this drama also topped the charts on various authoritative TV series lists. It can be said that it amazed us throughout the winter and became an undisputed dark horse. Finally, welcome everyone again. Chao Yin held up the inscription card and bowed slightly. These claims are indeed not exaggerated. Originally, the winter break was the domain of ancient costume dramas and fantasy dramas, but no one expected that a Republican-era spy drama would break through the competition. Then let's quickly invite all the key members of the creative team behind Crossing the River in a Lonely Boat. There were more than a dozen actors from the drama standing on the stage, with Xiao Shiyun, Tong Ling, and Qiana taking center stage. The actors, each holding a microphone labeled "A Lone Boat Crossing the River," introduced themselves one by one from left to right. Qiana's turn. She smiled at the camera and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone. I am actress Qiana, and I play Jean Bihue in Crossing the River in a Lonely Boat." "Welcome, Commander," Chao Yin replied. "I recorded a program with Koike before, and I never expected that I would have the chance to host the drama she starred in." "It is my honor." Qiana nodded gently and bowed slightly to Chao Yin. After introducing all the actors, Chao Yin then introduced the director, screenwriter, producer, and others involved in the production. They were all sitting in the first row below the stage. When their names were called, they stood up and waved to the back row. Let's welcome the creative team once again. Tong Ling hasn't even changed out of her dance costume yet, and she danced exceptionally well. What are your special feelings about participating in the Cloud Song concert this time? Chao Yin asked. This is my first time participating in a concert like this, and I'm very happy to be able to perform Chinese dance for everyone. I hope you enjoy watching it. Tong Ling held the microphone with both hands, her voice gentle. Teacher Xiao, we're old acquaintances. Back then, he was one of the first male actors to go abroad to film movies. He was fluent in both English and Russian. No. Xiao Shiyun remained unsmiling, waving his hands repeatedly as he spoke. I always thought Professor Xiao was very young, but it turns out he studied in the former Soviet Union. Yes, it hadn't disintegrated yet back then. Xiao Shiyun nodded. Teacher Xiao sings exceptionally well. Everyone, don't let him off the hook, Chao Yin joked. I'd like to interview the director. Did you ever imagine that Crossing the River alone would become such a hit? The director, holding the microphone in one hand, walked onto the stage and replied, I never thought of it. I really didn't expect it. I have great confidence in our script. It is logically sound and emotionally moving. At the beginning, we couldn't even find all the actors for this drama. We are especially grateful to Se Yun, who turned down other dramas to play our male lead. And then there's Xiaoqi. If she hadn't gone to communicate with the agency, we wouldn't have seen Commander Kim like this. Well, it's like the worst of times turning into the best. Chao Yin nodded and continued. When things reach their lowest point, they begin to turn around. Anything that has gone downhill can eventually turn around. Whether it's work or life, as long as you look forward, there will always be a way out. Tong Ling turned her head and looked at Chao Yin. She could hear him clearly without subtitles. Every word hit the mark. Qiana listened intently to Chao Yan's words, repeatedly savoring the phrase, after the worst comes the best. At that time, many of her highlight scenes in Legend of Fuyao were cut, and she also encountered the lonely boat crossing and the storm passing by. Clearly, bad luck doesn't last forever. Chapter 160 Upright Character. Then I'd like to ask the screenwriter, who do you think Crossing the River Alone should be most grateful to? The screenwriter, holding the microphone, first said a lot of polite words of thanks to the producer and the various teams in the production crew. Then, the conversation shifted. Actually, I think the people I should thank the most are the audience. I saw online that many people watch the show and then read my novel, and even spontaneously did some promotion, editing, and some fan creations. I have always believed that whether it is a book or a TV series, once it is created, the one who gives it its true soul is not the screenwriter or the director, but our vast audience. The story of Crossing the River Alone is so wonderful because of you all. Guangling-san, the screenwriter, is so eloquent. No wonder they write novels. I read the original novel. It's really good. Xiaobai, am I the only one who thinks Anna looks haggard? She looks very tired. I won't tell you his nickname. Is Teacher Xiao from Northeast China? Back then, many people from Northeast China learned Russian. Sleepy King. I think Tong Ling's voice is quite nice. Why did the production team insist on using dubbing? After enduring a long interview, we finally arrived at the game segment that the audience loves to see the most. The game was the classic charades game, and Tong Ling and Chiana were paired together. Tong Ling will perform, and Chiana will guess. 4 words, Tong Ling said, gesturing with 4 fingers. She waved her long, muscular arms, flapping her wings like a bird. After thinking for a moment, Chiana replied, the early bird catches the worm. No. Tong Ling shook her head. Like adding wings to a tiger. Flying wing to wing. Soaring into the sky. Anna Chi guessed 3 wrong in a row. Just as she was about to give up, she randomly said a moth to a flame. And it actually passed. This question is really a bit difficult. Xiao Shiyun stood aside. If he were asked to act out the scene of a moth flying into a flame, even his teammates probably wouldn't be able to guess it. The next question will also be for characters. Tong Ling pointed to her chest and asked Chiana what it was. Chest. The first character is Xiong, chest. Confident and well-prepared. Have lofty ambitions. Tong Ling waved her hands repeatedly, unable to resist prompting, look at my hands. Bye-bye. Chiana didn't understand what she meant. Some are antonyms. Tong Ling committed a foul. Unlettered. After all the actors finished playing the charades game, Xiao Shiyun went on stage to sing the theme song from Crossing the River Alone in a Lonely Boat. Chiana and Tong Ling stayed backstage, still reviewing why their team had the lowest score in the game. You only give me 1 word each time. With so many idioms, how long will it take me to figure it out? Tong Ling crossed her arms, feeling that their group's questions were the most difficult, while the others were all about everyday things. The questions are really too difficult. How are you supposed to act out the ink and the moth? Sigh. Why are all the other groups playing chess or playing gorillas? Chiana was also a little annoyed. Xiao Yun's stage presence was very steady, with a touch of old-fashioned charm. He originally sang this interlude, so he was particularly at ease with it. Perhaps you feel lost or confused, but you must turn your scars into medals. His voice was deep and resonant when he spoke, but it became much lighter when he sang, as if he had put a lot of air into his throat. As the song ended, Xiao Yan came out to connect the performances. Did Teacher Xiao sing well? Xiao Yan asked. The audience responded, it sounds great. Next time, let him sing the Russian version for you. It's so good that you can't understand a single word. The following is sung by Tong Ling, who also sang this interlude. However, unlike Xiao Shiyun, who transitioned from acting to singing, this song was secured by her company. She went to the recording studio and recorded several times before she could barely pass the test thanks to auto-tuning techniques. Therefore, compared to Teacher Zhao's full-on live performance, she chose a semi-live performance. Tong Ling descended from the sky, suspended by ropes. She didn't dance, she just focused on singing. Every word she uttered was pronounced clearly and precisely, which seemed somewhat deliberate, giving it a comical feel, like a primary school student singing in a competition. The autumn leaves have all fallen, leaving only you and me. We dare not think of them, nor dare we speak of them. Because it was her first time singing in public, Tong Ling seemed a little nervous, so her expression was particularly serious. In short, the song conveyed a sense of righteousness. The Doomsday Prophet. It sounds good, but why is it so rigid and formulaic? I'm repairing the Eiffel Tower in Paris. If it weren't a virtual concert, but a virtual dance party, my sister would definitely have performed even better. Tamago, you're not a professional singer, don't expect too much from you. Ahmed, what time does this live stream end? Chiana stood backstage, nervously stamping her feet, until she heard the director's reminder to go on stage through her earpiece, at which point she stopped. She changed into a beautiful pink theatrical costume, and her originally updo curls fell down, making her look like a sweet cream cake. Chiana studied this scene for a long time, but it was just a hobby. In the end, for better effect, only the part where she hummed was retained in the final version of the drama. Since she was going to sing, she sang openly and confidently. This is the unpredictability of life. I never expected to be reunited today. Looking back, prosperity seems like a fleeting dream, and my remaining life hangs by a thread amidst the turbulent waves. She lowered her head, flicked her water sleeves lightly, and then pulled them back, truly resembling a peaking opera female role. When the willows are dark and the flowers are bright, there is no need to weep or laugh. The good fruit and the flower of the heart are something to be proud of. Such is the reward for sowing blessings. I am ashamed that I gave you the peach tree in the first place. The last line, giving a peach, still felt a bit disjointed, leaving the flow somewhat awkward. Chiana boldly sang live, and the audience could even hear the breaths she hadn't concealed. She wasn't a professional singer, so naturally no one criticized her, but Chiana was still somewhat disappointed. After the performance, feeling insecure, I opened the comments section of the live stream. Chanchian, it's okay, I'll spoil her. Baby has already improved a lot in singing the school song, and peaking opera is so difficult. Want some ice cream? What night is this? Is the commander performing for me? Expired canned pineapple. It reminds me of that episode where we sang on the sand dunes. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but it feels kind of surreal. This woman is so beautiful I don't care at all how well she sings. It's not like it's a professional concert. All the actors sang songs, whether they were good at them or not, and time flew by. It was almost time for the intermission. Chow Yin then announced the next segment. Everyone would draw a topic for an impromptu performance and recreate a famous scene from the play. Some actors leaned more towards comedic performances, while Xiao Shiyun and Ji Anna delivered almost perfect recreations of famous scenes. Even without makeup and costumes, and even without the set, as long as he stands there acting, everyone will know who he is. Xiao Yin initially laughed along, until he saw Chi Anna and Xiao Shiyun perfectly reenacting the courtroom scene from the drama. I am Japanese, you have no right to judge me. As soon as the household registration certificate arrives, you must send me back immediately. Chapter 161 Housewives. After the performance, Xiao Yin suddenly hugged Chi Anna as they stepped off the stage. He didn't raise the microphone, so the audience couldn't hear what he was saying. The two of them were out of the camera's view. Koike, you did a great job. Anna was stunned by the sudden warm embrace. She felt the other person gently patting her back. We all miss you. Besides Xiao Yin at this moment, we also have Bai Huiwen, Tan Yilin, and the people around us. After halftime, Xiao Yin picked a few audience members to play games with the creative team. The male actor and the male audience member, who were originally arm wrestling face-to-face, gritted their teeth and exerted all their strength, neither of them wanting to lose. As a result, the two started walking around the stage, which drew laughter from the audience. How did it turn from arm wrestling into spinning around? Tong Ling complained. After the game segment, everyone imitated the various memes from the show, which were both hilarious and quirky. Then Tong Ling and another male actor with a dance background will perform a duet. The background music for the duet is instrumental music that often appears in a tense scene in the play, and it was choreographed into a dance piece. Now we've finally entered Tong Ling's comfort zone, allowing the audience to appreciate the beautiful and moving classical dance up close. She lightly leaped, and the male actor lifted her up, as if releasing a bird. Chi Anna sat in the audience, holding up her phone to record a video of Tong Ling. After the dance ended, everyone stood on the stage again to watch some behind-the-scenes footage from the production. As everyone watched the behind-the-scenes footage, some laughing and some crying, they couldn't help but recall that unforgettable autumn. Looking at her short hair, Chi-Anna saw herself hidden under Commander Kim's mask. Shao-Chi, is there anything you want to say to everyone? Xiaoyan left the last question to Chi-Anna. She held the microphone in both hands, and suddenly her voice choked with emotion. She felt very lucky and grateful. First of all, thank you all very much for liking a lone boat across the river. When I arrived here, many people were concerned about me. If you have any friends who follow me, you may know that I am going through a very difficult time. I want to tell everyone that there is no river that cannot be crossed. Even without oars, I will row across. It is because of everyone's care and love that we have the courage to cross the most turbulent river. The final segment featured everyone singing the end credits song, A Lone Boat Across the River. A dozen or so people stood on the stage, holding hands and singing, then ran to the front of the stage to take their bows. Even as the curtain fell heavily, the audience could still hear their enthusiastic applause. At times like these, Anna Chi felt utterly unworthy of her status. She merely stole a bit of love or hate from everyone by relying on the charm of her roles. Chi's mother was doing housework at home, mopping the floor while listening to the live broadcast. Hearing her daughter's words, her heart suddenly ached. Her thyroid cancer surgery went smoothly. She only needs to take 2.5 levothyroxine tablets on an empty stomach every morning and go to the hospital for regular checkups. Hey, what are you doing mopping the floor so late at night? Mr. Chi grabbed the mop from her, his brows furrowing slightly. At night, there aren't many people walking around, so it's easier to drag it, In Hongyue replied. You're not the same as before. Don't always be doing chores. Ever since he was diagnosed with cancer, Mr. Chi has been nagging like this. In Hongyue wanted to ask her several times what was different about her, but in short, she wasn't very happy. Unlike when he was younger, Chi's father's job no longer required him to travel frequently for work, sometimes for 10 days or half a month at a time. Now that In Hongyue is retired, she spends her days washing clothes and cooking for Chi's father, and she's grown tired and weary of it. You're so noisy. She rarely spoke her mind like that. I think the doctor prescribed too much medicine for you, and you're just too hot-tempered to argue with me. Mr. Chi walked out of the bathroom, looked at the wet floor tiles, said nothing, took the clothes out of the washing machine, and started to hang them on the balcony to dry. Chi's mother silently cleaned the house, then lay on the sofa and scrolled through her phone. She was a housewife her whole life, and now that she's retired, she's still a housewife. In Hongyue watched the man's retreating figure and sighed. She couldn't stand the sight of him no matter what. Chi-Anna's name on her phone, and many different entries popped up. In Hongyue sat down and pinched the extra fat around her waist. There was another layer there. She was somewhat anxious, as she didn't want to gain weight, but also needed hormone medication to maintain her bodily functions. After hanging the clothes out to dry, Mr. Chi was swatting mosquitoes on the balcony. They lived on the first floor and were always bothered by mosquitoes at night. I told you about the balcony enclosure back then, In Hongyue muttered, fanning herself. This house was bought by Mr. Chi, and he also renovated it. There was no place that In Hongyue could decide. The only person she had a deep relationship with was Chi-Anna. If it's sealed off and there's no ventilation, we can just scratch the mosquitoes. Mr. Chi said with his back to her. He's always so stubborn and won't listen to anything I say. In Hongyue often thinks back to the past, wondering if he was like this when they first met. When we were renovating, I told you to install a drain on the balcony and put the washing machine there, but you wouldn't listen to me. The washing machine can be placed in the bathroom too. Chi's father waved the electric mosquito swatter, and with a few crackling sounds, finally caught 2 mosquitoes. As the weather gets warmer and plants grow, mosquitoes become increasingly rampant. In Hongyue shook her head. A deep thought suddenly came to her mind. That thought, I couldn't bear to think about it too much. What she needs is not a perfect balcony, but a partner who can listen to her. Whether it's a big or small matter, In Hongyue always compromises, making Chi-Anna suffer along with her. The mother and daughter seem to have always lived in the shadow of male tyranny. Old Chi, I want to go out and work. In Hongyue opened her mouth, her voice growing softer and softer. Chi's father came out holding an electric mosquito swatter, as if he were holding a weapon. You're retired? What good job could you possibly have? Your daughter sends you money every month, and you'll be able to collect your retirement pension soon. Mr. Chi easily rejected the other party's suggestion and added a comment. I envy you. You can retire so early. It's so good to be a woman. Is that all right? In Hongyuel lowered her head, revealing a bitter smile. Besides, your health doesn't allow it. So this way I can have a hot meal when I get home. In Hongyuel felt like she had a breath stuck in her throat, neither rising nor falling, making her extremely uncomfortable. I didn't marry you to be a cook. That's not what I meant. The main thing is that you've been staying at home since you had your daughter, and you don't have much work experience. Let me tell you, even recent college graduates can't find jobs these days, let alone a housewife like you. In Hongyuel stopped talking. She suddenly felt very tired. Who is she really? Is she a wife, a mother, or a daughter? But she is definitely not In Hongyuel herself. Chapter 162, Inexplicable. Mr. Chi lay in bed, liking his boss's post on WeChat Moments. But his wife didn't come over for a long time. In Hongyuel turned on the light in Chi Anna's bedroom, revealing how small the room was. The 4 rows of floor-to-ceiling wardrobes already take up a lot of space. The table is small, and the bed is not big either. In Hongyuel keeps many of her clothes in this wardrobe, so she often comes here to get things. This bedroom has been turned into half a storage room. After Chi Anna left with her aunt, she and Lao Chi often quarreled, almost to the point of divorce. Perhaps this man never loved her, and only chose to be with her because he needed a home. She married very early and devoted all her energy to her family before she had a clear idea of what was going on. She can't drive, doesn't have a job, and doesn't even have a decent room of her own. What have I been doing all these years? In Hongyuel sat on that small chair, looking at the window, and suddenly remembered the countless nights Chi Anna had spent studying. She watched from the sidelines, playing the role of a dutiful mother. Anna harbored resentment towards her, resenting herself for bringing her into this world and for becoming her father's executor. She was used to listening to her father and husband, but she never really listened to her daughter. She saw her repression, mocked her pain, and suppressed her soul, yet she still repeatedly emphasized her own sacrifices. In Hongyuel even felt at one point that her younger sister had stolen her daughter. Many years later, she finally began to understand why her sister had run away and why her daughter had left. What are you doing in your daughter's room? The door is closed. You should be sleeping. Mr. Chi, wearing a gray-black nightgown, pushed the door open. I want to sleep in this room. Are you crazy? Why are you sleeping in your daughter's room? The man frowned, completely baffled by his wife's thoughts. Were you angry just now? He could only speculate, following the previous topic. What's there to be angry about? That's just how life is. It's so late, go to sleep. In Hongyuel didn't respond to him. She stepped barefoot onto the chair and took out all the bed sheets and duvet covers from the top shelf of the wardrobe. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? The man was clearly puzzled by his wife's behavior. I think the doctor prescribed too much medicine for you. You're not behaving normally at all. Chi's father also got angry and went straight back to his room. In Hongyuel stared at the door that had been slammed shut, and the world suddenly fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly understood why her daughter hated having the door open so much. This room is like the shell of a pearl. Some pearls glow, while others are worn down to a dull, lifeless fisheye shape. In Hongyuel silently made the bed, smoothing out the wrinkles caused by the tidying up, and then lay down on it. The quilt was old. It seemed to have been bought by Chi Anna when she was in high school. In Hongyuel tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and opened In Hongmei's WeChat Moments. Her proud younger sister recently shared a post on her WeChat Moments about a securities company. She could understand those technical terms individually, but couldn't understand them when put together. In Hongmei has a lovely daughter. She saw the child once, and she was exactly like the baby model in the milk powder advertisement. The other party has no husband, only a daughter. For the first time, In Hongmei had wild thoughts. What would her life be like if she didn't have a husband? What if I hadn't been pressured by society, hadn't followed my parents' arrangements, and had been as stubborn as my sister? In Hongmei sighed, looking at the modest amount of money in her bank card, feeling utterly insecure. Chi's father couldn't understand his wife's strange behavior, and could only attribute it to the medication. He wouldn't apologize first. Instead, he initiated a protracted Cold War. In Honyue used the money in her bank card to enroll in a driving school and was looking forward to getting her driver's license. She started leaving early and returning late, but she would still prepare dinner for her husband. She originally thought she would be the oldest one in the driving school, but she didn't expect to meet an older sister. Shin Shouju is 3 years older than her and has been stuck at the second stage of the driving test, but she is not the oldest student in their driving school. Red Moon, you've arrived. In Honyue waved to the people, looking quite happy. Today she was wearing a dark gray suit with a floral scarf around her neck, looking very stylish. Shouju, you're up early today. Shin Shouju smiled. She was clumsy with her hands and feet, but she thought that hard work could make up for her lack of talent. After getting to know each other, In Honyue learned that Shouju had divorced long ago and settled down in Hangzhou with her son. Now that his son is grown up and has his own family, he has finally begun his own life. Shin Shouju is good at making plans. She said she was going on a road trip and even mentioned the variety show, Our Trip. Honyue, look how beautiful you are, and your daughter is beautiful too. Shin Shouju pointed at Chiana on the screen, then glanced at In Honyue. In Honyue touched her face shyly and said, I'm old now. What's the point of being pretty or not? Our daughter is so beautiful, we were quite worried at first. Shin Shouju nodded and continued listening to her. We kept a close eye on her, which actually drove people away. In Honyue kept her head down when her phone vibrated in her pocket. Someone had sent her a message. Let's go, get in the car. This Cold War lasted longer than any that Chi's father had ever experienced. He even suspected that his wife was having an affair, but then immediately dismissed this absurd thought. He didn't like In Honyue running around everywhere. He just wanted her to stay home and do laundry and cook. When the man arrived at the driving school with his wife, In Honyue had just finished practicing her driving skills. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the silk scarf around In Honyue's neck was blown away. Your silk scarf, Shin Shouju reminded her. In Honyue reached out and caught the fluttering floral silk scarf in midair, as if she were regaining control of her life. The wound on her neck was exposed. It was a scar from thyroid cancer surgery and marked the beginning of her transition from regular medical insurance to coverage for a specific disease. Who was that person? Why are they acting so suspiciously? The driving instructor closed the car door and took out a pack of cigarettes given to him by a student from his pocket. In Honyue looked in that direction and spotted her husband. The man wasn't tall, and before he turned 40, he could barely be considered handsome. Now that he's old, he looks younger than me. It's really unfair. Instead of tying the silk scarf, In Honyue waved the floral scarf vigorously. He saw her. She was smiling. The man blinked in confusion. It seemed like he hadn't seen In Honyue smile so happily in a long time. Although, I don't understand what she's happy about. Chapter 163 Double Torture. Summer arrived so suddenly that Anna Chi seemed to have returned to her old work rhythm. She didn't even realize that spring had already galloped by. Sister Anna, after the animation dubbing here is finished, there's a magazine photo shoot. Assistant Jiang held up her iced Americano and took a big sip. Okay. Anna was reading the script for the animated film, and some images were silently forming in her mind. Even as Anna Chi stood in front of the microphone, she still seemed a little dazed. Once she started dubbing, she quickly immersed herself in the role. Jiang couldn't hear her voice through the glass, but he could see her exaggerated expression. Anna mimicked the exaggerated movements of the little girl in the animation, and her sweet voice was quite different from her own. The Chinese and English dubbing for this animated film was done by Anna Chi, which was also her first time working with cartoon characters. The top light shone down, revealing her wearing a navy blue baseball cap and 2 braids. Anna Chi tries to exaggerate and dramatize her roles as much as possible, perhaps in order to win the children's favor. By the time she finished all the voiceover work, it was almost 11 p.m. Sitting in the car on the way to the photography studio, she reverted to her dazed state, like a computer in standby mode. Xiaoken. Anna reached out and supported Assistant Zhang's drowsy head. Zhang moved his neck and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Sister Anna, I've been so busy lately. After saying that, Assistant Zhang realized he was just stating the obvious. Actually, this was roughly the situation before Assistant Lu left. When you first came, it was indeed very empty, and I felt anxious. Jiang can scratch the back of his head, suddenly missing the trial period when he would occasionally drive female celebrities around or buy them things. So that's how it is. Jiang can looked out the car window. There were no pedestrians on the road, only the flashing streetlights saluting her. I've spoken to Jinjia, and I'll give you a raise next month, Chiana said, then closed her eyes to rest again. Jiangkin was naturally happy, but also felt a strange sense of emptiness. Forget it, making money is the priority. Upon arriving at the studio, a considerable amount of time was spent on makeup and changing clothes. Since the studio rental was time-limited, the photographer didn't have much time to work out. Anna Chi graced the cover of EV Fashion magazine, a prestigious cover in the industry. The photographer, working with her for the first time, discovered that she was even more professional than he had imagined. Following the photographer's guidance, Chi-Anna posed in different ways, resulting in a very low rate of unusable photos, which made it easier to select the best ones later. Very good. Head towards the blower. The photographer didn't talk much, always keeping his words to themselves. With the filming process halfway through, Anna Chi treated everyone to a late-night snack. Working late at night is tough for everyone. After Jiang finished distributing the rice noodle rolls, he sat on a folding chair and watched Chi-Anna work. Anna is really beautiful and professional, just like the female celebrity she imagined. Flawless and sparkling. When she's in the camera's view, she always gives it her all to complete every task. In places where the camera couldn't reach, she would close her eyes to rest or lean against something and daydream. Jiangkin was just an ordinary assistant, not someone who truly lived in the spotlight. Just imagining being like that made her feel exhausted. She silently opened the white takeout box, picked up the rice noodle roll inside with disposable chopsticks. It was a combination of shrimp and beef. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Chi-Anna finished shooting the advertising magazine. Thank you, everyone. You've all worked hard tonight. Chi-Anna bowed to all the staff, clutching her chest. Jiangkin stood up from his chair and accompanied Chi-Anna to change her clothes. Anna put on the clothes she had worn when she arrived, a comfortable brown short-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting wide-leg jeans. The air conditioning in the car was very strong, and Jiangkin thoughtfully covered her with a small blanket. Perhaps the movement was a bit too forceful, because Chi-Anna woke up suddenly. She grabbed Jiangkin's wrist, and when she saw his face clearly, she felt inexplicably disappointed. Sister Anna? Jiangkin felt a little embarrassed by this. It's nothing. Chi-Anna's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself, and she fell asleep again. After filming The Storm Passes By, Anna Chi's salary increased significantly, and many TV dramas offered her roles. She ultimately chose a period martial arts drama series, which made up for her regret of not being able to act in The Great Dream of Jianghu. They haven't officially joined the production yet. All the actors are currently undergoing action training. Chi-Anna is very hardworking. She either does parkour every day while wearing a waist brace and carrying the heroine's signature long spear, or she practices stunts with the stuntmen. When she's not talking, she always seems cold and aloof. She's like an ice queen. When it comes to life, it becomes much more vivid and seems more approachable. When practicing routines, 2 or more people form a group and spar with wooden sticks. For martial arts scenes to be visually appealing, each move must be fluid and powerful to appear realistic. Chi-Anna felt she lacked strength during training, so she hired a professional coach to help her gain weight and muscle. Watching Chi-Anna practice day and night, Assistant Jiang sighed that being an actor is not a job for just anyone. This is the second time that fitness coach Dedong has collaborated with Chi-Anna. The man was very strong, wearing a black wristband, and was using a fascia knife to relax the muscles in Chi-Anna's calves. Chi-Anna lay on the physiotherapy bed like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, feeling the indescribable sourness and tingling sensation. Are you all right? Dedong's men showed no mercy. Hiss. Good. Dedong smiled. He had seen too many stubborn people, and quite a few burly men, each over 1.8 meters tall, were screaming under his fascia knife. He didn't expect that Chi-Anna would barely utter a sound, simply enduring the pain silently. Should we add more to the power plant tomorrow? Add. The voice almost escaped from her clenched teeth. Dedong raised an eyebrow slightly. He had indeed misjudged Chiana. I thought she was Lin Daiyu, but I never expected her to be able to uproot a willow tree. When she woke up the next day, Chiana really wished she were a fish. She was like a mermaid who had just come ashore, enduring the pain of being cut by a knife, and was given a new pair of legs to walk on. The monotonous training, coupled with food that only provided basic nutrition, made Assistant Jiang, who was watching from the side, feel somewhat hopeless. Anna put the salad that was keeping her vital signs in her mouth, and then poured some supplements from the colorful bottle and swallowed them all at once. The premiere of The Storm Passes By is in 2 days. Chiana was watching a mukbang while eating grass, which was a double torture for both her body and mind. Jiang hummed in agreement. It was her first time participating in a movie premiere. Chapter 164 Substantial Words. Before the film premiere, individual interviews and group interviews were arranged, with countless cameras and microphones pointed at them. Today, Anichi wore a beige off-the-shoulder long dress, looking like a goddess from Greek mythology. After the lighting and camera were adjusted, the interviews with the actors officially began. The beautiful woman sat on a black single sofa, her wrist lightly resting on her arm, a silver bracelet swaying in the breeze. Her makeup today was quite different from her usual style, which was either pure or bright. She wore smoky eye makeup, which was unusual for her, and a very light, glossy lip gloss. This kind of makeup looks like a style that would have been popular more than 10 years ago, but it doesn't look outdated on her face. Instead, it gives her a fresh and new look. She was interviewed by a foreign female journalist, and the first question she asked was quite difficult to answer. In my memory, you have always had a relatively pure image and have never filmed any particularly explicit sex scenes. In this movie trailer, we see what appears to be a sex scene. I'm wondering if you're looking to push your boundaries, and what your thoughts are on such passionate scenes. Chiana held the microphone in one hand, her eyelashes lowered as she listened attentively to the other person's question. Actually, I've always felt that actors are vessels for roles, and the so-called innocent image is just some setting in the script. I really enjoy acting, and this experience has gradually given me a sense of security, making me more relaxed than before. As for the sex scenes, I don't think they are embarrassing or controversial. They are a natural part of the plot as it develops. Whether it's a scene that seems relatively easy or a scene that seems to be a breakthrough, every scene is very important. The blonde reporter interjected. Did you know you were going to have a sex scene? Actually, the transition from the text to the visuals in the script is not a very fixed process. There is a lot of room for interpretation. In my opinion, behind this scene is an extremely sad emotion, and the overall expression is more intense and fuller. Would you accept even more explicit content after that? Chiana felt that the reporters seemed to be intentionally steer the conversation back to the topic of explicit content and passionate scenes. She looked at the camera and thought for a moment. I don't want this to become a topic of conversation. If the movie requires it, then I will act in it, because that's what an actor should do. We should just watch the show, not say what I want to do. You previously returned to the public eye by participating in a couple's travel reality show. I'd like to ask your thoughts on actors participating in variety shows. I think actors shouldn't have too much exposure. They need to maintain a certain level of mystery. If your personal image is too deeply ingrained in people's minds on variety shows, it will be easy for the audience to be distracted when they see your character. Then I'd like to ask, do you care about the comments? What kind of comments? For example, your appearance, your figure, and your love life. I will accept all comments from the audience. Are you willing to accept all of them? Anichi nodded and continued, because the comments are right there. Actually, acting is already a relatively easy and high-paying profession. I think any comments are something I should be able to accept, just like an additional part of this job. Is the ending of this film, The Storm Passes By, the same as the original novel? Chiana smiled and slowly replied, I haven't seen the full movie yet either. Because when we're filming, we shoot several endings, and in the end, we have to see the director's edited version. I'd like to ask, what acting advice do you have for new actors? Don't try to design it at the beginning, otherwise it will look fake. Adding chili peppers to hot pot, the ancient Greek goddess of beauty, so beautiful. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of styling in the Chinese entertainment industry. The moon isn't bright. Listening to my sister talk is a pleasure. She seems very grounded. Mango tree. The reporter seemed quite malicious at the beginning, but Anna defused it all, like using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. But it's obvious that he didn't just recite a script, but answered while thinking. His answers were truly insightful. The questions asked during the group interview were mostly standard and conventional. All the main creators stood on the stage. When Nicholas was asked a question by a Chinese reporter, he listened attentively as the translator behind him translated the Chinese into English before answering. The man, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, seemed to handle all kinds of questions with ease. Anna Chi stood beside him, like a beautiful medieval sculpture. Compared to her previous slender figure, her muscular physique actually suits this dress better. After the group interview, everyone sat down together to watch The Storm Passes By. Anna briefly transformed from a lead actress into an audience member, quietly sitting in her red and black seat. The movie lights shone on her face, as if casting a hazy filter over her. At first, Anna was a little nervous, her hands clasped tightly together and placed on her knees. As I gradually focused on the image, my hands slowly relaxed. She believes it is a very good movie, as it is both faithful to the original work and has a strong Wang Meng style. The editing, music, and acting were all just right. Anna felt happy, a joy akin to the satisfaction of weaving cloth day after day and finally seeing the finished brocade. A 2.5-hour movie is both long and short. The screen went black, and a flood of white English text appeared, accompanied by heartfelt applause from everyone. Even before its official release, The Storm Passes By has already garnered praise from many film and television influencers who attended the premiere. Xiaohui Allen. I feel like Anna Chi could be promoted to a higher level. Look at my IP address, I'm not lying. Breeze, stop hyping it up, or the movie might flop. Bomb bomb bomb. It's really not bad. I feel like it could be nominated for a film festival. Don't be too jealous, upstairs. 1-1. I feel that Sister Chi's acting has reached the next level. I cried in several parts. I dream of winning the Best Actress award. After the premiere, Anna took advantage of the break between events to visit Lu Jiaxing. She sat by his bedside, gradually withdrawing from her work. Anna Chi just watched him quietly, picked up the little code game, and played the confession recording on the completion screen over and over again until the battery was completely drained. Anna, can I like you? Anna, can I like you? She nestled against the man's chest, repeatedly answering yes. The woman's hair had grown to a medium length, cascading down the man's chest like seaweed. A tear slid down Lu Jiaxing's cheek. Chapter 165, 100 Twists and Turns. Anna gently nestled against his chest, not with all her might, as if she hadn't been this close to him in a long time. The monitoring equipment made a steady, beeping sound, which echoed in her ears. If there are gods in this world, she would give everything she has to awaken the man. Anna closed her eyes, as if she could hear a slight change in his faint breathing. The monitoring equipment emitted a piercing, alarm-like sound, which startled Anna so much that she sat up abruptly and quickly pressed the nurse call button next to her. The on-duty doctor and nurses rushed over immediately and conducted a professional examination on Lu Jiaxing. Anna stood helplessly to the side, afraid that she had unintentionally done something bad to him, which was why he was acting this way. She looked down at her toes, unaware of the surprise on the doctor's face. The on-duty doctor was Asian and spoke Chinese. He said, "It's simply incredible." "What?" Anna looked up and walked to the doctor's side. As the doctor spoke, he shook his head in disbelief, wondering if a miracle could really happen in this world. Anna had seen Lu Jiaxing's hand move more than once, but she had also researched that many people in a vegetative state would exhibit this behavior. They were really just asleep. Some could even hear their family members talking at their bedside. "Doctor, how is he?" The Asian male doctor snapped out of his daze, glanced at Anna Chi, and speculated. "Based on the surveillance data, I think he is very likely to wake up." Anna Chi's eyes lit up, as if a flame of hope had been ignited, burning through her world. She moved close to the man's face, so close that she touched the moisture at the corner of his eye. Lu Jiaxing was crying. When Anna saw him cry for the first time, her heart clenched, as if being kneaded into different shapes by a pair of giant hands called fate. Really, doctor? Anna turned her head and asked again. It's not certain yet, but there are indeed precedents of vegetative state patients waking up. It's just that our hospital has never encountered one. The Asian male doctor took out a blue ballpoint pen from his white coat pocket and wrote something on the ward round record. Perhaps Mr. Liu will be the first. Anna wiped away his tears with a napkin. Could he really hear what he was saying? Her heart was pounding. She was nervous, scared, excited, and worried that her hopes would be dashed. However, it was almost time for her to leave. Anna stared intently at his face, each second feeling like an eternity. She longed to watch him wake up. She longed for herself to be the first person he saw. Sister Anna, we should go. Assistant Jiang knocked on the door. Anna took a deep breath, thinking about what the doctor on duty had just said, and gently kissed the man's forehead. My Jiaxing, wake up quickly. Just as Anna was about to push open the door, the man on the hospital bed opened his eyes. Lu Jiaxing felt dizzy and cold, and had a strong urge to vomit, but couldn't vomit anything. It was as if he had a very long dream, a dream that encompassed the past, the future, and the present. He heard Anna reading poetry to him, heard his biological parents coveting his inheritance, but he could do nothing about it. The man seemed to be frozen in place by the god of fate, missing out on much more of his time with her. He had seen that figure from behind countless times. It was Anna. Don't go. The man's voice was soft and weak, sounding so different in the quiet ward, amidst the beeping of the monitoring equipment. Anna's steps faltered. She wondered if she was hallucinating, yet hoped it was reality, and hesitated to turn around. She turned her head slowly, her chest heaving and trembling slightly with tension. Lu Jiaxing opened his eyes, and just like before, he was alive and well in front of her. She almost ran over, afraid it was just an illusion she couldn't grasp. You're awake, you're really awake. Anna repeated, tears streaming down her face, yet she also smiled. The expression on that face, due to complex emotions, involved every muscle, and was not so perfect. Rather, it was wrinkled and gritty. But at this moment, Anna seemed more like a living person. Anna held his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the back of his hand. The man still had little strength, but he still reached out and wiped away her crystal-clear tears. Anna gave a soft, feeling a complex mix of grievances. I miss you so much. The man was still lying on the bed. He wasn't wearing his glasses, and his face and lips were a deep, pale white, as cold and aloof as the moon in a foreign land. I know. Anna sniffed, then reached out and touched his hair, and slowly said, I miss you too. Lu Jiaxing, I didn't realize I loved you, missed you, and needed you more than I ever thought. He laughed, a bleak laugh, but his eyes remained as gentle and forgiving as ever. Fool. His voice was very pleasant, but it sounded somewhat unnatural when he didn't speak for a long time. A crybaby fool. Normally, Anna would definitely have retorted, but now, she felt that it wasn't so bad to be a fool sometimes. I won't leave. I'll stay with you, and I don't want to leave you for even a moment longer. Anna kissed the back of his hand. There were his wounds and her tears on it. After the doctors and nurses arrived, Lu Jiaxing was successfully transferred to the rehabilitation ward. After lying down for so long, many of the man's muscles have atrophied, making it impossible for him to work and live as before. Anna originally planned to cancel all her work and focus on accompanying President Liu during his rehabilitation. Lu Jiaxing did not comment on the decision until Anna calmed down, at which point he had a chance to chat with her. The man sat in a wheelchair. It started raining outside the window, and the floor tiles seemed damp and wet. Anna, you don't necessarily have to come with me for rehabilitation. From the moment she heard his words, Anna pouted, clearly not understanding and somewhat unhappy. No, I have to stay with you. Your work is also important, and I don't want my situation to affect your career. The man put his silver-rimmed glasses back on. The man was wearing a blue and white striped long-sleeved shirt and trousers. He looked frail and thin, and his hands, with their distinct knuckles, held a reader. Anna frowned slightly, squatted down, and rested her head on his knees, seemingly to express her dissatisfaction. He reached out and touched her hair, which was much longer than it had been before he was shot. "I want to stay with you," she said, her voice muffled. "I know." Lu Jiaxing lowered his head and tucked the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear. His gaze was calm and gentle, the best nourishment for a lover. Chapter 166, Inseparable. Xiana always felt it would be cruel to leave him to work, and secretly wanted to be by his side when he needed love the most. "Why won't you let me stay with you? Otherwise, people will say, I just want your money." Lu Jiaxing was amused and continued, following her words. "My money is your money, and your money is still your money. When did you start caring so much about what others think?" Unlike her, President Lu didn't seem to be facing thousands of speculations and malice, and appeared rather nonchalant. "So what are your thoughts? You really don't want me by your side?" Anna Chi's question hit the nail on the head, as if she had grasped the snake's vital point. Of course, Mr. Lu wanted her to stay with him, but he couldn't be so selfish, so he didn't know how to answer. Unable to get a reply from him, she stood up and pushed his wheelchair forward. "But I can't earn money now. I rely on you to support me. Besides, rehabilitation training is very hard, and I don't want you to see me sweating and helpless." President Lu's two excuses were really far-fetched, and Anna knew perfectly well that he was just habitually thinking of himself. Life isn't a dramatic movie. Anna Chi has signed so many contracts, she can't be without a sense of contractual obligation. "Go ahead and do what you love." Lu Jiaxing, sitting in his wheelchair, waved to people. Jianjia finally met the big shot, Anna Chi, and heaven knows how much she had suffered these past 2 days. "You finally decided to come back to work?" Jane's agent, holding a tablet, was adjusting her schedule. Anna lowered her head and resignedly accepted all the arrangements. "After you join the crew, if your scenes are filmed in a concentrated manner, you should be able to find some extra time to go to the United States." Jianjia looked up and saw that Anna seemed a little absent-minded. Jianjia clicked her tongue and asked, "What is it now?" Anna leaned back in her chair and said slowly, "I feel a little guilty." "Feel guilty about what?" Jianjia clearly didn't immediately understand what the other person was talking about. "He coaxed me into appearing on a travel variety show when I needed to relax and get exposure the most. I just casually mentioned that I wanted to go on a road trip, and he actually sponsored such a program. But he is currently undergoing rehabilitation training, and I cannot be by his side." Jianjia looked at Anna and thought that she was really born to be an actress, as she was incredibly emotional. "I once saw a quote online that said love is constantly feeling guilty, feeling that you haven't given the other person the best." Looking into Jianjia's eyes, Anna said earnestly, "That's what I think right now." Although Jianjia understood what the other person was saying, as a workaholic and doting father, she really didn't want to continue the topic of romance, so she just laughed it off. "So who's accompanying him during his current rehabilitation training?" "Assistant Lin." As Lin Wei typed furiously on her computer, she suddenly let out a long sneeze. The rehabilitation therapist was a tall, muscular white man who was instructing Lu Jiaxing on basic training. He doesn't like to praise people, but he can see that Lu Jiaxing is really persistent and hardworking. No one would dislike a patient like that. Mr. Lu was wearing a loose white tracksuit. His once impressive muscles had been reduced to a thin layer, with only faint traces of their former existence remaining. Lin Wei noticed the sweat on the man's forehead and handed him a few tissues. He touched his soft belly again, realizing he was definitely not some chosen fitness enthusiast. After finishing his work, Assistant Lin closed his laptop and saw Lu Jiaxing limping to his feet. "Good job." The foreigner also seemed a little excited, his skin even turning red. "Your body has a powerful self-healing ability. It loves you more than you can imagine." Lin Wei helped the person to the shower room to wash up. After everything was done, Lu Jiaxing called him over. "Lin Wei, what do you think of Singapore?" Assistant Lin thought for a moment and replied, "The climate is nice, and there's no winter. My rhinitis flares up the worst in winter. I took my parents there before, and the environment was nice. There were quite a few museums. The food selection wasn't as extensive as in China, but it was still acceptable." Lu Jiaxing crossed his arms and listened quietly to him speak. Lin Wei realized she had said too much and scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Jimu plans to open a branch in Singapore to handle operations in Southeast Asia, President Liu suddenly said, bringing up work. Assistant Lin looked at President Liu, waiting for his next words. Lin Wei, I think you're very suitable. I recommended you to the group before, and the appointment letter should be issued in the next couple of days. Lin Wei blinked, took a deep breath, and looked somewhat incredulous. Mr. Liu, I'm afraid I can't. I've always been. Lin Wei waved her hands repeatedly, but the man held her hand. No need to refuse, Mr. Lin. Lin Wei was startled by the title President Lin, and it took her a long time to recover. Soon, Lin Wei received the appointment letter from the group, and only then did he truly feel that it was real. He walked this path for many years. Lin Wei watched as Lu Jiaxing went from being confined to a wheelchair to being able to walk slowly, and suddenly wanted to ask him why he was working so hard. Mr. Liu, you can actually take your time. Just as Lu Jiaxing was about to answer him, Qiana's video call came in. The two became increasingly affectionate, their relationship even more inseparable than before, which Lin Wei, a single man standing to the side, couldn't bear to listen to at all. Jiaxing, I've been eating at a really delicious radish and beef stew place for the past 2 days, and I've been eating it for 3 days in a row. Qiana sat in her RV and hosted a mukbang, eating broadcast, for only one person. She picked up a white radish soaked in soup with her chopsticks and solemnly showed it to the camera. Lu Jiaxing's eyes weren't on the radish at all, but on Qiana. You must be tired after a long day? His voice traveled across the Atlantic to her ears. Qiana nodded, rubbed her arm where she had received a nerve block injection a couple of days ago, and said, after a whole day of injections, I'm happy to have something delicious to eat. Lu Jiaxing sighed and said, there's nothing good to eat here. Then I'll bring it for you. Qiana smiled, her expression lively and adorable. Mr. Liu touched the little fish charm on his phone and made his request. I want to eat what you made. Ever since Lu Jiaxing woke up, Qiana has always been incredibly generous to people, so what's so difficult about making something to eat? As soon as her scene here was over, she flew to the man's side. Lu Jiaxing got to eat the preserved egg and lean pork congee that the other party made, but the taste of the congee seemed a little off. Qiana rested her face on her hands, staring at him with bright eyes, seemingly anticipating his answer. It's delicious. Really, she saw that he had finished drinking it all, so it seemed to be really good. The preserved eggs were fine, and the lean meat was fine too. It's just that she seemed to have mistaken sugar for salt. Lu Jiaxing took the white porcelain spoon and drank the bowl of porridge, which was somewhat special, 1 spoonful at a time, until he saw the bottom of the bowl. Chapter 167, Committing Evil. As dusk fell, Qiana gazed at his face, unable to get enough of it, which made Lu Jiaxing feel a little embarrassed. Mr. Lu's rehabilitation ward is a single room. At this moment, the main light is not on, and the dim light has an ambiguous feel to it. Why are you looking at me? Lu Jiaxing asked, wiping his mouth as he lowered his head. I only watch it because it looks good. The man smiled, pleased by her words. She always knew how to say nice things. Don't try to fool me. Qiana extended an index finger and gently lifted the other person's chin, teasingly saying, looking at a beauty under the lamplight, the ancients were right. And you've lost some weight. You look even better now. She pinched his cheek again. The man's features were already handsome, but after losing weight, they became even more defined, giving him a sharp, angular beauty. Lu Jiaxing inexplicably thought of a popular saying online. A man's appearance is his wife's pride. These words were originally somewhat sarcastic, but if they could make her like them, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Mr. Lu's rehabilitation training went smoothly, except that he almost twisted his ankle because he didn't warm up properly the first 2 days. The man propped himself up on one arm, making a little space on the hospital bed, and made a silent invitation to Qiana. Anna, will you lie down with me for a while? Of course, Qiana did not refuse and spent a long time adjusting the height of the hospital bed for her. Once everything was in place, she slowly lay down on her side. Lu Jiaxing opened his arms and hugged the person tightly. Qiana dared not move and reminded him with some concern, don't use too much force. The man looked down and chuckled, gently flicking her nose, and replied, I'm not made of paper. The hospital bed wasn't very big. There was still room for one person, but it would be a bit crowded if two people slept in it. Fortunately, both of them were thin, and Chiana was lying on her side, so it didn't feel too cramped. On the contrary, it felt rather cozy. Lu Jiaxing smelled the faint fragrance in her hair and asked, "Why did you change your shampoo?" Anna Chi was taken aback and replied, "You're endorsing another brand. Their main fragrance is floral, isn't it too strong?" "No, it smells wonderful." After saying that, Lu Jiaxing took a deep sniff. "It has a very strong floral fragrance, but it doesn't make you feel dizzy." The man tilted his head slightly, lowered his head a little, and gently kissed the other person's lips. It's like picking the most delicate flower from a field full of blooming flowers. They hadn't kissed in a long time, and Lu Jiaxing was clearly a little engrossed, his movements becoming somewhat forceful. Chiana liked it very much. She liked that her body was drawn to him, while her spirit was always supported by him. As their lips and tongues intertwined, their breathing became somewhat rapid. After a long kiss, Lu Jiaxing stared at her glistening lips, like a wolf in the night spotting its prey. He couldn't resist and leaned in to kiss her again. Chiana closed her eyes and obediently offered her lips, letting him do as he pleased. This kiss was entirely led by Lu Jiaxing, and it was almost too passionate. The man pulled her closer, almost swallowing her whole. "Lu Jiaxing, you've gone a bit too far." Chiana escaped from the lingering kiss, panting as she pushed him away. He blinked, seemingly innocent, but he knew someone favored him, so he did evil. "Is it okay?" The man's voice was low and hoarse, mixed with a hint of anxious desire. Chiana looked around the ward, then glanced at Lu Jiaxing, her heart pounding wildly. She was wearing a white shirt and a plain silver chain around her neck, from which hung a diamond ring given to her by Lu Jiaxing. The diamonds sparkled as she moved, like the ever-changing stars in the sky. Lu Jiaxing hugged her waist and rested his head on her shoulder. Chiana has always maintained a cool and aloof public image, and it seems that only Lu Jiaxing has ever seen her in an unusual state. It's beautiful and alluring, making you want to possess it every single second. The white shirt was rolled up completely and then thrown on the ground. Chiana is very alluring, like a beautiful female demon from a ghost story, except that Lu Jiaxing is willing to be with her. The beauty did not turn into horrifying skeletons, but instead lay in his arms resting with her eyes closed. That night, they all slept very well, like scattered puzzle pieces finding their missing piece. When Chiana woke up, Lu Jiaxing had prepared her favorite Chinese breakfast. She wouldn't drink soy milk, so he switched to warmed milk. Jinjie just called. Chiana lay on the bed, let out a long yawn, and felt her whole body ache as if she had been run over by a car. "It doesn't hurt, it's just an indescribable soreness." "What's wrong?" Lu Jiaxing didn't answer. Instead, he laughed first, feeling happy for her. He rarely kept things a secret like this, which made Anna Chi a little curious. "You tell me." The man approached her and said slowly, "The storm passes by, and she wants you to attend the Berlin Film Festival." Anna Chi nodded. She had long expected this day to come. True talent will always shine through. Moreover, this movie is a diamond. Seeing how calm the person was, Lu Jiaxing continued, "Not only the movie was nominated, but you were too." Chiana paused in her action of picking up the fried dumpling, pointed blankly at the tip of her nose, and repeated, "Me?" She then picked up her phone and searched for related news. "Patty. Oh my God. Anna is nominated for Best Actress? Are we about to have an Oscar winner? Oh my God. Green Grape Milk Pudding, The Storm Passes Through, is doing well at the box office too. Looks like it's going to be a double success. Looking forward to it." "Austin, it's just a nomination, not an actual win. Is it really that big of a deal?" "Neither wind nor rain. Neither sunshine nor gloom. My cousin works at the hospital where Boss Lou works. He woke up. Sob, sob, sob. I swear I'm not lying." "Lu Jiaxing, I've been nominated." Chiana's voice rose 8 octaves as she jumped directly at him. Lu Jiaxing held her and spun her around before putting her down. "Congratulations." The man gently kissed her forehead. "Are you proud of me?" At this moment, Chiana was just like a child seeking praise. "Certainly. I will always be proud of you." "That's wonderful." Lu Jiaxing will always believe in her and will always be proud of her. He wouldn't spoil the fun, nor would he control himself. He was Anna Chi's ideal lover. His embrace is always warm, and his love is always passionate. Before departing for Berlin, the schedule was very tight, so Anna told everyone not to follow her and to focus on training. Liu Jiaxing smiled and agreed, but secretly increased the difficulty of the rehabilitation training and had his new assistant book a plane ticket to Berlin for him. When Anna Chi and her team landed at the airport, they were greeted by a large number of foreign fans. They brought flowers, greeting cards, and even letters written in Chinese. She walked through the crowded streets, past the unknown. Chapter 168, Who Will Win the Flower? Final chapter. Sister Anna, please get in the car first. Jiang can close the car door for her. Suddenly it quieted down. Anna looked at the people outside the car and made a heart shape with her hands towards them. The Storm Passes Through has been released in various countries and has not only achieved impressive box office results, but also won excellent reviews, making it a strong contender for awards this year. Jianjia sat next to her and felt the car moving at a snail's pace. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? Jianjia asked, tilting her head. Anna took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. No actor wouldn't want to receive such an award. Let's go try on the dress first. Seeing that she didn't answer, Jianjia had no choice but to explain the next steps. The dress was directly imported from the French headquarters of a high-end luxury brand. None of the other actresses had one. Only her team managed to borrow it. This low-cut gown, entirely champagne gold, looks incredibly glamorous, with hand-embroidered sequins arranged in the shape of a dragon. After putting on the dress, Anna Chi was given makeup and hair styling by the stylist she brought. Jiang took out a pair of gold lace-up high heels from the shoebox and half-squatted down to put the shoes on the person. The makeup assistant took a bottle of BB cream and applied a thin layer to all of her exposed skin, making her skin look even whiter. Xiao Can, keep an eye on her these next 2 days. Make sure she doesn't eat anything oily or salty. Jianjia finished speaking and went outside to answer the phone. Assistant Jiang nodded, fastened his shoelaces, and stood up. Film festivals naturally involve walking the red carpet, and many actresses even refrain from eating or drinking beforehand to ensure they are in the best possible condition. After trying on her styling, Anna was lying in bed with a rumbling stomach. She had just opened a pack of instant noodles from her suitcase when Assistant Jiang caught her red-handed. Sister Anna, put down the instant noodles in your hand. I'll only put in half the seasoning for the non-fried noodles, Anna said, holding the instant noodles between her hands as if begging for mercy. Jiang thought about it for a while, but still did not agree. Anna Chi had no choice but to hand over the instant noodles she had deliberately hidden and lie back down on the big bed. At the film festival, Anna Chi first walked the red carpet with the film crew, and many foreign reporters were seeing her for the first time. Wang Ming wore a short leather jacket today, looking cool, and occasionally glanced at Anna beside her. Although many people don't know Anna Chi, they still follow her around taking pictures, since photographers love beautiful people and things. The red carpet was dazzling with stars, thanks to the constant flashing of cameras. As Anna Chi walked up the steps, she turned around and saw her long, golden dress billowing in the wind, a sight so beautiful it was impossible to look away. Beautiful girl warrior, this picture is amazing. When did this girl become so beautiful? She looks so different from before. Multi-enzyme tablets. Looking forward to seeing who will win the Best Actress award. Xiao Fong doesn't want to go to work. This dress is so beautiful. Which haute couture brand is it from? Tuola De Wang. Even in unedited photos, she's so beautiful and a great actress. Anna, your good fortune is yet to come. After the red carpet, the official awards ceremony began, and Anna changed into another dress from the same brand. The bright red strapless dress, adorned with crane patterns, has a distinctly Chinese feel to it. After Anna entered the venue, she heard many photographers praising her beauty in German, and she smiled and nodded in response. The beautiful woman turned her head repeatedly with every step, giving every camera a chance to capture her beauty. After everyone was seated, the awards for the film itself were presented first, followed by the awards for the actors. As expected, The Storm Passes By won an award, and Anna Chi naturally felt honored. When it came time to announce the Best Actress award, all the cameras were focused on the nominated actresses. Some of them are regulars at film festivals, while others, like Anna Chi, are new faces. When the moment of truth finally arrived, Chi-Anna felt a sense of relief, as if everything had already been settled, and she wasn't nervous at all. What's meant to be yours will be yours sooner or later. She smiled confidently and boldly at the camera. There was simultaneous interpretation in Chinese on site, translating the host's German into Mandarin. Next, we will announce the Best Actress award. The nominees are Kate Abbott for The Gulf Story, Elise Austen for A Murderer's Monologue, Anna Ike for The Storm Passes By, and Rin Yamaguchi for Chance and Inevitability. Anna Chi knew that the actresses nominated alongside her were equally talented, so she didn't have the determination to win. Anna Chi from The Storm Passes By. She was a little dazed when she heard the simultaneous interpreter call out her name. The audience erupted in applause, one wave after another, as everyone applauded the Chinese actress. It really was me. It really was me. Chi-Anna. Wang Meng, who was standing next to her, hugged her first, followed by Nicholas. She couldn't hide her excitement and joy as she walked to the front of the stage, clutching her chest. The golden trophy felt heavy in my hand. It all seemed like a beautiful dream. I wouldn't be standing here without the entire cast and crew of The Storm Passes By. I'm grateful to everyone, and also to myself for my hard work. She choked up a little, but after composing herself, she continued. This is a beacon of hope. It tells us that even the biggest dreams can come true. Ladies, never listen to what others say. Always believe in yourselves. Anna Chi gently raised the golden trophy, tears clearly glistening in her eyes. Those well-defined and powerful arms are a mark left on her by the role. There were many people in the audience, but she spotted that familiar figure. It's not Wisteria season, so the man is carrying a bunch of purple bellflowers instead. From a distance, it looks almost like the real thing. Clutching the trophy, she stepped off the stage with the lightest of steps and gave the man a big hug. Why are you here? Chi-Anna stood in front of him. Lu Jiaxing adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and smiled. Don't you have mind-reading abilities? Anna, guess what? The man's eyebrows curved, and his smile was both gentle and warm. Chi-Anna leaned slightly, almost touching him. Yes, I can hear what President Lu is thinking. After staring at each other for a long time, Chi-Anna did not hear that familiar voice. What? It's malfunctioning. Lu Jiaxing reached out and gently stroked her nose. She suddenly realized that she hadn't heard other people's thoughts in a long time, wondering when her golden finger had disappeared. Amidst the cheers of millions, Lu Jiaxing embraced Chi-Anna. I love you, Anna. The scent emanating from him made Chi-Anna feel as at ease as a fish swimming in the ocean. I love you too, Lu Jiaxing. Whether you have superpowers or not doesn't matter. 1,000 words cannot express the overwhelming love I feel at this moment. At this moment, she doesn't need to hear other people's inner monologues. End of article.